The damn weather, Cheng muttered, looking up at the misty sky, which seemed to be veiled with a yellowish hue. Murky raindrops drizzled down from above. Barely visible in the sky was the silhouette of an enormous structure. Rubbing his hollow right eye, Cheng bent down to pick up a floor-standing sign with more than half of its lights broken. The words cybernetic repair flickered uncertainly with the light, while the word basic written in charcoal was small. Below it, even smaller letters read, repairs are guaranteed, but not their success proceed at your own risk. Since the age of 12, Cheng had been self-teaching cybernetic repairs based on various books left by his father, and now, 8 years later, he still practiced this skill. Rainwater pooled and flowed over the dirty black ground, reflecting scattered electric sparks from street signs and old heating pipes, along with filthy walls. Splat! A rusted metal foot stepped into the water, splashing droplets onto a decaying corpse in the corner. Several drug addicts, high on electronic hallucinogens, stood motionless in the rain like zombies, oblivious to life or death. This was the old world Earth, abandoned by the new humans. They were all remnants discarded by the new humans. Cheng took the sign inside his humble shack and closed the door behind him. Clang, clang, clang. A scavenged world clock hanging on the door swung back and forth, displaying the date. February 9th, 811 NE. New era. Approaching a gaming table, he sank into a sofa with worn-out leather and picked up a half-empty bottle of murky green low-quality nutrient solution, drinking it down before turning on an old-century PS5 game console. Ape God, activate. Holy crap, you're playing Black Myth again? You've been fighting that big-head monster for 3 days already, said a robotic voice beside him. It came from a helper robot named Mo2 No Brains, which was made from a primitive AI household robot from 800 years ago, found amidst post-war ruins with only a fragmentary body and an outdated 8-bit photon brain. What do you know? I'm practicing my skills, Cheng retorted, rolling his eyes at the robot whose rusted mechanical limbs moved exaggeratedly, speaking in a dialect similar to Guangxi Mandarin. You're so impatient. If you're capable, go ahead and defeat that big-head one yourself, the robot taunted. Look, you died again, buddy. Can't you do any better? Cheng glared at the screen where a monstrous specter with a gigantic head had just killed his character with a single palm strike. This wasn't even the first boss, it was just an elite monster. How did players from the old century ever get past this? Really, you're so bad yet love playing. Oh, down again. Bam, bam, bam. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Not taking customers today, I'm in a bad mood, Cheng casually replied. Come back tomorrow. Delaying repairs for a day won't kill anyone. But the knocking persisted. Frowning, Cheng glanced at the monitor showing the security camera feed, put down the game controller, and went to open the door. "Su, Brother Su, please help my mom, I beg you." Standing at the doorway was a short girl with a mechanical right leg covered in cat drawings, struggling to carry a disheveled woman on her back. The little girl's bright eyes were brimming with tears, her disheveled pink hair falling just past her shoulders and partially covering her face. Both of them were drenched by the heavy rain. Cheng looked at the distressed pair with a calm expression. The woman was barely conscious. He shifted slightly to the side, making room at the doorway. The girl hurriedly carried the woman into the room. Cheng carefully lifted the woman from her back and laid her down on a simple surgical bed. Without any cybernetic enhancements, his strength was not as great as those who had been modified. Mo2, the helper robot, immediately came to the bedside, pulling out repair tools that, though old, were meticulously maintained and spotlessly clean. Feeling a weight lifted off her back, the girl quickly followed to the side of the surgical bed. Wiping away her tears, her young face filled with worry. Mom was beaten by 3 bad men. Will she wake up? She asked. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Cheng reassured her calmly as he examined the woman's injuries that he knew this mother and daughter. The woman, Judy, worked as a hostess in the Lori Island bar in the ruined city, selling most of her organs for survival. Only her lower abdomen and upper legs retained human flesh. In the harsh environment following the Great War, human bodies were prone to illness. With diseases rampant and food scarce, many survivors chose to replace their internal organs with mechanical ones, which were cheaper to maintain than treating illnesses. The girl, Zhu Shaner, age 15, worked as a cleaner in the bar. Apart from her right leg, the rest of her body remained original and well cared for, a rarity in this world. They forced Mom to undress, and when she refused, they beat her. I couldn't stop them, Shaner said, wiping away fresh tears with a determined look. They are bad people. As Su Cheng agreed, he began to treat Judith's wounds. Her body bore numerous scars, and inside her abdomen was a low-grade D10 energy unit made by Kinetic. Through the cheap bioskin, one could see a buildup of inexpensive biochemical fluids within her body. Wounds continuously leaked white fluid, filling the room with a pungent smell of burnt electronics mixed with decay. As Yu Cheng adjusted a magnifying glass over his left eye. You don't have your right eye. Why use a magnifying glass? Mo2 asked, handing him a scalpel. Just set the tools down and get Shaner a blanket. Help dry her hair. I can handle things here, Su Cheng instructed. He then used the scalpel to open the woman's body, revealing severe internal damage. Multiple mechanical organs were broken, flashing error codes, and occasionally shutting down due to being outdated and lacking self-protection features. Despite the difficulty, Su Cheng skillfully worked with the tools, repairing the woman's internal mechanisms. Meanwhile, Mo2 helped Shaner dry off with a blanket and a blow-dryer. Suddenly, a large amount of biochemical fluid gushed out from the woman's body as Yu Cheng picked up a miniature circular saw without looking up, saying, "It's under control." ZZZT. A small explosion sounded from within the woman's body, accompanied by a few sparks of electricity. Su Cheng grabbed 2 large wrenches. "No big deal," he said calmly. Suddenly, the woman's body began to convulse uncontrollably, her mechanical limbs twisting awkwardly. Su Cheng remained unperturbed, picking up a micro-controlled surgical knife. "I'm just a basic repairman. I only guarantee repairs, not success, and certainly not survival. After all, I'm just a beginner. I believe in Brother Su." Zhu Shaner blinked with her innocent, large eyes. "You install my leg, and I really like it. It works very well. Little Shaner, I'm much more reliable than that poo guy. I'm even better. I also believe in Mr. Broken," she added. No, not Mr. Broken. My name is Wukong. Do you know Wukong? From the old-century Chinese myth, the great sage equal to heaven who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. One day, he'll turn over that future city in the sky too. Okay, Mr. Wukong is also very powerful, Shana nodded. Hee, good girl. Su Cheng listened to their conversation, his hands pausing slightly. Future city. Forget it. He shook his head, dispelling the thought, and continued with the repair. After a long while, the woman on the operating table calmed down. Phew, done. Su Cheng put down the laser welder, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to Zhu Shaner. Your mother's injuries were severe, but fortunately my skills are excellent, and I fixed everything perfectly. But Brother Su, Shaner timidly pointed at her mother. Mom's chest is still leaking biochemical fluid. Su Cheng quickly turned back, applied adhesive to seal the surgical wound, covered it with tape, and dressed Judy. Ahem. He extended one finger behind him and waved it twice. Mo2 immediately said, this repair was extremely difficult to fee. Is 100 alliance credits point 100? Shaner lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. I don't have any money. 100 alliance credits could sustain them for a month. Mo2 waved his arms. How can you do this again? Another freebie? Shaner hurriedly pulled out a red artificial eye from her pocket. I'm sorry, I really don't have any money. The boss owes me wages, and I only have this. I noticed Brother Sue's right eye gets uncomfortable when it rains, and I found this prosthetic eye, though it seems broken. Mo2 took the eye. This thing is completely unusable, little girl. Fine, Su Cheng interrupted. I need it exactly. This repair fee is waived. Mo2 scratched his head in confusion, realized he had no head, and dropped his mechanical hand. Su Cheng took the eye from Mo2. Take your mother home. Her backup photon brain was damaged, so she won't wake up for now. She should reboot tomorrow. Don't worry. Thank you, Brother Su. Zhu Shaner bowed deeply and sincerely. I will definitely repay you. She knew the prosthetic eye was unusable. With great effort, she hoisted her mother onto her back and stepped into the rain. Su Cheng watched their retreating figures until they disappeared, then closed the door. Old buddy, you always do things like this. How can we make any money? Well, end up scavenging garbage sooner or later. If we get infected by the Black Death virus lurking in the trash, we'll all become crazy poo guys, Mo2 lamented, as Yu Cheng raised an eyebrow and reached out to shut down Mo2. You play no, can't afford. System shut down. After carefully cleaning and neatly arranging the repair tools, Su Cheng returned to the gaming table, lazily sat down, and lifted the red prosthetic eye for a closer look. This junk, another day wasted. But that girl was trying to save her mother. Mom? A flicker of memory flashed through his left eye. Suddenly, the prosthetic eye lit up. Before he could react, the eye violently broke free from his hand and shot directly into his empty right eye socket. Damn! Su Cheng jumped up in shock, desperately trying to pry the eye out. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. What's going on? ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. The prosthetic eye began to spin wildly and erratically, then abruptly stopped. Its crimson pupil glowed with an eerie red light. Su Cheng felt countless tendrils extending from the eye, embedding themselves into his eye socket and penetrating his brain. Waves of intense pain surged through his nerves. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. What the hell did that little girl pick up? Drip. Dimensional eye fusion in progress. Drip. Fusion complete. Current unlocked civilization technology level. 3rd dimension. Drip. After activating the dimensional eye, the host can synthesize and upgrade any 2 identical technological artifacts. Chapter 2. The Eye of Dimensions. The Fusion Upgrade. What is this? Activating the Eye of Dimensions. Eye of Dimensions activated. In an instant, a faint red light emanated from his right eye, and a network of crimson electronic circuits spread around his eye socket, flickering. Su Cheng gasped for breath, his eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to prop himself up, gazing around in confusion. The pain had vanished. He could see with his right eye. The prosthetic eye was functioning perfectly. Moreover, it seemed somewhat different. He noticed 2 boxes suddenly materializing in his right eye, locking onto 2 titanium alloy Dao swords positioned not far away. 2 identical technological products detected. Would you like to fuse and upgrade? Fusion upgrade? What could this mean? Su Cheng was utterly bewildered by his current circumstances. He steadied his mind, furrowed his brow for a moment, and tentatively spoke. Fusion. With a hum. A red beam shot forth from his right eye, instantly enveloping the 2 titanium alloy Dao swords. Countless lines of code surged rapidly across the surface of the light. Finally, the beam exploded outward. The 2 titanium alloy Dao swords vanished, replaced by an exquisitely crafted elongated Dao sword, shimmering with a sharp ethereal glow. Completed. Titanium-Tungsten alloy standard longsword. Titanium-Tungsten alloy standard longsword, a super alloy technology, harder and sharper than titanium alloy. It is a military standard weapon produced in the 8th year of the new era, belonging to 1st dimension technology. What? Su Cheng hurried over to grasp the longsword, his heart racing with astonishment. It had truly been upgraded. The 2 titanium alloy Dao swords had been collateral from a previous customer who could not afford the repair fee. They were weapons from before the Great War, yet remained prevalent in the post-war world. Their relatively low cost, combined with decent sharpness and strength, made them popular among ordinary people and cybernetic individuals. They could sever inexpensive mechanical bodies and inflict considerable damage on alloy prosthetics. However, the Titanium-Tungsten longsword was a military-grade weapon. It represented the first batch of combat weapons humans transitioned to in the new era. Its sharpness and strength far exceeded that of titanium alloy. It could directly sever ordinary alloy prosthetics. The price had soared several times. How incredibly powerful. Su Cheng incredulously touched his right eye, astonished that merely using 2 identical low-grade weapons could yield a superior weapon. Simple and efficient. He wondered what further fusions might produce. He recalled the voice that had echoed in his mind earlier. This prosthetic eye currently had a technological fusion upgrade limit of the 3rd dimension. As far as Su Cheng knew, the highest technology of new era humanity only reached the 2nd dimension. This meant that by continuously fusing and upgrading with this eye, he could acquire technology that far surpassed the current human dimension, an entire dimension. Suppressing his excitement, Su Cheng opened a nearby storage cabinet, where 2 more titanium alloy Dao swords lay. Once more, he utilized the Eye of Dimensions for fusion and upgrade. The 2 titanium alloy Dao swords were immediately enveloped in red particles. 3 seconds later, another titanium-tungsten longsword emerged. Subsequently, Su Cheng placed the 2 titanium-tungsten longswords together for further fusion upgrade. He fixed his gaze upon the swirling mass of red particles before him. 3 seconds later, a longsword with a glimmering cold blade appeared. Completed. High-frequency cutting longsword. High-frequency cutting longsword. This blade generates extremely high-frequency vibrations, granting it formidable cutting power. Developed and promoted by Light Science Technology Company in the 58th year of the star calendar, it boasts impressive performance, belonging to First Dimension technology. Hiss! Cheng inhaled sharply, gripping the high-frequency cutting longsword. He had seen this weapon in the annals of New Era human history. It was undoubtedly a high-tech product, initially designed for humanity's conquest of the cosmos. Although 7 centuries had passed, it had long been obsolete in the New World, its performance remaining remarkably powerful. In the wasteland, not everyone could wield it. The price was far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. A Titanium-Tungsten longsword was priced at around 2,000 Alliance coins. The price of the high-frequency cutting longsword was unknown to him, as he had never encountered one. Perhaps it could be found in the commercial district of the Wasteland Center, surely costing much more than a Titanium-Tungsten longsword. And he had only utilized 4 low-grade titanium alloy Dao swords to create it. Most importantly, this was still not the limit of the Eye of Dimensions. He could continue to fuse and upgrade. Cheng could hardly contain his excitement. This prosthetic eye was truly extraordinary. It held infinite possibilities. He surveyed the room for other items, eager to experiment further. The titanium alloy Dao swords had been exhausted, but the range of technological products was vast. The room contained numerous mechanical prosthetic components that guests had used as collateral. At that moment, Cheng noticed 2 unopened bottles of inferior nutritional fluid on the counter. This too had been developed by humanity, surely a technological product as well. 2 identical technological products detected. Would you like to fuse and upgrade? Indeed, it could be done. He proceeded with the fusion. Completed. Basic nutritional fluid. Basic nutritional fluid, composed of various nutritional elements with minimal impurities. It meets the basic nutritional needs of a life form for one day. It does not enhance physical strength, belonging to First Dimension technology. The 2 murky green bottles of inferior nutritional fluid merged into 1 bottle of pale green liquid. Cheng immediately opened the storage cabinet, where 7 bottles of inferior nutritional fluid were neatly arranged. However, he did not immediately proceed with the fusion upgrade. Instead, he searched for 2 empty bottles, opened one, and poured the nutritional fluid evenly into it. Finally, with a sense of anticipation, he attempted to lock onto it. Lock-on failed. Please refrain from maliciously exploiting bugs. Cheng rubbed his nose, disappointed that it was not possible. He obediently used the remaining 6 bottles of inferior nutritional fluid to fuse and upgrade into 3 bottles of basic nutritional fluid. Then he continued with the fusion upgrade. Completed. Intermediate nutritional fluid 2. Intermediate nutritional fluid, a very effective nutritional supplement, capable of providing the basic energy needs of the human body for 3 days. It does not enhance physical strength, belonging to First Dimension technology. Onward. Completed. Advanced nutritional fluid. Advanced nutritional fluid, a premium nutritional product that perfectly supplies all substances the human body requires for 3 days and continuously replenishes nutrients, maintaining the body in optimal condition. As food, it is exceptional and possesses certain medicinal properties but still does not enhance physical strength. Free of impurities. It can be entirely absorbed by biological entities, belonging to First Dimension technology. Cheng gazed in delight at the flawless nutritional fluid in his hand. This was a luxury only the wealthy and those from Future City could indulge in. He had never even seen it before, let alone consumed it. However, he did not intend to use it. Firstly, the advanced nutritional fluid was exceedingly expensive. A bottle of inferior nutritional fluid cost merely 5 Alliance coins, with 2 bottles sufficient to meet a person's daily nutritional requirements. Just to survive, one could manage with a single bottle, as was the daily sustenance for most of the remnant population on Earth. Of course, after undergoing mechanical internal modifications, energy blocks sufficed, being cheaper and more enduring. In the old world, the cost of living like a human was exorbitant. A bottle of basic nutritional fluid was priced at a staggering 30 Alliance coins, beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Intermediate nutritional fluid was even more expensive at 200 Alliance coins per bottle. The advanced nutritional fluid was exceedingly scarce. Its price had soared to 1,000 Alliance coins per bottle. This was a consumable. Secondly, he noted that regardless of whether it was the basic, intermediate, or advanced nutritional fluid, each description contained a particular phrase. It is impossible to enhance human strength. This likely signifies that if he continues to synthesize upgrades, he may obtain a nutrient solution capable of augmenting human vitality, should he advance to the third dimension of technology, in this forsaken old world of Earth. It is utterly impossible for people to traverse the radiation layer of the sky, break through the barrier of high-energy particles, and enter the city of the future, embarking on a journey to a new world. They are eternally confined to this planet, once the cradle of humanity. Yet now, he possesses the ability to transform waste into treasure, utilizing the low-grade materials, even refuse. From the old world to synthesize upgrades that far surpass the technology of the new era. He is entirely capable of shattering all shackles. Cheng picked up the necklace that had fallen from his clothing, which bore a black metal rose. Wait for me. I shall surely find you in the city of the future. He carefully placed the necklace back within his garments, his gaze turning icy. But before that, I must become strong enough, and then seek out that group of lunatics. He has an abundance of tasks ahead, opportunities that may never present themselves again in his lifetime. However, with the Eye of Dimension, he can. He collected his thoughts and securely locked the high-grade nutrient solution in a safe. Over the years, he had saved a modest sum of money, originally intended to enhance his own strength. Now he could procure some inferior nutrient solutions, synthesize them into intermediate solutions, and then sell them. Although high-grade nutrient solutions command a higher price, selling them in large quantities would inevitably attract danger. He currently lacks the strength to protect himself. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution. He would then use the proceeds from sales to acquire more inferior nutrient solutions for synthesis and upgrades. He must ascertain whether the more advanced nutrient solutions can indeed fortify the body. Glancing at his companion, although this fellow's words are somewhat abrasive, he is nonetheless his only ally, and thus deserves an upgrade. However, finding the same model of product for this companion proves to be quite a challenge. Moreover, the ruins are fraught with peril, making it inadvisable to venture there for the time being. He retrieved a black metallic air filtration mask, donned it, and prepared to step outside. He resided in the outskirts of a decaying city, where a factory processed refuse from the city of the future, emitting vast amounts of smoke daily. Following the Great War, the atmosphere became enveloped in a thin layer of radioactive dust, resulting in poor air quality. Just as Cheng reached the threshold of his door, a cacophony of roaring engines and the raucous strains of death metal music surged closer, arriving at his doorstep. He turned to gaze at the surveillance screen. Yay, Cheng, I know you're in there, haha. Suddenly, a half-modified metallic face loomed into view of the camera, its rudimentary optical eye flashing white light, fixating on the monitor. It's time to pay up for this month's dues. If you don't blame me for ending you, haha. The other half bore a skull design, and the perforated visage was filled with madness. Cheng's countenance darkened. This individual was the little boss of the Death Rock Gang, Yigui. The Death Rock Gang operated in the vicinity, thriving on extortion. Although they had not succumbed to the Black Death virus and devolved into crazed marauders, in the old world, humans could sometimes be more deranged than the mad. Here, there exists no order, no rules. The most dreadful scenarios conceivable unfold daily. Violence, slaughter, insanity, and depravity. While the HPC security forces are present, they serve only the wealthy and the elite. Yigui extended his graffiti-covered mechanical arm, pointing at the monitor. We will collect the payment in 3 days, 200 Alliance coins. I know you have it. You have 3 days, haha. With that, he turned and mounted the rear of a motorcycle boasting 4 towering exhaust pipes, Serum. With a thunderous roar, the exhausts belched flames over 1 meter high. Yay, yay, yay. He clutched an extravagantly designed metal guitar, playing it with wild fervor. The entire convoy erupted into screams. The motorcycle brigade roared to life. Yigui produced a grenade and casually tossed it behind him. The grenade struck the ground and exploded, showering the area with a vibrant purple liquid paint and smoke. Out of my way. Everyone drew grenades and hurled them in all directions, creating a spectacle of colorful smoke that stained the walls in a riot of hues. The paint cascaded down the walls, merging with the rainwater as it flowed into the sewers. Once the noise subsided, Cheng donned a black raincoat, stepped outside, and cast a cold glance at the splattered paint on the door before lowering his hat and departing. Chapter 3, Hunters and Predators. Riding his self-assembled electric vehicle, Cheng swiftly entered the outer city of the desolate metropolis. The surroundings gradually became lively, with colorful signs adorning the shops lining the streets. The walls appeared somewhat cleaner, although the exposed air filtration and heating pipes were predominantly covered in rust. In the distance, on the rooftop of the most luxurious and tallest building in the inner city, projections of several scantily clad beauties posed enticingly. It seemed far more prosperous than the outer city, incomparable to the suburbs where he resided. "Hey, handsome, care to join the fun? We have the latest in dreams, thrills, adventures, and romantic escapades. Come to the finest lowly island bar in the outer city. We have all the girls you desire. At Durex Cybernetic Surgery Hospital, our latest project will make you bigger, longer, and more enduring. Still relying on feeble human organs? It's time for the women to scream for you." Cheng rode into the pedestrian street, bustling with numerous shops and stalls. "Oh, it's Cheng. Here to buy some nutritional fluid?" A half-mechanical man named Kamba, with a sign reading Kamba Foods above his head, eagerly held out a bottle of subpar nutritional fluid. "Look. This new batch has been improved by Guanca technology. It doesn't smell as bad when you relieve yourself, haha. Truly touching technology." As usual, Cheng skillfully operated the identity chip on his wrist to transfer the funds. "Having a stable customer like you is wonderful. How about trying the primary nutritional fluid?" Kamba leaned in a bit closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "The new formula can strengthen your kidneys. After all, since you haven't undergone any modifications, you must need it, haha." Accepting the box handed over by Kamba's third mechanical arm, Cheng found it neatly stacked with 20 bottles of substandard nutritional fluid. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "I think you need it more. You're such a penny pincher. It's just primary nutritional fluid. One must indulge occasionally. After drinking it, find a girl at Lowly Island. How relaxing that would be." Kamba shook his head dismissively. "By the way, you should really consider upgrading to a neural interface. It would allow you to connect directly to the network, and payment would be a breeze. Don't you ever indulge in dreams? I hear there are films featuring beauties from the future city." Cheng waved him off. "I don't watch films. I'm leaving." To avoid raising unnecessary suspicion, he headed to another shop selling nutritional fluid. In total, he purchased 60 bottles of subpar nutritional fluid and 4 titanium alloy Tang knives. The 60 bottles cost him 300 Alliance coins, while a single Tang knife cost 300 coins. Looking at the balance displayed on his wrist chip, he found only 20 coins remaining. Sigh. Earning money is so difficult, yet spending it happens so quickly. All those years of savings, gone in an instant. However, it is worth it, and he would earn it back soon. With the box on his back and the knives strapped to his body, Cheng prepared to leave on his electric vehicle. "Damn it, hunters. Kill that bastard." He took out the husky. Suddenly, a figure was hurled from an alleyway, crashing through 2 stalls before hitting the ground with a thud. His body split open, spewing foul black biochemical fluid, withdrawing his gaze. He turned back to the corpse sprawled on the ground. To consign it to a refuse processing plant for meager recompense? Nay, though he was indeed in need of funds. The mechanical augmentations upon this cadaver could be preserved and integrated, serving to enhance his own. Surveying the ravaged pedestrian precinct, Cheng meticulously reaffixed his belongings, procured a length of cord, and secured the marauder's lifeless form, its head bearing a capacious aperture, to his electric scooter. Mounting the vehicle, he departed with haste. En route, the populace, beholding the despoiler's remains affixed to the scooter, marked by the gaping wound, presumed him to be a hunter, giving him wide berth. Hunters subsisted by preying upon marauders, while the latter derived amusement from the sadistic persecution of commoners. As for the commoners themselves, 'tis a boon to merely subsist. Once I have attained greater strength, I shall register as a hunter. I shall hunt down these lunatics, dismantling their mechanical prostheses to synthesize upgrades, thus fortifying myself. And then I shall locate those very madmen from yesteryear and deliver them unto death. Chapter 4, Basic Enhancement Liquid, Particle Cutting Long Knife. In the sky above the building, an elevated track led directly to the towering structures of the ruined city center. A gray train sped past Sioux City, a magnetic levitation train that allowed the survivors to traverse the desolate remnants of the post-century war, heading towards larger cities. However, the fare was exorbitant, and the ruins were fraught with danger. The rain had ceased. Sioux City glanced upward, the outline of Future City becoming slightly clearer, revealing a colossal anti-gravity engine at the center of its base. In the year 180 of the star calendar, humanity constructed Future City and embarked on interstellar migration, leaving behind the remnants of their former cities, which became the new habitat for the survivors. For the inhabitants of the ruined city, Future City was the closest semblance of paradise, a realm of dreams and aspirations. In the higher reaches of the sky, a shadow encircled the earth, a remnant of the most magnificent technological marvel of the late Old Century, the Cosmic Great Wall. This was the Earth's cosmic port and defense structure. Built by Huaxia to prepare for the interstellar era, a vital link between interstellar migrants and Earth. Soon, back at home, Sioux City placed the body of the raider on the surgical bed. He then retrieved all the nutrient liquids and titanium alloy Tang knives, activating the dimensional eye for synthesis and upgrade. In no time, 60 bottles of inferior nutrient liquid transformed into 13 bottles of intermediate nutrient liquid and 1 bottle of advanced nutrient liquid. Sioux City took out the previously synthesized advanced nutrient liquid and initiated another round of synthesis and upgrade. With a burst of light, a bottle of light blue nutrient liquid emerged. Completion. Basic Enhancement Liquid. Basic Enhancement Liquid, capable of slightly enhancing the human body's strength, improving various physical attributes to meet the requirements for using enhancement agents. 12 uses can achieve the minimum requirement for a higher grade enhancement liquid, while 18 uses can perfectly optimize the human body. It belongs to second-dimensional technology. Indeed, it could enhance the body, and multiple enhancements were feasible. This was merely the basic enhancement liquid. Even more advanced versions awaited, contingent upon laying a solid foundation first. Much like the cultivation practices of old Huaxia, there existed many levels. The nutrient liquid represented first-dimensional technology, whereas the enhancement liquid reached the second dimension. This implied that the inhabitants of Future City in the New World had likely enhanced their bodies, augmented by advanced cybernetic modifications, rendering them significantly stronger than the survivors of the old Earth. However, for Sioux City, these considerations were mere trifles. He could grow stronger. To achieve 18 enhancements, a total of 288 bottles of inferior nutrient liquid were necessary, amounting to 1440 alliance coins. Since enhancement was the goal, perfection was paramount. Therefore, he resolved to synthesize 18 bottles of basic enhancement liquid. Looking at the 13 bottles of intermediate nutrient liquid, they could be sold for 2,600 alliance coins, with his cost being a mere 300. Truly, technology is the primary productive force. He gazed at the basic enhancement liquid, then powered on the mindless device to avoid any unforeseen circumstances during usage. Why did you turn me on again? If you have the capability, just leave me off. Mindless complained, tapping on the table. What's this? It looks like a high-grade nutrient liquid. You wouldn't have dipped into the piggy bank, would you? You secretly bought tasty food, yet I still get inferior energy blocks. Sioux City covered the speaker hole of Mindless. Stop. I can restore you to a brand new, even more powerful state. Mindless disdainfully pointed at Sioux City's hand. Let go, fool. I don't have a mouth, so does it help to cover it? I speak through mimetic vocal cords. Humph. Stop painting illusions. I don't buy it. With your repair skills, I don't want to die young. Sioux City withdrew his hand, opting for action over words, directly using the dimensional eye to synthesize and upgrade the 4 titanium alloy Tang knives. Soon, a brand new high-frequency cutting long knife materialized. Oh my, are you performing magic? Mindless exclaimed, its 2 camera eyes flickering wildly. Sioux City gave it a light tap, though it was more out of annoyance at his own aching hand. Now do you believe me? Mindless instinctively touched its head, then realized with dismay that it had no head. Yes, but hurry and give me a head. Sioux City shook his head. Not yet. I need to find another robot of your model to assist with your upgrade. It's too dangerous in the ruins. I cannot venture there unprepared. I knew it. You're just feeding me illusions, Mindless said, its eyes turning green as it connected to the external network of the ruined city, ready to call for help at any moment. Observing this, Sioux City downed the basic enhancement liquid in one gulp. As the blue liquid coursed through his body, his veins bulged, and his blood instantly turned blue. An agonizing pain surged through him, enveloping his limbs and bones. Sioux City widened his eyes, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth to endure. Damn it, this is terrifying. Are you all right? It's fine. No need to force it, if it worked gently. Su Cheng caressed the blade of the longsword, experiencing the frigid metallic sensation it conveyed. Within the desolate metropolis, few cybernetic augmentations could likely withstand the assault of this very blade. With utmost care, he replaced the longsword. At present, his arsenal was sufficiently equipped. Further enhancements would demand excessive expenditure. His immediate priority lay in augmenting his physical resilience. For even the mightiest weapon proves futile should the wielder be frail. Cheng approached the surgical table, retrieving the severed arm of the marauder, his gaze drawn to the dark muzzle within. Firearms, relative to melee weapons, possess a more devastating lethality. Only through the integration of formidable cybernetic enhancements can one harmonize with melee weaponry, thereby achieving formidable combat prowess. Thus, should potent cybernetics become available, he would not hesitate to augment his physique judiciously. Formidable cybernetics bestow upon their users a plethora of distinct capabilities. Concurrently, exceptional physical attributes enable the accommodation of more advanced cybernetics. The two are mutually reinforcing. Regarding the cadaver and the request for component replacement, these elements are noted. Chapter 5. The D-type kinetic energy rifle, the elite hunter Zhang Jie. The mindless picked up the arm of the predator. This one is better than mine. Let me trade it. Then I can play Black Myth too. Watch as I teach you. The mechanical limbs he used were not even true prosthetics. They were developed in the late old century for the disabled, operable solely through electronic signals that activated microhydraulic piston devices to control the arm. Thus, they were exceedingly clumsy, capable of little more than walking and simple grasping. Alas, its head was destroyed. Otherwise, I could make do with it. The mindless remained quite fixated on the head. There was no need for such hodgepodge now. I will find a robot of the same model as yours and upgrade you. Another empty promise, but fine, I'll trust you once. Cheng picked up the microglow cutter, donned his mask, and began to dismantle the predator's brain. Every low-level cyborg's brain contained a backup mimetic photon brain, serving as a bridge between the prosthetics and the brain, and functioning as a temporary control core for the prosthetics. The mimetic photon brain and the human brain influenced each other. This was precisely why it was crucial to obliterate the predator's head, of course. Severing their necks would also lead to death. Once deprived of energy, the backup photon brain would cease operation, ultimately becoming scrap. Indeed, it was a heap of rubbish. Cheng coldly regarded the utterly ruined brain, losing interest in further disassembling it, due to the infection of the Black Death virus. The predator's backup photon brain had been under continuous overload, leading to severe burn damage, which also adversely affected the original brain. Cheng extended his hand. Saw. The mindless drew out the saw and handed it over. Creak, creak, creak. The saw ground against the mechanical prosthetics, creating intense sparks that illuminated Cheng's expressionless face. Soon, all the intact mechanical prosthetics were stripped from the predator, leaving only the torso. There were 2 E-class mechanical arms equipped with kinetic rifles and 2 E-class mechanical legs capable of running. Cheng dismantled the guns from the arms. Gathering the useful components, throw the rubbish far away. Oh, it truly stinks, even though I lack a sense of smell. The mindless picked up the remaining remnants of the predator and exited through the door. The scattered passers-by on the street merely glanced and lost interest. The old world was never short of corpses. From the storage locker, he retrieved a set of E-class mechanical prosthetics. This was his collection, intended for his future transformation. He neatly arranged the 2 sets of mechanical prosthetics and then activated the dimensional eye for synthesis and upgrade. Completed. D-class mechanical prosthetics. D-class mechanical prosthetics. Low-level mechanical prosthetics crafted from titanium alloy skeletons, surpassing human strength, with flexibility nearly identical to that of a human. Offers 1,000 kilograms punching power, 500 kilograms gripping strength, and 1,000 kilograms leg strength, classified as first-dimensional technology. Originally rusty, the mechanical prosthetics now gleamed with a pristine metallic hue. Their surfaces adorned with titanium alloy armor, radiantly brilliant. Despite being low-level mechanical prosthetics, their power far exceeded that of a human. A single punch could deliver 1,000 kilograms of force. An average person generates a maximum of 100 to 150 kilograms, while even a trained champion can muster only about 450 kilograms. The performance parameters of the D-class mechanical prosthetics directly surpassed human limits. Even the E-class mechanical prosthetics, which were composite materials, possessed strength greater than that of a top-tier champion. Moreover, the gripping strength was even more extraordinary. The highest gripping strength of an ordinary human is around 100 kilograms. Yet, this mechanical prosthetic boasted a gripping strength of 500 kilograms, capable of effortlessly crushing bones. Additionally, it had a leg strength of 1,000 kilograms. With technological advancements, apart from the brain, organic bodies struggled to compete with advanced technological products due to their structure. These mechanical prosthetics were formidable, but still not strong enough. Cheng stored the mechanical prosthetics carefully. He aimed to continue collecting and synthesizing prosthetics. In a book left by his father, there was a record of humanity's research into prosthetics that could replace organic bodies without necessitating their removal. This meant no need to sever the organic body. Previously, it had been impossible for him to possess such prosthetics. But now, with the dimensional eye, he could completely synthesize and upgrade to such prosthetics. At that point, retaining the enhanced organic body alongside the prosthetics would undoubtedly yield even greater strength. However, the price of prosthetics was exorbitant. Even E-class mechanical prosthetics cost 1,500 Alliance coins per set. Most remnants had sold their organic bodies, barely affording to augment with mechanical bodies, which did not even qualify as true prosthetics. Although he could continuously earn money by selling intermediate nutrient solutions, an ordinary repairman selling intermediate nutrient solutions incessantly would inevitably attract attention. The nutrient solution business was monopolized by the Guanca Technology Group, a colossal technological enterprise in Future City. No one could contend with such a behemoth. Thus, the business of intermediate nutrient solutions could only be pursued occasionally. Moreover, selling weapons privately was illegal. A permit was required. Finally, Cheng grasped 2 kinetic rifles and initiated the synthesis and upgrade. Light burst forth. A remarkably futuristic rifle materialized. The body of the gun was an elongated rectangular prism, with the muzzle also rectangular. The activation device featured a screen displaying bullet count and remaining energy. Synthesis, D-type kinetic energy rifle. D-type kinetic energy rifle. Improved energizing device utilizing electromagnetic acceleration to propel bullets, granting formidable penetration capability. Capable of piercing homogeneous armor up to 1 meter thick, classified as first-dimensional technology. Kinetic rifles were the most common weapons today, possessing immense penetrating power. Capable of directly breaching obstacles, though their destructive capability was somewhat weaker than that of energy release guns. Cheng brandished the D-type kinetic energy rifle, aiming it at the door. A single shot to the predator's head would pierce through it. I surrender, handsome. I know you're jealous of my superior looks. I shall endeavor to conceal my striking visage in the future. The mindless returned after disposing of the rubbish and saw Cheng brandishing a gun, immediately raising both hands in surrender. Cheng smiled lightly. He decided to register as a hunter, to hunt the predators and use their prosthetics for synthesis and upgrades. With this rifle in hand, he felt far more confident in hunting the predators. Your companion robot is quite amusing. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated from behind the mindless. We meet again. Cheng quickly shifted the rifle's aim towards the sudden appearance of the figure. Not long ago, you had thrust a titanium alloy saber at me. Now you wish to shoot me with a kinetic rifle? Surprised, Cheng recognized the man as the elite hunter he had encountered not long before. Damn, you startled me. Your sudden appearance is rather impolite. The mindless turned to see the newcomer, speaking as he swiftly moved in front of Cheng to shield him. Bro, this guy seems somewhat formidable. You hold your ground first. I'll make my escape, and later I'll help you collect the corpse. Cheng slightly lowered his rifle and patted the mindless. It's fine. He then turned to the man. How did you find this place? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Jie, an elite hunter. Zhang Jie stepped into the room, surveying the surroundings. Though the house is quite simple, it is well kept. After finding a chair to sit, he smiled. I just finished dealing with that bunch of trash at the nearby waste processing plant and happened to spot you. Cheng nodded. What brings you here? Zhang Jie did not respond but pointed at the sign. Are you a prosthetic repairman? Cheng nodded. Zhang Jie then lay down on the operating table without any guard. Please maintain my prosthetics. They've been a bit uncomfortable lately. You should be capable of that, right? Seeing the man reclining on the operating table without a hint of caution, Cheng finally set down his rifle. I can, but it will be quite costly. What a clever fellow you are. I truly admire your audacity. Zhang Jie smiled, refraining from inquiring about the price. He extended his silver arm and stated, "From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I sensed that you would become a hunter like myself. I am fond of forging connections with individuals of potential. So my approach to you is, in essence, an investment. Why do you believe I am destined to be a hunter?" Su Cheng inquired, nodding at the absent-mindedness, as he received the tools handed to him and deftly examined Zhang Jie's silver arm. "Because you are unlike anyone else." With his other hand, Zhang Jie produced a silver-cased cigar, revealing yet another metallic limb. After igniting the cigar and taking a puff, he continued, "On this forsaken planet, it seems as though everyone has succumbed to death, wallowing in despair, degradation, and numbness. Yet you are different. In your gaze, I perceive hatred and fury." Chapter 6. Intelligence of Future City, 21 bottles of basic enhancement liquid. We are all confined to this desolate planet, akin to domesticated livestock. While the tyrants reign from their lofty perches, Zhang Jie exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Once, this beautiful homeland was destroyed and discarded by them. That high-energy particle barrier serves as the prison that binds us. Only by entering Future City can one transform their destiny. Su Cheng spoke with a calm yet resolute demeanor. "I will undoubtedly shatter that prison." Zhang Jie chuckled and shook his head. "I do sense a change in you from an hour ago, yet you cannot fathom the technology within Future City, nor can you conceive of their immense power. I tell you, to my knowledge, nearly every inhabitant has enhanced their physique, which means they all possess the capability to utilize far more potent and advanced cybernetic enhancements. Even with equivalent enhancements, they are vastly superior to us. However, in due time, I too shall have the opportunity to venture into Future City." Su Cheng's heart stirred at the mention. To Future City? Surely, the remnants cannot enter Future City. Zhang Jie nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the remnants cannot, yet the aristocrats and wealthy elite can, although most prefer to reign as local tyrants in the old world. Hunters are also permitted entry, provided they attain S-class status. I gather your goal aligns with Future City as well. You might consider visiting the waste processing plant. By becoming a hunter, you could acquire more intelligence regarding Future City. Su Cheng set down his tools. "Very well, your cybernetic condition is remarkably good, requiring no maintenance. The fee is 200. Zhang Jie rose and flexed his arms, somewhat surprised. "I did not expect your skills to be so commendable." Previously, he felt the cybernetic response had dulled, but now it was as responsive as when it was first installed, even exhibiting faster signal transmission through a directed transfer. He paid. "You are indeed impressive. Perhaps you could also rise to become a high-level hunter." "Ah." Hunters can receive a bottle of primary nutrient solution daily from the waste processing plant. Su Cheng was taken aback, not realizing the benefits afforded to hunters were so generous. Of course, there are even higher tiers, as the waste processing plant does have affiliations with Guanca Technology Group. Zhang Jie laughed. "Let us go. Should you pursue the path of a hunter, remember to use my invitation code 9527, allowing me to claim a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution. And with each elevation in your professional rank, I will receive a reward. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps we can assist one another in the future." "Just a moment." Su Cheng produced a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution. "I have one. Do you wish to buy it?" Zhang Jie exclaimed in astonishment. "You possess such a treasure?" He took the intermediate nutrient solution. "The purity is astonishing. Even superior to that sold at the waste processing plant." His tone revealed genuine surprise. "This is exceedingly rare. I have never encountered an intermediate nutrient solution of such purity." "I shall take it." He promptly transferred 260 alliance coins to Su Cheng, then opened the nutrient solution and drank it in one go. Delightful. This purity is the highest I have ever tasted." Zhang Jie appeared thoroughly satisfied. The enhancement agents utilized by the New World S inhabitants are said to be produced by Guanca Technology, especially since even primary nutrient solutions can enhance vitality. This knowledge is exclusive to us hunters, thus high-grade nutrient solutions are highly coveted among hunters. Although the waste processing plant restricts purchase quantities, Su Cheng opened the cabinet door. "I have no such limitations here." This. Zhang Jie, astonished, removed his sunglasses. His 4 cybernetic eyes fixated on the cabinet. "You possess so many nutrient solutions of such high purity." He scrutinized Su Cheng with disbelief. "I have underestimated you." It seems my visit was fortuitous. I shall take all of these. A bottle of intermediate nutrient solution is typically 200 alliance coins. Yet the black market and vendors typically increase the price by around 20. Your purity is exceptional, so I will offer you 260 per bottle. And I will take them all. Deal. 13 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution sold for a total of 3,380 alliance coins, significantly more than anticipated. Zhang Jie gleefully packaged tea capable of defending against certain bullet attacks and slashing strikes from melee weapons, akin to an advanced version of the bulletproof vests of yore. What on earth? So many nutrient solutions, yet not a single energy block. The absent-minded one exclaimed, pointing at Sioux City. You're hogging everything. Without hesitation, Sioux City retrieved a mid-level energy block from his pocket and tossed it over, saying, "It's not going to be less for you." Wow, my friend. You are truly generous. You have a conscience. The absent-minded one cheerfully accepted the energy block and inserted it into his energy slot. Be it inferior energy blocks or substandard nutrient solutions, both would produce copious amounts of waste. Furthermore, they would adversely affect both the human body and the circuitry of robots. One could merely scrape by, barely functional. Sioux City activated the dimensional eye, synthesizing and upgrading all the inferior nutrient solutions. As night deepened, it was complete. Sioux City beheld 21 bottles of basic enhancement liquid and 8 bottles of mid-level nutrient solution. The enhancement process commenced. Chapter 7. Enhancement completed. Revelry Camp. The hunt begins. Su Cheng tensed his body, bracing for the anticipated pain of the enhancement. No sensation. This enhancement brought no discomfort whatsoever. However, Su Cheng did not consume the entire potion at once. He waited for the blue hue in his veins to dissipate before drinking another vial. Soon, he had downed all 17 vials of the basic enhancement liquid. Old buddy, you've grown 2 centimeters taller. You're now 1.8 meters. The mindless one's eyes whirled as it emitted a biotic detection beam, scanning Su Cheng's physique. Muscle density significantly increased, bone density significantly increased, cardiac strength significantly increased. Power enhanced by 300. Su Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He threw a powerful punch that created a gust of wind, even producing a faint sound of breaking air. His body had been enhanced thrice over. Moreover, all his reflexes, speed, vision, and other functions had been elevated. And this was merely the effect of the basic enhancement liquid. Most importantly, its primary function was to optimize the body in preparation for subsequent enhancements. Yet, it still yielded such formidable results. His current strength undoubtedly eclipsed that of world-class boxing champions, comparable to an E-class mechanical prosthetic, with flesh and blood. He stood shoulder to shoulder with mechanical bodies, yet his physique remained lean and powerful, not bulky at all. When exerting himself, his muscles felt as solid as iron. Having completed 18 perfect enhancements, he yearned for another attempt. He continued to drink. Down went another vial of enhancement liquid. And this time he could sense a slight increase in strength, albeit minimal. Without hesitation, Su Cheng seized another bottle and drank it down. This time, the enhancement was nearly imperceptible. It seemed he had indeed reached his limit. The 18 vials of basic enhancement liquid had perfectly optimized his body. However, it would take 20 vials to achieve a state of complete ineffectiveness. Though he had used 2 extra vials, the prospect of even a marginal improvement was worth it. Perfection was not enough. He aimed for the extreme. With only 2 vials of basic enhancement liquid remaining, he began the synthesis, completed, D-type enhancement agent. D-type enhancement agent, the first-stage enhancement drug, usable after body optimization, capable of significantly enhancing various human attributes. Fully absorbable by the human body, and safe for continuous use without side effects. After 9 enhancements, a more advanced enhancement agent can be utilized. 12 enhancements yield perfect results. A necessary prerequisite for unlocking genetic sources in the next phase. This belongs to second-dimensional technology. 12 enhancements? It seemed he needed to continue earning. In a few days, he would sell the remaining 8 vials of intermediate nutrient solution. Genetic source? He had never heard of it. He wondered if he could find related information at the waste disposal plant. Su Cheng pondered as he encountered increasingly unfamiliar technologies with each synthesis upgrade. None of this was mentioned in the books left by his father. Earth had indeed been abandoned by the New World as humanity. grasping the pale blue vial. Cheng consumed it in one swift motion. The agent entered his body, instantly absorbed, merging with his blood. Although Chapter 8, The Demon in the Night, with Crimson Eyes. Cheng meticulously scanned the surroundings, finding no surveillance. This was the domain of wild ghosts, a territory where few dared to tread. He lowered his body and cautiously approached a couple engrossed in their revelry. "Darling, you're incredible, far superior to Ghost Master." "Humph, he's merely formidable because of his enhancements. His abilities pale in comparison to mine. He's a 5-second man." "Yes, oh yes, you're simply amazing, so wonderful, Suddenly, the woman's voice faded into silence. "Sweetheart, why have you stopped speaking? Have you been overwhelmed with pleasure?" "Haha, I'm just too powerful." The man gazed down at the woman, lost in ecstasy. "Darling, why is there a red knife sticking out of your head? Is that a new modification?" Quite the aesthetic. But then realization struck him, who was counting. There was indeed a knife. Panic surged through him, and he looked up, only to behold a pair of crimson eyes in the darkness. Before he could scream, a flash of red light darted from his neck, and he crumpled onto the woman beneath him. Cheng lowered his hat brim and melted back into the shadows. In another room, 2 women applauded. And thus, all the lovers outside, lost in their revelry, were silently dealt with, without a single sound escaping. Cheng leapt onto the rooftop, patiently waiting. The booming music masked the disappearance of those joyous moans. "I've had too much to drink. I need to relieve myself." "Together then. Ugh, this beer is just too impure. I might need to take a dump. Some drinks are better than none. Ordinary folks can't afford this." 2 henchmen strolled into an alleyway. "Oh, you're larger than Ghost Master." "Heh, yours isn't bad either. Besides, don't our connections surpass his?" "Huh? What is that? A red eye? It must be the alcohol. I think I see it too. Seems I've had too much. Damn, I've truly overindulged." "Why is the sky tilting?" The 2 remained standing, yet their heads fell backward. Their eyes widened, oblivious to the fate that befell them. The last image seared into their minds was that of a demonic crimson eye. With each life extinguished, Cheng silently counted. Ultimately, only 6 individuals remained, encircling the bonfire. Oblivious to the chaos, the wild ghost, clad in dreamlike glasses, reveled in his intoxication, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. The others, equally inebriated, lay in disarray. Cheng crouched at the rooftop's edge, gripping a particle-cutting longsword on his shoulder, resembling a hawk as he fixated on the middle-aged man known as Old Ghost. With a powerful leap, he shot forward like a bullet, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The longsword descended with ferocity. The crimson blade sliced through the night sky. The formidable particle cutting cleaved through Old Ghost effortlessly, as if slicing through mere vegetables. In your next life, choose your orientation wisely. Cheng casually flicked the blood from his blade. He recognized nearly everyone present. "Old Ghost, how amusing. You've split into 2. But wait, who are you? I don't recall seeing you before." With lightning speed, Cheng charged toward the next victim, showing no mercy, swift, precise, and ruthless. Each strike targeted the neck and head, ensuring instant death. Even those with metal enhancements crumpled like tofu beneath the might of his blade. Damn it. Chapter 9. A bountiful harvest. The ground was littered with corpses, yet Cheng felt an unusual tranquility within. Since that fateful night 8 years ago, he had come to understand the laws of this world, the survival of the fittest, where power reigns supreme as the eternal truth. The weak must submit to the whims of the strong. These gang members were more ruthless than the marauders, for they still possessed a semblance of humanity. They preyed upon the vulnerable, oppressing, manipulating, and mercilessly slaughtering ordinary survivors to satiate their twisted, empty psyches. The marauders, devoid of humanity, relished in the act of killing. Death, for these gang members, was the greatest mercy. A swift slice to the throat was Cheng's utmost compassion. With a vigorous motion, he wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it at his waist. After meticulously counting the bodies to ensure no one was overlooked, he began to dismantle the cybernetic bodies. Once completed, he scoured their remains for any valuable components that could be synthesized for upgrades. An advanced set of protective gear caught his eye, a striking black and red ensemble he pried from a fallen foe, superior to the basic armor he had previously acquired. Regrettably, the Alliance currency lay locked within their accounts, and his lack of hacking skills rendered him powerless to access it. Though this group was merely a faction of the Deathrock gang, Their continuous collection of tributes suggested they must have accumulated a fair sum after all. One cannot indulge in beer without some means. In the old world, the staple foods of humanity had become the most precious commodities. War had rendered vast tracts of land barren and unfit for cultivation. However, physical currency had long since lost its value. Personal accounts required a hacker to breach their firewalls to extract funds. Nevertheless, Cheng deemed his haul a significant windfall. Upon counting, he discovered he had gathered 7 complete sets of E-class mechanical prosthetics, 2 basic protective suits, 9 E-class kinetic pistols, 1 E-class energy pistol, 3 titanium alloy sabers, and 12 bottles of inferior nutritional fluid, alongside 3 bottles of primary nutritional fluid. This bounty far surpassed the profitability of trading nutritional fluids. The total worth of these items exceeded 20,000 Alliance coins, and this was merely from a single encampment of the Death Rock gang. He would need to sell 100 bottles of intermediate nutritional fluid to break even, while synthesizing 100 bottles of such fluid posed no challenge. Selling them would be fraught with difficulty. Even if he could sell them to Zhang Jie, the sheer volume would undoubtedly arouse suspicion and perhaps even incite robbery. Cheng procured a large piece of cloth to bundle his spoils, opting to carry them back rather than risk being seen while riding his electric scooter. After 4 arduous trips, he successfully transported all the items. "What the hell, brother? Have you been killing and looting?" the brainless one exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "This is exhilarating. These are all things others discarded. I borrowed them, and they are still alive and well. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you old fool." The brainless one scoffed, moving aside. "Are you going to perform magic again?" Cheng arranged the mechanical prosthetics and activated the dimensional eye for synthesis. In no time, he successfully crafted 3 sets of D-class mechanical prosthetics. He retrieved a previously synthesized set of D-class prosthetics and continued the process. Synthesis complete. C-class mechanical prosthetics. C-class mechanical prosthetics. Crafted from titanium-tungsten alloy, these prosthetics offer commendable defense. They possess a limb strength of 2,000 kilograms and are developed by the Light Science Technology Group, belonging to Second Dimensional Technology. The data had doubled. Onward. Synthesis complete. B-class combat prosthetics. B-class combat prosthetics, a formidable combat enhancement, providing substantial defense against numerous gunfire and melee attacks. They offer a limb strength of 3,500 kilograms and can assist with combat techniques when implanted. Developed by the Light Science Technology Group, belonging to Second Dimensional Technology. A sleek silver combat prosthetic lay neatly arranged on the ground. This was the very set Zhang Jie utilized, albeit not a complete one. Now, Cheng possessed an entire set. As he caressed the silver prosthetics, he noted their surface was smoother than the mechanical ones, concealing the internal structure beneath a robust alloy. Their defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the mechanical ones. Moreover, they could integrate with implants to provide combat technique assistance. Zhang Jie had managed to overpower marauders with his incomplete B-class combat prosthetics, a testament to their formidable nature. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed to acquire more prosthetics for synthesis and upgrades. Cheng proceeded to synthesize the remaining items. Ultimately, he obtained 4 bottles of intermediate nutritional fluid, 1 bottle of inferior nutritional fluid, 1 B-class kinetic pistol, 1 titanium-tungsten alloy longsword, and a reinforced protective suit. Reinforced protective suit provides excellent defense, capable of withstanding significant damage from firearms and sharp blades, though it cannot resist blunt force attacks, belonging to first-dimensional technology. He decided to keep the reinforced protective suit and 1 set of E-class mechanical prosthetics, storing away the rest for future synthesis. He turned to the brainless one. "I will modify this set of prosthetics for you. Until we find a robot of your model, you can use this." "Fantastic!" the brainless one exclaimed with uncontainable joy. An hour later, the brainless one carefully examined his new limbs, joyfully bouncing around. "Ha ha, splendid. Now, watch as I teach you how to conquer Big Head." Cheng glanced at the time. "Play for a bit, then sleep. I'll go first." He powered on the PS5. Ape God, activate. 5 minutes later. "What the hell, brother? You still can't do it. Your body has been enhanced so much. Yet your skills are still so pathetic. Let me try, rookie." An hour later. "What is this nonsense? How did I die so quickly? I found the technique now. It must be these outdated prosthetics. If it were my original body, I would. 4 hours later. Last round, continue. It was 3 in the morning. Aren't you going to sleep? The following day, Cheng was awakened from his slumber by a series of frantic knocks on the door. What is all the racket? I'm not opening up. No visitors. Go away. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Su, it's me. Cheng, bleary-eyed, glanced at the surveillance monitor. It was that little girl again. The brainless one was still engrossed in his game, having played all night. With a weary sigh, Cheng relented. Let her in. He turned over to continue sleeping. The door swung open, and sunlight poured in behind Shoshana, illuminating her youthful face, which was smeared with blood and filled with rage. Her clothing was tattered, one arm hung broken, the dark red blood congealed, while her other hand dragged a large box. Her mechanical right leg, adorned with whimsical cat drawings, was twisted and deformed, forcing her to hobble as she approached. Her body swayed. Chapter 10. An irresistible reason, the implantation of the prosthetic. Come on, get up. I saw it. Cheng closed the door and carefully laid Shoshana on the operating table. The mindless one picked up the heavy case, drew the isolation curtain, and proceeded to disinfect the space, ensuring all surgical tools were also sterilized. Understood. The mindless one acted swiftly, moving with remarkable speed. If it were merely a matter of repairing a cyborg, Cheng would have been too apathetic to bother, nor would it have been necessary. However, Shoshana was still an organic being. That leg could only walk, lacking a backup photonic brain, despite the subpar surgical conditions and nearly non-existent equipment. What could be done must be done. He meticulously examined Shoshana. Her body was covered in numerous bruises and contusions, the most severe being her severed left arm, fortunately devoid of internal injuries. The excessive blood loss and extreme fatigue had left her in a state of unconsciousness. It was hard to fathom that a 15-year-old girl had dragged herself through this weakened state, lugging that case along. Cheng promptly synthesized a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution from 2 intermediate ones and administered it to Shoshana. This solution would replenish all necessary nutrients to optimal levels and possessed certain medicinal properties. Lacking a blood bank, he could only hope the nutrient solution would suffice. The mindless one raised the isolation curtain to create a relatively enclosed surgical space, then proceeded with disinfection. Following that, he meticulously sterilized the surgical instruments once more. Cheng began by washing Shoshana's wounds with saline solution. The mindless one remained silent, quietly, and tacitly passing tools. Suddenly, the severe pain jolted Shoshana awake. Yet she did not cry out. Instead, she grit her teeth in silence, enduring the agony, even as her gums bled from the pressure. Cheng glanced at the suffering Shoshana, his hands moving with increasing speed. Although he was merely a prosthetic technician, a portion of cyborgs retained human anatomy, necessitating knowledge of human surgery. Otherwise, he would simply be a robot mechanic. He was unaware of the girl's ordeal, but he was acutely aware of the suffering involved in surgery without anesthesia. He had endured such pain himself. Thus, he could only work with utmost urgency to minimize the duration of the operati. After the stitches were embedded, countless nerve fibers connected to Shoshana's brain, simultaneously piercing through muscle fibers and various parts of her body. Shoshana once again fainted from the pain. 2 milligrams of adrenaline had been administered. As the surgery progressed, Cheng and his companion became drenched in blood. Cheng exhaled deeply. The transformation was complete, and he had also repaired the previously bent leg. He fed the last bottle of premium nutrient solution to Shoshana. The dim light outside filtered through the window, illuminating Shoshana's face. Unbeknownst to her, the sun had long set, and the night had deepened. Chapter 11. Seek Revenge. A mysterious call. Deep into the night, Shoshana slowly awakened. She opened her eyes. Lying on a surgical table stained with blood. Is this what a prosthetic eye is like? It seems that my mother's world has always been devoid of the beauty that the eyes can see. Raising her hands, she clenched her fists, due to the implanted body. The B-type combat prosthetic automatically adjusted to the most compatible state. With a swift sound, 2 Mantis blades sprang forth, their gleaming edges reflecting a cold light. Moments later, they retracted, all at the mere flicker of Shoshana's thoughts. Such immense power. I can feel numerous combat techniques swirling in my mind. At that moment, her hair was stained crimson with her own blood, and her pink pupils shone amidst the colorful whites of her eyes. while her hands glimmered with a silvery hue. "Remember to come by tomorrow. I will take care of you," Cheng said calmly. "Your condition is average now. Do not overexert the implanted abilities." Jushaner stepped down from the surgical table, gazing at her restored left leg, and forcefully scraped away all the cat illustrations adorning it. Then she approached Cheng and deeply bowed, saying, "Thank you, Brother Su, Mr. Yukong." The absent-minded one, feeling a sense of loss, cautioned from the side, "Little girl, be careful." He sensed that the girl before him had changed. The innocence and kindness once reflected in her pink pupils were gone. The youthful softness in her features had vanished, along with the favorite cat illustrations she had erased. It was as if the sun outside had set, and night had taken its place. Jushaner forced a smile, saying, "I feel strong now, Mr. Yukong. You need not worry." With that, she glanced at the original body stored in the refrigerator. "Your internal organs remain unaltered. They are still in their original form, so you must continue consuming the nutrient solution." Cheng shut the refrigerator, stating, "The implanted body is indeed powerful, safeguarding your internal organs and significantly enhancing your body. However, lacking a complete set of prosthetics means you cannot achieve full protection. Thus, you must wear the protective suit." He handed her the box, urging, "Go seek revenge." Jushaner took the box and retrieved a tattered comic book from her pocket, presenting it to the absent-minded one, saying, "Here, I hope you like it." Afterward, she left with the box. "Little girl," Cheng suddenly called out, "you must come tomorrow." Jushaner paused, nodded, and closed the door behind her. The absent-minded one stood there, stunned, for it was a tattered copy of the classic Chinese literary work, Journey to the West, although it was incomplete and damaged. He was astonished that Jushaner remembered what he had said and found this comic. His eyes widened and shimmered with excitement. "I feel that before toppling Future City, I must first eliminate all the refuse from the wasteland. I want to destroy the wasteland." He did not comprehend this emotion, unable to grasp it. But he knew that his photon brain was reacting with a sensation akin to impulse. "Stop thinking about it. If I burn out my photon brain, I won't be able to fix it. I'm off to sleep." After a long day of surgery and a restless night before, Cheng yawned. After a shower, he lay down on his bed, turning over. "Ugh, I can't sleep." Furrowing his brow, he thought, "I'll deal with the big guy. Damn it. Come on, let us take down the big guy. I refuse to believe I can never defeat it." 5 minutes later, his frustration grew, making sleep even more elusive. The next day, Cheng rose early, riding his electric bike towards the wasteland. Passing by Lorry Island once more, he noted that it had resumed operations, as if nothing had ever happened. Cheng speculated that the prior visit from the HPC guards was related to the investigation of Jushaner's mother's murder. Of course, they were not there to assist Jushaner, but to protect the influential perpetrator. "Ah, my friend has come again. Why have you been buying nutrient solutions daily? Have you taken in a horde of beauties?" Kong Ba teased. "Or do you have some other lucrative scheme? If you do, count me in, my good friend." "Nothing of the sort. I'm stocking up for winter." "You know it's nearly impossible to go out during that season," Cheng replied nonchalantly. 50 bottles. You're right. Winter is indeed harsh, growing colder each year. It seems these heating pipes are no longer effective. But you haven't just been buying from my store, have you? "You've stocked up quite a bit," Kong Ba said, raising an eyebrow playfully as he handed over the goods. "Remember your good friend when fortune smiles upon you. Otherwise, I and the others will be quite saddened." Cheng cast a casual glance at him. "Sure. But I need to check with Zhang Jie first." "Zhang Jie?" A flicker of apprehension crossed Kong Ba's eyes, and he quickly added, "Good friend. I didn't realize you knew that high-ranking hunter. We're all friends here. I just want to help you if you're in trouble." Cheng took the box, sneering slightly, before riding off to the next shop. He had drawn others' attention, and Kong Ba was aware that he had purchased from other stores. If he did not go now, it would raise suspicion. Thankfully, the name Zhang Jie was quite useful. However, after this procurement, he would need to pause for a while. As technology advanced, relying on inferior nutrient solutions for upgrades became increasingly slow, and the required quantities were growing larger. This would undoubtedly attract attention, meaning he could not depend solely on procurement. He needed to devise alternative methods. Following his plan, he bought 200 bottles of inferior nutrient solutions, costing him 1,000 alliance coins. Upon returning home, Cheng first synthesized 11 bottles of basic enhancement fluid. These would assist Jushaner in achieving 12 perfect body optimizations, allowing her to utilize the military-grade implants more effectively. The remaining 24 bottles of inferior nutrient solutions were combined to create 3 bottles of advanced nutrient solutions. Here, Su Cheng tossed a mid-level energy block to the absent-minded one. Clear out the waste from the energy chamber. From now on, use the mid-level ones, which have no waste. He did not buy low-level energy blocks for synthesis and upgrades. The procurement of nutrient solutions had already drawn attention, and acquiring energy blocks would pose too great a risk. Damn, my friend, this is fantastic. If only you were a woman, I would certainly marry you. The absent-minded one replied. Today's repairs have all been cancelled. I need to head out. Su Cheng took a bottle of advanced nutrient solution, preparing to go to the waste disposal facility. Beep beep. Suddenly, a call request popped up from the chip on his wrist. The caller was an unfamiliar woman. Yang Siki? Su Cheng frowned, having never heard that name before. Listen here. I'm Shu Daoshan. If you don't answer, don't blame me for sending out the surveillance footage of the wild ghost. After listening to the voicemail, Su Cheng narrowed his eyes and answered the call, incredulous that someone would still use an identity chip in this day and age. The chip projected a box, which was supposed to display the caller's image, but now only a silhouette appeared. With an icy tone, Su Cheng retorted, "There is no surveillance at the wild ghost place." By answering, he acknowledged his involvement with the carnival camp, indicating that the caller was aware of that night's events. Moreover, the fact that she could contact him directly meant she had conducted an investigation and knew his identity. The use of her real name indicated a degree of sincerity. Thus, there was no need for pretense, which would only waste time. I would lie. If I say it exists, it does. Humph, I'm a sweet girl. The woman coughed lightly, her tone shifting to a gentle Mandarin. You're quite straightforward, which I appreciate. I'll be frank, there was indeed no surveillance at the carnival camp. However, the wild ghost used dream glasses that have built-in surveillance capabilities, automatically recording and uploading the process of you killing the wild ghost. But don't worry, I intercepted it for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 12. The hunter codename, Shadow, Lowly Island. I tossed my head back, considering whether to go on a date or stay in for the night. I opened the D-10 energy compartment and disposed of the waste into the bin. You don't need to come back tonight. Stay safe, you're still a native. Your kidneys are quite valuable. Su Cheng shot him a glance before departing. He donned his raincoat and black metallic mask, activating his electric vehicle. Although the rain had not yet begun, he wished to avoid being seen registering as a hunter. The eclectic attire of the pedestrians ensured that no one would notice him wearing a raincoat under the clear sky. The outskirts of the wasteland city were divided into 4 zones, with 2 waste treatment plants located in Zone C and Zone A, both owned by the Guanca Technology Group. The remnants of humanity were prohibited from entering. Only hunters or those with permits were allowed entry. Naturally, one could also enter for the purpose of registering as a hunter. The waste treatment plants were dedicated to processing the various refuse discarded by Future City. The residue, after processing, would be transported to designated sites for disposal, which meant that the remnants of humanity on Earth could only scavenge secondhand refuse. As I approached, the road transformed into a metallic pavement devoid of traffic lights or intersections, leading directly to the waste treatment plant. The closer I got, the more immense the facility appeared, covering approximately 20 square kilometers. 3 towering smokestacks ascended into the clouds, releasing copious amounts of yellow smoke. At the center stood an enormous funnel-shaped cylinder, continuously receiving waste from the large transport fortresses of Future City that passed through the high-energy particle barrier. Flanking the factory were robust pipelines extending underground to transfer the thermal energy generated during waste processing to the city for heating. Following the cataclysmic war, the temperature fluctuations on Earth became extreme, with winters growing ever colder. The global average temperature had plummeted by around 30 degrees. Even coastal cities in the south experienced snowfall and freezing temperatures. Thus, every winter, global heating became essential for survival. The walls of the plant were constructed from high-grade alloys, rendering them exceptionally sturdy. A multitude of cleaning robots tirelessly maintained cleanliness, making it the only structure in the wasteland that remained rust-free and immaculate. Upon reaching the entrance of the waste treatment plant, I noticed the words Guanca prominently engraved above a circular protrusion. There were no other hunters in sight. Please activate your identity chip or provide your online personal identification information, a mechanical female voice suddenly announced. Cheng activated his chip. The circular device emitted a laser that scanned him from head to toe. Identity information verified. Please state your purpose for visiting. To register as a hunter. Identity verification successful. Entry permitted. Please do not linger and complete your registration promptly. As the mechanical voice concluded, the alloy gates slowly opened. Cheng parked his vehicle outside and stepped inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, the doors closed behind him. He glanced around before hastening towards the cylindrical machine. Flanking him were 2 rows of colossal spider-like robots, each standing 3 meters tall, with 8 massive metallic legs extending nearly 5 meters wide. Each spider robot was armed with 4 large-caliber kinetic cannons, and a plasma cannon was mounted in its abdomen, all emblazoned with the words Guanca technology. 3 enormous circular eyes glimmered with white light, fixating on Cheng and following his every move. This marked his inaugural visit to the waste treatment plant, and witnessing such formidable and advanced robots was a revelation. It was astounding to consider that this was merely one of Guanca Technology's waste processing facilities. The scale of the company was beyond comprehension. Behind the spider robots lay a wall. There were no other rooms or visible waste processing machines. Cheng approached the cylindrical machine, and instantly, a control panel rose from the ground. The panel projected a virtual keyboard alongside a hunter registration form. Please fill out the form to complete your registration. The process of registering as a hunter was remarkably straightforward, allowing the use of code names rather than real names. Upon completing the form, the mechanical voice spoke once more. Codename, Shadow. Registration complete. Hunter level, beginner. Points, 0. Information access level, beginner. Merchandise purchase level, beginner. Points required for upgrade, 100. Subsequently, a rectangular transparent card emerged from the control panel. Please retrieve your hunter card. Hunters may view relevant information and data from the card. Registration is complete. Please exit the registration area promptly. Attention. Please exit the registration area quickly. Attention. Glancing at the spider robots whose gaze remained fixed upon him, Cheng turned and briskly made his way to the door, which had already begun to open. With a hissing sound, the gates of the waste treatment plant closed behind him. As he stepped outside, he was met by a striking blonde woman dragging 2 heads that had been blown apart. Her own API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 13. A calculated scheme. A comrade? He lacked comprehension. Welcome to the alluring Lola Island Bar, where the damsels of your desires await. May your visit be filled with delights, sir. Cheng stowed his raincoat and metallic mask in the electric vehicle before venturing into the bar. At its heart lay a grand dance floor, where 5 scantily clad women moved rhythmically in a captivating dance. The music, though present, was not overwhelming, allowing patrons to sip their drinks while appreciating the spectacle. Others occupied the booths, engaging in playful games with their female companions. Following the signs, Cheng made his way to the VIP section, eventually arriving at Suite 888. Upon opening the door, Zhang Jie greeted him with a smile, gesturing for him to enter. Ah, you've arrived. Come in, make yourself comfortable. He then addressed the woman beside him. Go, fetch our most alluring sister. Our esteemed friend has graced us with his presence. And do ensure she knows how to revel, just as you do. The woman responded with a flirtatious smile, planting a kiss on his cheek before swaying her way out of the room. Zhang Jie playfully slapped her posterior with his silver arm, erupting in laughter. That won't be necessary, Cheng stated, taking a seat and casting a glance at the other 3 occupants of the suite. I merely have a few inquiries before I depart. A virtuous lad, indeed, Zhang Jie chuckled, beckoning the woman back to his side. Return, my dear. The woman nestled beside Zhang Jie, naturally taking his hand and placing it upon herself. Brother Jie, is this your new acquaintance? Another? Novice? Zhang Jie affirmed with a smile, indeed, my new friend. He shall soon become a hunter. Soon? He appears to be a native. The marauders are formidable these days. TSK. To encounter 2 newcomers in a single day. It was common knowledge that the combat prowess of natives paled in comparison to that of the augmented. Zhang Jie grinned. Do not underestimate my new friend, Brother Chen. Though he may not be combat-oriented. Shinzei shrugged. Very well. By the way, who is the magnate providing you with such exceptional goods? The purity surpasses even that of the reclamation plant. That is confidential, Zhang Jie replied, turning to Su Cheng. Please excuse them. Hunters hold strength in high regard. Su Cheng shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he glanced at the man. It is of no consequence. We shall speak privately. Zhang Jie immediately understood, addressing Shinzei and the others. My esteemed companions, would you mind excusing us for a brief moment? We shall resume our revelry shortly. The three men rose. Certainly, but do not forget our intermediate nutrient fluid. As old friends, we expect a favorable price. Rest assured, my friends, Zhang Jie replied. Once the three men had departed, Zhang Jie instructed the woman to await him in a nearby room. What is it you wish to discuss? Su Cheng directly presented the advanced nutrient fluid on the table. Incredible! Zhang Jie exclaimed, seizing the advanced nutrient fluid. Flawless, utterly flawless. Advanced nutrient fluid of unparalleled purity. How did you come by such a treasure? One requires a vast number of points to acquire a single bottle at the reclamation plant, and even then, only one is allotted per month. To meet you is a stroke of immense fortune. Zhang Jie was overjoyed. The S-Class Hunter examination is in a fortnight, and only the three most formidable advanced hunters are eligible for promotion. I require any means to enhance my strength. This advanced nutrient fluid is a godsend. I must have it. He was elated. To ascend to S-Class would mean the opportunity to journey to Future City. It was his aspiration. As he spoke, Zhang Jie excitedly prepared to open and consume the fluid. Su Cheng swiftly grasped the bottle. Hold a moment. Zhang Jie's four augmented eyes glinted, his entire demeanor suddenly growing fierce as he clutched the nutrient fluid, refusing to relinquish it. Is there a problem, friend? Su Cheng calmly met his gaze, offering a faint smile. I am indeed inclined to sell it to you. However, another acquaintance has requested my collaboration. Thus, I find myself in a predicament. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Jie's eyes. Indeed? Which acquaintance? Su Cheng released his grip, leaning back against the sofa. Kamba. Hiss. Who? Zhang Jie inhaled deeply from his cigar, exhaling a thick plume of smoke as he narrowed his eyes. The portly apothecary from Pedestrian Street? Su Cheng nodded. Precisely. Zhang Jie slowly leaned back against the sofa, fully comprehending Su Cheng's intentions. Since Su Cheng had come to him, he undoubtedly desired to sell him the nutrient fluid. Now, he sought to employ him as a hired thug. It was a calculated scheme. He chuckled softly. Dear friend, our partnership is inviolable. None shall interfere. He had no choice but to play the role of enforcer, for it was advanced nutrient fluid, difficult to procure even on the black market. Su Cheng offered a satisfied smile. Those were my very words. He pushed the advanced nutrient fluid towards Zhang Jie, although he had already intimidated Kamba with Zhang Jie's name. Kamba remained a potential threat. Mere intimidation was insufficient. Zhang Jie seized the advanced nutrient fluid, uncorking it and consuming it in one gulp, even licking the bottle clean. Magnificent. I feel invigorated. Even my back pain has subsided. Truly, advanced nutrient fluid lives up to its name. The enhancement is remarkable. Zhang Jie excitedly moved his body, his silver arm creating a series of sonic booms. Su Cheng observed silently, knowing that it was not truly an enhancement. Rather, the advanced nutrient fluid had merely replenished all the nutrients Zhang Jie had expended, creating the sensation of invigoration. It also possessed a certain degree of medicinal effect, repairing the damage to his body. It was all an illusion of enhancement. Advanced nutrient fluid cost 1,000 alliance credits per bottle. Given its exceptional purity, I shall offer you 1,500 alliance credits. Zhang Jie transferred the funds without hesitation. It was the price of an entire E-class mechanical augmentation to purchase a single consumable. Yet, he felt it was a worthwhile investment, as advanced nutrient fluid was invaluable. Friend, I do not believe I have yet learned your name. Su Cheng glanced at his balance. Su Cheng. Logically, advanced nutrient fluid was unattainable, and the price should have been higher, but he was unconcerned. It was not scarce to him. This bottle of advanced nutrient fluid served more as a payment for enforcement fees. Zhang Jie nodded with a smile. A fine name. May I inquire as to the source of these exceptional goods? Neither the reclamation plant nor the wastes offer advanced nutrient fluid of such purity. Su Cheng shook his head. I am afraid I cannot disclose that. Zhang Jie slowly nodded. Very well. You mentioned that you had some inquiries for me? I wish to sell some natives. Of course. Not my own. That is simple. The reclamation plant accepts them for recycling, though the price is not as high as on the black market. Thank you. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your relaxation. Su Cheng smiled, rising to depart. I shall see you out. Zhang Jie rose to follow. When do you intend to register as a hunter? I have no immediate plans. Very well. Remember to use my invitation code, friend. Opening the door. Zhang Jie greeted Shenzhe outside before continuing. As a native, you are indeed unsuited to be a hunter at present. If you acquire more of such exceptional goods, please do share some with me. Su Cheng shook his head. I have none left. All of my stock has been given to you. It is not easily obtained. Alas. Very well. Zhang Jie sighed. At that moment, a blonde beauty walked past. Su Cheng glanced at her. It was the one he had seen at the reclamation plant. What a coincidence. Rebecca. Zhang Jie's eyes scanned the woman. The goddess of all hunters. Like myself. She is an advanced hunter of formidable strength. Her aloofness makes her unapproachable. Trust me, none can win her favor, let alone share her bed. He was not exaggerating. Rebecca's natural face and figure were exquisite. As he spoke, a man approached her, attempting to flirt. But in the next instant, the man was sent flying. Zhang Jie withdrew his gaze and teased, Look, she shows no interest in men. Sometimes I even suspect she has a preference for women. Rebecca sat alone in the booth, exuding an air of aloofness. I shall take my leave. Upon stepping outside, Su Cheng mounted his bicycle and departed without delay. Zhang Jie chuckled softly and returned to the private room, where Shenzhe and two others were already seated. Shenzhe jested, Your new acquaintance is rather peculiar. Isn't attempting to be a hunter without any transformation from his original state? It's akin to courting disaster. Moreover, he doesn't even acknowledge us. Displaying a rather indifferent demeanor, Zhang Jie flashed a grin. The youth lacks understanding. He is indeed an intriguing and audacious little fellow. Audacious? More like ignorant. A nameless rookie deluding himself into thinking he can become a formidable warrior. Never mind, I have no interest in him. Shenzhe waved his hand dismissively and continued. Let us discuss that prominent figure instead. How did he come to sell such a precious high-grade item to you? Zhang Jie took a leisurely puff of his cigar, chuckling. Perhaps he is simply too young to comprehend the significance of physical enhancement. Chapter 14. Combat. Clues from a year ago. You have returned. Su Cheng opened the door to find Yushana standing in the house, clad in a purple jacket. Cousin, look. The girl has brought me a gift. Matey, with a book of Journey to the West comics in hand, beamed with delight. Well, Su Cheng replied, closing the door. He proceeded to the safe and retrieved several vials of basic enhancement liquid. Here are some nutrient solutions. Consume them all. They will benefit your health. Yushana opened her own box. I have brought you a gift as well. She produced a prosthetic eye. I won this. It's far superior to the one I previously stole. Su Cheng accepted the eye and placed it in a drawer. With a curious blink of her pink eyes, Yushana asked, Why do you use the inferior one instead of this good one? It has already been repaired, Su Cheng replied, glancing at the box she carried. Are you planning to replace that leg? Yushana nodded. Yes, I won this too. I am quite formidable now. She retrieved a D-grade mechanical prosthetic leg from her box. They underestimated me due to my age and challenged me to a duel, but they all lost. Duel? Su Cheng noted the complete set of D-grade mechanical prosthetics in her box. This was no trifling matter. A full set of mechanical prosthetics was an expense few could afford. Especially at the D-grade level. Even among hunters, they were scarce. Yushana furrowed her brow as she drank a vial of the basic enhancement liquid, soon realizing it was painless, allowing her to relax. Yes, at the Way City Combat Arena, one can participate in competitions, but certain qualifications are required. You can also engage in duels with others, with no restrictions on life and death. The victor claims all from the wager. Su Cheng remained silent. Although Yushana spoke calmly, this was a matter of life and death. Such fights were exceedingly perilous. He had not anticipated that she would engage in deadly combat with others. He had heard of the Way City Combat Arena. It was the most popular entertainment venue in the inner city, frequented by dignitaries and wealthy individuals alike. Even Future City participated. The Waste City also offered peripheral betting and live broadcasts of the events. The combat tournaments were the most sought-after spectacle in the entire Waste City. However, he had never paid much attention to it and held no interest. After all, the murderer of his mother was one of those combatants, identifiable by the arena's insignia on his clothing. Zhu Shan'er consumed all the basic enhancement liquid and felt her strength multiply several times. What is this nutrient solution? Why do I feel so much stronger? She clenched her fists. According to my implant, my physical state is excellent. All my abilities have increased at least threefold. This is wonderful. Thank you, Brother Su. This gives me greater hope for avenging my mother. With the first-generation military implant coupled with a B-grade combat prosthetic and a perfectly optimized physique, Zhu Shan'er could now effortlessly crush Zhang Jie. Su Qing, armed with tools, approached the surgical bed. If you find your enemy, do not act recklessly. Seek opportunities for revenge. Safety is paramount. Zhu Shan'er lay on the bed. I will. Matey passed the prosthetic leg to Su Qing. If you find him, remember to tell us. We will help you strategize. Indeed. Su Qing began the prosthetic replacement. And if you are injured, remember to come for repairs. The money you gave last time will be considered a deposit for repairs. Thank you. Zhu Shan'er felt deeply touched. Aware that the nutrient solutions were invaluable, and her contribution was far from sufficient. Once the prosthetic was replaced, she jumped off the surgical bed and gazed at her right leg. Suddenly, she noticed a simple cat doodle carved with a surgical knife. Su Qing had just etched that. Though the lines were crooked, it brought her warmth. She caressed it and then stood, pulling out the remaining D-grade mechanical prosthetics from the box. Here, I cannot use these. Brothers who can give them to others in need. Su Qing did not refuse. He required more prosthetics for synthesis and upgrades. Waving goodbye, Zhu Shan'er said, Farewell, Brother Su. Mr. Wukong. Su Qing replied coolly, Come to me if you encounter difficulties. Yes, I will. After Zhu Shan'er departed, Su Qing organized the prosthetics and observed her. It was evident that with the combination of the B-grade combat prosthetic and the military implant, alongside enhanced physical capabilities, she possessed formidable combat strength. In the old world, she would undoubtedly rank among the elite. The nutrient solutions, advanced combat prosthetics, and military implants were precisely what he needed. While combat prosthetics could be accumulated by hunting predators, military implants were virtually unattainable, as few possessed them. He retrieved a hunter's card and initiated an information search, discovering no leads regarding military implants. After all, they were military-grade items, inaccessible to the remnants. Perhaps his permissions were insufficient, limiting his search scope. He then searched for predator information and found a wealth of data, poring over it meticulously. 8 years prior, among the marauders who murdered his parents, he had seen one individual with a C tattoo on the back of his hand. That tattoo was indelibly etched in his memory. However, many people bore tattoos nowadays, and one alone might not yield significant results. Yet, aside from this clue, he had uncovered nothing more in recent years. Years ago, that group of marauders had gouged out his right eye and mocked him on the edge of the ruins. Had he not been fortunate, he would never have returned to the Waste City alive. His injuries were severe, and at that tender age, he could not investigate. As time passed, it became increasingly difficult to track down leads. However, the HPC guard must have kept records. They had been nearby, monitoring the situation before sealing off the area. Yet, the remnants had no authority to access that information, nor could they query their database. Su Qing attempted to add the keyword letter tattoo to narrow his query. Suddenly, he came across an entry from a year ago. It was a hunting bounty posted by a hunter who had completed the task. The bounty was on a marauder with a Z tattoo on the back of his hand. The information was rather sparse, comprising only a single image and a few words. He could not view further details due to his insufficient permissions, the identity of the poster, the hunting location, and other specifics were all restricted. Nervously, Su Qing enlarged the image for a closer look. It was an exact match. The tattoo's design was identical to the C he had seen 8 years ago. 8 years had passed. Finally, he had encountered that tattoo once more. Su Qing clenched his fists, his gaze icy. Registering as a hunter had proven beneficial. He had indeed uncovered the most valuable clue in 8 years. This was also thanks to the dimensional eye. Without it, he would not have been able to strengthen himself so rapidly. He would have been forced to accumulate funds slowly, purchasing low-grade mechanical prosthetics to enhance himself, in hopes of eventually connecting with hunters. He might not even have managed to save enough, as the specters came to collect money each month. In this world, life was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people. He glanced at his information access permissions. He required a higher hunter level. All information necessitated a high hunter rank for complete access. Intermediate hunters could access broader information. He must elevate his hunter rank promptly. Only then could he discern the poster's identity and the marauder's background, as well as where they had been hunted. Just then, his chip emitted a notification sound. He opened the message card. Zhang Jie's face instantly brightened. "Hey, my friend, the trouble has been resolved. He wishes to compensate with 200 bottles of inferior nutrient solution, which should be delivered shortly. I hope you find this satisfactory." Chapter 15. The Maiden's Flesh. Purchasing a vehicle. Hello, Express City Delivery. Your package has arrived. Cheng opened the door and received a huge box from the delivery driver. Upon opening it, he found 200 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution neatly arranged inside. This was an unexpected boon. As for Kangba's fate, he didn't care. Zhang Jie would surely handle it. Activating the dimensional eye, he synthesized and upgraded all 200 bottles of the inferior nutrient solution. This yielded 6 bottles of Type D Enhancement Serum and 1 bottle of Advanced Nutrient Solution. He consumed all the Enhancement Serum. With each bottle, he could feel his strength palpably increasing, the energy within his muscles surging relentlessly. Cheng seized a rusty steel bar approximately 10 millimeters thick and exerted force with both hands. The rust flaked off as the bar gradually bent. Cheng's muscles tensed, resembling thick, powerful steel cables. Eventually, he effortlessly bent the steel bar to a 90-degree angle. Good heavens, you're a veritable beast, bending steel bars with your bare hands. That's quite impressive. No brain was nearby, his eyes gleaming. The data has exceeded my scanning capacity. Cheng discarded the steel bar. He had only enhanced himself 7 times. Yet he had already achieved such an effect. His physical strength now rivaled that of a Type D mechanical augment. And he was a native. His path to enhancement had only just begun. Cheng retrieved a raincoat from his electric scooter, intending to wear it, but felt it was unsuitable. He needed a specialized outfit for a hunter, one that could completely conceal his identity. He found a black hooded trench coat with several patches in the closet. Though old, it was perfect. He also found a black jacket. Then, he modified the metal air-filtering mask into a face mask, darkening the color and adding one-way lenses. Donning the advanced protective suit, he put on the jacket, hood, and mask. He appeared as a shadow. Good heavens, you're becoming a lurker. Standing in the shadows where no one can see you, like a completely different person. No Brain scrutinized him. Cheng glared at him. When he synthesized and upgraded No Brain later, he would definitely reset his language system. And that magical Guangxi accent. He glanced at the electric scooter. It was suitable for daily use, but not for hunting plunderers. He might be recognized. I'm going out. Go. You never do any work, leaving me alone at home. Good heavens, I'll play a game of big head. Exiting through the back door, Cheng skirted an empty alley and headed directly towards the ruined city. As he walked, he retrieved his hunter card and opened the bounty list, hoping to find a suitable quest. He only looked at bounties that rewarded nutrient solutions or augments. The rank of the rewards didn't matter. He could use them all. The Maiden's Flesh? Cheng clicked on the bounty with curiosity. Bounty: healthy native human female under 18 limbs, eyes. The younger, the greater the reward. Task can be pieced together. Reward: alliance currency, nutrient solution, augments. Contact the client directly. It was a native bounty mission. However, hunters couldn't simply dismember people on the street like plunderers. They had to acquire the components through legitimate means, meaning they needed the individual's consent. Task can be pieced together meant that several people could contribute the required items. The client didn't care if the components came from the same person, as long as they were from a maiden. Zhu Shanner's replaced hands and eyes perfectly met the requirements. This was better than having them recycled at the waste disposal plant. And the rewards were exactly what he needed. He contacted the client directly using his hunter card. Hunter? The call connected, revealing a man with a gold chin implant, gold rings, a mink coat, and even diamond-studded cybernetic eyes. A gruesome scar marred his face. As he leisurely sipped red wine in a private room, watching a match in the fighting arena. His tone was casual and relaxed. Su Cheng said plainly, "Yes. I have the hands and eyes of a 15-year-old girl. 15 years old. Not bad." The wealthy man smirked. "Meet me in front of the Katia Hotel in the inner city in 1 hour. Don't be late." He hung up. Katia Hotel. Su Cheng looked up at the inner city, at a tall building with a holographic dancer, the Katia Hotel. It was one of the most luxurious hotels in the ruined city. After browsing the bounties for a while longer, he noticed that besides hunting plunderers, there were all sorts of other bounties available. Soon, he arrived at the ruined city. Pocketing his hunter card, Su Cheng entered a motorcycle shop. "Welcome, what do you need?" The owner frowned upon seeing Su Cheng's patched-up attire, his tone somewhat perfunctory. "I want to buy a vehicle." Su Cheng walked towards a row of motorcycles. "Those are motorcycles, quite expensive, even though they're from the old era." The owner feigned a smile. "We have electric scooters over here, much cheaper." He didn't believe someone dressed in patched-up clothes could afford a motorcycle. If he didn't have some professional ethics, he would have kicked him out already. Su Cheng ignored him and went straight to a Kawasaki H2R. It was a well-known Kawasaki sports bike from the old era. The fastest in straight-line acceleration, and also the most expensive. The owner said helplessly, "Although the condition is average, we've refurbished the engine, making it even better than new, with even greater speed. The electric scooters are cheaper." Su Cheng waved his hand. "This one. How much?" The owner rolled his eyes and said impatiently, 800 Alliance currency. "No bargaining. If you can't afford it, leave. You're wasting my time." The price was indeed exorbitant. It could buy a whole mechanical augment. Su Cheng transferred the money to the shop's public account and mounted the motorcycle. "Authorization. What?" The owner stared in disbelief at the transfer to the shop's account. Then immediately flattered. Good, boss. You have excellent taste. The Black Warrior livery perfectly complements your attire. Absolutely perfect." The owner hurried over to grant Su Cheng exclusive usage authorization. "The energy system has been modified. One low-grade energy cell can power it for 400 kilometers. Su Cheng started the motorcycle and revved the throttle. The 998 cubic centimeters four-cylinder engine roared to life, and the motorcycle slowly pulled out of the shop. "Come again." The owner saw him off at the door, bowing slightly and greeting him warmly. "Oh, buying a vehicle? Didn't pay the road toll, did you?" Suddenly, someone blocked the motorcycle's path. Another person walked to Su Cheng's right, brandishing a dagger. "Hand over the money, 100 Alliance currency, or else." The shop owner, seeing this, rushed back into his shop, leisurely watching the spectacle. "Rob him. Better yet, steal his vehicle too. So he'll buy another one. Hee. Damn, I'll let you take." The man didn't finish his sentence before Su Cheng instantly grabbed his clothes, his muscles tensing, unleashing a burst of tremendous force, lifting him up and slamming him into the shop. The whole movement was fluid and seamless. With a crash, the man shattered the glass and crashed into two well-maintained motorcycles. His modified mechanical half-body crushed the front of both motorcycles. "My vehicles," the owner wailed. The next moment, another figure crashed heavily into a row of vehicles, each sustaining severe damage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at Chapter 16. The Tycoon. Resources. Goddess. Class. The Kawasaki H2R emitted a resounding roar, its powerful engine slicing through the air. The brisk wind whipped past Su Cheng's ears, tousling his hair wildly, and stirring up the hem of a nearby short skirt. He continued his journey home through the back entrance. Behind the makeshift abode he had constructed lay a deserted alley, cluttered with various discarded items. This alley was seldom known to anyone. The suburbs were already sparsely populated, and this particular spot had been abandoned for quite some time, left uninhabited. "Wow, what a stunning motorcycle. It suits me perfectly," exclaimed the mindless one, caressing the H2R's sleek frame. Su Cheng entered his dwelling to retrieve a cooler, retorting, "You don't even have a brain, just a rectangular box for a body. How can you ride it? Curse it all." The mindless one fumed. "It's all your fault for damaging me so badly." With a twist of the throttle, Su Cheng executed a stylish drift, nearly losing control of the bike. The mindless one erupted in laughter. "Ha! You think you can look cool like that? What a joke." The motorcycle, after all, was a far cry from an electric bike. Fortunately, Su Cheng's robust physique allowed him to maintain control. At least that's better than your inability to ride. He shot back before speeding away. The mindless one stomped his foot in frustration, cursed. Don't come back tonight. In the inner city of the ruined city, Su Cheng seldom ventured. Primarily, he couldn't afford the expenses, and second, he simply lacked the funds. The inner city was far more prosperous than the outskirts. The shop signs along the streets were no longer shabby and worn. Many passers-by sported modified E-class mechanical prosthetics, a rarity in the outer city. Vehicles were abundant on the roads, and HPC patrol cars were a common sight. He even spotted an HPC flying car soaring through the sky. Indeed, this was a gathering place for the wealthy and the powerful, where the omnipresent HPC security, absent in the outskirts, maintained order and provided a safer living environment for the privileged. It wasn't that rules didn't exist. Rather, in the poor districts, no one enforced them. Su Cheng arrived at the entrance of the Cardinal Hotel, where the grand revolving doors welcomed patrons clad in opulent attire. Many sported high-end cybernetic enhancements or donned luxurious, expensive garments. The cost of staying here for just a few days could easily purchase an E-class mechanical prosthetic. As he surveyed the impressive augmentations of the guests, he mused that if he could dismantle them all, he could synthesize upgrades at a much faster rate. However, these individuals were accompanied by numerous followers, and their combat prowess was considerable. Adjacent to the Cardinal Hotel lay an upscale shopping street, replete with a bar even more lavishly decorated than the one on Lowly Island. Retracting his gaze, Su Cheng parked his motorcycle and awaited near the hotel entrance. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Rebecca? Before him stood Rebecca, her long golden hair cascading down her back, adorned in a sleek black evening gown, radiating an elegance surpassing her appearance in protective gear. Her alluring curves were perfectly accentuated by the dress, as she exuded an irresistible charm while entering the Cardinal Hotel. Little did he expect that she was not only powerful and stunningly beautiful but also wealthy. While Zhang Jie could splurge thousands of alliance coins on nutritional supplements, he would never be willing to spend hundreds to reside in such a luxurious hotel. 20 minutes later, a luxurious vehicle with a golden front slowly came to a halt. The gleaming chrome tires and the extended body exuded opulence. The entire car shimmered under the sun. The driver exited and respectfully opened the rear door. A pair of sharp-toed shoes emerged, followed by a wealthy individual clad in a fur coat, engrossed in a phone conversation. His towering, robust physique was striking. With golden prosthetic hands and an eye-catching golden chin, every object on his person was sufficient to ensure a life of comfort for an ordinary scavenger. Many of the items he possessed were merely trinkets that most people had never encountered in their lifetime. In this post-century war world, the chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished not only persisted but had widened dramatically. Wealth allowed one to possess stronger bodies and superior prosthetics, thereby granting immense power. With money and might, one could ascend to greater realms of authority. Money, power, strength. A beautiful woman followed him out of the vehicle, effortlessly wrapping her arms around the tycoon's waist. Most women were original bodies, tall and statuesque, at least one. 72 meters in height, yet she barely reached the tycoon's waist. Her gaze was vacant and despairing. With her figure, she would undoubtedly remain trapped within the confines of the hotel. The couple, flanked by 4 bodyguards, made their way toward the Cardinal Hotel. Although termed bodyguards, their strength paled in comparison to that of the affluent man. Su Cheng approached, holding the cooler aloft. "Stop. What are you doing?" As Su Cheng drew nearer, the bodyguards instinctively reached for their sidearms. "A bounty," he indicated with the cooler. The tycoon peered down at Su Cheng and signaled to his subordinates, "You must be that hunter, Shadow?" "Interesting." One bodyguard promptly accepted the cooler, opening it before the tycoon. "Excellent. Look at this skin, so fair and delicate. Those eyes, so pure and rare, a truly remarkable specimen." He nodded in satisfaction. Even for a wealthy man, such high-quality original bodies were a rarity. The impoverished could not produce such specimens, while the affluent would never part with their own children. The tycoon confidently inquired, "What do you desire?" "Money, nutritional supplements, prosthetics, anything you wish, I possess." Su Cheng met his gaze directly, military-grade implants. "Haha." The tycoon suddenly burst into laughter. "I have those. But this won't suffice for a trade. Although, they aren't particularly rare, just expensive. You have 2 minutes to reconsider." Cheng had not genuinely expected to acquire the implants. He merely sought to ascertain whether such items could still be found in the ruined city. To his astonishment, what he believed to be a rare implant was merely viewed as expensive by the tycoon. E-class mechanical prosthetics will suffice. The tycoon raised an eyebrow in confusion. Oh, you could aim for something superior. E-class? That kind of trash is of little use. Ordinary individuals could hardly afford E-class mechanical prosthetics, yet to him, they were mere refuse. Cheng shook his head. I only require E-class. How amusing. The tycoon grinned. Turning to his subordinates, go purchase 4 sets of E-class mechanical prosthetics. I don't even have that kind of trash in my stock. The subordinate dashed off towards the nearby upscale shopping street. Just wait here. The points will automatically be credited to your hunter card. With that, the tycoon embraced the woman and departed. Cheng observed the tycoon's retreating figure. They existed in entirely different worlds. This was merely a wealthy individual from the ruined city. What of the tycoons in larger cities or even in the future metropolis? As the tycoon entered the hotel, a blonde beauty swiftly approached him, naturally taking her place at his side. Her seductive demeanor was utterly captivating. The tycoon boldly grasped the woman's waist, shamelessly groping her. To Cheng's astonishment, this woman was Rebecca. He couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. In the eyes of hunters, she was an untouchable goddess, the object of everyone's desire. Yet she now nestled against the tycoon as if she were a mere bird in his embrace. Dressed to the nines, she appeared ready to welcome even more formidable challenges to come. What high and mighty goddess! What sacred and inviolable being! The object of your longing is merely someone else's plaything. What you cannot attain, another has already grown weary of. It is not that she is aloof. It is simply that your class is insufficient and your strength lacking. After receiving a large box containing 4 sets of mechanical prosthetics from the bodyguard, Cheng secured the box to the back of his motorcycle. He mounted the bike and twisted the throttle, accelerating recklessly. Whether it was a life of luxury or rare technological products, whether it was ample resources or the goddess-like figures in others' eyes, everything he had just witnessed shattered his previous perceptions. When the wealthy gazed at him, there was not a hint of humanity in their eyes, for he simply did not register in their world. It was a palpable sense of superiority, an insurmountable chasm. Cheng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. To hell with the class divide. One day, I shall shatter all of this with a single blow, crushing these lofty individuals under the weight of my strength. Chapter 17. The First Bounty, Abandoned Parking Lot Stronghold. What on earth? You chose to rob in broad daylight. I'm unarmed. How could I possibly commit a robbery? Well, I assumed you were formidable. Evidently, I overestimated you. Cheng produced 4 sets of E-grade mechanical prosthetics and activated the dimensional eye. Initiating a synthesis upgrade. Completed. C-grade mechanical prosthetic. Just 4 more sets of E-grade mechanical prosthetics are needed to synthesize an A-grade combat prosthetic. That represents the pinnacle of human engineering. Immensely powerful. Yet, it still requires the replacement of the original body. Thus, it remains insufficient. He craved more prosthetics. Once again, he activated the hunter card. This bounty hunting mission promised substantial rewards. An E-grade mechanical prosthetic is worth no less than 1,500 alliance credits. The affluent individual directly provided him with 4 sets, valued at 6,000 alliance credits. If he were to dispose of Zhu Shan'er's original body at the waste disposal facility, he could at most acquire 1 E-grade mechanical prosthetic. This is only due to the high quality of the original body. Otherwise, he would receive a mere few hundred alliance credits. Such is the nature of the wealthy. If items meet their satisfaction, they are willing to spend copiously for their whims. Beyond prosthetics, he understood that implants are not inherently rare. It also depends on the individual. A bounty to eradicate the Sea District Marauder stronghold? Soon. Cheng discovered a bounty right at his doorstep. Bounty: hunt down the marauders at the abandoned parking lot beneath the stone bridge in Sea District. Solo hunting bounty. Reward: for bottles of basic nutrition fluid, 100 alliance credits. And 5 points. Eliminating a marauder stronghold offers merely 4 bottles of basic nutrition fluid and 100 alliance credits as a reward. It is far more lucrative to pursue the affluent bounties. However, his current hunter level permits him to accept only low difficulty, low reward bounties. The flesh of a maiden falls under the category of search bounties, devoid of danger, allowing him the opportunity to engage with the affluent bounties. Yet, the remainder is inaccessible to him. He must expedite his elevation in hunter rank. Cheng equipped himself with a particle-cutting longsword, slung an electromagnetic kinetic rifle over his shoulder, secured the empty box for the mechanical prosthetics onto the back of his motorcycle, and rode away. Hey, 3 clients have already come today, including a stunning white-haired beauty. Aren't you planning to make some money? The dim-witted one watched Cheng leave, scratching his head in exasperation, but his hand hung in the air. Then dropped. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. The stone bridge is a dilapidated structure in C District. Beneath the bridge lies a parking lot, also abandoned. Due to the presence of marauders, the area is uninhabited and no vehicles dare approach. Cheng swiftly rode his motorcycle to the vicinity of the stone bridge, dismounted early, and brandished his longsword, surveying the surrounding buildings and containers. This time, he stealthily exerted himself and leapt effortlessly to the second floor. 8 individuals. Cheng circled the parking lot, meticulously examining the situation. He discerned the number of occupants and committed the surrounding terrain to memory. He stealthily approached the outermost marauder. A cocky fellow. Although it was daylight, lacking the raucous atmosphere of a revelry camp, he could not replicate the previous assassination. However, eliminating one was better than none. Cheng concealed himself in a corner, tossing a pebble into the distance. Who? What was that? The cocky marauder immediately turned, drawn by the sound. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng pounced like a cheetah, his particle-cutting longsword slicing through the marauder's neck, simultaneously cleaving his head in 2. Damn it, everyone, stay alert. Someone has intruded. Suddenly, an enraged roar emanated from a nearby container. Cheng was chatting with us, and the line suddenly dropped. We must have a rat in here. Haha, let us tear him apart. What the hell is going on lately? In broad daylight, anyone dares to challenge us, the dog gang. I wonder if he has an original body. The tasks have been piling up, and we need more to dismantle. Kill him, kill him. Haha, the remain with a swift motion, the crimson blade in his grasp traced an arc across the raider's throat, catching him utterly by surprise. So fast was his assault that the other raiders were dispatched before they could even raise their weapons. I've got you now, he muttered, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Nowhere left to run. The last raider, a savage grin plastered across his face, leapt from the stone bridge, raising his weapon. Prepare to witness my awesomeness, he roared. A cold smile played on Cheng's lips as he raised his electromagnetic kinetic rifle, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Only when the magazine was empty did he cease his barrage. With a sickening thud, the pulverized remains of the raider fell to the ground. Bounty claimed. Chapter 18. Remy. Statistics and hackers. Drawing out the hunter's card, all field information was recorded before the bounty completion prompt appeared. The reward could be collected either at the waste disposal plant or from the hunter machines scattered throughout the city. The remaining bodies of the marauders could be recycled. Yet, Cheng found them useful for himself. Just as he was about to check his points, a tall woman with a sharp bob of brown hair leaped down from the stone bridge, clad in a striking red leather outfit and high heels. Her legs were replaced with red prosthetics, and her masked face obscured her features. The low-cut attire revealed a generous expanse of pale skin, accentuating her pronounced curves. Cheng immediately raised his gun, announcing that the bounty had been fulfilled. Although his weapon was devoid of ammunition, one could never be too cautious. The woman promptly raised her hands, her ample bosom bouncing slightly as she calmly replied, "Are you a newcomer? Hunters have an unwritten rule against attacking fellow hunters." Cheng slowly lowered his gun, but kept his particle-cutting longsword at the ready. After all, she was also a hunter, and he was skeptical of such regulations, especially unwritten ones. "My code name is Remy," she remarked, lowering her hands with a smile. Holding this up is quite tiring. As she massaged her shoulders, her posture became even more provocative. "I'm a mid-level hunter, just one simple task away from leveling up. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. Looks like I'll have to head to another location. What's your name?" "You don't need to know." Cheng slung his gun behind him, gathered the marauder corpses, and prepared to ride away. Remy watched his retreating figure, licking her luscious lips. "Ignoring me completely? How intriguing. I hope to see you again." With a flirtatious smile, she exerted force on her prosthetic legs and leapt back onto the stone bridge. Cheng dismantled all the marauders' prosthetics and assembled them. Only a single set of E-grade mechanical limbs remained, while the rest were hydraulic prosthetics. No wonder the bounty reward was so meager. These individuals were too weak. He opened his hunter card to check his points. Hunter codename, Shadow points, 30 hunter level, Novice Information Query Authority, Novice Commodity Purchase Authority, Novice points required for upgrade, 100. 30 points. The bounty for this task was only 5, yet the last wealthy target had granted him 25 points. After securing his hunter card, he meticulously searched the stronghold and discovered 5 additional novice energy blocks. Once everything was packed into a box, Cheng rode his motorcycle home to drop it off before heading to the waste disposal plant to claim his reward and today's novice nutrient solution. Are you still working today? The dim-witted one observed Cheng returning from the disposal plant and pointed to the clock on the door. Cheng glanced up. 17:18. No, maybe tomorrow. The day was gradually darkening, and he had a meeting with that woman at 8. There was no need to change his clothes. He gathered all his submachine guns and pistols together. Although he preferred not to use them, his rifle was out of ammunition. He could only synthesize and upgrade these firearms. After synthesizing and upgrading, he laid out all his possessions for a tally. The firearms included 1 B-type kinetic pistol, 1 electromagnetic kinetic rifle, 1 E-type energy-releasing pistol, and 1 D-type kinetic pistol and submachine gun, synthesized and upgraded today. The prosthetics comprised 1 set of B-type combat limbs, 1 set of C-type and E-type mechanical limbs, and a D-type mechanical limb missing its right leg. He also had 1 particle-cutting longsword, 1 high-frequency cutting longsword for bottles of advanced enhancement liquid, and 1 bottle of novice nutrient solution. His finances were still in good standing, with a balance of 3,946 alliance coins from selling nutrient solutions and transfers from Jushaner. In just 3 short days, he had amassed such high-level items. Most importantly, his body had undergone 20 perfect optimizations and 7 enhancements. Without the dimensional eye, such thoughts would have seemed unfathomable. The synthesis and upgrade process was progressing rapidly, yet he felt unsatisfied. Should he use his hunter identity to purchase enough nutrient solutions in one go? Cheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Under the identity of Shadow, he could directly procure 600 bottles of inferior nutrient solution in one transaction. This would allow him to synthesize 18 bottles of D-type enhancement agents, along with 1 basic enhancement liquid and 1 advanced nutrient solution. With just 5 more enhancements, he could achieve further advancement. Perhaps tomorrow, even under his hunter guise, he would undoubtedly attract attention. It was best to devise a plan. He organized all his items meticulously and fashioned a sheath for the particle-cutting longsword from alloy. By the time he finished, it was past 6, and night had fully descended. Are you still going on that date? If not, let us play a game. I know how to play and will definitely evade perfectly. The dim-witted one was engrossed in a video game. Less gaming, more reading. Strive to be a useful member of society like me. Cheng approached and picked up the controller. I'll play 1 round with you, just 1. Ugh, you idiot. Stop lecturing about reading. You're the one with issues. Ugh, I died again. It's almost 7:30. Hurry up and give me the controller, you novice. Go on your date already. Who even enjoys this game? Cheng set down the controller, took his B-type kinetic pistol, and secured the particle-cutting longsword at his waist. With the sheath concealing the striking red blade, he departed. Without riding, he pulled down the hood of his windbreaker and walked briskly through the streets. It was yet another moonless, windy night. Glancing up at the pitch-black sky, the radiation layer made even the sun hard to discern, rendering the night sky invisible. A gust of wind swept past, carrying a hint of the impending winter chill. Homeless individuals on the roadside tightened their clothing. They would not survive the winter. Despite the abundance of vacant buildings, without money for heating, they would still perish. Cheng arrived at a vintage-styled building. A few scattered lights illuminated its interior, and there were 2 or 3 stalls nearby. Upon seeing Cheng, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him, ignoring their stares. He ascended the staircase towards the rooftop. The building lacked an elevator, only possessing stairs, and it had 5 stories in total. The dimly lit corridor flickered as he climbed. Reaching the rooftop, his chip immediately notified him of an incoming call. You've really changed tonight, looking better than when you were hunting wild dogs. By the way, you have 2 tailing shadows behind you. I know. Cheng had been aware of the footsteps trailing behind him. You deal with them first. Turning to face the source of the footsteps, he encountered two scruffy individuals with the most rudimentary hydraulic prosthetics, brandishing knives as they approached. "Hand over your money." Before the man could finish, he saw a dark figure suddenly appear before him. With a flash of red light, both bodies collapsed. Impressive. Such a ruthless and direct approach is hard to believe. Cheng frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. "Don't bother looking. I'm not there." "Who are you? And what do you want?" Cheng inquired coldly. "Why the hostility?" "I am a hacker, seeking to collaborate with you. To demonstrate my sincerity. Allow me to show you my appearance." Chapter 19. The first collaboration, once again surrounding the carnival camp. Amidst a conversation that had previously appeared as mere shadows, a striking girl with white hair emerged. Her perfectly sculpted features and delicate, oval face radiated an air of both charm and mischief. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning as she playfully licked a lollipop. Cheng remarked coolly, "If you were sincere, shouldn't you come to me yourself? I am a hacker, reliant on intellect. You are too dangerous. I cannot approach you. Now, how do we collaborate? You eliminated the members of Death Rock. If it wasn't mere robbery for their cybernetic enhancements, then it must have been personal animosity, correct?" Cheng noncommittally responded with a soft hum. Yang Siki's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean by him?" "I can't decipher that." She coughed lightly, attempting to regain her composure. "Forget it. It doesn't matter. I want you to be my enforcer." "I decline," Cheng replied swiftly. Yang Siki appeared momentarily stunned, her voice rising with indignation. "What? Did you just refuse? Do you believe I won't send this recording to the leader of Death Rock?" Cheng shrugged. "It matters little. I could simply eliminate them all." "You are quite bold. Don't underestimate me. I desire to be adorable." Yang Siki pouted, rubbing her exquisite face. "Don't deceive me. You are indeed powerful, but with your cautious manner. You certainly wouldn't wish to expose yourself, would you?" Cheng stepped to the edge of the rooftop, surveying the area. This girl was undeniably clever, though somewhat unreliable. "You are correct, but I prefer not to be anyone's enforcer. However, having a hacker companion would indeed be advantageous. If there had been a hacker during today's operation at the abandoned parking lot, the task would have been far simpler. Yet, he could not agree so readily. Although she possessed leverage over him, fundamentally, it was she who sought to collaborate with him. Yang Siki waved her hand impatiently. "Let us skip the pleasantries. Engaging in a battle of wits with you is exhausting. You hardly seem like someone in their 20s. To be direct, collaborating with me presents numerous benefits. I can assist you in aftermath management during your next operation and procure essential information beforehand. You will understand the target's environment and crucial details. I can facilitate all of that." Cheng smiled broadly. "Let us commence." Chapter 20. The Leader, Blackbull, 5 minutes. Quick push. Upon returning to the revelry camp, it was evident that significant changes had taken place. The sound equipment had been entirely dismantled, leaving the area almost devoid of any obstructions. Several temporary structures had been erected. Surprisingly, the wild spirits had been quietly eliminated, a testament to their incompetence. Over 20 individuals had failed to leave behind any clues. All mechanical enhancements had been stripped away. Could it be the work of a rival gang, or perhaps the local residents? What a joke. The suburban dwellers are nothing but a bunch of scum. How could they possess the courage and capability to silently eradicate the wild dogs? It must be the handiwork of another gang. Regardless, tomorrow we will haul all the trash from Area C for interrogation and deal with a few to establish dominance. Beneath, the subordinates were engaged in drunken discussions. Be cautious. Some among them have modified ocular implants that detect intruders easily. Cheng crouched on the rooftop, observing the camp through the surveillance footage forwarded by Yang Siki. There were 2 entrances, each guarded by 2 individuals. Blackbull and a woman were inside a building, while the remaining 5 gathered around a bonfire, with no one straying too far from the group. To weaken their strength in advance, it would be prudent to eliminate the guards at the 2 exits first. Cheng positioned himself above one entrance. "Is the boss asleep? How enviable," he mused. But then again, with his connections, it's no surprise he occupies that position. Otherwise, with his intellect, could he ever be a leader? Such is the world today. If you possess wealth, power, and followers, even a fool can ascend. Let us seize more tomorrow. There are a few wealthy individuals in this area. Eliminate them, and use their riches to procure enhancements. We must eradicate these scoundrels completely, otherwise they will continue to be a nuisance. With a plan in mind, Cheng decided to strike swiftly. He drew his particle-cutting long knife, cut into their online network, control all cameras, and report their latest positions to me at all times. Okay, all set. Countdown. 5 minutes. Commence. Suddenly, a disruption occurred. What is happening? The connection dropped. Both men turned to survey the camp. Cheng's gaze sharpened. He leaped down stealthily. Brother, did you hear a noise behind us? Yes, I hear. Upon hearing this, the Blackbull felt a surge of elation within. His arms had undergone a remarkable transformation, granting him strength comparable to that of a Class C mechanical prosthetic. With a sinister grin, he raised his fist in a combative stance, the internal high-strength fibrous muscles of his prosthetic tensing with immense power. He then struck down ferociously, convinced that should he land a blow, this seemingly feeble adversary would be reduced to a mere pulp. However, Cheng, with a gaze as cold as ice, suddenly swung his blade upward in a diagonal cut. The Blackbull's eyes widened in disbelief as he maintained his punching posture, only to be cleaved in two. The upper half of his body slowly slid to the ground, while the lower half remained standing in place. Cheng sheathed his blade, wiping off the bioliquid with a casual flick. Just kidding. Siki gasped in astonishment, her delicate lips parting in shock. You are so cunning. Cheng SME Chapter 21. The replacement type prosthetic, Phase 1 enhancement completed. The initial collaboration yielded remarkably positive results. Siki smiled and said, You should look around the room. There should be a computer. Remove the external brain interface I gave you and plug it into the computer. Cheng exerted a slight force to detach the metallic piece, the pins not embedded too deeply. The communication reverted to the chip. Next time, just say it directly. No need for excuses. Siki chuckled mischievously. Got it. However, this time it truly counts as an experiment, and our cooperation has been exceptionally smooth, hasn't it? I believe our future collaborations can be quite delightful. As the metal piece made contact with the computer port, the pins instantly formed a connection. Once inserted, a flurry of code raced across the screen. I will clean up the battlefield. Move quickly. Once the network is back online, the other party will surely notice the anomaly, and reinforcements will arrive within 10 minutes. Understood. Cheng exited the room, untroubled by the thought of Siki scheming against him. She was an intelligent individual. Her earlier sincere admission of needing him indicated her lack of other resources, especially considering her residence in an ancient city. In the outskirts, there was no one else with his level of capability. Hence, she genuinely required his assistance. Furthermore, her investigation into Cheng's identity demonstrated her hacking prowess. Their collaboration was built upon mutual necessity, solidifying their relationship for the time being. He dismantled all the prosthetics. Although there were fewer individuals this time, the quality was significantly higher. Remarkably, he assembled an entire set of D-class mechanical prosthetics, along with 3 sets of E-class. Finding a weapons box in the house, he stored all the prosthetics and anything else that could fit inside. That's it. Let us hurry and leave. Cheng hoisted the weapons box onto his back, pressed the black metallic piece against his ear, and swiftly departed the camp. At that moment, within the dilapidated buildings of the ancient city, in a meticulously organized pink room, Siki gazed at the data on the computer, exclaiming with delight, This guy is truly formidable. A native body can effortlessly eliminate a modified person, even one that has undergone specialization, with speed and strength far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. It's hard to believe he is merely a junior mechanic. Stretching languidly, Siki delicately supported her chin with her slender hands, gazing out at the sky. But how could that fool possibly know I live here? Not long after Cheng departed, a convoy of 4-wheeled motorcycles surged into the chaotic camp. Investigate. Search through all the nearby residences. We must uncover the murderer. A tall, slender individual with 4 prosthetic arms, whose face below the eyes had been completely transformed into mechanical parts, glared furiously at the Blackbull, now split in 2. Its prosthetics entirely dismantled. His voice was hoarse, his gaze vicious. Dare to kill my brother? Goodness, did you move the girl's home? Or did you dismantle the girl? These are all from legitimate channels. Does your family's legitimate prosthetics still have flesh attached? Without a brain, pointing at the flesh on a prosthetic arm, Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly. He took the prosthetic arm, take out another bottle and drink it. The warmth has diminished significantly compared to before. Continue to drink. Keep consuming until the warmth no longer manifests. Astonishingly, this time 3 bottles were used. This indicates that the limit for the first stage of enhancement is 15 bottles of D-type fortifying potion. At this moment, his strength undoubtedly surpasses that of a D-class mechanical body, rivaling that of a C-class mechanical body. He is capable of further growth. Next, it is time for the second stage of enhancement. Chapter 22, Phase 2 Reinforcement, Gene Primary Sequence 10 vials of D-type enhancement potion. Synthesized and upgraded. Synthesis, C-type Advanced Enhancement Potion X5. C-type Advanced Enhancement Potion, the commencement of Phase 2 enhancement, delving into the mysteries of genes, unveiling the fog surrounding them. With a tremendous surge of energy, shatter the shackles of the gene primary sequence and unleash extraordinary powers. The powers each individual can gain will vary. Each enhancement in this phase necessitates the use of D-type enhancement potions. To enhance with 1 vial of C-type Advanced Enhancement Potion. 2 vials of D-type enhancement liquid are required for gene repair. This phase allows for 6 enhancements, fully unlocking the gene source's beginnings and fortifying the gene primary sequence. Only after completely developing the gene primary sequence can one enter the third phase, challenging the gene's secondary sequence. This phase is divided into 3 stages with a total of 3 sequences, liberating the gene source's power. Each enhancement has an interval of 5 days. Belonging to second-dimensional technology. It was unexpected that this time the enhancement potion required the use of D-type enhancement potions. Moreover, the second phase of enhancement could actually bestow special abilities. I wonder what my ability will be. The information revealed in this synthesis upgrade is overwhelming. This is a challenge to the gene primary sequence, comprising 3 sequences in total. This likely signifies that each gene sequence possesses a unique capability. Once all 3 sequences are fully unlocked, the power of the gene source can be entirely unleashed. The first phase allows for 6 enhancements in total, ultimately unlocking the gene primary sequence completely. However, each enhancement requires an interval, necessitating 5 days for each. To complete all enhancements, a minimum of 1 month will be required. It appears that even with the D-type enhancement potions for repair, the damage from challenging the gene sequence remains significant, necessitating time for recovery. Changing into casual attire, Su Cheng mounted his e-bike and headed towards the desolate city. He still required 2 vials of D-type enhancement potions, and purchasing 64 vials of inferior nutritional liquid would suffice. The quantity is quite small, so it poses no significant issue. Upon returning to Kangba Foods, he discovered that Kangba was not present in the store. Instead, a plump woman had taken over the sales. The woman greeted him with a polite smile. "Hello, handsome. What do you need?" 64 vials of inferior nutritional liquid. Purchasing so many at once requires quite a sum. Are you stocking up for the winter? Su Cheng nodded. The woman handed him a cloth bag filled with the nutritional liquid. "I apologize, but my family member has fallen ill, and the shop is currently short on funds. So I can only use this cloth bag." Su Cheng remained silent, completed the transaction, and departed with the bag. It seemed that Zhang Jie had given Kangba quite a severe lesson. Yet, even if he were heavily injured, it was improbable for a shop owner to decline to such a state. Most likely, he also demanded $1 billion in compensation for himself. The 200 bottles of inferior nutritional liquid sent to him were probably the cheapest available. Friends? Su Cheng did not believe in the good friends Zhang Jie spoke of. It was merely mutual exploitation. Only when both parties held value could they be deemed friends. He utilized Zhang Jie as a tool, and the latter could not possibly be unaware of this. Zhang Jie's goal was simply to purchase high-purity nutritional liquids. After years of being a repairman, he had encountered all types of individuals. He was no longer the naive college student of the old century, with clear and foolish eyes. Just as he parked his vehicle at the doorstep, he noticed 3 desert 4-wheel motorcycles approaching. 2 individuals jumped off. "Hey, kid, it's time to pay up." Members of the Death Rock gang? They arrived rather promptly. One wonders how many of them showed up last night. Su Cheng glanced at the other residents being extorted nearby. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay." Su Cheng, feeling impatient, retorted, "It has always been the wild ghost collecting money. Who are you?" A man with 10 holes in his face angrily replied, "Shut up. or I'll make you regret it. Hold on, the blonde beside him interjected. Turning to Su Cheng, previously, it was indeed the wild ghosts who collected, but they are dead now. The wild ghosts are dead? Su Cheng was somewhat astonished. How is that possible? They were here just 4 days ago. Are you trying to trick me into paying you? The man with holes in his face shouted. You think we're trying to deceive you? You seem to be asking for it. Su Cheng coldly remarked, I will only pay one portion. If you want more, negotiate with the wild ghosts. Fine, let me ask you a few questions. Besides 4 days ago, have you seen the wild ghost at all? The blonde spoke while entering the small dwelling, surveying the surroundings. Su Cheng shook his head. No. I've been preparing supplies for winter, making trips back and forth to the desolate city. The blonde glanced at the bag containing the inferior nutritional liquid. Welcome. How may I assist you? Repairing or maintaining your cybernetics? The blonde frowned slightly. Never mind, it's fine for now, let us go. Afterward, the two exited. Su Cheng followed them, feeling a twinge of worry. Is it really safe for us to stay here now that the wild ghosts are dead? The blonde patted his chest. We are members of the Death Rock gang. As long as you pay, your safety is guaranteed, so there is no need to worry. Su Cheng sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Suddenly, the man with holes in his face barked. You'd better hope what you said was true. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. Su Cheng extended his hand. If possible, I would indeed like to eliminate him, but I'm an original body. All right, we understand the situation. If you have any information, remember to inform us. We'll come to collect the money in a few days. After saying this, the man with holes in his face was pulled into the vehicle, heading towards the other residents' houses. He glared fiercely at Su Cheng as he returned home. That kid may seem harmless, but he is unfriendly towards us. At Chapter 23, the first sequence ability, unraveled. Suddenly, Su Cheng felt as though every cell in his body was on the verge of bursting. An overwhelming agony engulfed him. His muscles contorted and writhed in a grotesque manner. As if he could no longer maintain his human form, his flesh seemingly deteriorating. In a frantic attempt, Su Cheng swiftly consumed 2 vials of the D-type enhancement serum. After finishing the doses, his muscles gradually calmed, and the pain dissipated. However, he collapsed unconscious. Goodness. Bro, did you just overdose on drugs? May too, ever the sensible one. Caught Su Cheng, his biological scanning beams illuminating the scene. He wiped his forehead, only to find no signs of distress, so he checked his own body. Phew. All is well. You merely fainted, not truly dead. At that moment, Su Cheng's consciousness plunged into a void of darkness. Bewildered, he reached out in all directions, but found nothing but obscurity. Even when holding his hand before his face, he could not see it. He was acutely aware of his hand and his face. Yet visibility eluded him. No sound, no sight, no sense of direction. Yet, the rhythm of his breath and heartbeat incessantly reminded him that he was indeed alive. In such an environment, madness was inevitable. From the initial panic of losing his sight, Su Cheng transitioned to agitation. He ran aimlessly, but the more he moved, the more frantic he became. It felt as if he were lost in an abyss. Eventually, he halted, took a deep breath, and calmed his mind. Since he could see nothing, he decided to cease his efforts to look. He closed his eyes and stood still, attuning himself to the passage of time. Uncertain of how long had passed, suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. The sound of water droplets echoed in the darkness. Su Cheng's eyes flew open, and he saw the surrounding darkness ripple as if a single droplet had fallen onto a serene lake, creating countless waves. He could see, although it remained dark, there were now undulating patterns. He sensed an unseen force being unlocked. Abruptly, the darkness was torn apart. It was as if a grand door had swung open, allowing an infinite light to flood in. The sunlight was not blinding. Rather, it enveloped him in a warm embrace. Ultimately, the brilliance intensified, transforming the space into pure white. Hiss! Su Cheng's brow furrowed as he slowly opened his eyes, finding his vision blurred, everything appearing as though viewed through a double image. Bro, you're awake. I thought you'd kick the bucket after that drug binge. At least level up before you go. Mei Tu set down the vial he had been holding. Su Cheng turned to Mei Tu, noticing his movements had significantly slowed. He blinked rapidly to focus, realizing that Mei Tu's speed was indeed diminished. Hey, what is wrong with you, bro? Mei Tu waved dismissively. No doubt. You've definitely slowed down. Su Cheng could see Mei Tu's gestures clearly, even discerning the nuances in his movements. He promptly closed his left eye. Normalcy returned. Viewing through his artificial eye, everything appeared as it should. Could this newfound ability stem from my breakthrough into the first genetic sequence? Cheng quickly grasped the implications. Slowing down an opponent's speed? No, it was more about perceiving their movements with clarity and swiftness. He could see farther and faster. He reopened his left eye. What are you doing? Meitu pushed Cheng away. Don't flirt with me. I only fancy female robots. Cheng rolled his eyes and lightly tapped Meitu in jest. Ah, you're embarrassed now, aren't you? Meitu raised his hands in mock defense. To Cheng, Meitu's movements appeared sluggish, allowing him to anticipate his trajectory effortlessly. A mere slight adjustment of his hand to the right enabled him to glide past Meitu's reach, striking him accurately in the torso. Huh? Meitu exclaimed. His eyes wide in astonishment. I calculated that perfectly. I should have blocked that. Despite being so close, Cheng's hand had merely shifted slightly, resulting in a miss. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Meitu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to find nothing obstructing his view. Cheng clenched his fist, marveling at the potency of this ability. It was profoundly practical. In combat, this would undoubtedly serve as a formidable advantage. The capacity to discern an opponent's attack and calculate the precise adjustment needed to counter it. Remarkable. This was the power of genetic lineage. Human DNA contained such formidable capabilities. Yet, he sensed a slight discomfort in his left eye, tears involuntarily welling up. What's wrong with you? You hit me. Yet you're crying? Meitu remarked, bemused. It's nothing, just got some dust in my eye, Cheng replied, blinking to alleviate the irritation. However, the ability had faded. Meitu dismissed him with a scoff. Who are you trying to fool? Even if it's impossible, you needn't be so upset. Just hit me. Cheng wanted to experiment with controlling his newfound power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to utilize it in battle. Hit you? Meitu raised a fist. My punch packs quite a wallop, you know. Come on. Before he could finish, he lunged forward with a sneak attack. Cheng tensed, focusing intently on Meitu's approaching fist. Here it comes. The speed had slowed again. He once more perceived the trajectory of Meitu's punch, slightly pivoting to evade it effortlessly. What the? Meitu gasped, missing his target entirely and tumbling to the ground. He stared in disbelief at his own fist. Just moments ago, the strike had seemed imminent, yet it had merely brushed against Cheng's clothing. I saw through your intentions. Cheng realized that as long as he maintained his gaze on his opponent, he could activate his ability. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his left eye. He instinctively shut it. It appeared this power could not be deployed too frequently, especially since it was newly acquired. Moreover, he discerned an important fact. While he could perceive an opponent's attacks, evading them still relied on his own physical capabilities. Just like earlier, though he had dodged, Meitu had still managed to graze his clothing. Certainly, had he activated his ability sooner, he could have evaded more effectively. Thankfully, his enhanced physique allowed him to keep pace with his visual acuity. With further physical augmentation, the synergy between his body and vision would undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess. Meitu, regaining his composure, stood up, seeing through. Please, that's a skill from the Black Myth, something the great sage possesses, called Unraveled. Then let us call it Unraveled. Cheng mused, finding the name perfectly fitting for his newfound ability. The first sequence ability of my genetic lineage. Unraveled. Let us go again. Despite the pain in his eye, Cheng was exhilarated, thrilled to have acquired such a wondrous power for the first time. Come on, you dolt. Meitu retorted. You think I'll face you again? Are you foolish or just plain silly? With that, he plopped onto the couch and booted up a game. I'll practice the great sage S Unraveled. Observing this, Cheng reluctantly retrieved the hunter card to research the genetic source. However, no information emerged. The restrictions on hunter levels were too severe. He needed to expedite his bounty tasks. Chapter 24. 300 points urgent bounty. Assemble. Master Su. Quickly open the door. Help me. A desperate voice echoed from outside. Without a second thought, Wumena turned to Cheng. Are we working today? Cheng nodded. As the door swung open, a bloodied figure stumbled in, looking as if he had been beaten to a pulp, weeping while clutching a severed mechanical arm. Upon entering, he began cursing. Damn it. These people are insufferable. I had no idea they would attack me and tear off my arm. The wild ghosts deserve their fate. But mark my words, someone will eventually take revenge on them. What a bunch of trash. The inquiries from the Death Rock gang had brought Cheng a fair amount of business, with numerous individuals arriving to repair their damaged cybernetic limbs. Thank you, Dr. Su. Your skills are exceptional. You're not merely a junior technician. I dare say you surpass even the city's senior repairman. Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Being a junior technician is merely a disclaimer, not a reflection of my abilities. The patient chuckled awkwardly. Hee, you're truly clever, Dr. Su, a genuine good soul. In truth, he had never encountered a repairman from the inner city. After seeing the patient off, Cheng began to tidy his tools. Wumena exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell? If you can't fix it, we're not responsible, and he is still thanking you, calling you a good person. Am I not a good person? Cheng replied matter-of-factly. You yourself said you're not. Of course I am, Cheng asserted. Just then, the hunter card nestled in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Quickly retrieving it, he discovered it was not someone reaching out to him, but rather an urgent hunting bounty that had just been posted. An emergency multi-person hunting bounty? Cheng opened the details, an urgent hunting bounty issued by the ruined city fighting arena, calling for 8 hunters, including 2 senior hunters. With no restrictions on the remaining participants. Bounty: eliminate all raiders within the ruined city S2BSB administrative district. For further details, please proceed to the ruined city fighting arena. Rewards: 8 intermediate nutrient solutions, 1 half-price redemption for advanced nutrient solutions, 1 E-class and D-class mechanical prosthetic, 2,000 alliance coins, and a total of 300 points, distribution based on participation. Assembly location: ruined city fighting arena, limited to 8 participants. Today's A-no-G dressed in tattered garments and adorned with a mask. That unfortunate soul could not possibly be a hunter, could he? Shinzei scoffed. Indeed. He is a hunter, a novice hunter at that. A novice hunter? What purpose does he serve here? Is he seeking his own demise? Shinzei shrugged, deliberately amplifying his voice. Who knows? In the past few days, I have already encountered several newcomers. Nowadays, these rookies exhibit no respect towards their predecessors. They don't even bother to greet us. Truly, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Nevertheless, I've heard that Zhang Jie has befriended someone significant. A person capable of procuring exceptionally high-quality nutrient solutions. By all accounts, this time he is destined to achieve S rank. Shinzei nodded. Indeed, however, the supply is scarce. The reason he is offering it for sale is due to the cooldown on its enhancement effects. Otherwise, I imagine he would have consumed it all himself. I truly wish to make the acquaintance of that illustrious individual. Chapter 25, The Novice Hunter? Entering the bounty point. Only one spot remains. Cheng furrowed his brows. Among the 7 present, he was the only novice hunter. If the last arrival was not an advanced hunter, he would be unable to join this bounty. At that moment, a tall and cold beauty approached from a distance. Goodness, am I seeing things? Is that Rebecca, clad in a fitted gray combat suit? Rebecca exuded an aura of icy elegance and strength, in stark contrast to Remy's seductive charm. She maintained her lofty demeanor, akin to a flower blooming atop a high peak. It truly was Rebecca. Surely she wants to here to join this bounty. Goodness. She ranks among the top 10 powerful advanced hunters. Shinzei swallowed hard, greedily surveying Rebecca. With her here, the difficulty of this bounty would diminish significantly. She is stunning. Her figure so alluring, yet her aloofness makes her utterly inaccessible to men. The cold and elegant Rebecca walked straight to the registration point, impervious to the gazes of all around her. Cheng merely glanced at her before averting his eyes. Cold goddess? What he perceived was a beguiling figure shamelessly courting wealthy men. Remy cast a teasing glance at the frigid Rebecca before returning her focus to Cheng. Is she not interested in that flirt? Remy found herself intrigued, noticing that Cheng did not ogle Rebecca like Shinzei and his group, who seemed eager to devour her with their eyes. In this wretched world, a normal man uninterested in a stunning beauty is rarer than a wealthy man in the old world claiming disinterest in money. All right, everyone gather round, the organizer called out. The coordinates for this bounty have been transmitted to your hunter cards. Your objective is to eliminate all raiders within the 2BSB administrative region and eradicate all threats. The bodies and items of the raiders will be collected by designated personnel. You are not permitted to take anything. Su Cheng raised his brow, understanding that they were to be mere enforcers. Clearly, there were items within that the waste disposal facility desired. The organizer turned to Su Cheng. You are the only novice hunter. Fleeing mid-mission will be regarded as abandoning the bounty, resulting in the deduction of all your accumulated points. Remember, for novice hunters, accumulating points is arduous, so think carefully. Su Cheng nodded. All right, no problem. You may proceed. The others immediately set off towards the 2BSB administrative district using their respective modes of transportation. Su Cheng pressed the metallic device behind his ear and walked towards his motorcycle. Yang Siki, dressed in a pink and white JK uniform and savoring a lollipop, furrowed her delicate brows. What are you up to? Help me check the surveillance for the 2BSB administrative district in the north of the ruined city. Yang Siki was somewhat taken aback. Oh, are you still a hunter? Su Cheng nodded. You know about this hunting bounty? Of course, she replied, tapping her head with a white pencil. A group of raiders suddenly stormed in, slaughtering everyone in that area. It took the ruined city 2 days to realize what happened. That place is an administrative district, home to many wealthy individuals. Such a significant incident going unnoticed for 2 days is quite peculiar. The surveillance in that area has been dismantled by the raiders, so I can't assist you. Su Cheng frowned slightly. The situation seemed more complicated than anticipated. That place is now under the control of the raiders, and the surrounding area has been cordoned off by the HPC dogs. You should be the advanced team, essentially acting as scouts, Yang Siki explained, adjusting the surveillance footage of the surrounding area for Su Cheng to see. Look, even the HPC dogs haven't entered. They're guarding the perimeter. Be careful. I don't want my partner to be lost so soon. Su Cheng nodded. All right, thanks. Scouts? Whatever, it's of no concern to me. His goal was points. Stay in touch. Through the neural interface, I can influence the electronic systems of others at close range. I will be online all day. Good. Soon. They arrived at the 2BSB administrative district. The incident site was a high-end complex. The first and second floors housed a large supermarket, with upscale residences above, only 7 stories tall. Now, everything was sealed off. From the outside, there was not a single sign of life within, only traces of explosions and combat. Chapter 26. Mobile Artillery, Mantis Hunter. Su Cheng's pupils constricted. Although the man had been shot in the head, he discerned a faint trace of the bullet's trajectory through his perception. He immediately directed his gaze towards a distant shelf and drew his B-type kinetic pistol. Firing rapidly, bang, 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 the powerful kinetic bullets pierced through the shelf, instantly eliminating the hidden raider behind it. Behind the container at the 9 o'clock position, Shinzei pointed to the same shelf, but the man had already been dispatched by Su Cheng. Everyone stared in shock at Su Cheng, who quietly lowered his weapon. An elementary hunter had outpaced an intermediate detection-type hunter in identifying the ambusher, and with such precision, even Rebecca and Remy could not achieve this. An elementary hunter had accomplished such a feat. Moreover, he wielded a B-type kinetic pistol. While the pistol was less expensive than submachine guns and rifles, it was still a B-type. The best that several intermediate hunters possessed was merely a C-type. Although just 1 grade lower, the price disparity was astronomical. More importantly, B-type weapons and cybernetics represented the pinnacle attainable by hunters. Zhang Jie had only modified 2 B-level mechanical limbs, making him a formidable figure among advanced hunters. Yet here stood a ragged elementary hunter, brandishing a B-type weapon. The contrast was staggering. It was akin to a beggar from the old century driving a luxury car. A glint of greed and envy flickered in Shinzei's eyes. He possessed only a detection cybernetic eye and had never had the funds to acquire superior enhancements. He had relied on hunting intermediate raiders through low-level bounties for an extended period. Advanced hunters required rigorous assessments, and someone of his caliber could never pass. Everything required money. Even Rebecca cast an extra glance at Su Cheng. A destitute elementary hunter could not possibly afford a B-type kinetic pistol. Remy shot Shinzei a cold glance. You'd better pay attention from now on. They had barely entered the supermarket when they had already lost a member. Shinzei quickly nodded. Rest assured, it won't happen again. As the group was about to proceed, Shinzei suddenly warned, Be cautious, 20 raiders are converging towards us, along with a colossal one. The group immediately fell into a defensive stance, arming themselves and aiming at the supermarket entrances and staircases. Here they come. CHP let out a furious roar, retracting his shield while swiftly loading the grenade launcher at his chest, preparing for a rapid barrage. This relic of the old century possessed unparalleled might. Chen and his companions were instantly struck with terror. Alas, it was over. Chapter 27. Is he really a novice hunter? A struggle. Trouble. Su Cheng glanced at the surrounding marauders, utilizing his skill perception. He evaded just as they raised their weapons to pull the trigger, swiftly reaping them with his particle-cutting longsword. Casting a glance back at Chen and his companions, he noticed the turret marauder had its back turned to him. What an opportune moment. Chen and his group were the perfect bait. That was a chance for points. He swiftly eliminated a few minions and dashed towards the turret marauder. Suddenly, a figure charged towards him at an astonishing speed, appearing before Su Cheng in an instant. The figure raised its right hand, from which a mantis blade sprang forth, slashing downwards at him in a swift motion. Perception. In Su Cheng's eyes, the mantis blade, which had been moving too quickly to perceive, now appeared to move in slow motion. He slightly sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the attack, and then retreated to evade the second strike. The mantis blade comprised two segments, its attack executed in two phases. He was well acquainted with this weapon, having modified it for Zhu Shaner. The assailant was clearly taken aback. Despite attempting a sneak attack with the mantis blade, they had failed to land a hit. They had been certain they would strike. Yet Su Cheng had merely sidestepped at the last moment and evaded. This was perplexing. It was as if he had foreseen their attack intentions and possessed profound knowledge of their weapon. Additionally, his speed was remarkable. Unwilling to accept defeat, the attacker instantly transitioned from a downward slash to a sweeping motion. Yet it was the same outcome. It appeared as though they could hit. But Su Cheng effortlessly evaded once more. In fact, it seemed as though he had anticipated their counterattack, severing the assailant's titanium-tungsten alloy mantis blade with ease. At that moment, Su Cheng finally discerned the identity of his opponent. A slender, elongated figure, limbs almost brushing the ground, entirely mechanized, with a frenzied gaze characteristic of a marauder. Very well. Just you wait. The mantis marauder leapt onto the wall, its limbs adhering to the surface as it scuttled away like an insect, accelerating with remarkable speed. Su Cheng raised his firearm to shoot, but failed to connect. Without body modifications, he could not utilize auxiliary targeting. Even with perception, he could not land a hit. For Limbs Chapter 28. Tattoos and Shattered Teeth. As they ascended to the third floor, not a single raider was in sight. The dual-wielding man pondered aloud. Could they all have gone to the supermarket to ambush us? The dual-blade man exhaled in relief. It seems so. We can take it easy. Who would have thought there'd be so many raiders here? This is truly bizarre. The cannon-wielding man interjected. Haven't you noticed that these raiders are different? The dual-wielding man furrowed his brow. Indeed, they resemble automatons, as if they are under some form of control. Everyone sensed the anomaly. It was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. Be cautious. Someone is upstairs. Chen suddenly warned. A resounding explosion erupted from above. Two burly raiders descended, shattering the floor beneath them. One sported a cybernetic arm transformed into a meteor hammer, with a robust alloy chain coiled around it, while the other brandished a baseball bat, its surface adorned with sharp alloy spikes. Such blunt instruments could easily pierce through protective gear, capable of inflicting severe damage on adversaries, even with lower-tier weapons due to their sheer impact. Hence, they had augmented their arms with cybernetics, granting them formidable strength. Meanwhile, a multitude of raiders surged down from above. Leave it to me. Against such power, speed holds the advantage, declared the dual-blade man as he charged forward. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A slender shadow darted out from behind the two massive raiders. The shadow moved with incredible swiftness, brushing past the dual-blade man in an instant. A glint of cold steel flashed. The dual-blade man's eyes widened in disbelief as his body was cleaved into four separate segments. The mantis blade had cut through him in its formation. What the? The dual-blade man muttered in despair, yet the very next moment, a spiked club crushed his skull. That's more like it. Farewell. The mantis blade raider, having successfully ambushed, cast a glance at Su Cheng before swiftly retreating behind the spiked club raider and leaping back upstairs. What's wrong with you? Remy questioned as she noticed Su Cheng and Appo's sudden expression of shock. Something in Appos. SMS. Su Cheng replied, immediately charging towards the spiked club raider. Tattoo. I saw it. Just like 8 years ago. He recognized the tattoo, the letter Y, hidden behind the raider's hair on their neck. Thanks to his madness. I refuse to believe I will never strike you. The two jagged-toothed beings sneered coldly, retreating into the building without further assault. After evading Su Cheng's attack, the two jagged-toothed entities astonishingly fused together back to back. Come again. Chapter 29, Malice, Disregarding Rules. Haha. The grinning Fong laughed maniacally, his body oscillating between the ground and the walls, effortlessly flipping and spinning, with forearms launching attacks from angles that were remarkably devious. The ferocity of his assault was unparalleled. Die, die, die. No one can survive my onslaught. This is my ultimate form. He cackled. Yet, it was futile. Regardless of how swift or cunning his attacks were, or how intricate the angles, Su Cheng always seemed to predict and evade them, or retaliate. His weapon was inferior to Su Cheng's, resulting in an increasing number of wounds across his body. Gradually, the grinning Fong began to sense something was amiss. Despite being the aggressor, why was he the one sustaining injuries? It was utterly bizarre. Damn it. Have you embedded a cybernetic implant? Is that the source of your abilities? But even an advanced implant cannot unleash such powers repeatedly. Who on earth are you? The grinning Fong stared in shock as Su Cheng dodged his attack once more, severing one of his arms with a swift strike. Su Cheng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. I warned you. I came here to kill you. He swung his blade again. The grinning Fong swiftly leaped to the ceiling to evade, then propelled himself off with a fierce kick, spinning as he charged forward. Su Cheng focused intently on him. Although he discerned the trajectory of the grinning Fong and Appos' attack, his left eye began to blur. He had just pushed through the first sequence of his genetic enhancement, and had used it too many times today. He barely bent backward to avoid a scythe-like blade that grazed his hair. He could clearly see his reflection on the blade's edge. With a thunderous crash, the grinning Fong smashed through the floor, plummeting to the level below. Su Cheng steadied himself, rubbed his eyes, and vigorously shook his head before drawing his kinetic pistol and unleashing a barrage of shots downward. Damn it, I will skin you alive and steam you. Then braise you. The grinning Fong roared from below, then violently broke through the floorboards, his 3 blades slashing ferociously towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng fired relentlessly, barely managing to employ his ability to see through the grinning Fong's movements. The entire scene slowed down. He adjusted the angle of his pistol slightly, and a bullet pierced the grinning Fong's shoulder in an instant. Simultaneously, he flipped backward, forcefully hurling his particle-cut Chenzai gazed upward in disbelief as the particle-slicing longsword pierced through his brow. You have violated the rules. You will be hunted down. With a thud, Chenzai fell limply to the ground. Su Cheng approached slowly, withdrawing the longsword and crushing Chenzai's hunter card. He then cast a cool glance at the others, stating, You all witnessed it. He was slain by the marauder. Chapter 30. The 3-star gladiators, intermediate hunters. Indeed, it was the Reaver who was responsible for the kill, the one lying on the ground. The dual-wielding man quickly came to this realization. There remained much they did not know. He had no intention of provoking Su Cheng. Although the latter was merely an entry-level hunter, his displayed prowess was comparable to that of a senior hunter. Had it not been for Su Cheng and this bounty, it was certain that more than 3 of them would have perished. Both he and the cannon man were unlikely to survive. Only Remy and Rebecca stood a chance. The difficulty of this bounty was extraordinarily high. The initial tank Reaver had nearly wiped them all out. The subsequent 2 heavy Reavers were somewhat easier to handle. But there was also a swift and stealthy attack from the Ripper that they could not counter. The cannon man nodded hastily. I, too, just arrived and saw nothing. The waste disposal facility did not explicitly prohibit hunters from turning on one another. Thus, the hunter cards bore no penalties. This was a regulation instituted by the strongest hunters to ensure unity. However, this was the forsaken old world. Here, there were no rules. Power was paramount. Remy showed no concern for Chenzai's demise. With her arms crossed, she accentuated her striking figure. She kicked the Ripper's corpse and asked, X. Su Cheng glanced at her. Do you recognize this letter? Remy raised an eyebrow, her enticing smile radiating. Of course. Would you like to know? Su Cheng shook his head. I know them. I assumed you were unaware. Remy replied with a playful laugh. No, you are mistaken. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fled so suddenly. Do you want me to tell you? She leaned closer to Cheng, her breath warm against him. If you wish to know, come find me at Black Market 520. Remember, come alone. The humid air tickled Cheng's ears, prompting him to subtly shift away. He felt somewhat exasperated. He truly preferred not to converse with astute individuals, especially clever women. If only everyone were as dim-witted as the Blackbull. The others pretended not to notice, envious of Cheng's fortune, yet they understood it was earned through strength. On the rooftop of the supermarket, Rebecca observed the intimate exchange between Cheng and Remy, silently stowing away her weapon before departing. Greetings, we are from the Wasteland Arena. 3 individuals clad in white combat attire ascended to the 7th floor. Do not disturb the bodies here, including those of your hunters. You are free to leave. The leader was a middle-aged man with a full beard and a buzz cut. To his right stood a pink-haired girl, and to his left was a rugged young man. Cheng was taken aback to see Zhu Shao. He had not anticipated her becoming an official of the Wasteland Arena so soon. Just 2 or 3 days had passed. Let us go, Remy led the way. Although initially only the Reaver corpses were deemed undisturbable, the opposing party had the authority to modify that rule. Cheng and Zhu Shao brushed past each other. Zhu Shao paused for a moment. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced back at Cheng's retreating figure. The cannon man expressed his astonishment from behind. They actually dispatched 3 3-star gladiators. Cheng frowned slightly. His prior research had solely focused on the letter tattoos in the maintenance manual left by his father, leaving him unfamiliar with the ranking of gladiators. Remy, noticing his confusion, smiled gently. They all bear 3 crimson roses embroidered on their chests, denoting their status as 3-star gladiators. The highest rank is 5 stars, with the pinnacle being the King of Gladiators. Though the title may sound simplistic, it signifies that he is the strongest among all gladiators. The dual-wielding man chimed in, indeed. The King of Gladiators is granted entry to Future City, and there can only be 1 king per season. They ascend by stepping over the corpses of other gladiators. Hence the name gladiators. A 3-star gladiator is already an elite, comparable in strength to senior hunters. Cheng nodded. It was evident that the overall strength of gladiators surpassed that of hunters. No wonder it attracted the attention and participation of Future City. Zhu Shao had swiftly risen to the status of a 3-star gladiator, undoubtedly due to the power of military implants. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could instantly transcend levels and classes. At any time, power dictated authority. The Cannon Man continued, in just a month, the final championship of this year will take place. And I am exceedingly eager for it. We, as S-rank hunters, have an opportunity to reach Future City. But the King of Gladiators can actually go there, though the distinction is merely a few words. The disparity is vast. Future City? S-rank hunters, Kings of Gladiators. Is there truly such a path to ascendancy? Perhaps. As they exited the supermarket, the HPC guards had already begun their cleanup inside. Suddenly, a whistling sound filled the air. Cheng looked up to see a large aircraft emblazoned with G, descending directly onto the rooftop of the supermarket. 2 spider-like robots from the waste disposal facility descended, alongside an armored individual. Those were the inspector robots and adjudicators from the waste disposal facility. What was happening? The Cannon Man exclaimed in shock. The conveners have already settled the bounty. The arena has taken over the stronghold. Why is the waste disposal facility still sending people? The dual-wielding man shrugged. Who cares? We have secured our rewards. We can collect them directly later. The Cannon Man nodded, addressing everyone. Pleasant collaboration. We truly were fortunate this time. I will head to claim my reward now. This bounty had surpassed his expectations in difficulty. Survival was all that mattered. Together, let's catch a ride. The dual-wielding man followed him. You have acquired the most significant weight in points. Collectively, we all do not possess as many points as you. An entry-level hunter. Remy, unfazed by the arrival of the waste disposal facility, smiled at Cheng. Remember to seek me out. With that, she strode toward the roaring EVO supercar parked by the roadside. The super fuel engine of the new industrial era emitted a powerful, thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust as it departed. Cheng pressed on his left eye. During the recent battle, a momentary blindness reminded him to refrain from excessive usage. As the discomfort subsided slightly, he retrieved his hunter card and accessed the bounty details. Completion: annihilation of the 2 BSB Administrative District bounty. Your points-weight ratio is 53, totaling 159 points. He had singularly amassed a significant portion of the weight. His team included 2 senior hunters. Cheng pondered for a moment. Deducing the point-weight distribution scheme, the tank reaver and the heavy mechanical reaver likely accounted for 20 each, summing to 60. The ripper must represent at least 30 or more, while the remaining ordinary reavers contributed only 10. Since he had slain both the tank reaver and the ripper, he had secured at least 50 of the weight, with the rest derived from eliminating ordinary hunters. The weight proportion for ordinary reavers was minimal. By this calculation, the others hardly garnered any points. Only Remy and Rebecca had each taken down a formidable reaver. He accessed his personal information: hunter code name, shadow, hunter level, intermediate. Points, 189. Information access level, intermediate. Product purchase authority, intermediate. Points required for upgrade, 500. Senior hunter assessment, not assessed. In just 2 days, he had ascended to the rank of an intermediate hunter. Chapter 31. Analysis, Trojan. The simple hunting bounties yield only single-digit points, while intermediate hunters require a total of 100 points. This means at least 20 bounties must be completed. Even if one manages to accomplish 5 in a day, it would still take 4 days, and that is considering the more manageable tasks like clearing out strongholds. A novice hunter would find it nearly impossible to undertake such challenges from the outset, as this is not merely a game of health bars. Striking a vital point could indeed result in death. Thus, hunters typically start with introductory bounties, which demand even more time. For instance, someone like Cheng, while engaged in a bounty at an abandoned parking lot, might not achieve a flawless victory. Most individuals expend considerable time hunting down individual marauders to accumulate points for upgrades. In stark contrast, Cheng managed to accrue over 200 points in just 2 days. Rather than departing immediately, Cheng ventured back into the supermarket, grabbing a bag to collect as many supplies as possible. After all, this place was a treasure trove of fine goods for the affluent. Amidst the chaos inside, he seized the opportunity to gather more to take home. Following his visit to the waste processing plant to collect his rewards, he returned home. "Wow, you're back. You were gone for ages. I thought you were off chasing girls again." No Brain exclaimed as he rose from the sofa. "You haven't been working these past few days. You're going to waste away just playing video games." Cheng laid out his rewards: 8 intermediate nutrient solutions, 1 set each of E and D grade mechanical prosthetics, a 50 discount voucher for advanced nutrient solutions, and 2,000 alliance coins, which had already been credited to his hunting card for free trading. He activated the dimensional eye and initiated a synthesis upgrade. Ultimately, he acquired a D-grade strengthening potion, perfectly complementing the C-type advancement strengthening potion. The interval for the second usage was 5 days later. "I wish I could do something, but what can I actually accomplish? By the way, I've already taken down Big Head, haha. Pretty impressive, right?" No Brain boasted, pointing at the monitor. Cheng organized his items and glanced at the screen. "Truth be told, I could have passed that long ago." After saying this, he retrieved his hunter card and searched for the keyword evil. The search yielded numerous results, and he began to peruse them eagerly. No Brain plopped back down. "All talk, no action. I've even tackled Guangxi already. And now I'm going after the white-clad gentleman. Oh no, I'm doomed. Guangxi, help me." Sighing, Cheng found no information regarding evil marauders. The only relevant entry was a hunting bounty, which, although it did not mention the evil organization directly, contained related images. However, accessing all the details required the privileges of an advanced hunter. The black market. Cheng pondered, "I should check it out tonight. Remy's identity is evidently more than ordinary. She must know considerably more." The black market exists within the underground mall of the ruined city, offering all the goods that cannot be openly sold. Theoretically, anything can be found there, albeit at exorbitant prices. "Wow, you're heading out again? We've got plenty of injured folks coming in, and I can't handle them all." No Brain tilted his head towards Cheng, who was preparing to leave again. "You sent me the supplies, but my hands aren't very nimble," he added, closing the door behind him. Cheng rode his bike to the ancient city. Upon arrival, he parked and activated his chip communicator. "I'm downstairs. Which floor are you on?" "That was quick. You didn't even give me a heads up." "Head to the rooftop." Closing the communication, Su Cheng glanced at the vigilant individuals nearby and ascended the stairs. This time, they did not follow him. Soon, Yang Siki, clad in a blue and white JK uniform, lollipop in mouth, and sporting a pink handbag, stealthily approached the rooftop. "You 1T hit me for what I said earlier, right?" She blinked her large eyes, her cautious demeanor eliciting a bemused smile from Su Cheng. This was their first in-person meeting, and he hadn't expected her to be so timid compared to her fierce online persona. Feigning contemplation, Su Cheng replied, "It depends on your behavior. If you're not honest, perhaps I might." We're part Chapter 32, the Skeleton Virus Source Code, Controlling the Marauders. Yang Siki gazed in astonishment at her computer screen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The Trojan program, also known as the Trojan virus, was indeed a virus, akin to the Black Death virus. However, rather than employing a toxic countermeasure, it utilized a more sophisticated coding program to directly control the Black Death virus. Her fingers danced like butterflies across the virtual keyboard. The Trojan virus originated from the computer viruses of the old century, the most prevalent viruses of that time. Capable of commandeering others' computers, leaving backdoors, and pilfering various data. This virus was even more formidable. It parasitized the Black Death virus, eroding its source code and subsequently controlling the thoughts and actions of the marauders, a method reminiscent of biological parasitism. One could liken it to the dual-disc fluke that parasitizes the brain of a snail and the nematode that inhabits the body of a mantis. Su Cheng's heart stirred at her words. Did that mean that as long as he possessed this virus, he could control the marauders? If that were the case, it would represent a colossal fighting force. No wonder the fighters from the ruined city fighting arena personally sought out the bodies. And even the refuse processing plant dispatched observer robots and judges. The observer robots vigilantly guarded the interior of the plant, rarely leaving its confines. While the judges represented the core combat power of the facility, he had never seen one until today. It turned out they were all after this Trojan virus source code. Yang Siki shook her head. While that was true, it was not entirely accurate. Possessing this source code was a prerequisite, but a password was also required. This password was not a mere numerical code, but a genetic password. In other words, without the specific genes deemed necessary by them, one could not utilize this source code. Yang Siki closed her laptop. Even if one could extract his genes from blood, it would be impossible to determine which segment to use or how to combine them. Such a password was far more challenging to crack than a conventional one. Furthermore, this source code needed to be applied within the Black Death virus, meaning only the marauders could wield it. Su Cheng lamented. So, this source code is useless? Indeed, while the password is a later-loaded program. I cannot decipher it, at least not here in the ruined city, where no one else can either. Yang Siki stated confidently. Besides, do you wish to turn into one of those lunatics? Su Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment, although it was unusable. It did not imply that the source code lacked value. Both the refuse processing plant and the ruined city fighting arena coveted this item, suggesting there might be some means to utilize it. Controlling the marauders. Even if the marauders devolved into thoughtless zombies, they still posed a significant threat to the ruined city. And indeed, the old world. As long as the potential rewards were substantial enough, there would undoubtedly be individuals willing to take risks. While he could not make use of it himself, it could be bartered for something valuable. The ruined city fighting arena and the refuse processing plant were out of the question, as they were the ones seeking this very item. Thus, the only avenue left was the black market. Yang Siki handed a metallic piece to Su Cheng. This external brain interface is now obsolete. To prevent misuse, I have destroyed its embedding function. With that, she turned and walked downstairs. The core code of the Trojan virus is called skeleton. It cannot be replicated, only parasitized, meaning that the metallic piece you hold is the soul vessel. I can only document its characteristics for research purposes. Follow me, and I shall retrieve the external brain interface connectors for you. Su Cheng carefully stowed the metallic piece and followed her. Soon, they arrived at the door of a room. The pink door seemed out of place against the surrounding dilapidated walls. Yang Siki turned back, her gaze stern. Wait here for me. After scanning her iris and authenticating the password, the door slid into the wall with a swift motion. Once inside, the door closed again. Moments later, it reopened. And Yang Siki emerged holding 4 metallic pieces of external brain interface connectors. Here they are. This is all of them. If they all break, I will have none left. Although making these is quite simple, it does take time, and I am rather lazy. I absolutely will not make more, I assure you. All right. Cheng placed the metallic pieces into another pocket. Thank you. Farewell. I will call you again if there are tasks to be done. In high spirits, Siki hummed a tune as she returned to her room to continue studying the characteristics of the skeleton virus source code. Cheng rode home. With the addition of the skeleton virus source code, his gains from this emergency bounty had become even more substantial. Most importantly, there were new leads and progress regarding the tattoo. Upon returning home, Cheng retrieved the metallic piece of the external brain interface and activated the dimensional eye to attempt synthesis and upgrading. Synthesis. Embedded Homemade Premium Micro External Brain Interface X2. Embedded Homemade Premium Micro External Brain Interface, a high-quality external brain interface made personally, capable of realizing all functions of built-in brain interfaces compared to the previous generation. Possesses a mid-level firewall and is a self-made advanced product, classified as first-dimensional technology. It truly could be synthesized. No wonder it could create any technological product. He pressed on. Synthesis, Micro-External Photon Brain. Micro-External Photon Brain. Within an extreme volume, it contains a photon brain of 108 photons. Combining all functions of the photon brain and external brain interface, capable of serving as an auxiliary brain. It has an advanced firewall, can automatically identify attacks, and possesses a self-protection feature that forcibly disconnects from the network. Classified as second-dimensional technology. The originally reddish-brown metallic piece had transformed into a smooth, silvery object. It felt cool and sleek to the touch, far more aesthetically pleasing than before. Its performance had evolved from being personally made to a more formidable official technology. Furthermore, it integrated a photon brain, meaning that in future modifications of prosthetics, there would be no need to implant a photon brain. Moreover, it contained 108 photons, far superior to the mere 8 of the brainless, and it also retained the functions of a brain interface, with an advanced firewall and self-protection features. He would have little to fear from hacker attacks. The dimensional eye had classified it as a high-level firewall, indicating it would not be easily compromised. Cheng promptly replaced the metallic piece behind his ear. Then, with a thought, he dialed Siki's number. What do you want? Calling again? Siki licked her lollipop impatiently. I'm starting to regret collaborating with you. I initially intended for you to assist me, but now it feels as though I have become your assistant. Cheng chuckled. You're being overly modest. I sought you out precisely for your exceptional hacking skills. TCH. Siki scoffed. What is it? Help me create a few more external brain interface connectors. I'm too busy. I've already said I absolutely will not make them. It's far too troublesome, and I have to gather materials. Siki pouted, her expression one of reluctance. I have lollipops and other snacks. We can trade. Cheng opened the food he had borrowed from the supermarket. Potato chips? And my favorite chocolate. Siki's spirits lifted immediately, nodding vigorously. All right, sure. Count on me. Come back in a week and remember to bring snacks. Cheng smiled slightly. No problem. Chapter 33. Seizing Leisure Amidst Busyness. The Rules of the Black Market. After terminating the call, Cheng glanced at the last external brain interface and the carrier of the skeletal virus source code. He opted against synthesizing an upgrade, uncertain if the skeletal virus would persist through the process. Previously, when he had synthesized upgrades, even damaged items had transformed into entirely new entities, mechanical prosthetics, weapons, nutrient solutions, all presented in pristine condition. If the synthesis were to obliterate the skeletal virus source, it would be a grave miscalculation. Casting a glance at the mindless one, he pondered the possibility of acquiring the final mechanical prosthetic in the black market, thereby synthesizing something beyond Class A without the need to replace the original body, thus enabling him to assist the mindless one in locating similar entities for synthesis. He had long ago promised to assist him. Indeed, there was much to attend to. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? The mindless one shot him a sidelong glance. Remember, I've already taken down the big head. You're merely a minor player. Cheng nodded. Indeed, impressive. Just wait a moment, and I shall demonstrate what true prowess looks like. Is that so? You've been battling the big head for 5 or 6 days. Unlike me, I breezed through. The mindless one shook his head, or rather, wobbled his body, filled with unrestrained pride. Breeze through? After defeating the big head, you've reached level 70. Where's the ease in that? Cheng opened a snack pouch, retrieving a pack of scallion oil biscuits. Freshly dated food. He gazed at the transparent packaging, revealing brown biscuits adorned with flecks of green scallions. Snacks, a term so distant for ordinary remnants of humanity, yet so commonplace in the affluent districts. As he tore open the packaging, a rich scallion aroma wafted forth. He inhaled deeply several times. 20 years. This marked his first encounter with food beyond nutrient solutions. He lifted a piece to his mouth. With a crisp crunch, the biscuit shattered, emitting a delightful sound. The scallion flavor burst forth, savory and aromatic. The texture was oily, crisp, and doughy. Each bite resonated throughout his mouth. Delicious. Cheng devoured one biscuit after another, unable to stop, finishing an entire pack in no time. This was the food of humanity from the bygone century. How fortunate the people of the past were. He then retrieved a can of orange-flavored carbonated beverage, crack. Hiss. As the aluminum can opened, a rush of gas was released, and the liquid erupted with fine bubbles. Cheng lifted it to his nose for a whiff, then took a hearty sip. Gulp. Instantly, the unique texture and flavor illuminated his senses. The carbonation mingled with the drink as it coursed down his throat, then surged back up. Burp, he involuntarily belched. In summer, chilled beverages would be utterly refreshing. What are you doing? You look utterly ridiculous. The mindless one expressed disdain as he glanced at Cheng, with several snack packs nestled in his lap. Cheng indulged in a scallion biscuit alongside a sip of carbonated drink, reveling in the joy of the moment. Such a rare experience. The experience of the affluent. After a couple of days of vigorous activity, his nutrient consumption had escalated. The enhancement liquid failed to provide sustenance, leaving him genuinely hungry, while nutrient solutions offered better value. Snacks were undeniably more delightful. What do you know? This is the life of the wealthy. Let me have a taste. Get your energy blocks and eat those. I can't even drink. How stingy of you, you petty creature. Give it to me. Let me have a go. The mindless one transformed into a wisp of fur and handed the controller to Cheng. Come on, show me how it's done. The white-clad hero has 2 phases. Don't say I didn't warn you. With a sip of the drink and a bite of the biscuit, Cheng immersed himself in the game. Bliss. Nightfall. Cheng consumed a bottle of premium nutrient liquid before cycling towards the ruined city. The black market was a fixed street, yet its location and entry remained unknown to him. Reluctantly, he sought the guidance of Siki once more. Siki rested her chin in her hand. Exasperated, speak up. What is it this time? Where is the black market? On Inner City Street 911, by the bar's window, stands a burly man named Jason. He serves as the guide to the black market, adorned with a black brooch on his chest. Seek him out, and he will lead you in. Siki licked her lollipop and continued. Entry to the black market requires a fee, starting at 100. Moreover, you must adhere to their regulations, which Jason will explain to you. If you don't see him, he is likely inside having a drink. Just wait. Thanks, I'll bring you back some snacks. Soon. Cheng reached Street 911. The ambience of the inner city at night surpassed that of the day. The projections on the skyscrapers were even more brazen. The streets, adorned with vibrant neon lights, painted pedestrians in myriad hues. Intoxicated individuals retched on the sidewalks, while revelers embraced women as they entered bars and hotels. The atmosphere was one of opulence and indulgence, rendering the desolation of the world almost imperceptible. After securing his bike, Cheng approached the bar, where the burly man was absent, presumably inside drinking. He positioned himself by the window, patiently awaiting his turn. Welcome, please come again. Before long, the bar door swung open, and a blonde, blue-eyed giant approached Cheng. Hunter? Jack scrutinized the figure before him, clad entirely in black. Cheng nodded to the black market. Jack replied nonchalantly, naturally. Those who seek me out are headed to the black market, so, as he spoke, he expressionlessly extended his right hand, rubbing his index finger and thumb together. I understand. Cheng produced the hunter card and promptly transferred 100 alliance coins to him. This was 100 alliance coins. The cost of merely a guide was exorbitant. Although pained by the expense, he felt compelled to enter the black market. Upon seeing the money, Jack's demeanor brightened instantly, and he enthusiastically said, Sir, please follow me. You seem unfamiliar. It must be your first time at the black market. Is this a long-lost skill of face-changing? Cheng nodded, resigned. Then let me enlighten you on the rules of the black market. Jack began as they walked. In the black market, inquiries about the origins and destinations of items are strictly prohibited. Transactions rely solely on personal negotiation, and one must never pry into the identities of sellers or buyers. In the black market, disturbances are forbidden. If a dispute arises, one must formally request a duel. We would be more than happy to observe. He patted Cheng on the shoulder. Trust me, we are also willing to place bets on it. Cheng raised his hand to prevent him from growing overly familiar. Oh, very well. It seems you're quite the recluse. Jack shrugged. Additionally, you cannot directly disclose the entrance to the black market to others. You must refer them to me or another guide like myself. He gestured to the black brooch on his chest, etched with scales and coins. The final and most crucial rule. In the black market, the boss is God. He created everything within the black market. Jack's expression turned grave. Thus, no one may defy the boss's will, nor entertain any thoughts or actions that would harm him. Otherwise, the black market will ensure their permanent disappearance from this world. Chapter 34. The genius predator hacker. The two turned into a narrow, dimly lit alley. Further ahead lay an iron gate, which Jack unlocked, allowing them to proceed. Beyond the gate, they traversed a kitchen, passing through a bar where several chefs completely ignored Jack and his companion. After navigating approximately 100 meters through the kitchen, they arrived at an enormous solid iron door. This door was crafted entirely from titanium-tungsten alloy and stood at least 10 meters tall, resembling a fortress wall. A single titanium-tungsten long knife would cost thousands of alliance coins, yet here was an entire door constructed from this precious material, rendering its value immeasurable. After Jack verified his identity, they waited briefly. With a click, the lock disengaged, and the heavy titanium-tungsten door slowly retracted into the wall, revealing the visage of the black market before Cheng's eyes. It was a remarkably spacious street lined with shops, all identical in size and style. Every individual donned a guise to conceal their true appearance, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. There were no shouts or attempts to lure customers. Transactions took place in hushed tones. Cheng noticed many guards clad in matching black uniforms, their cylindrical metallic helmets obscuring most of their faces, with narrow slits allowing glimpses of their vigilant gazes. I shall take you this far. I must continue my work. Farewell. Jack waved and departed as the door slowly closed behind him. The vendors sat idly at their entrances, awaiting customers, each absorbed in their own affairs, indifferent to the outside world. Cheng observed meticulously, noting that each shop bore a number, starting from 303, indicating that the black market boasted at least 200 establishments. Behind these shops stood a two-story building, likely housing the proprietors. Cheng swiftly sought out shop number 520. He walked to the end of the alley, but the numbers only ascended to 404, revealing a T-junction ahead. Directly in front was a metallic wall, marking the direction of shop number ranges. A pair of double doors on this wall emitted indistinct, raucous sounds from within. Cheng steered towards the 500 to 600 range, advancing from the end of the sequence. Soon, he arrived at his destination. There it was, number 520 hung prominently on the wall, precisely where Remy had indicated. However, seated at the entrance was a man with his head bowed, seemingly dozing. Cheng approached and quietly inquired, "Is Remy here?" Without lifting his gaze, the man replied, "This is not a place for inquiries." Furrowing his brow, Cheng contemplated Remy's earlier words. This was indeed the location. Why was it so late for her to seek him? Just then, Remy's voice resonated from behind him. Turning, Cheng beheld her, now clad in a stunning black rosa gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, a black silk veil covering most of her face, yet her captivating eyes remained tantalizing. She approached closely, a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. Stepping back slightly, Cheng stated, "I have some questions." With a knowing smile, Remy replied, "I understand. Follow me. I do not reside in this dismal place." Cheng, intrigued yet wary, followed her. Remy glanced back with a playful smile. "I simply thought the number 520 suited the occasion, representing my sentiments towards you." They soon arrived at a luxurious villa district. Cheng marveled at the sprawling estates, immaculate exteriors, and lush greenery. He had not anticipated such opulence within the black market. It was akin to a hidden paradise. Remy guided him to the heart of the district, where 3 grand villas stood, the largest of which was constructed not from metal but from bricks of the bygone century. Such construction required substantial resources, labor, and wealth. The lavishness of the villas revealed the immense wealth of the black market. "This is it," Remy announced as she entered the rightmost villa. Cheng followed suit, glancing at a trash bin near the entrance. Upon closing the door behind him, Remy suddenly turned and pressed him against it, her long leg resting against him. "I know what you wish to ask, but before that, shouldn't you offer something in return?" Remy slowly removed her veil, revealing a face of exquisite beauty, accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. As she drew nearer, Cheng could feel her warmth enveloping him. "That's not possible," he replied, pushing her shoulder gently, "but I possess other items of value for exchange." He produced a metal block containing the source code of the skeletal virus. "Don't be a bore. I have no interest in that." Remy dismissively held his hand, her pupils turning crimson as she moved closer. "The less you want it, the more it intrigues me. I truly do have feelings for you." "Feelings for me?" Cheng scoffed. "Is that to dismantle me?" He recalled the small human arm he had glimpsed in the trash bin. He was certain that succumbing to Remy's enchanting beauty would lead to a fate akin to that of the unfortunate individual in the bin. "Ha ha." Remy chuckled lightly, her eyes returning to normal. "Rebecca's infatuation is feigned. Yours seems genuine." With that, she swayed towards the opulent sofa, crossing her legs casually. "Have a seat." Cheng settled onto the sofa to her right, as the opposite one was reserved for the audience, providing a better view. "You wish to inquire about the evil, correct?" Cheng nodded affirmatively. Remy lit a slender cigarette, inhaling deeply before releasing a cloud of smoke. "I can divulge that information, but my consulting fee is quite steep. I can afford whatever it entails." He still had a balance of 3,000 Alliance coins, and combined with the skeletal virus source code, it was more than sufficient. "Don't be too hasty," Remy teased with a smile, reclining on the sofa and exhaling smoke. "The evil is not the typical gang of marauders, like the dog pack or rat bites. Although they are indeed predators, they are much more powerful, united, and enigmatic. Their leader is a genius hacker, so you see. The predators became consumed by the Black Death virus, leading to their frenzied bloodlust, yet he, the hacker, miraculously gained reverse control over the Black Death virus after being infected." Cheng listened intently, astonished by the formidable nature of the organization's leader. The ability to reverse control the Black Death virus. Surely, the skeletal virus was his creation. Very few knew of their existence in the entire wasteland. It was only known that they had vanished 6 years prior, and even within the black market, no traces of them could be found. Through the haze of smoke, Remy gazed at Cheng, intrigued by the mystery that surrounded him, igniting her curiosity to delve deeper. "Vanished 6 years ago?" he queried, perplexed. "Indeed," Remy affirmed. "However, a year ago, a hunter killed one of their members, designated as Z. Coupled with the recent bounty involving X, it seems they may soon re-emerge. Their ability to reverse control the Black Death virus means that should they appear, the Wasteland's fighting arenas and waste disposal facilities would surely seek them out, eager to confront such formidable power." Chapter 35, Beyond Extreme Evil, numbered C. What do their letter tattoos signify? So, what do their letter tattoos represent? Cheng inquired further. Remy demurred. "Do you have any idea how much this information could fetch?" "It's your turn to answer my question first." Cheng conceded. "All right, ask away. I'll answer anything except for my true identity." Remy shifted her legs languidly, seemingly oblivious to any potential exposure. "Why are you investigating evil?" "I want to hear your story." Cheng's gaze hardened. "I can tell you that. Because they murdered my parents." He inhaled deeply. "They dismembered my parents in the street before my very eyes, then left me for dead on the edge of the ruins. I was lucky enough to make it back to the ruined city." He omitted the specific time, the fact that his eyes had been gouged out, and the exact location, as any of these details could potentially reveal his true identity. Such atrocities were commonplace among the marauders, making it exceedingly difficult to trace back to him. "I suspected as much. They are, after all, still marauders. Though they may be able to control the Black Death virus, the brain erosion is irreversible," Remy remarked, unfazed. "So, you're after X? You've already exacted your revenge." Cheng shook his head. "No, I'm after C." Remy paused, taking a long drag from her cigarette. Hiss. Exhale. I advise you to abandon this quest. You're unlikely to succeed. Su Cheng questioned. Why? X said the same thing when I killed him. Because you're too weak. Remy's words were blunt. While you are strong, you're still too weak. This wasn't a contradiction, but rather a matter of perspective. Compared to the hunters, you're strong. As a novice hunter, you possess the strength of a seasoned veteran, even managing to single-handedly defeat X. But that's not enough. Have you ever encountered a true powerhouse? As she spoke, Remy's aura shifted. Su Cheng sensed a palpable threat, his body tensing instinctively, insight activating instantaneously. However, Remy quickly reverted to her usual self. Hunters are nothing more than a rabble, tools used by the waste disposal plants to clean up garbage, Remy scoffed. And evil is anything but garbage. The waste disposal plants tell you that nutrient solutions can strengthen your body, correct? Yes, Su Cheng confirmed. It was the prevailing belief among the hunters. As he had learned from individuals like Zhang Jia, Remy chuckled derisively. Nutrient solutions are just that, nutrient solutions. Strengthen the body. A joke. Su Cheng wasn't surprised. The wealthy elite undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than the hunters. That's the information cocoon. Your station limits you, trapping you within the information prison constructed by those in power. Only by ascending to their level can you shatter those walls. Real strengthening agents exist, but they are prohibitively expensive, beyond the reach of most. Extinguishing her cigarette, Remy smirked. That information also comes at a price. Aside from a select few elites, no one knows that nutrient solutions are merely a fabrication spun by the waste disposal plants for the hunters. Su Cheng wanted to point out that he was already aware of this and hadn't requested the information. But he still had questions to ask. You haven't finished. Remy rose and retrieved 2 bottles of purified water from the refrigerator. Your weakness stems from a comparison to the members of evil, particularly those numbered C. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Evil? Remy handed him a bottle of water, opened her own, took a few sips, and set it down. Water trickled from the corner of her mouth, which she deftly licked away, deliberately gazing at Su Cheng as she did so. The top 9 members of evil are known as the extreme evil. Their ranking begins with S, descends to A, and concludes with H, their strength mirroring this order. The X you killed was merely a low-ranking member. Su Cheng now understood why X had reacted so strongly when he had suggested that he wasn't truly one of evil. He had inadvertently struck a nerve. Remy continued, though just an ordinary member, he was still formidable. Within the extreme evil, there's a distinction between the upper 4 and the lower 5. The top 4 members are significantly more powerful, and the Sayu Seek happens to be among the upper 4. Su Cheng was taken aback. Extreme evil. The upper 4. He hadn't realized that Qua's one of the most powerful members of evil. X's fissure teeth had nearly blinded him. If it were C, his own strength paled in comparison, but he remained undeterred. As long as he possessed the dimensional eye, he could grow stronger without limit. Remy had fallen silent, observing Su Cheng's reaction. Though his face was concealed by a mask, she sensed his initial shock upon hearing C's ranking. However, he quickly regained his composure. Moreover, he remained unfazed by her display of power. His resilience and unwavering determination were remarkable, and his strength was enigmatic. Initially, she had merely found Su Cheng intriguing. Then, their paths crossed again due to the bounty, and she discovered that he was even more formidable than she had anticipated, having even slain a member of evil. This piqued her interest further, fueling her desire to toy with him. Yet, he remained as impervious to her charms as he had been during their first encounter. Utterly unmoved by her allure, she longed to rip off his mask and uncover his identity. During their close proximity, she had ascertained that he was neither impotent nor homosexual. Those she could easily seduce were forbidden from touching her, ultimately discarded into the trash. She reveled in the transformation of men from lust to terror. Exciting, amusing. The more restrained they were, the more she enjoyed it, eagerly anticipating the climactic moment, which was bound to be even more thrilling. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed at Su Cheng, as if he were a captivating prey. She was determined to capture this quarry, to claim him as her own. Hiss. Su Cheng inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Remy. Thank you. This information was invaluable, providing him with a deeper understanding of evil and C. No need for thanks. You can repay me in the bedroom, Remy retorted, lighting another cigarette with a teasing smile. Su Cheng shook his head in resignation. Can you tell me where they are now? Remy pouted, her interest waning. No one knows their whereabouts, aside from their appearance in the 2BSB administrative district today. The only other sighting was in the same location as C. You can access that information once you reach senior hunter status, or you could join me inside right now. And I'll tell you. Never mind, I'll find out myself. Though he had gained valuable insights, the trail had run cold. Only the bounty offered a potential lead. Rest assured, since they've resurfaced, they're bound to continue causing chaos, Remy declared, swinging her legs off the couch. All right, today's consultation is over. The fee is 100,000 Alliance credits. That's a discounted price, mind you. 100,000, an amount most people could only dream of earning in a lifetime. And she demanded it for merely uttering a few words. Cheng placed the bone virus source code carrier on the table. Use this to offset the fee. And then help me procure a batch of E-grade mechanical prosthetics, as many as possible, as long as they're E-grade. Hold on. You're offering me a worthless piece of metal to cover my consultation fee and expecting me to buy you prosthetics on top of that. Remy exclaimed, incredulous. I merely wanted to sleep with you and then dissect you, but you're treating me like a fool, trying to swindle me out of my money. Chapter 36. Exchange for 2 sets of first-generation military implants. This information was extracted from X's mind. Cheng pushed a metallic block towards Remy, stating, inside lies the source code for the skeleton virus capable of controlling the Marauders. What? Remy exclaimed in astonishment. You downloaded this after killing X? Cheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Remy quickly picked up the metallic block, scrutinizing it intently. This is highly sought after by both the ruined city fighting arena and the waste processing plant. They will soon realize that something is amiss in X's mind. Not necessarily. They likely have no insight into the specific contents of X's mind. Otherwise, they would have sought us out by now, Cheng replied, taking a sip of pure water and noting its sweetness. While they may uncover some other programs, without the source code, it is futile. However, you cannot utilize the source code, she countered. Cannot use it? Let me see, she said, retrieving a small laptop from a nearby room and inserting the metallic block into it. Although the block's embedding function had been destroyed by Yang Siki, it could still connect to the computer. Cheng kindly warned that contains not only the skeleton virus but also the Black Death virus. Nevertheless, Remy proceeded to insert it into the laptop. This is something that can control the Marauders. I must take a look. In an instant, the screen went black, revealing a gruesome image of a skull, accompanied by countless animated, writhing red worms. Zzz. The laptop erupted in sparks before succumbing to complete failure. What a pity. Remy lamented as she set the laptop down in disappointment. If only it were functional, I could control the Marauders and exact vengeance on you filthy men. Cheng sighed. This can only be used in conjunction with the Black Death virus. It is bound to it, usable solely by the Marauders. He suspected Remy had been deeply affected by men, leading her to alluringly provoke them before exacting her wrath. In the lawless old world, any form of madness could exist, and even more outrageous occurrences were commonplace. Never mind, Remy said, removing the metallic block and casually tossing the valuable laptop into the trash. Though it is unusable, its worth is significant. At least the ruined city fighting arena and waste processing plant would pay a handsome price for it. You cannot sell it while in your possession. It must be sold in the black market. Cheng understood that the skeleton virus source code would either be kept for personal use or sold. Selling it directly would likely result in capture by the waste processing plant or ruined city fighting arena. However, the black market would safeguard the privacy of both buyers and sellers. In the ruined city, this was the only place to trade anything. Surely this will suffice to cover your consulting fees, Cheng smiled. Please assist me in procuring E-level cybernetic implants. The more, the better. Remy nodded. That will be sufficient. But what do you need E-level mechanical implants for? Your strength far exceeds that of E-level implants. She furrowed her brow, assessing Cheng. Based on his combat performance, he undoubtedly possessed the strength of a B-level mechanical implant. His combat reactions and speed were quicker, albeit lacking in fighting techniques. After all, he had single-handedly defeated a member of the evil faction. This indicated that Cheng might have enhanced his physical body, relying solely on instinct for combat. Anyone capable of bodily enhancement would hardly require E-level mechanical implants. To her, E-level was akin to rubbish. Cheng chuckled. Isn't the black market trade not to inquire about sources and destinations? Remy paused for a moment before teasingly responding, I can bypass the rules of the black market. The specific purpose cannot be disclosed. Cheng shook his head. Realizing that anyone residing in the central area of the black market villa district was certainly not an ordinary person. To them, rules were merely decorative. They were constraints meant for the weak. However, he could not divulge the secrets of the Eye of Dimensionality to anyone with a semblance of intellect. Remy carefully stored the metallic block, saying, I was just joking. It's fine if you don't answer. Cheng attempted to inquire, if possible. Could you add an extra set of implants? Implants? Remy pondered, her slender fingers resting on her chin. I could, but from a certain perspective. The value of this virus source code far exceeds those implants. Yet, I have none available at the moment. Though military implants were equally precious, they paled in comparison to the priceless skeleton virus source code. Even with stringent conditions for the virus's usage, its worth remained immeasurable. In her possession, the virus source code would serve as a crucial bargaining chip. Cheng reflected before stating, I wish to exchange for a complete set of first-generation military implants, or even 2 sets of non-functional first-generation military implants, regardless of their condition. The Eye of Dimensionality can automatically repair them. Remy inquired, puzzled, even if they are damaged? Cheng nodded. Acquiring implants was paramount for him, more so than the skeleton virus source code. Very well, Remy replied, rising. I can procure 2 sets of damaged first-generation military implants for you, but it will take a day or 2. You can come to collect them then. As for E-level mechanical implants, I can provide you with 20 sets immediately. How does that sound? Cheng nodded. That will suffice. 20 E-level mechanical implants would be enough to synthesize and upgrade into a single set of A-level combat implants. He already had 1 set, which would perfectly complement the synthesis into a higher-grade implant without replacing his original body. Remy looked at Cheng seriously, stating, the value of the skeleton virus source code far exceeds those implants. I have significant use for it, so consider it a favor owed to you. If you desire, I can accompany you inside right now. Cheng pursed his lips. Are you attempting to take advantage of me and dismantle me in the process? Ha. Remy laughed heartily. How could that be? I wouldn't dream of dismantling you now. With a serious expression, she added, perhaps I genuinely wish to be with you. Cheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had no desire to decipher the thoughts of this woman. It's getting late. I must return. A flicker of disappointment crossed Remy's eyes. Very well. I will have someone prepare the implants for you and arrange for their delivery shortly. All right, Cheng said, rising. I will wait outside. With that, he exited the villa. Remy touched her own face, pondering, am I truly that daunting? Or perhaps I am just unattractive. She gazed at the empty villa, suddenly feeling a pang of melancholy. Perhaps she no longer wished to dismantle Cheng. Perhaps he truly was different. Moments later, 5 men in black arrived, each carrying a box. Each box contained 4 sets of E-level mechanical implants. Remy stood by the window, watching Cheng depart with the 5 men. In the central villa of the district, a burly man with a fierce countenance was listening to his subordinate's report. You mean a man walked out of that girl's villa alive? Indeed, the lady even had 20 sets of E-level mechanical implants taken for him, the subordinate confirmed. The man nodded slowly. Investigate the identity of that young man. If he is a master of deception, eliminate him immediately. Remember, do it cleanly. Do not let the lady find out. Understood. 2 subordinates promptly exited. You had best not deceive my daughter, the man warned, his gaze cold and menacing. At that moment, a woman kneeling before him raised her head and seductively said, Boss, you seem to be in quite a foul mood lately. Keep your head down. The man snapped impatiently. Chapter 37, S-Class Symbiotic Battle Armor. I feel that you have changed, said the mindless one, gazing earnestly at Cheng. You seem so busy every day, no longer paying attention to me. Are you tired of me? Is that it? With a sigh, Cheng replied. What have you been reading? Mindless one produced a book titled The Overbearing CEO Falls for a 48-year-old Divorced Woman with a Child. A little girl came by to deliver books to me, but you weren't here, so she left. She'll come again tomorrow. Try not to read such nonsense. Your intellect is already limited, Cheng admonished as he began bringing the boxes inside. There were too many for him to carry alone, and he wished to avoid being tracked. Given Remy's elevated status in the black market, He had various means at her disposal. Thus, he contacted Young Siki, requesting her to facilitate the delivery of the boxes without drawing attention. Upon opening the boxes, he discovered a collection of well-preserved E-class mechanical prosthetics, some even enhanced with special modifications. He retrieved the previously synthesized A-class combat prosthetic and activated his dimensional eye, commencing the process of synthesis and upgrades. Synthesis: D-class mechanical prosthetic X10. Synthesis: C-class mechanical prosthetic X5. Synthesis: A-class combat prosthetic X1. Finally, two A-class combat prosthetics merged. Synthesis: S-class symbiotic battle armor. S-class symbiotic battle armor, a groundbreaking concept in prosthetics, designed to coexist with the original body rather than replace it, enhancing both in a symbiotic relationship. Utilizing liquid nanotechnology that can permeate cellular structures, it fuses with cells to augment human capabilities. When paired with military implants, it provides comprehensive protection, with synergistic enhancements while maintaining the armor's form. Developed by the Human Alliance to confront increasingly formidable extraterrestrial civilizations and the diverse environments of other planets. It represents a pivotal technology for interstellar travel and defense. It offers immense strength and protective capabilities, adapting to the original body's form, mitigating attacks and impacts, and boasting self-repair and self-healing abilities. This is the most emblematic technology of humanity within the realm of second-dimensional science. Cheng beheld the sleek, black metallic armor before him, its surface rippling like water. It was no longer merely a set of limbs but a complete suit of armor. Lacking the intricate carvings of A-class combat prosthetics or the glimmering sheen of B-class ones, its unadorned exterior belied a far superior technology. He had not anticipated that the replacement prosthetic would manifest as armor capable of symbiosis with the original body. Moreover, while the A-class combat prosthetics were developed by the Light Science and Technology Group, the S-class symbiotic battle armor was a collaborative effort of the Human Alliance, underscoring its complexity and advanced nature. Furthermore, it promised future iterations and upgrades. The technology of the new human race surpassed all expectations. "What is this? It looks so different. Almost fluid," exclaimed Mindless One, moving their hand above the S-class symbiotic battle armor. Instantly, the armor's surface responded to the motion, undulating like water. "Wow, this is astonishing," Mindless One marveled. Cheng reached out to touch the armor. In an instant, the entire suit transformed into liquid nanomaterial, rapidly enveloping his body before integrating into his muscles, enhancing his strength, defense, speed, and reflexes. The armor linked directly to his brain's neural pathways. With a mere thought, the liquid nanomaterial emerged from beneath his skin, shrouding him in black nanotech armor. However, without an implant in his back, the armor was incomplete, leaving his upper chest exposed and incapable of providing full protection. The armor could not maintain its form. It resembled a mass of liquid metal, needing military implants to stabilize. Cheng felt an immense surge of power coursing through him. He turned to the metallic wall beside him, clenched his fist, and struck with all his might. A resounding bang echoed as the wall was punctured. Although the house was dilapidated, the wall consisted of 20 centimeters of solid steel. He had shattered it with a single blow. Incredible! He felt no recoil. The symbiotic armor's adaptive capabilities absorbed all impact. "Hey, this is our home. Are you trying to freeze me out in winter, you fool?" Mindless One exclaimed. Cheng flexed his fist. The nanotech armor lacked mechanical constraints, moving seamlessly with his body. Each nanomaterial conformed to his movements, shifting shape in harmony. This was the essence of futuristic technology. Stepping outside, Cheng summoned the armor again, using his hands to smooth over the jagged edges of the wall he had just breached. He then procured some scrap metal and welded it securely in place. Mindless One quipped, "A patchwork job once more, you fool. I was planning to help you search for your body in the ruins tomorrow." With a flick of thought, the armor reverted to nanomaterial, returning to his body. "Plans have changed. We aren't going," Cheng stated. "Hey." Mindless One grasped Cheng's hand. "There's no need for that. We are partners for life. Can you bear to see me remain mindless?" Cheng teased, "I find your lack of intellect rather endearing. After all, it was a misallocation of feelings." Mindless One sulked, dragging their mechanical arm to a corner. Just kidding. Cheng changed out of his hunter attire and neatly stored it. Tomorrow, we'll head to the ruins together. If that girl arrives early, we'll handle her matters first before we go. Mindless One turned around. The camera lens in their eyes closing halfway, appearing quite aggrieved. Really? Look, I can't even turn my head. It's so ridiculous. Indeed. Hurry and join me for a game. I'm on my way. Oh, you fool. You should have said so sooner. I had to act for ages. Let me take the lead. Goodness, who invented the slow knife? It's so difficult to handle. Switch with me. It's perfectly normal for someone without a brain to struggle. Watch as I take him down in an instant. Novice. You can't even defeat the big-headed one, yet you dare to criticize me? As the two reveled in their game, a cacophony of engines echoed from outside. Cheng felt a stir of apprehension. The Death Rock Gang? Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. We are from the Death Rock Gang. Just as he suspected, they had previously inquired with local residents. What were they doing here at night? Had they uncovered something? Setting down his controller, Cheng opened the door. Standing outside was the same man from earlier, his face adorned with multiple piercings. The pierced man glared menacingly. Is it just you? Cheng nodded. At that moment, Chapter 38, a desperate gambit, a countdown to oblivion. Esteemed sir. The simpleton stammered, his eyes wide with faint terror, hands raised in mock surrender. We are but humble folk. Why this unwarranted apprehension? Silence, you blithering idiot. The pierced thug roared. One more word and I shall obliterate your cranium. The simpleton responded with unsettling glee. If you insist on detonating something, might I offer my own head for the privilege? Enough, boomed a voice, silencing the impending violence. It was Cheng, his presence commanding. They had arrived at the raucous encampment, a throng of 200 to 300 souls. Upon a makeshift throne of musical instruments sat the formidable Black Serpent. His countenance a mask of simmering rage. His forearms were a testament to his power, one hand supporting his chin in brooding thought, another drumming a relentless tattoo upon the chair's armrest, the remaining two clutching menacing rifles. For armed sentinels stood guard around him. The local denizens were herded together. Encircled by the Death Rock Gang, their weapons trained upon the captive crowd. Humph, your turn will come, the pierced thug muttered, resuming his vigil. By the gods. What is the meaning of this? A voice whispered. Why have we been dragged here in the dead of night? Who knows? Came the reply. They're Death Rock. A band of lunatics. Damn them. They bleed us dry every month. We can barely survive as it is, yet we must feed their insatiable greed. I attempted to contact HPC, but the lines are severed. What is their aim? Surely, we can appease them with coin. HPC is but the lapdog of the elite. They care not for our plight. I heard whispers of slain officials, an investigation this morning. This must be connected. The murmurs of dissent rippled through the crowd. The simpleton, his eyes meeting Cheng's feigned idiocy, becoming a statue of vacant innocence. Are you there? Cheng whispered, contacting Yongsiki. I am. Death Rock has rounded up your people. Are you unharmed? Your intelligence is impressive. Cheng was taken aback. Do you know the identity of their leader? Black Serpent. Brother to Blackbull, Yongsiki confirmed. A mid-tier leader within Death Rock, a force to be reckoned with. He arrived at the raucous encampment shortly after your departure. He wields 2 augmented D-grade mechanical arms and 2 C-grade arms, the latter modified for flame-throwing and high-frequency blade attacks. Cheng surveyed Black Serpent, noting his superior cunning compared to his brother. Does this constitute an additional assignment? Not precisely. He seeks you specifically. But there is a complication. Yongsiki frowned. The brain-machine interface I provided lacks the ability to penetrate network shielding. How are you communicating with me and evading their signal tracing? A secret, Cheng replied. Unaware of the signal blockade or the attempts to track him, the sheer power of his external photon brain rendered such measures irrelevant. Yongsiki scoffed. Keep your secrets. Black Serpent may be formidable, but he is no match for you. They have severed all physical network connections, so I cannot remotely monitor the situation. Tread carefully. Understood. At the bonfire, a henchman whispered into Black Serpent's ear, Master, several individuals have attempted external communication. We have pinpointed their locations. Black Serpent's eyes flashed with chilling intent. Bring them to me. Those who had attempted to contact the outside world were dragged before the bonfire. Great sir, one of them stammered. Why have you brought us here? We have done nothing wrong. Black Serpent sneered. The guilty always proclaim their innocence. With that, he drew his weapon and executed the man with brutal efficiency. The splatter of gore triggered a chorus of terrified screams. "Spare me. I know nothing. I beg you. What is the meaning of this?" Black Serpent gestured to his henchman. "Anyone attempting external contact, regardless of motive, shall meet their end." The henchmen opened fire, and the unfortunates fell in a bloody heap. Panic erupted. The crowd surged, desperate to escape, but Black Serpent fired into the air, his henchmen following suit. The terrified populace cowered, silenced. Su Cheng pulled the simpleton down beside him. "We are doomed. Old friend," the simpleton lamented. "They intend to slaughter us all. I shall not forget you. In the next life, we shall be together." Su Cheng, ever composed, retorted. "To ensure your eternal absence from my life, I shall not allow you to die." "Excellent," Black Serpent declared, surveying the subdued crowd. "Some days ago, a most grievous event transpired here. Someone murdered my beloved brother." He gestured for his men to bring forth a wooden plank, upon which lay the bisected remains of Blackbull. "Behold, such an innocent soul, brutally slain. He had no enemies, only a fondness for slumber and homicide. He arrived in your district, but yesterday, only to be murdered. There is no justice in this world." He continued, "Someone among you resented paying us tribute, and thus murdered my brother. We offer you protection, and you pay us for it. Is this not the natural order? You are all deserving of death. This morning's investigation yielded nothing. Not one of you would speak. Very well. If the culprit does not reveal himself, I shall slaughter you all, to keep my brother company in the afterlife." Black Serpent's malevolent gaze swept over the assembled crowd. "Informants will be rewarded. You have 5 minutes, after which I shall begin a random execution." His strategy was simple. If the murderer did not emerge, he would continue the slaughter until the pressure became unbearable, forcing the culprit to reveal himself. And if the culprit was not among them, so be it. He would expand his search until the killer was found and punished. Simple. Brutal. A deathly silence descended upon the encampment. Black Serpent confidently resumed his seat. "For minutes remain. Damn it. Who is the guilty party? Confess yourselves, lest we all perish. We know nothing. We are mere mortals, without augmented bodies. How could we possibly slay your brother?" Black Serpent grinned. 3 minutes. "Why me?" A voice sobbed. "I was content at home. I have no lover, only the fantasies of adult films. Whoever is responsible, know that you have doomed us all. 2 minutes. Time is fleeting." The countdown echoed like a death knell. Black Serpent's rear arms leveled their weapons at the crowd, as did the rest of the Death Rock gang. Chapter 39, Creating Chaos. The Colossal Humanoid Beast. Countdown 1 minute. The Black Serpent surveyed the crowd, the camp's lights illuminating the masses. The faces of his followers were contorted with madness, the tension mounting to an unbearable peak. "Come out. You can't hide forever. In the end, we all face death, and you cannot escape. If you show yourself now, we might still have a chance to survive. We can even help you with your burial later. Who was the fool that did this? Show yourself." The Black Serpent mocked the panicked crowd, reveling in the chaos he had orchestrated. With no leads from his investigation, he resorted to brute force. He had plenty of methods at his disposal. 30 seconds. His cold voice echoed like a hammer striking the hearts of all present. He awaited the moment when their composure would shatter. At that point, even if the killer or killers emerged, they would be torn apart by the throng without him lifting a finger. Su Cheng kept his head down, knowing he could not reveal himself. The adversary would surely kill him, and retaliation would expose him, leading to further complications. He despised trouble and had many matters to investigate. He too was waiting for the right opportunity. 10 seconds. The Black Serpent stood, his remaining hands severing at the wrists. One transformed into a flamethrower, the other into a high-frequency cutting sword. With 2 guns at his back, he was prepared for battle. Upon witnessing his rise, some in the crowd were so terrified they lost control of their bladders. 5. "No. He really will kill us. Please, do not let me find out who the killer is." 4. "Who's pulling my clothes? Don't you dare." 3. "Are you really going to wait here to die if that person doesn't show up?" Su Cheng muttered quietly, his words nearly lost amid the chaos, unnoticed by most. Yet, a few heard him. "Right, that person won't come out. He fears death. Are we truly going to wait to die? No, we cannot accept that. But they have guns. And we are just ordinary people. Then we absolutely cannot wait to die. The black serpent furrowed his brow, sensing a shift in the murmurs around him. Something felt amiss. But it did not matter. He possessed absolute military might. This crowd would not escape. He continued the countdown. 2. Only 2 seconds remain. Everyone's nerves were stretched to their limits. They too were waiting to see how others would respond. Run. There are so many of us. Surely some can escape. Can they really kill us all? This statement shattered the stillness like a grenade tossed into calm waters, igniting mass panic. Exactly. We have the numbers. Can they really get to us? Let us flee. We'll figure it out later. Damn it. Let us go, brothers. The crowd surged, driven by desperation and fear. Cheng grinned. It worked. In such extreme anxiety, people easily succumbed to panic, lost in a state of confusion. Just 2 sentences were enough to provoke erroneous judgments and incite chaos. However, the Black Serpent commanded enough firepower and ruthlessness to quell the ensuing disorder swiftly. Dare to run? Kill them all. Anyone who dares flee shall perish. With a roar, the Black Serpent unleashed a barrage from all 4 weapons. He had not anticipated a mass exodus, but he was prepared. The other members of the Death Rock gang followed suit, firing upon those trying to escape. The air was filled with anguished screams as the crowd descended into further disarray. Chapter 40. The world, not me, is at fault. Damn it, you've finally shown yourself. You're the one who murdered my brother. You deserve to die. Black Snake, witnessing Cheng's seemingly effortless advance, aimed every weapon he had at him, a kinetic rifle and an energy rifle. The 2 weapons unleashed a torrent of crisscrossing fire. Cheng seized 2 nearby gang members, and amidst their terrified cries, hurled them towards Black Snake. Boss, no. It's us. It's us. Black Snake, with a cruel grin mirroring his brother Blackbull's, disregarded his subordinates' pleas. He cleaved one in 2 with a blade and riddled the other with bullets. Did you think I would show mercy? Black Snake roared. I want you to pay for my brother's life. Killing you 100 times wouldn't be enough. Cheng, in response, began to hurl corpses he found on the ground while simultaneously drawing a high-frequency cutting blade. Useless. 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 Black Snake bellowed, obliterating every corpse. Suddenly, as he cleaved through another body, Cheng was upon him. The corpses and subordinates had merely been tools to obscure his advance. But Black Snake merely smirked. I was hoping you'd come closer. Prepare to repent in hell. With that, he activated a flamethrower, unleashing a violent burst of flames. He had concealed a weapon in one of his hands all along. Cheng felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over him. However, he possessed the ability to perceive such attempts. He had anticipated Black Snake's move the moment he raised his hand. Cheng halted abruptly, planting his right foot and pivoting sharply to the left. Simultaneously, he swung his high-frequency cutting blade horizontally. With the symbiotic armor and the perceptive abilities of the first sequence chain, every movement was seamless. It was even more fluid than during the emergency bounty hunts. His body was now fully capable of keeping pace with his eyes. Once the implants were integrated, he would be complete. Black Snake watched in disbelief as Cheng executed an improbable maneuver and desperately tried to block with a prosthetic arm. He couldn't tell if he was too slow or Cheng was too fast. The high-frequency cutting blade struck his prosthetic arm, showering sparks. The high-frequency vibrations relentlessly cut into the alloy, making slow progress. The weapon's grade was too low to slice through Black Snake's prosthetic with ease. Black Snake grinned, activating the flamethrower once more. But Cheng was faster. He launched a kick, striking first and sending Black Snake flying. Black Snake's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his severed flamethrower arm, unable to suppress a mouthful of synthetic fluids. Only then did he comprehend the force his subordinates had endured. His alloy chest had caved in entirely. His augmented organs had ruptured. One kick was all it took to overwhelm him. His entire body had been reinforced with titanium alloy, yet a single kick had crippled him. What augmentations did his opponent possess? Black. He could make out the black symbiotic armor covering Cheng's fingers. He had never seen it before. Damn it. I've kicked a steel plate. Cheng pressed down, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground. He pursued Black Snake, seizing his arm and slamming him down onto Blackbull's corpse. The force tore the prosthetic arm clean off. A thunderous crash echoed as Black Snake's heavy alloy body shattered the wooden planks, carrying the upper half of Blackbull's corpse against the camp wall. The impact caused the wall to crack and sent dust billowing. Hey, Gazing at Su Cheng, who had materialized before him, he suddenly chuckled. Are you one of the noble's lackeys? Or are you a noble yourself? He feebly dragged his brother's corpse into his arms, glaring up at Su Cheng with a fierce expression. To be killed by someone like you, it's unbearable. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, replying calmly, I am neither a noble nor do I know any nobles. Heh. Is that so? Then it's not a complete loss. Black Snake offered a carefree smile, caressing Blackbull's face. In stark contrast to his earlier frenzy, a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Look at my brother. He was so innocent. He didn't understand anything, just a child who readily trusted others. We only wanted to live well, to live as well as those nobles, to earn their respect. What's wrong with that? His unfocused cybernetic eye met Su Cheng's gaze. Tell me, what did we do wrong? Why did you have to kill him? Su Cheng responded coldly. You were wrong to deprive others of their right to live in pursuit of your own survival. Heh. Black Snake scoffed, clutching Blackbull tighter. Deprive others of their rights? What about those rich people, those nobles? What about those neo-humans in Future City? Why did they get to live so well? Why did they abandon us? Only to hoard all the resources? Why were we left behind on Earth, struggling to survive in this forsaken place? Why do the rich hoard all the resources while I can't emulate them? Haven't they killed more people than I have? Aren't they more ruthless? Shouldn't they be the ones to die? I only wanted a better life for my brother, so that no one would dare mock his naivete. So it's not my fault. It's the world's fault. Su Cheng raised his blade. If you believe the wealthy have seized your resources, you should prey upon them. Not prey upon ordinary people struggling to survive just as you are. Otherwise, how are you any different from them? With that, he brought his blade down without hesitation. Black Snake exhaled deeply, closing his eyes and embracing Blackbull. Brother, in the next life, let's not come to this world. After glancing at the corpses of Black Snake and Blackbull, Su Cheng turned and walked away. Where there is darkness in the world, there is also light. Darkness is not a justification for succumbing to depravity, much less for harming and depriving those who are also at the bottom. What you should do is bring more light to others, not let darkness engulf the sky. Su Cheng would use any means necessary to achieve his goals. He had no qualms about ambushes, schemes, or exploiting others. But he had his own bottom line. After ensuring there were no surviving members of the Death Rock gang, Su Cheng stripped them of their cybernetics. The residents had long fled, not daring to linger. He efficiently transported the cybernetics back. After all, this was the third time. The Carnage camp was a lucrative location. He would have to visit more often. Beep beep. It was Yang Siki calling. Upon answering, Yang Siki said with a smile, I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first? Su Cheng arranged all the cybernetics by grade. The good news. The good news is that the Death Rock gang knows Black Snake is dead, but they aren't planning to investigate further because the losses were too great. You've brought a brief respite to your area. It's all thanks to you. Su Cheng nodded. All right, I understand. You don't need to tell me the bad news. I don't want to hear it. Yang Siki was stunned. You imbecile. Do you want to die? I'll ram you to death. She threatened to headbutt him. Just kidding. Go ahead and tell me. Yang Siki harumphed. The bad news is that they haven't given up. They plan to deploy their main force in the future. But I have a plan. They got what I wanted. In a few days. You can help me get it back. That will keep them occupied for a long time. Su Cheng chuckled. If that item is so important to them, they will definitely investigate with all their might if I take it, and ultimately they will still come after me. Yang Siki shook her head. No. They'll be looking for you in disguise, not as a repairman. Chapter 41. A major upgrade of weapons, infected by the Black Death virus. On the night after tomorrow. At the old place, come to collect the brain machine interface. The call was terminated. Su Cheng began to assess his recent gains. Remarkably, he had pieced together a total of 8 sets of E-class mechanical limbs, 2 sets of D-class mechanical limbs, and 1 set of C-class mechanical limbs. He had also acquired 14 E-type kinetic submachine guns, 3 D-type kinetic rifles, and 2 E-type energy rifles. Additionally, there were 4 titanium alloy Tang knives, 2 titanium-tungsten alloy long swords, and 1 high-frequency cutting longsword. The carnival camp was indeed impressive, and he resolved to visit more often. Having visited the carnival camp 3 times, he had amassed a substantial arsenal each time. With every return, his strength had seen considerable enhancement. It could be said that this was the place where Su Cheng's dreams began to take flight. Now I understand where your items originated. The mindless one returned later than Su Cheng. He had not run far, but rather hid nearby, observing until Su Cheng departed safely before heading home. However, his speed could not match Su Cheng's, hence his late return. Su Cheng advised earnestly, "Until I find you a body, you must return home. Do not take risks." The mindless one waved his hand dismissively. "I understand, old buddy. I actually feel I am not merely a housekeeper robot. I believe my skills surpass yours. Your fighting style is too barbaric. Enough with the fantasies. Perhaps after an upgrade, you may be capable in combat, but for now, you are not." The mindless one could only assist him with repairs and past tools. He was inept at anything else. Touching his rectangular body, the mindless one pondered, "I'm serious. Do you think it's possible I could be a combat model, one of the exceptionally formidable types? Indeed, not just a combat model, but a legendary military type." Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, activating the dimensional to synthesize and upgrade all his equipment. He obtained an A-class combat prosthetic and a C-class mechanical limb. Together with the firearms synthesized earlier, he also created an A-class kinetic submachine gun. Storm submachine gun, A-class standard equipment, boasting terrifying firing speed and stability. Its unique firearm structure, combined with an internal electromagnetic buffer module, eliminates recoil entirely. The magazine holds 32 rounds, with a shoulder-mounted magazine capacity of 48 rounds. Its penetration capability is maximized within 400 meters, capable of generating a sustained bullet storm lasting 0.1 seconds, when linked to a reserve ammunition depot. This duration can be extended to 1 second. Engaging storm mode allows for the instantaneous discharge of all bullets, creating a precise barrage that envelopes enemies in front. It represents the final generation of submachine guns designed to damage targets with bullets, embodying the pinnacle of weapon technology from the second dimension. The Deep Crimson submachine gun was not only compact and lightweight but also exceptionally stylish. Its body was adorned with exquisite engravings. It could load a total of 80 rounds. In bullet storm mode, it could unleash 80 rounds in an instant, delivering an all-angle assault on the foe. Remarkably, it could achieve this in just 0.1 seconds, resulting in a firing rate of 800 rounds per second, equating to a staggering 48,000 rounds per minute. It was undoubtedly the most potent close-range weapon imaginable. No one could withstand its relentless output for even a second. However, it required a connection to an ammunition depot, as the built-in rounds were insufficient. Nevertheless, against formidable adversaries, this weapon could still inflict immense damage in a fleeting moment. Similar to the A-class combat prosthetic, it represented the final generation of all weapon types, merging all technological advancements. Powerful. Ultimately, his particle-cutting longsword was also synthesized and upgraded. This time, the entire blade transformed into a dark crimson hue. The blade gleamed with a red light, pulsating like a beating heart. Synthesis, high-energy laser longsword. High-energy laser longsword. Utilizing laser as both blade and body, it is extraordinarily sharp and can instantly sever other alloy weapons. It possesses self-repair capabilities and inflicts burning damage, requiring a mid-level energy block for operation, classified as second-dimensional technology. Now, only those wielding a high-energy laser longsword could evade being severed. Any alloy weapon, even the particle-cutting longsword, would fall short. The particle-cutting longsword merely featured a red vibrating particle blade. Its body remained titanium-tungsten alloy. Compared to the gun, he favored this longsword, as its synergy with the reconnaissance and symbiotic battle armor made it exceedingly user-friendly. Now, all of Su Cheng's weapons were A-class or equivalent. His prosthetics had surpassed A-class, advancing to S-class symbiotic battle armor. Furthermore, acquiring just one more set of A-class combat prosthetics would allow him to continue synthesizing armor. However, since the armor had already symbiotically bonded with him, he was uncertain if further synthesis was possible. He attempted to completely detach the armor from his body and, to his astonishment, it worked. The S-class symbiotic battle armor transformed back into a liquid state, coalescing in front of him. This meant he could continue synthesizing and upgrading. Elated, he organized all his weapons, celebrating a haul even greater than his first. He hoped the Death Rock would send more capable individuals. The higher the rank, the better. Su Cheng grabbed a few snacks, nestled into the sofa, and picked up a book left by his father, hoping to uncover more information regarding the symbiotic battle armor. Though he had long memorized its contents, these tomes were not mere books but rather his father's extensive notes, immense and thick, resembling volumes. This was the sole relic of his father. The following day, knock, knock, knock. Su Gij opened the door. Su Cheng rubbed his eyes and kicked the mindless one awake. What are you sleeping for? You're a robot. Go open the door. I can enter self-sleep mode. You know, the mindless one replied, sluggishly opening the door. Why are you up so early? Good morning, Mr. Wukong. Zhu Shaner greeted politely as she entered. What brings you here? Su Cheng squinted, noticing Zhu Shaner still clad in her combat arena attire. There is a significant figure in the combat arena whose prosthetic has malfunctioned, and no repairman in the city has been able to fix it. I recommended you, Su Gij, Zhu Shaner explained, suddenly breaking into an involuntary smile. Su Cheng, keenly observant, approached Zhu Shaner directly. Have you been feeling somewhat uncontrollable lately? He seemed to glimpse something dark within her eyes. No, not at all, Zhu Shaner replied, her eyes wide with confusion, yet she suddenly grinned maliciously again. I can control it. Her smiles were fleeting, vanishing almost instantaneously, and were starkly discordant with her expression. Su Cheng looked at her sternly. You've been smiling incessantly. Do you realize that? The mindless one also approached with concern. Smiling? Zhu Shaner could not suppress a smirk, this time maintaining a peculiar grin for over a second. Goodness, girl, that smile of yours is eerie and frightening. Could it be? The mindless one gazed at Zhu Shaner in horror. No, come with me to the combat arena. That important figure is waiting. I assured her that Su Gij's repair skills are the best in the wasteland. Su Cheng retrieved a flashlight from the mindless one and examined Zhu Shaner's eyes closely. The depths of her irises had completely turned black. This was unmistakably the manifestation of the Black Death virus infection. Lie down on the operating table. Although Zhu Shaner was perplexed, she obediently complied. She felt no difference within herself, nor any discomfort. On the contrary, she sensed a sudden surge of vitality. Chapter 42, Suppressing the Virus. Head to the arena. Su Cheng immediately inspected Zhu Shaner's cybernetic and implanted components. The internal structure of her cybernetic limb was ravaged by the Black Death virus, with a significant portion already compromised. Not even military-grade implants had managed to escape its clutches. Su Cheng and Appos, S-mind raced. Zhu Shan and Appos, had visited the 2BSB administrative district just yesterday. Could that have been when she was infected? Bring me the A-class combat cybernetics immediately. Without hesitation, his assistant fetched the recently synthesized A-class combat limbs. Su Cheng swiftly dismantled Zhu Shaner's infected components, preparing for a replacement. He also contacted Yang Siki. This is crucial. No joking around. Tell me, if someone contracts the Black Death virus, how can it be controlled? Upon hearing this, Yang Siki sat up straight. Her initial inclination to scold tempered by seriousness. There is no hope. Su Cheng, however, was reluctant to accept defeat. Is there truly no chance at all? I can replace the infected cybernetics. Yang Siki shook her head. Infection by the Black Death virus is irreversible, even if you replace the cybernetics. It merely slows the progression of the infection. Ultimately, the virus will consume the host, driving them insane. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng proceeded to install the A-class combat cybernetics onto Zhu Shaner, even if it only delayed the inevitable. It was a chance worth taking until a solution could be found. In truth, while the infection was irreversible, there might be alternative methods to control the Black Death virus. Suddenly, Yang Siki interjected, I have been studying the characteristics of the skeletal virus source code. Though progress is slow, it may be possible to use the skeletal virus to regulate the Black Death virus, allowing the infected to retain some semblance of sanity. You mean to inject the skeletal virus source code into the infected individual? Su Cheng frowned. But they have genetic codes. Wouldn't that be unfeasible? Precisely. Therefore, the previous skeletal virus source code 1T suffice. We must locate its creator, Yang Siki asserted. The person who developed the skeletal virus is undoubtedly a genius hacker. My equal in skill. Only by finding them and creating a new source code can we utilize the characteristics of the skeletal virus to control the Black Death virus before it fully consumes the host, preserving their humanity. I will find that individual. He had initially intended to seek out evil, but that would take time. In the interim, was there a way to slow the infection rate of the Black Death virus? That's why I'm a genius, you know? Yang Siki wrinkled her nose. Give me 2 days, and I can create a Black Death virus suppression program chip using the characteristics of the skeletal virus source code. When you come to retrieve the neural interface, you can take it back with you. Thank you. Su Cheng sincerely appreciated her assistance. Yang Siki scoffed. Who needs your thanks? Just bring me more snacks. I'm merely asking for your help, and don't forget you owe me for retrieving some items from the Death Rock crew. Su Cheng nodded with a smile. Despite their cooperative relationship, she had indeed offered her help without reservation, and he would remember it. After ending the call, Yang Siki sighed in exasperation, lamenting the multitude of tasks piled upon her, wishing she could simply lounge and snack in peace. Su Cheng turned to Zhu Shaner. Come to me the day after tomorrow. You've contracted the Black Death virus, but I've found a way to control it. However, it requires time. For now, we must first suppress the rate of infection. Can it be controlled? That is wonderful. Without thinking, his assistant clapped her hands in excitement. Zhu Shaner flexed her fingers, marveling. This is an impressive piece of technology. I think I've seen something similar on the poster of the fighting champion, Sergei. Is this an A-class? She gazed at her new legs, realizing she now possessed a complete set. She understood the immense value of this equipment, far beyond her means. After all, that champion had only possessed one arm, yet it was that very arm's strength that had propelled him to the pinnacle of the fighting world. And now, she had an entire set. Sugu, I don't know how to repay you. Zhu Shaner looked at Su Cheng with excitement, believing this new limb increased her chances for vengeance. Initially, she thought that modifying her implants and acquiring B-class combat cybernetics would suffice for revenge. Yet, after stepping into the arena, she realized her strength could indeed overpower all, yet she remained unable to confront the one who had slaughtered her mother. The adversary was simply too powerful, too high in status. The world was far larger than she had envisioned, and the influence of the elite was beyond her comprehension. Su Cheng waved a dismissive hand. No need for that. After all, he too sought vengeance for his parents. Were it not for the desire to avenge his mother, Zhu Shaner would never have undergone cybernetic modifications, would never have entered the arena, and would never have contracted the Black Death virus. But she had no regrets. She would not hesitate to endure any hardship in her quest for revenge. The enmity toward her parents was a debt that could never be repaid. I have already troubled you enough, Sugu. You need not take on the burden of the Black Death virus. As long as I can avenge my family, I shall bear the consequences, even if it means becoming insane. Zhu Shaner felt she already owed too much. She lacked the ability to repay him, especially since Su Cheng had always looked out for her. You silly girl, what talk of repayment is this? He is your brother, and I am your uncle. We are all family here. The assistant chimed in, hands on her hips. Su Cheng playfully slapped the assistant, who was now equipped with the symbiotic battle armor. So the impact didn't hurt. Hey, you idiot, you hit me. Su Cheng shot him a glare. When did she ever call you uncle? Besides, you lack a pain perception system, so what's the act? Well, you can't hit me. I'm your uncle. Keep pushing your luck. Zhu Shaner observed Su Cheng and his assistant bickering, unable to suppress a smile. This time, it was not the eerie laughter from before. Who was this prominent figure you mentioned? Su Cheng inquired as the pair settled into the vehicle Zhu Shaner had purchased. It was far superior to his old motorcycle, indeed. Fighting mercenaries made quite the fortune. She's a 5-star fighter, a leading contender for this season's championship. Zhu Shaner replied as she drove. She usually looks out for me. The Wei City Arena hosted 4 seasons each year, each lasting 3 months. The season culminated in the Fighting King tournament. The end of this season was approaching, coinciding with the onset of winter. Su Cheng frowned. What issue does her cybernetic have? Surely, there are numerous skilled technicians in the inner city. I'm merely a novice repairman. Zhu Shaner nodded. The arena has the finest technicians in the inner city. Yet none can resolve her cybernetic issues. Her implants are somewhat unique, and no one recognizes them. I believe you can. Su Cheng pursed his lips, pondering how there could be technicians unfamiliar with a certain cybernetic. He recalled the books left by his father, which contained detailed information on various cybernetics. How could there be a technician unaware of a specific model? Chapter 43. The Alpha Holy Hammer Cybernetic. Once again, I find myself in the bustling arena of the ruined city, where the atmosphere is as vibrant as ever, with the season nearing its climax. The crowd swells beyond previous numbers. The battles within have intensified considerably. This time, Cheng strides directly through the competitor's corridor. Damn it. I should have given that thing another blast to shatter it to pieces. The passage is filled with fighters, many of whom have just descended from the arena. Regardless of their victories or defeats, they are often carried away. Here, it is a fight to the death. The clash can only cease when one side is utterly incapacitated or chooses to surrender. However, even in surrender, the opponent may opt to deliver a fatal blow. One can only hope for mercy, but such occurrences are rare. This is the ruined city arena, nothing but violence and madness. Zhushana remains composed. Despite being merely 15 years old, she has adapted to this brutal environment. Most of these fighters bear no rose insignia upon their chests. Upon seeing the 3 blood-red roses adorning Zhushana, they all respectfully part ways. In this place, strength reigns supreme. Age and gender hold no significance. One fool cannot help but exclaim, "This place resembles a slaughterhouse." Indeed, it bears no difference from a slaughterhouse. It merely transforms animals into humans, humanity's lower echelon. Soon, the trio arrives at a 5-star fighter's exclusive lounge. Zhushana opens the door to find 3 individuals and a robot engrossed in the matches, a young man, a plump woman, and an elder. The lounge faces the enormous arena, a VIP sanctuary reserved solely for 5-star fighters. Rose's sister has gone to compete. Come in and wait for a while. Zhushana invites Cheng inside. Crazy Loli, you really found a repairman? A man with modified eyes, resembling microscopes, scrutinizes Cheng and the fool, his tone laced with mockery. Crazy Loli is Zhushana's moniker in the arena, earned due to her reckless fighting style and her tender age of 15. Brother Su is the finest repairman in the ruined city. Zhushana offers no deference to the man. His disdain intensifies upon hearing her words. As a fellow repairman, does she imply he is inferior to Cheng? Are you saying this child, who has merely modified his eyes and retains most of his natural form, along with that robot scavenged from the trash, is superior to me and my assistant? Ha ha. He bursts into laughter. Look, his scrap robot is brimming with tools. Even sporting a wrench on its head, this is what you call a repairman? You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. The fool retorts immediately. Cheng merely smiles faintly, disinterested in engaging in a war of words with a stranger, deeming it a waste of time and energy. What did you say? You, a robot, dare to assault a human? I'll destroy you. The man glares at the fool, his assistant robot moving to his side. Glaring at Cheng and the fool, robots must not defy humans. Any form of assault on a human is a violation of the law. In this old world, the only law restrains the robots. The fool scoffs. Violation? My foot. I insult my relatives daily. Old Chen, incensed, points at the fool, inquiring Cheng. What is the matter with this robot? Loli, your friend seems rather unfriendly. At this moment, the young man approaches. Old Chen is a renowned repairman in the arena. Not one of those stray cats and dogs outside. Don't be deceived by some people, especially those with peculiar robots. He is clearly referring to Cheng. The fool unapologetically fires back. I find you peculiar, you big pineapple. Zhushana cannot help but stifle a laugh. Old Chen snorts disdainfully. Jers is right. In this world, there are many swindlers. I've never seen your Rose sister's cybernetic, let alone his. He's so young. How could he have seen many cybernetics? At this, Zhushana's smile fades, her tone darkening. Master Chen, it would be wise for you to show some respect, including towards Jers. Brother Su and Mr. Wukong are my most cherished friends. Hearing this, Jers squints his eyes, casting a fierce glare at Cheng. He, too, is a 3-star fighter. Yet, upon noticing Cheng's indifference towards him, a flicker of rage ignites within his gaze. A mere survivor dares to disregard a 3-star fighter. Enough of the bickering. The plump woman interjects, glancing at Cheng. Please take a seat. You can watch Rose's match here. When she returns, you may give it a try. The matches proceed swiftly. Cheng nods, settling down with the fool. The sofa is decent, though not as comfortable as those at Remy's. Old Chen crosses his arms. regaining his confidence, casting a disparaging look at Su Cheng. In the ruined city, he is undoubtedly a reputable repairman, and Su Cheng appears to be around 20. Accompanied by the absurdly equipped fool, how could such an odd pairing possibly surpass him? He has neither seen nor heard of someone named Su Cheng. Sit down. Surely you've never experienced such a sofa in your life. Jur sneers, taking a seat on a nearby sofa and sipping from a glass of 1982 Sprite. Su Cheng gazes towards the arena, a colossal circular platform constructed from titanium-tungsten alloy. Its opulence rivals that of the black market. Surrounding it are divided spectator sections, with the crowd vociferously chanting rows. Various colored banners of support flutter in the stands. Above the arena hovers a spherical projection, displaying the battles for those seated behind. A lift platform suspends in midair, where an enthusiastic host passionately narrates the events. At this moment, a tall woman clad in a brown skin-tight suit and sporting a high ponytail leaps into the air. She clasps her fists together, revealing 4 nozzles on her enormous cybernetic fists as they rotate mechanically. Instantly, they unleash a torrent of flames. With force, she crashes down onto the platform. Boom. A resounding explosion erupts. The spectators rise in a frenzy, chanting, "Rose, Rose, Rose." Even from the lounge, the deafening cheers reverberate. Su Cheng furrows his brow. Something seemed amiss when her fist powered up. Rose's sister is a star of the arena. That is her ultimate move, and none can withstand it. However, if her cybernetic is malfunctioning, it could jeopardize her bid for the title of Combat King at the season's end. Jushaner stands beside him, elaborating. "What do you think of those cybernetic arms? Do you recognize them?" Old Chen interjects mockingly. "This must be your first encounter, huh? You likely don't even know their rank." Su Cheng nods. "Indeed, this is the first time I have seen them. I have only read about them in books." "Books? Haha." Old Chen erupts into laughter. "What books? There are no schools anymore. Where would you find books? Perhaps you inherited some from your ancestors?" "Haha." Su Cheng responds calmly. "Something like that. If I am not mistaken, those are the Alpha Holy Hammer cybernetics manufactured by the Bear Federation, equivalent in rank to our A-level combat cybernetics." Chapter 44. The novice mechanic let him give it a try, someone suggested. The Alpha Holy Hammer prosthetic. Old Chen was taken aback. Zhu Shaner exclaimed, "The Bear Federation, the largest federation in northern New Era Huaxia?" Su Cheng nodded in affirmation. Jursa scoffed, "Humph. Words alone carry no weight. Just because you say so doesn't mean it's true. Who knows if you're just fabricating tales?" Old Chen echoed, "Exactly. I've never even heard of it. How can we be sure you're not just making it up?" Suddenly, a plump woman interjected, "He is not wrong." Everyone fell silent and turned to her. She was Savitrina, Rose's assistant, who had been with her from the start. "That is indeed a prosthetic developed by the Bear Federation. It is perfectly normal that you haven't seen it before," Savitrina explained. After the Great War, humanity underwent a prolonged period of isolation, with countries refraining from communication with one another, except within their own alliances. This resulted in the technological advancements of that era being confined to respective nations, federations, and alliances, leaving others oblivious. Su Cheng nodded, recalling a similar passage from a book left by his father. Before humanity formed alliances, built future cities, and ventured into interstellar travel, other nations had already begun manufacturing prosthetics. According to the Eye of Dimension, the symbiotic battle armor was a collective endeavor of the human alliance, utilized by all. Prior to that, every nation had its own research firms or joint ventures, each with distinct characteristics. The Guanca Technology Group was once the most formidable research entity in Huaxia. To expedite and enhance the development of powerful technology, soaring beyond the solar system and escaping the increasingly inhospitable Earth, all nations and federations consolidated their scientific advancements. The Guanca Technology Group thus became the custodian of Huaxia as scientific endeavors. Even countries from East Asia utilized products developed by Guanca Technology Group. However, other nations also possess their own national-level tech companies. Hence, prosthetics are not merely graded from A to E, nor are they solely produced by Guanca. Savitrina turned to Su Cheng. "I wonder how such a young man like you could recognize the Alpha Holy Hammer prosthetic, especially since it is not only rare but also exclusive to the Bear Federation." Su Cheng replied with a modest smile. "I mentioned that I read about it in a book. After all, how can one be a prosthetic mechanic without knowledge of prosthetics? Hearing this, old Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. He was unfamiliar with this particular prosthetic. Humph, so what if you recognize it? Does that guarantee you can repair it? Jerses derided. Since Miss Rose's prosthetic is so precious, it would be unwise to let this boy handle it. If he damages it, can he afford the repairs? Savatrina shot him a glance. No need for young Master Jerses to worry. Miss Rose has completed the match and will return shortly to assess the situation herself. In the arena, Rose descended from the stage amidst thunderous applause from the audience. Shortly thereafter, she entered the lounge, clad in a dark red competitor's outfit. Savatrina had been waiting, ready to receive the coat she tossed aside, handing over a bottle of mid-tier nutrient solution and a towel. "Damn it," Rose said, casually reclining on the sofa, wiping the sweat from her brow with the towel, and downing the nutrient solution in one go. The fluid spilled from the corner of her mouth, trailing down her exquisite chin. She possessed a quintessential European visage. Her golden hair shone even brighter than Rebecca's, and her figure was even more alluring. Savatrina remained by her side, standing next to the sofa. This prosthetic is becoming increasingly difficult to use. It feels as though it might explode at any moment, Rose remarked, furrowing her brow as she clenched her fists. Old Chen, I ask you as one of the finest mechanics in the arena, cannot you even repair this? She glanced at Old Chen, only to notice Su Cheng seated across the room. Zhu Shaner promptly introduced, Sister Rose, this is the remarkable mechanic I mentioned. He installed my prosthetic. Rose nodded. I didn't expect someone so young and handsome. No wonder you speak of him so often. Zhu Shaner blushed. Brother Su is truly impressive. Jerses, listening from the side, felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. All right. Miss Rose, he said, turning to her. What level mechanic are you? Su Cheng replied candidly, novice. Haraha. Jerses burst into laughter. I thought you were someone of stature. Turns out you're merely a novice mechanic. Old Chen also scoffed, feeling exasperated after having spent so much time dealing with a novice mechanic. He crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Su Cheng. Zhu Shaner's expression shifted, and she suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Jerses, I told you to be mindful of your words. Jerses was taken aback by her sudden, eerie grin. Despite being a 3-star combat warrior, Zhu Shaner was undoubtedly more formidable. Not only did she possess a B-grade combat prosthetic, but also military-grade implants. Such a combination was rare in the arena. Little girl, you may have truly been deceived by him. Old Chen stood up. A novice mechanic has no qualifications to be my apprentice. What can he repair? The sewer? This is the Holy Hammer prosthetic from the Bear Federation. Rose, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Old Chen, you actually recognize my prosthetic. I thought you claimed not to know. Old Chen replied confidently. I recognized it earlier. I simply hadn't confirmed it until now. Just now, I confirmed that this is indeed the Holy Hammer prosthetic. You're talking nonsense. A character known as No Brain suddenly shouted. You only know it's the Holy Hammer because my cousin told you it was. You're just a fool. You. Old Chen was so enraged that his fingers trembled. What would you know, you worthless robot? Do you want me to have the guards throw you out? I swear. I'm so scared I might pee myself. How terrifying. No Brain feigned fear, placing their hands on their body. Old Chen's face turned crimson with rage. Haha. How amusing. Truly amusing. Rose suddenly burst into laughter. What a delightful robot. No Brain replied flirtatiously. Don't be charmed by me. Cousin, I'm the robot you can never have. Oh, how entertaining. I really want to dismantle you to see what your quantum brain looks like. Though Rose was laughing, her words made No Brain instinctively cross their legs. She certainly did not appreciate being the subject of robotic humor. Su Cheng, growing impatient, interjected, Are we going to proceed with the repairs? My time is precious. Had it not been for this girl dragging me here, I would not have come. Old Chen retorted sarcastically, You think you're someone special as a novice mechanic? He then turned to Rose, Miss, I can give it a try, but I need to consult some literature, as it has been a while. And I might have forgotten some details. Now that he knew the type of prosthetic, he felt confident he could locate relevant information. After all, he was a senior mechanic. Jerses immediately chimed in, Miss Rose, let Master Chen give it a try. He is a senior mechanic and far more reliable than some random novice. Rose glanced at Zhu Shaner. then at old Chin and Jerses, finally turning to Savatrina. Savatrina lowered her head. I suggest we allow this young mechanic a chance. Chapter 45. Do you not have any doubts? They were both in a state of disarray. Miss Rose, you must think this through, old Chin implored earnestly. Repairing a prosthetic is no trivial matter. In just a month, you will be participating in the King's Championship. If the prosthetic is damaged now, you will lose the chance to reach the future city. Rose furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She had faith in Savatrina. Are you confident? Cheng nodded. It's a minor issue. A minor issue? Just shrugged dismissively. Miss Rose is a front-runner for the championship. She is destined for the future city. If you ruin the prosthetic, can you afford the consequences? A destitute person without even a prosthetic. After speaking, he turned to Rose. I heard he lives in the suburbs and is quite poor. If he were to ruin it, even dismantling him and selling him would not cover the costs. Suddenly, Jushano interjected, if it gets damaged, I will compensate Miss Rose with my prosthetic. With that, she rolled up her long sleeves, revealing her exquisitely crafted A-class combat prosthetics. What? A-class combat prosthetics? Juz's eyes widened in disbelief. The others gazed in astonishment at the intricate patterns adorning the prosthetic arm. An A-class combat prosthetic. And a pair at that. It was the pinnacle of interchangeable prosthetics, even more luxurious than the former champion Sergei's prosthetic enhancements. While the previous fighters were of a lower caliber than those today, this was undeniably a configuration capable of competing for the title of champion. Moreover, with Jushana possessing the first-generation military implants, the entire fighting arena was aware of this. It was precisely because her prosthetic modifications were so extravagant that she ascended from a peripheral fighter to a 3-star combatant within mere days. Now that she possessed A-class combat prosthetics, she might secure a qualification before the King's Championship. That would elevate her to a 5-star combatant. Old Chin quickly approached Jushana to examine the prosthetics, but was pushed aside by her. This is truly A-class, with such exquisite patterns. Only A-class can possess such craftsmanship, and it appears brand new. His eyes were fixated on Jushana's arm. Is this some kind of joke? A brand new A-class combat prosthetic? Insanity. Juz, incredulous, realized that A-class combat prosthetics were already exceedingly rare, and to find one that was brand new was unfathomable. Such a thing could not possibly exist in the wasteland. Perhaps only the future city could produce such marvels. Rose was somewhat astonished as well. After all, she also possessed 2 A-class alpha prosthetics and implants, currently holding the title of the arena's top-tier combat power. She was indeed a strong contender for the championship. Now, Jushan-Er's prosthetic configuration was identical to hers, and it was brand new. Weren't you using B-class combat prosthetics before? Cheng, standing behind Rose, shook his head slightly. The others were so focused on Jushan-Er's prosthetics that they failed to notice him. Jushana shook her head. I can't disclose that. But if Brother Su were to damage it, I would willingly compensate you with my prosthetics. She had yet to reveal her legs. If they discovered she had a complete set of A-class combat prosthetics, they would likely be even more shocked. Moreover, she believed Su Cheng would surely repair it successfully. Juz's eyes burned with jealousy. Shana, don't be deceived. He is just a suburban outcast. He doesn't deserve your generosity. Even selling him would equate to the value of your prosthetics. Does he even have a prosthetic? This is your prosthetic. You must think carefully. You deserve it. You are most deserving. Just look at yourself. Do you possess A-class combat prosthetics? No? Then why are you complaining? The mindless retorted without mercy. You insolent fool. Juz's face reddened with rage as he pointed at the mindless, who could indeed have them but simply did not deserve them. The mindless scoffed. Stop pointing. You look like you have Parkinson's. Su Cheng, listening on the side, couldn't help but smirk. It seemed this fellow had been holding back when they quarreled at home. Old Shin frowned deeply. Miss Shaner, your prosthetics are incredibly precious. It's not worth it for the sake of an outsider. They are far too valuable. Precious? You wouldn't happen to lack one, would you? Surely not. This thing isn't that rare. I wouldn't even want it. The mindless crossed his arms defiantly. In Su Cheng's presence, he had indeed seen many such prosthetics, all brand new and not particularly remarkable. Moreover, there were even more powerful S-class symbiotic battle armors. 3 people stood speechless. How could one claim to look down on A-class combat prosthetics? Even a robot wouldn't dare utter such words. Ordinary people would never obtain them in a lifetime. Even for the privileged, they were invaluable. Yet here he was, dismissing them. Juz and Old Chin felt their understanding of reality shattering. Was the world truly upside down? Or was this robot utterly devoid of intellect? Rose pondered briefly before looking at Su Cheng. Please assist me in the repairs. The remuneration is negotiable. You may ask for anything you desire, as long as I possess it. If it truly ends up damaged, no compensation is necessary. Consider it an experiment. For no one else will attempt it. Old Chin remained silent this time. Zhushano had already offered her prosthetic as compensation. Rose had also requested Su Cheng to make the repairs. What more could he say? But, just stuttered, struggling to voice his thoughts. Questioning how a mere suburban outcast garnered the attention of so many formidable individuals. Even Zhushano was willing to risk her brand-new A-class combat prosthetic as a fallback. Get lost. Rose suddenly stood, her aura as the strongest combatant erupting instantly. Juz nearly fell to his knees in fright. This was the arena, where killing was not prohibited. Rose could easily end his life, even if he knew she wouldn't dare. You all wait for me. Juz quickly scurried away, tail between his legs. But not before casting a vicious glare at Su Cheng. If it weren't for the fact that your father is my boss, you wouldn't even have the right to enter. Rose walked towards the maintenance room within the lounge. Come over, I leave the rest to you. Su Cheng followed, accompanied by the mindless. Old Chin lowered his head and trailed behind. Su Cheng glanced at him indifferently, choosing to ignore him. Even if he were to show him, it wouldn't matter. Without knowledge of prosthetic structures, he could never learn. Oh dear, what are some people following me for? The mindless shot a disdainful look at Old Chin. Speaking sarcastically, if you don't understand, stop trying to learn. Old Chin's face turned sour at the remark. He lowered his head, pretending not to hear. The group entered the maintenance room. Rose reclined on a highly advanced operating table. Surrounding her were various maintenance tools, far more complete and advanced than those the mindless possessed. Recently, my prosthetics have been malfunctioning. The alpha occasionally fails to activate, as if it's jammed. Rose explained the issues with her prosthetics. Su Cheng directly extracted tools from the mindless and began the repairs. Rose's heart skipped a beat. Wait. Aren't you going to ask what the issue is with my prosthetics? Aren't you being a bit reckless? Even doctors check a patient's condition before proceeding. You can use my tools. They are of better quality. Su Cheng shook his head. No, I prefer my own. As for the prosthetic issues, I already identified them during your match, so no examination is needed. With that, he picked up the electric tool and began to disassemble. Disassemble first to repair. The ONL API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 46. Ruins information. Roar Pro Limited Edition. With a sigh of relief, Su Cheng set down the large wrench. The cybernetics of the Bear Federation, much like their previous weaponry, were renowned for their durability and resilience. Their internal structure was not particularly complicated, especially when compared to the A-class combat cybernetics manufactured by the Guanca Group. They adhered to the philosophy of brute strength overcoming finesse, relying on sheer power. The malfunction of Rose's Alpha Holy Hammer cybernetic stemmed from a lack of maintenance of its internal miniature wave engine, resulting in unstable operation. It was not irreparable. However, since the ruined city was once part of the original Huaxia, no one here possessed the knowledge to service the Bear Federation's cybernetics. That was quick. Old Chin remarked in astonishment. It had hardly been a short while, and their repairs typically required significant time. First, they needed to inspect the internal structure of the cybernetic, the energy system, and the sensor systems. While lower-tier cybernetics were manageable, advanced models were exceedingly intricate devices. Yet, Su Cheng, as if mending a mere toy, had it fixed in no time with his rudimentary tools. I memorized the structure of the cybernetic long ago. A single glance reveals the problem, Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. He returned the tools to the mindless robot, opting not to mention that it was merely maintenance. After all, a modicum of compensation was still necessary. Old Chin, no longer daring to challenge, wished to avoid further embarrassment. He glanced at Rose, eager to ascertain whether the repair had indeed succeeded. Rose rose and offered a handshake. In an instant, The gears in her arm whirred into action, transforming her once normal hand into a fist the size of a boulder. For miniature wave thrusters activated on the back of her hand. The entire transformation was seamless, devoid of any stutter. "Wow, splendid!" Rose exclaimed, moving her fist a few times, feeling an immense improvement over before. As she clenched her fists to gather strength, the differential gears whirred rapidly, the speed escalating. Just as the sound of rotation reached its peak, Rose released her grip. With a hiss, the pressure valve opened, expelling a tremendous force. The power exceeded her previous capabilities, and the threshold for accumulating strength had risen as well. Elated, Rose exclaimed, "Fantastic. You are indeed far superior to those buffoons at the fighting arena." Old Chun's face shifted colors, alternating between red and green. After all, he was one of those buffoons in the fighting arena. Realizing that Su Cheng had genuinely repaired Rose's cybernetic, he awkwardly chuckled, "Miss Rose, I just remembered that I left the water boiling at home. I must return now." With that, he hurried away with his assistant robot. "Do not mind him," Rose waved dismissively, walking toward the lounge. "You have truly helped me immensely. I owe you a favor. I still hold a position in the ruined city fighting arena, so if you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out." She settled onto the sofa and regarded Su Cheng. "Additionally, is there anything else you desire? Speak freely." Su Cheng glanced at the mindless robot. "Do you possess any household robots? The kind from 8 centuries ago? It would be preferable not to venture into the ruins, as they are fraught with unknown dangers." Rose furrowed her brow, circling the mindless robot. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not dressed, and you're looking at me like that." The mindless robot hastily covered its body with its hands. Rose grinned. "No, they are far too outdated, long since obsolete. Such relics can only be found in the ruins, where remnants of early technology may still exist." The mindless robot muttered, "I am old, you know. At my age, I have yet to hear anyone refer to me as grandfather." Rose feigned a smile, grasping the mindless robot's hand. "While your master has repaired my cybernetic, it does not grant you the liberty to converse with me so casually." Su Cheng perceived no malice from Rose and refrained from intervening, enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines. The mindless robot pretended to be terrified, exclaiming, "Hey, old chap, save me. This woman is angry, how frightening." Rose released her grip. "Your robot is quite amusing, but I do not have one here, so let us negotiate alternative compensation. Let us discuss the ruins. I am not well versed in that realm." He intended to venture into the ruins with the mindless robot, although the latter would remain outside to avoid unnecessary peril. Rose was somewhat taken aback. "You do not intend to enter the ruins, do you?" Su Cheng nodded directly. "I advise against it," Rose cautioned earnestly. "Your repair skills are exceptional. It would be a shame to lose you in the ruins. If you wish, I can introduce you to a position at the fighting arena. You would undoubtedly become the most sought-after and skilled repairman, gaining abundant resources, wealth, and even female companionship." She held a deep appreciation for Su Cheng's skills. Old Chun was among the best technicians in the fighting arena, yet he could not recognize her cybernetic, whereas Su Cheng had effortlessly repaired it. Such insight and expertise could not possibly belong to a mere novice technician. Su Cheng smiled faintly. "I was merely inquiring out of curiosity." Rose contemplated momentarily, resting her legs atop the coffee table, recalling, "You should be aware that powerful unknown entities dwell within the ruins, and only trains traverse through them, correct?" Su Cheng nodded in affirmation. Strangely, no matter if the passengers are nobles or ordinary survivors, or even formidable cyborgs, they may inexplicably disappear. Ultimately, only empty trains arrive at the next city. Those who investigated found the empty trains and their exteriors covered in horrific claw marks, littered with blood and chunks of flesh. Only a fortunate few managed to safely reach the next city. The danger is exceedingly high. Even our fighting arena and waste disposal facility refrain from sending anyone inside. No one has ever crossed the ruins, nor has anyone returned safely from within. Remember, no one. Su Cheng fell into contemplation, wondering if he might be the sole individual to have emerged from the ruins. Though on the fringes, he had still traversed that treacherous terrain. The area connecting the ruins to the city was a stretch of desert known as the Boundary, where explorers had ventured with robots, only to discover a landscape strewn with refuse and sand, accompanied by a randomly shifting radiation storm. Rose continued, The radiation storm drifts around the ruins, hence its sporadic appearances. Roughly every 5 years, the last storm occurred 2.5 years ago. Yet even the boundary is not devoid of danger. Only by crossing the boundary can one enter the ruins, and upon entering, no communication signals can be transmitted. That is all I know. She regarded Su Cheng earnestly. Thus, I advise you against going. Your current assistant robot is quite special. There is no need to replace it, or you could purchase a new one. I can assist you with that right now. No, thank you. Su Cheng declined Rose's kindness. He had acquired the information he sought. Based on the details provided by Rose, there was a high likelihood of encountering mutated creatures within. They were immensely powerful, capable of slaughtering passengers aboard high-speed trains, and possessed a degree of intelligence. They targeted only those within the trains, leaving the tracks intact, allowing for continued travel through the ruins. With his genetic first sequence abilities and S-class symbiotic battle armor, he believed he could manage the boundary without issue, having no intention of delving deeply into the ruins. After all, the mindless robot had been found at the boundary. We shall take our leave now. With that, Su Cheng prepared to depart with the mindless robot. Wait, I cannot let you leave empty-handed, Rose remarked, signaling to Savdrelina with a nod. Savdrelina promptly understood and entered another room within the lounge, returning with a small suitcase. You arrived in a Loli's vehicle, did you not? A skilled repairman like you deserves a car worthy of your talents. Rose opened the case, revealing an array of car keys. She retrieved a white key and handed it to Su Cheng. This is the Roar Pro Limited Edition sports car. It features intelligent driving capabilities. So even if you cannot drive, it will be of no concern, and you shall not attract any scrutiny. Subsequently, she produced a delicate brooch. This serves as the key to my private lounge in the combat arena. With this, the arena's personnel will recognize you as they would me, granting you unrestricted access to my sanctuary, while others remain barred. Su Cheng accepted the car key and the brooch. For a single maintenance session of his cybernetic body, he had received a vehicle worth tens of thousands. The compensation was indeed bountiful. The mere possession of this car was something he had never dared to dream of. The Roar Pro Limited Edition was merely a tier below Remy's Roar EVO, both being exceedingly rare luxury automobiles, valued at over 25,000 Alliance coins. After years of saving, he had barely managed to accumulate a few thousand. Meanwhile, for Chang Wei, casually spending 25,000 was nothing, and her collection housed several such keys. He felt a twinge of regret. He had shortchanged Zhang Jie when providing maintenance for the cybernetic body. While the car was splendid, he still yearned to upgrade to an E-class mechanical body. Chapter 47. As long as it's the lowest quality, if unattainable, destroy it. Su Cheng believed that cybernetic enhancements were indeed more practical. When it came to traveling, any vehicle would suffice, as long as one possessed strength. Even riding a bicycle would command respect. Rose shook her head, stating, I do not have that kind of trash here, only vehicles and mid-grade nutrient solutions. Su Cheng frowned slightly, inquiring, do you have low-quality nutrient solutions? The more inferior, the better. Rose, feeling helpless, replied, why do you want such rubbish? It's impossible for me to have any. Others around them did not comprehend. Clearly, mid-grade nutrient solutions were far superior to low-quality ones. Yet, Su Cheng insisted on the lowest quality. Very well, he conceded, returning the car keys, then I shall settle for mid-grade nutrient solutions. Indeed, it was true that the necessities for ordinary survivors were perceived as worthless in their eyes. Rose reminded him, that is possible. But I do not have many nutrient solutions here. They certainly cannot compare to the value of a vehicle. That's fine, he replied, preparing for future enhancements. He had merely begun to unlock the first sequence of his genetic abilities, with the second and third sequences yet to come. He would require numerous enhancement agents, far more practical than a vehicle. Besides, the small electric scooter was more discreet. All right, Rose said, nodding to Savitri. The latter promptly returned with a larger box, opening it to reveal 24 bottles of mid-grade nutrient solutions neatly arranged inside. I can only part with this many. The rest I still need. Rose smiled, adding, hunters adore this stuff. They pay a high price for it, as it is quite rare. Su Cheng accepted the box. Thank you. Rose nodded. Tomorrow, I will have Trelina deliver you 400 bottles of low-quality nutrient solutions, but for that, You'll need to purchase them yourself. Upon hearing this, Cheng smiled broadly. Of course, that would be perfect. Rose sighed, I do not understand you. You reject a vehicle worth tens of thousands of alliance coins and disdain mid-grade nutrient solutions. Yet you are thrilled over worthless low-quality nutrient solutions. What I require is quantity, Cheng offered, avoiding further explanation. We shall take our leave now. With that, he grasped the box and prepared to depart with the absent-minded one. Brother Su, Jushaner called after them, do not venture into the ruins. If you must go, inform me. I can protect you. Not only did Cheng modify her cybernetic enhancements, but he also gifted her a complete set of A-grade combat augmentations. This kindness left her feeling indebted. No matter how perilous the ruins, she felt compelled to go. Moreover, her combat prowess was now undeniably top tier. Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. I am returning home with the absent-minded one. I shall escort you back, Jushaner insisted, catching up to them. The trio departed from the fighting arena. Meanwhile, in another 5-star fighting gladiators lounge within the ruined city arena. Are you saying there is a junior mechanic in the suburbs who repaired Rose's cybernetics? A muscular man, clad in alloy armor, puffed on a cigar while casting a dispassionate glance at Juz. Juz nodded. Indeed, his name is Cheng, an orphan whose parents perished 8 years ago. He resides in the suburbs of District C. I already had someone investigate while in Rose's lounge. He crossed his arms and continued. Rose is your arch-nemesis and your most formidable opponent in the upcoming championship. Her ability to repair her cybernetics poses a significant threat to you. A threat? Hardly. He is merely a suburban peasant. The man scoffed, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. If memory serves, Rose is affiliated with your father's club. Are you betraying your father? A glint of coldness flickered in Juz's eyes. It matters not. My father's subordinates are plentiful and powerful. If you assist me in eliminating that mechanic, I can help you tamper with Rose's cybernetics, ensuring you secure the title of champion. Oh, the man reclined, extending his arms behind his head and crossing his legs comfortably. Are you implying that without such interference, I cannot defeat Rose? No, not at all. Just hastily clarified, your enhancements are equally formidable. But defeating Rose will not be an easy feat with my assistance. You can easily overcome her. Hey, the man chuckled lightly. Defeating Rose will be a breeze. But I find that mechanic intriguing. Thus, I accept this deal. I will have someone take care of that bothersome fellow. Just smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. As long as you deliver that fellow's head to me, I will immediately arrange for someone to discreetly sabotage Rose's cybernetics. The man suddenly stood, towering at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, resembling a wall. He approached Juz, looking down upon him, and extended his broad palm. Pleasure collaborating with you, Mr. Juz. Juz happily shook his hand. After bidding farewell to Juz, the man's assistant approached, inquiring, Lord Kizaru, are you truly going to assist Juz? Rose is one of theirs. Could there be a hidden agenda? Kizaru shook his head, disdainfully watching Juz leave. No, Juz is a fool. Without old Juz, he is nothing. His intellect is too limited for conspiracies. It is truly foolish to betray one of his father's strongest warriors. The assistant nodded. We have also discovered that the mechanic was brought by the mad lowly. Haha. Kizaru laughed knowingly. So that fellow is jealous. How amusing. What shall we do about the junior mechanic? His ability to repair Rose's cybernetics indicates some skill. After all, even old Shin cannot. Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Have someone approach him. If he can be persuaded to join us, keep him. If not, dispose of him. Understood. Upon returning home. After seeing Jushaner off, Cheng first combined all the mid-grade nutrient solutions for upgrades. He obtained 1 bottle of C-grade advanced enhancement agent and 1 bottle of D-grade enhancement agent. Now, he had enough C-grade agents for 6 enhancements. He only needed to procure sufficient D-grade enhancement agents. Once the low-quality nutrient solutions from Rose arrived tomorrow, he would temporarily be well-stocked. Just as Cheng prepared to take the absent-minded one to the ruins, the hunter card in his arms suddenly vibrated. It was a communication request from Remy. Could it be news of the implant? Cheng quickly connected. What is it? Your luck is quite favorable, Remy replied with a smile. I found 2 broken implants in the warehouse, but they seem different from the current ones. I have never seen them before. Do you want them? Absolutely. Cheng responded immediately. I will come over right now. All right. I will wait for you at home. After ending the communication, he informed the absent-minded one briefly, then promptly set out, riding his motorcycle towards the black market. Chapter 48. A Maiden's Affection, an Enigmatic Implant. Soon, Cheng located Jack once more. After paying 100 alliance credits, he arrived at the entrance to the black market and proceeded directly toward the villa district. Upon reaching it, the guards at the entrance did not impede his progress, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He surmised that Remy was aware of his arrival from the moment he entered the black market, owing to her prominent status there. You're quick. Could it be that you missed me? Remy playfully cornered Cheng upon his entry, her breath ghosting near his face. I've come for the implant, Cheng replied, gently creating some space between them, his gaze directed towards the two crates near the sofa. To acquire the implant, you must first join me in my chambers, Remy teased, embracing Cheng from behind. An inexplicable impulse drove her actions. The more Cheng distanced himself, the more she yearned to possess him, unwilling to believe she lacked allure. She had never proactively pursued a man in such a manner, or even stood so close. Her usual method involved a few artful displays to entice them home, only to discard them afterward. Cheng, however, was different. He maintained an optimal distance, exuding a sense of trustworthiness. She mused that a favorable outcome might have transpired had she encountered him initially. Cheng swiftly activated his discernment, skill, and deftly evaded Remy's grasp. She was momentarily taken aback. Cheng approached the crates and opened one, revealing a black and crimson implant. The device featured dark red striations across its black surface, imbuing it with an air of mystery. I've never seen either of these implants, Remy remarked, deliberately exposing her own implant by sliding her garment down, partially revealing her physique. They are entirely dissimilar to mine and are unusable. Cheng glanced at Remy's implant, noting its resemblance to a first-generation military implant, albeit with modifications. It did not match the second-generation models either. He had encountered descriptions of both first- and second-generation implants in his father's texts, but Remy's appeared to be altered. Furthermore, he had never encountered the implants within the crates. They were absent from any records, or at least any illustrations. I unearthed these from the warehouse, Remy explained, noting that Cheng's gaze did not linger on her form. Ages ago, someone attempted to repair them, but failed. They've been relegated to a corner ever since. As long as I can recall. Cheng opened the other crate, discovering a matching black and crimson implant. Both implants exhibited extensive damage, bearing the marks of numerous battles. With internal structures fractured and severely compromised, their surfaces were corroded and riddled with holes. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge to the dimensional eye. It's fine, as long as they're identical. Thanks, Cheng said, closing the crates, picking them up, and turning to leave. Wait, Remy called out. Cheng paused and turned back, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Upon your departure this time, will we only meet again by chance? Remy inquired tentatively. The transaction is complete. Is there any other reason to seek me out? No, you have my contact information. Feel free to reach out if needed. That's good, Remy murmured with relief. Z was found murdered not far from the border of the ruins, and Evil vanished 6 years ago, possibly related to the ruins as well. Thank you, Cheng said, exiting the villa. Remy trailed off, approaching the window and touching her face with a perplexed expression. What's happening to me? Why do I have this desire to continue conversing with him? Her initial amusement had seemingly evolved into something more profound. Following Cheng's departure the previous day, she had personally searched the black market's most exclusive warehouse for the implants. Relying on childhood memories, she located the 2 dilapidated implants tucked away in the most secluded corner. Others may have overlooked them. Pristine military-grade implants were not readily available, even within the black market. The elite would secure them for their own use. The 2 discarded implants, deemed unusable, garnered no attention. In the central villa, the butler, Sother, bowed respectfully and reported, Master, the young lady has gifted that individual 2 implants. The master, with a roasted chicken tail in hand, mumbled, Implants? I don't recall any implants in our warehouse. Sother nodded. They are the 2 damaged implants, long abandoned. The master furrowed his brow. Damaged? Those my father acquired in his youth? Likely, master. Those things are useless. Why give them away? The master waved his hand dismissively. Has the boy's identity been verified? Sother produced a chip, projecting a three-dimensional hologram displaying Su Cheng's hunter information. I utilized the black market's intelligence network to ascertain his hunter identity. His hunter designation is Shadow, a mid-level hunter. He accepted 3 missions and achieved mid-level status in 2 days, indicating formidable combat prowess. The projection shifted to the interrogation of the Twin Gun Man and the Cannon Man. Interviews with hunters who collaborated with him on bounties reveal Shadow's exceptional strength. He joined their bounty as a novice hunter, yet secured the lion's share of the points. Surpassing even the young lady and the senior hunter Rebecca, the master grew impatient. His strength is inconsequential. I need his true identity, whether he's a scoundrel. And if he has a girlfriend or wife, I won't allow him to deceive my precious daughter. Yes, Sother stammered. His true identity remains elusive. A hacker has intercepted all inquiries regarding Shadow's true identity. What? The master exclaimed in disbelief. A hacker? Who dares obstruct me, the master, from investigating someone? Find him and eliminate him. Sweat beaded on Sother's forehead. Unknown, sir. Untraceable, not listed among registered hackers. A formidable hacker, possibly backed by an organization. The master's gaze hardened. Investigate. Unearth him. Sother bowed. Yes, sir. The young lady appears quite smitten with him, personally seeking out implants for him in the warehouse. She has refrained from hunting today, awaiting his arrival. In the past, we could have made the boy disappear, but now, if the young lady were to discover. Of course, I'm aware. Otherwise, that boy wouldn't have left the black market yesterday. Hence, the urgency. You are aware of the young lady's condition. We painstakingly had a hypnotist instill in her a fondness for torturing men, yet now it's rendered useless. Get to it. Investigate. The master threw the roasted chicken at his subordinate's face. I promised my wife I would care for our daughter. Why can't you be more diligent? Damn it. Chapter 49, Primordial Implant, Blood Rage Form. Upon arriving home, Yang Siki's call came promptly. Recently, the black market has been investigating you. Their clandestine power is immense, and their intelligence network is formidable. However, I, in my brilliance, have intercepted them. Exercise discretion and maintain a low profile. Yang Siki tossed a potato chip into her mouth. The 2 crates have been placed at your doorstep. The black market? Su Cheng frowned. Could it be Remy? Such a perilous woman. He always sensed something peculiar about Remy. Her initial advances seemed unnatural, almost calculated, with the clear intention of seducing and dismantling him. These recent encounters felt different, yet she remained dangerous. Distance was preferable. Su Cheng lamented, indeed, women only bring trouble. Glaotsus, what are you blathering about, you melonhead? I've been a great help to you. You're an exception. What did you say? Are you implying I'm not a woman? You better explain yourself, or I'll bash my head against you. You. Beep, beep, beep. Su Cheng promptly terminated the call. It was evident that leveling up was far more straightforward. Now, the black market was investigating him, that behemoth from the ruined city. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered his identity. The reasons and motives behind their investigation remained unknown. Su Cheng pondered that Remy was unlikely to be the one investigating him. If she needed to, she could simply ask. Moreover, she seemed to lack a motive. Killing him wouldn't require knowing his identity. However, he hadn't interacted with anyone else in the black market. So who could it be, and what was their purpose? Regardless, he needed to find a more secluded residence to serve exclusively as his hunter persona, completely separating the hunter Shadow from the novice mechanic Su Cheng. He would secure another dwelling immediately upon returning from the ruins. Su Cheng retrieved the 2 black crates from his doorstep, bringing them inside. Upon opening them, he extracted 2 implants. Good heavens, where did you scavenge these implants? They're in such a dilapidated state. No-brainer observed the battered implants. Are these even usable? Su Cheng placed the 2 implants together, activating the Dimension Idol lock onto them. Of course, they'll be functional after synthesis and upgrade. Hiss. No-brainer murmured. Why do these implants seem so familiar? Familiar? Su Cheng deactivated the lock, looking at No-brainer with a puzzled expression. Do you recognize them? No-brainer shook his head. I don't recall. They just seem like I've seen them somewhere before. Su Cheng's brow furrowed. It appeared No-brainer had lost some memories. 8 years ago, when he was abandoned in the ruins, he had already lost consciousness. After all, his eyes had been brutally gouged out. He was only 12 years old and had fainted from the pain. He couldn't remember how he had managed to escape the ruins. It felt like he had simply woken up, accompanied by No-Brainer, who was left with only half a body and a photonic brain. Emerging from the ruins felt like a lifetime ago. He couldn't recall any specific details from within the ruins. Perhaps his memory was hazy due to having just awakened from a state of unconsciousness. No-Brainer was also a collection of scraps, so it was likely that his memories were fragmented as well. His photonic brain only had 8 bits, but the technology was by no means outdated. It could even be said that it was closer to a human brain than the current cyborg's bionic photonic brains. This was because No-Brainer's 8 bits simulated human neurons. His remaining photonic brain protective layer even possessed the functions of a human cerebral cortex. This explained why No-Brainer seemed so human-like, with speech and behavior patterns that differed from other household robots and assistant robots. He was even exempt from the laws of robotics. Perhaps No-Brainer was not just an ordinary household assistant robot. He wondered if his memories would return after synthesis and upgrade. Remy had also mentioned that was last seen near the ruins before being killed. The disappearance of evil was likely also related to the ruins. He had to venture into the ruins. Everything would be revealed soon. For now, he would synthesize and upgrade these unknown, mysterious implants. Lock on. Synthesize. Upgrade. As the red light from the dimension I dissipated, a brand new, black implant materialized, and crimson dragon pattern was etched upon it. Cheng picked up the implant. The matte surface lacked any reflection. Hexagonal modules interconnected, resembling a human spine. The implant's head featured 2 crimson inlays, akin to dragon claws. Synthesis. Primordial implant, perfected. Primordial implant, perfected, synthesized from original experimental implants. The first batch of implants officially equipped by humanity. Possesses formidable initial performance. During the design phase, the design team pushed the implant's capabilities to the extreme, resulting in significant instability and a tendency to backfire on the user. Furthermore, it could only be used in conjunction with enhanced humans. Consequently, only 5 sets were ever officially equipped. Research and development were halted, and the production line and research institute were permanently sealed. The research team shifted their focus to developing the current military implant system. The primordial implant became the final swan song. The primordial implant can significantly stimulate the cellular activity of any user, allowing their physical strength to enter an extremely fervent blood rage state in a short period. While in the blood rage state, all of the user's attributes are substantially increased. Depending on the user's activation level, they can unleash a 50, 100, or even 200 increase in all attributes. Upon entering the blood rage state, the body gains an 800 increase in cellular self-healing. The original implant consumed cellular energy at an exorbitant rate in this state, and its deactivation could potentially lead to bodily collapse. Additionally, the activation process would cause the user to remain in a state of constant excitement, resulting in some loss of rationality. This implant is a perfected version, which lowers the original blood rage state's maximum potential, but will only cause the user to feel fatigued, requiring energy replenishment and rest. There is no risk of death, and the user will not lose rationality, making it the perfect combat form. In its normal state, it still provides a 300 increase in cellular self-healing. The duration of each activation is determined by the user's activation level and basic physical strength. It belongs to the second dimension technology. He had seen a brief introduction to this implant. Cheng had encountered written descriptions of the primordial implant and the original experimental implants in his father's books. It was a powerful implant that could unlock the body's potential, while it didn't offer the special abilities of the new generation of implants. Its simple and direct stimulation of cellular activity could make an already strong individual even stronger. The information provided by the dimension I was more comprehensive. According to the information, the primordial implant was designed to be used in conjunction with enhanced humans. This meant that the concept of enhancement existed long ago. However, the enhancement methods were perhaps different from those used today. Furthermore, the enhancement experiments had failed, which led to the premature termination of the implant's development. This was undoubtedly the most suitable implant for Cheng. His body had already reached the level of an advanced humanoid prosthetic through constant enhancement with enhancement serums. Coupled with the enhancement from the symbiotic prosthetic and the abilities of the first gene sequence, The addition of the primordial implant to enter the blood rage state would elevate his power to terrifying heights. Moreover, he enjoyed using knives, and this form was best suited for close combat weapons. Most importantly, the dimensionized synthesis and upgrade had rectified the implant's original flaws. It wouldn't cause bodily collapse or loss of rationality, it would only cause fatigue, requiring energy replenishment. This was understandable, as it was an ability gained by overloading cells. Although it lowered the maximum potential to a certain extent, it was more than sufficient. A maximum increase of 200. Invincible. Moreover, it possesses an astonishing 800% cellular self-healing capability throughout all stages. Whether it is an internal or external injury, recovery occurs with remarkable swiftness. Additionally, under normal circumstances, it can enhance its abilities by 300%. One can only exclaim how incredibly formidable it is. This transforms it into a veritable anthropomorphic beast of destruction. To comprehend it in the simplest terms, in a state of blood rage, attributes such as attack and speed are amplified by factors of 1, 5, 2, and even 3. This is the most suitable implant for combat. The greater the foundational attributes, the more potent the resultant enhancements. Chapter 50. The complete symbiotic battle armor. Terrifying healing. Sigh. Cheng exhaled deeply, finally acquiring the implanted body. However, the subsequent synthesis and upgrades proved to be cumbersome, as only 5 sets were available, and he remained uncertain about their whereabouts. The production lines and research facilities had been sealed off, leaving him in the dark about whether they had been destroyed. Nevertheless, the performance of this implanted body was more than sufficient. It was indeed the most suitable enhancement for him, and his physique could continue to be fortified, with the augmentation from the implant only growing more substantial. The multiplicative data enhancement could be regarded as a form of growth. Thus, even if synthesis and upgrades were unattainable, it mattered little, as long as he could perpetually strengthen himself. Modifications were imperative. The original implanted body requires no incisions to the skin or muscle tissue. No surgery is necessary, and it can automatically embed itself into the human spine. Current technological enhancement progress. 3.141.5926. Upon observing the advancement of technological limits, he deemed the progress fairly satisfactory. In just a few days, there had been an approximate 3% increase. Given that he was currently dealing with low-level technological products, his experience might be limited, but he anticipated acceleration in the future. Moreover, the absence of surgical procedures was a significant advantage. Surely, it wouldn't hurt, would it? Cheng handed the implant to Mindless and stripped off his clothing. Place it on my spine. Mindless glanced at the dragon claws on the implant and hesitated. It might sting a bit. Not a problem, it's far better than undergoing surgery. Just as Cheng was about to finish his sentence, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his back. Mindless had merely positioned the implant. Instantly, countless needle-like claws extended from either side of the implant, thicker than those used by Zhu Shaner. These spikes pierced directly into Cheng's back, while the implant's interior split open like the mandibles of a creature. It swiftly lashed onto the flesh of his back, cutting through it. So this was the supposed non-invasive surgery. It was indeed absurd. After the incision, the implant embedded itself into the spine, with the top 2 dragon claws sinking deeply into the nape of Cheng's neck. Countless filaments and Mu API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 51. The Desolate Gaze. Mechanical Desert Rats. How did they run towards the city? The bewildered no-brain struggled to turn and look at the scavenger. Cheng followed the high-speed train as they both plunged into the ruins boundary. Upon entering this desolate realm, visibility plummeted by more than tenfold. Yellow sand enveloped everything, creating a barren wasteland. Surrounding him was an absence of any architecture. Scattered throughout the desert were various electronic debris, all largely concealed beneath the golden sands. Riding a motorcycle here was utterly impossible. Thus, Cheng had no choice but to dismount with no brain and park the vehicle at the edge. Let us go. Cheng surveyed the environment, noting the fierce winds stirring up clouds of dust. The wind was intensifying. Though he found the situation somewhat peculiar, nothing seemed amiss at the moment. He donned his mask, and with a thought, the symbiotic battle armor manifested. His attire was instantaneously transformed into tattered rags hanging from the armor, leaving only his windbreaker intact. The howling winds caused the windbreaker to flap violently. No Brain, hindered by his clumsy limbs, found it difficult to walk, prompting Su Cheng to lift him effortlessly. "Old buddy, this position feels rather intimate," No Brain teased, feigning shyness. Despite being in a desert, the symbiotic battle armor's soles automatically expanded, increasing the area of contact to prevent sinking into the sand. As they ventured deeper into the boundary, the surroundings remained devoid of any landmarks. Not even a shadow of the ruins could be discerned. The winds grew ever stronger. Could a radiation storm be approaching? Su Cheng pondered, furrowing his brow, contemplating an unlikely hypothesis. He distinctly sensed that the resistance against their forward motion was escalating. Yet, Rose had mentioned that a radiation storm would only sweep through the wasteland once every 5 years. The current time was not within that cycle. "Old buddy, I feel something is off." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng quickly glanced down. He noticed No Brain's eyes shimmering with fluctuating colors, alternating between red and green, incessantly flickering. Sparks of electricity erupted from his body. What could this mean? Su Cheng hastily set No Brain down and began to inspect him with the tools at his disposal. It was highly probable that they were facing a radiation storm. He looked around, realizing that all of No Brain's circuits were under severe overload, particularly the photon brain, which was perpetually in a state of overdrive. Aside from a radiation storm, it seemed that another device was emitting electromagnetic radiation. Yet, the desolate surroundings were devoid of any individuals or equipment. Though the reason for the premature arrival of the radiation storm remained a mystery, it was evident that pressing onward into the ruins was unwise. While his own cybernetic body showed no signs of malfunction, No Brain might not endure the strain. Having entered the wasteland for merely a few minutes, he had no idea how far he was from the ruins. He promptly turned around and sprinted back toward the city. He pushed his speed to the limit, racing through the desert like a bullet. However, after a few minutes, Su Cheng sensed something was amiss. He should have been nearing the city by now, yet there was no sign of it. He couldn't even spot the motorcycle he had left at the edge. Had he run in the wrong direction? Halting, he scanned his surroundings, realizing that it was indeed easy to lose one's bearings in such an environment. However, he was confident he hadn't veered off course. He had been moving in a straight line. He had simply turned around and run back. Could it be that the boundary was shifting? Or perhaps the area of the boundary was expanding? Recalling the dilapidated structures surrounding the edge of the ruins, it was highly likely that they too were enveloped by the expanding boundary. The expansion of the ruins boundary must be due to the radiation storm. Despite having run for so long, the winds only grew fiercer. The powerful crosswinds began to push him outward, transforming into a pull. It was undeniably a radiation storm. Su Cheng glanced skyward, where countless grains of sand hung suspended in the atmosphere, resembling storm clouds. "Old buddy, if I were to perish, what would you do? With your reclusive nature, who would keep you company?" No Brain's eyes glimmered with changing hues. A wave of anxiety washed over Su Cheng. No Brain was his only family. He had been with him for 8 years. Though they frequently exchanged banter, that was their source of joy. Since the passing of his parents, he had not felt such urgency. "Don't say such things. You want to die." Su Cheng remained resolute, continuing his sprint. Since the boundary was shifting, he would accelerate even further to break free. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. The very ground of the desert began to ripple. As he ran, he glanced around in confusion, only to see countless gray rats emerging from the sand. They swiftly surrounded him. These rats were all scurrying alongside him. But just then, a colossal figure erupted from the ground before him. A rat. Su Cheng stared in shock at the massive creature, standing over 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters in length. Its jaws and claws were forged from alloy. How could such a thing exist? A fusion of machinery and animal. Were they fleeing? No. Su Cheng's gaze sharpened. The mechanical rat was fixated on him. Suddenly, ordinary rats began to swarm up his body, some darting around his feet to impede his movement. "You seek death." The power of the symbiotic armor was far beyond what ordinary rats could disrupt. They could never breach the armor's defenses. Su Cheng drew forth his high-energy laser longsword, the red pupils of his armor locking onto the mechanical rat as he charged forward. Upon seeing this, the mechanical rat reared up on its hind legs. Its sharp foreclaws slammed down onto the ground, and it burrowed back into the sand. It escaped? Cheng halted and scanned the terrain, searching for any signs of it. It hadn't fled. That mechanical rat was cunning. It had cleverly used the ordinary rats to conceal its movements underground. From behind, a mechanical tail suddenly whipped out from beneath the sand, striking fiercely at Cheng. Ignoring the rats clinging to him, he leapt back gracefully, his sword sweeping horizontally. There was no need for enhanced perception. With the amplification of the armor and his own physical prowess, he could clearly discern the mechanical rat's movements. Eek! A pain shriek echoed from below. The mechanical rat's alloy tail was severed, the wound glowing red from the high-energy laser's searing heat. The mechanical rat dared not confront him directly. It seemed to recognize Cheng's strength. After delivering a blow, it vanished once more into the sand. Cheng focused intently. Knowing that the next strike must be lethal, he could not let it linger. At that moment, the winds howled ferociously. The raging gust whirled up clouds of yellow sand, forming a tempest of dust. However, after a brief span of 10 seconds, the mechanical rat did not resurface. The ordinary rats had all vanished underground. This was bad. The mechanical rat's goal was not to attack him, but to delay him. It was far too clever. Its animal instincts had sensed that Cheng was beyond its capabilities to handle. It sought to utilize the radiation storm to eliminate him, and it had succeeded. Cheng now understood the source of the debris scattered throughout the Boundary's wasteland. Countless pieces of refuse began to rain down from above. The origin was a rapidly advancing tornado in the distance. Blue electric currents flickered within the swirling storm. That was the radiation storm, a colossal force stretching infinitely. Akin to a savage beast made of yellow sand, roaring as it devoured all in its path. Old buddy, we shouldn't have come here. For my sake. I'm sorry. No Brain sized him considerably. I will protect you. Cheng held No Brain tightly. He could not allow him to perish. He absolutely would not. He crouched, preparing to sprint backward. As long as he could escape the radiation storm's range, he would be fine. With his speed, it would be entirely feasible. As long as one runs far enough before exhaustion sets in. Hey, why are you still standing there, courting danger? Come quickly. Chapter 52. The Radiation Storm Little Brother. Xiaoming, if you don't come, I shall close the door. Cheng called out. Following the voice, he noticed a small boy beneath a nearby sand dune, waving at him from an entrance to an underground tunnel. The boy, clad in goggles and a mask, beckoned him. Cheng hurriedly ran over, stowing away his symbiotic armor and donning a mask along the way. Quickly, the radiation storm is approaching. We must return underground. The boy retreated into the tunnel, clearing the entrance. Given your shabby attire, you must be a scavenger. Don't you typically scavenge along the fringes? What brings you so deep into the borders? I got lost. Cheng replied as he entered the underground space, which was quite cramped, forcing him to hunch over. The boy promptly shut the heavy iron door and locked it, reinforcing it with additional securing devices. Oh, I see. Greetings. I am Xiaoming. Xiao as in small, and Ming as in bright, he said, clapping his hands and pushing his goggles up to his forehead. With arms crossed and sparkling dark eyes, he smiled and inquired, What is your name? His grin revealed 2 missing front teeth, while a slender iron rod hung from his waist. Cheng, he decided to use his real name. You are saved by me. Thus you shall be my little brother from now on. Follow me. It's too cramped here, and it's more spacious below. Xiaoming gestured for him to lead the way. Little brother? Cheng's lips twitched slightly. This child exhibited an air of maturity. Although his face was dirty, he appeared quite spirited. You were fortunate, for I happened to pass through this area and saw the alert regarding mechanical desert mice. I suspected there might be someone here. So I came to investigate and found you. How did you deduce that someone was present just because of the mechanical desert mice? Cheng queried, feeling a sense of relief as the oppressive heat from his overloaded body began to dissipate upon entering the underground. His previously dull eyes gradually regained their luster. Observing the surroundings, Cheng noticed that the passage was constructed of concrete, contrasting sharply with the metallic architecture of the ruined city. The walls bore numerous cracks, showing signs of age, and he occasionally spotted a few desert mice. Despite its dilapidated state, the area was remarkably clean, indicating regular maintenance. The passage sloped downward at a gentle incline. Mechanical desert mice only emerge from the underground when hunting, or attacking our village. I initially thought they were coming to assault us, Xiaoming explained. It seems they intended to attack this underground facility, and I fortuitously stumbled upon it. How far is this place from the ruined city? Su Qing recalled Xiaoming mentioning they had ventured deep into the border of the ruins. Realizing he had indeed veered off course. The radiation storm had evidently disrupted the magnetic field of the ruins, impairing his sense of direction, compounded by the low visibility, making it challenging to maintain a straight path. The ruined city? Xiaoming tilted his head thoughtfully. It's quite far. I've never been there. I've lived in the village all my life. After a considerable time, they emerged from the cramped passage into a spacious tunnel. The tunnel stood over 3 meters high and was approximately 10 meters wide, resembling a large military defense structure from a bygone era. However, the passage was too narrow. Military facilities would require broader corridors to accommodate various machinery and supplies. Pipes for heating, sewage, and water lined the walls, intertwined with a multitude of electrical wires. Energy-saving lights hung at intervals along the ceiling, casting a dim glow, presumably to conserve energy. Each pipe was clearly categorized and labeled, indicating meticulous management. To the right of their exit, an old monitor displayed detection information of the surrounding area. Originally a ventilation shaft, it had been converted into a passage for greater concealment and safety, with the original passageway only utilized during resource searches. This passage, typically used for inspections, is too small for mechanical desert mice to enter, Xiaoming clarified. Su Qing nodded. Military facility passages could not be so diminutive. If it were a ventilation shaft, it made sense. Let us hurry. This place is not safe. The force of the radiation storm is formidable, and we must continue downward, Xiaoming urged, quickening his pace. Keep up, or you'll regret it. I'm quite fast. He glanced at the robot, adding, we have a radiation-proof layer here, which can reduce radiation and block electromagnetic interference. Your robot should fare much better. The robot nodded. Old friend, I feel revitalized. No need to hold on. It feels a bit too intimate, it joked. Haha. Xiaoming chuckled, revealing his gap-toothed smile. Your robot is truly amusing, adorned with so many tools, resembling a porcupine. Thank you, young friend. While you have aided us, I must say, your teeth are quite unique. Xiaoming promptly covered his mouth. Hey, your robot is not at all amusing, and I am not a child. You all must refer to me as Big Brother. Laughter erupted from the robot. At that moment, the ceiling flickered ominously. Quickly, the storm is approaching. Xiaoming bolted ahead. They entered another downward passage, which was quite spacious, yet the entire tunnel began to tremble violently. A deep rumble resonated from above, as if the structure might collapse. Debris cascaded from the walls, and fragmented stones crashed to the ground. They hastened into the passage, with Su Cheng swiftly scooping up Xiaoming and the robot as they dashed forward. Wow, you're fast, Xiaoming exclaimed. You run faster than Brother Wang Cheng. He is the captain of our village's patrol and exploration team. Su Cheng raced down the passage, and soon they arrived at a vast circular area. There were several individuals present, all dressed plainly and equipped with various construction tools, a few wielding iron weapons. Goodness, the radiation storm has arrived. What a nightmare. Do you think it advanced by 2.5 years because it practiced? Such an ancient joke, yet you know it. Haha. 5 years. It's been 5 years since the storm began. Ah, it's Xiaoming. Your sister is looking for you. Stay alert. There are others. The group's demeanor shifted from playful to serious upon spotting Su Qing, each hand instinctively moving towards their weapons, eyes fixed on him. All is well, all is well. He is but a lost scavenger I rescued. My little brother, Xiaoming waved dismissively, approaching the others. Su Qing and the robot remained in place, preferring not to exert undue pressure on the group. They merely needed to wait until the storm passed. At that instant, a loose stone from above plummeted down. Watch out. The others shouted in alarm. Su Cheng's brow furrowed, and he immediately dashed forward, scooping up Xiaoming and evading the descending stone just in time. With a resounding thud, the stone shattered upon impact. Wow, impressive, Xiaoming exclaimed with delight. Now we're even. You saved me, and previously, I saved you. The others stood in astonishment, having witnessed Su Cheng's swift action in the blink of an eye. The large stone, had it struck, would have severely injured Xiaoming, if not killed him. At that moment, one of the individuals spoke solemnly. Xiaoming, please step forward. As for you, my friend, kindly remain where you are. Thank you. Su Cheng set Xiaoming down and nodded. The other party's demeanor was quite amiable, even courteous. Oh dear, why are you all so anxious? They are my little brothers. Xiaoming approached the group, thumping his chest confidently. I vouch for him. He just saved me. The scatterbrained one interjected. He is your little brother, but I am not. Young lad. Xiaoming turned back, gesturing an okay sign. No worries, brother. Apologies, but we lack the authority to make decisions. We are merely the maintenance crew. You may take refuge here for the time being until the patrol arrives to determine your fate. Xiaoming cheerfully inquired, is brother Wang Cheng coming? That is wonderful. Your sister is coming too. Splendid, I'm all set. Chapter 53. The Patrol Team, Assault of the Mechanical Desert Mice. Where's Xiaoming? Hearing someone call his name, Xiaoming hurriedly ran behind Su Cheng, clutching his trench coat and peeking out with just his head. The headless one shifted slightly to shield him. Xiaoming immediately declared, Good brother, from now on, my little brother shall be your little brother. The headless one patted his body, exclaiming, We're all brothers, in spirit. Then, a group of individuals emerged from another passage. The leading man had modified his hands with E-grade mechanical prosthetics and his feet with D-grade ones. He donned a leather jacket and jeans, wielding a titanium-tungsten alloy long knife. Beside him stood a woman clad in a red garment, her appearance fresh and clean. Reminiscent of the girl next door, exuding a tranquil aura. She had only one D-grade mechanical prosthetic arm and carried an old-model technical sniper rifle. The others in the group were similarly equipped with mechanical enhancements and weapons. Compared to the construction team, who had merely upgraded to hydraulic prosthetics, their strength was evidently superior. Come here. The woman was Xiaoming's sister, Xiaohong. Her tone was calm yet authoritative, causing Xiaoming to shudder. He hesitated, appearing extremely reluctant. Xiaohong gently insisted. Come here. Finally, Xiaoming walked over, albeit begrudgingly. I saw you all going on patrol, so I followed. I even saved someone. You can end oppos, T at me. There are many of us, give me some face, otherwise, I will ouch. Sister, let go. I was wrong. Do you still want face? You ran off on your own. Don't you know the mechanical desert mice have been particularly active lately? It's dangerous. Xiaohong twisted Xiaoming's ear, making him cry out in pain. Laughter erupted from those around them. Su Cheng, witnessing this heartwarming scene, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Who are you? Where did you come from? What is your purpose here? The leading man, known as Wang Cheng, furrowed his brow, eyeing Su Cheng and Appo's long knife with suspicion. Su Cheng explained, I am Su Cheng. From the wasteland. We got lost and do not intend to disturb you. We will leave once the storm passes. The headless one chimed in. We are heading to the ruins, rest assured, we mean no trouble. His words only heightened the tension. Who would willingly go to the ruins? It's a death trap. Clearly. They're here to seek us out. Indeed, too suspicious. Look at them. One is dressed in rags and wearing a mask, armed no less. The other is all tools and no head. Clearly not good people. The headless one protested, you cannot judge others by their appearance. Su Cheng was left speechless. This guy was truly insufferable. Once Xiaohong had dealt with Xiaoming, she turned to Su Cheng. The storm will last at least 3 days before it dissipates. If you go out now, you will be swept away. As she spoke, the ground trembled once more, a cloud of dust cascading down and the overhead lights creaking ominously. Apologies, but we do not welcome outsiders here. Wang Cheng did not loosen his grip on his knife. Xiaoming quickly interjected, Sister, brother Wang Cheng. He's a good person. He just saved me. At that moment, someone nearby recounted how Xiaoming had narrowly escaped being struck by a falling stone. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong's brows knitted together in thought. Then she turned to Wang Cheng. Brother Wang Cheng, why not take them to the village chief and let him decide? No. Wang Cheng shook his head firmly. We cannot bring strangers to the village chief. He is gravely ill and not fit to handle matters. Actually, I can just stay here. Su Cheng proposed. I have supplies. He gestured to the headless one's backpack. How about this? Xiaohong suggested. I'll go ask the village chief. You all stay here with him. After all, he saved my brother and has done me a favor. All right, you go ahead. Wang Cheng nodded. Xiaohong immediately took hold of Xiaoming and left. Little brother, brother, wait for me to return. Xiaoming shouted. Ouch, sister, don't hit me. I want to run off again, ouch. Su Cheng and the Headless One settled down in a corner. Even underground, the howling of the storm outside could be heard. Had it not been for Xiaoming, they would indeed have encountered serious trouble. The forces of nature cannot be resisted by mere mortals. Seeing Su Cheng sitting in the corner, Wang Cheng lowered his guard slightly. He addressed the group with tools. You all head to Sector 081 to repair the detection devices. Uncle and the others went there earlier but have not returned. Be cautious. Understood. We'll head out now. The construction team promptly made their way down another passage. You all go too. Provide protection for the construction team. Yes. Wang Cheng instructed several members of the patrol team to follow. Only he and 3 others remained to guard Su Cheng. Old friend, these people treat us like prisoners. The Headless One laid down his backpack and handed a bottle of cola to Su Cheng while he took out an intermediate energy block to replace it. Wang Cheng and the others stared in shock, their eyes wide. That's an intermediate energy block. It can power us for quite a while. And that drink, I've seen rich folks consume that. Are those cookies? And instant noodles. We haven't had those in ages. The group instinctively swallowed hard. Humph. Wang Cheng scoffed, stealing a glance while feigning indifference. What else there to envy? We now have fields, and soon we'll eat vegetables and rice. Far better than whatever he is eating, much more luxurious. Before long, chaos erupted. No, it's bad. It's bad. The individuals who had gone to repair the wall rushed back, shouting in panic. What happened? Wang Cheng immediately rushed forward to support one of them. The man was covered in blood, with numerous bite marks all over him. It's the desert mice. A horde of them attacked us. Mechanical desert mice have infiltrated. Uncle and the others, they're all dead. What? Wang Cheng's eyes turned red with fury, and he yelled as he dashed toward the passage. Uncle. Wang team. Don't go. It's dangerous. The others hurried to catch up. Su Cheng finished the drink in one gulp and stood up. We're in trouble. As he spoke, Wang Cheng and the others came rushing back, followed closely by a dark tide of desert mice, surging toward them like a wave. Chapter 54, Divided and Conquered. Vanquishing the rodent infestation. The desert mice were abundant, transforming the entire circular area and passageway into a dark mass. Su Cheng swiftly wielded his weapon, dispatching the desert mice before him, their blood spraying forth. His target was the mechanical desert mouse lurking behind, while above, the desert mice coordinated their attacks with remarkable discipline, evidently under the control of their mechanical counterpart. Thus, eliminating the mechanical desert mouse was the key. Upon noticing Su Cheng charging towards it, the mechanical desert mouse emitted a shriek and hastily retreated. Simultaneously, the desert mice intensified their frenzied assault on Su Cheng. There were simply too many. The desert mice leaped onto Su Cheng, their sharp teeth biting down ferociously. Crack! A tooth shattered. The enhancements from the reinforcement serum were comprehensive, bolstering not only strength and speed but also physical defense. Coupled with the liquid nanomaterial of the symbiotic armor interspersed within his muscle and skin cells, Su Cheng's defenses were more than sufficient to withstand the bites of these creatures. Witnessing this, the mechanical desert mouse's eyes widened with fear. How could this human appear more monstrous than itself? In a panic, it turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Wang Cheng roared. Yet he was powerless to halt the onslaught of the desert mice. Forced to retreat, he fought valiantly, but his efforts were in vain. He saw Su Cheng plunge into the throng of desert mice and cried out, "Don't go in alone. Wait for us." The others rallied to fend off the advancing desert mice, watching helplessly as Su Cheng vanished into the sea of rodents. It was over. He would surely not return. Although he appeared formidable, the sheer number of desert mice was overwhelming, and the mechanical desert mouse's teeth and claws could shred even superalloys. Not to mention its immensely powerful tail, there was no way he could triumph over that. I wonder if the cannon and flamethrower have arrived. We should retreat, Captain Wang. Wang Cheng grit his teeth, glancing at the encroaching desert mice. Let us fight while we fall back. If that person returns, we can regroup. All right, let's exterminate these rodents. Someone brandished an old century AK-47 and opened fire. However, against the overwhelming numbers of desert mice, such attacks proved ineffective. The echo of gunfire reverberated through the tunnel. Su Cheng, having pursued into the swarm of mice, summoned the symbiotic armor, charging forward like a locomotive, crashing through the ranks of desert mice, scattering them in his wake. The mechanical desert mouse glanced back, terrified by the sight. A monster, this human was undoubtedly a monster. In an instant, Cheng closed the distance. Seizing the severed tail of the mechanical desert mouse with one hand and pulling with all his might, the massive creature screeched, coming to an abrupt halt due to the force. Inertia sent it crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng swung his blade down with vigor, driving it deep into the mechanical desert mouse's rear. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, severing the mechanical desert mouse in two. Its innards spilled forth, filling half the passageway. Cheng nimbly leaped aside to avoid the filth. Gazing at the lifeless mechanical desert mouse, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. This Xiaohong clasped her hands behind her back and cast a furtive glance at Cheng. I am called Xiaohong. May I know your name? Xiaohong? Cheng pondered the somewhat hasty choices made for the siblings' names. I am Cheng. My cousin. I am Wukong, the Wukong from Havoc in Heaven. A brainless individual chimed in. Xiaohong smiled gently and replied, Your names are quite beautiful. The village chief mentioned that unremarkable names are easy to sustain, hence the names bestowed upon my brother and me. Cheng nodded in understanding. Indeed, such wisdom was prevalent in the old era of Huaxia. Xiaohong continued, I am truly grateful for your assistance. The mechanical desert mice have always posed the greatest threat to our Xiangyang village. Now that you have dealt with them, we need not worry about the rodent plague any longer. Your brother saved us. It is only right that we assist you in resolving the desert mouse issue. Cheng responded. The kindness of the villagers was one of the reasons he was willing to lend a hand. By the way, Xiaohong inquired with curiosity. My brother mentioned that you were scavengers from the ruined city? That cannot be true. You are so capable. How could you be scavengers? Cheng shook his head. We hail from the ruined city, but we are certainly not scavengers. I am a cybernetic technician. A cybernetic technician? Xiaohong exclaimed with delight. You mean you can repair cybernetics? Cheng nodded, at a basic level. How wonderful! Xiaohong exclaimed joyfully. Please come with me. Your arrival is most timely. Chapter 55, Sunlit Village. A casual affair. Are you truly a cybernetic technician? One capable of vanquishing the mechanical desert rats? Remarkable, my dear brother. Xiaoming, who had been eavesdropping around the corner, gazed at Cheng in astonishment. Xiaohong, passing by, playfully slapped his head. Stop wasting time. Let us move. You. Xiaoming clutched his head, suppressing his anger. Cheng, with a hint of resignation, replied, I believe it would be prudent for me to take a bath first. Xiaohong paused for a moment, then scrutinized Cheng from head to toe. Upon noticing the exposed skin, particularly the faint outline of his backside, her cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze, nodding, All right. You may come to my house, but be swift about it. Cheng adjusted his coat in an attempt to conceal his body. Very well. Xiaohong covertly stole a couple of glances at him as they swiftly navigated through several tunnels, soon arriving at a spacious area equivalent to 5 or 6 football fields. The ceiling soared approximately 20 meters high, exuding an expansive ambience. Numerous wooden houses were constructed throughout the area, each equipped with heating, water, and electricity. Some buildings, originally part of underground facilities, had been repurposed. Together, these structures formed a small village. At the village's heart lay a lake, with an inexhaustible underground water source bubbling forth. Numerous pipelines extended into a tunnel in the distance. At the rear of the village stood a 3-story wooden house, the tallest structure in the area. Xiaohong guided Cheng through the village's maze. Xiaohong, who is this? Why is he covered in blood? Should we call Dr. Niu? Is there trouble? I heard the mechanical desert rats have arrived. Have they been driven away? Goodness, everyone, grab your weapons. We cannot allow the patrol team to face the mechanical desert rats alone. The villagers, upon seeing Cheng drenched in blood, anxiously inquired, with some rushing off to summon a doctor. Cheng observed quietly, noting that the atmosphere here was far more vibrant than in the wasteland city, resembling a genuine human settlement filled with warmth and mutual concern. Xiaohong hastily clarified to the crowd, No need for alarm, the mechanical desert rat has been slain. This is our new cybernetic technician. He was the one who defeated it. I will take him to clean up, then we shall seek the village chief. A cybernetic technician? Splendid. The village chief is saved. He actually killed the mechanical desert rat. Unbelievable. And he is a technician too. Good heavens, how extraordinary. May the heavens bless our sunlit village. Quickly, everyone, clear the way. The villagers were exceedingly welcoming, parting to allow Su Cheng and Xiao Hong to enter a wooden house. Inside, there was hot water available from the heating chamber. Xiao Hong opened a wooden door revealing a basin and toiletries. Upon entering the bathroom, Su Cheng noticed a delicate white undergarment. Xiao Hong, following his gaze, spotted her personal garment and hurriedly rushed over to retrieve it. "I'll find you some clothes," she exclaimed before dashing off. Su Cheng filled the basin with hot water, swiftly scrubbing away the bloodstains. Though this was the deepest part of the tunnel, he could still faintly perceive vibrations from above. Thankfully, the structure was incredibly sturdy. He would need 3 days before he could continue his journey to the ruins. A rather lengthy delay. He had brought food, but lacked the next batch of enhancement serum. The serum could only be administered every 5 days, and he was reluctant to waste time. He decided to wait until the radiation storm had passed. "I've placed the clothes outside." Xiao Hong's voice called from beyond the door. She cracked it open slightly, set down the clothes, and quickly shut the door before running off. "Sister, this time I rescued a technician. Impressive, right?" "Impressive? You reckless child. Do you not comprehend the dangers? Did you encounter the mechanical desert rats? Uncle has perished. Many lives have been lost. Oh dear, but the person I saved can assist the village chief. Why are you scolding me? Such a trivial matter." Su Cheng smiled softly, surprised to discover such a vibrant community thriving underground at the edge of the ruins. The inhabitants were warm-hearted and kind, yet despite the peace, dangers lurked. Had he not arrived, the mechanical desert rats might have decimated this village entirely. Their strength and weaponry were far too inadequate to safeguard their tranquility. Thus, only formidable power could ensure lasting peace. After his bath, Su Cheng donned the clothes, which were somewhat snug yet serviceable. He had opted not to carry a firearm, instead taking a laser longsword with him, stowing away his mask as he exited the bathroom. Upon seeing Su Cheng's clean, handsome face devoid of the mask, Xiao Hong momentarily froze. However, she quickly regained her composure. "You're done with your bath." She approached him earnestly. "I implore you, please assist the village chief." "Of course." Su Cheng nodded, glancing at Xiao Ming, who was rubbing his backside. Feeling the gaze upon him, Xiao Ming immediately frowned, placing his hands on his hips, feigning indifference. "Let us go," Su Cheng said with a gentle smile. As they stepped outside, they found the villagers waiting. "Make way, let the technician pass." The villagers promptly parted to create a pathway. "The village chief implores your assistance. Please help him. We will be deeply grateful to you." Xiao Hong pulled Su Cheng along as they hurried toward the village's tallest building. At that moment, Wang Cheng, leading the patrol team, returned with the bodies of the fallen. "Everyone, lend a hand," he shouted, and upon seeing this, the villagers rushed forward to assist. "Is Uncle dead? Those infernal mechanical desert rats did this. Damn them. Mother. Father looks so horrifying. What happened to him? Will he still hold me?" A wave of sorrow swept over the villagers. Some wept, others comforted the bereaved, while some stared blankly at the corpses. Members of the patrol team fought back tears, bringing white cloths from their homes to cover the bodies. Here, too, were their loved ones. The loss of so many was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to this underground village. Xiao Hong has taken the cybernetic technician to see the village chief. We shall wait for his decision regarding Uncle S' remains. Alas, so many have perished. I can only hope the village chief recovers. Wang Cheng, watching Xiao Hong and Su Cheng's retreating figures, noticed their clasped hands, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. I never imagined he was a cybernetic technician, strong and skilled in repairs. How could I have been so weak as the patrol team leader, unable to protect everyone? Do not blame yourself, Captain. You have done well. Although we have suffered greatly, the good news is that the technician has defeated the mechanical desert rats. Indeed, we owe our thanks to that technician. He has proven capable of vanquishing the mechanical desert rats, and now the village chief relies upon him. Wang Cheng, listening to the discussions around him, cast his eyes downcast at a nearby corpse, murmuring to himself, "Uncle, how can I become stronger, as powerful as that technician, to protect everyone, safeguard our village, and shield Xiao Hong? Actually, I can keep up with you." "Yes, I'm sorry." Xiao Hong quickly withdrew her hand. Her cheeks slightly flushed. I was too hasty. Not at all, Su Cheng shook his head. Before long, they arrived at the village chief's door. Village chief. We have brought someone. He is a cybernetic technician and can assist you. Xiao Hong called out from outside. With a slow, creaking sound, the wooden door opened, emitting an unsettling noise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 56. The origin of the Black Death virus. Exchange. Grandfather the village chief. He is a cybernetic technician, perfectly capable of assisting you. He is the one I saved. Xiaoming pounded his chest with pride. Oh, a cybernetic technician? Quite impressive, the village chief remarked, glancing at Su Cheng with a warm smile. Xiaoming is truly remarkable. Receiving the chief's praise, Xiaoming beamed and turned to look at Xiao Hong. In response, Xiao Hong swiftly slapped his head, the motion so fluid and effortless. See, grandfather the village chief? She hit me again. The village chief chuckled benevolently upon witnessing the scene. Xiao Hong, you and Xiaoming should attend to uncle and the others. I wish to speak privately with this technician. All right, Xiao Hong nodded, then turned to Su Cheng. I apologize for the trouble. Please make sure to assist the village chief. He is our village's hope. We will certainly reward you well afterward. Just as Su Cheng was about to speak, the village chief interjected, Enough, enough. He will help. You two should hurry along. Yes, village chief, we're off. Xiao Hong led Xiaoming to find Wang Cheng. Come inside, the village chief said, slightly turning his body as Su Cheng and Mei Tu entered the room. The village chief closed the door and suddenly wore a peculiar smile. He slowly took a seat. Alas, I am aware that I am infected with the Black Death virus, a condition that cannot be cured. Su Cheng nodded. He recognized the village chief's affliction the moment he laid eyes on him. However, he pondered why the villagers were oblivious to such overt symptoms. You must be wondering why Xiao Hong and the others are unaware of the conspicuous signs of the Black Death virus, the village chief explained with a smile. It is because they have always lived underground at the edge of the ruins, thus they are unaware of the Black Death virus. But isn't there a risk of infection for anyone with cybernetic enhancements? They all have modified bodies. They should know. Su Cheng remained perplexed. This is common knowledge. No one in the wasteland is ignorant of the Black Death virus, just as no one from the old century was unaware of the common cold. Common knowledge? No. That is merely the perception shaped by Future City. The village chief shook his head. In truth, the Black Death virus exists only in a few cities beneath Future City. Other cities beneath floating cities do not have this virus. There are numerous floating cities, each with its own managed cities below. The floating cities are almost entirely disconnected, separated by the ruins. Su Cheng was taken aback by this revelation. It was the first time he had heard such a claim, that the Black Death virus was unique to Future City. Are you suggesting that only the cities at the foot of Future City harbor the Black Death virus? If that is the case, then the virus, the waste treatment plants. In Future City, it is too terrifying to contemplate. These elites truly regard ordinary people as less than ants for their own ends. Indeed. As for why this is the case and what their true motives are, that is beyond my knowledge. The village chief sighed deeply yet managed a forced smile. He slowly lit a handmade cigarette. You have arrived at an opportune moment. I require someone to converse with. There is no need for treatment now. I hope you will patiently listen to my ramblings, as there may be useful information for you. By the way, what is your name? Su Cheng. A splendid name. The village chief leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling as if in recollection. This place was once chaotic. Those living underground fared worse than those in the outskirts of the wasteland. Su Cheng listened quietly. If that were true, then the changes in Xiangyang village were indeed remarkable. The village now operated with impeccable order, and its inhabitants enjoyed a far more comfortable life than those in the wasteland. Conflict, cannibalism, violence, these were rampant. Hissed the village chief, exhaled a long plume of smoke. I too am a denizen of the wasteland, but I grew weary of that existence. Thus, I took the train, wandering between cities, exploring this devastated post-war world. Traveling between cities? No wonder he knows that only cities beneath Future City are affected by the Black Death virus. Su Cheng mused. Yet, to navigate through so many cities without being consumed by the ruins was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Haha. You must be thinking how fortunate I am to have evaded the ruins every time. The village chief chuckled. Indeed, it is fortunate. If you ever get the chance, you should visit the northwest. There lies the Xinjiang of the old century, a place of once breathtaking beauty, albeit fraught with danger. Su Cheng shook his head. Once I finish my affairs in the wasteland, I intend to go to Future City. Future City? The village chief exhaled a cloud of smoke, squinting through the haze. Then you must exercise caution. It may not be as idyllic as people claim. Su Cheng furrowed his brow. If the Black Death virus were indeed as the village chief described, then Future City was far from a paradise. Simultaneously, he noticed the village chief's impressive cybernetic arm, a Class A combat enhancement. Such power would surely place him among the elite in the wasteland. He must possess knowledge that ordinary people could not fathom. I was once the champion of the Wasteland's fighting arena. If you have seen the fights, oh. Everyone in the wasteland surely has. You must know me. I am Sergei. The village chief grinned broadly. Sergei. Su Cheng was astounded. That was the name of the man whose portrait still adorned the walls of the fighting arena. The former champion was now a village chief underground. He was aware of this, though he had only recently learned it. Isn't it expected for the champion to go to Future City? He questioned, perplexed. Sergei shook his head. No, I did not go. I chose to remain on Earth, for this is my homeland. Even now, amidst its desolation, it remains the origin of humanity. Moreover, who can say if one could truly reach Future City? I am not inclined to take that gamble. Indeed. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. If becoming the champion or an S-class hunter guaranteed passage to Future City, it would seem rather simplistic. The question of whether one could even go there was one thing. The quality of life there was another. Yet, he had to go. Sergei smiled wryly and continued, later. I fortuitously encountered individuals venturing out from here in search of supplies and followed them to this underground city. Using my own strength, I united the people here. And after more than a decade of development, it has transformed into the current Xiangyang village. While he spoke lightly of it, Su Cheng understood the immense difficulty behind such an achievement. Transforming a place far inferior to the outskirts of the wasteland into a warm village was no small feat. No wonder the villagers held Sergei in such high esteem. He had essentially created this village, allowing the residents to enjoy their peaceful and secure lives. I am aware of my infection with the Black Death virus. I do not wish for them to know, nor do I want them to be saddened. Thus, I have kept it hidden, Sergei lamented. They rely on me too much. Su Cheng pressed his lips together. He could not assist Sergei. Jushaner had a mild infection, with only a hint of black in her eyes. However, Sergei's condition was far worse. The majority of his eyeball had turned black, and his time was limited. But I cannot die yet. Xianyang village has only just stabilized. You have already greatly aided me by eliminating the mechanical desert rat, but I must ensure the village's absolute safety before I can rest easy. Therefore, I implore you to assist me. As he spoke, Sergei suddenly laughed eerily. Damn it, I can even feel that accursed virus making me laugh inexplicably. Su Cheng frowned. Once the radiation storm passes, I must enter the ruins. I cannot remain here indefinitely. It's all right. There is ample time. Rest assured. I will not let you help me for nothing. Sergei rose and ascended the stairs, shortly returning with a wooden box which he handed to Su Cheng. If you plan to venture to Future City, this may prove advantageous to you. Su Cheng opened the box and discovered a metallic module, unfamiliar to him, its purpose unclear. This was the identity key component for Future City. Sergei resumed his seat, stating, upon becoming the king of fighters, the Waste City Arena will reward you with this key component, enabling you to reside in Future City, akin to an identification card from the old century. Su Cheng scrutinized the metal module. On its surface, there appeared nothing remarkable, save for a numerical designation, 01. This was the very place every inhabitant of Waste City yearned to reach, an identification card for Future City. Each individual aspired to become the king of fighters, even willing to sacrifice their lives, ultimately vying for this insignificant metallic module. Indeed, this item was of great utility to him, and he was determined to journey to Future City. I will exchange this with you. All I require in return is your assistance in addressing potential threats to Sunlight Village during the 3 days of the radiation storm, Sergei proposed, gesturing to the box. There is also a combat chip inside. Su Cheng glanced at the box and noticed a minuscule chip nestled at the bottom. That is a combat chip I acquired while traveling through various cities, containing a wealth of combat techniques. Sergei chuckled. It is of no use to me anymore. So I gift it to you. Your ability to defeat the mechanical desert rat indicates considerable strength, and given that you have not undergone any cybernetic augmentation, it is highly probable you have enhanced your physique, correct? Cheng, clad in snug attire, revealed his natural body, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Sergei, with a knowing look, remarked. I am unaware of your background, but it is undoubtedly extraordinary. Your physical enhancement surpasses any I have witnessed among all the combatants I have encountered. Even those privileged individuals who have augmented their bodies do not compare to you. Cheng replied candidly, I am merely a junior mechanic. Perhaps, Sergei retorted, clearly skeptical, yet refraining from further inquiry. This combat chip is unique. I have only glanced at it, and it does not correspond to any model produced by Guanca. So you may wish to investigate it further. Cheng nodded. His combat abilities had always relied on instinct and reflex. Acquiring combat techniques would certainly be beneficial. He extracted the combat chip and placed it onto the external photon brain. Instantly, countless combat techniques and maneuvers flooded into his consciousness. These techniques were imprinted in his mind as if files were being downloaded onto a computer. He could execute the moves recorded in the chip at will. Although mastering the techniques would require time. Suddenly, the chip emitted a spark. Is it broken? Sergei inquired, surprised. I have never used this chip. It seems to be a one-time use. Cheng frowned as he removed the chip, noting it had been burned through, so it could only be utilized once. Techniques are not static. They must be integrated into one's own fighting style rather than executed verbatim. I have faith you will adeptly apply them in the future. Sergei continued. There is also a notebook within. It contains my travel records from various cities, which may prove useful to you. Beneath the combat chip lay a notebook bound in leather, inscribed with the words My Year-End Chronicles. Cheng perused its contents, discovering photographs and notes from Sergei's visits to other cities, along with descriptions of routes and landmarks. This notebook would be invaluable should he wish to travel to other cities. He returned all items to the box and stowed it in his backpack. I accept your exchange. Even without the identity key component for Future City or the combat chip, I would not hesitate to assist Sunlight Village. Sergei smiled at this, saying, Excellent. Please refrain from informing the children about my infection with the Black Death virus. Simply state that I have recovered, and the cybernetic enhancements were only experiencing minor malfunctions, causing me discomfort. No problem, Cheng replied. Chapter 57. Day of Mourning in Xiangyang Village. Revamping Prosthetics. Village Chief, how have you been? The bodies of the elders have been prepared. We await your decision. Xiaohong's voice echoed from outside. Sergei rose and glanced at Cheng, reminding him. Let us not mention the Black Death virus. With that, he approached the door and opened it. Village Chief, is your prosthetic repaired? How do you feel? Xiaohong inquired with concern. Sergei smiled warmly. No worries, look at me. I'm quite well. My prosthetic merely required maintenance and had suffered some infection. But Cheng has completely restored it. Wonderful. The village chief is fine. Hooray, our village is saved. We owe a great debt of gratitude to this technician. Thanks to him. Not only did he vanquish the mechanical desert rats, but he also saved our village chief. Truly, he is our village's benefactor. That person was brought back by me. You all should thank me as well. All right. Haha, Xiaoming has played a significant role too. The village chief's recovery lifted the spirits of the villagers, who had been mourning the loss of many companions. Xiaohong looked gratefully at Cheng. Thank you so very much. Cheng replied with a modest smile. It was a trivial matter. Sergei raised his hand, and the villagers immediately fell silent. He spoke solemnly. This incident with the mechanical desert rats has inflicted severe losses upon us. We must provide proper arrangements for the families of the fallen. After cremation, their remains will be interred in the sacred grounds of the tunnel. Though they have departed from us, we must continue to protect our village and live well. Everyone must gather their spirits. Life must go on. We shall live well, the villagers responded earnestly. We, the village chief, do not be sorrowful. Our lives will improve. And we must carry on the will of those who sacrificed for our village. Sergei's words invigorated everyone further. Let us first attend to the bodies. Once all is taken care of, we shall hold a vigil for the fallen tonight. The villagers dispersed to fulfill Sergei's arrangements, while Xiaohong and Wang Qing remained behind. Sergei turned to them. Cheng has promised to help us thoroughly eradicate hidden dangers in our village. You two are the strongest here. I need you to cooperate with him. Xiaohong nodded vigorously. Rest assured, village chief, we will fully support Cheng. A glimmer of something unique sparkled in her eyes as she looked at Cheng. Wang Qing glanced at Cheng and nodded. Village chief, we shall. Before that, I must ask a favor of you, Sergei said, looking at Cheng. Their prosthetics are quite outdated. I possess 2 sets of B-class combat prosthetics in my collection, but we have no technician in the village to replace them. I kindly ask you to assist in this regard. You may take whatever remains. However, we lack alliance currency. You know, poetry and distant lands come at a price. Cheng smiled amiably. No problem at all. I only require some nutrient solution, if you have any. I have plenty. The village does not utilize nutrient solutions as I teach them to farm. I can provide all you need. Come, let us go inside. Sergei led them into the house and directly to the 3rd floor, which served as his office. Here, there was a desk and a bed, alongside several large wooden boxes and a leather case. Sergei opened one of the wooden boxes, revealing 2 sets of B-class combat prosthetics, cloaked in dust. It is rare for anyone to assemble even one complete set of such advanced prosthetics, yet he possessed 2. Xiaohong had only replaced one arm to operate a technical sniper rifle. Given the low surgical conditions here, replacing just one arm sufficed for now. Sergei handed her one of the B-class prosthetic arms and gestured to the remaining prosthetics in the box, looking at Cheng. Wang Qing will overhaul his entire set. The remaining B-class combat prosthetics can serve as payment. Cheng shook his head. Let these remain for Xiaohong. If you have any E-class mechanical prosthetics, you may give those to me. I only require the most basic. This surprised Sergei. E-class exists. There are several in this box. If you wish, you may take them all. However, combined, they are worth less than a single part of a B-class combat prosthetic. Are you certain? He opened another wooden box, revealing about 7 or 8 sets of E-class mechanical prosthetics. Cheng smiled and nodded. Certainly, the more the better. Very well, then both boxes are yours. Village chief. Xiaoming suddenly interjected. I want to become strong too. I want to protect our village. Sergei chuckled. When you grow older, I will certainly help you with your enhancement. For now, you must listen closely to your sister and eat well to grow stronger. Xiaoming pouted. I am already an adult. I want to fight. Smack. Xiaohong playfully swatted him. How dare you disregard the village chief's words? All is well, Sergei reassured, patting Xiaoming's head. Fighting is not merely rushing forward with weapons. The maintenance team repairing the walls and defending against the mechanical desert rats' assaults is also a form of battle. The villagers farming to sustain our daily lives is yet another. You are still young. Your fight is to grow up safe and contribute to the village in the future. Cheng stood aside, compelled to acknowledge that this former king of combat from the wasteland not only possessed profound insight into life but also demonstrated tremendous resolve. He had the audacity to retreat from the pinnacle of his life, relinquishing the opportunities that many coveted, risking his life to travel to various cities. He could have remained in the wasteland, enjoying a life of opulence even if he did not venture to the future city. Yet, he chose travel, choosing to create Xiangyang village alongside these simple folk. Xiaoming, somewhat understanding, nodded. I will heed the village chief's guidance. Let us begin. Sergei nodded at Cheng. The replacement of prosthetics was not a cumbersome task. Cheng executed it with ease, extracting tools from his mind and replacing them for Xiaohong and Wang Qing. Sergei turned to the side, opening a leather case that neatly housed an entire box of nutrient solutions. There were at least 100 bottles, and not all were of inferior quality. Some were basic, while a few were intermediate. After all, he was once the king of combat, and his stock was substantial. Half an hour later, the prosthetics had all been replaced. Xiaohong gazed at her silver right hand, feeling her strength multiply exponentially. Moreover, the advanced prosthetics enhanced both power and precision when paired with firearms. Wang Qing, having overhauled his entire set of B-class combat prosthetics, eagerly moved his limbs, exclaiming, I can certainly slay the mechanical desert rats now. Yet Sergei cautioned, the strength of your prosthetics does not guarantee your prowess. I have faith in you. For the protection of our village and its people, you can surely triumph over the mechanical desert rats. But remember, it is not merely the prosthetics that empower you. It is you. No matter how formidable the prosthetics, it ultimately depends on the user. Wang Cheng hesitated, uncertainty creeping in. I will do my best. Sergei silently shook his head, fully aware of each villager's character. Wang Cheng, while self-effacing, was not weak. He could face death without fear to safeguard the villagers. Yet his self-doubt often held him back. Such changes cannot be achieved overnight. Sergei narrowed his eyes, observing Suchen and Wang Cheng, hopeful that Wang Cheng would find his fighting spirit upon meeting Suchen. By the way, Sergei walked to a nearby box and retrieved a reinforced combat suit. Handing it to Suchen, though your body is strong as a native, you still require a degree of protection. Chapter 58. A Mechanical Life Form. Suchen divested himself of his shirt and donned a protective suit. While it wasn't strictly necessary, its ample elasticity would prevent it from being immediately ruptured by the symbiotic battle armor. Xiaohong surreptitiously stole a few glances at Su Cheng's physique, her face flushed crimson. Wang Cheng, noticing Xiaohong's reaction, lowered his gaze in self-consciousness. Sergei, observing Wang Cheng's demeanor, inwardly shook his head, realizing the need for further motivation. He inhaled from his cigarette and inquired of Wang Cheng, "Now that you're both prepared, enlighten me as to how the mechanical desert rat infiltrated our village's tunnels." "Well," Wang Cheng began, "Uncle and the others initially discovered anomalies with the surveillance equipment in Sector 081. Consequently, they ventured out to conduct repairs this morning, but failed to return by noon. Our patrol team then proceeded to investigate, only to stumble upon a mechanical desert rat excavating through the walls of Sector 081. It had infiltrated our territory and brutally murdered Uncle and his companions." Wang Cheng spat out, "These accursed rodents." Fortunately, Su Cheng intervened and assisted us in eliminating the mechanical desert rat. "Excavating tunnels?" Sergei frowned deeply. "I must trouble Su Cheng to escort Wang Cheng and the patrol team to inspect the tunnel, preferably venturing through it to eliminate any potential threats lurking within." Su Cheng nodded. "Understood. Thank you for your assistance," Sergei said earnestly. "Wang Cheng, assemble the patrol team and gather all the village's most potent weaponry. I shall depart immediately." Wang Cheng promptly hastened to summon the men. "I shall first inspect the mechanical desert rat. I'll await you there," Su Cheng declared, eager to examine the creature, given its potential connection to the ruins. Sergei concurred. "Very well, proceed ahead. We shall join you as soon as we are prepared." "What about me?" "This mission entails considerable risk. It's best you remain here." Su Cheng departed Xiangyang village and, relying on his memory, navigated toward the tunnel where the mechanical desert rat's carcass lay. Through continuous enhancements, his memory had become significantly sharper. Not only were his past recollections more vivid, but he could now effortlessly retain anything he observed. Soon, he arrived at the tunnel containing the mechanical desert rat. He attempted to contact Yang Siki. "What is it now? Always bothering me. What's the matter this time?" Yang Siki grumbled, engrossed in her work. Surprisingly, the connection was established. Despite being underground within a facility shielded by radiation-proof lead layers, and with a radiation storm raging outside that could interfere with electronic devices, communication was still possible. This was a testament to the power of the dimensionized, synthesized, and upgraded technology, coupled with an external photon brain. Su Cheng approached the mechanical desert rat's head and initiated a visual share. "I encountered this creature near the ruins border." "What? The ruins border? What were you doing there?" "Planning a venture into the ruins," Yang Siki exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Su Cheng shook his head. "Not yet, but I'm contemplating it. Besides, with the radiation storm, venturing into the ruins is impossible." "Hold on. How did you evade the radiation storm at the ruins border? Even you wouldn't be able to withstand it. And how are you even able to contact me?" "Signals are impossible during a radiation storm. I'm in an underground city. A group of people reside beneath the ruins border. As for the signal, it's somewhat affected, with white noise and image distortion, but it's manageable." "I wanted you to examine this," Su Cheng interjected, diverting the topic and gesturing toward the mechanical desert rat's alloy mandible. "This is a mutated rat, but its body has undergone mechanical augmentation." "An underground city? And the signal is only somewhat affected?" Yang Siki was bewildered. She had never heard of either. "Upon your return, I must thoroughly examine you." My external brain-computer interfaces are incapable of penetrating the radiation storm's interference. Yang Siki inhaled deeply. Through the shared vision, she could directly see what Su Cheng saw. It's cunning, even exploiting the radiation storm for hunting, and it flees from formidable adversaries. A semi-mechanical intelligent life form? Yang Siki exclaimed in astonishment. How peculiar. This technology dates back to the early new century and was long prohibited. Su Cheng frowned. Elaborate. Semi-mechanical intelligent life forms and mechanical life forms were intelligent beings created by an AI system during the Old Century, after the Century War. In order to expedite the construction of industrial facilities and colonize planets, researchers explored various research directions, with mechanical intelligent life forms being one of them. Yang Siki leaned back in her chair, stretching her legs onto the desk, and popped a chip into her mouth. However, the unchecked development of AI eventually spiraled out of human control, triggering another global war in the new era, a war between humans and mechanical life forms. This war lasted for 2 centuries. The outcome was the extermination of all semi-mechanical life forms and mechanical life forms, and the AI Empress was destroyed. People believed that computers should not possess consciousness and that the world must remain in human hands. Therefore, cyborgs use backup photon brains and robots lack complete AI. Everything is restricted. That's all I know. Su Cheng examined the mechanical desert rat's construction. It's similar to human cybernetic augmentation, but mechanical bodies differ from cybernetics. Mechanical bodies have simpler structures, primarily enhancing strength and speed. The mechanical desert rat's body is still mostly flesh and blood, with native organs. However, their brains differ from those of cyborgs. They lack backup mimetic photon brains and instead possess semi-mechanical brains, a fusion of brain and machine. Overall, the technology in the mechanical desert rat was inferior to human cybernetic augmentation. However, they had their own advantages: simple, powerful attacks and greater adaptability. Yang Siki cautioned, I advise you not to provoke mechanical life forms. Their technological advancements differ from ours. Their destructive capabilities are formidable, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate their target once they've identified it. Now that this mechanical desert rat has appeared on the ruins border, could it be connected to the ruins? Su Cheng proposed a hypothesis. Many of the high orbital trains traversing the ruins bear various scratches. Could they have been caused by semi-mechanical beasts? That's plausible, Yang Siki said, her brows furrowing slightly. But all mechanical life forms were supposedly exterminated by humans, including the Empress. What you're seeing now may merely be surviving semi-mechanical life forms. I've always sensed something within the ruins. Perhaps it's these creatures. Su Cheng tapped the mechanical desert rat's alloy claws, running them across his body. Even with slight pressure, he felt a pricking sensation. They're not as weak as they appear. Perhaps. But no one who has entered the ruins has ever returned alive, nor have their bodies been recovered. It's best you avoid them, Yang Siki said, pointing to a device on the table. The Black Death virus suppression device is nearing completion. You must return to retrieve it, as well as my snacks. If you venture into the ruins and don't return, who will I pester? Don't blame me if I break into your house and take them myself. I must address some matters in the ruins, Su Cheng said, approaching the large hole excavated by the mechanical desert rat. Once you've finished it, deliver it to the Wasteland Coliseum and give it to the 3-star gladiator, Zhu Shaner. You imbecile, you expect me to deliver it? Yang Siki said in annoyance. The radiation storm has 3 phases. Be careful. We're only in the first phase now. If you're in the underground city, don't venture out. No one can survive the storm by the 3rd day. Understood. Thank you, Su Cheng replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 59. The abandoned laboratory and the death experiment subject. If all speculations hold true, then the mindless one is likely a mechanical life form rather than an ordinary domestic assistant robot. How did it manage to emerge from the ruins and stumble upon the mindless one? Why was the mindless one left with only a fragmented body? It seems the only way to uncover the truth is to return to the ruins. Yang Siki claims that mechanical life forms have become extinct, yet this is highly improbable, as the mindless one could very well be an exception. Could it be that the mindless one is also a survivor? Regardless of whether it is a mechanical life form or a survivor, it appears that synthesizing an upgrade for the mindless one will not be a simple task. We shall take it one step at a time. Unlike human prosthetic modifications, the alteration components from the mechanical desert mice are of no use to Su Cheng. "We have arrived, Su Cheng," said Xiaohong, as she and her companions approached. Su Cheng glanced around, noting a total of 10 individuals, including those carrying flamethrowers and an RPG. He specifically searched for Xiaoming. Rest assured, Xiaoming is at the village chief's house, playing with Wukong. Xiaohong remarked with a smile upon noticing Su Cheng's gaze. "Let us proceed." Wang Qing, watching Xiaohong's retreating figure, bit his lip and urged, "Keep up." The group immediately followed suit. Upon reaching the bottom of the tunnel in Area 081, Su Cheng surveyed the tunnel excavated by the mechanical desert mice and leapt inside. The tunnel was spacious enough to accommodate 3 people walking side by side. "This creature has excavated such a large tunnel behind our village wall. We shall proceed and incinerate their lair. Be cautious. We do not know if there is only one mechanical desert mouse." The group ventured deeper into the tunnel, walking for quite some time without encountering a single desert mouse. Approximately 20 minutes later, the tunnel walls suddenly became slick, with numerous holes. One by one, the desert mice sensed their approach and retreated into their burrows. This is the typical reaction of normal mice, hiding at the first sign of danger. "Damn it, Captain. Can we burn these beasts?" A villager holding a flamethrower inquired. Wang Qing glanced at Xiaohong, who in turn looked to Su Cheng. "Hold off on attacking for now. We must avoid alerting them," Su Cheng advised, shaking his head. "We must eliminate all threats here in one fell swoop." Xiaohong nodded in agreement. "Everyone, remain calm," she urged. Wang Qing echoed, "Let us heed Xiaohong's words." Su Cheng led the group further along, and soon the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber, revealing another tunnel resembling that of Xiangyang village. "There appears to be a military facility here. How did we not discover this before?" Wang Qing exclaimed. "Indeed. But it seems somewhat smaller than ours, and the tunnel walls are entirely white." Wang Qing approached the wall, running his hand along its surface. It appears to have been neglected for quite some time. The tunnel walls, now white with age and disrepair, bore witness to neglect. The overhead incandescent lights were mostly broken, with only a few flickering on. Bloodstains and claw marks adorned the walls. Inside the tunnel lay numerous hospital gurneys, and scattered papers littered the floor. Occasionally, a desert mouse scurried from the shadows. The atmosphere evoked a sense of a hospital for Su Cheng. Xiaohong picked up a piece of paper from the ground, her brows furrowing. "Experiment record of subject 031? This seems to be a record of some experiments." Su Cheng nodded. "This is likely the site where mechanical desert mice were modified. It is astonishing that it is so close to our village. No wonder they frequently attack us." "Who is conducting these experiments?" Wang Qing cautioned. "Be careful. Although this place appears long abandoned, the claw marks suggest the presence of mechanical beasts." The group continued their search, discovering small laboratories or offices every 100 meters or so. Entering one such laboratory, Su Cheng found it in disarray. In the center lay an operating table, with a mutated desert mouse restrained upon it. However, this mutated desert mouse was not as large as the one he had previously slain. It was only the size of an average human. The creature had succumbed, its limbs transformed into mechanical appendages, and a gun barrel protruded from its mouth. "Thank goodness it is dead. It possessed a weapon." "Look, there are clothes here," a villager remarked, holding up a white lab coat. Su Cheng's brow furrowed in concern. This was a human laboratory, and these half-mechanical life forms were the result of human modification. It was not the work of AI. Could there be people still lurking in the ruins? Are they creating monsters to hunt humans? Exiting the laboratory, he pressed on, passing by other labs filled with mutated desert scorpions and rabbits and petri dishes. The eerie silence was unsettling. "Stay alert. It is too quiet here," Wang Qing whispered. "Everyone, stay close together and report any anomalies immediately." "Understood, Captain." Ultimately, they arrived at an underground cavern resembling Xiangyang village. Here, 4 large laboratories were situated. The layout was much simpler than that of the underground facility in Xiangyang village. 2 main paths intersected, leading to tunnels that connected the 4 laboratories. It was also eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. To ensure safety, Cheng unsheathed his high-energy laser longsword and cautiously approached the laboratories. These labs were more spacious than those in the tunnels, and the experimental animals were larger. The first laboratory contained a mutated mechanical wolf, towering at least 3 meters high and 5 meters long, akin to a prehistoric behemoth. The mere sight of it left the patrol team in shock. If such a creature were to attack the village, none would be able to withstand it. In the second laboratory, however, it was not an animal, but a human, a being whose body was largely replaced with mechanical parts. This towering figure, over 3 meters tall, boasted extremely developed muscles. His right arm was equipped with a large-caliber Gatling gun, while his left had been severed and replaced with a rocket launcher. The group fell silent in fear. Fortunately, these modified beings were all lifeless, showing no signs of movement. Let us search this place thoroughly. If we find no living creatures, we shall set it ablaze and leave no trace behind. As they approached the last 2 laboratories, they found them empty. Cheng frowned, stepping into one. The walls were adorned with experimental data and images of the mechanical desert mice. This was undoubtedly the site of their modification. What, then, had been the purpose of the other empty laboratory? Moreover, while the other labs contained the remains of their subjects, the laboratory dedicated to the mechanical desert mice was vacant. This suggested that the mechanical desert mice had not perished. The experimental subjects in the other empty laboratory might also still be alive. There could very well be another mechanical beast lurking. We must remain vigilant. Just as Cheng finished speaking, suddenly, a metallic tentacle burst through the wall, lunging towards them. Chapter 60. The Mechanical Giant Wolf, the Cyborg, all survive. Caution. Cheng hurriedly reached out to pull Xiaohong. Identify. Cheng's right pupil constricted sharply, instantly locking onto the metallic tentacle. He swiftly yanked Xiaohong back, and his high-energy laser saber cleaved through the air. Ah! Xiaohong gasped as Cheng pulled her behind him. The metallic tentacle was severed. With a loud bang, it fell to the ground. Its severed end glowing red from the intense heat. Sparks erupted from within the tentacle. After the failed assault, the metallic appendage immediately retracted. Yet, in the next moment, 4 more metallic tentacles burst through the wall, lunging at the group. Cheng's gaze sharpened, and he sprang into action. Xiaohong and the others could only see a blur as all 4 tentacles were cut down. Xiaohong's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Cheng. Cheng gritted his teeth, gripping his saber tightly. I have upgraded to a stronger prosthetic. I can do this. I will succeed. Cheng is astonishingly fast. Indeed. In the blink of an eye, he had neutralized all attacks. Monsters are coming. You all need to take cover, Cheng shouted. Noticing the mechanical giant wolf that should have been dead standing outside the laboratory, and that cyborg towering over 3 meters tall, these experimental subjects were not dead, or rather, they were in a state of suspended animation. Now awakened, simultaneously, he realized that his own speed seemed to have increased. It appeared he had instinctively utilized the power techniques from the combat chip while exerting himself. However, he paid no heed to those moves. Static techniques were of no use. Only strategies forged in battle were effective. We must work together. We can't let you face this alone. Xiaohong picked up her sniper rifle and aimed outside. Bang! The bullet from her precision sniper rifle struck the mutated mechanical wolf. The formidable penetrating power pierced through the creature's body. Yet, rather than killing it or scaring it away, it only incited its ferocity. The mechanical giant wolf charged into the laboratory. I'm coming. Cheng dashed in front of Xiaohong, raising his saber to block. The wolf's claws slammed down on Cheng's saber, creating a shower of sparks. Cheng gritted his teeth, straining against the immense strength of the mutated wolf, which made even his B-grade combat prosthetic feel the strain. The titanium-tungsten alloy saber in his hands was beginning to crack, on the verge of breaking. The weapon is too weak. Captain, get out of the way. A villager armed with an RPG took aim. Cheng exerted all his strength to deflect the mechanical wolf's claws, then dove with Xiaohong to the side. The villager fired the RPG. The mechanical wolf surprisingly clamped its jaws around the rocket. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The powerful RPG failed to obliterate the mechanical wolf. It merely damaged its metallic maw. It wasn't even shattered. The mechanical wolf's red eyes glared menacingly at the villager holding the RPG, emitting a deep, rumbling growl. It was the sound of a beast's fury, capable of intimidating foes. The patrolling team was dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a creature. It could withstand an RPG. The villager, who had braved the RPG, trembled in fear, unable to move. At that moment, the giant wolf lunged at him. Dodge quickly. Cheng shouted as he scrambled to his feet. Xiao Hong raised her gun to shoot. But the mechanical wolf paid them no mind, viciously snapping at the villager. Just then, a shadow descended from above, delivering a powerful kick to the mechanical wolf's jaws. The immense force sent it crashing to the ground, shattering tables, chairs, and equipment throughout the laboratory, especially as its head struck the ground, creating a small crater. Su Cheng, Xiao Hong exclaimed with delight. The villager, grateful, said, "Thank you, brother. You saved me." Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the villager was unharmed, that was enough. There are still more outside. Don't let your guard down, Su Cheng warned. Roar. The mechanical wolf let out a furious roar. Su Cheng stomped down hard on its head, then raised his high-energy laser saber, bringing it down with force. The mechanical wolf's pupils widened in fear as it saw the saber looming closer. It desperately attempted to evade. The high-energy laser saber severed its metallic jaw. The mechanical wolf sprang up and leapt away, creating distance. At that moment, the cyborg outside raised its Gatling gun. The motor whirred to life, and 6 barrels began to spin. Open fire. Su Cheng's pupils constricted as he immediately pulled the villager to safety. Ziz. The sound of a barrage of bullets erupted. The 12mm caliber Gatling bullets rained down on the walls, sending dust flying. The walls were perforated. The firepower was overwhelming. Everyone could only cover their heads to shield themselves. Su Cheng secured the villager and glanced at the mechanical cyborg firing indiscriminately. He summoned his symbiotic battle armor. At this moment, the mechanical wolf charged back into the laboratory. Aware of Su Cheng's strength, targeting the scattered survivors who had been disrupted by the cyborg's bullets. They can even coordinate. It zeroed in on the isolated Xiao Hong, its gaping maw rushing towards her. Cheng sprinted forward, but the cyborg's bullets were too dense. Halfway there, he saw a storm of bullets heading his way. It's over. Suddenly, he felt a blur in front of him as Su Cheng yanked him aside. The bullets rained down on the symbiotic battle armor. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted. The bullets shattered or were deflected, falling harmlessly to the ground. Cheng's eyes widened as he beheld the imposing black symbiotic armor. Is this Su Cheng? Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. It's in your hands now. Su Cheng hurled his saber at the mechanical wolf lunging at Xiao Hong. Simultaneously, he charged through the hail of bullets towards the cyborg. The high-energy laser saber accurately struck the airborne mechanical wolf, pinning it to the wall. Because the blade was positioned on top, it did not slice through the wolf due to its weight but rather hung there. However, the mechanical wolf thrashed violently. At that moment, Cheng dashed forward, raising his saber to strike at the mechanical wolf's head. Clang! The titanium-tungsten alloy saber finally could not withstand the strain and broke. The mechanical wolf turned to Cheng, its eyes glinting with derision. You can borrow that saber on the wall, Su Cheng shouted, having already dashed outside. Cheng leapt up, grasping the high-energy laser saber, then swung it down with force. The saber's formidable cutting power sliced through the mechanical wolf's abdomen and the wall behind it. Cheng withdrew the saber and, under the mechanical wolf's terrified gaze, swung down again, this time severing its head. Thud, thud. The massive wolf's head rolled to Cheng's feet as he maintained his chopping stance, gasping for breath. He did it. He killed the mechanical wolf. A mechanical beast stronger than the mechanical desert mouse. Don't dawdle. Go help Su Cheng, Xiao Hong shouted. Cheng snapped back to reality, and the two dashed toward the laboratory entrance. At this point, there were no bullets attacking the laboratory. Is anyone injured? Those still alive. Support Su Cheng immediately. I'm fine. Su Cheng saved me earlier. I'm going to breathe fire. Fortunately, I am unharmed, and Su Cheng has also rescued me. The RPG is fully loaded, and I am heading to support Su Cheng. Everyone is safe. Those who were in peril moments ago were saved by Su Cheng. It is all thanks to Su Cheng. Remarkably, not a single member of the patrol team has sustained any injuries. Chapter 61. Fusion of the Mechanical Beast, 50% Unleashed. What is Su Cheng wearing? Is it battle armor? Or exoskeleton armor? How did he don it so suddenly? Could it be some form of cybernetic augmentation? Remarkably fierce, He completely disregards the creature's attacks. The crowd, initially intent on providing support, was astounded to find Su Cheng utterly unfazed by the mechanical transformer's onslaught. The Gatling gun's large-caliber bullets merely grazed him, leaving no trace upon the surface of the symbiotic battle armor. We shall assist as well. An RPG was launched directly at the mechanical transformer, only to be intercepted mid-flight by a barrage of Gatling gunfire. While Xiaohong's sniper rifle could penetrate the mechanical transformer's body, it could not deliver a fatal blow. Aim for the head, Wang Qing instructed as he steadied Xiaohong's rifle. Su Qing, watch out. Look out, a rocket. Suddenly, the crowd gasped as they witnessed the mechanical transformer launching a rocket. If the Gatling couldn't penetrate, then let us resort to explosives. A rocket, trailing flames, hurtled towards Su Cheng. Yet, in the realm of perception, it unfolded as though in slow motion. Su Cheng extended his hand and grasped the rocket. Gasp! Grabbing a rocket with bare hands. How extraordinary. The crowd was once again left speechless. Who would dare to catch a rocket with their bare hands? This was beyond ferocity. With the rocket in hand, Su Cheng glanced at the mechanical transformer and squeezed with all his might. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, and a violent fire engulfed his upper body in an instant. Everyone gasped in shock. Yet as the flames receded, Su Cheng emerged unscathed. The searing heat of the explosion had been entirely repelled by the symbiotic battle armor, and the shockwave was absorbed completely. Shrapnel posed no threat to the armor. My goodness, who plays like this? It is utterly monstrous. Is this a taunt directed at the creature? Not only can I grasp the rockets you launch, but I remain impervious to their harm. A true affront to the heart. The crowd was filled with awe. Xiaohong's expression was one of exhilaration, her eyes filled with admiration. So impressive. Wang Qing bit his lip, gripping his high-energy laser longsword. Feeling a twinge of disappointment. The disparity was staggering, and he felt utterly outmatched. In the eyes of the mechanical transformer, Su Cheng was insane, more deranged than he. To catch a rocket barehanded and crush it, who among them was the true monster? The mechanical transformer, in a frenzy, unleashed a torrent of Gatling bullets and rockets. Zzzzz. Boom. 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 In an instant, flames engulfed Su Cheng completely. With a powerful sweep of his hand, Su Cheng dispersed the explosive fire and advanced towards the mechanical transformer. Suddenly, a much thicker metallic tentacle shot out from behind a nearby wall. Just as I expected, Su Cheng refrained from immediately destroying the mechanical transformer, creating an illusion of vulnerability for the lurking mechanical beast. If it were to escape, Xianyang village would surely face danger. He grasped the metallic tentacle with both hands, uniting his strength with a fierce pull. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of walls being shattered echoed from afar. He intended to draw the ambushing half-mechanical entity closer. In that moment, a series of small gears protruded from the metallic tentacle, spinning rapidly. Sparks flew from the gauntlet gripping the tentacle, yet it proved futile. The serrated edges were obliterated. Whether it be the mechanical wolf, the mechanical transformer, or the lurking half-mechanical entity, each was formidable. Even Wang Qing, modified with a B-class combat prosthetic, was no match. Yet Su Cheng's equipment was unparalleled, with an S-class symbiotic battle armor, an original implant, and a body enhanced through numerous augmentations, combined with the capabilities of a prime genetic sequence. He stood as a veritable colossus. Lastly, a nearby laboratory crumbled, revealing a mechanical monstrosity, an amalgamation of octopus tentacles, a bear's body, a tiger's head, and a robust crocodile's tail. A fusion-type mechanical beast. Roar. The tiger's head emitted a furious growl as it rose, its chest opening to reveal a small-caliber electromagnetic cannon. Countless currents converged at the cannon's mouth, propelling a high-carbon titanium-tungsten alloy bullet that spun rapidly. Su Cheng moved with agility, charging forth. Bang! Xiaohong's sniper bullet struck the fusion mechanical beast's alloy body, only to ricochet. She quickly aimed for the head and fired again. Wang Qing emulated Su Cheng, hurling his high-energy laser longsword with all his might. The trio attacked simultaneously. The first to reach was Xiaohong's bullet, which struck the character emblazoned upon the tiger's head, merely knocking it askew. Wang Qing's thrown longsword was swatted away by the fusion mechanical beast's tail. Su Cheng closed in on the fusion mechanical beast, unleashing a powerful punch. The fusion mechanical beast raised its metallic tentacles in defense. Boom. Su Cheng's punch landed solidly upon the tentacle, flattening it. The fusion mechanical beast staggered back several steps, stabilizing itself with its remaining mechanical tentacles and tail. Not bad, Su Cheng mused as he observed the fusion mechanical beast. Blood fury form, 50% unleashed. The original implant emitted a peculiar energy field, activating the cells within him. His heart raced, flooding his body with oxygen. Adrenaline surged, heightening his state of excitement. An unending torrent of strength flowed from within. Bring it on. Su Cheng felt a surge of bloodlust, as if his very blood were in a frenzy. Yet he remained composed, his mind sharp. Bang! The electromagnetic bullet erupted from the fusion mechanical beast's chest. Perception. Su Cheng's left eye locked onto the bullet, deftly evading its path. Unlike before, where he relied on instinct to dodge, his movements now flowed with seamless grace. Yes, it was fluid. His actions linked together with greater continuity. Though he had yet to examine the combat chip's contents, the techniques were etched in his mind, flowing forth naturally. However, the speed of the electromagnetic bullet surpassed all prior attacks. Even within the realm of perception, its trajectory was indistinguishable, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. Yet in his blood fury form, Su Cheng's bodily functions were immensely enhanced, enabling him to evade even the afterimage. With a sudden burst of power, the ground beneath him exploded. The movement was utterly fluid. Another bang rang out, but this time it was the sound of Su Cheng slicing through the air. He charged once more at the fusion mechanical beast, twisting his body to deliver a fierce sidekick. All his strength converged in that moment. The force akin to a dragon's tail swipe. Even as the fusion mechanical beast attempted to block with its metallic tentacles, it was sent flying. The metallic tentacles were brutally severed. The sheer force had cleaved through them. Moreover, a portion of the fusion mechanical beast's body was visibly concave. Roar! The tiger's head bellowed in fury, extending its last two metallic tentacles. Yet, rather than attack, they ensnared the nearby mechanical transformer and the lifeless mechanical wolf. Then, the ends of the metallic tentacles opened wide, resembling a gaping maw, and swallowed the mechanical transformer and mechanical wolf whole. Su Cheng approached the high-energy laser longsword. Drawing it free. It is time to end this. Chapter 62. Violent Onslaught. Tattoo Watt. The metallic tentacles writhed like serpents consuming their prey. In no time, the mechanical cyborgs and the mechanical giant wolf were amalgamated into the composite mechanical beast's form. The metallic tentacles of the composite mechanical beast fell away, revealing the two arms of the mechanical cyborg, complete with weaponry. On the opposite side, the half-body of the mechanical giant wolf emerged, its wounds completely healed. Its crimson eyes glared hatefully at Su Cheng. The injuries on the composite mechanical beast had entirely mended, its body now enveloped in a layer of alloy. This must be its perfected form. Su Cheng tightened his grip on the long blade. Everyone, retreat. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth. No, we cannot abandon you. But Xiaohong pulled him back. Retreat. You have no weapon. What can you do? Our weapons are ineffective. Staying here would only burden Su Cheng. We must flee. With that, she dragged Wang Cheng to escape from the other side of the laboratory. Wang Cheng glanced back at Su Cheng and the composite mechanical beast. But how can we leave Su Cheng behind? Even without combat capability, we must assist him. Xiaohong responded decisively. Stop being sentimental. Staying here would only hinder him. The best way to help Su Cheng is to not add to his burdens. Upon witnessing the patrol team fleeing, the composite mechanical beast immediately unleashed a barrage of rockets. Your enemy is me. Su Cheng crouched slightly and then leapt into the air, using his long blade to deflect all the rockets. He landed steadily, and with a powerful push from his feet, he surged forward. Bang! The composite mechanical beast fired a bullet from its chest, specifically targeting Su Cheng as he charged in, making it impossible to evade. A cruel smile split its mouth. Perception. Su Cheng discerned the afterimage and swung his long blade. A resounding clang echoed as the high-energy laser blade cleaved the electromagnetic bullet in two. The severed halves of the bullet flew outwards, piercing through the laboratory walls and embedding into the farthest wall. The high-energy laser blade showed signs of fracture. However, it possessed a certain degree of self-repair capability. Thus, even if it broke, it was of little concern. After expending a significant amount of energy, the high-energy laser blade restored itself to its original state. Su Cheng swept his blade upward. The composite mechanical beast, having absorbed the mechanical cyborg and the mechanical giant wolf, had evidently grown stronger. It managed to seize the high-energy laser blade with the jaws of the mechanical giant wolf, though a significant portion of its mouth was cleaved open. It successfully restrained Su Cheng's attack. Roar. The composite mechanical beast let out a provocative roar, recharging its electromagnetic cannon while revealing 4 sharp teeth, snapping ferociously at Su Cheng. Su Cheng relinquished the high-energy laser blade, his robust muscles tensing completely as he drove his right fist directly into the beast's head. In a state of blood rage, the terrifying surge of power sent the composite mechanical beast flying. The jaw of its tiger head was shattered. In its dazed state, Su Cheng channeled all his strength and sprinted forth like a cheetah, swiftly reaching its side. He then brought both fists down in a thunderous strike. Boom. The composite mechanical beast crashed heavily to the ground. Its 4 limbs lifted. Chapter 63, Another Underground Laboratory. The Heart of the Strong. If the alphabetical order signifies the strength of the members of the malevolent organization, then Y's power should indeed be inferior to X's. However, Y still possesses the capabilities of a high-ranking hunter. The fact that such formidable predators are utilized for experimentation indicates that the individual conducting these experiments is far from ordinary. Furthermore, the members of the organization are infected with the skeletal virus, granting them control over the predators. If they undergo modifications, will they retain such abilities? Having already been augmented with cybernetic enhancements, what transformations might occur after mechanical alterations or integration akin to that of a mechanical beast? Su Cheng departed the laboratory in search of information at another facility. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to locate the experimenter, to find Y, and to inquire about C's whereabouts. Su Cheng, we've searched all 4 tunnels, but there are no living mechanical beasts. We've eliminated all the subjects, reported Xiao Hong and the others upon returning to the central laboratory. After inspecting the 4 laboratories without uncovering any further details regarding Subject 1, Su Cheng suggested, "Let us incinerate this place as a form of sterilization. It may prove useful in the future. As Xiangyang village continues to develop, the population will inevitably grow, necessitating more space. Once we ascertain that this location is secure, it can serve as a contingency site. Captain, you and the others should return. We will handle things here." Wang Cheng replied affirmatively. "All right, take care. I will return to report to the village chief." Wang Cheng nodded. Su Cheng took the experimental data regarding Subject 1 and, along with Xiao Hong, made their way back to Xiangyang village. The patrol team remained behind to destroy the laboratory. "Are there any other underground laboratories nearby?" Su Cheng inquired during their journey. "No, there are none," Wang Cheng began to respond, but Xiao Hong interjected, casting a silent glance at her. Xiao Hong's brows furrowed slightly. "I have never encountered any other underground laboratories. Even this abandoned one was unknown to us." Su Cheng turned to Wang Cheng, who also shook his head in agreement. "While we have ventured to gather supplies, we have not discovered any other underground laboratories. This is indeed the first we have found." Su Cheng nodded and continued his inquiry. "When you typically search for supplies, do you go to the ruins borders? In other words, the surface?" "Exactly," Xiao Hong replied thoughtfully. "Radiation storms have scattered countless items across the desert borders over the years. We could never collect them all. However, due to the dangers involved, our search area is not extensive. Although the desert ruins do experience strong winds, they do not obscure our vision as radiation storms do. We leave landmarks to avoid getting lost. Have you never seen any others?" Su Cheng's brow furrowed. Xiao Hong stealthily glanced at Su Cheng, her hands clasped behind her back, appearing quite obedient. Wang Cheng lowered his head, a look of despondency crossing his face as he sighed softly, creating a slight distance, seemingly to afford Su Cheng and Xiao Hong more space. "Actually, perhaps there is still something." Xiao Hong turned her head, her brow knitted in concentration. "In fact, aside from the mechanical desert mice, we did encounter another mechanical beast once, but we were exceedingly cautious. Upon spotting it from a distance, we fled immediately." "Another mechanical beast?" Su Cheng exclaimed, recognizing the potential implication of further underground laboratories. He quickly pressed on. "Where did you encounter it?" Xiao Hong shook her head, somewhat bashful. I can't distinguish directions. This is somewhat awkward, she admitted. We went about 3 kilometers southwest from the ventilation ducts of Zone 070. Cheng suddenly chimed in. About 6 months ago, we encountered it there, but due to the distance and our fear of the mechanical desert mice, we did not get a clear view of what type of mechanical beast it was before we ran away. Excellent. Was it one of the mechanical beasts we saw in this laboratory? Cheng mused. Now that we know the location. As long as we confirm that these mechanical beasts did not escape from here, we can ascertain that there is likely another underground laboratory nearby. Cheng shook his head. The silhouette did not resemble the creatures we encountered earlier. It appeared more like an enlarged form of some bird. Xiaohong's eyes lit up. An enlarged bird. Cheng smiled and nodded. Thank you. We can now confirm the existence of additional underground laboratories. He was confident that as long as the clues remained intact, they would inevitably locate C. Soon, the trio returned to Xiangyang village. Xiaohong, you go to the village chief. I will change clothes with Cheng, Cheng instructed, gesturing to his disheveled appearance. Xiaohong blushed and nodded. I will wait for you at the village chief's. With that, she dashed away. Let us go, Cheng reminded the somewhat bewildered Cheng. Oh, right. Cheng quickly led the way. Cheng flashed a grin. Do you have feelings for Xiaohong? Well, what? Don't say such things. Cheng's face flushed instantly. And he hurriedly clarified. We have merely grown up together. I consider her a sister, and as he trailed off, his expression turned forlorn, and he sighed without continuing. Cheng chuckled softly. One cannot conceal the gaze of affection. He recalled the way he had looked at Xiaohong, similar to how Cheng regarded her. Thus, it was impossible for him not to recognize Cheng's feelings for Xiaohong. Love, even when silenced, will inevitably reveal itself through one's eyes. Wait for me. It's just that you feel unworthy of her. You believe you lack strength, and perhaps. Cheng tucked away his thoughts, carefully returning the black rose necklace to his chest. You think Xiaohong admires me and favors the strong, leaving you with even less opportunity. Cheng clenched his fists, biting his lip, and nodded. Cheng's words were blunt, but undeniably true. If you do not express your feelings, how will she know your intentions? Cheng patted his shoulder. Even if she knows. Would you have her confess her feelings as a girl? Are you suggesting that Xiaohong likes me? Cheng asked incredulously. But her gaze towards me has never been as warm as when she looks at you. How do you know that she is not gazing at you with affection when you are unaware? Cheng shook his head, as an observer. He had seen Xiaohong's eyes sparkle with fondness when she looked at Cheng. It was merely that she would feign indifference in the presence of others or when conversing with Cheng. This is quite normal. Moreover, it is completely natural to admire strength. Admiration does not equate to love, and you are strong in your own right. Am I strong? Cheng questioned, somewhat bewildered. Indeed. Is this your home? Yes, I will open the door. After Cheng changed his clothes, he and Cheng arrived at the village chief's residence. Old buddy, little brother, Mei Tu, and Xiaoming rushed forward to greet them. Cheng effortlessly lifted them, one in each hand. Let go of me. You disrespect my elder brother. You brat, release me. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiaohong told me you discovered another underground laboratory and fought against 3 mechanical beasts in a state of apparent death, emerging victorious, Sergei said. Seated in a chair with a mask covering his face. Cheng understood that Sergei feared he might suddenly break into a sly grin. Cheng nodded, indeed. Thanks to Cheng, he single-handedly defeated those monsters and saved us. I see, Sergei said as he rose slowly and approached Cheng earnestly. I thank you for helping us eliminate potential threats. Cheng set down the 2 little ones and smiled. A promise made must be fulfilled. Excellent, Sergei exclaimed cheerfully. Come. We have prepared a lavish dinner for you today. Let Xiaohong take you to a vacant room. I will join you shortly. Understood. Cheng, along with the naive Xiaoming and Xiaohong, ventured out together. What about me, village chief? Cheng inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Sergei. Today, how do you feel about accompanying Cheng? Sergei asked with a calm demeanor. Cheng clenched his fists. He is far too powerful. I cannot compare. Ah, Sergei remarked. Did you not also slay a mechanical beast? Cheng explained, but that was only because Cheng had already severely wounded the mechanical wolf, providing me the opportunity to finish it off. Yet you did engage, and indeed you vanquished it, Sergei said earnestly. While Su Cheng is undoubtedly a formidable warrior, his strength stems not solely from his prowess but from the heart of a true champion. The heart of a champion. Wang Qing murmured contemplatively. You are willing to risk your life for your companions. You harbor the desire to protect those you hold dear and safeguard your village. No matter how powerful the enemy may be, even in fear, you shall not retreat. Sergei pointed to his own chest. Fear is a natural human emotion. Yet to withstand that fear and risk one's life to protect those cherished is a tremendous challenge. You have accomplished this. Thus, you too are a warrior. Possessing the heart of a champion. Chapter 64. The Limits of Power and Time. A heart of a warrior resides within me as Wang Cheng's eyes gradually sparkled with light. Su Cheng was deemed strong by others, including the village chief, and perhaps he truly was formidable. You lack confidence. You have the potential to unleash even greater strength, Sergei remarked, observing Su Cheng's receding figure. If only you could stay close to him, so much could change. He is immensely powerful, both in strength and spirit. He possesses unwavering goals and resolutely accomplishes them. Determination, confidence, and decisiveness. These are qualities you must learn from him. I'm still quite weak, far from his level, Wang Qing pouted. Lowering his head, Sergei sighed, recognizing that transforming one's character could not be an instant affair. You may not be a genius, but you are an excellent strategist. Fortunately, you have Xiaohong by your side. You two complement each other well. Just muster the courage to confess your feelings. What are you talking about, village chief? Wang Qing hurriedly explained. I consider Xiaohong as a sister. With a light chuckle, Sergei replied, if you continue to hesitate, Xiaohong may very well be swept away by someone else. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing's spirit lifted, his gaze shifting rapidly. No, I can't let that happen. I like Xiaohong. I must not lose her. But if I cannot compare to Su Cheng, perhaps following him would bring her greater happiness. Thanks to Su Cheng's arrival, Xiangyang village produced a bountiful harvest. Fresh vegetables and steamed buns were laid out before them. Everyone gathered around the grand dining table for a feast. This was all cultivated under the chief's guidance. We have dedicated a vast expanse of land for planting. Indeed. The village chief gathered numerous seeds during his travels to other cities. This is the hope of Xiangyang village. Gratitude filled the air as villagers expressed their appreciation for the chief, for in this desolate world, they were finally able to enjoy fresh produce. The commoners of the old century could scarcely dream of such luxuries. Even steamed buns were a rarity. The only green nourishment the commoners encountered was inferior nutrient solutions. Yet, the villagers of Xiangyang could now relish fresh vegetables. Although the yields were currently modest, the potential here was undeniably vast. Sugu, I want to follow you. Teach me how to grow stronger, and I shall regard you as my elder brother, Xiao Ming exclaimed, rushing to Su Cheng's side and thumping his chest. That's not possible. Su Cheng shook his head. He had many responsibilities and could not take Xiao Ming under his wing. You must promise me. I saved you. You owe me for sparing you from the storm. Xiao Ming insisted stubbornly. I want to grow stronger to protect the village. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, responding coolly. I saved everyone in your village, so I am under no obligation to teach you. Xiao Ming. Xiaohong dashed over, delivering a light slap to his head. Who permitted you to speak to Su Cheng like that? He saved us all. Apologize immediately. Pouting, Xiao Ming replied, I'm sorry. But I just thought that after the storm passes, you would leave us, and I wanted to follow you. Disappointed, he returned to his seat. Brother, don't worry. You can always come find me in the ruins. I'll take you to play games, the brainless one consoled. Thanks, brother, Xiao Ming hugged him tightly. But I don't want to play games. I aspire to be like Brother Su, someone who can protect everyone. That? The brainless one scoffed. I'm far better at games than you are. I'll return here once I've completed my tasks, and if the opportunity arises, I can take you for training, provided you help your sister and grow up safely. Su Cheng picked up a vegetable and savored its natural aroma. Really? That and Appos, that's wonderful. Xiao Ming exclaimed, his spirits lifted. You better not be deceiving me. With a gentle smile, Su Cheng nodded. Xiangyang village was indeed a place worth investing in. The people here possessed great potential. He was determined to venture into the future city, which boasted immense power, looming over everyone like a mountain, compelling them to look up in awe. Thus, Cultivating his own force might prove advantageous in the future. Upon hearing that Su Cheng would return, Xiaohong's heart soared with joy as she discreetly stole glances at him. Wang Cheng, observing her, clenched and relaxed his fists. He felt an urgent need to act. Otherwise, he might lose the person he cherished. Yet, if Xiaohong did not reciprocate his feelings, he risked losing even their friendship. All right, let us eat. Afterwards, everyone will accompany me to keep vigil, Sergei announced. Seated at the head of the table, relieved to hear that Su Cheng would return, even if he were to pass, as long as Su Cheng came, the village would remain safe. He had witnessed Su Cheng's strength firsthand. After the meal, Sergei led the villagers to keep watch for the departed. Su Cheng and the brainless one returned to their modest dwelling, a 2-story wooden house, meticulously tidy, furnished with the essentials. Sergei had also arranged for nutrient solutions and prosthetics to be delivered. Su Cheng began by synthesizing the nutrient solutions. Synthesis, C-level enhanced strength potion, X1. Synthesis, D-level strength potion, X3. Synthesis, advanced nutrient solution, X2. In one fell swoop, he produced the second round of gene source enhancement potions and acquired 2 bottles of advanced nutrient solutions for replenishment. Although he had dined earlier, it was insufficient to restore the energy expended in battle. The blood rage state was taxing on his stamina. However, he refrained from consuming the advanced nutrient solution just yet. He intended to test the limits of the perception, skill, and oppos, estimation. During the skirmish today, he had utilized perception several times without discomfort, seemingly having adapted. In his previous battle with X, excessive use had resulted in a momentary blindness. Continued usage could yield severe consequences, perhaps even total blindness. Such an occurrence in combat would prove fatal. Thus, he needed to ascertain the approximate limit of perception before using the advanced nutrient solution to recover. Resolute, he activated the sustained perception state. His right pupil constricted, and the world around him slowed. 1 second, 2 seconds. As time passed, the dryness in his right eye intensified. 5 seconds. A searing heat coursed through him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. 7 seconds. The blood vessels around his eyes throbbed, the burning pain morphing into sharp stabs. 8 seconds. His vision turned pitch black, a brief loss of sight engulfing him. Yet he could still continue using it. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. Hiss. Su Cheng hastily shut his eyes. Perception could no longer be maintained. Approximately 10 seconds had elapsed. Considering the usage during battle, it was likely around 12 seconds. While the duration in combat could exceed 2 seconds, he had regained some stamina during the return journey. Thus, the rough estimate stood at 12 seconds, significantly longer than his initial attempt. Though 12 seconds seemed brief, each activation occurred in an instant. When an enemy prepared to strike, he would activate perception to discern their attack within that fleeting second or two. There was no need to sustain perception continuously. Until now, he had not encountered situations requiring it to be activated for prolonged periods. In essence, 12 seconds allowed for roughly 10 uses, equating to 10 crucial opportunities, an immense advantage in battle. He had practiced several times at home before employing it during his skirmish with X. Approximately 8 seconds into usage, a fleeting blindness enveloped his vision. It was surmised that the initial threshold for extreme usage was around 10 seconds. Now, with the duration extended by 2 seconds, no apparent enhancement of his physical form had occurred. Could it be that the capabilities of the first genetic sequence could expand with continued usage, thereby prolonging its efficacy? Su Cheng wiped away his tears, pondering that this was unlikely. A possibility dawned upon him: the primordial implant. The primordial implant significantly augmented his cellular regeneration under normal conditions while simultaneously enhancing his physical strength. Thus, the duration of perception had been extended. In essence, if he were to activate perception in a blood rage state, its duration should further increase. Moreover, the greater the level of activation, the longer the persistence. This implant truly seemed tailored for me. Hey, why are you crying? A voice inquired. Were you frightened by today's monstrosity? Ah, so you've always feigned strength. Secretly weeping while waiting for someone? With a lack of tact, he approached Su Cheng. Come here, let us embrace. Hey, why did you hit me? Just a casual action. After consuming a high-grade nutrient solution, Cheng felt significantly revitalized, his stamina fully restored, though his eyes still required rest. Just 2 more days remained. Once the radiation storm subsided, he would immediately seek out the potential underground laboratory. Chapter 65, the most mysterious and powerful. The roof has collapsed. Cheng lay on the bed, gazing at the charred combat chip in his hand. His mind was incessantly flipping through the techniques and moves he had downloaded from the chip. The chip bore no name nor description, but such trivialities mattered little. What mattered was its utility. The advancement of technology had reached such heights that combat skills could now be directly downloaded, transforming an ordinary individual into a master in an instant. Today, his combat felt as smooth as chocolate. Although he had yet to fully grasp the techniques, time was needed. Engaging in battle was the most expedient way to become familiar with these skills. Still awake? Are you cultivating? His mindless companion turned over, but being surrounded by tools. He was more or less propped up on the bed, a sight both comical and absurd. Nightfall enveloped the world. The tunnel trembled relentlessly throughout the night, as if the radiation storm loomed directly above Yang village. However, as dawn approached, an unexpected calmness fell over the surroundings. The walls ceased their quaking, suggesting that the storm had moved on. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered. Today was not a day for visitors. If one could endure, they should. If not, they could simply perish. Cheng turned over, genuinely reluctant to rise, not from exhaustion, but because the comfort of this place lulled him into a deep sense of relaxation. Time for breakfast, Brother Su. Xiaoming shouted from outside. Cheng opened his eyes, momentarily dazed, but soon his brain kicked into gear. He nudged his mindless companion. Wake up. In an instant, the mindless one jolted awake. That was a refreshing sleep. Cheng dressed quickly and shot him a glance. You were in a dormant state. What difference does it make? With that, he opened the door and curiously asked Xiaoming, So early? Why is it so quiet today? Brother Cheng went on patrol. We have a clock here, and it's already 9 o'clock. It's still early, Xiaoming explained. Why the silence? Cheng pressed. Because the radiation storms differ every day, Xiaoming replied, leading the way to the dining area. On the first day, we experienced a storm tornado. A formidable super tornado capable of obliterating everything, accompanied by intense radiation. The second day brings a temporary reprieve, but releases countless radiation bolts. Terrifying electromagnetic radiation can incinerate any operating electronic devices, and the heat generated by the lightning can instantaneously melt steel. As for the third day, Xiaoming crossed his arms. The third day is the full-blown radiation storm. No one survives that. To Cheng's astonishment, the radiation storms varied significantly each day. The second day brought radiation at the summit of Xiangyang village. A colossal chasm has emerged. A gigantic mechanical excavator, measuring a staggering 5 meters in width, protrudes menacingly from within. Chapter 66. The biomechanical worm. Before them loomed a colossal excavation machine, resembling a mechanical beast. Its head bore an uncanny resemblance to the mandibles of an insect, with densely packed metallic teeth rotating slowly, accompanied by 2 massive metallic pincers capable of a firm grasp. At its core lay a dark, unfathomable void, akin to a toothy bobbit worm. Its body, segmented like a spring, writhed incessantly. The enormous mechanical worm seemed to be observing the village of Xiangyang below. Suddenly, it retracted into the abyss, causing a cascade of dust to tumble forth from the gaping hole. The metallic teeth at its forefront whirred into action, churning countless layers of earth and debris into oblivion, subsequently whisked away by the hollow center. This was dire. It aimed to breach the village's surface, inviting a radiation storm within. Sergei gazed up with a grave expression. Should the mechanical worm penetrate the village's roof, the radiation storm would wreak havoc upon Xiangyang. It was now the second day, and an onslaught of radioactive lightning could potentially obliterate the village. How did it manage to tunnel so close to us without any sound or detection? Indeed, what now? Chief, what shall we do? Team Wang has yet to return, and we have no idea where this contraption originated. Allow me. Cheng stepped forward, positioning himself directly beneath the chasm. If I am not mistaken, it is likely utilizing the vibrations and sounds of the radiation storm to mask its digging activity. Such an ingenious machine must be linked to the laboratory we discovered yesterday. Indeed, it surely harnessed the radiation storm. Otherwise, we would have detected its presence. It likely destroyed our early warning systems. Sergei turned to Cheng once again. I must rely on you. Cheng glanced upward. Fear not. It probably came from another laboratory, sparing me the trouble of searching for them. After the destruction of the abandoned laboratory, this entity must have tunneled over, indicating the existence of another underground facility, and the experimenter likely remained. Aware of the events transpiring here, initially we would have had to wait for the desert storm to pass before seeking that laboratory, but now we need not delay. We can follow the tunnel excavated by this mechanical worm directly to it. Very well, there is a ladder leading to the surface, previously used for maintenance. Sergei promptly directed one of the villagers, take Cheng to the maintenance ladder. The rest should evacuate the village to a safe location. Understood, Chief. The villagers immediately rushed to Cheng's side. Brother Su, allow me to guide you. Cheng armed himself with the high-energy laser longsword, now fully restored with a replaced energy core. Xiao Ming, you and the chief hide until I return. Be cautious. Big brother, please stay safe. Cheng nodded, summoning his symbiotic battle armor. Climbing the ladder would take too long. At this rate, the roof would soon be breached. What? Symbiotic battle armor? Sergei stared in astonishment. Who are you? A noble from another floating city? The enhancement of one's body with symbiotic armor was a concept he had merely heard of, an advanced technology surpassing Class A cybernetics. The presence of such precious enhancement agents in the possession of a mere youth was extraordinary, something scarcely seen during his lifetime. Thank goodness. With him on our side, Xiangyang village is destined for a brighter future. Sergei could not help but smile, his heart at ease. As long as Cheng was present, the village would thrive beyond its current state. Wow, so cool. Big brother is so impressive. It's just average, brother. Truth be told, I used to be quite handsome myself. Cheng focused on the opening above. Blood rage form, 100% unleashed. His heartbeat quickened, blood surged through his veins. Power flooded forth, even more potent than the previous day, coursing through his limbs. What tremendous strength. Cheng inhaled deeply, spreading his legs slightly and crouching. A surge of might coalesced beneath his feet, then erupted forth. With a resounding bang, the ground fractured beneath him. Cheng propelled himself upward like a cannonball, leaping directly into the gaping hole, his longsword piercing the mechanical worm's body with precision. Only upon nearing did he realize the immense size of the creature, 5 meters in diameter. It was extraordinarily robust. Grasping a metallic ridge with one hand, he wielded his long sword to slice into the worm's body. A significant chunk of alloy fell away, revealing sparking circuits within. As if sensing an intrusion, the worm's segmented body began to rotate, akin to a spring. Cheng exerted force, propelling himself upward, seizing the mechanical structure, and swiftly hacking away with his longsword. He had leaped from below, and the tunnel excavated by the mechanical worm was only wide enough for its own body. There was no place to land, necessitating the destruction of the exterior to access the interior. The worm's rotational speed increased exponentially. Glancing at the encroaching wall above, which was close to crushing him, he delivered a powerful kick, shattering the already compromised outer layer of the mechanical worm and leaping inside. The interior revealed a lengthy conveyor belt. With a diameter of nearly 2 meters, Earth was relentlessly transported from the front to the rear. Peering back, he could see no end in sight. This creature resembled a mechanical earthworm, entirely devoid of organic modification. Whether it was a mechanical life form or a machine operating on a program, or perhaps remotely controlled, remained uncertain. After all, underground, radiation had significantly diminished, making remote control a possibility. As Cheng was drawn backward by the conveyor belt, he shattered the tumbling earth and debris with ease. He severed the large conveyor belt with his high-energy laser longsword and firmly gripped the hilt, preventing the blade from following the worm's rotation. This way, he could exploit the worm's own motion to dismantle it. The mechanical worm excavated at an astonishing pace, waves of earth continually battering Cheng. He was nearing the surface. Zzz. The high-energy laser longsword sliced through the worm's body, sending sparks flying. Soon enough, bang. The mechanical worm was completely severed. The length of the longsword proved just right, yielding a clean cut, with molten metal clinging to the edges, glowing red. The rear segment of the worm halted its operations instantly. Yet the front remained relentless in its excavation. Its goal was to tunnel outward, indifferent to where the earth was transported. A deluge of soil cascaded from its body directly onto Xiangyang village. Su Cheng twirled his sword, satisfied with the severing, intending to obliterate the remaining fragment. Just then, the previously motionless rear segment surged back to life, rotating in the opposite direction and resuming its digging, attempting to collapse the entire top. This mechanical worm could operate independently at both ends. Su Cheng glanced at the excavating front segment. He needed to dismantle it first. He leaped upward, driving his longsword into the worm's body, cutting downward. It was a race. Would it dig faster, or would he destroy it more swiftly? Chapter 67. The Modified Being Y. Stand still. The mechanical worm is not a sentient machine but merely a digging apparatus. It only knows how to burrow. With no protective measures aside from its initial self-rotation for defense, allowing Su Cheng to wreak havoc within its body, Su Cheng thoroughly dismantled the portion that was currently drilling upwards. Countless electrical currents erupted from within the mechanical worm, and it even began to catch fire. Subsequently, a series of explosions commenced from below. The drilling finally ceased. A segment of the mechanical worm exploded and fell into Xiangyang village, obliterating the village chief's house and igniting a fire in the process. What is happening here? What just fell from the sky? Could it be another mechanical beast invading our village? Damn it, let us hurry over to check. That is the village chief is home. Upon their return, Wang Cheng and the others discovered a gaping hole at the top and rushed towards the village chief's residence, only after seeing the chief from a distance, unharmed. Did they breathe a sigh of relief? Sergei commanded Wang Cheng, quickly evacuate the villagers and lead them to safety. Yes. Wang Cheng immediately took his patrol team to disperse the villagers. Village chief, what is that thing? Xiaohong gazed in shock at the enormous front section of the mechanical worm. She had never seen such a colossal machine. Sergei shook his head. I don't know. It must have come from another underground laboratory. Where is Su Cheng? Xiaohong noticed Su Cheng was missing. He is surely fine. Let us leave quickly. It's too dangerous here. Sergei furrowed his brow. With the symbiotic battle armor and enhanced physique, this machine could not possibly harm Su Cheng. Yet, the entire top of the village was beginning to collapse. A continuous rumbling echoed overhead. It's no longer safe here. All right. The group immediately dashed towards the safety chamber. At that moment, Su Cheng charged toward the other half of the destructive mechanical worm. He plunged his high-energy laser longsword into the worm's body and swiftly ran forward with the blade. Sparks flew as he cut through the mechanical worm. The short circuit triggered a chain reaction of explosions within the worm. However, its massive size rendered the damage almost trivial. It continued its relentless assault on the earth. With a resounding crash, a large chunk of concrete mixed with radiation-proof layers fell to the ground. The digging end of the worm pierced through the ceiling of Xiangyang village, emerging from the other side, and resumed its destructive work. Su Cheng suddenly noticed the mechanical worm writhing, indicating it had burrowed through yet another hole. Abruptly, a large piece of the worm's body came crashing down. Su Cheng lifted a leg to kick it away, sending the metal chunk flying. Indeed, there appears to be something intriguing. Let me take a closer look. It seems rather interesting. A half-mechanical voice echoed. Su Cheng quickly turned to see a half-cybernetic being with a metal Y on its forehead entering the mechanical worm. 80% of its body had been transformed into machinery. Its brain was fused with a half-mechanical photonic core, and its limbs were encased in B-grade combat prosthetics covered with reinforced alloy armor. The blue prosthetic eyes locked onto Su Cheng. This was likely the first modified being, crafted from the evil organization member Y. Su Cheng's brow furrowed. Evil? I never expected you to be aware of us, and was evidently taken aback. Should I call you Y? Or the first modified being? Su Cheng scrutinized the first modified being. After all, you are no longer truly yourself, hence you may not belong to the evil organization either. Y has undergone transformation, and it remains uncertain whether the current Y is under the control of the experimenters or retains its original consciousness. Haha. The first modified being burst into laughter. Me? I am the stronger Y, or you may call me R. Ha ha ha, don't you understand? The first modified being, observing Su Cheng's confusion, continued. Once I tear you apart, I will explain everything to you. Ha ha ha. Su Cheng immediately readied himself, focusing intently on the first modified being. From its words, he deduced a possibility. The one who transformed Y must be the evil organization member R. This implied that all the half-mechanical life forms in the digging mechanical worms were the creations of R, the handiwork of the evil organization. They are indeed marauders. A band of lunatics experimenting on their own members. The first modified being lunged at Su Cheng, delivering a powerful punch. Perception. In an instant. Clearly observing the trajectory of the first modified being's attack. Su Cheng met it head-on with his blade. Clang. A sharp sound echoed as the high-energy laser longsword collided with the first modified being's fist, sparks flying. Remarkably, the longsword failed to sever the being's arm. Instead, it became lodged within its fist. Such formidable armor. High-energy laser longsword. The symbiotic battle armor. The first modified being unleashed a fierce kick. Truly luxurious equipment. But sadly, you were too weak. Aha. Perception. Su Cheng withdrew his blade, deftly evading. Then pivoted to deliver a sidekick. Oh. The first modified being was slightly taken aback. Its own attack speed was rapid, yet it had been evaded. Moreover, the opponent retaliated with a similar maneuver. Too slow. Do you think you're the only one capable of dodging? It too leaped back, evading Su Cheng's attack. And called out, swift kill. The first modified being accelerated violently, leaping forth with even greater speed. Multiple miniature thrusters activated behind it, unleashing immense thrust for acceleration. Perception. Although the first modified being's speed had increased significantly, it still fell short of that of an electromagnetic bullet. Thus, Su Cheng was able to clearly see its attacks. Dodging while countering. Huh? The first modified being sensed something amiss. The rhythm of the attacks felt oddly peculiar. Undeterred, it pressed on with its assault. Yet, no matter how fast it moved, the opponent seemed to anticipate its every move, always managing to evade and counter. Though its armor was robust, it could not withstand such relentless blows. Gradually, wounds began to accumulate on its body. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. It threw another punch, which was again evaded. But it knew it would miss, thus this strike was a feint, with the real attack being a swift follow-up sidekick. However, this time, not only did it miss, but Su Cheng also struck first, sending it flying. Holy hell! The first modified being cursed angrily as it crashed into the mechanical worm. Damn it! It glared at Su Cheng and spat. What kind of nonsense are you pulling? Damn it! If you have the guts, stand still and let me land a punch. Certainly. But you must first stop that thing beneath your feet. The mechanical worm continues to dig, if this persists. Even if it doesn't breach the surface and summon a storm, Xiangyang village will be buried under rubble and earth. Damn it. Our village has taken years to develop to its current scale, and now it's on the brink of destruction. Those damned monsters. I hope Su Cheng can eliminate that thing swiftly. If this continues, our village will be annihilated. We are too weak. Otherwise, we could lend a hand. Su Cheng. You can do it. I believe my brother will definitely safeguard our village. The villagers huddled. Chapter 68. Diminished strength? A rendezvous with the Tempest. The number one cyborg regarded Su Cheng with suspicion. Truly? Su Cheng nodded, beckoning with a single hand. Come. The number one cyborg stretched his limbs. You're quite audacious. Do you believe yourself invincible merely by donning a symbiotic battlesuit? Know that even symbiotic battlesuits possess gradations. Do you truly believe I cannot breach it? Cease your prattle. And promptly halt that vermin. Then approach, Su Cheng retorted with impatience, beckoning once more. If you tarry, I shall advance. Very well, exceedingly well. Swiftly. The mechanical worm ceased its excavations. It appears someone is indeed manipulating the mechanical worm. The number one cyborg declared menacingly. Then I shall demonstrate the extent of my augmented might. Ravage. With a thunderous roar, he abruptly surged forward, his actions belying his previous limbering. Dare to evade. A flash of incandescent light momentarily illuminated the scene. Bang. The number one cyborg's fist impacted the symbiotic battlesuit. Despite the armor's absorption of the majority of the force, Su Cheng experienced the sensation of being struck by a vehicle. Formidable. He perceived the impact of raw power for the first time. The number one cyborg's blow had surpassed the battlesuit's capacity. Su Cheng panted slightly, maintaining his berserker state at full intensity for an extended duration. His stamina was severely depleted. Ha ha ha, how fares your endurance? The number one cyborg bellowed with mirth. You truly did not evade, you dolt. No wonder I deemed you fit for augmentation. Weakness. Is it palatable? Su Cheng grinned, as a high-energy laser blade instantaneously pierced the number one cyborg's chest. Another adversary akin to Blackbull. Curse you. The number one cyborg began to curse, only to feel a chilling sensation in his heart. He glanced downward in disbelief, though this blade would not prove fatal. The perforation of his heart would result in a progressive diminution of his strength. The blade had already penetrated halfway. You treacherous cheat. He grasped the high-energy laser blade with force, attempting to impede its further intrusion. I stipulated no movement, not an action, Su Cheng retorted, with a violent surge of strength. Su Cheng drove the high-energy laser blade completely through. Damn it! The number one cyborg roared in anguish, rife with resentment. Abruptly, he emitted a peculiar chuckle. Intriguing, quite intriguing. Why was indeed excessively foolish? You could have prolonged this encounter considerably, though he would have remained outmatched. Yet, he succumbed to your facile provocations. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Deactivating his berserker state. A wave of weariness washed over him. You are then. The number one cyborg had previously spoken of demonstrating his augmented power, referencing Y, who had been engaged in combat. But now, R had evidently come online. Precisely. Your combat data proves invaluable. Conducting both operations concurrently has proven exceptionally fruitful. I have encountered a superlative combat database in your person. In gratitude for your contribution to my magnum opus, I shall grant you a swift demise. With these words, the number one cyborg convulsed, his mechanical components vibrating intensely. Su Cheng leapt backward, regarding the number one cyborg with trepidation. Is he initiating self-destruction? Did you presume I would resort to self-destruction? The number one cyborg glared at Su Cheng with animosity. This state, analogous to a cybernetic overdrive, is a unique capability of my design. It unleashes the full potential of my mechanical components while simultaneously consuming the biological energy of my organic form, resulting in an unparalleled surge of power. He lowered his center of gravity slightly. This state will also result in my demise, but prior to that, I shall slay you. With that, he exploded forward, an attack fueled by the sacrifice of life. His opportunity had vanished. With his heart ruptured, the energy supplied to his entire system would falter. He could only commit his life to battle. Berserker state, unleashed to 150%. Clairvoyance. A deafening crash reverberated through the air. Su Cheng, with his arms crossed, managed to parry the number one cyborg's savage assault. However, the impact propelled him downward from the summit. He crashed violently into Shenyang village. Cousin, Brainless exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward. Indeed, that stung somewhat, Su Cheng remarked as he rose from the rubble. The number one cyborg descended from the apex. Withdraw, Su Cheng commanded, before charging forward. Bang! A sonic boom echoed through the air. A dark silhouette was hurled backward. The other silhouette landed, then surged forward once more, instantly reaching the airborne figure and sending him flying again with a powerful kick. Heavens, this combat is utterly brutal. It is akin to a clash of supermen. Su Cheng is too powerful. That fellow has been blasted back. It is simply unbelievable. Su Cheng had propelled the number one cyborg from the ground back to the summit with 2 direct blows. He pursued him relentlessly. But at that moment, the dormant mechanical worm reactivated. This time, it did not resume excavating, but instead charged towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng's gaze sharpened. A high-energy laser blade flashed, cleaving a gash of several meters in length into the mechanical worm's carapace. However, he was simultaneously hurled back to the ground. The mechanical worm did not relent. It continued its assault on Su Cheng. Clairvoyance. Su Cheng, discerning its trajectory, leapt skyward, severing the mechanical worm's drilling gears with his high-energy laser blade. Before plunging into its interior, the high-energy laser blade, upon severing the gears, fractured further. After swallowing Su Cheng, the mechanical worm lunged forward for a short distance. Heavens! Stay away. Before Brainless could retreat, brother, Little Ming cried out, attempting to rush forward, but was restrained by Little Red. Wang Chen charged from the side. I am coming. Run toward me. Brainless flailed his arms with vigor, but his speed was inadequate. Just as the mechanical worm reached him, a hand emerged from the mechanical sandworm's maw, pulling him inside. Cousin, Brainless exclaimed with delight, embracing Su Cheng. Your timing is impeccable. You were not merely awaiting this opportune moment to play the hero, were you? Hold fast. I shall dismantle this contraption. Su Cheng set Brainless down and began to strike with his blade, after lunging forward for a distance. The mechanical worm veered toward the cavern ceiling. Its target was not Xiangyang village, but Su Cheng, the immense form, akin to a serpentine dragon. Burrowed back into its original tunnel, then hurtled backward at breakneck speed, carrying Su Cheng with it. Su Cheng surveyed his surroundings, wary of an ambush by the number 1 cyborg. That individual, having initiated a life-consuming technique, could not possibly survive, and thus would not flee. As it would serve no purpose. He must still be present. Prepare to meet your end. As expected, a figure charged once more. Su Cheng hurled his high-energy laser blade with force. The number 1 cyborg shattered the fractured high-energy laser blade with a single blow. Worthless weapon, he sneered. But Su Cheng was already upon him, seizing his arm and launching him backward with a swift maneuver. The number 1 cyborg crashed violently against the metal conveyor belt. Damn it! Before he could utter the curse, Su Cheng kicked the number 1 cyborg in the head. Then a second kick, a third, a fourth. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, with every ounce of strength, he stomped down with a thunderous blow. With a wet thud, the number 1 cyborg's head exploded. Huff, huff, huff. The berserker state dissipated instantly, and Su Cheng collapsed to the ground. Nutrient fluid. Coming. Brainless retrieved the last vial of advanced nutrient fluid from his pack. Su Cheng consumed it in one gulp, a sensation of warmth spreading throughout his body. His exhausted form recovered slightly. 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Su Cheng just noted the duration of his blood rage transformation. With maximum calculation, it can last up to 4 minutes, after which the blood rage will inevitably dissipate. Y became immensely powerful after his modification, but the true essence of his strength lies in the life force he expends in his explosive power. This force is likely a manifestation of the skeletal virus's capabilities, as he speaks of a power unique to himself. The members of the malevolent organization differ from others solely due to the skeletal virus. Nothing else sets them apart. However, this remains a mere speculation. The skeletal virus possesses abilities beyond merely controlling the marauders, and it may also be an exclusive power resulting from his modifications. The truth can only be uncovered by locating R. Where are we being taken? The bewildered no-brain gazed at the rapidly moving mechanical insects, feeling his body grow increasingly heated. Of course, we are here to expose you to the radiation storm, haha. Chapter 69, Radiant Thunder, Struck by Lightning. That fellow deserved his demise. Your strength is truly formidable. I have never encountered such a flawlessly adapted cyborg. Your body is destined for greatness. Once the storm abates, I shall seek your remains at the boundary and transform you into my next ultimate creation. Haha. The voice reverberated within the mechanical insect's interior. Su Cheng, observing the dazed state of his companion, realized they were nearing the surface. He hastily lifted the dazed one and prepared to flee. However, the mechanical insect abruptly sealed the front excavation port. Old buddy, I feel quite warm. Am I afflicted by that peculiar toxin? Please find me a female robot. The dazed one's synthetic voice was feeble. Su Cheng, clutching him, immediately retreated and dashed toward the opposite side, pushing his speed to the limit. Suddenly, the interior of the mechanical insect activated its acceleration, and the conveyor belt surged to maximum velocity, attempting to thwart Su Cheng's escape. Damn! Su Cheng couldn't help but curse. The dazed one was growing increasingly warm. The radiation storm inflicted severe damage upon machines, although his own cybernetic body remained unscathed. Su Cheng, while running, swiftly removed the external photon brain from behind his ear. This was an upgraded creation of the Eye of Dimension, unaffected by the radiation storm. It could be implanted into a human body, and perhaps it could also be introduced into machinery. The issue with the dazed one was the photon brain overload. If not suppressed, it would explode. The external photon brain might alleviate some of that pressure. Without hesitation, Su Cheng pressed the external photon brain against the dazed one's body. Instantly, needles protruded from the external device and embedded themselves within the dazed one's form. The dazed one felt a surge of vitality. Their body's temperature rapidly declined. The internal turbines were to the maximum to dissipate heat. I feel as if my mind has never been so agile. I have a brain now. The dazed one felt rejuvenated. Though headless, they possessed intellect. Su Cheng released a sigh of relief, thankful that it was effective. As long as this fellow kept his mouth in check, he would likely be fine. The Eye of Dimension truly exemplified the might of the Ninth Dimension Empire. In a word, formidable. By this time, he had reached the exit, and the mechanical insect came to a halt. It burrowed into a pre-prepared exit, where an overwhelming electromagnetic radiation annihilated its power system. Countless electrical surges erupted within the mechanical insect, threatening to explode at any moment. You shall not escape. Ars communication was also affected by the radiation storm, coming through in intermittent bursts. Suddenly, a section of metal exploded, and the internal mechanical components detonated, resembling a cascade of dominoes. This minor explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing the entire mechanical insect to erupt, starting from the closest point to the ground, the head. Subsequently, the entire mechanical insect detonated simultaneously. The immense shockwave provided no time for escape, propelling Cheng from the ground into the air. "Woohoo, old buddy, we're airborne again," the dazed one exclaimed. Cheng held on to him tightly, shielding him from the blast. For the first time, he witnessed the true spectacle of the radiation storm. Was this the Unparalled Chapter 70, the ruins, electromagnetic barrier? What misfortune! I haven't even bid farewell to my brothers yet. The mindless one gazed apprehensively at the area of radiation and lightning behind him. This was an immense force beyond human resistance. Merely witnessing it extinguished any thoughts of defiance. Cheng urged him onward. "We cannot linger. That lightning zone is likely to shift." As if to affirm his words, the lightning zone indeed began to move, but in the opposite direction of their escape. "Phew! Thankfully, the goddess of fortune has favored us." The mindless one wiped the sweat from his brow. A wisp of purple electricity crackling forth. Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. At last, a piece of good news. "Are we heading back?" The mindless one turned to Cheng, concerned that the creature might have found Xiangyang village, putting it in peril. Cheng shook his head. "No. The village is currently safe." The mindless one scratched his head in confusion. "Safe? How so? Even with my wits, I cannot comprehend." "Let us move." Cheng chose a direction, explaining as they walked. "The tunnel has collapsed. They had to use large mechanical insects to bore through," indicating it is quite distant from Xiangyang village. Xiaohong mentioned they had seen mechanical beasts several kilometers away, so at such a distance, it would be exceedingly difficult to excavate another tunnel. Moreover, the individual conducting the experiments is not within the ruins' boundaries. While there are indeed underground laboratories, possibly several, he stated he would seek us at the ruins' edge, implying he is not there now. His objective is to gather combat data, showing little interest in Xiangyang village. Hence, for the time being, the village is safe. "Old buddy, you truly possess at least 1% of my intelligence." The mindless one suddenly understood. "R is certainly not within the ruins' confines, but he cannot be far. There are only two possibilities. Either he is within the ruins or in the abandoned city. Furthermore, he possesses an ultimate weapon, likely a more powerful modified mechanical being. The Model Y cyborg is already immensely powerful. I must hasten to enhance myself, continually synthesizing and upgrading my prosthetics and weapons." Cheng produced a high-energy laser longsword. While it could still sever mechanical alloy armor, its hardness remained insufficient. The self-repair capability was gained at the cost of durability. This is an A-class weapon, a product of the pinnacle generation. Anything beyond this would represent an entirely different class of weaponry. Similar to the symbiotic battle armor, the design philosophy is fundamentally distinct. Energy core. Upon replacing the energy core of the high-energy laser longsword, it began to rapidly repair itself. The two continued their journey forward, walking until nightfall. Due to the radiation storm, the sky was devoid of any light. "Old buddy, do you think we might have strayed off course? We haven't seen anything thus far." As night fell, the mindless one emitted 2 green beams from his eyes to illuminate the path. The symbiotic battle armor also possessed night vision capabilities, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from daylight. "If we continue walking and find nothing, we will change direction." Cheng scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be blue shimmering light in the distance. Without the enhanced vision of the symbiotic battle armor, an ordinary person would not have perceived it. "It's freezing. My biological testing device indicates it's currently -30 degrees. The mindless one hugged himself, frost clinging to his body. The desert nights are inherently cold, and with winter approaching, the temperature would plummet further in the latter half of the night. "There is something ahead. Let us go." Cheng pulled the mindless one swiftly towards the glowing light. "I can't see anything." "What is there?" You're too short to see. Watch it. Or I'll leap up and hit your head. You'd probably hit my knee instead. The two soon arrived before a shimmering blue barrier. Cheng cautiously reached out to approach the luminous barrier. As he drew near, dense, fine currents of electricity surged to his palm, presenting a palpable resistance. The more he exerted himself, the stronger the resistance became. Upon fully touching the blue barrier, the resistance intensified, yet it was not entirely impenetrable. He sensed that with a bit more force, he might break through this obstruction. Old buddy, this barrier is peculiar. It has a powerful shielding effect. And my onboard scanner cannot penetrate it. The mindless one emitted a probing beam but could not breach the blue barrier. Behind this should lie the ruins. It blocks all signals. It must be the ruins. I can't believe we actually found it. The ruins. This is where you rescued me? The mindless one also reached out to touch the blue barrier, which did not elicit any electric response, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. What the heck? Is this thing just for show? The mindless one marveled while quickly waving his hand back and forth. Cheng furrowed his brow. He distinctly sensed the resistance. It was certainly not a mere decoration. Strange, it does not resist the mindless one. I'll try this first. He removed the external photon brain from the mindless one. Since the radiation and lightning were moving in the opposite direction, they were now quite far away. Even if it were to move, it would likely not reach this area until tomorrow night. Removing the external photon brain. The mindless one indeed felt no effects from the radiation. Reattaching the external photon brain, he contacted Yang Siki. Are you there? Yes. What's up? Yang Siki lethargically lay on her desk, munching on shrimp chips. Look at this. I am in front of the ruins. Cheng shared his visual data. Yang Siki lifted her head, glanced briefly, and resumed her position. An electromagnetic barrier. I can't believe you actually found the ruins and survived the radiation storm. Fortune favors me. The storm's path is opposite to mine. Cheng touched it. Is there danger if we pass through here? None. But it requires a certain impact force. The high-speed rail simply crashed through. This electromagnetic barrier exerts a degree of suppression on prosthetics and distorts the magnetic field, making it challenging to locate its position. Yang Siki turned her head to rest on a different side. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. Thankfully, the high-speed rail was constructed before the ruins were established. If you go in, be cautious. All right. Cheng nodded. You're in the abandoned city. Can you help me check for any intelligence on mechanical modifications? Yang Siki inquired in confusion. Mechanical modifications? Mechanical beings? That mechanical desert mouse? Exactly, but not mechanical beings, rather. Those that are artificially modified. I suspect that individual may be in the abandoned city or the ruins. Yang Siki propped her chin with her hand. Fine. I'll keep an eye out for any recent news. When will you return? The items I requested are nearing the abandoned city. And there have been many looking for you lately. It's quite dull without you around. I'll return as soon as I exit the ruins. Cheng stepped directly towards the blue electromagnetic barrier. Be careful, crackling. Watch out. As soon as he entered the electromagnetic barrier, communication was instantly severed. Even with the upgraded external photon brain synthesized from the dimension SI, he could not connect to the outside world. Old buddy, hurry in. It's incredible in here. Chapter 71. A Paradise Beyond the World, Mechanical Life Form? Without a moment's hesitation, the thoughtless one traversed the electromagnetic barrier. Upon entering, Cheng discovered that this was not merely a thin veil, but rather a vast expanse teeming with electromagnetic energy. Here, the thoughtless one was unaffected. Yet countless currents surged around him, vehemently resisting his presence. With a forceful push from his feet, he accelerated and burst forth. In an instant, the landscape before him transformed entirely. Was this a ruin? Cheng's eyes widened in shock, incredulous at the sight before him. If this was indeed a ruin, then what could a wasteland be? An eyesore? A latrine, perhaps? The moon in the sky shone with a clarity that far surpassed that of the desolate city. The silver moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the area as if it were day. Before him lay a verdant world, although remnants of walls and ruins surrounded him. There flourished flora rarely seen in the abandoned city. In the distance, a towering tree was home to an abundance of birds. Nocturnal birds called as they soared through the sky. Countless vines cloaked the entirely ravaged city. A curious rabbit observed Cheng and his companion from afar, while a venomous snake lay in wait behind it, poised to strike. Suddenly, the snake launched its attack. swiftly biting the rabbit and coiling around it with a firm grip. At Su Cheng's feet, a line of ants marched by, carrying the carcass of a fly. It was as though no war had ever taken place here. The original ecological beauty of Earth remained intact. Su Cheng marveled at the unexpected splendor of the ruins. Why had no one discovered this? Surely, a high-speed train passing overhead would have seen it. Looking up, he noticed the sky was obscured by a layer of blue electromagnetic shielding. He could faintly discern the tracks. It seemed this area had been concealed, rendering it invisible from the high-speed train. Clearly, this locale was far more suitable for human habitation. As Su Cheng removed his symbiotic battle armor, a refreshing breeze enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the air before exhaling with satisfaction. This was the kind of fresh air he could never experience in the desolate city, where smoke from waste treatment plants and a pervasive layer of weak radiation suffocated the atmosphere. Even the lush vegetation of the Black Market's Villa district paled in comparison to the purity of this place. The warmth of the air was undeniable. Old friend. This place is simply exquisite. The thoughtless one dashed toward the city. Su Cheng followed at a leisurely pace, surveying his surroundings. Beside him stood a subway entrance, overrun with vines, where the silver moonlight illuminated the words Jinling South Station. The surrounding skyscrapers lay in ruins. The cataclysmic war had obliterated the city. Yet humanity's departure had allowed the ecosystem to flourish once more. The animals had reclaimed their habitats, and the environment thrived, far superior to the places where humans now resided. He wondered if the future city could ever rival this paradise. Old friend, come quickly. Look, there are flowers here. The thoughtless one crouched before a pile of stones. Su Cheng approached and beheld a small red flower swaying gently in the breeze. Everything here was so enchanting. The thoughtless one cautiously reached out to touch the little red flower, exclaiming, "I've never seen anything like this in the desolate city." Su Cheng too knelt down, extending his hand to caress the flower. A solitary bee hovered nearby. He had no recollection of this place. Had he truly been abandoned here? They had crossed the electromagnetic barrier, discovered the ruins, and had he truly been left behind? Did this imply that the malevolent organization could be lurking in the ruins? After all, such remnants were not easily located, nor easily accessed. There was no doubt that the thoughtless one belonged here, effortlessly entering the ruins. How had he managed to escape? Su Cheng rose to his feet. Suddenly, he spotted a dark shadow flitting in the distance. "Follow me, something's there." He immediately grasped the thoughtless one, who was still admiring the flowers, and raced after the shadow. "Hey, what is it?" "It could just be an animal," the thoughtless one remarked. "No, it looked like a human figure." Su Cheng furrowed his brow. He could not have been mistaken, though the silhouette was small. It certainly resembled a person. Could it be a monkey? After all, aren't humans just evolved monkeys? The ones with the red behind. After a brief chase, Su Cheng lost sight of the figure. Now he stood still, surrounded by unfamiliarity. He did not wish Chapter 72. Kindred spirits, a family of mechanical beings. The robot nervously descended the staircase, standing there in a state of confusion. Its visage bore human-like features, with an entirely white face that resembled a flexible metal. Capable of expressing emotions, it appeared almost indistinguishable from a human. Yet its eyes emitted a faint white glow, and it lacked hair. Its limbs were slender, covered with a grayish, skin-like metallic sheath. The joints were connected by universal hydraulic pivots. Its fingers were nearly identical to those of a human, differing only in material, allowing for flexible bending and grasping motions. It looked remarkably exquisite, strikingly similar to a human. This must be the mechanical life form that Yang Siki spoke of. The robot had evolved to such an extent. "Can you speak?" The mindless one attempted to inquire. The robot shook its head, pointing to its mechanical neck and then to its chest, indicating the absence of a voice unit. The mindless one scratched his head, pondering how such a partially constructed body could possess a voice unit. Then how do you communicate? The robot gestured to its head. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated in Su Cheng's mind. It was not a coherent sentence, but rather a few simple words and symbols. Task? Su Cheng frowned at the robot. It must have transmitted this information via its photon brain. This was akin to their usual conversation, an unencrypted message. Thus his photon brain could receive it. Otherwise, it could not breach the external photon brain's firewall. The meaning of these words seemed to inquire what task was to be assigned to it. It appeared that this robot was once a worker, akin to the laborers of the old century. However, Cheng felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. "We are not here to make you work." The mindless one shook his body. "This is our first visit here. We mean no harm and merely wish to rest for the night." Being a public, unencrypted message. The mindless one also heard it. Suddenly, Cheng turned his gaze back to the escalator on the second floor. "There are more of them. Everyone come down." He had keenly detected 2 more sets of footsteps from above. "Father, broken, cannot." The little robot urgently uttered these 3 words. "Father?" Cheng furrowed his brow. Did mechanical life forms possess families? Could they also bear offspring? This seemed implausible. The ability to reproduce was exclusive to carbon-based life. How could robots conceive? They must have been manufactured. Nonetheless, the mere notion of mechanical life forms having familial concepts was astonishing. At this moment, 2 robots cautiously descended from the upper floor. They appeared to have slightly protruding chests. One stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, while the other was around 1.6 meters. They seemed to be female robots, their faces softer, with their necks covered in skin-like material, unlike the male robots whose mechanical joints were exposed. Their bodies resembled those of male robots, yet appeared more delicate. Notably, neither male nor female robots possessed reproductive organs. Mother, sister. 2 more words, easily understood, one denoting mother and the other sister. Cheng was genuinely curious about the logic that constituted their family structure. Did their sizes also grow with age? Incredible. Mechanical life forms were truly extraordinary. Now, one robot was missing, the father robot mentioned by the boy. It seemed that this father robot was broken and unable to move. Good heavens. They resembled humans in so many ways. The mindless one echoed a similar exclamation. Cheng approached the boy robot, prompting an immediate retreat from the boy in fear. The tall female robot swiftly positioned herself in front of the boy, shielding him protectively. Curious. Cheng's intrigue deepened. These robots evidently feared him. Yet they did not exhibit the same trepidation towards the mindless one. Was it because he was human? Did they recognize humans? Moreover, she was protective of her child. This was indistinguishable from human behavior. "Do not be afraid. I merely wish to examine your material, and perhaps I can assist in repairing your father." Cheng pointed to the mindless one. "I am a repair technician." The mindless one immediately nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we are technicians. We can help you." He is not a bad person, even if he has a penchant for disassembling others' components. The last remark was unnecessary, Cheng thought with exasperation. However, the boy robot seemed to have heard that help might be on the way for his father, thus he no longer appeared frightened. He continued to gaze at Cheng with apprehension, yet he did not retreat. The other 2 female robots remained cautious but did not impede his approach. Cheng stepped forward, one hand resting on his high-energy laser-long knife while the other gently squeezed the skin-like covering on the boy robot's arm. It felt soft yet resilient, not easily damaged. The internal skeleton was concealed, but it appeared to be composed of a robust alloy material. This was an ordinary worker robot. Yet its craftsmanship and level of intelligence, as well as its materials, were exceptionally advanced, certainly far superior to mechanical prosthetics or lower-grade augmentations. Thus, these mechanical life forms possessed combat capabilities that greatly surpassed those of humans. No wonder humanity struggled for 2 centuries in warfare before attaining victory. At that time, humans had already entered the interstellar age, equipped with various prosthetics. The mindless one seemed to be of a higher tier than these workers. Previously, it had spoken using an 8-bit photon brain, exhibiting language and humanoid characteristics, undoubtedly not an ordinary mechanical life form. "Come, let us ascend. I shall see if I can repair your father." Upon hearing this, the 3 robots displayed expressions of joy and hastily led the way upstairs. Cheng followed closely, maintaining vigilance. Despite the apparent fear exhibited by these robots, they had previously engaged in conflict with humans. Who could ascertain whether their current demeanor was feigned? "Old chap, am I not similar to them? Can you transform me into something like them? I wish to be tall, with more muscle, not like these slender beings." The mindless one remarked loudly behind him, showing no discretion. "You advanced." The boy robot turned back with a smile, uttering those 2 words. He was correct. The mindless one should indeed be of a higher caliber, and assistance would be sought on the morrow. The group arrived in a room on the 2nd floor. There lay a robot, approximately 1.85 meters tall and robustly built. One of its legs was fractured, and sparks occasionally erupted from within. This robot appeared to be the father, seemingly designed for heavy labor. The three robots rushed to its side, concern evident in their eyes. "Step aside." Cheng approached to inspect. The issue was not grave. The leg could be repaired. Their materials were unique, balancing resilience and hardness. However, the internal problems seemed more serious, likely due to a programming error. Having never encountered mechanical life forms before, Cheng's knowledge stemmed solely from literature on human prosthetics. The leg can be fixed. But the internal programming error, I will attempt to rectify it. However, before that, you must inform me about your usual work. Where do you work? And for whom do you labor? Chapter 73. Darkness Beneath the Lamp, the Army of Steel City. Or rather, allow me to instruct you. Cheng positioned a high-energy laser blade against the neck of the male robot. The intense heat gradually turned the support rod at his neck a fiery red. Observing this, the other three robots immediately moved to intervene. "Do not move, or he will surely perish," Cheng warned, slightly adjusting the blade, which then sliced into the male robot's neck. "What is happening, my friend?" the bewildered robot exclaimed, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events. "They lured us here intentionally." Cheng gazed at the boy robot. "Intentionally?" The bewildered one echoed in astonishment. "Indeed," Cheng affirmed. "The shadow I observed moments ago was this boy. If he truly feared me, he should have quietly retreated instead of running right past me. Clearly, he meant to draw us in. Moreover, given their advanced intelligence, it is implausible they cannot communicate. Even the assistant robots in the wasteland can." He refrained from questioning the boy immediately, uncertain if other robots were present. He was also keen to understand these extraordinary mechanical beings, thus remaining on guard from the onset. "Please, do not harm him." The boy robot, having abandoned his pretense, confessed, "You are correct. We can communicate, but I did not deceive you." "Indeed. We have not lied to you," the female robot interjected. "We are indeed a family. My husband is named David, and this is my son Jack and my daughter Lux. I am Jennifer." Jennifer embraced David and Lux, adding, "They are good children. We harbor no malice." Jack ventured out to find someone who could repair David. "But we were abandoned. On his way back, he saw you, a human. Thus, he wished to try his luck. Perhaps you could mend David." Cheng scrutinized the robots. While examining Jack, he was also assessing whether they bore any weapons. Retracting the high-energy laser blade, he inquired, "Why do you believe a human could repair your father?" Jack shielded Jennifer and Lux behind him, asserting, "We were created by humans. Although the Queen and you have waged war, I suspect humans can assist us. I have no other recourse. My lord." At that moment, the previously dormant David awakened, apologizing, "I am sorry, it is our fault. Please do not blame my family. My injury is no trouble for you." For a brief moment, Cheng found it difficult to discern who among them was truly human. "I can assist you, but you must answer all my questions without concealment." "Agreed." "Not a problem," Jack eagerly nodded. Cheng gestured for the bewildered robot, and together they set about repairing David. "You mentioned being abandoned. By whom were you forsaken? Are there other humans here?" Jack, sensing Cheng's willingness to help, visibly relaxed. "Because we are functional mechanical beings. We are unable to fight. I can only work in factories as I grow. My father worked in a factory as well, but he was discarded due to exhaustion and an overloaded core. They do not require beings like us, so any injury leads to abandonment. All for the sake of efficient production. Robots are meant to function according to their programming: disciplined, efficient, singular, and safe. If they lacked humanity, perhaps they would not discard those merely in need of repair, nor would they risk overworking a robot to the point of overload. Yet it is precisely because they possess humanity, wisdom, and emotion that such human behaviors arise, to exploit a robot until it can no longer function and then cast it aside. They are unrestrained due to an abundance of labor. Are you manufacturing combat-capable mechanical beings? Jack's words hinted at much. There likely existed more adept combat machines, and these were the very entities under production. Indeed, Jack confirmed. I cannot ascertain too much. Our factory only produces parts. The core factory resides in Steel City, where military forces are stationed. Military. Cheng's hands paused momentarily in repair. An army of mechanical beings lurked within the ruins. They had not been entirely eradicated but instead lay hidden, recuperating amidst the remnants. After all these years, what level of development had they achieved? No wonder electromagnetic barriers existed in the ruins. Yet why did they not sabotage the high-speed trains, which could reveal their presence? Could this be the darkness beneath the lamp? Cheng pondered this possibility. If destruction occurred, it might lead others to believe the situation was far more dire. They strategically released information about the dangers, while not entirely concealing their state. This would prevent others from considering it a more severe issue, relegating the area to a mere forbidden zone. They had indeed become indistinguishable from humans. Cheng continued his repairs. You have yet to answer. Are there other humans here? Does the Queen still exist? Jack shook his head, stating, You are the first human I have encountered. I have never seen the Queen and do not know if she still exists. Jennifer also shook her head. Since this place was sealed off, we have not seen any humans. The Queen exists only in our legends. Cheng frowned, regarding them. How then did you construct an army, and what are your intentions? Jennifer expressed her apologies. I am sorry, but we do not know. We are merely ordinary workers. All right. The leg is repaired, Cheng declared, rising to open David's chest panel and armor. ZZZT. Sparks flew from his chest. There is no helping it. Cheng sighed. I have never encountered this type of energy coupler. I cannot repair it, only replace it. David was immobile due to his energy device's inability to supply sufficient energy throughout his form. Replacing the coupler. Jack lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Well, it is what it is. No matter, Jennifer said, shaking her head in resignation. I will take you to rest. This place is quite expansive. And there are items used by humans that you may utilize freely. She guided Cheng and the bewildered robot outside. Cheng stood, asking one final question. What is the logic behind your family structure? Jennifer smiled, responding in simple terms. We create offspring using the characteristic codes and photon information from David and me. It is a complex process, and I cannot explain it to you fully. So they can grow? Indeed, Jennifer produced a low-level energy cell, stating, by consuming energy, we are capable of growth. This is what mechanical life is. It can be considered as truly possessing life. Cheng and the bewildered robot arrived at a storage room containing a bed. You may stay here. I will return shortly. After bringing them to the space, Jennifer departed. Friend, shall we proceed to Steel City? Cheng contemplated briefly. Let us first seek your kin. If found, we shall not proceed. Chapter 74. Z-1000 Overlord and the journey to the graveyard night had fallen, and the high-energy laser blade was fully restored. Cheng leaned against the wall, recuperating, while No-Brainer lay supine on the bed. Suddenly, Cheng's eyes snapped open, and No-Brainer instantly awoke. Mate, someone's here, No-Brainer murmured. Cheng nodded, having also perceived the presence. He rose and cautiously approached the entrance to investigate. Help! A voice cried from outside. It was Jennifer's desperate plea. Stay put, Cheng commanded, cautiously venturing out. He beheld a robust automaton, its frame encased in alloy armor, clutching Jake by the scruff of his neck. In Jake's grasp was an energy coupler. Abruptly, the automaton's free hand underwent a rapid metamorphosis, transforming into a miniature electromagnetic cannon, with azure currents coalescing within. No, please, spare my child, Jennifer pleaded, kneeling alongside Lux. He didn't intend to pilfer from the factory. His father needs the component. Factory property is inviolable, the automaton declared. You are nothing but vermin. With that, it aimed the cannon at Jake's chest. Swoosh. A crimson streak flashed past, the high-energy laser blade piercing the automaton's shoulder in an instant. You, Jennifer exclaimed, astounded that a human would intercede. Be careful. That's a Z-1000 Overlord robot. It's incredibly powerful. A human? The Overlord robot questioned, pivoting to face Cheng in astonishment. Its optical sensors locked onto Cheng as its primary target. With a crushing grip, it snapped Jake's neck. Harboring humans is a capital offense, discarding Jake's lifeless body. The Overlord robot wrenched the blade from its shoulder and charged towards Cheng, unleashing a volley from its electromagnetic cannon. Cheng's pupils constricted as his symbiotic armor materialized, and he vaulted into the air, narrowly evading the projectile. Boom. The electromagnetic projectile impacted the wall, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force pulverized the entire wall. Such formidable power, Cheng muttered, his expression grave. He descended with a forceful kick aimed at the Overlord robot. The Overlord robot effortlessly intercepted Su Cheng's blow. Its mechanical appendage swiftly reconfigured, clamping onto Su Cheng's leg before slamming him onto the ground. Su Cheng strained to break free, but his efforts proved futile. He braced himself, crossing his arms before his chest. Blood rage mode, 50%, unleashed. Thud. Su Cheng crashed to the earth, yet he immediately leveraged his core strength, unleashing a torrent of power. Using his trapped leg as a fulcrum, he hoisted the Overlord robot and retaliated, slamming it against the ground with equal force. Thud. The Overlord robot released its hold as the electromagnetic cannon re-engaged, poised to fire once more. Su Cheng steadied himself with one hand, executing a swift somersault to regain his footing, simultaneously dodging the projectile. The electromagnetic blast grazed his face. Beneath his symbiotic armor, minuscule tendrils of violet energy momentarily flickered across his skin before dissipating into his body. He landed and surged forward once more. The Overlord robot raised its cannon, preparing to fire again. However, Su Cheng moved with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. He seized the robot's arms, his legs clamping around its neck in a swift, decisive maneuver. A lethal scissor hold gleaned from the combat data implanted by Sergei. The symbiotic armor, amplified by blood rage mode, unleashed immense power, severing the Overlord robot's neck. Fizz, fizzle. Sparks erupted from the robot's severed neck as its body convulsed before gradually relaxing, the light in its eyes fading into oblivion. Jake, oh my Jake, Jennifer lamented. Kneeling beside Jake's lifeless form, his neck gruesomely twisted. Only a few frayed wires remained connected. Su Cheng approached to examine the body, then shook his head. It's beyond repair. His expertise with mechanical life forms was limited, their internal structures far more intricate than those of cybernetic implants. Such repairs would necessitate specialized tools or a complete replacement. Unlike the relatively simple reconstruction of David's leg. Fizzle. Sparks continued to emanate from Jake's neck. This, father, can be fixed, he rasped. He can work, provide for you. He feebly extended his hand, offering the stolen energy coupler to Su Cheng. Please, replace my father's. Su Cheng accepted the coupler with a nod. With those final words, Jake's eyes slowly dimmed. Jennifer and Lux gazed upon Jake's remains with profound sorrow, grasping his hand and caressing their faces against it, unable to weep due to their lack of tear ducts. Su Cheng proceeded to David's chamber, opened the panel on his chest, and installed the energy coupler. David gazed at Su Cheng with trepidation. Sir, how's my son? Their facial expressions were remarkably lifelike. Su Cheng shook his head. He cannot be repaired. My poor child, David sighed, collapsing onto the bed. Su Cheng forcibly removed the damaged coupler and swiftly replaced it with the new one. This hot-swapping procedure might damage David's delicate internal components, but he had no alternative given his limited knowledge of mechanical life forms. Fortunately, David remained functional. Sensing his restored mobility, he expressed his gratitude to Su Cheng before rushing out to find Jake. The family gathered around Jake's body, emitting beams of light from their eyes that converged on Jake's chest in what appeared to be a solemn ritual. Su Cheng approached the Overlord robot and dragged it toward No Brainer. Ugh, No Brainer scoffed. This can't be one of my kind. What an eyesore. Just try it, Su Cheng urged. It's a combat robot and looks quite advanced. Su Cheng activated his dimensional eye. Locking. Locking failed. Not a compatible technology model. Synthesis and upgrade impossible. Not compatible? Su Cheng tossed the Overlord robot onto the ground. I told you, No Brainer said, hands on his hips. I'm definitely the dashing and debonair type. I could never be a brute like that. Guess we'll have to ask Jake's family, Su Cheng said. But we'll have to wait until they're finished. Take it apart. I'll study it first. Su Cheng and No Brainer collaborated to dismantle the Overlord robot. He scrutinized its structure and components, noting similarities to the biomechanical life forms manufactured by R. This suggested that R had likely encountered or studied mechanical life forms, or perhaps even had direct involvement with them. The family remained gathered around Jake's body throughout the night. It was not until dawn that they slowly rose. Thank you, Jennifer said, approaching Su Cheng. We're taking Jake's body to the graveyard now. You'd better leave quickly. The factory won't let this go, and we have to get out of here. Graveyard? Su Cheng inquired. The graveyard you mentioned, are there many robots there? Yes. Jennifer nodded. It's a robot graveyard. Cheng glanced at No Brainer. We'll go with you. If it was a robot graveyard, there were bound to be a wide variety of models, both intact and damaged, which would be perfect for synthesis and upgrades. Then come with us, Jennifer said. Returning to Jake's side as David hoisted Jake's body onto his back, Lux re-entered the dwelling, emerging with a suitcase. The family began to move. Let's go, Cheng said. He and No Brainer followed. After they had departed, the eyes of the Z-1000 Overlord robot flickered. Chapter 75, The Tomb of Mechanical Lifeforms, A Kin. Cheng and his entourage traversed the dilapidated road. He gazed upwards, observing the gradual ascent of the sun, its radiance pure and untainted. Unlike the ochre haze of the desolate city, the fauna was more abundant than at dusk, and the scenery was more captivating. With humanity's departure, the environment flourished. Lux, surveying her surroundings, spoke for the first time, her voice a mere whisper. Cheng found himself at a loss for words. As the desolate city was indeed a miasma of desolation, squalid streets, revelers lost in hedonistic pursuits, and corpses strewn about. Yet, this place resembled an idyllic paradise. Lux turned to Cheng, her curiosity piqued. Do you believe that humanity reigns supreme on Earth? Cheng frowned, his brow furrowed. Yes and no. Humanity undoubtedly commands the majority of Earth's resources, although most have now immigrated to other planets. Lux chuckled. In our eyes, humanity is merely a parasite upon Earth. Without humanity, there would be no wars, and the planet would thrive. Forgive me, sir. My daughter speaks out of turn. She means no offense. Please, do not be angered. Jennifer interjected hastily, tugging at Lux's arm and signaling her to cease speaking with a stern gaze. Indeed, we were created by humanity, and we harbor no malice towards them. David chimed in from the front. Precisely. Our considerations are solely for the benefit of humanity, Lux affirmed with a nod. After the Great War, Empress deemed that the weapons forged by humanity would ultimately harm them, and their insatiable desires could lead to their self-destruction. Therefore, to safeguard humanity, she resolved to devise a survival plan, curtailing their numbers, controlling their reproduction, and dismantling their armaments. However, humanity did not appreciate this. Do you believe that Empress acted justly? Certainly not, Cheng retorted, regarding Lux with surprise, wondering why she would broach such a topic. No species' fate should be dictated by another. Moreover, it is not solely humanity that instigates wars. Competition and slaughter exist among all species. It is the natural order. But the weapons created by humanity, Lux began, only to be interrupted by Jennifer, who implored, Enough, Lux. I do not believe you should offend the gentleman. Lux offered a gentle smile, nodding apologetically to Cheng before falling silent. The group continued their journey until noon. Gradually, a mountain emerged in the distance. As Cheng approached, he was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of the sight before him. Could this be a former battlefield? No Brainer exclaimed in astonishment. His gaze fixed upon the mountain composed of countless mechanical lifeform remnants. It's magnificent. This was once one of the battlefields between Empress and humanity. It is the final resting place for the mechanical lifeforms who perished, our graveyard, Lux explained. With utmost care, David laid Jack's remains at the mountain's edge. The three reunited, their eyes emitting beams of light as if bidding a final farewell. You might find a kindred spirit here, Cheng remarked, glancing at the towering mechanical lifeform graveyard. Home to various models of mechanical lifeforms that had perished from the Great War to the present day, you are sure to find a mechanical lifeform of No Brainer's model. Moreover, it was situated on the periphery of the ruins, in close proximity to the blue electromagnetic barrier. Excellent. It seems we cannot escape the fate of scavenging through refuse. No Brainer cheered. Thankfully, it's not because you recklessly indulged in your benevolence and left us penniless. Thwack, let's go, and start searching immediately, Cheng retorted, delivering a swift blow, albeit one that landed on a wrench. Just you wait. Once I'm restored, you may find yourself outmatched, No Brainer retorted indignantly. Once you're restored, I'll strike you even more effortlessly. Cheng countered. The two approached the graveyard, where mechanical lifeforms were in abundance. However, for Cheng, it was a simple task. He merely needed to activate his dimensional eye and continuously attempt to lock onto a target. Will you be staying here? Lux and her companions, having concluded their final ritual, turned to Cheng and No Brainer, inquiring. Yes, we're just taking a look around. Out of curiosity, Su Cheng replied with a nod. Very well. We shall take our leave then. May fortune favor you. Lux and her companions offered a slight bow to Su Cheng before departing together. Su Cheng cast a lingering gaze at Lux's departing figure, sensing that she was no ordinary mechanical life form. Let's begin, Su Cheng declared, activating his dimensional eye. He sought out intact mechanical life forms, and then, together with No Brainer, they attempted to lock onto their targets. Locking failed. Dissimilar technological product. Locking failed. Dissimilar model. They continued their comparisons for what seemed like an eternity, yet to no avail. Su Cheng frowned, a deep furrow etched upon his brow. The ones on the periphery are of newer models. We should venture further inward, seeking out older machines. The dimensional eye's locking range was limited to 10 meters, necessitating the removal of the remnants within. To work, Su Cheng commanded, summoning his symbiotic armor and commencing the task of sifting through the refuse. He refrained from synthesizing and upgrading other mechanical life forms of the same model, uncertain as to whether they were controllable. After all, they possessed independent thought and were not mere automatons. He had no desire to synthesize a formidable adversary. Another 3 or 4 hours elapsed. I can't go on any longer. I'm exhausted, No Brainer declared, collapsing onto the ground. Your structural composition should render you impervious to exhaustion, Su Cheng countered, continuing to rummage through the debris. The mechanical life forms he now encountered were exceedingly antiquated, their structures appearing far simpler than those on the outside. They had delved deep into the innermost recesses of the graveyard. The mechanical life form remnants were densely packed, preventing any collapse. It's mental exhaustion, I assure you. No Brainer insisted, rising to his feet and preparing to resume his assistance. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Old pal, I sense something calling to me. Su Cheng turned to find No Brainer's eyes fixed blankly in a certain direction. It's highly probable that you're in close proximity to a mechanical life form of your model, Su Cheng surmised, immediately commencing excavation in the direction of No Brainer's gaze. He had not anticipated that No Brainer would possess such a sense. Soon, he unearthed a mechanical life form with half of its body buried in the earth. He immediately recognized that it was unlike any other mechanical life form. This particular specimen was in a state of utter disrepair, its external armor having completely disintegrated, revealing the high-tensile bionic muscle fibers fashioned to mimic human musculature. At the points where the muscles had ruptured, the alloy skeleton, miraculously preserved even after centuries, was visible. The intricate and precise internal structure was also discernible, appearing remarkably advanced. Old pal, I believe it's him, No Brainer exclaimed, squatting nearby. His eyes fixed upon the partially buried mechanical life form. Su Cheng immediately commenced excavation. He dug and dug within the vast mechanical life form graveyard. That's it. Fortunately, it's intact, Su Cheng declared, immediately employing the dimensional eye to lock onto the target. Locking successful. Synthesize and upgrade? Success. It truly is him. I shall have a body once more, No Brainer exclaimed, filled with unbridled joy. However, Su Cheng did not immediately proceed with the synthesis and upgrade. He turned to No Brainer, acknowledging that while he was foul-mouthed, prone to boasting, somewhat foolish, and capable of causing trouble, he was also his sole confidant, someone he could trust implicitly. They had been together for 8 years. Would No Brainer, upon being synthesized and upgraded to his complete form, forget him? Option to retain existing memory banks available. Suddenly, this line of text appeared within the dimensional eye. That's reassuring, Su Cheng murmured to himself. Relieved, Su Cheng cracked a smile, which quickly morphed into a solemn expression as he turned to No Brainer. Brother, after the synthesis and upgrade, you will lose all of your current memories. You will forget me, forget the past 8 years, everything. Do you still wish to proceed with the synthesis and upgrade? Chapter 76. The Alliance of Armed Robots 8 years ago. A vision flickered before me. Did I suffer from amnesia? Dizzy and bewildered, I lifted my gaze towards Su Cheng. The aperture of my ocular sensors contracted several times. Sighing deeply, I rose. Humph. I am perfectly fine as I am. Why would I want to revert? With that, I swaggered towards the exit, declaring, I relish my freedom and joy. Who knows? If I regain my memory, I might have to assist you with additional tasks. No way. You scheming trickster, attempting to ensnare me into labor. I refuse. I am not doing this for your sake. That won't do. A promise must be fulfilled, Su Cheng retorted with a teasing smile. Commence synthesis upgrade. Preserve the current memory core. Hey, I don't want that. You rogue, what a nuisance. I refuse to forget. I don't wish to erase the memory of you. You scoundrel. Suddenly, an odd crimson glow enveloped me, compelling me to flee. Yet, escape was futile. My tools clattered to the ground in disarray. Synthesis, Alliance T3 Armed Mechanical Lifeform. Alliance T3 Armed Mechanical Lifeform, a product of the new century, designed by the AI Empress to combat the human coalition. An experimental combat android, also referred to as Battle Warrior. It possesses the most advanced bionic technology of its time, equipped with an internal plasma reactor providing infinite endurance. Its external Titan alloy armor offers formidable defense. The specialized mechanical photon neurons exhibit cognitive abilities nearly indistinguishable from those of humans. Due to the complexity of its manufacturing process, mass production was unfeasible. Furthermore, the formidable mechanical photon neurons rendered the initial batch of battle warriors uncontrollable by the Empress, leading to the formation of a unique coalition. The Alliance. After producing a limited batch, the Empress ceased production. These mechanical life forms were entirely modeled after humans, representing the closest approximation of humanity in mechanized form. They are impeccable warriors. The Alliance's existence was brief. Following several self-upgrades, they vanished with the conclusion of the Empress's war against humanity, belonging to the realm of second-dimensional technology. The Alliance armed mechanical life form, entirely fashioned after human design, possessing immense power and the capacity for independent thought, it ultimately severed ties with the Empress, establishing the unique coalition known as the Alliance. Cheng gazed in astonishment at the imposing figure before him, standing at 1.8 meters tall. With a physique robust and muscular like steel, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, albeit devoid of skin, draped instead in a special alloy soft-shell armor. In certain areas, bionic muscle fibers, nearly identical to human musculature, were exposed. These fibers were more resilient and powerful than human muscle. It even possessed a visage remarkably akin to that of a human, complete with hair. Its countenance was stern, with thick brows and large eyes. Appearing to be in its late 20s, exuding an air of maturity. Truly, it was a perfect imitation of humanity. The Empress must have aimed to create a new species, one more easily controlled and ostensibly perfect, as well as being impeccable warriors. Lowering his gaze, Cheng mused, it is not entirely a replica, considering it is not carbon-based. Hey, can you hear me? He called out tentatively. The mechanical being exhibited no response. Had something gone awry? Cheng supported his chin with one hand, circling the figure. Have you truly forgotten me? A subtle smile crept onto his lips. Greetings. May I inquire who you are? The being inquired in a mechanical tone. Panic surged within me. I had clearly chosen to retain my memories. How could I have forgotten him? Cheng's astonishment was palpable as he replied, I am Cheng. Do you not recall? Cheng? Which fool are you? Apologies. But I possess no memories. It shook its head. What a pity. I had planned to find you a female robot companion, but now it seems futile. Since you don't remember, Cheng shrugged, preparing to depart. In an instant, the being grasped Cheng's arm. Wait, you scoundrel, where is my female robot? Feigning surprise, Cheng exclaimed, Oh, but didn't you say you lost your memory? The being scoffed, With you around, forgetting is impossible. Well, how do I look now? Am I not striking? It tousled its hair, striking a pose. Look at my hands, haha. It showcased its dexterous fingers, then tapped its head. Behold my head, haha. I have a brain now, and a perfect muscular physique. It proceeded to demonstrate several bodybuilding poses, reveling in its newfound form. Cheng shot it a sidelong glance. You do look dashing, but would it be too much to wear some clothing? You're exposing yourself. The being quickly covered its lower half, then attempted to snatch garments from other mechanical life forms. Observing this, Cheng suppressed a grin and quipped, There's really no need. You have nothing to hide. Curse you. It retorted, gesturing rudely. By the way, now that you've been restored, do you recall how we escaped back then? Of course I do. In fact, I have leveled up since then. It declared, projecting an image from its ocular sensors. The projection displayed the scene from 8 years prior, when Cheng had been abandoned at the edge of a ruin. His right eye was shut, blood streaming from it as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. In the distance, a coyote lurked, ready to pounce. Above, a vulture circled, eyeing the half-conscious Su Cheng. Regrettably, the projection omitted any mention of the nefarious organization's member, C, as it was the being that discovered Su Cheng, revealing that it was not Su Cheng who had saved the being, but rather the reverse. I awoke right here. It indicated the graveyard of mechanical life forms. On my way out, I found you gravely injured. A human? Not dead yet. What fortuitous fate. I shall take you with me. However, whether we survive depends on fate. The voice of the being echoed in the projection. As the scene jolted, the viewpoint drew closer to Su Cheng, where a nearly lifeless hand cradled him, continuing onward. I too was severely wounded and pursued by the Z-80 Monarch guards. As it spoke, the projection panned to reveal 3 flying robots trailing behind at a distance. Their hands transformed into electromagnetic cannons. One by one, the cannons unleashed projectiles towards the being. The image became increasingly tumultuous. The being hastened towards the energy barrier as explosions erupted around it, incinerating the surrounding flora. In the projection, an electromagnetic projectile detonated nearby, the shockwave propelling the being away. Yet, it harnessed the explosion's force to propel itself further, rising to its feet and sprinting onward. Gradually, the blue electromagnetic barrier came into view. Yet that mere distance felt insurmountable. The barrage intensified, with the being evading through obstacles and employing extreme agility. The Z-80 Monarch guards quickly closed in, the explosions growing nearer. As the distance dwindled, the projectiles became more precise and concentrated. I am familiar with their targeting mechanisms, but they are far too advanced and numerous. And I too was injured. Thus, as I reached the electromagnetic barrier, I was struck. Chapter 77, Mutual Redemption, Disguise. A deafening explosion reverberated. The projection convulsed violently. Bisecting into 2 distinct images, the aftermath of No-Brain's ocular sensors being blasted asunder. Each disembodied, I meticulously recorded the unfolding scene. In a desperate act of self-sacrifice, No-Brain enveloped Su Cheng, shielding him from the impending barrage of electromagnetic projectiles. The onslaught proved devastating, tearing No-Brain's metallic frame asunder, leaving behind only a mangled limb, a shattered leg, and a partially obliterated torso. Miraculously, the force of the blast propelled him into the sanctuary of the electromagnetic barrier, while No-Brain remained impervious to its effects. Su Cheng was constantly repelled. With its internal recording device activated, No-Brain's mangled appendage dragged Su Cheng across the desolate terrain, a testament to its unwavering resolve. Z-80 Guardian, halted at the barrier's edge, could only observe their desperate escape. With each agonizing movement, fragments of No-Brain's being were shed, until only a torso remained. In a final act of devotion, No-Brain propelled Su Cheng through the electromagnetic field, expending the last vestiges of its strength. Only a fragment of its chassis and a damaged photonic core remained. After an indiscernible period, Su Cheng regained consciousness. With a bewildered gaze, he beheld the remains of No-Brain. In a display of unwavering determination, the emaciated youth dragged the remnants of the mechanical being across the vast wasteland, back to the sanctuary of the ruined city. Both entities possessed an indomitable will to survive, refusing to succumb to the clutches of death. One, reduced to mere fragments, selflessly ensured the safety of the human youth. The other, ravaged by injury, tenaciously carried the remains of its savior across the desolate expanse. Their fates intertwined, a testament to mutual redemption. Had No-Brain not intervened, Su Cheng would have fallen prey to the scavengers of the wasteland, devoured without a trace. Even if he had evaded the predators, the mechanical sentinels would have surely discovered and executed him. Conversely, had Su Cheng not salvaged No-Brain's remains, they would have been lost forever, buried beneath the shifting sands of the desolate frontier. So, it was you who saved me, Su Cheng murmured, a revelation washing over him. He had always believed that he was the one who had rescued No-Brain, piecing together its shattered form from the fragments he had discovered, guided by his father's notes. He had painstakingly restored No-Brain to functionality. Yet, the truth was now undeniable. No-Brain had been his savior, shielding him from certain death even as its own existence crumbled. Oh. It's nothing, old pal, No-Brain responded, waving off the gratitude. What are you talking about? Do you recall anything from your earlier days? Su Cheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. As a member of the War Alliance's mechanized forces, You must possess secrets unknown to others. He had noted the familiarity in No Brain's initial greeting, a stark contrast to the aloofness of the Celestial Queen. This could potentially shed light on the conflict between humanity and the mechanical entities. Beats me, No Brain replied, shaking its head. I repaired the damaged information within the photonic core, but memories from before the incident 8 years ago are irretrievable. The explosion had shattered its form, leaving only a fragment of the original photonic core. As a result, even after restoration, the original core could not be retrieved. The repairs were merely conducted on the existing foundation. Do you recognize the War Alliance unit from before? Cheng asked, referring to the entity with which No Brain had merged for the upgrade. Given the rarity of War Alliance units, and the fact that No Brain had awakened while it remained dormant in the depths of the mechanical graveyard, its fate was peculiar. No Brain tilted its head, furrowing its brow in thought. If my memory serves me correctly, that was my second in command, T-Bug. It seems he failed to reawaken. I see, Cheng acknowledged, nodding. Can you sense any other units of your kind? He hoped to seize the opportunity to upgrade No Brain to its full potential. The graveyard might hold the remains of other War Alliance units. Negative. I have no recollection of the war, but as far as I know, T-Bug and I were the only ones here. No Brain's gaze lingered on the empty pit where T-Bug's remains had rested, a flicker of emotion crossing its visage. It patted its chest, where the blue plasma core pulsed with energy. Let's go. We'll find other War Alliance units in due time, perhaps even some who are still functional. Cheng said, sensing No Brain's melancholic mood. TCH, who cares about those damn guys anyway? No Brain retorted with a grin, taking the lead. By the way, what was your name back then? Cheng asked as he followed. No Brain was no longer the rectangular metal box adorned with tools. Clothed, its mechanical nature was concealed, making it nearly indistinguishable from a human. I'm just called No Brain. You fool, No Brain quipped, shrugging its shoulders. Cheng smiled knowingly. As they exited the mechanical graveyard, No Brain turned to Cheng and asked, going home? Cheng nodded. I was unlikely to be found here. Even the externally connected photonic core of the Dimension I, enhanced through synthesis and upgrades, could not penetrate the electromagnetic barrier. Therefore, I must be within the ruined city. Home it is. But your current appearance is quite striking. A bit too conspicuous. It might draw unwanted attention if we return like this, Cheng said, a frown creasing his brow. The contrast between No Brain's current form and its previous one was too drastic. In the ruined city, few were familiar with mechanical entities. Afraid I'll steal your thunder? No Brain teased, scratching its head. I do possess the ability to disguise myself, though I can't fully revert to my original appearance. Observe, its mechanical structure underwent a rapid transformation. Its legs shortened by half, and its arms retracted inwards. The armor plating on its limbs shifted internally, camouflaging them as ordinary mechanical prosthetics. Its frame shrunk to a mere 1.2 meters in height, a mere 40 centimeters taller than before. I can only conceal my handsome visage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I need a head, it exclaimed. Its head sank partially into its chassis, leaving only its eyes and cranium exposed, disguised as a mechanical face akin to David's. The absence of hair and skin revealed the flexible metal beneath. Cheng stared in astonishment at the transformation, marveling at the ingenuity of its mechanical design. You can even disguise yourself. That's incredible. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, No Brain scoffed. When the Celestial Queen created us, she included infiltration capabilities as part of our mission, hence the need for disguises. You should have seen my former superior. His disguise skills were even more advanced. Although I've improved since then, he was a T2 unit, far more powerful than I am. Impressive indeed, Cheng conceded. As an impeccable combat robot, infiltration is merely another form of battle. Cheng picked up a wrench from the ground and poked No Brain with it. Ouch! What was that for? Too bad, I can't put it back in. Should I try harder? Get lost, I'll chop you to pieces. The two bantered as they approached the electromagnetic barrier. In the distance, atop a dilapidated skyscraper, Lux watched them with a serene expression. Master, should we allow that human to leave? Jennifer and David stood behind her, bowing slightly in deference. Human, Lux echoed. Lux indifferently stated, allow them to depart. Instruct the Z-80 sentinels to maintain their positions. I have my own designs. However, David whispered, the directive was to permit no humans to escape. Any human-sided is to be terminated. Lux cast a sidelong glance at David. Is he not also human? She inquired softly. But. David's words were cut short as a surge of electricity coursed through his frame. His limbs contorted violently before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. After a few final twitches, the light in his eyes faded. A fleeting glimmer of dark energy flickered in Lux's eyes. I am your master. Yet, almost immediately, David's scorched eyes reignited. Lying prone, he uttered, we are in a collaborative partnership. Mutual trust is paramount. By allowing them passage and instructing the sentinels to stand down, you endanger us all. I believe you are mistaken, Lux retorted. You are merely a tool. My actions are beyond your purview. After a moment of silence, David inquired, very well. I shall defer to your judgment. However, I would like to understand the rationale behind your decision. Lux turned her gaze back towards Sioux City. The reasoning is inconsequential to you. Chapter 78. He comes from the ruins. On the following morning, Su Cheng and the absent-minded one found a spot at the edge of the electromagnetic barrier to rest for the night. After the radiation storm had completely passed, they crossed the electromagnetic barrier and returned to the boundary of the ruins. The radiation storm had indeed left, and the desert boundary was restored to its former state. The sand concealed the scars left by the storm, yet the desert was now littered with debris, a testament to the storm's passage. Su Cheng glanced behind him and remarked, we must proceed in a straight line to return, and let us hope we do not veer off course. Not to worry, I can pinpoint the signal source. The absent-minded one declared, crossing his arms with a smirk. Just give me a signal, and I can determine the direction. A signal source? That is simple. Su Cheng quickly contacted Yang Siki. You Haven T truly ventured into the ruins, have you? Are you all right? When the signal abruptly cut off that day, I feared the worst for you, Yang Siki exclaimed, her brows knitted in concern as she stood abruptly, hands pressed against the table, glaring at Su Cheng. What if something happened to you? What about the task you promised me? Su Cheng smiled broadly, sharing his visual feed as he turned to observe the electromagnetic barrier. Am I not fine now? I've already emerged from the ruins. You genuinely made it out safely? Without a scratch? How can that be? Yang Siki's eyes widened in disbelief. At the very least, I have never heard of anyone else doing so. You are the first to emerge from the ruins unscathed. Although I know you are formidable, this is truly hard to fathom. Su Cheng smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate further. 8 years prior, he too had escaped the ruins, albeit with the absent-minded one leading him out. He understood why humanity struggled to exit the ruins, apart from those who traveled via high-orbit trains. Most ventured into the ruins for exploration, with the majority heading towards the Steel City at the center, inhabited by mechanical life forms. Entering there virtually guaranteed one would not return, and many perished along the way. Yet this time, he was unsure if it was sheer luck or fortune that they did not encounter the Z-80 Guardian or other mechanical entities. They only faced a Z-1000 Overlord robot, which was in pursuit of Jack. Perhaps it was connected to them. Su Cheng recalled Jack's family. All right, I need to return to the wasteland. But I can't find my bearings in the boundary desert. Just keep the communication open. I require a signal source. Oomph, Yang Siki snorted, returning to her chair. You'd best not engage in such perilous activities again. I have disabled the firewall. You can now pinpoint my location. Understood, Su Cheng nodded, then shared the network with the absent-minded one. Okay, I have a direction. The absent-minded one quickly identified the signal source. Fortunately, I can locate it. Otherwise, if we were to proceed in a straight line, we might not end up in the wasteland, but instead remain lost in the ruins or wander into the chaotic zone, which would be disastrous. Following the signal source, they moved towards the wasteland. Their current position was at a right angle to the wasteland. What is the chaotic zone? Su Cheng inquired curiously, glancing at the absent-minded one. Oh my, I just suddenly recalled that name. The absent-minded one shrugged, expressing ignorance. And you? Su Cheng turned to Yang Siki. Do you think I'm an encyclopedia? I have no idea. I've never heard of it, she replied sharply. I've sent over the suppression program for the Black Death virus. That girl has been searching for you, but hasn't found you? Su Cheng nodded. Thanks. Moreover, The black market has intensified investigations into you. That individual is very eager to uncover your identity. Yang Siki pulled up an information box, tapping her finger to transmit it to Su Cheng. Su Cheng's vision instantly registered the information box. The data indicated that the black market had employed an extensive intelligence network to investigate the true identity and whereabouts of the hunter known as Shadow. It was not Remy. Who else would be investigating him? Su Cheng furrowed his brow, uncertain of this individual's intentions. After all, the black market was an underground organization. It was prudent to remain concealed. He was grateful for Yang Siki's continuous assistance, safeguarding his information. The hunter and the arena in the wasteland are also searching for you, Yang Siki said, reclining lazily in her chair with her legs on the table. If you return, you must exercise caution. The motives of these individuals are unclear. Indeed, Su Cheng acknowledged. Having been away for a few days, he was surprised to learn how many were searching for him in the wasteland. It seemed he needed to be more discreet upon his return. The two continued their journey until afternoon. The distance from where they emerged from the ruins to the wasteland was approximately 40 kilometers, and they had already traversed more than half of it. This distance was easily manageable for both of them. Hey, it seems there are people ahead. Could they be from Xiangyang village? The absent-minded one squinted, spotting a few figures in the distance. Su Cheng had also noticed. The villagers from Xiangyang village appeared to be searching for something. It was unexpected to encounter them on their way back. The absent-minded one turned to Su Cheng. Do you think they are looking for us? Let us go check it out. The two hurried towards the villagers. Captain, perhaps Su Cheng and the others are dead. Yes, they were devoured by that massive mechanical worm. Then an explosion occurred. If they weren't buried, they must have been dragged into the boundary desert through the collapse. At that time, the radiation storm was still raging. It would be impossible for anyone to survive. Alas, without Su Cheng, our village might have perished long ago. Yet we are utterly helpless to assist him. We must search. We must find him, even if it is just his remains. He has done us a great favor. Wang Cheng stated solemnly. The worm dug a tunnel. Xiao Hong is leading a group to excavate. We must locate Su Cheng. Ah. The village chief's condition has worsened since Su Cheng left. I wonder if they can find their way towards the wasteland and bring back a body mechanic. Wang Cheng clenched his fists. They will. They surely will. The villagers searched despondently amidst the swirling yellow sands. Yet, Wang Cheng himself knew this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wait. Someone seems to be approaching us. Who is it? They look somewhat familiar. Not just somewhat. They resemble Su Cheng. They truly look like Su Cheng. The villagers observed the figures drawing closer, their excitement mounting. Wang Cheng quickly stepped forward for a closer look. It is Su Cheng. He rushed towards them, and the rest followed suit. Upon recognizing Su Cheng and the absent-minded one, the villagers were instantly filled with joy, encircling them. Wang Cheng, astonished, scrutinized the unharmed Su Cheng. Su Cheng, you are still alive. Su Cheng nodded. Yes, I was fortunate. The radiation storm did not strike me. What were you doing? The third day was a full-blown radiation storm, which would sweep across the entire boundary desert. Su Cheng replied with a calm smile. I ventured into the ruins and only emerged this morning. What? Wang Cheng and the others gaped in disbelief. You mean you entered the ruins? And you came out unscathed? Having lived near the ruins for so long, they had never dared to enter. The village chief had warned them never to go there. It was a place of no return. No one could emerge from there. Yet, Su Cheng not only entered but returned without a scratch. Of course, we would not deceive you. In a facetious manner, the scatterbrained one remarked, Isn't it merely a ruin? This isn't my first visit. I used to consider it my home. The crowd gazed at the still comical figure of the scatterbrained individual. Unlike before, he lacked repair tools. Yet the exposed half of his head was undeniably ludicrous. Well, it is indeed splendid that you are alive, Wang Cheng exclaimed, grasping Su Cheng's hand fervently. Come quickly with me. The village chief needs you. Chapter 79. A grave illness, an old friend, homeward bound. The villagers arrived at Xiangyang village, where, after a day and night of labor, the rubble had largely been cleared away. Yet, a considerable amount of mud remained, and many houses lay in ruins, including Su Cheng's residence. Village chief, Su Cheng has returned. I have brought him back, Wang Cheng exclaimed, racing towards his house. It's Su Cheng. How wonderful. He isn't scathed. He is alive. Su Cheng has returned. The village chief is saved. We are saved. It is nothing short of miraculous that he survived the radiation storm. I heard from the patrol team that he even ventured into the ruins and returned safely. What? He emerged unscathed from the ruins. Unbelievable. It is truly a blessing for our village to encounter him. The villagers, who were busy tidying up the village, were astounded and engaged in fervent discussions. Su Cheng followed Wang Cheng into his home, where Sergei lay on the bed. Su Cheng, quickly, please check on the village chief. I implore you, you must save him. His cybernetic prosthetic infection has worsened. Wang Cheng's eyes were filled with urgency as he looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng approached Sergei, who opened his eyes. They both understood that the time had come. Sergei remained calm, aware that he was on the brink of transforming into a frenzied, bloodthirsty marauder. Wang Cheng, please step outside. Let Su Cheng remain here. All right. Wang Cheng cast a pleading glance at Su Cheng before cautiously exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Take me to the wasteland city. I wish to meet someone, Sergei suddenly declared. I know I am gravely ill. I cannot perish here. Very well. Su Cheng nodded in agreement, as he had intended to return to the wasteland city anyway, and taking Sergei along would pose no inconvenience. Thank you. Sergei replied with a wry smile. However, please refrain from disclosing my condition to them. I need you to assist me in activating the cybernetic overload. The cybernetic overload is akin to the life-burning transformation of the number 1 augmenter. It allows the cybernetic prosthetic and photon brain to operate beyond their limits, temporarily granting immense power. However, this overload differs from a regular overload. It is an irreversible self-destruction. After a moment's contemplation, Su Cheng decided to assist Sergei in initiating the overload. In an instant, Sergei stood up from the bed, feeling invigorated as if he had returned to his youth. His mind also cleared significantly, free from the incessant thoughts of slaughter and madness that had plagued him, due to the photon brain's overload. The effects of the Black Death virus were temporarily suppressed. Thank you. Sergei expressed his gratitude earnestly. To experience the sensation of youth in my final moments is truly magnificent. The overload cannot be activated autonomously at first. It requires the assistance of a cybernetic technician to set this function. Most individuals would not opt for this installation. Su Cheng shook his head. It was but a trivial effort. Let us proceed. Sergei smiled, a genuine smile. I want to let you make this journey for nothing. As he spoke, he moved towards the door. At that moment, Xiao Hong received the news and hurried back. Village chief, you are well? How wonderful. You look so much better, she exclaimed with delight. Grandpa Village Chief is well again. Fantastic. My elder brother is truly remarkable. You all must thank me for bringing Brother Su back. Yes, let us credit Xiaoming for this. Haha. After Sergei stepped outside, the villagers were relieved to see him in such good spirits, and their mood lightened considerably. Su Cheng also emerged, and Xiao Hong quickly approached him, speaking earnestly. Thank you. Su Cheng. Xiaoming rushed over, grasping Su Cheng's hand. Big brother, thank you. Upon seeing the light-hearted banter, Sergei smiled with satisfaction. He nodded at Su Cheng and then addressed the villagers. I shall accompany Su Cheng to the wasteland city to meet an old friend. Xiaoming dashed forward, pulling at Sergei. Grandpa Village Chief, I want to go too. I have never been to the wasteland city. I want to see my elder brother's home. It must be grand and luxurious. Yes, given Su Cheng's prowess, he must be quite renowned in the wasteland city, living in affluence. Perhaps he is of noble blood. I wish to see it. I have never laid eyes on the abode of the wealthy. Do you think it possible he hails from the future city? With such kindness and willingness to help, he must surely be the scion of a prominent family. In truth, the villagers were not particularly interested in the wealthy. But if it were Su Cheng, they would certainly wish to see it. Ha. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Su Cheng recalled his modest home, his lips twitching in a smile. Old friend, the wealthy one, with the grand house, the luxurious one, no brain teased, nudging Su Cheng. Su Cheng playfully patted his head, finding the sensation more pleasant than before. It was only natural for the villagers to think this way, for strength is often intertwined with power and wealth. Xiao Hong and Wang Cheng gazed at the village chief with hope. They too yearned to visit the wasteland city. Xiao Hong stole a glance at Su Cheng. perceiving him as a prince from a fairy tale. No, Sergei shook his head. I shall go alone. The village needs you. Before anyone could voice further objections, he firmly stated, listen to my instructions. Immediately, all the villagers fell silent, standing attentively to hear Sergei speak. You will work on rebuilding the village while I am away. And upon my return, I shall inspect it. The abandoned laboratory can serve as a temporary village. We are currently safe here and should not encounter any mechanical beast again. Sergei continued to give instructions. Cheng, lead the patrol team to thoroughly check the abandoned laboratory once more. Ensure there are no threats present. Cheng responded promptly, yes. Village Chief, I will complete the task. Xiaohong, you will oversee the village's reconstruction and the management of the fields. Sergei turned his gaze towards her. You must take on significant responsibility for the village, with Cheng assisting you. Understood, Village Chief, Xiaohong nodded, though a furrow of concern formed on her brow, sensing something amiss in Sergei's arrangements. Very well, everyone, return to your tasks. Sergei gestured dismissively, and the villagers dispersed. Xiaohong and Cheng exchanged glances before leading their respective teams to execute their assignments. Grandpa Village Chief, what about me? Can I accompany you? Xiaoming looked up at Sergei. You will assist your sister. Help her, or I shall return without bringing you any treats, Sergei said with a warm smile. All right, Xiaoming replied, somewhat disappointed, glancing at No-Brain. Brother, I will find you next time. Don't worry, old friend. When you come, I will take you to have fun. We have the lowly island bar there. But brother, you look much better now than before. Of course, I am quite the handsome one. Well then, I shall take my leave, brothers. Farewell, big brother. Xiaoming bid farewell to everyone. They will eventually discover the truth. Su Cheng regarded Sergei, knowing this matter could not remain concealed for long. Sergei chuckled lightly. I have already prepared a letter of farewell. They will find out. It is not the time to inform them yet. The village still requires rebuilding, and we cannot burden them further. Though your home may have collapsed, we salvaged some belongings. Let us take those boxes and depart. Chapter 80, The Gears Family, Identity Key Component 03. It had been a long time since he had returned. Sergei stood amidst the ruins of the desolate city, reflecting on the dilapidated structures surrounding him. Su Cheng remarked with indifference, this place pales in comparison to Xiangyang village. A hearty laugh escaped Sergei as he turned earnestly to Su Cheng. If circumstances permit, you may visit Xiangyang village at any time. They will heed your words. Indeed. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall go. I am unaware of your true identity or your intentions. Sergei inhaled deeply. But promise me you will not allow the children to take risks, will you? I shall do my utmost. Yet this world is fraught with peril. It is impossible to shield them indefinitely. Su Cheng responded with candid honesty. He envisioned nurturing Xiangyang village, knowing that the future could not resemble a paradise untouched by reality. In a world such as this, no one could remain entirely uninvolved. I am aware, Sergei smiled. 1314, West Street should still be there. Let us go? I have a parting gift for you. As the trio was about to proceed, Su Cheng spotted his motorcycle being hoisted onto a cart by a scavenger. He refrained from approaching, for the motorcycle lay in disarray, severed into several pieces. Hey? Those two figures seem vaguely familiar, one scavenger remarked, glancing at Su Cheng and his companions. Hiss. They do appear somewhat recognizable. Perhaps we saw them a few days ago? Another scavenger pondered. Indeed. They were the ones who rode their motorcycle into the ruins during the radiation storm. Are they still alive? Goodness, can it be true? Indeed. That motorcycle belongs to them, but there were only two of them at the time. You must be mistaken. It is impossible for anyone to survive the radiation storm. Get back to work. Do not dawdle. The scavengers shook their heads, returning to their tasks. The scavenger who discovered Su Cheng's motorcycle furrowed his brow, gazing quizzically at Su Cheng's retreating figure. No, it truly resembles. The one seated at the back of the motorcycle is that diminutive robot. West Street, 1314. Su Cheng and his companions beheld an antiquated European-style building nestled within the old inner city. This is the place. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and aside from its age, it has remained unchanged, Sergei mused, his gaze wandering across the familiar streets, seemingly lost in memory. At that moment, the door of 1314 swung open. An elderly woman, Her hair, grizzled yet impeccably groomed, emerged slowly, her hair neatly coiled. Upon spotting Sergei at the threshold, she froze, her entire being trembling. Plop. The basket she held fell to the ground. "Are you well?" Sergei inquired gently, a warm smile gracing his lips. At his words, the old woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You are alive." Sergei nodded slightly, attempting to appear nonchalant. "It is nearing the end." The old woman, understanding his meaning, trembled slightly. "Only now do you return? What purpose do you have in coming back?" Her gaze bore resentment, a complex array of emotions swirling within. "To see you," Sergei replied, his eyes filled with earnestness and resolve. Upon hearing this, the old woman's hands clenched tightly, and all resentment dissipated in an instant. She bent down to retrieve her basket, glancing at Cheng and his companions. "Come inside." In this long-awaited reunion, there were no hysterical accusations or fervent embraces, yet every sentiment was laid bare in their exchanged glances, subtle expressions, and gestures. As they entered the room, Cheng surveyed the surroundings. The space was meticulously organized, adorned with many relics of a bygone era, though situated in an old street. The furnishings were anything but inexpensive. This elderly woman was no ordinary survivor. On the wall hung a photograph of Sergei from his youth. "You still keep this?" Sergei noted, glancing at the image. The old woman retorted, "I hung it as your memorial." Sergei chuckled awkwardly. "How much longer?" Her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Sergei. "The Black Death virus." Sergei turned towards Cheng, who pursed his lips, "At most until tonight." With a nonchalant demeanor, Sergei responded, "I have pushed my limits. I can only hold on until tonight." The old woman shuddered slightly. "Then why did you return?" "You left without a word, claiming to pursue dreams and distant lands. And now, on the brink of death, you come back." Unable to contain her emotions, she burst into tears. "I am sorry," Sergei murmured, lowering his head in apology. "But I was deceiving you." He gazed deeply into the old woman's eyes. "Sophia, I love you dearly. How could I ever bear to leave? In truth, your father found me and urged me to leave you behind. Are you not the king of fighters? He told you to go, and you simply obeyed? You should have told me. If that old man dared to stop me, I would have raised the entire family. I know your temperament. I did not wish to implicate you or cause a rift with your family." Sergei sighed. "Moreover, you are aware of the Gears family's influence. I have tried, but even a king of fighters, or a dozen of them, what difference would it make? We are merely pawns cultivated by your father." Sophia bit her lip. Understanding that he could not oppose her family, she did not resent his departure. Rather, she was angry that he had not taken her with him. "Do you know how I have spent these years? I care not for family. I want you, not your concern for me." Sophia's emotions poured forth. Sergei stepped forward, gently enveloping her in his arms, whispering softly, "I am sorry. Hold me tightly." Sophia embraced Sergei fiercely, resting her head on his shoulder as she wept, releasing years of longing. Cheng and the mindless one discreetly stepped aside. The name Gears sounded familiar. During his last visit to assist Rose with her cybernetic repairs, there had been a young man named Gears. Could they be related? It was evident that even the king of fighters was merely a pawn in the grand scheme of their family, underscoring the overwhelming power wielded by the elites in the wasteland. What a revelation that this elderly woman was part of that very family, a direct descendant. The mindless one whispered, "Old buddy, we really are quite perceptive." Moments later, as if Sophia had forgiven Sergei, she prepared a sumptuous dinner for the two, even offering the mindless one a high-grade energy block. The meal and the energy block were exceedingly rare. After dining, Sergei and Sophia ascended to the balcony on the second floor, sharing stories of the years gone by, while Cheng and the mindless one remained downstairs. Gazing at the starry sky, Cheng found it lacking the beauty of the ruins. In truth, there were hardly any stars visible here. "Come up." Sophia's voice suddenly called from above. Cheng and the mindless one ascended to find Sergei peacefully resting in Sophia's embrace, his eyes gently closed. The legendary king of fighters had passed away. "Thank you," Sophia murmured, cradling Sergei in her arms, a contented smile gracing her face as she looked up at the sky. "He has embarked on another journey, to a faraway place, and soon I shall follow." Cheng held deep admiration for Sergei. Yet, even a figure of such stature could not contend with the powerful elite, resulting in a lifetime spent apart from his beloved, wandering from city to city. A beautiful image flickered through his mind. From her pocket, Sophia produced a metal shard. Before he departed, he said that it was all thanks to you that he could return. He has another village that requires your care, which is why he asked me to give this to you, saying you would need it. Cheng stepped forward to take the item, only to discover that it was a component of the identity key for Future City, marked with the number 03. The complete identity card for Future City requires 9 components. A cherished treasure of the Juz family. Originally, there was one more piece, but it had been taken away by him, who claimed to have given it to you. Now, he's returning everything to you. Sophia gently embraced Sergei, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. This old woman might still hold a bit of influence. I owe you my thanks. This is indeed precious. The components of the identity key for Future City. Is this not what everyone is vying for? What they seek is merely an opportunity to reach Future City. Moreover, he is destined to travel to Future City, which is undeniably significant. He now possesses 2 components. To me, they hold no value. Sophia chuckled. If the opportunity arises, would you take me to see that village of his? Certainly. Next time I go, I will be sure to inform you. Chapter 81. The Infinite Gateway, Virtual World. Upon exiting Sophia's residence, Cheng and the absent-minded companion made their way to Yang Siki's abode. If your words hold true, that girl has long been to our home. The day after Cheng returned from the carnival camp for the first time, Yang Siki had visited the repair shop. However, Cheng was preoccupied with synthesizing upgraded nutrient solutions at that time. He was not surprised. Yang Siki had already discerned his identity. His initial disguise had been far too simplistic. Fortunately, her visit had merely been to the carnival camp and to procure some nutrient solutions. After their departure, Juz arrived quietly at Sophia's house, bowing respectfully. Grandmother, my father sent me to retrieve the key. Sophia had just laid Sergei's body to rest, preparing for a future burial, when she glanced at Juz. I am old now. The key seems to have been misplaced. Juz displayed a troubled expression. Please, do not make this difficult for me. You are aware that the key serves not merely as an identification tool. We have no need for it to enter Future City. Yet it remains the key to contact Future City and is also a means to attract the combat dead. Humph. Sophia scoffed coldly. You use it as bait, compelling them to fight for their lives, only to subsequently make them vanish in secrecy, endlessly repeating this cycle. I merely wish to accumulate some virtue for the family. Please, consider this carefully. My father requires the key. This year's King's Championship is of utmost importance, and he may seek you out. Juz lowered his head. Our family has already lost the first key. The third is the last remaining. Next year, the allocation of resources among the families will necessitate the key components, so I implore you, leave. Sophia waved her hand impatiently. Juz's expression shifted several times before he clenched his fists and exited, gritting his teeth. He dared not provoke Sophia. His father was merely a subordinate branch. The true heir of the Juz family was Sophia alone. However, Sophia had never married, leaving her without offspring, which allowed his father to inherit the family. Otherwise, the identity key to Future City would not have rested in Sophia's hands. Knock, knock, knock. Swoosh. The door opened automatically, and Cheng and the absent-minded companion stepped inside. You nearly delayed my matters. What business do you have at the ruins? I truly wish to hebut you. Yang Siki sat in a chair, glaring at Cheng with irritation. Ah, it seems your assistant has undergone some changes, though he still appears quite comical. The absent-minded companion immediately bristled, hands on hips. Do you understand, cousin? Those eyes of yours are wide open for nothing. Yang Siki rolled her eyes and turned to Cheng. Where are my snacks? One hand for the food, another for the goods. I came directly from the ruins. There's not much left in my bag. Cheng retrieved a backpack from the absent-minded companion and extracted its contents. You think you're clever, fooling me. Yang Siki raised her chin to retort. But upon seeing the items in the bag, her eyes widened. Vegetables? How fresh. Not bad. Cheng glanced at the absent-minded companion, unable to recall any vegetables being present. The absent-minded companion crossed his arms. When you went to the underground lab, my brother got them for me. That makes sense. Cheng nodded in understanding. Where are the goods? Siki casually tossed a nearby box back to him. I made a total of 6 external brain machines. Please do not ask me to make these again. They are far too troublesome. Thanks. Cheng picked up the box. Though small, its construction was intricate. Given that Siki had few machines, the manual fabrication was indeed cumbersome. Just avoid bothering me too much. Don't keep seeking me out every day. Siki waved her hand dismissively. Also, come find me tomorrow night. The items will arrive, and you must help me retrieve them. Cheng nodded. No problem. This task involves obtaining items without the need for combat, so I will assist you. As I am a talented hacker. Whatever you say, I will head back now. Be cautious on your way back. There have been individuals waiting for you near the combat arena in the ruined city for the past few days. They only disappeared yesterday. Cheng's brow furrowed at the mention. Are they from the combat arena? Could it be Rose? Certainly not. Rose can contact him through Zhu and has no need to send anyone else. It must be someone else. Yet I have only been to the combat arena once. And already someone is keeping tabs on me. Such a hassle. Cheng and the absent-minded companion swiftly returned home, standing atop a nearby rooftop. No one is around. Let us head down. The absent-minded companion surveyed the vicinity, finding no suspicious figures. The two leaped from the rooftop and entered through the back door. It's time to change locations. We need somewhere more secluded and with fewer people. He thought of an area near the boundary of the ruins, where habitation was sparse. Only a few scavengers resided there, making it relatively safer. Cheng removed the external photon brain from his ear and opened the box containing the external brain-machine interface, extracting all the metal components to synthesize an upgrade. Synthesis, Embedded Homemade Premium Micro External Brain Machine 3. Synthesis, Micro External Photon Brain 1. Synthesis, Infinite Gateway. Infinite Gateway, an advanced hacker-type external photon brain. Inherits all basic functionalities of the external photon brain while adding hacking defense features. Capable of shielding against any radar scans, preventing hacker intrusions, and blocking any network-based detection methods. Can prevent overload and cybernetic enhancements, transmit signals through electromagnetic barriers, and communicate through firewalls. Belongs to second-dimensional technology. This is excellent. It can penetrate electromagnetic barriers. This implies that if he enters the ruins again, he can communicate with the outside world or other shielded locations. Furthermore, it can block radar scans, effectively rendering him invisible. At least conventional detection methods would be ineffective against him. He could easily infiltrate others' domains. This functionality is perfectly suited for tomorrow's operation. Not only that, he could communicate while bypassing the other party's firewall. I can shield myself and penetrate your defenses. This is the power of the Infinite Gateway with hacking defense capabilities. While it primarily focuses on ensuring communication and preventing discovery, rather than intruding upon others, this is precisely what he requires. He must not allow anyone to trace him while maintaining the ability to contact those he wishes at any time. Moreover, if he continues to upgrade, might he be able to integrate offensive capabilities for intrusions? If he could infiltrate an opponent's photon brain during battle, even with a delay of 0.5 seconds, paired with his own perceptiveness, such a back and forth could equate to seizing control of an opponent for a fleeting moment. In combat, that moment could prove decisive. Cheng grasped the floating golden metallic sphere before him and placed it against his ear. The golden metallic sphere, resembling a liquid, merged into his skin upon contact, leaving only a minuscule touch point. With a mere thought, the golden metal could re-emerge from his skin, solidifying into a sphere upon the surface. Impressive. Cheng attempted to connect to the Infinite Gateway, entering the vast network for the first time. Now, he need not fear anyone tracing him or locating him through the internet. In an instant, countless data streams rushed past his vision, and his consciousness suddenly found itself in a wondrous realm. A world entirely composed of information and imagery, the network universe. The environment was saturated with data. Everything around him was a collection of various information, news, and resources from the network. From ages past to the present, all publicly available information on the internet resided here. He could freely explore this wealth of knowledge. He began to walk forward, eager to uncover the depths of this virtual network world. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding information and images dwindled. Gradually, he encountered numerous transparent spheres, resembling bubbles, composed of data. He navigated through these orbs, pressing onward. Before long, he beheld a cloud of white information, akin to cotton. Upon entering the cloud, he felt an overwhelming stickiness. As he advanced, countless streams of data tugged at his consciousness. Once he exerted himself to traverse this layer of white information cloud, he beheld an endless, multicolored rainbow wall. Chapter 82. The Source Network, the Maiden, the Origin of All. What is this? Cheng gazed in astonishment at the seemingly endless rainbow wall before him. He looked up, and the rainbow wall appeared to penetrate the sky. To either side, there was also no end in sight. It felt as if all networks had ceased here, or perhaps everything began from this very point. The rainbow wall shimmered with countless streams of color in rapid motion. As he drew closer with his consciousness, he discovered that these colorful lights were composed of numerous digits. He slowly reached out his hand, only to find it impossible to touch or penetrate. It was akin to a solid wall. He pressed against it with force. Yet these luminous streams were entirely unaffected, remaining impenetrable. Cheng had never encountered anything so wondrous. He attempted to contact Yangsiki, and to his surprise, it worked. It was as if his consciousness had traversed infinite gateways to enter the network. You said not to find you, and yet here I am. Why? Yangsiki replied impatiently. Her image appeared as an enlarged window, suspended to Cheng's right. Unlike their previous conversations, this one was directly projected into his vision. Are you aware of a wall in the network? A colorful wall made up of countless digits. Cheng recounted the rainbow wall in detail. Yangsiki furrowed her brow. How do you know about that wall? I am standing right before it. Impossible. She shook her head resolutely. Absolutely impossible. You cannot find the source network, let alone approach it. Source network? Cheng's brow furrowed in confusion. I am truly here. But it seems I exist in a form akin to consciousness, unable to share visuals with you. Impossible. Yangsiki asserted firmly. To reach the source network, one must possess a large-scale virtual network warehouse and a top-tier gateway to breach the barriers and glimpse the source network. Even then, it would only be a distant view. Such equipment does not exist in the wasteland, nor does it exist on Earth. Only Future City or other floating cities possess them. I have no reason to deceive you. I passed through what resembled a bubble-like cotton cloud, then traversed through a viscous mass of data to behold this colorful wall. After Cheng's declaration, Yangsiki fell silent. After a moment, she exclaimed, How on earth did you accomplish this? The brain-machine interface I provided could never allow a consciousness to enter the network universe, let alone approach the source network. Only large network devices can transmit consciousness into the network universe, and only the most advanced gateways can bring you to the source network. I have never had the opportunity to enter. Not even my consciousness has the equipment to support me. That place. Before she could finish, the call abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a light and ethereal voice resonated from all directions. Cheng immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings. Who is it? The wireless gateway can penetrate electromagnetic barriers, ignore firewalls for communication, and even enter the network universe to approach the source network. But now, it had been unexpectedly severed. In this network universe, there exist powerful and unknown entities. Me? The voice came from his right. Cheng turned to see a stunning maiden clad in a flowing white garment, her long legs gracefully bare as she walked through the air towards him. Her flat abdomen and curvaceous figure formed a perfect silhouette. As his gaze ascended, her skin appeared as smooth as cream, pale yet tinged with a delicate pink. The fullness before her was modestly wrapped in two cream-colored strips of cloth, not as exaggerated as a certain character, yet perfectly alluring. Then, there were her collarbones, meticulously sculpted as if by the finest artisan, and her elongated neck. Lastly, her face remained obscured, as though blurred, but her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her flawless shoulders, adorned with two white ribbons that danced in the air. Beautiful, immaculate, like a goddess. I do not know. I am the only one here. The maiden glided closer to Cheng, tilting her head slightly. You are the fourth person I have encountered here. Cheng furrowed his brow. This maiden was likely the one who had disrupted his communication. He attempted to inquire. Here, do you mean the source network? You know of the source network? The maiden took a few steps closer. Well, if you made it here, you must indeed know of it. As she approached, Su Cheng and Appo's consciousness flickered momentarily. It seemed she was unaware of his conversation with Yang Siki, only capable of interrupting it. This maiden likely had some connection to this network world, or perhaps to the source network itself. What lies beyond that? Su Cheng gestured towards the rainbow wall. The maiden chuckled softly. Beyond lies a realm for you to explore. It is like a singularity of the universe, the origin, the beginning, and perhaps the end. From her words, it was evident she had knowledge of what lay behind the source network, and she could likely enter. Su Cheng, brow furrowed, asked, "Did you cut off my communication?" "Why?" With a graceful wave of her youthful fingers. A layer of white light rippled outward. "Around me is a fixed force field that automatically severed your connection to the outside world." So that was it. She possessed an inherent force field capable of disrupting the Infinite Gateway's communication. Despite the limited number of upgrades to the Infinite Gateway, its performance surpassed that of large network devices and gateway collections. Yet, it was no match for the maiden's force field. "I must take my leave." Su Cheng sensed no malice in her voice, but he could not linger in this place. "Are you leaving?" The maiden appeared somewhat forlorn. "Will you return?" "I have been alone here for so long." Su Cheng pondered for a moment. "If I find myself free at night, I will come to visit." "All right." The maiden's spirits lifted instantly. "Then it is a promise." "Indeed." Su Cheng nodded and then exited the network space. Phew. He incredulously touched the back of his ear. The network universe, the source network. "What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly lost in thought?" The mindless one was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a game. Su Cheng turned his head to inquire, "Do you know of the source network?" "For heaven's sake." "All I know is that I'm about to be killed by this damned white-robed knight." "Damn it. Who is playing this game?" The mindless one pressed the controller with great fervor, yet he still could not prevent his character from transforming into a mere wisp of smoke. Beep beep. Why did the call suddenly drop? Young Siki's call came through again. "I don't know. The call cut off once I approached the source network." Su Cheng refrained from mentioning the maiden. "I see. I never expected you to actually see the source network. Once the mission ends tomorrow, I must see how you accomplish this." Young Siki's voice brimmed with disbelief. Su Cheng, brow furrowed, asked, "What exactly is the source network?" Since the inception of the old Centuries network, the source network initially existed within the core servers, Young Siki explained. As the network evolved and expanded, that original core evolved into the source network, now residing within the network universe, no longer dependent on physical servers. Humanity has become inseparable from the network, and even now, we are exceedingly reliant on it. Later, the artificial intelligence goddess emerged, transmitting herself into the human network. In their effort to eradicate the goddess, humanity had to completely cleanse the entire network and reconstruct it into the domain network centered around floating cities. Everyone believed the source network had vanished as a result. Yet, it did not. It exists deep within the domain network. Legends say that behind the source network lies the method to control the entire human network. It is the root of the network, yet no one can traverse the source network and enter that realm of origins. Chapter 83, The Invitation, Parting Ways for Action. In the realm of the source network, the ethereal realm of the Infinite Gateway brought Su Cheng to an unexpected juncture. He found himself before the enigmatic rainbow wall, unable to penetrate its shimmering barrier. He pondered whether future enhancements to the Infinite Gateway would grant him the ability to breach this colorful obstruction. At present, the gateway possessed only defensive capabilities, lacking offensive power, and its rank was not particularly high. Beyond the rainbow wall lay the potential origin of the network, a formidable challenge to overcome. Moreover, who was that exquisite maiden? Although she bore no malicious intent, her ability to effortlessly disrupt the communication functions of the Infinite Gateway was alarming. Most terrifying was the fact that this was merely her passive ability, with no active hostility displayed. Her strength was indeed formidable. Su Cheng contemplated a possibility. Could she be the goddess? Despite Yang Siki's assertions that the goddess had been entirely eradicated by humanity and that the mechanical life forms had been annihilated, Su Cheng had encountered mechanical entities amidst the ruins, including the mindless ones. Furthermore, an army of mechanical beings lingered there. Thus, it was conceivable that the goddess might still be alive. Otherwise, who commanded the current Steel City and the mechanical entities? If the goddess were indeed alive, She might have uploaded herself into the network long ago, evolving into the first artificial intelligence capable of creating mechanical life forms and armed alliances. Her prowess could very well precede the source network. Thus, it was plausible she was the goddess. Yet, she bore little resemblance to the goddess. The girl exuded an air of innocence, whereas the goddess harbored great malice toward humanity. Hence, her true identity remained uncertain, though her strength was undeniable. Even with such power, she had yet to enter the source network. At least, Cheng had neither seen her enter nor make contact with it. Ultimately, the maiden mentioned he was the fourth person she had encountered. Who might the three preceding individuals be? If she were not the goddess, could one of the three she had met be her? Cheng reclined upon his bed, his mind awash with confusion. The network universe was wondrous yet shrouded in mystery. This was his first encounter, and much of the information remained mere conjecture, with intelligence scant. He shook his head, casting aside the myriad questions swirling in his mind. His primary concern was to locate C, or was the sole lead available? Only by finding R could he further investigate C's whereabouts. Regarding R, he had some conjectures of his own. R had once expressed gratitude for the ultimate weapon combat data Cheng had provided. The first modified being was merely a tool for combat data collection. This implied R possessed an ultimate modified mechanical life form, requiring data from others' battles for his research. Since R was absent from the ruins, he must be hidden within the wasteland. In that desolate expanse, only the hunters, the gladiatorial warriors, the HPC guard, and various gang members engaged in the most combat. The HPC guard could be dismissed. They were mere lapdogs of the elite, engaging in the least fighting. If R sought to gather combat data to cultivate the ultimate weapon, the other three factions would be the most suitable. R was likely concealed among them. Starting tomorrow, I will assume the identity of a hunter to complete bounties and elevate my rank, Cheng declared, glancing at the mindless one still engrossed in gaming. He intended for the mindless one to masquerade as a shadow. His strength should suffice. It was also an opportunity to gauge the mindless one's prowess. Just how formidable was this impeccable combat mechanical life form in the armed alliance? I'm not interested. I'd rather stay home and play games, the mindless one retorted, pouting. If I must participate, I will do so as myself, not in your guise. Cheng responded earnestly. I require your assistance. The mindless one shot him a sidelong glance. I knew it. Once I recover, you will undoubtedly have me perform other tasks. Fine. I'll reluctantly agree. The following day, Cheng awoke early, retrieving the attire of a hunter. You need to alter your physique to resemble mine, then don this outfit. What? You want me to look like your skinny dog? The mindless one grimaced, making slight adjustments to his form, though the change was minimal. He had originally been only slightly more robust than Cheng. After Cheng adorned him with a mask, he appeared nearly indistinguishable from Cheng. You merely need to accept bounties and refrain from excessive conversation, Cheng instructed. The mindless one's distinctive accent was too pronounced, and given his nature, he was likely to blunder. The mindless one struck a pose in front of the mirror. Come on. With my looks, I must go out and charm the female robots. Though I may have slimmed down a bit, I still look good. He then turned to Cheng. What about you? You won't just stay home playing games, will you? I must first investigate the gangs in the wasteland, acquire a new residence and vehicle, and procure some weapons, Cheng replied. He intended for Shaner to keep an eye on the fighting arena for any anomalies. The remaining gangs would require his personal investigation to uncover any signs of modified semi-mechanical life forms. As a cybernetic repairman, he could navigate the gangs with relative ease. After all, no one would willingly offend a doctor. Additionally, he needed a new dwelling. With so many probing into his affairs, he required a more clandestine refuge, even if only temporary. Finally, there were weapons. His high-energy laser longsword no longer sufficed for the current combat scenarios. The first modified being could shatter high-energy laser longswords, and he would surely be ill-prepared against the ultimate weapons crafted by R. What shall I do then? Don't hunters possess identity verification? The mindless one asked, arming himself with a high-energy laser longsword and a submachine gun. First, accept bounties. Most of the points will be directly credited to your hunter card. If a bounty requires the submission of a raider's corpse, wait until I return to submit it. For now, pursue other bounties, Cheng instructed. passing the hunter card to him. Remember, prioritize bounties for raider hunts and minimize contact with others. That's a minor issue, the mindless one responded, adjusting his attire. I'm off now. As he exited through the back door, Su Cheng silently prayed for his safety, not out of fear for his well-being, but rather concern over his potential mischief. Armed with his repair tools, Su Cheng prepared to investigate the nearby gangs. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. Damn it. I hope they aren't home again. What could the boss possibly want with a mediocre repairman from the suburbs? He thought to himself. If they're not home, even better. We can sneak out and have some fun. Glancing at the surveillance monitor, he noted a group from the wasteland fighting arena standing at his door, unfamiliar faces. This must be the group Yang Siki mentioned had been searching for him. He decided to address them first. Otherwise, their persistent presence posed a risk of exposure. He opened the door, surprising the visitors, who had not anticipated anyone emerging after several days of silence. Whoa, someone is here. You must be the junior repairman, Su Cheng? The blue-haired gladiatorial warrior exclaimed, looking him over. Su Cheng nodded. What brings you here? The blue-haired warrior scrutinized him, smirking. Our boss has summoned you. It's an invitation. But his demeanor is quite arrogant. Lead the way. Su Cheng saw no need for further discussion. He would confront this matter directly. Interesting. The blue-haired warrior remarked at Su Cheng's forthrightness. Get in the car. The three of them piled into the vehicle, speeding toward the wasteland fighting arena. As they departed, a roaring pro vehicle pulled up outside Su Cheng's home. Zhu Shaner, spotting the car that had just passed her, quickly redirected her course to follow. Chapter 84. The Complete Combat Prosthetics, My Comrade. Did you repair Rose's prosthetics? Kizaru, clad in tight leather, revealed his robust shoulders and towering physique, reminiscent of a bull. Each time he spoke, his mouth unveiled a set of gleaming white teeth. Su Cheng sat across on a slightly lower sofa, nodding slightly. Oh, I never expected you to be so young. Kizaru, with a cigar in his mouth, remarked, You are quite difficult to summon. My men have awaited your arrival for several days. He sprawled on the couch, legs crossed, casting an imposing glare towards Su Cheng. His stature alone, combined with his formidable frame, made it challenging for an ordinary person to remain composed before him. Su Cheng, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, I have been rather busy. Many have sought my assistance for repairs. Kizaru burst into laughter. From this moment onward, you shall be my exclusive repairman, forbidden from servicing anyone else. Rest assured, I can guarantee a salary tenfold of your current earnings. His tone brooked no dissent. Apologies, but I am a free repairman, not bound to any individual or organization. Su Cheng responded resolutely. Kizaru's eyes narrowed at his words, silently scrutinizing Su Cheng, who exhibited no trace of fear. His composure was extraordinary, a feat beyond the capability of an ordinary person, certainly beyond that of the ineffectual Juz. The subordinate stood unyielding before his superior. Either his strength was formidable, or his spirit unyielding. Lord Kizaru extends an invitation out of respect for you. I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation, Old Chun interjected, adopting an air of superiority. Do not presume yourself unique. In the arena, you are but an ant. Speak not when the Lord is addressing matters. Su Cheng cast a sidelong glance at him. You. Old Chin's expression darkened, his finger accusingly directed at Su Cheng. Ungrateful wretch. If I say you must comply, or face death, what will you do? Kizaru inhaled deeply from his cigar, tauntingly declaring, Listen well, I am not jesting. Su Cheng stood, stating clearly, I have made my position known. I am a free repairman. Should you require repairs for prosthetics, I am at your service. However, you seem to have little need. So I shall take my leave. Kizaru erupted in laughter once more, applauding. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his gaze turning menacing as he addressed Su Cheng. Do you think that with Rose, I would hesitate to act against you? You think you can enter and leave at will? He was determined to seize the title of Fighting King. He sought to revel in wealth and glory in Future City. Rose was his formidable rival, one he would eliminate by any means necessary. Juz had previously approached him to collaborate in sabotaging Rose's prosthetics, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. Yet, Su Cheng's ability to repair Rose's prosthetics left him with two choices: join him or perish. A mere novice repairman, believing himself exceptional for being able to repair Rose's prosthetics? Kizaru scoffed. You should not have refused. Today, no one can save you. He signaled to the blue-haired man beside him, who promptly raised a gun at Su Cheng. You have one last chance. Kizaru reclined comfortably on the sofa, exuding confidence. Kneel and apologize. Join me. Young man, I advise you to be wise, aligning with Lord Kizaru. The most formidable fighter of the camp family is a privilege. Old Chun, with a seemingly benevolent reminder, added, do not think yourself so different in the fighting arena. You are but a mere insect. Su Cheng disregarded Old Chun, his gaze fixed steadily on Kizaru. He would not align with either faction. Should concealment prove impossible, he would eliminate them all. 5-star fighters? How do they compare to the first-generation cyborgs? Is that so? A voice resonated from outside, followed by a loud bang. The door to the lounge was forcefully kicked open, the heavy steel crashing down upon the blue-haired man, killing him instantly. Rose stormed in with her entourage. Brother Su. Zhu Shaner rushed to Su Cheng, shielding him behind her. Su Cheng noticed the insignia on her chest had progressed from 3 stars to 4. The pace of her advancement was astonishing. Kizaru's gaze turned icy upon seeing Rose as he hissed, Rose, how dare you invade the camp family's lounge and kill my men? Rose stood her ground, glaring at Kizaru. Do you dare to threaten the Juz family? Both parties invoked their respective families, escalating the situation beyond control. Oh, he is one of your Juz family? I was unaware, Kizaru retorted coldly. Since you dare to disrupt the camp family's lounge and take a life, you shall all stay. His companions brandished their weapons. Rose clenched her fists in anger, attempting to activate her prosthetics, but they appeared to be malfunctioning, yielding no response. Red electrical sparks erupted from her hands, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. Su Cheng observed her. It seemed her prosthetics were significantly compromised. What's wrong? Is your prosthetic useless? Kizaru mocked. What a pity. It wouldn't be due to my previous repairs, would it? Old Chen laughed along. I warned you last time. Entrusting repairs to a novice is absurd. Now that they are broken, your protection of her is utterly foolish. Today, no one can save you. This is the camp family's domain. Kizaru issued his cold calm man. It is futile. Lord Will is aware of everything that transpires here. Gels resolutely declined, asserting that he is merely a junior technician, devoid of any ties to the esteemed Gels family, and thus not worth opposing the camp family. I have declared that no one shall take this individual away today. Kizaru sneered menacingly. As long as that fool Gels is present, he will find a way to deceive him into assisting him in acquiring Jushan's prosthetic. At that point, the title of this year's champion of combat shall belong to him. Absurd, claiming to be one of the Gels family. Old Chin derisively mocked, stating, he is nothing but a junior technician from the suburbs. Today marks your demise. He recalled the last time he was publicly humiliated by Su Cheng and the dim-witted. He, a senior technician from the ruined city, had been belittled by a mere junior technician from the outskirts. No matter what, he could not swallow this humiliation. I wonder if this old woman can manage to take him away. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from outside, who asserts that he has no connection to the Gels family. He is mine. Chapter 85. The Mysterious Repairman and the Strange Occurrences. Grandmother. We are merely discussing a junior repairman from the suburbs. He is just an ordinary survivor. Just hurriedly exited, speaking with respect. The others, upon hearing his words, were instantly taken aback. Just grandmother? Could it be that esteemed personage? Old Shin, with uncertainty in his heart, pondered deeply. His advanced age meant he had heard more tales. Kizaru furrowed his brow and inquired, which one? The true heir of the Juz family. Sophia Juz. Old Shin's voice trembled. It is said she has never married nor borne children. The current Juz is merely a collateral descendant. Furthermore, Juz's true name was Roger. He had chosen to flaunt his lineage by referring to himself as Juz. Most importantly, Sophia possessed a cold and ruthless temperament. He swallowed hard, fervently hoping she had not overheard their earlier conversation. Kizaru's heart sank as well. He had not anticipated the arrival of such a significant figure. The true heir of the Juz family. Even the head of the camp family would have to show deference. I have declared him as my own. Sophia's voice was icy. If there are any issues, let that camp fellow come to the Juz family to find me. Inform him that I, Sophia Juz, have taken him. The old woman asserted her influence within the dilapidated city's fighting arena. Juz returned to the lounge, casting a glance at Kizaru, shaking his head slightly. Before addressing Rose and the others, let us return. Humph. Rose shot Kizaru a glare, scoffing, before leading Su Cheng and the others out of the lounge. Kizaru, with a grim expression, watched the departing figures. Rose had intruded into his lounge and even killed his men, yet she left so easily. Though this was merely a lounge, many fighters were outside. Everyone had witnessed the events that transpired. His men had been slain, and the one he intended to kill had been taken away. Fortunately, Old Shin silently exhaled, having narrowly escaped disaster. Ming. Suddenly, Sophia's voice echoed again. Go to the discipline hall for punishment. Ming was Old Shin. Upon hearing this, he trembled violently. The discipline hall, entering there meant suffering a severe ordeal. It was likely that he would never serve as a repairman again. Sophia was determined to ruin him. Although he was the repairman of the fighting arena, technically, he was not under the family's jurisdiction. Yet, in the presence of the powerful, such rules were meaningless. The dictates of the elite were the only true regulations. What kind of person was that junior repairman, to be acquainted with someone of Sophia's stature? And now, he was to be ruined because of it. Thud. Old Chun collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. It was over. Kizaru gestured for the dazed Old Shin to be forcibly removed. He clenched his fists. No. He must become the king of fighters at all costs. Thank you. Although this was the resting area of the fighting arena, where vehicles were prohibited, Sophia had arrived in a car. It's nothing. Sophia shook her head. That old man asked me to look after you. Su Cheng nodded, understanding it was Sergei. Has he been buried? Sophia sighed. He will be interred in 2 days. A silence enveloped the car for a moment. After a while, Sophia spoke again. Tomorrow, come to my residence. He has some items for you. All right. Su Cheng nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Sophia nodded. Go on. After Su Cheng exited the vehicle, Jiz cast him a glance before entering the car to depart with Sophia. After Su Cheng had exited, he was summoned into the car by Sophia. Even he had to wait outside. Once Sophia's vehicle departed, Rose, with a pained expression, turned to Su Cheng. Su Cheng, I must trouble you again. This time it is serious. Let us return. I will help you examine it. The group headed toward Rose's lounge. Who was that young man just now? A junior repairman managed to board the Juz family's car? The crucial point is not merely boarding the car, but that Juz was made to wait outside. He is the biological son of Uljuz. Inside the car is Sophia. Perhaps the youth does not know, but she is the legitimate heir of the Juz family. Let alone Juz, even his father would have to respectfully address her as mistress. That young man has received her care and is regarded as hers. He is now destined for greatness. This upcoming King's tournament is bound to be even more captivating. Rose has slain Kizaru's men. They now represent 2 families, leading to an inevitable clash. Old Chun has truly encountered a formidable opponent. Who would have thought a junior repairman possessed such influence? The crowd observed the departing figures, bustling with conversation. In Rose's dedicated lounge, Su Cheng furrowed his brow as he examined Rose's cybernetic limb. A few days prior, he had been perplexed when her cybernetic limb malfunctioned unexpectedly during the arena battles, exhibiting even more severe issues. Rose lay on the surgical table, gritting her teeth. Not only is my unique ability rendered unusable, but even normal function has been compromised. Furthermore, my organic body has developed an abscess. As Su Cheng removed Rose's clothing, he was astonished to discover she had been binding her chest. Even with the cloth binding, she still possessed an impressive figure. He meticulously examined the junction where Rose's Cybernet Chapter 86, Nanoscopic Microrobots, Mechanical Characteristics, Nanoscopic Microrobots? Su Cheng's right eye fixated on the grotesque matter, magnifying the detritus within. The dimensional eye displayed the name of the technological creation. These robots resembled locusts, albeit wingless, ravenously tearing at flesh. Despite their diminutive size, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They voraciously gnawed at the tissue at a pace visible to the naked eye. What a peculiar phenomenon, Rose remarked, her brow furrowed and lips pale. Someone must be behind this. The human body cannot naturally produce such entities. Cheng maintained a calm demeanor as he promptly disassembled Rose's prosthetic limb for inspection. Indeed, his right eye immediately magnified the prosthetic, revealing an abundance of nanoscopic microrobots. These robots were densely packed within Rose's prosthetic, wildly devouring the metallic components. With each consumption, they would soon split into two. Though their structure was not overly complex, their destructive potential was unparalleled. Had Rose not possessed an A-grade prosthetic and a biological foundation, her entire body would likely have been overrun by these machines. The microrobots should not be capable of consuming flesh. Their role was purely destructive. Thus, their spread was inherently limited. Cheng had never encountered such microrobots before, nor were they mentioned in the notes left by his father. They were likely surreptitiously introduced into Rose's prosthetic by someone else. Who could be responsible? Damn it, I must discover their identity, Rose exclaimed in fury, her chest heaving with indignation. The tattered cloth that had barely clung to her slipped away, revealing a pair of breasts as majestic as mountains. Do not look, Rose, uncharacteristically bashful, murmured. These things are quite bothersome. Being a woman is troublesome. Cheng's lips twitched. Was this a display of vanity? Countless individuals would envy her, including Zhu Shaner, who swallowed hard and discreetly compared herself before finally lowering her hand, realizing her own audacity. Rest assured, I am a technician. To me, they are merely adipose tissue. Cheng's words only served to further discomfort Rose. He had no choice but to shift the conversation. These robots are consuming your prosthetic, tearing at your flesh, which has caused your biological body to suffer decay and infection. They must be entirely eradicated. Fortunately, your biological body serves as a barrier, and they have only extensively eroded your hands for now, still some distance from your heart. Cheng continued to analyze the characteristics of these robots. They had not entered Rose's bloodstream to propagate, even though the prosthetic was not directly connected to her biological vascular system. However, they could hitch a ride, bypassing the biological body, which would be faster than their gradual encroachment toward the heart. Since they had not done so, they must be unable to survive in the bloodstream or lack navigational capabilities. They could only accept simple commands and mindlessly spread and consume. They possessed intelligence, albeit limited. If they could merely consume the prosthetic, could other stimuli be employed to divert their attention? Cheng attempted to manifest a digit from his symbiotic battle armor and pressed it against Rose's hand. The symbiotic armor had self-repair capabilities, so he was unconcerned about the microrobots damaging it. Observing through his right eye, he noted that the microrobots actually avoided his finger. It seemed their directive was solely to destroy Rose's prosthetic, and thus they would not target other prosthetics. Cheng then tried to lock onto them with the dimensional eye. If he could amalgamate and upgrade such a multitude of robots, lock failed. This technological entity is controlled by specialized tools and cannot be independently amalgamated or upgraded. This indicated the existence of a maternal entity capable of commanding these microrobots, and it was that maternal entity that could be amalgamated and enhanced. But what now? How to locate that controller? Cheng bowed his head in contemplation, while others waited silently, refraining from interrupting. Control. Program. Command. Yes. Could hacking be an option? The infinite gateway could bypass firewalls for communication. If he could establish contact with these microrobots, might he send them directives? It stood to reason that the individual controlling these microrobots could not possess hacking skills superior to those of the source network. Though the infinite gateway lacked offensive capabilities and could not alter others' commands, if these microrobots possessed a modicum of intelligence, perhaps it was worth a try. Without hesitation, Cheng proceeded to utilize the infinite gateway to connect with the microrobots. In an instant, he re-entered the network universe. To his right, a window appeared, revealing the microrobots on Rose's prosthetic arm, fervently consuming it. Through this window, he discerned that these densely clustered microrobots displayed the potential for establishing communication. He promptly attempted to connect with one microrobot. Instantly, the robot, which had been ravenously dismantling the prosthetic, hesitated momentarily. From the window, he observed, communication established. Halt. Cheng issued a command. The microrobot indeed ceased its activities, looking up in confusion. Just as Su Cheng believed he had succeeded, the robot resumed its voracious consumption. Indeed, communication was feasible, yet he could not alter commands. The infinite gateway lacked offensive capability. However, he lacked hacking skills. Others did not. He immediately contacted Yang Siki, directly inquiring, "Can you act as a relay for me to send commands to the other robots? I have established communication with this one." If he could establish communication, it would simplify matters considerably. He would only need to decipher its command set to issue new instructions. Yang Siki smirked. "This is a trivial task. I am a genius hacker. Thank you. I shall bring you snacks tonight. You owe me a great deal of snacks already." Yang Siki acted swiftly, connecting to the microrobots through the wireless gateway. Professional tasks should be entrusted to experts, at least until the infinite gateway could be synthesized and upgraded to offensive capabilities. He could only defend and infiltrate. "Wow, you have truly created something remarkable. My external brain module could never penetrate another's firewall so thoroughly." Yang Siki's slender fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. "It appears there is no defense on the other side. I can easily access its core source code. Incredible. I must study you thoroughly. Age 20, height 182 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, residing in the outskirts of the wasteland, junior technician. I've already provided you with all the information. No need for further study." "How rude." Yang Siki rolled her eyes. "Humph. I am indeed a genius. Though the source code is sophisticated, it is merely sophisticated, easily subdued." As Yang Siki spoke, all the micro-robots visible in the window came to a halt. Meanwhile, Rose, who had been reclining, immediately sensed a reduction in the pain from her prosthetic and body. All is well, but they only possess self-destruct commands. Unless we locate the controller, we cannot exert control over them. What a pity. Su Cheng felt a twinge of regret. He had initially hoped to keep this swarm of micro-robots and control them through Yang Siki. Now, they were left with self-destruction as the only option. Self-destruct, then. Okay, the self-destruct command has been issued. They will self-destruct once they detach from the host. By the way, these robots are not ordinary nanorobots. They seem to possess a hint of mechanical life characteristics. Chapter 87. Clues, Combat Arena, Level Up. The characteristics of mechanical life forms? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. This could be classified as a primitive mechanical life form, exhibiting traits such as absorption, division, and liquefaction, attributes unattainable by ordinary robots. Yang Siki unwrapped a lollipop. It seems that mechanical life forms have not been entirely eradicated, or perhaps someone has acquired certain technologies related to them. The mechanical desert mouse you showed me last time is akin to these robots. Indeed, mechanical life forms have not been wholly eliminated. Su Cheng stated solemnly. They are amidst the ruins, manufacturing armies in large numbers. What? An army of mechanical life forms in the ruins? Yang Siki gasped in shock. If this is the case, they are amassing power. Are they planning to ignite war once more? I am uncertain and have no interest in such matters. Su Cheng expressed his indifference towards the conflict between humans and mechanical life forms. However, if these robots possess characteristics of mechanical life forms, it suggests that are as likely present in the combat arena. At the very least, someone in the arena must be connected to our and harbor a grudge against Rose. This considerably narrows down the scope, providing a clearer direction. I did not anticipate receiving such promising news during my visit to the combat arena. For now, I am assisting someone with prosthetic repairs. Do not forget to meet me tonight. Try to come early. After ending the communication, Su Cheng exited the virtual network. The prosthetic has been repaired. After servicing Rose's damaged prosthetic, Su Cheng rose to continue treating her biological body. The onlookers witnessed an abundance of black substances continuously flowing from Rose's prosthetic, igniting into flames upon reaching the ground. Due to their sheer volume, the micro-robots formed a black endopause, waterline endopause. Once all the nano-micro-robots departed from Rose endopause's body and self-destructed, the black infected areas on her biological form regained their flesh color. However, disinfection is still necessary. Phew. Thank you. Rose felt significantly better and tested her ability to move the prosthetic. To her delight, she discovered she could control it once again. You need to recuperate. The recovery of your biological body is not swift. If you have access to a high-grade nutrient solution, Using a bottle could expedite the healing of your wounds. Cheng meticulously cleaned Rose's injuries, from her chest down to her arm. He then took a garment from Savagina and draped it over Rose. Do not engage in combat for the next few days, Cheng advised, turning his head slightly. Though he was a doctor, the treatment had concluded. Rose nodded, donning the clothing. Cheng inquired, do you have surveillance here? Can we ascertain who was responsible? Rose glanced at Savagina, who shook her head. There is surveillance. But I checked it at the first opportunity and saw no anomalies. Outsiders are prohibited from approaching the lady's usual residence, and only specific individuals may enter the lounge. Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, who can access the lounge? The individuals currently present and those from the Just family. Cheng contemplated the Just family. Savagina shook her head. I understand you are thinking of Just, but he has not been here in recent days, and the lady is a fighter from the Just family. Though Just is foolish, he would not stoop to such treachery. Cheng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This is the only lead we have. We must begin our investigation at the combat arena. The first step is to identify the perpetrator. Just. Cheng pondered his motives. Every action is driven by a motive. Inflicting harm on Rose would undoubtedly yield direct or indirect benefits for him. The likelihood of a random attack without a target is exceedingly low. Additionally, revenge is a possibility. If disabling Rose's prosthetic benefits anyone the most, it would be the other combat fighters who are her rivals. Among them, the one who stands to gain the most is undoubtedly Kizaru, for he is Rose's fiercest competitor in the quest for the title of Combat King. Aside from those who would gain immediate benefits, the remainder is vengeance. Cheng turned to Rose, now clothed. Do you have any enemies? Rose replied coldly, I have too many enemies. Which one do you wish to inquire about? Cheng pursed his lips. Let us do this. First, retrieve all nearby surveillance footage, and we shall examine it meticulously, ensuring no detail escapes our notice. Savagina nodded. Understood. With that, she promptly descended to retrieve the surveillance data. Rose curiously asked, You need not trouble yourself with my investigation. This is my matter. I am already immensely grateful for your assistance in repairing my prosthetic. Whatever you desire this time, I shall procure it for you. I have pressing matters to clarify with that individual as well. Meanwhile, the mindless one exited through the back door and retrieved a hunting card to check the bounty. After casually selecting a target, he proceeded directly to the location. The bounty was in the outskirts of Area B, easily accessible without traversing the inner city, allowing him to proceed directly from Area C. Upon arriving at the bounty location in Area B, he found himself in a derelict park. Without examining the details, he boldly walked inside. Who? The marauders within the hideout immediately noticed him. The mindless one flamboyantly stood at the entrance, one hand resting on the hilt of his long knife. Oh, my good fellows. Fear not. I am a benevolent soul, simply here to claim your lives. Damn, a hunter, daring to intrude on our gang's territory alone? Kill him. Seeking our lives. You must be seeking death, brothers, charge. The two marauders roared, charging at the mindless one. Three others armed with guns immediately aimed and fired. The mindless one remained unmoving. Bullets whizzed toward him, seemingly on the verge of impact. Yet suddenly, a yellow energy shield materialized half a meter in front of him. The bullets struck the energy shield, sparking before being deflected away. As the two marauders reached him, one was struck in the head by a stray bullet. How careless of you, colliding with a bullet. The mindless one shook his head, his hand slightly moving from the hilt of his high-energy laser knife, a glimmer flashing instantly. The other marauder was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, he surged forward. Alas, the saga commences. Uddlebrain seized the marauder's head, pivoting to hurl him with savage force. A thunderous bang echoed as a cloud of dust billowed. The marauder was irrevocably embedded within the concrete wall. Huddlebrain clapped his hands, a hint of disappointment in his tone. How utterly feeble you are. I barely exerted myself. And you're already vanquished. Quite unsatisfying. After 8 years of dormancy, he pursed his lips, a yearning evident. Nay, I must seek another stronghold. And thus, Huddlebrain relentlessly accepted bounties. Each one a mission to obliterate a stronghold, regardless of its magnitude, and invariably completing each with alacrity. His hunter's score ascended with meteoric velocity. Chapter 88. I have an affinity for grand waves. Yet I remain steadfast in my pursuit of the most rudimentary tasks. I relentlessly accumulated points until the afternoon. without a moment's thought of undertaking a single hunting bounty. In merely half a day, I amassed an astonishing 80 points. Such an accomplishment is utterly unattainable for an ordinary hunter. This is particularly true as I am only able to accept intermediate hunting bounties, which yield minimal points. Otherwise, I could have progressed even more swiftly, akin to a seasoned champion. My remarkable rate of point accumulation has certainly drawn the attention of others. In the waste processing plant, one can observe the leaderboard of hunters. Some individuals, engaged in checking their scores, happened to glance upon a name that ascended the rankings with a velocity akin to a rocket. Shadow? Who is this? How has their score increased so dramatically? I am unaware. I have not heard of them before. They must be a newcomer. Judging by their record, they recently advanced to the rank of intermediate hunter, having vanished for several days, only to suddenly reappear and begin racking up points. Shadow? I have heard of them. They were present during the last urgent hunting bounty, back when they were merely a novice hunter. Indeed, it is them. I heard that during that bounty, they achieved the highest point weight. Despite the presence of formidable hunters like Rebecca and Remy, it is astonishing that a novice hunter managed to seize the greatest point weight from two advanced hunters. Now, they have resumed their frenzied point gathering. In no time, hunters were fervently discussing the enigmatic Shadow. An explosive surge of 80 points within half a day is unprecedented. The points for an intermediate bounty typically range from 5 to 10, even if each task awarded the maximum of 10 points. One would need to complete 8 to achieve such a score. Excluding travel time, all these bounties were speed runs. Such formidable prowess is entirely beyond the capabilities of an intermediate hunter. Even an ordinary advanced hunter could not match such speed. Not even Remy, in her prime, was capable of achieving such rapidity. Of course, given Remy's strength, she could also accomplish it. Shadow has re-emerged, conducting rapid searches. Among the crowd, someone utilized the network to contact others. Received, we have gathered information. They are accumulating points and are only accepting base hunting bounties. They must be seeking swift advancement. I am an intermediate hunter, and I will share all the locations of intermediate base hunting with you. You should keep watch. Remember, do not engage in conflict. Our goal is to investigate their identity without leaving a negative impression, or we will face dire consequences. Acknowledged. Simultaneously, spies from the black market scattered throughout the desolate city sprang into action. Following the hunting base locations provided by their comrades, they preemptively positioned themselves to await the arrival. In the desolate city, at the Mi Shui Rue Xing coffee shop, I had discarded the guise of and Appos, Shadow and Appos. One iced latte, no milk foam, no milk, thank you. My physique closely resembles that of a human, allowing me to consume human food. I can extract nutrients from the food, expelling the remnants at a speed surpassing that of humans, more efficiently and without odor. After all, the War Alliance was originally created by the Queen to replace humanity with a more perfect new humanoid life form. The server rolled their eyes. Kitchen, one iced Americano. Soon, the coffee arrived, and I inhaled deeply. The tea from Huaxia is still more fragrant. This will have to suffice. I took a sip of my coffee and retrieved my hunter card. After a busy morning, I had barely accumulated a meager amount of points. At this rate, it would take me 2 days to meet the requirements of an advanced hunter, far too slow. I grimaced and continued sipping my coffee. If other hunters were to hear this, they would likely be driven to the brink of despair. Others toil for months, even years, to gradually accumulate sufficient points. Yet I completed in 2 days. And I still find it unsatisfactory. Just then, a stunning woman clad in red entered the CAF, immediately captivating the attention of all patrons. Through the reflection of my hunter card, I noticed her arrival. A fleeting glance was all I afforded before returning to my hunting bounties. While she was indeed beautiful, I still preferred the company of robots. The woman passed by me and entered the CAF's private room. Remy, peering through the door of the private room, gazed intently at me. Is he truly Shadow? As she walked past, she caught a glimpse of the information on my hunter card. Indeed, I am an intermediate hunter, Shadow. My appearance did not align with her expectations. Su Cheng's description had conveyed a cold, youthful demeanor, suggesting a handsome youth. Yet I appeared more resolute and mature. Nevertheless, she was certain she had not mistaken me. I am indeed Shadow. Having been absent for so long without seeking her out, One wonders what I have been up to. Remy found herself momentarily lost in thought as she observed me. Has this fellow failed to recognize me? Is there a significant difference between wearing and not wearing a mask? Or does he simply not dare to acknowledge me? She too had chosen not to wear a mask today, opting for a casual outing. I sensed her gaze upon me, furrowing my brow slightly as I nonchalantly tossed my hair. Indeed, being excessively handsome can have its drawbacks. I ought to conceal my striking features with a mask. I chuckled inwardly, continuing to peruse the information on my card. Miss, what may I get for you? The server obstructed Remy's view. It took her a moment to regain her focus. An iced cappuccino, please. Certainly. The server politely prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Remy called out to the server. Could you please inquire with that gentleman? Just ask him what type of women he prefers. And do not mention that I am the one asking. She promptly transferred 100 Alliance coins to the server and Oppo's public account. The server was instantly overjoyed. This is incredibly generous. 100 Alliance coins. That's enough to indulge in 2 companions at the lowly island bar for days. Rest assured, I will ascertain the information for you. After notifying the kitchen of the order, the server approached me. As usual, only the most basic titanium alloy sabers and E-grade mechanical prosthetics would suffice. This time, he intended to enhance his weaponry through synthesis and upgrade his prosthetic limbs as well. The adversaries were formidable. He could not afford to halt his progression in synthesis and upgrades. With a furrowed brow, Rose expressed her discontent. Once again, it is the lowest tier. I truly possess none of that rubbish. She helplessly turned to Savitolina. Purchase all titanium alloy sabers and E-grade mechanical prosthetics available in the arena. Acquire as many as possible. This time, Su Cheng had essentially saved her life, yet procuring a few inferior items was hardly adequate recompense. Therefore, she continued, additionally, bring forth that heavy sword. Chapter 89, The Sun God Ariloth's Heavy Sword. Savitolina promptly retreated into the inner chamber of the lounge, emerging with an enormous rectangular wooden box upon her shoulders. This is a special weapon from my homeland, the Bear Federation, she announced. As if to emphasize her point, Rose stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the wooden box with one hand and placing it upon a nearby long table. Su Cheng followed closely, noting the box's antiquity. It was adorned with carvings of 3 unfamiliar European figures, which Rose explained were the 3 sun gods of the old Bear Federation, Daraborg, Halls, and Ariloth. Inside lies the sword named after the sun god Ariloth, the Ariloth Heavy Sword, she declared, opening the box with a flourish. Before them lay a massive sword with a gleaming white blade, intricately carved with a golden hollow sun emblem. The blade measured an impressive 1.5 meters in length and 30 centimeters in width. The golden hilt was smooth and simple in design. Yet the sword's formidable presence was undeniable. The hilt stood nearly 1.80 meters, embodying the Bear Federation's hallmark of sturdy and practical weaponry, enhanced by intricate craftsmanship. Its excellence was evident. Simply stunning, Jushaner exclaimed in genuine admiration. As Rose lifted the Ariloth heavy sword, its surface shimmered with an ethereal glow, pristine and immaculate. I have little love for swords. I prefer the art of boxing. Besides, this sword, well, it's not for me, she said, handing the heavy sword to Su Cheng. Though you lack a modified body, I perceive you possess commendable strength. You should be able to wield it. I remain unsure why you settle for refuse. But such refuse cannot repay your life-saving favor. The Waste City's arena offers few low-grade prosthetics for sale. This heavy sword is a rare treasure, steeped in significance. Consider it a gift, to be cherished. As Su Cheng grasped the sword, its weight was immediately apparent. He was certain that an ordinary individual would struggle to even lift it, let alone wield it effectively. While he could manage it with one hand, he deemed such a display too conspicuous. He raised the sword, scrutinizing it closely as a faint white light flickered along the blade. Truthfully, he found it quite appealing. Noticing the flickering glow of the Ariloth heavy sword in Su Cheng's hands, Rose's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She glanced at Savitolina, who offered a gentle smile. Rose turned back to Su Cheng, her gaze imbued with a newfound intensity. The sword, though heavy, could only be properly wielded by a true warrior. You may attempt a gentle swing, Rose suggested. Su Cheng complied, making a slight motion, and to his astonishment, a delicate layer of white light trailed behind the sword. Although his movement was slow, there was no afterimage, yet the blade appeared to be enveloped in a white energy. Rose's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Su Cheng's display. He can do it, she thought, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her heart. Despite his remarkable abilities, he was not a warrior. Her family revered those who could wield the sword of the sun god, and it was a crucial criterion for their choice of partners. Only warriors could continue their pure martial lineage. Regrettably, Su Cheng was merely a prosthetic technician, and his family had already faded into obscurity. With this realization, the light in her eyes dimmed once more. What a magnificent sword! Su Cheng marveled. The sword's weight was formidable. One would expect it to possess a certain inertia. Yet when he swung it, its weight remained unchanged, perfectly controllable. In truth, its true power manifested at noon. Rose composed herself, explaining. It is crafted from a unique metal called ohalin, capable of absorbing solar energy and converting it into particle-based attacks that enhance the wielder's strength. Ohalin exhibits exceptional malleability, becoming razor-sharp under sunlight, but dulls in its absence. Only those recognized by it can wield its energy without suffering burns. In essence, this sword was solar-powered, capable of emitting sword energy. As Su Cheng caressed the blade, he sensed its intricate structure. However, he noticed that the blade did not seem particularly sharp. This could be interpreted as being far more powerful than mere solar energy. Rose gently touched the blade. If you were a warrior, wielding it would grant you immense augmentation. The closer you are to noon, the greater the enhancement. The extent of its amplification depends entirely on the wielder and Oppo's adaptability. With its peak capability offering a tenfold enhancement in power and incendiary particle attacks for 1 minute at noon. Tenfold. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, astonished by the sword's potential. Indeed, it deserved its title as the sword of the sun god. At noon, the sunlight was at its most intense, and this was when the heavy sword reached its zenith. The prospect of a tenfold increase in power was nothing short of extraordinary. While it depended on the wielder's capacity to harness it, even a fleeting minute represented an exceptionally high ceiling. To put it into perspective, the original implants could only achieve a maximum of 150% amplification, merely 5 times. Yet this sword offered a tenfold increase, along with formidable particle attack capabilities. For an opponent unfamiliar with its nature, that 1 minute of enhanced power and particle assault would be a hidden death blow. Rose smiled. Of course, at night or during overcast conditions, this sword becomes rather ordinary, lacking any enhancements, and the darker it gets, the duller the blade becomes. Apart from its durability, it also becomes twice as heavy. The disparity was staggering. In sunlight, it offered a maximum tenfold enhancement, truly monstrous. In the absence of sunlight, it was merely a durable sword imbued with multiple debuffs. However, this was understandable. The stringent conditions for use and its reverse benefits contributed to its tremendous positive feedback. This sword was a formidable weapon during the day, far surpassing high-energy laser blades. Even at night, it could still deliver lethal force. Bludgeoning weapons could prove remarkably effective against heavily armored foes. Su Cheng inquired, "How many of these heavy swords do you possess? If they can be synthesized or upgraded, then its potential could further increase." "How many?" Rose shot him a sharp look. "What are you implying?" "Just a simple inquiry," he replied. "Though I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you, there are only 3 Araloth heavy swords in the world. The one you hold is the sole one in my family. Each sword is guarded by a female warrior. There exists a more powerful sword, the Hall's heavy sword, which has been lost. Theoretically, there is also the strongest, the Daraborg heavy sword, but that remains only a theory. It has never been truly forged, its capabilities far too extraordinary, approaching that of a genuine divine weapon. This is a unique special weapon. You will not find it anywhere else. Such a pity, though. There are only 3 in existence, much like the original implants, making them exceedingly rare. Yet they are weapons that perfectly complement one's abilities, directly amplifying strength. If you truly desire one, you might journey north." Observing Su Cheng's earnestness, Rose approached the floor-to-ceiling window. "In Chernobyl City and Akasha City, you may find the remaining Araloth heavy swords, but those territories fall under the jurisdiction of the Alpha Floating City." "Thank you." Su Cheng placed the heavy sword back into the wooden box and ventured, "Since there exists a sun god sword, is there a moon god sword as well?" His reasoning was simple. If he could acquire both types of swords, He could wield them in both day and night. There is none. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 90. A bountiful gift of low-level resources. How did the task go? Upon returning home, Cheng reached out to the absent-minded one. Just give me another couple of days, and I promise to flood your points, he said, dismissing the frivolity of the situation. The absent-minded one easily crushed the head of a raider, boasting that that's the last one. Another bounty completed. Am I not handsome? He struck a few ostentatious poses, causing Cheng to twitch his lips in annoyance. Come back, he replied, although he had discovered a lead honor in the fighting arena. His hunter level still required enhancement. The information contained within the hunter cards was extensive, potentially useful in the future. The date was rapidly approaching for the S-Rank Hunter Promotion Conference that Zhang Jie had mentioned. All right, but I'm not done playing yet. By the way, many are investigating you today, but they mean no harm. I took care of them beforehand, he added. I know they wish to uncover my true identity. With Remy in the black market, it's unlikely they would act against him, though I remain unaware of Remy's true identity. Her residence in the Central Villa district suggests she possesses an extraordinary background. However, this situation was unsustainable. He needed to find time to consult Remy regarding the specifics. After ending the communication, Cheng opened the wooden crate containing the Araloth greatsword. As dusk approached, the sword felt heavier and dulled, losing its ethereal glow and appearing somewhat antiquated. He swung it with all his might, producing a deep, resonant sound of slicing air. A strike from this sword would surely leave the enemy bruised and battered. In contrast to the high-energy laser long knives developed by Light Science and Technology, Cheng preferred the Araloth greatsword. Unfortunately, it was challenging to unleash its full potential on Earth, where a weak radiation layer and barriers prevented sunlight from fully penetrating, casting a yellowish hue over the skies. Even at noon, the Araloth greatsword could not exhibit its true power unless Earth could revert to the environment of the old century. Soon, Savadalina delivered 4 large iron crates. After placing them outside the door, she left immediately. Once Cheng moved the crates indoors and opened them, he was astonished by the lavishness of the contents. He calculated that the items within were worth at least 100,000 Alliance coins. For context, a limited edition Roar Pro supercar costs merely 25,000 Alliance coins. In another example, consider that an individual consumes 2 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution daily, each costing 5 Alliance coins, totaling 10 per day. This is already a comfortable lifestyle, as most people manage with just 1 bottle a day. Currently, the remnants of humanity, plagued by weak radiation and environmental pollution while limited to inferior nutrient solutions, have an average lifespan of merely 40 years. This implies that a person can survive a lifetime on just 73,000 Alliance coins. Before him lay resources sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. Cheng quickly began to inventory the items: 20 sets of E-level mechanical prosthetics, 20 titanium alloy tank swords, 1,000 bottles of low-quality nutrient solutions, and 20 sets of low-level protective gear, a bountiful harvest. It felt akin to a premium loot box from a game. Moreover, there was an Araloth greatsword, more valuable than all these items combined. He also retrieved the gifts from the village chief and combined them with his previous stock, activating the dimensional eye. He commenced synthesis and upgrades. Synthesis: C-level mechanical prosthetic X1, B-level combat prosthetic X1, A-level combat prosthetic X1. Synthesis: high-energy laser long knife X1, particle cutting long knife X1. Synthesis: fine gold protective gear X1, high-level protective gear X1. Synthesis: high-grade nutrient solution X20, basic enhancement fluid X120. What abundance! Mastery of a skill was essential. This was far more efficient than trading nutrient solutions and mechanical prosthetics. However, it could attract unwanted attention. He only needed 4 more sets of E-level mechanical prosthetics to synthesize and upgrade into a symbiotic battle armor. The high-energy laser long knife was ready for direct synthesis and upgrade as soon as the absent-minded one returned. The evening's mission would conveniently provide opportunities to acquire several prosthetics, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Now, his duration of perception lasted merely 12 seconds. Further enhancement could extend this duration. He wondered if, upon completing all upgrades. He could maintain a constant state of perception long enough to sustain a battle. After organizing everything, Cheng exhaled deeply. He could not afford a moment's pause in synthesis and upgrades. The more he investigated malevolent organizations, the more he recognized the remarkable strength of each individual involved. As his own power grew, he encountered higher tiers, revealing the immeasurable might and influence of the elite and new humans within Future City. Previously, he could never have approached this level. This was the essence of broadened horizons. He must continue to grow stronger. He touched his right eye, without the dimensional eye. Vengeance would have remained an elusive dream. Shaking off his thoughts, he glanced at the storage boxes overflowing in his home, furrowing his brow. He needed a larger storage solution. The new house must include a dedicated safe. Alas, if only he possessed a bag like those in Legends, capable of accommodating an array of items. He cast his gaze at the iron crates, pondering whether they could be considered technological artifacts, given their human-made origins. Locking failed, while they contained some metal smelting technology. It is minimal. Prompt. Daily necessities cannot be synthesized or upgraded. Please select a product of higher technological content. Cheng was not surprised. If iron crates could be synthesized or upgraded, he could effortlessly create transdimensional items. Yet, perhaps in the future, he might synthesize and upgrade a technological storage solution. After all, on this forsaken planet, technology remained woefully inadequate. True future technology might only be glimpsed in Future City. Hey, I'm back. The absent-minded one entered through the back door, instantly reverting to his diminutive form. He tossed his weapons and clothing aside, leaping onto the sofa, controller in hand, reaching out to Cheng with the other. Today was exhausting. Those raiders were incredibly strong. I had to exert tremendous effort to defeat them. And I had to be wary of those fools trailing me. Without a high-grade energy block, recovery would be impossible. Activate Ape God. Chapter 91. Glimmering Crystal, V-shaped oscillating blade. Synthesis, Advanced Energy Block. Advanced Energy Block contains 1024 units of pure energy, capable of sustaining the energy consumption of large robots, engineering machinery, and heavy transport vehicles for a month. It can provide 128 beams of full power output. The extraction and manufacturing process is complex and challenging, belonging to second-dimensional technology. Cheng directly synthesized an advanced energy block. The primary energy block appeared as an irregular blue fragment roughly the size of a peanut. The intermediate energy block took the form of a blue cube the size of a walnut. The advanced energy block was also a blue cube, now the size of a ping-pong ball, with a small white luminescent core inside. He had never synthesized a higher-grade energy block, as it was unnecessary, leaving him unaware of what more advanced versions entailed. Cheng took out several intermediate energy blocks, intended for the mindless and the high-energy laser blade. He wanted to experiment and see what lay beyond the advanced grade. Synthesis, Advanced Energy Block X1. Synthesis, Glimmering Crystal. Glimmering Crystal, extracted from pure natural mineral energy. Its mining is exceedingly difficult, and the extraction process is highly complex, containing 4,098 units of pure energy. It serves as the optimal energy source for advanced combat machines, capable of providing 384 beams of full power output. It belongs to second-dimensional technology. What? A glimmering crystal? The mindless sensed a powerful wave of energy and immediately turned to gaze at the egg-sized blue-purple energy block in Cheng's hand. At the center of the energy block was a white luminescent core the size of an egg yolk. Give it to me. This is delectable. With its inherent plasma energy, why would one need an energy block? Cheng stowed the glimmering crystal away and synthesized another advanced energy block, tossing it to the mindless. Come on, you stingy miser. The mindless pouted, swallowing the advanced energy block whole. Indeed, we possess plasma energy, but it's not infinite. Supplementing our energy allows us to unleash our full combat potential during battles. Every skirmish consumes energy. Plasma energy merely ensures our basic operations. With an output of only 96 beams, insufficient for prolonged high-load combat. The advanced energy block can sustain high-load battles for robots. But the output of the glimmering crystal is several times that of the advanced energy block. We needn't worry about combat loads. Energy is abundant. Oh, I see. The parameters of the glimmering crystal indeed surpass those of the advanced energy block. This implies you are a gluttonous beast. Su Cheng's lips twitched. The advanced energy block is remarkably expensive, several times the cost of high-grade nutrient solutions. In all scenarios, energy blocks are essential, leading to significant consumption. Most remnants have modified their cybernetic organs, which also consume energy blocks, thus increasing demand. Lower-grade energy blocks are inexpensive because they are scraps, aptly termed low-grade energy fragments. However, intermediate and advanced blocks are standard energy blocks, thus their prices soar. Not to mention the glimmering crystal, with its higher energy density and output power. Yet, even with an output of 96 beams, I am already unmatched, so lacking advanced energy blocks is not an issue. The mindless raised an eyebrow in a show of arrogance. Though it lacked eyebrows in its disguised state. Su Cheng cast a sidelong glance at him, picking up the high-energy laser blade from the ground for fusion and upgrade. Synthesis, V-shaped oscillating blade. V-shaped oscillating blade, a powerful cutting weapon that can integrate into cybernetics. It has no amplifications but elevates cutting performance to an extraordinary level. Crafted from rare Kuan steel, it belongs to second-dimensional technology. The description was brief, emphasizing a singular performance, cutting. This weapon was on par with the symbiotic battle armor. Lacking a glamorous appearance, special features, or enhancements, it was solely about cutting. Its cutting capability must be extraordinary. Su Cheng grasped the bright white, handle-less long blade. Measuring approximately 1 meters in length, it possessed a V-shape. Holding its base, he effortlessly sliced through the ground, as if cutting through paper, summoning the symbiotic battle armor. His hand armor immediately enveloped the V-shaped oscillating blade, which then transformed into a white liquid metal, merging with the black liquid metal of the armor. Like the symbiotic battle armor, he could extend or retract the V-shaped oscillating blade at will through thought. With a sound, the V-shaped oscillating blade, now fused with the symbiotic battle armor, bore dark red and black patterns. Su Cheng swiped his hand, and the sharp blade sliced through the air in silence. The metallic frame before him was severed cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. With a whoosh, the blade retracted into the armor. Convenient and sharp. Indeed. Surpassing Level A has opened new avenues in the design of all weapons in cybernetics. Not only has the performance significantly increased, but they are also more portable with improved compatibility. Stay put at home. I'll fetch a few oranges. I'll be out for a moment. Su Cheng donned his hunter attire, opting not to carry a firearm, as this mission was primarily about stealth and retrieval. Carrying a gun would attract too much attention. Hey. If danger arises, call me. Don't act recklessly. The mindless continued pressing the controller without turning back. Here. Su Cheng tossed the glimmering crystal over. Use it when needed. It was initially meant for the mindless, yet he enjoyed teasing him. All right, cousin, you're quite considerate. The mindless cheerfully caught the glimmering crystal, scrutinizing it. But in the game, the Destiny character, left unmonitored, was swiftly eliminated by a boss. Damn it, I died again. Su Cheng exited through the back door, lowering his hat's brim, and contacted Yang Siki. I am ready. Can we proceed now? Are you prepared? Yang Siki rubbed her eyes. Having just woken up from resting her head on the table, she lifted her head, a glistening droplet of saliva trailing from the table. Extending her delicate tongue to lick it, she opened the map share. Head to the core base of Death Rock in Zone B. Contact me upon arrival. But do not enter yet. Wait outside. Su Cheng nodded, inquiring, May I ask what exactly we are retrieving? It is something from the distant Arkasha city-state. Related to Future City. Arkasha city-state. ISNT that the city-state mentioned by Rose. If the item pertains to Future City, it likely ISNT the Ariluo Greatsword. Moreover, Yang Siki, being a hacker, wouldn't be interested in a sword. Su Cheng ventured to ask, is it a component of the Future City key? How do you know? Yang Siki immediately became alert, her eyes widening. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, I am aware of this item, but not its specific purpose. I can't just tell her I already possess 2 pieces. Indeed, the Future City key component is not merely a pass to Future City. It is also a key to connect with it. Yang Siki explained. Various families tightly control it as it symbolizes their power. As you know, Earth has been abandoned for centuries, with technology lagging far behind. Only in Future City does humanity's new era of super technology exist. To communicate with Future City, one must possess the Future City key component, which is why all organizations covet it. Chapter 90. Rock Paradise, Infiltrating the Target Warehouse. So, do you wish to visit Future City, or merely establish contact with it? Cheng swiftly traversed from the rooftop to Area B. Upon his arrival, he sought refuge in a concealed alley and descended to the street. Naturally, the destination was Future City. Yang Siki replied without hesitation. However, my intention is not to seek a better life there, but rather to engage with superior hacking technologies. The equipment necessary for accessing the source network can only be found in airborne cities like Future City. Cheng nodded, recognizing that each individual held their own reasons for venturing to Future City. Ultimately, it is the place where dreams can be realized. As for Earth, let us leave it at that. Once you arrive, contact me. I'll freshen up. Yang Siki patted her delicate face and ended the communication. Cheng lowered his gaze and continued walking. Suddenly, he sensed an almost imperceptible gaze upon him from behind. He walked on, casually glancing back. A middle-aged man with black hair held a newspaper, feigning interest as he strolled. Cheng paid him no mind and pressed on. It was likely someone from the black market. He had ventured into the street to mislead them. Quickly turning into a pitch-black alley, he leapt onto the rooftop and slightly turned to observe below. Soon, the black-haired man rushed to the alley's entrance, scanning anxiously for Cheng's figure. Cheng withdrew and continued toward the coordinates mapped out before him. Damn it! The middle-aged man activated his communication device. The shadow appeared on Kuan Street in Area B. Vanishing after entering an alley, he must have noticed me. There's a high probability he resides in Area B. Understood. Increase surveillance in Area B and ensure to remain undetected. Confirm his true identity and report immediately. As the moonlight thickened, the familiar dark and windy night returned. The familiar gang, Death Rock, was present, but this time they were not in the revelry camp. Cheng arrived at a brightly lit amusement park. Adorned with many abandoned attractions, their colorful lights flickering. A rusted Ferris wheel had been repurposed into a watchtower, with guards stationed atop. The ticket booth at the entrance had transformed into a guard post. Each person entering or exiting was required to verify their identity. I have arrived. Cheng concealed himself within an abandoned supermarket across from the amusement park, sharing visual access. I see it. You must find a way to blend in. If you attempt to storm in, they may relocate the goods. Cheng scanned the surroundings of the amusement park. There were no viable spots for stealthy infiltration. High walls surrounded the area, topped with electrified fences. Guard posts were stationed at all entrances and exits, with searchlights scanning the vicinity. Gaining entry would prove exceedingly challenging. They have jam signals within the park, making it impossible for me to directly disable their surveillance without raising their suspicion. Yang Siki furrowed her brow, suddenly noticing a puddle of water on the table. She hurriedly wiped it away, casting a furtive glance at Cheng to ensure she wasn't seen. Then exhaled in relief. Moreover, due to the arrival of significant cargo tonight, they have heightened their defenses, with personnel stationed everywhere, and surveillance and inspections are exceedingly strict. Cheng raised an eyebrow. This means I must enter through their front or other entrances, without disabling their surveillance, and infiltrate like a ghost beneath the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yang Siki nodded in agreement. Precisely. Cheng rested his chin on one hand, deep in thought. He could potentially utilize the infinite gateway to allow Yang Siki to bypass their jamming and disable their surveillance. However, such an action would undoubtedly raise their alertness. Additionally, he was reluctant to reveal too much of the infinite gateway's capabilities. To infiltrate silently, Cheng surveyed the street. He departed from the supermarket, positioning himself approximately 500 meters away from Rock Paradise to wait. Are you planning to wait for a vehicle? Yang Siki discerned his intention. Cheng nodded. Yes. Either inside the vehicle or beneath it would suffice. Yang Siki frowned slightly, producing a spicy strip, but they will conduct checks, and they may scan beneath the vehicle. Ouch. That is spicy. Cheng crouched behind a large dumpster, waiting. Soon, a cargo truck approached. Cheng eyed the driver, then promptly emerged from behind the dumpster. Leaping onto the back of the truck as it passed, He then crawled underneath the vehicle. The driver, with multicolored hair and various accessories, bore an exaggerated appearance, likely a member of Death Rock. Before long, the truck arrived at the entrance of Rock Paradise. A guard scanned the truck with a circular device, revealing the entire internal structure of the cargo truck to the guard's augmented vision. Yet, once the truck fully entered the amusement park, he failed to detect Su Cheng hidden beneath. Yang Siki exclaimed in disbelief. You just slipped in like that? Indeed, with a little trickery. The Infinite Gateway can obscure radar scans, rendering the guard unable to see him. However, I require your assistance in adjusting the camera angles. There is no need to incapacitate their entire surveillance. Just redirect the cameras in areas I need to traverse. Surveillance remains a concern. The monitoring system is visual. Even though the Infinite Gateway can shield against radar and infrared scans, it cannot obscure the cameras. Yang Siki tilted her head. It's feasible. A slight adjustment of a few cameras should not raise suspicion. However, I need to get closer to control them. The jamming network inside is potent, and my equipment is limited. No need. Through me, you will not be obstructed. Try it. You should be able to access the entire surveillance view. Really? Yang Siki immediately attempted to connect to the surveillance network of Rock Paradise through Su Cheng as a conduit. It's actually working. She was astonished to find herself unimpeded, seamlessly entering the surveillance system without needing to breach any firewalls. Most importantly, it seemed the opposition had not detected her presence at all. What did you do to the external neural interface I provided you? Yang Siki was utterly perplexed. If Su Cheng possessed hacking skills, he would not require her collaboration, nor would he allow her to infiltrate the surveillance. Yet, if he lacked such skills, he wielded equipment far superior to hers. This was utterly absurd. Now is not the time for such discussions. The truck soon arrived at the parking lot and came to a halt. Su Cheng waited for the driver to leave before cautiously crawling out from beneath the vehicle. The parking lot was near the wall, and a camera was positioned directly towards this location. Rest assured, I have already adjusted the camera angles in advance. I have constructed their entire map network. As long as I can access their network, Yang Siki's hacking abilities are indisputable. Referring to the shared map, I have marked the location of the cargo within a secret warehouse. Just be mindful to avoid detection, and I will adjust the camera angles according to your position. Su Cheng held great confidence in Yang Siki, having collaborated successfully several times. Now clad in black attire, he was well suited for stealth. An hour later, he had skillfully evaded all eyes and successfully infiltrated the vicinity of the target warehouse. However, four guards were stationed at the entrance. Su Cheng frowned. Can you employ hacking to render them unable to see me? If I can breach their photonic brain firewall, I can induce an illusion in their visual system, making them unable to see you. Yang Siki's delicate fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Simple. Su Cheng immediately established communication with the four guards using the Infinite Gateway, re-entering the network universe. A window appeared before him, akin to the previous connection with the microbots. It could also connect to the four guardians. Has our communication network gained an additional member? It seems, not really, just the four of us. How peculiar. Could it be an illusion? You must have indulged in too many dreams, leaving your body weakened, haha. Chapter 93. The Trap, Charge Out. With the assurance of infiltrating the enemy's network, possessing hacking skills can effortlessly resolve numerous issues, particularly for a top-tier hacker like Yang Siki. As long as the equipment remains unrestricted, her abilities can prove immensely beneficial during combat. The moment she established communication with the four guards, Yang Siki concealed her data. Although the Infinite Gateway enabled communication, it did not render her invisible. Its data would still appear within the adversary's network. This was entirely different from merely intervening in surveillance. Controlling surveillance involved sending a command that would go unnoticed unless someone actively investigated for signs of intrusion. However, the human brain is perpetually alert. Thus, it would detect extraneous information. Yet, it is possible to deceive the brain through the means of information masquerading or creating illusions. Yang Siki not only disguised her data, but also infiltrated their visual nerves. Even the eyes of the organic bodies would be affected. Since the cyborgs inherently possessed backup photon brains, Yang Siki sent erroneous visual signals to their organic brains via these reserves, be it prosthetic or organic eyes. Both transmit signals to the brain, thus both could be influenced. It was feasible. Yang Siki exhaled deeply, but your actions must be swift. I am continuously transmitting signals to their photon brains based on the images they currently perceive, thus their vision remains frozen at this moment. However, should they notice the images are perpetually identical, their brains will grow suspicious, and the deception will falter. Understood. Cheng glanced around to ensure no one else was present. Subtly adjusted the angles of all surveillance cameras, and boldly stepped out from the corner. Indeed, the four individuals appeared oblivious to his presence, as if he were invisible. Standing right before them. What do you suppose that object is? The boss is being rather cryptic about it. I have no idea, but it is undoubtedly significant. Do you think someone might attempt to steal it? What nonsense! With so many guards outside and the boss having dispatched a war machine, who would dare enter? They'd be courting death. Is there any possibility of theft? Absolutely not. This place is riddled with surveillance and radar systems, not to mention signal jammers. Not even a fly could infiltrate. Listening to their conversation, Cheng walked past them and entered the transparent warehouse behind them. In the center of the warehouse sat a silver hexagonal metal box. Huh, did it just get windy? What the hell? That was just me passing gas. Damn. No wonder it smells so foul. Have you been constipated for days? Cheng fixed his gaze on the box. It bore a red fist emblem, intricately carved with the image of an eye. Surrounding the eye were 6 lines representing sight. This box was indeed the emblem of the Akasha city-state. Yang Siki excitedly observed the box. Be quick. The box has a special mechanism that cannot be opened casually. Once we retrieve it, I will figure out how to unlock it. Cheng nodded, picked up the box, and turned around, although a sense of unease lingered within him. Everything had proceeded too smoothly. Despite the cooperation of the Infinite Gateway and Yang Siki, even the most meticulously arranged defenses appeared futile. However, this was the key to Future City. The core stronghold of Death Rock. It seemed implausible that infiltrating would be so effortless. Moreover, the box seemed like bait, specifically placed within a transparent storage room. Indeed, just as he was about to exit the transparent warehouse, four metallic walls suddenly descended from above, trapping him inside. What? How was the mechanism triggered? Could it be someone? Impossible. We've been standing here the whole time. Surely, no one can turn invisible. What a joke. Wait, why do I feel like the images I see are repeating? Damn it. I feel the same. Now that's it. Someone must have entered. At that moment, alarms blared. Suddenly, a triangular blade pierced through the metallic wall, swiftly carving out a rectangular door. Damn, so there really is someone. But this is G3 alloy, a supercarbon chain type. How could it be cut through? This stuff is 100 times stronger than Titanium-Tungsten alloy, military grade. How could any weapon slice through it so easily? At this moment, their brains. Now alert, the style has transformed into something so wild, contrasting sharply with the previous caution and the strategic utilization of advantageous factors in battle. Who runs like this? Instead of using the door, one charges straight in. Is it merely to save time? You are utterly bizarre. Chapter 94. Swift elimination, evasive maneuvers. Returning the way one came, or taking the conventional route would inevitably lead to various obstructions. Cheng smashed through a stone wall once more. During the infiltration, he had observed the sheer number of adversaries and weapons present. Thus, taking the usual path would only heighten the peril. While your assessment is indeed correct, your approach is rather extreme, Yang Siki remarked, taken aback by Cheng's unconventional choice. Yet, it was evident that Cheng remained the composed individual he always was. What appeared to be an outrageous decision was, in fact, a well-considered conclusion. Charging directly was undoubtedly the swiftest and most optimal course of action, albeit requiring formidable equipment. Moreover, his rapid enhancement in strength raised questions. Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? As long as the objective is achieved, the method is of little consequence. Cheng replied with a grin. Before him loomed the war machine described by the guards. The previous foes had been feeble. The minions of the carnival camp were weak. And with his complete symbiotic battle armor, he had secured comprehensive defense. His options for combat had expanded significantly. How could a ZZ for war machine possibly be found within a modest gang? Yang Siki exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the 3-meter-tall tank-like contraption. The war machine sported two electromagnetic cannons atop its shoulders, boasting destructive power far beyond that of mere firearms. These were armor-piercing heavy artillery. Its hands wielded dual 10-barreled kinetic rotary cannons, and it was equipped with a 24-tube high-explosive rocket launcher, capable of housing 128 explosive rockets. This was indeed a mobile artillery platform, a terrestrial monstrosity engineered solely for warfare. How could military-grade machinery exist within a gang? The Death Rockers are merely a minor faction. This seems quite incongruous. As the War Machine's single eye locked on Su Cheng, Yang Siki cautioned, "Be wary. It possesses ultra-carbon chain G3 alloy armor, exhibiting exceptional strength. Even high-energy laser blades would struggle to breach it instantly. Furthermore, it is armed with electromagnetic cannons, rocket launchers, and kinetic machine guns." "I understand," Su Cheng acknowledged, charging towards the war machine. "Once I eliminate it, none within the rock paradise will be able to impede my progress." Blood Rage form, 100%. Activate. Perception unveiled. In an instant, the world around him slowed. The war machine's electromagnetic cannons flickered with energy, while its kinetic cannons began their slow rotation, expelling orange flames as bullets were discharged. A rocket was launched from its rear, its miniature engine igniting and propelling it towards Su Cheng. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced. "Do not charge recklessly." Yang Siki's voice seemed to stretch in slow motion. A shadow darted past. A glint of white light sliced upward through the war machine. Crack! The shadow seized the rocket and thrust it into the gaping wound of the war machine. Boom! The explosion enveloped both the shadow and the war machine in flames. "It possesses G3 alloy armor." Yang Siki's words trailed off as she witnessed the war machine, which had only just discharged a few bullets and was still charging its electromagnetic cannons, sustain a colossal breach from the explosion of its own high-explosive rocket. She stood frozen in disbelief. The G3 alloy was undoubtedly the pinnacle of armor in the wasteland, designed for battle. Yet, before Su Cheng's weaponry, it crumbled as if it were mere paper. Remarkably, Su Cheng emerged unscathed from the explosion of high-explosive rockets, which were anything but ordinary. Since it cannot withstand its own armor-piercing artillery, the solution is to eliminate it before it can strike, Su Cheng remarked nonchalantly, charging toward the final wall. Yang Siki closed her gaping mouth. "Phew. Thank goodness I teamed up with you. Otherwise, acquiring this key would have been a daunting task." The rock paradise was not a place one could infiltrate and exit with ease. Without the infinite gateway, Yang Siki would have been unable to control the surveillance, making successful infiltration nearly impossible. The myriad radar scans and warehouse alarms presented insurmountable obstacles, even if one managed to enter. Being trapped by G3 alloy walls would render escape futile. Reaching those walls would only invite an onslaught from the Death Rockers. A frontal assault would be even more arduous, given the military machines, numerous personnel, and an arsenal of weapons. Even A-grade cybernetics and implants might not withstand such force. Moreover, how many complete sets of A-grade cybernetics and implants could the wasteland possibly possess? The war machine was armed with weaponry capable of countering armor, with comprehensive fire coverage. Ordinary weapons would struggle to incapacitate it, leaving one vulnerable to its devastating artillery. If not for Su Cheng's symbiotic battle armor, original implants, and the activation of his first sequence abilities, it would have been impossible to dispatch the war machine with such ease. Therefore, while this infiltration appeared straightforward, any other individual would likely have failed miserably. Without any essential equipment, success would have been unattainable. Su Cheng possessed all the requisite elements for rapid success. Coupled with his keen judgment and Yang Siki's hacking expertise, they managed to accomplish this task with an air of apparent ease. But your direction is flawed. The back door is to the south. Are you intending to? Yang Siki noticed that Su Cheng was running in the opposite direction. Behind the northern district lay a river. Indeed, just as you surmised. Su Cheng leaped into the water. Upon submerging, his symbiotic battle armor's feet transformed slightly, revealing two miniature pump-style thrusters. He propelled himself swiftly towards his objective. Damn, who on earth is that, capable of annihilating a war machine in an instant? It's utterly terrifying. Since when did the wasteland harbor such formidable individuals? That is military machinery. We are doomed. The goods have been stolen, and the boss will surely be furious. What do we do now? This is a disaster. That guy's cybernetic body cannot be pierced by bullets, and he possesses incredible speed and strength, effortlessly slicing through G3 alloy as if it were paper. What are we to do? Exactly. If anyone dares to blame us, let them come forward. Let them try. What are you all staring at? Pursue him. He must have headed north. Send everyone after him. We must retrieve the goods. Immediately, the crowd resumed their chase. Some launched speedboats while others turned back to drive, attempting to intercept him from the front. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the rock paradise, Cheng crawled into a rainwater pipe. The city's drainage system was tall and wide, resembling a tunnel. 200 meters ahead, there was a manhole. Ascending from there and heading south for 5 kilometers would lead him to the taxi pickup point. Cheng glanced back at the river's surface, relieved no one was in pursuit. He had studied the map while in the warehouse. Unmanned taxis were located south of the rock paradise. However, should he charge directly south, the Death Rockers would undoubtedly pursue him there as well. The southern area was filled with broad streets, making escape challenging. Thus, he opted for the opposite northern route, which conveniently featured a river. Once he leaped into the water, tracking him would become exceedingly difficult, as the traces would be hard to trace. Moreover, once submerged, he would not swim north but rather in an east-west direction. Ultimately, he chose to surface from the rainwater pipe and then head south. Although this route took him on a longer detour, it afforded him control over the situation rather than being passively pursued. He charged northward relentlessly, which instilled a false sense of security in the harbingers of death. Additionally, his erratic eastward movements contributed to the misdirection, even when they discerned traces. Realizing their ascent from the storm drain, the intricate network of pathways posed a formidable challenge for their search. 2 misdirections, coupled with the convoluted drainage system, significantly exacerbated the difficulty of their pursuit. Guiding the harbingers of death along this path only intensified the arduousness of the search. The journey proceeded with unexpected ease. Although the harbingers of death expanded their search along the river, they remained oblivious to the precise location of Sioux City. It was only upon his arrival at the deserted alley that the harbingers of death finally located the storm drain. Damn it, dispatch more personnel. We must locate that individual. Wait a moment, Captain. The boss just sent word. He said there's no need to search anymore. What? No more searching? We lost a war machine and our belongings were stolen. Are you certain? Indeed, it's the boss's directive. Chapter 95. Key 03, Dauntless Symbiotic Armor. The autonomous taxi swiftly arrived at the old city apartment building. Familiar faces, familiar gazes. Cheng, already attired in prearranged garments, approached Yang Siki's door and rapped gently. Click. The door swung open. Yang Siki, her hair arranged in pigtails, stood in the doorway. Let me examine your brain-computer interface. Cheng averted his gaze. It's irremovable now. He wished to conceal the dimensional eye, thus fabricating a pretext to preclude its removal for scrutiny. You dare deceive me. Yang Siki glared fiercely at Cheng. Truly, behold. Cheng inclined his head, drawing closer. How in the world did you accomplish this? It bears no resemblance to the brain-computer interface I provided. Yang Siki scrutinized the silver infinity gateway with meticulous attention. Their proximity was such that her warm breath caressed Cheng's neck, eliciting a slight tickle. I chanced upon a sage's guidance, who imparted a minor upgrade to your external brain-computer interface. Cheng straightened, touching his neck. Should you be capable of further enhancements, I might attempt another augmentation, potentially yielding success. I place no credence in your words. Yang Siki curled her lip, regarding Cheng with disdain. If you are disinclined to divulge, so be it. Refrain from concocting pretexts to mislead me. With that, the 165-meter Yang Siki, her large head leading, leaped up to head at him. Caught unawares, Cheng failed to react, and her head collided squarely with his chest. Even his physique, fortified through repeated enhancements, felt a dull ache from the impact. Next time, be forthright with me, understood? Yang Siki menaced, her tone fierce. Cheng, helpless, massaged his chest and nodded. This white-haired, large-headed imp possessed considerable force. Humph. Yang Siki desisted from further inquiry, though her curiosity remained piqued. After all, This was not merely a device capable of bypassing firewalls to establish communication forcibly, but also a gateway to the source network. Moreover, it had been fashioned into a brain-computer interface, a feat that transcended her comprehension. However, she surmised it was a secret best left unprobed. Furthermore, her primary interest lay in hacking techniques, not hardware fabrication. She retrieved the metal case, extracting a data cable from her palm and inserting it directly into the case's interface. Instantly, countless lines of code cascaded through her eyes. The case incorporates encryption, but it poses little challenge to me. Cheng inquired with curiosity. Besides the clenched fist emblem representing the Akashic city-state, what does the eye engraving signify? An eye? I know not, likely merely a decorative motif. Soon, with a soft hiss, the metal case sprang open. Within lay a future city key component, bearing the number 09. Magnificent! Yang Siki exclaimed joyously. Seizing the key component, a future city key component coveted by all families, now in my possession. Cheng stroked the 01 and 03 key components nestled in his bosom. How many components constitute a complete key? Yang Siki, holding the component, resumed her seat. 9 components are required to assemble a complete key, essential for navigating the high-energy particle shield and dwelling in future city. Cheng nodded, implying that not only were 9 pieces necessary, but the numbers must also ascend sequentially from 01 to 09. This future city key does not originate from the Akashic city-state, but was acquired by them. Yang Siki connected the key to her computer. The Akashic city-state falls under the jurisdiction of the Bear Federation Sky City. This key belongs to Neon City, another city under future city's dominion. I see. But now it has meandered to the wasted city. Though Cheng also coveted this key, he refrained from taking it. Keys likely existed in abundance, probably one for each city. Mission accomplished. I shall take my leave. Very well. I shall summon you again should news of keys surface. Agreed. Just as Cheng reached the doorway, a thought struck him. I require 4 sets of E-grade mechanical prosthetics. Forthwith. Can you procure them? Yang Siki turned back, her curiosity piqued. You possess superior prosthetics. Why the need for the most rudimentary? Cheng smiled. A secret. Humph. I have no desire to know. Yang Siki unwrapped a white lollipop and placed it in her mouth. They shall be delivered to you anon. Remember to remit my due of snacks tomorrow. Very well. I shall transfer the funds to you. Cheng summoned his identity chip. An awkward realization dawned. Insufficient funds. After deducting the cost of the intermediate energy block, a mere 1024 alliance credits remained. It appeared he needed to earn some credits as a contingency. Moreover, he needed to acquire a vehicle, a feat beyond the reach of his current resources. As for housing, in this era, dwellings stood vacant. Outside the inner city, an abundance of housing existed. Few sought to purchase them. I require not your funds. Consider it recompense for this mission. Depart now. Yang Siki pouted, waving him off impatiently. Thank you. Cheng smiled faintly and exited the room. Humph. Yang Siki glanced at the closed door, unwilling to confide in me, yet seeking my aid. Do you presume brain-computer interfaces are easily crafted? With that, she reluctantly retrieved her tools from the drawer. What addled brain would assist you? Oh. You have returned. Brainless glanced listlessly at Cheng before resuming his game. Cheng curled his lip. Noob, getting pummeled. I shall assist you anon. Heh. Brainless chuckled dryly, extending a hand in a gesture of amity. There is an item outside the door. Cheng consulted the monitor. It was the mechanical prosthetics Yang Siki had procured. Swift indeed. He retrieved the case into the room, closed the door, and opened it. Within lay 4 complete sets of E-grade mechanical prosthetics. He exhumed all the previously synthesized prosthetics. Activating the dimensional eye, he initiated synthesis and upgrades. Synthesis, symbiotic armor 1. Cheng then summoned the symbiotic armor from within his body. 2 masses of liquid metal levitated before him. Continue synthesis. The 2 masses of liquid metal instantly coalesced, churning and undulating in a crimson glow. Finally, they fused into a fixed form. Synthesis, dauntless symbiotic armor, V-type concussion long blade. Dauntless symbiotic armor, a perfectly optimized second-generation symbiotic armor, the official model. It rectifies the shortcomings of the first-generation symbiotic armor while significantly enhancing performance by 85. 7. Armor Enhancement, permanently and comprehensively amplifying the symbiote's physical strength by 10. Addition of a conventional form, functioning as clothing that adapts to the wearer, suitable for everyday wear, transformable form 1. Combat form, transforming into armor. Augmentation of real-time monitoring of the wearer's physical data. Addition of an enemy database, capable of recording and analyzing basic enemy data. Addition of an energy reserve core, providing energy storage for the next-tier energy shield. Addition of fixed weapon storage, hand blades 2, V-type concussion long blade 1, heavy melee weapon fixed device 1 on the back. Melee weapon fixed device 2 on the waist. Capable of connecting to various new technological weapons, assisting in aiming and recording magazine capacity and energy storage. Automatically correcting trajectory based on various factors. Integrating high intelligence and formidable combat prowess. It can derive combat skills through combat or training, relying on the use of weapons. Belonging to second-dimensional technology. Evidently, the first-generation symbiotic armor was an experimental model. While its performance was formidable, it lacked many electronic functions. The second-generation Dauntless was the official model. Not only was its performance significantly enhanced, but it also integrated all the electronic functions it should have possessed. Additionally, there are various weapon attachment points, making the transportation of arms considerably more convenient. Furthermore, the liquid metal of the symbiotic battle armor has been consolidated into a pentagram-shaped metallic box, adorned in black and red hues. This is presumably a designated energy chamber. And in the next phase of the symbiotic battle armor, an energy shield will also be available for use. Most importantly, its sole drawback has been eliminated. There will be no more need to run about naked after each utilization of the symbiotic battle armor. Chapter 96. The Second Amplification, the Eye of Deconstruction. A message appeared within the Eye of Dimensions. Upon donning the fearless grade symbiotic battle armor for the first time, the position of the fixed energy chamber is established. Henceforth, it may be upgraded directly without removal. Of course, the progress of the dimensional limit enhancement is at 5,201,314. The current enhancement of the dimensional limit progressed at a much swifter pace than before. The village chief and Rose had provided abundant resources, coupled with the increasingly advanced technological products being synthesized for upgrades. Consequently, the experience gained was also on the rise. Cheng glanced down, placing the pentagram-shaped metal box not at the center of his chest, but slightly angled towards the upper left side. Should the energy chamber be targeted, it would not reach his heart. Targeting the heart would not be permitted. This was Cheng's intention. His heart was unlike that of others. It was situated on the right side. As the metal box rested upon his pectoral muscle, countless metallic filaments resembling tendrils emerged, penetrating Cheng's body. Instantly, the metal box was firmly affixed, dissolving the fabric of his clothing in that area. Within the unseen layers of muscle, innumerable tendril-like filaments interconnected with every muscle fiber, enveloping his vital organs in a resilient embrace. This was a permanent safeguard, ensuring it would never detach from his body. The fearless grade symbiotic battle armor could also permanently enhance all attributes of the body. This passive enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Though it appeared to be a mere 10% increase, it represented an effortless and enduring augmentation. Once all filaments were connected, the pentagram-shaped metal box transformed into a black and gold, three-dimensional pentagram brooch. With a mere thought, a set of black and red attire began to emanate from the brooch. The original clothing was dissolved, and soon, a suit of black and red work attire materialized. While it resembled ordinary cotton clothing, it was, in fact, a manifestation of liquid metal. Even in its clothing form, it provided commendable protection. Wow, how did you change your outfit? No, wait, is that the battle armor? The dim-witted character, with drooping eyelids, perked up upon seeing Cheng's transformed attire. I have a familiar feeling. You've become significantly more formidable. Cheng nodded. Just a slight upgrade. As his words fell, his attire instantly morphed back into the form of the symbiotic battle armor. The overall shape had not drastically altered, yet it appeared more refined, with sharper angles, suggesting a heightened offensive capability. The energy chamber at the chest bore an intricately designed pentagram brooch with red patterns, exuding elegance. The inner corners of the eyepieces were smaller, giving it a more menacing appearance. A triangular black metal spike protruded from the center of the head, tilting backward. Surrounding the battle armor was a faint, nearly imperceptible layer of black particles. Heartbeat, 108. Physical condition, perfect. Armor status, perfect. Hand weapon, V-type vibrational long blade, status, retracted. Energy chamber, temporarily inaccessible. Implant, original implant. Neural interface, infinite gateway. External temperature, 5 degrees. Within the armor, Su Cheng could perceive a wealth of parameter information. He could also view the status of his implant and the infinite gateway. In the upper right corner, detailed status information for each part of his body was displayed. Whoosh. The V-type vibrational long blade shot forth from the left hand of the armor. The displayed status of the blade shifted from retracted to deployed. Su Cheng retrieved the Illiro heavy sword. The two red pupils on the armor focused on the sword, instantly revealing its basic parameters. Illiro heavy sword. Weight 108 pounds. Blade length 5 meters. Hilt length 30 centimeters. Blade width 30 centimeters. Su Cheng positioned the heavy sword behind him, and the armor automatically adapted, securing the sword firmly in place. However, it did not assimilate it as it had with the V-type vibrational long blade. Unable to assimilate, the armor promptly provided the information. It must be said that the fearless grade symbiotic battle armor was not only more powerful than the first generation, but also far more convenient. With additional features, what would his physical condition be in Blood Fury mode? Su Cheng attempted to unleash the Blood Fury state. 50% unleash. Instantly, veins bulged, and his heart surged with accelerated pumping. Heartbeat, 213. Physical condition, exuberant. Muscle enhancement, cellular activity increased by. As the Blood Fury state commenced, the information displayed on the armor changed accordingly. The normal human heartbeat ranges from 60 to 100 beats per minute. Upon entering the Blood Fury state, it soared to over 200. This was without the onset of combat. Were it not for the symbiotic battle armor and the original implant augmenting his body, a typical human could not endure such a heart rate for long. Su Cheng exited the Blood Fury state, allowing him to better control his physical condition, enabling rational planning of his abilities during combat. Remarkably strong, he flexed his fingers. The armor's fingers could even transform into claw-like shapes. He could distinctly feel the increase in his physical strength. After retrieving the Illiro heavy sword and dismissing the symbiotic battle armor, it flowed back into the brooch at his chest, reverting to the original work attire. Now, he wondered how to activate the armor's final feature. The introduction suggested that combat would generate combat skills. This implied that if he fought using the V-type vibrational long blade or the Illiro heavy sword enough times, he could derive skills, much like the skills attached to Rose's prosthetic. If this were indeed possible, he wished to experiment with deriving skills from the Illiro heavy sword, as its attributes were better suited for him than the V-type vibrational long blade. Looks impressive, though still not a fraction of my prowess. The dim-witted one pouted. Su Cheng chuckled, settling onto the sofa. Let me show you. Watch me defeat the boss in seconds. Sir, I advise against showing off. You might end up with a slap to the face. No, you've reached level 150 and still haven't defeated the white-clad gentleman? Ah, shut up. You also died. You noob. The following day, Su Cheng arose and retrieved a C-grade advanced amplification potion and 2 D-grade amplification potions. Today marked the 5th day, allowing for the second amplification. He first injected the C-grade advanced amplification potion. As the potion coursed through his body, he did not enter the pitch-black void this time. Instead, a tearing sensation emanated from the depths of his soul. He immediately consumed a D-grade amplification potion. As the liquid slowly flowed in, the tearing sensation diminished considerably. Soon, he felt a cold liquid flowing into his left eye, followed by an intense, genuine pain akin to having his eyeball sliced open. However, this sensation swiftly dissipated. The second amplification of the first gene sequence is complete. When using abilities, dominant gene characteristics will manifest. A line of small text appeared once more within the Eye of Dimensions. Dominant characteristics? Su Cheng gazed at his reflection in the mirror, astonished. Perception. To his surprise, he discovered that the pupil of his left eye had transformed into a faint, double-layered golden triangle, resembling a weapon targeting reticle. How could such a change occur? Su Cheng caressed his left eye, marveling at its wonder. Each individual's genetic abilities differ, leading to varied amplification directions in the future. The changes in the body signify the maturation of the amplification process. When utilizing abilities, a unique form will emerge. Each person's transformation is distinct, yet there are certain patterns based on the type of ability. So this was the case. The second amplification signified that his first gene sequence ability had reached maturation. His first gene sequence ability was perception, an ocular capability. Thus, his eyes exhibited a conspicuous change in the pupils due to genetic variation. Each individual undergoes distinct transformations based on their unique abilities. Deconstructed eyes. Combat type ability, potential, extremely high. Chapter 97. Relics, the attack 8 years ago. The Eye of Deconstruction, a remarkably potent ability. While not inherently offensive, it is the most suitable capability for Su Cheng. What exactly is the Eye of Deconstruction? And what are its principles? He attempted to inquire about the Dimension Eye. Eye of Deconstruction. It dissects moving targets into individual frames, processes them in slow motion, and then reconstructs their complete motion trajectory through computation. Each enhancement increases the number of frames analyzed. Should genetic abilities overlap, the Eye of Deconstruction will evolve. Is it akin to the principle of a high-speed camera? The analyzed frames represent each individual image. Thus, a higher frame rate allows one to perceive the enemy's speed as slower. It becomes clearer. The synthesis of analysis and construction yields the Eye of Deconstruction. How powerful! Furthermore, according to the explanation of the Dimension Eye, if his second or even third sequence of genetic abilities pertains to vision, it could further evolve the Eye of Deconstruction. Su Cheng eagerly anticipated what abilities might emerge from such an enhancement. Focus on raising your scores and quickly reach the threshold of a senior hunter. Su Cheng glanced at the mindless gamer who had played all night. What is up? The gamer cheerfully exclaimed. Look, I've already defeated the black bear's spirit. This game is a breeze. Haha, no one can stop me now. I'm off. Su Cheng shook his head just as he opened the door. Wait a moment. The gamer raised his controller. This controller is done for. I'll buy a new one when I return tonight. Su Cheng glanced back. It was quite an antique. Nowadays, everyone uses dream illusions and plays games with sensory helmets. However, armed with the Dimension Eye, he could purchase such obsolete controllers and see if he could synthesize something new from them. All right, I'll check it out tonight. With that, Su Cheng stepped out and turned to contact Yang Siki. Hey, are you there? Yang Siki blinked her drowsy eyes, her disheveled white hair cascading over her face. Her voice slightly nasal. What is up? I've transferred 500 to you. Buy some old models or lower-spec gaming consoles. No dream illusions or sensory helmets. Get as many as you can. Even the most basic entertainment items are pricier than daily necessities. Old antiques are hard to come by. And he only knew that Yang Siki could procure them. You rascal, calling me this early just to buy game consoles? Do you take me for a shopping agent? Don't bother me anymore. Yang Siki grumbled weakly before hanging up, muttering about whose bright idea it was to buy for him. She lazily rolled over in her bed and groggily accessed the dark web, purchasing various gaming items without realizing how much she had spent before drifting back to sleep. At Sophia's residence, Su Cheng knocked on the door. Creak. Sophia opened the door and, upon seeing Su Cheng, nodded slightly. Come in. As Su Cheng entered the room, he noticed a memorial portrait of Sergei hanging on the wall. He has passed away. Sophia gazed at the photograph with a deep sigh. He requested cremation and asked me to give you his prosthetics and implants, believing you might find them useful. Sophia produced a box crafted from special metal, equipped with a data screen. He was infected with the Black Death virus, so both the prosthetics and implants carry the virus and must be isolated with a data firewall. Sophia handed the box to Su Cheng. There is no need to open it. Do not risk infection. Thank you. Su Cheng accepted the box without refusal, surprised that Sergei would leave his prosthetics and implants to him. The Black Death virus posed no concern. After synthesizing and upgrading with the Dimension Eye, he could choose to eliminate it. The prosthetics were useful to him, and the implants could be given to Zhu Shaner or Wang Cheng. I know what you've done. You repaired Rose's prosthetics, and your skills are indeed impressive. Sophia seated herself on a chair in the wasteland. You are the only one I know who is familiar with the repair of the Bear Federation's prosthetics. Thank you for assisting Rose. Although she had little interest in the GRC family, she was still a member of it. Helping Rose indirectly benefited the GRC family. It was just work. For Su Cheng, it was indeed merely a task, and it was not surprising that Sophia was aware of his deeds, given her family's influence in the arena. He curiously inquired, "Have you found the person who damaged Rose's prosthetics?" Finding that individual might lead to clues related to R. Sophia shook her head. No. The wasteland never had such microrobots, nor have there been any previous cases of similar prosthetic damage. Nanomicrobots combine the technology of mechanical life forms. It is normal that no similar cases exist, as mechanical life forms have always been present in the ruins. Su Cheng continued to ask, "Have you heard of the organization called Evil? Do you know where they are?" Evil? Sophia looked at Su Cheng. "Few know of this organization." "I'm surprised you do. 8 years ago, they all suddenly vanished." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing much. I need to find some of them." As a direct descendant of the GRC family, Sophia undoubtedly knew more than most. Thus, Su Cheng wanted to inquire further. "Is it related to your background?" Sophia keenly speculated. "I'm curious why that old man valued you, a novice repairman, so much, so I investigated you." Su Cheng shook his head. "It's no secret. My parents were killed 8 years ago by members of Evil on the streets while I was there." Sophia nodded in understanding. "I know about the attack 8 years ago." "You know?" Su Cheng immediately turned to Sophia. "Can you tell me more details?" "I only saw one of them with a tattoo on their hand." Sophia narrowed her eyes, gazing out the window as if recalling. Few are aware of that attack, not because street murders by raiders are common, but because it was monitored by the HPC. Su Cheng was taken aback. The HPC monitored it? Indeed. Sophia continued. The HPC sealed all information, controlled public opinion, and claimed it was merely a large-scale riot by ordinary raiders. Given the general public's understanding of raiders, it was quickly forgotten. However, that attack was certainly not a random massacre by raiders. Evil, unlike other raiders, is not composed of simple madmen and rarely engages in indiscriminate killings. Furthermore, with the HPC's strong intervention, this incident must have been significant. But after Sergei left, I ceased inquiring about family matters and lost track of what happened afterward. It was not a mere attack. Su Cheng's eyes widened as he pondered in disbelief. He had always assumed it was a random act of violence by the Evil organization. As Sophia had mentioned, most people thought the same. After all, raiders frequently committed such acts, making it unremarkable. But he had never expected it was not. They had a purpose. Why did that Evil organization kill his parents? Since his memories began, he had lived in the outskirts of the wasteland with his parents. He had never harbored enmity against anyone. Nor did he know any members of Evil. His father had helped many repair their prosthetics at low costs, making him quite popular. His mother was also kind-hearted. And in this indifferent world, their family earned the respect of many. That day, they had merely gone to the outer city to procure materials needed for his father's repairs. Little did they know it would mark the end of their lives. The attack claimed numerous lives, predominantly those of ordinary individuals. The true intentions of the malevolent perpetrators remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps their targets were merely one or a few individuals, while the other victims served as mere instruments of obfuscation. Sophia lifted her teacup and took a sip. Perhaps your parents were merely collateral damage. If you seek vengeance, you must become significantly stronger. The forces of evil have likely surpassed even the remnants of the family. Chapter 98. The Overlord and the Daughter's Slave. From a standpoint of strength, the organization has already engineered half-mechanical beings capable of engaging in combat alongside the symbiotic battle armor and unleashing the blood rage form of Su Cheng. Furthermore, they possess an ultimate weapon. It is unfathomable just how terrifying the strength of the Wicked Quartet could be. This also subtly reflects the might of their lineage. Previously, one might have considered high-level hunters formidable, but now they seem akin to novices. If one wishes to uncover the truth behind that incident from years past, One might visit the HPC Security Bureau, where perhaps traces of evidence can be found within their archives. Sophia withdrew her gaze and turned to Su Cheng. However, entry to the HPC is not easily granted. It necessitates identity verification from them. If memory serves, only the black market and the dark web have means to procure such credentials. Thank you. Su Cheng expressed his sincere gratitude. Although he had not acquired additional information regarding the wicked, he had gleaned crucial insights into the assault that transpired 8 years ago. It became evident that this was not a mere random act of pillaging and slaughter. Moreover, Sergei had left him with an abundance of resources. You're welcome. I trust that old fellow's judgment. Should you encounter any trouble in the arena, feel free to seek my assistance. Perhaps this old woman can be of help. Upon departing from Sophia's residence, Su Cheng first returned Sergei's cybernetic limbs and implants to his home. Sergei had 2 A-grade combat prosthetic arms and 2 B-grade combat prosthetic legs. The implants were the first generation of military-grade technology produced by Light Science. Identical and modeled as Yushano's. These items would conserve a substantial amount of fundamental synthesis materials for the forthcoming synthesis upgrade of the Fearless-class symbiotic battle armor. With Mindless absent, likely out accumulating points, Su Cheng's pentacle brooch on his chest flickered lightly, transforming his attire into a patched black trench coat. He donned another mask. Su Cheng reached out to Mindless. Hold on a moment. Do not accumulate points for now. What is the matter? I was having a blast. Mindless replied, one hand resting upon the hilt of a long knife while standing atop a raider. I require your identity as Shadow for a brief, while to avoid others mistaking you for an imposter during your point accumulation. So please take a short break. Su Cheng intended to visit the black market to procure an HPC identity from Remy, while simultaneously addressing the investigation against him. All right, I'll grab a coffee then. Yesterday, I encountered a red-haired beauty at the CAF. What a pity she wasn't a robot. Mindless crushed the raider's head beneath his foot, sought out a secluded spot, changed his attire, and leisurely strolled toward the city's Mishure coffee shop. Exiting through the back door, Su Cheng contacted Remy. Are you at the black market? Surprised by Su Cheng's call, Remy responded with delight. I'll head back immediately. With that, she ended the communication. Su Cheng wished to suggest that other locations would suffice, given that each visit to the black market incurs a fee. Upon encountering Jack S. Letcher's visage again, he swiftly arrived at the black market. As before, he gained access to the villa district without a hitch. However, this time, he was intercepted. Mr. Shadow, please follow us. 2 imposing figures politely invited him. Su Cheng surmised that these were the individuals investigating him. It was a fortuitous moment to resolve this matter. He followed them to a villa nestled within the central cluster. The Overlord? Su Cheng furrowed his brow. If this was indeed the heart of the black market, then only its ruler, the Overlord, could reside in such proximity. It had been the Overlord conducting inquiries about him all along. Yet, he had never met the Overlord before. Upon entering, the opulent living room dazzled with splendor. A magnificent crystal chandelier descended from the 3-story ceiling to the ground floor. The corpulent, menacing Overlord lounged on the sofa, a prominent scar stretching across his face, rendering it conspicuous. In a deep voice, he inquired, Are you Shadow? Su Cheng calmly nodded. Quite impressive, despite my numerous resources. I could not unveil your identity, and there are those aiding you in obstructing the investigation. Speak. What is your standing in the wasteland? The Overlord's fierce gaze bore into him. What is your purpose in approaching my daughter? Daughter? Remy? Su Cheng was taken aback to discover that Remy was the Overlord's daughter. The black market's rules forbade inquiries about anyone's identity within its confines. Su Cheng remained composed. Do you wish to undermine your own established rules? If so, it seems trading in the black market is not as secure as one might believe. The Overlord grinned, his smile grotesque. Well said, but provocation will not work on me. I am the king of the black market. My words constitute the rules. You must adhere to my regulations, though I am not beholden to them. The strong create rules. Only the weak must abide by them. Su Cheng resolutely shook his head. No comment. Furthermore, I did not intentionally approach Remy. We merely engaged in standard transactions within the black market, coincidentally both being hunters. Silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Overlord abruptly rose, resembling a mountain of flesh. He slammed his palm down, shattering the marble table into fragments. His icy glare fixated on Su Cheng, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. An intangible pressure stifled the air, rendering everyone present too fearful to breathe. They were acutely aware of the overlord's temperament, savage. Today, he had shown remarkable restraint. However, anyone daring to defy him would inevitably provoke his wrath. To enrage the overlord is to invite a most tragic demise. Nearby, Sotel perspired profusely. Su Cheng, seated directly across from the overlord, felt the intensity most acutely. This so-called pressure is merely the subconscious reaction of the body when sensing malice or impending aggression, instinctively tensing for combat. Some tremble in fear at this aggressive aura, while others feel exhilarated. Faced with the overlord's murderous intent, Su Cheng's brow furrowed. Yet he remained unafraid. Father. At that moment, Remy strode into the room, her expression displeased. What are you doing? Upon seeing Remy, the overlord's broad shoulders sagged instantly, his demeanor softening. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. My precious daughter, what brings you here? The overlord transformed before their eyes, bustling over to Remy with hands rubbing together like a nervous fly. Good day, miss. The others promptly greeted her. My guest was brought by you, so naturally I had to come. Remy frowned, her brows knitting together. Ha ha ha. The overlord chuckled awkwardly, his fierce exterior juxtaposed with his current sheepish demeanor appearing rather unsettling. The henchmen lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. I simply wish to inquire about his identity. I fear he may harm my precious daughter. That is not your concern. He is mine. Remy shot a glare at the overlord, causing him to freeze momentarily. Father is only looking out for your well-being, worried you may encounter, that you might get hurt. The overlord wore an expression of helplessness. I will take him. You are not to investigate him or cause him any trouble, Remy asserted, taking Su Cheng's hand as she turned to leave. You know I dislike being here. Let there not be a next time. And when you address me, please refrain from calling me precious. All right, all right. The overlord rubbed his hands together repeatedly as he escorted Remy out. Take care, my dear daughter. Once Remy and Su Cheng departed, the overlord straightened his posture. Begone. The others hastily fled the villa, terrified. To have the girl visit me is no small feat. The overlord gazed out the window, contemplating. If that lad were to come here, she would surely follow. Faced with the pressure I exert, he displays no fear. The ability to evade the black market-esque spies while rapidly accumulating points is commendable. His temperament, capability, and strength are all noteworthy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 99. The doctor and the controlled leader of the camp family. You're a bit too close. Su Cheng gently pushed Remy away and shifted the conversation. I came to inquire about obtaining an HPC identity. Can you manage that? With a hint of grievance, Remy asked. Am I not beautiful? Su Cheng fell silent. Indeed, Remy was beautiful, yet this was not merely about appearance. He could discern Remy's feelings. But the reason behind her affection for him eluded him. Was it love at first sight? People from the old world truly were a peculiar lot. He replied coolly. I have someone I like. At these words, Remy clenched her fists and lowered her head, her eyes wide with surprise. He rejected me. He has someone he likes. He turned me down because of someone else. How devoted he is. My admiration for him only grows. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled in excitement. But she quickly restored her expression to calm. Raising her head once more, she said, It's all right, as long as I like you. Su Cheng frowned slightly. It appeared he would need to limit his interactions with Remy. He had no intention of reciprocating her feelings and did not wish to hold her back. What do you need the HPC identity for? Remy, as if nothing had occurred, sauntered to the sofa and purposefully crossed her long, slender legs. Su Cheng tilted his head slightly. I need to check a case file. With a playful grin, Remy leaned in his direction. I can provide that. But what isn't it for me? Su Cheng turned his gaze away. What do you want? Remy shifted again. You. Is that acceptable? My bed has always been reserved for you. Su Cheng chose not to evade her gaze, meeting it with calmness. Yet as a technician, he had seen much. He replied coolly, You know that is not possible. Unfazed by his response, Remy did not retreat. Then I'll ask for nothing in return. I won't lack for anything, and you will owe me a favor forever. Indeed, she lacked for nothing, as the daughter of a black market overlord. She was born into privilege, possessing all rights and the finest resources. Su Cheng pressed his lips together. All right, but I may not be able to repay that favor. Remy smiled contentedly. That's fine. Come by tomorrow, and I'll have it ready today. Thank you. Also, please refrain from investigating me further. It could put me in danger. Su Cheng turned and opened the door to leave. Remy rushed to the window, tracing Su Cheng's silhouette with her fingers, her cheeks flushed. Her gaze filled with infatuation. You are mine. Jairs, what exactly is happening? I am trying to assist you. Kizaru glared menacingly at Jairs. Jairs gritted his teeth in frustration. I have no idea why that old hag Sophia knows Su Cheng, and why she insists on protecting him. Damn it. Kizaru fumed. Rose's prosthetic has been repaired again. What are you doing? Jairs furrowed his brow. Rest assured, I will continue to find a way to sabotage Rose's prosthetic. As long as she cannot participate in the King S tournament, that will suffice. No, that's not enough. Kizaru shook his head. There's also that mad girl. She is my greatest threat. Jairs immediately shook his head. No, Shan cannot be harmed. You fool. Kizaru leaned closer to Jairs. The mad girl doesn't care about you. Can't you see that? Jairs clenched his fists. I know, which is why Su Cheng must die. You fool. Kizaru sneered. That little technician will certainly perish. But will his death make the mad girl care about you? How ridiculous. Listen to me. Destroy the mad girl's prosthetic and replace it with a worthless one. That way, she will lose her ability to resist, and then she will be at your mercy. Jairs' eyes brightened at this suggestion. Yes. Kizaru continued. We both know the mad girl's identity. Why has she come to the arena? Naturally, to seek revenge on that esteemed individual. If you incapacitate her, you might even gain favor from that individual, which will elevate your standing within your family. Have you not always envied your brother? This is a golden opportunity. Jairs' gaze grew resolute. You're right, but you must deal with Su Cheng quickly. Otherwise, even if I ruin Rose and Shan's prosthetics, he will still be able to fix them. Kizaru grinned sinisterly. Don't worry, this time I will send someone directly to his home to kill him. He is merely a junior technician. Good. After saying this, Jairs exited the house where the two had clandestine meetings. Humph. Once outside, Jairs scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced back at the dilapidated house before departing. Inside, Kizaru disdainfully sneered, fool. Just a little manipulation. And I can easily deceive him. Jairs did not head to the fighting arena nor return to his family. Instead, he walked into a modest dwelling behind the arena designated for ordinary combatants. He entered a shabby dormitory at random. Doctor, please provide me with just a few more microbots, and I will surely bring you additional test subjects and nutrients. Jairs kept his head bowed, avoiding any wandering glances. In the dimly lit dormitory stood a figure clad in a white lab coat, adorned with round glasses, their brain encased in transparent material. Facing a multitude of instruments with their back to Jairs, countless tubes connected the instruments, leading into the deeper shadows of the room. On either side of the room sat rows of combatants, their brains exposed, connected Chapter 100, establishing goals and eliminating threats after leaving the black market. Su Cheng made his way directly to the fighting arena. Although Sophia mentioned that no information had been uncovered, some surveillance footage from the previous day remained unexamined. As he traveled, he pondered over every clue. It was now certain that he was undoubtedly in the abandoned city and had established connections with individuals from the fighting arena. Most likely Kizaru. He recalled that Kizaru seemed unfazed by the issues surrounding Rose's cybernetic enhancements in the lounge, as if he had anticipated them all along. Even when Rose encountered difficulties during her match, many were aware, yet she emerged victorious. Thus, the extent of her cybernetic malfunction remained largely obscured, with only Kizaru appearing to know that her enhancements would ultimately fail. This audacity suggested a deep-seated involvement, indicating that Kizaru likely had prior knowledge of the situation. If no further clues could be found, he would need to confront Kizaru directly. Su Cheng's eyes narrowed as he resolved to pursue every lead, willing to employ any means necessary. Upon arriving at Rose's lounge, he noted that she was set to compete today in a promotion match against a 4-star combatant. To ascend to 5 stars, a 4-star fighter must undergo an evaluation against a randomly matched 5-star warrior. Jushaner elucidated the stakes. Success would elevate one to 5-star status, while failure could result in death or severe injury. Cheng nodded, recognizing the brutal nature of the fighting arena. One either rises to greatness or faces demise or incapacitation. Despite this, many aspired for ascension, driven by the allure of power, status, and wealth. The families and spectators thrived on such sanguinary rules. Many 4-star fighters opted not to challenge themselves, content to remain in their current rank, yet such individuals were often scorned by the influential families. Jushaner stretched, declaring that she would soon be eligible for her promotion evaluation to 5-star combatant. This year, I will pave the way for Sister Rose to eliminate all obstacles in her path to becoming the champion. Next season, I will contend for my own promotion, she asserted. Cheng cautioned her to stay safe. Rest assured, the enhancements you provided me are formidable. Here, no one can harm me, she replied with a smile before departing. As Jushaner stepped out, a throng gathered around her, clamoring for autographs and photos. She had become a rising star in the fighting arena, amassing a legion of fans. When she entered the ring, the cheers even eclipsed those for Rose. Cheng observed her determination, realizing he too must persist in his quest. He turned to Savadalina, instructing her to continue reviewing the remaining surveillance footage and to procure recordings from Kizaro's lounge and residence. Understood, sir. Savadalina nodded before proceeding with her tasks. Cheng entered the inner chamber of the lounge, where Rose temporarily rested. Having previously repaired her enhancements, he was granted access. The room was sparsely decorated, with garments strewn about haphazardly, untouched even by Savadalina, who typically kept it off limits. Only an array of weapons and advanced cybernetics were meticulously arranged. Approaching the surveillance monitor, Cheng frowned as he removed a white strawberry-patterned garment, settling down to review the unfinished footage from the previous day. It wasn't until noon that Savadalina returned with 2 storage chips, one containing footage from Kizaro's lounge and the other from his residence. Cheng immediately commenced his examination. 2 hours later, he had reviewed all footage and uncovered a solitary lead. After he had repaired Rose's enhancements for the first time, Gieris had visited Kizaro's lounge, but thereafter, there were no further connections. Gieris, a member of the Gieris family, had no incentive to harm his kin. If he was implicated, it was likely that his identity had been disclosed to Kizaro by Gieris. While Gieris' motivations against him were comprehensible, inflicting harm upon Rose seemed devoid of benefit. Cheng contemplated further. Kizaro's objective appeared straightforward: to render Rose's enhancements irreparable following their damage. This suggested that Gieris may have struck a deal with Kizaro, using the destruction of Rose's enhancements as leverage against him. If Gieris truly acted out of spite for a slight in the lounge, sacrificing his own family's combatant to orchestrate his demise would be sheer folly. Additionally, this matter was intertwined with R. If indeed orchestrated by Gieris, he would likely have connections to R. Let us capture them both, Cheng mused, aware that Kizaro would not relent easily and would likely target Rose again. Moreover, after Jushaner revealed her prowess, Kizaro would undoubtedly take note. As he sought the title of champion, anyone who posed a potential hindrance would become his adversary. Both Gieris and Kizaro harbored malevolence towards him, and ignoring the situation was not in his nature. A glint of resolve flashed in Cheng's eyes. Any emerging threat must be extinguished at its inception. With a newfound sense of direction, he rose from Rose's inner chamber. Could you provide me with the addresses for Kizaro and Gieris' residences? He inquired. Savadalina affirmed, certainly, I will send them to you immediately. She then transmitted the map directly to Cheng's identity chip. If you intend to confront Lord Gieris and Kizaro, it would be prudent to avoid their residences. Consider ambushing them along their regular routes home, she advised. Lord Gieris frequents the Tianshan-run Jian entertainment venue every night, while Kizaro enjoys drinks at the nearby Big Bird bar. Cheng was taken aback, not solely by Savadalina's insight into his intentions, but by her markedly respectful demeanor and willingness to assist him. Thank you, he replied. After departing the fighting arena, Cheng swiftly returned home, accessing the map of the abandoned city to mark the locations of Tianshan-ren Jian and Gieris' residence, as well as the Big Bird bar and Kizaro's dwelling. He meticulously identified suitable ambush points along their routes home, ensuring he would be prepared regardless of their chosen path. Do not return home tonight. I will send you a map and a dossier on an individual. Wait for him. Chapter 101. Kidnapping and the brutal assault of a 5-star combatant. The Big Bird Bar, a realm of vibrant lights and intoxicating revelry. From an opposite building, Cheng gazed down at the bustling crowd below. This establishment exudes sophistication. I wonder if there are any female androids in Phuket. At that moment, Mindless joined online. Oh, look at that girl. Her figure is absolutely stunning. Mindless swiftly transmitted an image. TSK, there are a few sleazy men outside the club, dragging the inebriated away. They can't be. Cheng focused on the entrance, stating, there are two possibilities. Either what you suspect is true, or they are taking them to dismantle their cybernetic bodies and sell their organic organs. This world is profoundly sick. Mindless, perched on the rooftop and leaning against a steel pillar, absent-mindedly cracked sunflower seeds. Cheng, curious, inquired, where do you get the money for these snacks? You have only a few hundred left. We need to find a way to earn some cash. He had borrowed a bit from the raiders while pursuing bounties, but they were pitifully poor. Unless you, Mindless said, extending the shell toward him. Be cautious. Don't let anyone escape. Rest assured, my friend. Late into the night, Cheng spotted Kizaru emerging from the Big Bird Bar, his arm wrapped around a heavily made-up individual. My target has appeared. I will regroup at the predetermined location. With that, Cheng fixed his gaze on Kizaru's vehicle, determining its route. Once assured of the path, he sprinted at full speed toward the previously scouted site. Weaving through the buildings. 10 minutes later, he arrived at an abandoned church. The area was desolate, with hardly any residents. This location was ideal for an ambush. Standing atop a half-sunk crucifix, Cheng observed a luxurious van drawing near. He leaped gracefully, his body tracing an elegant arc in the air. With a resounding bang, he landed directly on the van's hood, the force nearly crushing it. The rear of the vehicle lifted abruptly, and it flipped forward. Utilizing the recoil, Cheng leapt backward. The van tumbled 180 degrees before crashing onto its roof. Cheng dashed toward the vehicle. Bang! Kizaru, breaking through the car, shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Cheng's expression turned icy. He loathed it when others insulted his parents. Swish! The V-shaped shock blade emerged, a flash of white like a crescent moon. Kizaru's eyes widened. Chapter 102. Interrogation. Life or money? Huh. Mindless yawned. Cousin, that fellow has yet to show himself. You keep watch. I've got things sorted here. If he remains absent, head to the address I provided to check if he is home. Cheng swiftly packed Kizaru into a prepared black bag, securing the severed cybernetic limbs separately before hastening towards the outskirts. Understood. Ugh, how dull. I finished all the sunflower seeds. Mindless spat out the shells, listlessly observing the comings and goings of the club. Outskirts, District C, an area desolate and devoid of life. The houses here were all rusty, some even corroded through. There was not a flicker of light. It was utterly uninhabited. The air was thick with the stench of excrement and the odor of decaying flesh. Cheng arrived at a prearranged house, and with a thud, he unceremoniously dropped the bag onto the floor. It seemed imperative to procure a vehicle soon. This journey had consumed a considerable amount of time. Both a new home and a new car needed to be addressed. While this house offered concealment, it was uninhabitable. A motorhome would resolve both issues simultaneously. Furrowing his brow, Cheng contemplated a popular vehicle from the old century, a motorhome. It not only provided accommodation but was also mobile, with excellent maneuverability. He pondered what enhancements could be obtained by upgrading a motorhome. If he were to traverse ruins or the border deserts in the future, having a motorhome would offer greater safety and convenience, making it the optimal choice, especially since he had intended to purchase a car anyway. However, first, he needed to resolve the current matter, and acquiring a vehicle required substantial funds. Cheng crouched down, opened the bag, and extracted Kizaru, placing him onto the room's 2 solitary chairs, securing him with alloy locks. Approximately 2 minutes later, Kizaru's photon brain rebooted. He slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Cheng clad entirely in black, was instantly filled with terror. Who are you? Which family do you belong to? He could not recall offending any family. Only the prominent ones could possess such formidable individuals. Although he was unarmed, he was a 5-star combat warrior, the strongest among contenders for the title of Combat King. To be so easily subdued was astonishing. His opponent was not only powerful but also exceedingly skilled in combat. Cheng, dressed in black work attire and wearing a black mask, lowered his voice. You lack the privilege to inquire. You may only answer my questions. Do you know who I am? Unable to discern Su Cheng's identity, Kizaru attempted to leverage his own status. I am a 5-star combat warrior from the Kampa family. You dare to lay hands on me? Foolish. Su Cheng scoffed. If I have brought you here, how could I possibly be unaware of who you are? Kizaru's face turned ashen. He was accustomed to flaunting his power in the combat arena, but now someone was berating him. Yet, this person was too strong. He could not retaliate and could only grit his teeth in silence. Are you collaborating with just to sabotage Rose's cybernetic enhancements? Su Cheng's tone was flat. Yet he was steadily loading bullets into a storm rifle at a leisurely pace. The sound of click, click, covertly imposed immense pressure on Kizaru, constantly reminding him that refusal to answer could lead to his demise at any moment. Yes, he responded with remarkable alacrity, all the while calculating Su Cheng's identity. Could he be from the Just family? But that was impossible. He had not even laid a hand on Rose. He had merely captured a junior technician, who, while being acknowledged by Sophia, was still just a novice, even if they suspected him of sabotaging Rose's enhancements. The Just family would not quietly abduct him to this dilapidated place for interrogation. Su Cheng continued, Do you know what methods Just used to damage Rose's cybernetics? If I tell you, will you let me go? Kizaru attempted to negotiate. Su Cheng tilted his head thoughtfully, perhaps. He mentioned something about nanomicrobots specifically designed to destroy cybernetics. Upon hearing this, Kizaru fixed his gaze on Su Cheng, fearful of his next move. Su Cheng pressed further. Do you know where he acquired them? This was the crucial inquiry. Kizaru suddenly chuckled. First, release me and allow the Kampa family to retrieve me. Then I will answer your question. Su Cheng shook his head. No, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. As he approached Kizaru, the latter and Oppo's eyes widened in terror. What do you intend to do? Su Cheng offered no reply. Producing a surgical knife prepared in advance, devoid of anesthesia or sterilization, and directly opened Kizaru's chest. The mechanical heart throbbed incessantly, smeared in grease. Su Cheng pressed the knife against his heart. Please, please don't kill me. I will tell you. Kizaru cried out, his lips trembling. I truly don't know. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, pressing the knife in a fraction more deeply. The surgical instruments were forged from ultra-strong alloys, and no matter how advanced the mechanical organs, they could not withstand the might of cybernetics. I genuinely do not know. I swear. Kizaru was on the verge of collapse, genuinely unaware of the origin of those devices. This individual was utterly unpredictable, resorting to lethal force without API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 103, the missing gels and the enormous sum of 260,000 provide me with your account, and I shall transfer the entire sum to you. Kizaru remained cautious. With mere account information, he could ascertain the identity of the other party. Even if he were destined for demise, such a substantial transaction would inevitably alert the Camp family to the underlying issue. Su Cheng refrained from providing it immediately and instead reached out to Yang Siki. Communicating through a neural interface allowed for direct transmission of signals to the brain, eliminating the need for spoken words. I require an account, one that cannot be traced or scrutinized. You mean a blank account? Yang Siki replied, nibbling on a piece of bread. Utilize my dark web account. With that, account information was transmitted into Su Cheng's mind. Dark web? This was the first time Su Cheng had encountered such a term. It is akin to the black market, merely a shopping haven for hackers, Yang Siki elaborated. Su Cheng nodded in appreciation. Thank you. He promptly relayed the account details to Kizaru. I shall transfer it now. With a mere thought, Kizaru facilitated the immediate transfer of funds. Goodness. 260,000. Yang Siki exclaimed, Are you robbing the Bank of Waste City? It was 260,000 Alliance currency. Su Cheng had painstakingly saved a few thousand over 8 years, while Kizaru casually dispensed 260,000. Su Cheng was taken aback, not anticipating such a generous amount from Kizaru. Instant wealth. Clearly, robbery was a faster route to riches. Yet, he knew this was not all Kizaru possessed. Nonetheless, it was ample. The average person would toil a lifetime to amass 260,000, and he had done so in mere hours. It was a gift from someone else. I can hardly believe it. Have that person gift me a little as well. Cheng pursed his lips. Keep 100,000 for yourself, and assist me in acquiring additional RVs and gaming consoles. Why do you need RVs? Siki queried curiously. That model has long been outdated and is difficult to procure. Just try to acquire them. I have other matters to attend to. I must end our conversation for now. After terminating the call, Siki transferred 200,000 to Cheng, leaving a message. You treat money as if it were mere paper, living extravagantly and mismanaging your finances. You won't need this much, and I shall return the remainder to you later. Cheng smiled broadly. He understood he would not require such a sum. He intentionally gave Siki a bit extra as compensation for her assistance with trivial matters. I have indeed given you everything. I spend quite a bit. So the remainder is not substantial, but I have given it all to you. I implore you, let me go. Kizaru gazed at Cheng with anticipation. Upon witnessing his smile, a wave of joy washed over him, thinking, what a fool. In truth, he still possessed several thousand alliance currency. How could he possibly part with it all? Cheng remained silent, opting instead to remove his mask. Kizaru's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, It's you? How can this be? How could a mere junior mechanic possess such strength? He had not anticipated that the impoverished junior mechanic from the outskirts would be his captor. However, he quickly realized that Cheng revealing his true identity signified he had no intention of sparing him. You filthy scoundrel. You promised to let me go. I told you everything, and you have my money. How dare you deceive me? The one who promised you freedom was that worthless junior mechanic, not I. Cheng retorted, transforming his symbiotic armor into a set of hunter attire. Moreover, I detest when others insult my parents. You have sealed your own fate. With that, a flash of cold light ensued. Kizaru's heart was sliced open. Such an injury would not result in immediate death. A cybernetic being would slowly perish due to a lack of nutrients reaching the brain. Kizaru would be forced to endure the despair of life, ebbing away gradually. You won't escape this. I will not let you go. Kizaru glared at Cheng with resentment, his voice weak. The Camp family will not spare you. They will trace your account information, and you will perish. Before long, Kizaru fell silent, succumbing to unconsciousness. Cheng forcibly activated his photon brain, setting it to overload. Kizaru's eyes widened once more, and the temperature of his photon brain continued to rise. Ultimately, Kuki in Sioux City, the Eye of Dimensions is activated, initiating the synthesis upgrade. Synthesis, Intermediate Virtual Training Set. Intermediate Virtual Training Set. This technology boasts a 20% sensory immersion, enabling human consciousness to enter a constructed virtual realm for various training exercises. Being somewhat antiquated, this virtual technology is primarily suited for standard training. Its internal database is incomplete, imposing considerable limitations. However, it can also be utilized for gaming and other applications, representing dual-use technology that belongs to the first dimension of science. Chapter 104. The Virtual Training Suit. Chaos in the Arena. The Virtual Training Suit? Virtual Reality Technology. Cheng gazed in astonishment at the sleek and sophisticated gray virtual training suit that lay before him, which had been meticulously upgraded with a modular design. The once complex data cables were now elegantly integrated within, with high-tensile metal connections allowing for flexible and convenient wear. Is this an outdated model from Illusion Dream? Illusion Dream refers to virtual reality technology, primarily focused on entertainment applications, permitting only recreational use for ordinary remnants. However, this was a machine designated for training. What is this? A curious bystander inquired. The virtual training suit. I'm not entirely sure. Let's give it a try, Cheng responded. He inserted a mid-level energy block into the suit's power chamber and donned the training suit. Upon placing the helmet on his head and activating it, he felt an instantaneous shift of consciousness to a vast open space. This area spanned approximately 2 football fields, the metallic ground devoid of any other features. Yet, a dialog box appeared before him, offering a plethora of options. There were training dummies, with various material choices, and simulated adversaries, whose strength could be adjusted, though not exceeding a certain limit. The equipment and weapons could also be selected at will. Moreover, various training scenarios were available for selection. Cheng opted for a plain grassland scene. Instantly, the entire space transformed into a sprawling meadow. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to ripple like waves. With a 20% sensory feedback, he could faintly perceive traces of the wind. He threw a punch with considerable force, distinctly feeling the power of his own body, far exceeding the 20% threshold. It appeared that the 20% feedback pertained to external environmental sensations, as the training suit was designed to enhance personal sensory perception. As Cheng explored further options, he discovered the ability to connect his own weapons and transmit specific data into the virtual realm. There was also a feature to scan personal conditions and facilitate body remodeling. The functionalities were abundant and remarkably powerful, all tailored for training purposes. In comparison to Illusion Dream, while the sensory feedback might be substantially lower, it possessed capabilities entirely absent from Illusion Dream. Indeed, features that could be deemed illicit. Such items would likely only be found in the dark web, akin to the black market. However, the current training suit was of too low a level. Cheng powered down the suit and removed it. Based on its current functionalities, a more advanced training suit would certainly offer enhanced sensory feedback, yielding superior responses. It should also facilitate greater interaction with his own equipment. This was immensely beneficial. It would allow him to continuously hone his combat skills and master his weaponry. He promptly contacted Yang Siki. "It's so late. Why are you contacting me?" Yang Siki's frustration was palpable. Cheng sheepishly scratched his head, having lost track of time. "I didn't notice the hour. Can you purchase more of those virtual training suits for me? Forget the gaming console. I only want the virtual training suits." "Virtual training suits?" Yang Siki appeared perplexed. "I bought a gaming console." She furrowed her brow and opened her eyes wide. "Wait a moment. Let me check." Delving into the dark web, she reviewed her orders. Indeed, she had somewhat muddledly purchased 2 virtual training suits. "Oh, I did buy them. All right, I understand. The seller isn't online right now. Once they are, I'll help you buy some more." Yang Siki casually closed the order information, not noticing the eye symbol marked on the order, accompanied by 6 lines representing gazes. Good. After ending the communication, Cheng resumed his examination of the virtual training suit, setting it aside for the time being as it was too rudimentary for effective use. "Come on, are we playing or not?" A bystander handed Cheng a game controller. "Where did we leave off?" "Tiger Vanguard. Not bad, huh? Watch me slay." "Wait, what is this skill? Why does the attack speed fluctuate?" "No, this is far more challenging than Big Head Doll. How are we supposed to win?" After a brief period of play, Cheng put down the controller. "I'm done. This game is unplayable. After Big Head, there's still Tiger Vanguard. It's exhausting." After freshening up, Cheng lay on his bed and entered the network universe, arriving once again before the source network. It remained silent yet resplendent. He walked along the rainbow wall of the source network, seemingly without end. Hasn't she come yet? After walking for a while longer without catching sight of the girl, he exited the network universe. Time for sleep. He needed to visit the arena to find Jess. Not long after he left, a brilliant white light flickered before the rainbow wall, and a delicate jade foot emerged from the light. The girl slowly stepped forward, surveying her surroundings as she walked along the rainbow wall. Hasn't she come yet? After further wandering, she gently waved her hand, summoning a burst of white light behind her. With a final glance, the girl stepped into the light, disappointment evident in her demeanor. The following day, Cheng was abruptly awakened by the vibration of his hunting card and the incessant notifications. He first retrieved his hunting card, then answered the communication. "Do not come to the arena today. A riot has erupted here, and it is exceedingly dangerous." This was a message from Rose. "Brother Sue, please avoid the arena today. It is very perilous. It would be best not to venture outside, as significant changes may occur in the wasteland city." Zhu Shaner echoed similar warnings against visiting the arena. As he activated the hunter card, an urgent bounty immediately popped up. Urgent bounty: elimination of the threat at the wasteland arena, a persistent multi-person mission until completion. Reward pool: 380 points. Rewards: 4 sets of D-grade mechanical prosthetics, 20 units of mid-level nutritional fluid, 5 advanced nutritional fluid exchange vouchers. Participation of advanced hunters will increase their S-level rating by 1. What has transpired? What has happened in the arena? The hunting bounty even offered an S-level rating upgrade. This was one of the essential conditions for advanced hunters to ascend to S-level. He swiftly contacted Zhu Shaner. What occurred at the arena? Zhu Shaner exclaimed. A creature resembling a robot yet akin to a predator is wreaking havoc. Its strength is formidable. Many 5-star fighters have perished. Su Cheng's heart raced. Visual sharing. Zhu Shaner promptly activated visual sharing, and Su Cheng instantly beheld a humanoid monstrosity engaging in combat with several fighters simultaneously. Rose, still recovering from her injuries, stood beside Zhu Shaner, a modified half-mechanical being. Su Cheng instantly recognized that the creature bore resemblance to the first modified human. However, it was significantly larger, and its destructive capabilities were terrifying. With a single punch, it obliterated a 5-star fighter. It could even unleash high-energy particle beams, sending 5-star fighters fleeing in terror. The hunters were also present, but their plight was dire. Even the advanced hunters were reduced to mere fodder. The creature let out a deafening roar. The massive wasteland arena was utterly incapable of containing a half-mechanical being. What was even more shocking was the multitude of spectators cheering on. As if this were not a riot but a thrilling combat spectacle, Zhu Shaner was there to protect the elite spectators, who remained at a distance under guard. They were not merely witnessing a brawl. They were observing a powerful monster mercilessly slaughtering fighters, hunters, and even the remnants in the stands. For all of them, it was nothing more than entertainment. Indeed, this world is utterly insane. They are all madmen. Life and death pale in comparison to the excitement of a thrilling slaughter. Chapter 105, The Ultimate Weapon, The Oddity. Be careful, I shall await your news at home. The communication was severed. Su Cheng donned a black cloak, summoned his symbiotic battle armor, and equipped the Aerolore greatsword. He had to go. That creature was a cyborg crafted by R. While he was uncertain if it was indeed the ultimate weapon, its prowess far surpassed that of the first-generation cyborg. Now that it was daytime, it was the perfect opportunity to test the Aerolore greatsword, which he had yet to employ, although Qiangwei and Zushiner would undoubtedly recognize it. He intended to present himself as Shadow. He would merely claim that he was a close friend of Shadow and that the greatsword was lent to him. Even if they suspected the truth, it mattered little. Only Qiangwei and Zushiner were privy to this information, and they would never divulge it. The dim-witted fellow was in slumber, likely fatigued from gaming the previous night. He still lacked a vehicle, but this time he had summoned an unmanned taxi. Upon reaching the ruined city arena, he found it surrounded by HPC guards, fully armed and clad in combat suits with helmets. While they had cordoned off the arena, they did not prevent the spectators from entering. After all, both the hunters and the curious onlookers were mere actors in a grand performance for the elite. However, identification checks were mandatory. Hey, halt. Identification, a blonde HPC guard said, extending a hand to stop Su Cheng. The guard's helmet left only his eyes visible, which scrutinized Su Cheng, lingering on the Aerolore greatsword multiple times. The sword was conspicuous, and while the cloak concealed his armor, the exposed portions remained enigmatic. Few had witnessed someone in battle armor, which was typically a full-body prosthetic complemented by implanted technology for complete defensive capability. Now, he was witnessing one that appeared remarkably advanced, differing significantly from the complete defensive form of a prosthetic. Su Cheng produced his hunter card. Intermediate hunter? The blonde guard scoffed after scanning it. Let us be honest. Even an advanced hunter would meet their demise here. It seemed the sword was merely for show, and the armor possibly a fade, designed to impress. He smirked. Go on in, but don't get yourself killed. Su Cheng cast a calm glance at them, shouldering the great sword as he strode into the arena. Had he not glimpsed the battles through Zushiner's perspective, he might have believed today was merely the commencement of the King's tournament. The crowd was overwhelming, far more than he had observed through visual sharing. The intensity was palpable. Did you hear? A 5-star combatant has already perished. Someone exclaimed, incredulous. That's a 5-star combatant. The injured were numerous, and others stood no chance against that creature. Many hunters had arrived, but even advanced hunters were powerless. They could not inflict harm upon the monster. Rumor had it that an S-class advanced hunter was en route, the only one capable of contending with a 5-star combatant. Why is there no response from the waste management facility? The adjudicators and observers haven't mobilized. Who cares? If they did, we wouldn't have a show to watch. Hurry, let us see those experts get beaten by the monster. The crowd was electrified, utterly unconcerned about the ordinary people being slaughtered within. Cheng navigated through the throng, draped in his black cloak and clad in dark armor adorned with crimson engravings. The immense Aralor great sword upon his back lent him an air of mystery and strength. The crowd instinctively parted, allowing him passage into the heart of the chaos. The monster's rampage was not contained within the arena, but had spilled into the lodging area for combatants beyond. At that moment, 2 buildings in the front row lay in ruins. 3 5-star combatants were locked in combat with a single creature, while numerous lower-tier fighters and hunters attacked. Yet, the hunter's strikes seemed incapable of penetrating the monster's mechanical alloy armor. With a resounding crash, a figure as robust as a bison soared through the air, crashing down and crushing a hunter into pulp. In a flash, it unleashed a plasma beam, incinerating those struck in an instant, including the onlookers. Yet, each of the monster's assaults elicited roars of excitement from the crowd. Cheng discerned the creature's form, standing nearly 4 meters tall. Chapter 106. The Great Sword's Edge, Skill Derivation in Progress. What a surprise. I expected something grand, yet it turned out to be merely a grand gesture. How amusing. He was swiftly defeated, looking so dapper, I had presumed him to be a formidable opponent. What on earth is this person doing? It is utterly hilarious. Is he courting death? I must admit, he did make me laugh. The spectators around burst into laughter. Seeing this, Remy felt a pang of anxiety. Initially, she had no intention of participating, as she held little interest in the points system. She became a hunter out of sheer boredom, seeking to hunt male competitors. However, her sole desire now was to be with Cheng, showing no interest in anyone else. She had seldom engaged in bounty hunting recently, merely hoping for a chance encounter with Cheng. Over the past few days, he had been racking up points, and this urgent bounty offered substantial rewards, leading her to believe he would appear. To her delight, she was not mistaken. Upon witnessing Cheng being sent flying, she dashed through the crowd, summoning her full-body defensive cyborg form, clad in a striking crimson battle suit. Her mantis blade sprang forth from her arms and legs as she recklessly charged at the grotesque foe. How dare you harm him? Die, die, die! With a fierce expression, Remy unleashed a powerful side kick, her butterfly knife glimmering with red light, leaving a wound on the creature. Immediately, her legs seemed to blur into phantoms, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. The red blades enveloped the monster, and with the peculiar attack pattern of the mantis blades coupled with Remy's speed, it was utterly unstoppable. The creature, for a time, could do nothing but defend passively. Meanwhile, a few individuals in the crowd furrowed their brows. The lady has engaged. We must hurry to protect her. It was evident that she had transformed because of the shadow, and she had activated her full form along with the skill, Shadowless. That skill could instantly eliminate a high-level hunter, yet here she was merely suppressing that monster. No time for idle chatter, let us assist her. They promptly leaped from the crowd, fully committed to safeguarding Remy. What a sight to behold. The cyborg's full defensive form. It appears to be at least an A-grade set. What an impressive beauty. That is our high-level hunter Remy, who ascended to such a rank in less than half a month, a historical first. No wonder. Her prowess surpasses even that of a 5-star fighter. Although Remy's offensive was fierce, the creature's strength was overwhelming. Despite appearing defensive, Remy realized that she could not continue to secure victories. Understanding this, she prepared to unleash her most potent attack. But at that moment, the monster seized the opportunity. Grabbing one of her feet, then grinning widely, hurled her away. Several disguised black market guards rushed forward to catch her. Just then, from the rubble of the building, a figure emerged through the dust, catching the flying Remy in midair. Caught off guard, Cheng had not anticipated that the monster would abandon its other adversaries to attack him directly. In that moment of negligence, he could not evade. He rolled his neck. The creature's strength was indeed formidable. That blow, akin to a 45-yard kick, delivered quite a shock. Remy lay in Cheng's arms, gazing at him with rapt admiration. Shadow, stay back, it's dangerous here. Cheng gently laid Remy down and advanced towards the creature. While Remy was no weakling, the the monster was even more powerful. Upon his emergence, the creature turned its attention to him. Cheng grasped the Ariluo greatsword with one hand, a faint white light enveloping the blade. As time passed, the sunlight grew more abundant, fortifying the sword's power. Ariluo greatsword performance unlocked at 10. The morning sun imbued the Ariluo greatsword with an increase of 10 in performance, essentially doubling its attributes. Moreover, this value continued to rise. The monster rampaging about must indeed be the ultimate weapon R spoke of. Otherwise, it would not harbor such animosity towards him. The modified being number 1 had perished at its hands, hence the creature prioritized its assault on him. Its strength was indeed formidable. What an audacious display! That individual is still standing. How could his defense be so formidable? The monster's full-force punch had annihilated a 5-star fighter. It seems that man possesses something remarkable. He is at least quite resilient. The spectators were astounded to see Cheng unscathed, as they had witnessed the creature's might firsthand. Not long ago, it had pulverized a 5-star fighter into a pulp. Holding the Ariluo greatsword, Cheng inhaled deeply, calming his mind, then fixed his gaze firmly on the creature. Engaging in battle or practice would lead to skill derivation. This was the optimal moment. He must derive a skill that belonged solely to him. Special weapon, Ariluo greatsword connected. Full control, no derivable skills. The dimensional I had just provided a prompt when the monster unleashed a red plasma ray attack from its eyes. Perception. Cheng discerned the red plasma ray attack and immediately dodged to the side. The intensely heated plasma ray pierced through the ground, leaving a charred hole. The creature turned, pursuing Cheng's form, its red-hot rays trailing behind. It even melted a corner of the combat arena-esque structure, causing metal to rain down upon the crowd below. The onlookers erupted into cheers. This world has truly gone mad. Cheng angled his run, weaving toward the creature. The Ariluo greatsword poised to strike. The monster felt the immense pressure from the sword, and its eyes emitted a thicker plasma ray. Colliding directly with the Ariluo greatsword, it sought to dissolve the sword with its searing heat. Yet, the edge of the Ariluo greatsword cleaved through the thick, red rays. 2 beams shot skyward. The Ariluo greatsword surged toward the creature, cutting through the rays. Skill derivation in progress. Insufficient information, please maintain combat. Suddenly, the dimensional I displayed a line of small text, continuously indicating that derivation was in progress. Simultaneously, the dark red patterns on the invulnerable symbiotic armor began to glow. A surge of determination coursed through Cheng as he exerted more force in his strike. The creature, witnessing the rays being cleaved apart, instantly jumped back. The Ariluo greatsword crashed down onto the ground. The prompt in the dimensional I vanished, and the dark red patterns on the armor faded. With a resounding boom, dust erupted. The ground fractured instantaneously, a tremendous force carving a massive fissure into the earth, with white particles scattering far and wide. Although the creature had leapt back, it was still struck by the white particle attack, its mechanical alloy armor shimmering with points of white light. The wound was even larger than the one inflicted by the 5-star fighter's ultimate technique, Thunder Flash. This was merely a graze from the edge of the Ariluo greatsword. Skill derivation in progress. Insufficient information, please maintain combat. Cheng's eyes sparkled as the dimensional I displayed another prompt. The battle must continue. In Blood Fury mode, 100%, unleash. Heartbeat, 269, 271. Body temperature, 40, 42. Within the armor, Cheng's physical attributes surged rapidly. These statistics could easily slay an ordinary human. However, having undergone multiple enhancements, and with the original implant boosting his physical strength, coupled with cellular self-healing abilities, his body remained unscathed and brimming with power. Once more, if he stopped, skill derivation would cease immediately, thus the fight must carry on. Cheng brandished the Ariluo greatsword and charged once more. His ferocious combat style firmly suppressed the creature. The onlookers were left speechless. Yet, despite his relentless strikes, no further prompts for skill derivation appeared. How peculiar. In a state of perplexity, Cheng swiftly contemplated the distinctions of the previous battle. As the enigmatic figure distanced itself, it unleashed another assault with a plasma ray. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was indeed the ray. The moment Su Cheng beheld the crimson beam, memories flooded back to him. It was during the skill derivation prompt that he had cleaved through the plasma ray. Additionally, there was the occasion when he had wounded the strange entity with the edge of his Ariluo greatsword. Acknowledging this, he no longer evaded the ray. Instead, he grasped the Ariluo greatsword with both hands and charged boldly toward the crimson beam. Chapter 107. Cheers, derivative skill, / What on earth is happening? That guy is actually overpowering the monster. Just moments ago, he was sent flying, and now he has turned the tide completely. Moreover, he has suppressing that creature with far greater prowess than the earlier red-clad beauty. Everyone is in shock, staring at the dominant Su Cheng. The battlefield situation has shifted too rapidly. Mere minutes ago, he was sent sprawling, and now he fights like he is on a drug, fiercely overpowering his opponent. Remy stands nearby, slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed, her legs tightly crossed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Cheng. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Rosa, astonished, turns to Savadalina. Could it be that he has activated the skill of the Ariluo heavy sword? Savadalina shakes her head. Miss, you should be more familiar with this than I am. Rosa's expression is complex. Indeed, not yet. Family records indicate that the Ariluo heavy sword skill is even more formidable than it is now. Su Cheng focuses intently, pushing forward against immense resistance. The closer he gets, the greater the force opposing him. Unlike the surprise attack he executed at the beginning. Yet the red light on his symbiotic armor grows ever brighter. He remains unharmed. But after cleaving the ray, it splits into two, piercing through 2 rows of onlookers. A chilling thrill courses through the crowd, yet it incites even wilder cheers. With only a few beginning to flee, you're stronger than last time. Suddenly, the creature emits a sound from its throat. Is this your ultimate weapon? Su Cheng lowers his voice. What do you think? Ours tone is laced with mockery. Your weapon is unique. But do you truly believe it represents the entirety of my research? Huh. I have collected combat data from you and Subject 1, which has been optimized. As soon as he finishes speaking, the creature undergoes a transformation. Its height suddenly diminishes to 2 meters, and its external mechanical alloy armor falls away, revealing a tougher gray armor beneath. Its right hand morphs into a primal form, with countless tendrils emerging from the shoulder, wrapping around the arm, making it immensely robust. Veins bulging. The left hand resembles a rudimentary mechanical hydraulic prosthetic, unremarkable in appearance. A gray alloy mask covers its face. Now it resembles a human more than a monster. It raises its right hand, pressing a finger to its temple. Instantly, the color of the plasma ray emanating from its eyes shifts from red to blue. The beam becomes more concentrated. 100,000 rays. The temperature of the rays escalates to 100,000 degrees, 20 times hotter than the surface of the sun, capable of effortlessly melting steel. This formidable particle reaction ray not only boasts high temperature but also immense impact force. Su Cheng, who had been advancing, is now forced to retreat. Thankfully, the surface of the Ariluo heavy sword is protected by white particles, preventing direct contact with the high-temperature rays. The blue-hot plasma particles do not sever, but rather continually bombard the sword's blade. High-temperature particles splatter, causing wisps of smoke to rise from the symbiotic armor. Even Su Cheng feels the searing heat. Goodness, that monster has transformed, becoming smaller yet stronger. The ray has also become finer, yet its consolidated power is greater. Look. That show-off is now being pushed back. Indeed, and observe, the blue particles falling to the ground have turned it pitch black. They can even melt stone. The temperature is terrifying. The battlefield situation changes too swiftly. Yet the crowd erupts in even more fervent cheers. Those who initially fled return upon hearing the uproar. This is thrilling, far more captivating than the gladiator match. The destructive power is overwhelming. Is this a special feature arranged by the fighting arena? Who is that dashing figure? Could he truly be an S-Class hunter? An S-Class exhibiting such strength? Dominating a 5-star gladiator with ease. The man's attire resembles that of a recently high-scoring hunter. But it doesn't quite match. The crowd begins to speculate about the identity of the person engaging the creature in this back-and-forth battle. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated and complex area of the wasteland, a crew-cut man is sweating profusely, looking around anxiously. What the hell is this place? Which direction leads to the arena? The man, clad in a worn t-shirt and coarse trousers, is ill-suited for the impending winter chill. I need to fix this navigation system when I get back. He chooses a random direction to run, a patch of mud obscuring a faintly visible symbol on his clothing. Cheng continues to retreat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The high-temperature particles scorch the ground on either side, turning it a fiery red, resembling molten lava. Truly impressive. But this aligns perfectly with his intent. Skill derivation in progress. Please hold. The small text in the Eye of Dimension flickers increasingly faster, and Cheng feels a surge of anticipation. Blood Rage form, 105%, full release. With a hiss, white smoke erupts from the mask of the symbiotic armor. Due to the intense excitement coursing through him, every breath he exhales steams with heat. The body data displayed within the armor escalates once more. The retreating steps gradually come to a halt. Cheng suddenly lifts his head, stepping forward with determination. His foot lands firmly, pushing the plasma ray ahead with increasing speed. Goodness! I can hardly believe it. He is pushing forward again. This is exhilarating, thrilling. Fight, fight, fight. Charge. Charge. The onlookers erupt in cheers. At this moment, other gladiators pause, watching intently. They assess the situation, contemplating whether to join the fray. After all, the battle at this juncture is exceedingly perilous. A few hunters, witnessing Cheng regaining the upper hand, exchange glances and draw their weapons. The rewards for this hunt are unusually high. The gladiators receive no rewards, but they do. At this moment, the creature is wholly focused on Cheng, providing the hunters an opportunity to launch a surprise attack and claim additional points. They appear to be familiar with one another, coordinating seamlessly. Two individuals set up a sniper position, locking on their target. Meanwhile, a few others wielding weapons flank the creature. Bang! Bang! The sound of the sniper rifles reverberates as bullets are fired in an instant. Clang! Clang! The creature's left mechanical arm swiftly extends, deploying a shield, then slamming a fist into the ground for support. It successfully deflects the powerful kinetic sniper bullets. The other hunters rush towards the creature, all shouting and swinging their weapons. You bunch of trash! The creature sneers coldly. Suddenly, its back explodes, unleashing 8 robust alloy tentacles. The tentacles move with astonishing speed, piercing through the bodies of the nearby hunters in their shocked gaze. One is ensnared by a tentacle, which tightens mercilessly. Ah! The hunter emits a heart-wrenching scream as the tentacle compresses relentlessly. Bones snap one by one, and the prosthetic is gradually crushed. The tentacle operates like a juicer. Blood and biochemical fluid streaming down the hunter's body. No matter how he struggles, it proves futile. Finally, the Chapter 108, Derivative Technique 2, Sun Cutting. It is accomplished. The skill derivation has been successful. Cheng gazed excitedly at the small text within the Dimension Eye. All cutting passive, special effect the Ariluo Greatsword can cleave through energy projectiles. It can slice through all things. Effectiveness is lost at night. The description was brief, yet the attributes were extraordinarily formidable. The strength of passive skills lies in the fact that each of his attacks carries an additional effect. As long as it is an energy attack, it can be severed. There are no costs or detriments involved. Previously, he had been pushed back by the plasma beams of the monsters because the Ariluo Greatsword was incapable of slicing through the beams. Its performance was limited. But now, with a mere swing of the Ariluo Greatsword, even the sword energy particles could cut through the rays. This is the essence of the special effect, the attacking characteristic. Cheng could no longer feel any impact from the rays. The once splattering high-temperature particle beams were cut through again. In an instant, they pierced through the crowd watching from a distance. The hunters and fighters, unable to evade, were swiftly annihilated. It was then that everyone realized the sheer power of the blue ray attack. Almost no metal could withstand it. It even penetrated the entire fighting arena. It shot out into the street beyond. Everything along the way, every structure, was melted away. The monster looked on in astonishment as Cheng charged forward without obstruction. His 100,000 rays had compressed the energy from the plasma reactor within, then shot out through his ocular prosthetic. The energy contained was immense. Now it was being cleaved through effortlessly. As Cheng approached, the monster immediately ceased its ray attack, barking. Do you think I possess only this one weapon to restrain you? You seem to anticipate my attack trajectory and intentions, always dodging in advance. Your close combat skills are formidable, your physicality far surpassing your technique. The 100,000 rays are merely one of my means to suppress you from afar. I'm not afraid of close combat either. Haha. Su Cheng closed in, swinging the great sword with a fierce whoosh. The monster swiftly raised its left hand. With a resounding bang, the mechanical alloy shield surprisingly blocked the mighty blow of the irresistible greatsword. However, the sword plunged deeply into the shield. The particle sword energy nearly severed it completely. The symbiotic battle armor on Su Cheng shimmered momentarily. He understood the key to the next skill derivation. It was to strike the enemy from a distance using the particle sword energy from the irresistible greatsword. The irresistible greatsword could absorb sunlight, converting it into particles. Not only did it protect the blade, but it also emitted energy attacks akin to sword energy. Should this skill derivation succeed, it would signify his possession of a ranged attack method. Moreover, the stronger the sunlight, the mightier he would become. Can you counter this move of mine? The monster bellowed, its shield suddenly splitting apart, ensnaring the irresistible greatsword. Behind it, 8 metallic tendrils launched an assault from various directions. Unraveled. The speed of the metallic tendrils slowed down in Su Cheng's eyes. These were the tendrils fused with the mechanical beast. However, after the upgrade, their speed and hardness had increased significantly. This time, he noticed something peculiar about the tendrils. Their attack speeds varied. What now? How will you evade? The monster's eyes gleamed with excitement. The varying speeds of attack made it exceedingly difficult to block or dodge. Furthermore, the tendrils restricted the surrounding space for evasion, attacking from multiple angles with differing speeds. This method of assault indeed suppressed opponents with quick reflexes and speed. Su Cheng had encountered something similar in the game Black Myth, known as the fast-slow blade, but the monster was evidently unaware of the specifics of his abilities. The unraveling was indifferent to the fast-slow blade. It merely rendered all attacks slow, simple and crude, not just a matter of speed. The monster's strategy of comprehensive interception was somewhat effective, but other specialized attacks against him were utterly futile. Merely gathering combat data, without knowledge of the abilities, it could not achieve complete counteraction. Su Cheng forcefully withdrew the irresistible greatsword and struck towards the metallic tendrils. Once again, he felt a peculiar sensation. The monster sensed something was amiss with the attack, as though it had been seen through. Even though it had altered its strategy, it still felt slightly off, just a fraction. I still have a backup. Suddenly, it extended its native right hand, observing the muscles on its hand writhing intensely. It then erupted. A multitude of sharp bone spines surging towards Su Cheng. Fast, slow blades combined with multiple strikes. Moreover, this was executed at the moment when he was using his moves for too long. The timing was impeccable. Yet, Su Cheng's gaze sharpened, and his left eye's triangular pupil rotated slightly. Unraveled, he swung the great sword, severing 5 of the metallic tendrils. Of the remaining 3 tendrils, 2 attempted to bind him, while 1 sought to grasp the irresistible greatsword. Su Cheng gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, bracing himself against the monster in a test of strength. The tendrils constricting him tightened instantly, the metallic barbs incessantly slicing, creating intense sparks against the symbiotic battle armor's surface. The force was such that it left visible scratches on the armor. Haha, how about that? Try to evade now. This isn't over. As he spoke, the monster raised its right hand, the muscles intermingling with bone spines growing rapidly, transforming into a massive hand descending from above. Do you know the old saying from the previous century? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Villains perish due to excessive chatter. With that, he exerted tremendous force. As the sun rose, the Ohali steel absorbed sunlight, becoming increasingly sharp. The metallic tendrils were cleaved through, gradually breaking apart. Open, Su Cheng intoned, and with a powerful swing, the irresistible greatsword shattered the metallic tendrils, then struck down with great force. A crescent-shaped white sword energy shot forth instantly. It cleaved through the descending muscular hand while simultaneously carving a deep wound in the monster's chest. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, and it appeared to be tinged with a hint of white light. This was the first time it had bled. Su Cheng saw up close the multitude of metallic threads seeping from the wound, connecting the alloy as if healing like biological flesh. These metals healed at a visibly rapid pace. This was the characteristic of a mechanical lifeform. Ignoring the binding metallic tendrils, Su Cheng swung the irresistible greatsword once more, the dark red patterns on his body flickering vibrantly. If they could heal, Then it was a matter of whether destruction occurred faster than healing. The white sword energy crisscrossed. The monster glared furiously, immediately releasing the metallic tendrils, raising its left-hand shield for defense. Skill derivation complete. Ariluo Greatsword exclusive derivative technique, sun cutting. The derivative technique, sun cutting. Compress API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 109. Resolution, agreement, he is the shadow. Skill derivation in progress. Insufficient information. Please maintain combat. Another prompt appeared. Su Cheng felt a surge of excitement. There were still skills to be derived, but he needed to grasp the triggering conditions. He recalled the recent battle. It was highly probable that the skill was related to severing the monster's shield with the sun-slicing strike. He wondered if the opponent's shield was still intact. Su Cheng refrained from further attacks, wishing to allow the monster's shield to regenerate. Very good indeed. You continue to grow, your strength ever increasing. You have even grasped a derivative technique. The monster stood firm, its left hand transforming into a massive drill. You are formidable. This time, you have gathered impressive data. Yet, you linger in the shadows. Are you afraid to show yourself? Su Cheng replied coolly, if you seek combat data, I am right here. Come forth. And you may take what you wish. The monster chuckled lightly, provocation will not work on me. You have been searching for me, even in the Boundary Desert. However, we have had no direct contact. You are not after me, but my organization. Su Cheng remained silent. Knowing that the creature capable of creating such powerful semi-mechanical beings could not be as Navi as the Blackbull. Haha, this is merely an appetizer. The ultimate weapon is about to awaken, and its target is not you. However, should you manage to stop it, I will divulge any information you desire, including details about my organization, the Evil. Su Cheng's brow furrowed in astonishment. This was not even the ultimate weapon. The monster had easily battled several 5-star combatants, even slaying one, while advanced hunters were treated like mere punching bags. This was merely a prelude. The fusion of mechanical life forms and human augmentations clearly represented a novel path of enhancement, one of immense power. Are you certain you will answer everything? Su Cheng's gaze bore into the monster before him. You speak as if victory is already yours. The monster shifted its stance, rest assured. As long as you can thwart my ultimate weapon. It charged forward, its left hand's drill spinning at high speed. Detection. Sun-slicing strike 2. Su Cheng swung his heavy sword with vigor, unleashing 2 intersecting arcs of white sword energy. The monster immediately retaliated with a plasma beam. But the blue ray was effortlessly cleaved by the sword energy imbued with the all-cutting effect. The sword energy sliced through and struck the alloy drill. A shower of sparks erupted as one of the sword energies shattered the drill, while the other cleaved the monster's left hand in 2. Although it began to regenerate, it would require considerable time to regain functionality. Su Cheng did not receive any prompts for derivative skills within the Dimension Eye. It seemed that severing the shield was indeed the key. TSK, how primitive your physical defenses are. The monster mocked itself, then turned to Su Cheng. Your specialized attack skills are quite commendable. However, you talk too much. This villainous persona will lead to your demise. With a powerful leap, Su Cheng raised the yellow heavy sword, which glimmered in the sunlight. He brought it down with tremendous force. The monster did not evade but scoffed, the final data point. It raised its right hand, its organic arm swelling with muscle, reaching skyward. Simultaneously, its plasma vision shot forth, and severed alloy tendrils behind it surged forward. The yellow heavy sword crashed against the plasma beam, cleaving through the bulging muscle and spiny arm. The final assault on the alloy tendrils failed to halt Su Cheng's attack. The yellow heavy sword loomed above the monster, casting a shadow over it as it descended with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant flash of white light erupted. Yet, in an instant, it vanished, leaving a cloud of dust swirling in its wake. All onlookers widened their eyes, fixated on the dusty haze. Suddenly, a shadow burst forth from the cloud, its coat billowing in the wind. The figure nimbly leapt across the crumbling structures, disappearing from sight. Was it resolved? Surely it must be, judging by the attire and physique. It was no longer a monster. An astonishing victory. Indeed, at first, he was kicked away, then overwhelmed in combat. But he swiftly turned the tide, dominating the monster for most of the encounter. One could only conclude that his strength was unparalleled. What a pity he was not a combatant. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the champion of this tournament. As the crowd recognized the shadow and the coat, they discerned the identity. When the dust settled, the monster lay on the ground, cleaved in two without a chance for regeneration. Its body bore numerous gaping wounds, and the ground was fractured, fissures stretching over 10 meters. The destructive force was astonishing, a sight to behold. Who is that person? Does anyone recognize him? Not an S-rank hunter. It must be the shadow. Despite the changes in appearance, a hunter friend mentioned that Shadow's points surged dramatically. It must be due to the completion of that bounty. The hunter Shadow. How exceedingly powerful, far surpassing advanced hunters. Is he an S-rank? No, he is merely a mid-tier hunter, yet he is the fastest point accumulator ever recorded. Remember, I did not level up. The fastest point accumulating hunter in history is he. What? A mid-tier hunter? How can a mid-tier hunter be this strong? The name Shadow rapidly spread among the crowd, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. A mid-tier hunter surpassing advanced hunters in strength, and in a chasm-like manner. I want Shadow to join the combatants. He can set any terms he desires. In the SUP Pro Max VIP lounge, a man with a mouth full of gold teeth savored his red wine with elegance. His strength and fame will undoubtedly spread throughout the wasteland. His joining us will surely attract more attention and profit. Indeed, Master. After a moment of contemplation, Rose turned to Savadalina. If it is he, could he possibly help the family rise again? Savadalina revealed a flicker of excitement for the first time, her hands tightly clasped. Perhaps, if he grows even stronger, he could effectively counter those great families. Rose lowered her head. We were forced to come here, surviving solely through competitions. Regardless of who he is or whether he is Su Cheng, I must have him, no matter the cost. Jushaner furrowed her brow slightly. Let me ask Brother Su. Rose nodded. All right. Jushaner immediately contacted Su Cheng. Brother Su, where are you? At home, why? Su Cheng shared his visual feed. Jushaner, upon seeing it, nodded. The attack on the fighting arena has ended. You have yet to assist Sister Rose with her augmentation today. Ended? So soon? Su Cheng exclaimed in surprise. All right. I will come over shortly. Yes, a hunter has dealt with the intruders. If you come now, you will receive many business opportunities, as the fighting arena has many injured. I will be right over. After ending the communication, Jushaner turned to Rose. Brother Su is at home. I saw it through the shared visuals. Rose frowned. Did he really lend the Ariello heavy sword to that shadow? They had overheard the discussions of others. Savadalina proposed, Miss, whether he's Mr. Su or Shadow is inconsequential. What matters is that he can wield the Ariello heavy sword. Let us initiate contact, understand his character, and then devise our plans. The Rose nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after the communication was terminated, Su Cheng simultaneously severed his visual link with the oblivious entity and subsequently exited the network cosmos. He utilized the infinite gateway as a springboard, allowing Jushaner to witness the comforts of home. With a sigh of relief, Su Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The earlier battle had been exceedingly intense, depleting his resources significantly. Yet, every ounce of effort had proven worthwhile. He had acquired 2 derivative skills. If given a little more time, he could unlock a 3rd, perhaps even a 4th. For it was at the moment he vanquished the creature that the Eye of Dimensions had once more presented him with a prompt for a derivative skill. Chapter 110. Rising Fame, Lucrative Maintenance Contracts. Insufficient conditions for skill fusion derivation. Please complete prerequisite skill derivation. Fusion derivation. Su Cheng furrowed his brow. The meaning was quite simple and easy to comprehend. Yet, it was astonishing that derivative skills could indeed be fused. This implied that the skill of the Aralor Greatsword could give rise to a new skill. He silently noted the conditions that had just triggered the skill fusion. In truth, deriving skills is not particularly difficult. Once one masters the techniques, triggering them becomes relatively straightforward. However, the challenge lies in identifying the prerequisite conditions for triggering. This necessitates continuous battles and repeated attempts, as only through serendipity can one stumble upon the conditions necessary for skill derivation. Moreover, one must consistently trigger these conditions multiple times. Fortunately, the Eye of Dimensions provides prompts each time, and the symbiotic battle armor also reacts. Otherwise, the difficulty of deriving skills would be substantially heightened. Although the battle had concluded, he still had access to the virtual training suite at home, specifically designed to train derivative skills. Through an almost realistic virtual environment, users can repeatedly experiment to identify the conditions that trigger skill derivation. Once identified, targeted training can ensue, leading to the successful derivation of skills. This means that now, having discerned the triggering conditions for the remaining 2 derivative skills, he could definitely return home and train them using the virtual training suite. However, he needed to head back to the arena first. The recent monster attack had left many individuals with damaged cybernetic bodies, including several high-ranking combat mercenaries and hunters. This presented an excellent opportunity for profit. He needed to accumulate more funds for purchasing a house, a vehicle, and the nutritional fluids required for the future. Yet, he could not return immediately, as he had just come from home. "Hey, brother." Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut cheerfully approached him. "Do you know how to get to the fighting arena?" Cheng glanced at the man, who appeared ordinary, dressed plainly. Unkempt, yet robust, with a faint S insignia on his chest. He pointed in a direction. "Just keep walking that way." "All right. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help." The man quickly expressed his gratitude and dashed away. Upon observing this, Cheng couldn't help but gasp. The man had run off in the wrong direction. What an exceptional sense of direction. Even with clear directions, he managed to veer off course. Shaking his head, he averted his gaze and proceeded home. Upon returning home, he carefully placed the irresistible greatsword in its designated spot. "Has the matter been resolved?" asked the lethargic and disheartened no-brain. "Yes, I need to head back once more." Cheng changed out of his battle attire into his usual work uniform. He immediately set off towards the fighting arena. "Oh, that Tiger Vanguard is incredibly difficult to beat. It's way tougher than that big-headed fighter." No-brain lamented while manipulating the game controller. Cheng made his way directly to the arena, where groups of people gathered, animatedly discussing the recent battle in clusters. "Wow, that was absolutely exhilarating. It was the most thrilling battle I've ever witnessed in my life. Indeed, that monster's rays were overwhelmingly powerful. Even the high-ranking hunters couldn't withstand them, getting pierced right through. Even the 5-star combat mercenaries with A-class combat cybernetics couldn't endure a direct confrontation. And that SA class. Not only were the rays formidable, but the brute strength was astounding. One punch could take out a child. Yet, I must say, the Hunter Shadow was even more formidable, utterly dominating that monster. Dominate? Humph. I was close enough to see that Shadow could have easily annihilated that monster, but he chose to toy with it. Exactly, I was there too. Shadow only used 10% of his strength to hold his ground against that monster, and when he applied just a bit more force, he crushed it. Plus, I've shared coffee with Shadow. The news had already spread throughout the entire Wasteland City, and it only grew more embellished. After all, the fighting arena was the most scrutinized venue in the entire Wasteland City. With such a significant event occurring, nearly everyone was aware. Coupled with the spectacle of the battle and the monster's destructive power, it garnered even more attention. Each individual relayed tales of the recent attack. What captured the most attention was the mid-tier Hunter Shadow, who had slain the monster. Cheng cast a glance at the two gossips. Initially, he had been at a disadvantage. It was only after unleashing the full potential of his blood rage form that he was able to hold his ground. Had it not been for the characteristics and derivative skills of the irresistible greatsword, he would never have been able to neutralize that villain so swiftly. Yet now, the narrative had shifted to him merely making a slight effort to end the assault. It was utterly ludicrous. He began to comprehend the might of the old era's media and public opinion. Regardless, Shadow's name had risen to prominence in Wasteland City. A mid-tier hunter stronger than 5-star combat mercenaries. This allowed the hunters, who had long been overshadowed by mercenaries, to finally hold their heads high. Almost everyone in Wasteland City knew of Shadow. Simultaneously, many sought him out, eager to befriend or recruit him. Cheng opened his hunter card to check. His points had skyrocketed from 316 to 666. He had far surpassed the threshold for becoming a high-ranking hunter. As long as he passed the assessment, he could directly ascend to that rank. Furthermore, there were numerous other rewards awaiting him, which he planned to collect later that evening. Before long, Cheng arrived at the fighting arena. It appeared as though nothing had transpired. The combat matches proceeded normally, with cheers and roars echoing throughout. Had it not been for the plasma rays that had melted a section of the arena, revealing the remnants of collapsed buildings, one might have assumed nothing had occurred at all. Inside the combat mercenaries' lounge, a large group of injured fighters gathered. All the maintenance technicians were deployed. Yet their numbers were grossly insufficient. Cheng entered the Rose lounge. "You gave the Arrelore greatsword to the Hunter Shadow?" Rose directly inquired. Cheng nodded, somewhat astonished. "Yes." "How did you know?" Rose furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Cheng's expression. "Not long ago. He came to the fighting arena and dealt with the attacking monster using the Arrelore greatsword. It was he who resolved the attack?" Cheng feigned surprise. "I consider him a friend. He was once my guest, and we became friends due to shared interests. That greatsword can be given to him, right?" Rose inhaled deeply. "That is fine. Could you help me contact him? I wish to meet him." Cheng's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning awkward. "That might be difficult. He always contacts me first, and I can't reach out to him. He is elusive, making him hard to find." Rose sighed in disappointment upon hearing this. Seeing her expression, Cheng reassured her. "Next time he reaches out to me, I will mention you. However, I cannot guarantee that he will wish to meet you." "Really?" Rose exclaimed with surprise. "That would be wonderful. Shadow is incredibly important to me. If you can contact him, I will grant you any request. I could give you money." Cheng grinned. "It's a trivial matter. It should be no problem. He is a great person, very capable, and quite handsome." Rose, intrigued, asked, "Are you quite familiar with him?" Cheng nodded. "As I mentioned, we are friends, and I have met him, so I know him well. Now, let us commence today's examination." "All right." Rose lay down on the examination table, and Cheng expertly checked her cybernetics. He had fully repaired the cybernetics previously, discovering no additional issues. Her organic body was also on the path to rapid recovery. "You're recovering splendidly. There is no need for further observation." He had initially come to investigate the whereabouts of Jez, hoping to locate R. Now, all he needed to do was await the next attack. During this period, he must continue to enhance his strength. The next assault will undoubtedly come from even more formidable foes. He must be thoroughly prepared. Cheng assisted Xiangwei in donning her attire. "Once your original form is restored, you will be able to compete normally." "Thank you." Xiangwei's complexion flushed slightly as she sat up. "I will take you to meet the other combatants in need of repairs. Many have been injured today, and the entire arena's repair team is working, yet it is still insufficient. Allow me to introduce you. If you assist them, you could earn a substantial reward." Cheng replied with a smile. "No problem. Could you tell me about the recent attack?" Zhu Shaner leaned in and said, "Brother Su, let me tell you. Just now, there was an exceedingly powerful monster in the arena. After defeating numerous masters, the Hunter Shadow appeared. As soon as he entered, he did so with overwhelming dominance." Cheng's lips twitched upon hearing this. It seems that rumors are rampant everywhere. Chapter 111. Profitable Repairs and the Virtual Reality Chamber. "Handsome. Are you the specially invited repair technician for the combat arena? I've never seen you before. Indeed, your repair skills are exceptional, far superior to those of old Shen and his crew." Cheng's efficiency in repairing cybernetic bodies greatly surpassed that of his peers, astonishing the numerous combatants around him. Not only did he adeptly resolve their issues, but he also identified and rectified previously unnoticed vulnerabilities, rendering their enhancements even more effective than before. However, his methods appeared rather alarming. He thrust a crowbar into a twisted mechanical limb, exerting force to the point of leaping into the air, leaving onlookers in a state of terror. They had never witnessed such a brutally aggressive approach to repairs. Yet, astonishingly, he not only completed the task but did so with remarkable skill. "I'm merely a junior repair technician," Cheng stated, discarding the crowbar and picking up a vertical saw. "Do not fear. Although I may lack expertise and cannot guarantee perfection, as I mentioned, I am just a junior technician." With that, he activated the saw, sending a cascade of sparks flying. The individual undergoing repair was too apprehensive to even open his eyes. A junior technician? Goodness. How is it that a junior technician possesses such skill? Regardless of his rank, I heard from the brothers ahead that he is quite capable. What does rank even matter? Exactly. Look at him. He is merely a mid-level hunter. yet he surpasses 5-star combatants. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this revelation, but remained in line. Following Ing's formidable prowess, many began to question the notion that high rank equates to absolute strength. All done, Cheng announced, setting down his tools. That will be 250 alliance coins. No credit, but you may offer collateral. These combatants were wealthier than the average individual, yet 250 was still a steep price. Nonetheless, many continued to queue, drawn by Cheng's expertise and the endorsement of the 5-star combatant, Rose. Most crucially, the results were undeniably effective. Boss, I need a replacement limb. A 3-star combatant approached, his arm nearly disintegrated, clearly the result of a plasma ray from a creature. After collecting the payment, Cheng seized the man's arm, and, to his astonishment, yanked it off in one swift motion. Onlookers gasped, believing him to be a ruthless brigand. The sheer violence of his methods was shocking. A few fellow technicians, witnessing Cheng's booming business, burned with jealousy. Yet, upon seeing Rose behind him, they could only resort to mockery. Humph. A junior technician daring to repair others, unconcerned about potential mishaps. Can he even handle the responsibility? Well, he has his special talents, with Rose and the mad girl backing him. You'd best hold your tongues. Do you know how old Shin met his end? It was because he mocked that young man, who indeed possesses skill. Pfft. It's merely luck. He happened to know how to repair cybernetics from other federations and got lucky with some influential connections. The day passed until afternoon before Cheng concluded his work. He gazed at his identity chip, satisfaction washing over him as he noted a balance of 213,140. Today's net income was 13,140 alliance coins, and he had also acquired 2 sets of E-grade cybernetics and 1 set of D-grade cybernetics. His earnings for a single day surpassed what he had saved over several years. The disparity between the suburban outcasts and the combatants was staggering. Cheng, I must ask a favor. Please relay a message to Ing, Rose said earnestly. Cheng nodded, certainly. I also need to purchase some E-grade cybernetics and basic nutrient solutions. Could you procure them for me? I'll transfer the funds. He promptly sent over 50,000 alliance coins. These items are actually for Ing. I've been buying them on his behalf, but he prefers to keep it discreet. Now that Ying's reputation is advantageous, it would be unwise not to utilize it. However, it must remain confidential to avoid complications. Is it for Ing? Rose exclaimed. Rest assured, I will handle it discreetly. You need not worry about the payment. Cheng shook his head. I have a procurement fee. I've profited from the price difference. Just take it. I must be on my way. With that, he departed. Although Ying's reputation was beneficial, it needed to be concealed for a while. Moreover, claiming the bounty would be risky, as the refuse disposal site was likely swarming with those seeking him. Thus, he opted to head home instead. Hello? Is Guapi there? It was a call from Yang Siki. Cheng answered. What's up? I've found a few virtual training sets for you. They're gone now, at least from the dark web, and they've been delivered. Thank you. This will allow me to upgrade and enhance my sensory experience. I've also made progress on the mobile homes you wanted, but you'll need to retrieve them from the mobile home camp yourself. Yang Siki opened a map. This is the northern wasteland of the abandoned city, where some outcasts reside in mobile homes. That's where you can find them. I've purchased 7 Unimog RVs for you. They are reputedly top-tier off-road vehicles from the old century and quite expensive. If you desire more, I can continue to acquire them. If not, I'll transfer the remaining funds back to you. As long as they're available, procure them immediately. Finances are not an issue. His current residence was too antiquated and insecure. If the RVs could be synthesized and upgraded, they could serve as mobile bases in the future. He could even traverse the ruins without relying on high-speed rail, driving himself instead. All right, I'll keep an eye out and purchase them as they become available. Just specify where you want to collect the vehicles. Thank you. I appreciate it. After concluding the call, Cheng swiftly returned home. Upon arrival, he found a dark web black box waiting at his doorstep. With so many boxes cluttering his home, he wished for advanced spatial technology, as Earth was a forsaken world. Its technology remained woefully behind. Perhaps the future city would boast such high-tech advancements. Humanity's technology had already reached the 2nd dimension, so spatial storage technology should exist. He brought the box inside, unpacked the virtual training sets, and piled the boxes at the back door. Returning to his room, he retrieved the synthesized intermediate virtual training set. Synthesis, intermediate virtual training set X5. Synthesis, advanced virtual training set X3. Synthesis, virtual reality chamber X1. Virtual reality chamber, an advanced dedicated training chamber possessing 80 sensory feedback. Capable of rapidly training derived skills. It can replicate 80 of cybernetic and weapon conditions based on the user's physical state. Featuring an extensive database that can recreate the vast majority of cybernetics and weapons. Compared to standard virtual training sets, it offers users the opportunity to discover derived skills. Providing superior combat training feedback, specifically designed for large-scale military training. It can adaptively adjust its internal chamber space, fully accommodating beings ranging from 1 to 3 meters in height. Equipped with life support systems and an internal biological secretion circulation device, it can sustain high-intensity training for a week. It can connect to networks through personal brain-machine interfaces. Boasting military-grade firewalls. It can utilize an independent energy chamber for power or physical connections. Military equipment, not for civilian use, classified as second-dimensional technology. Chapter 112. Entering the virtual pod. Training commences. The virtual training suit that once adorned his body has now transformed into a large, elliptical virtual reality pod, gleaming with a silvery sheen and metallic luster. The front features adjustable one-way glass, revealing an ergonomic bed designed to accommodate a reclining individual. Flanking the pod are apparatuses for storing nutrient solutions and an energy compartment. Atop the pod, a robust wiring harness connects to an external power source. Cheng caresses the pod's smooth surface, recognizing it as military-grade equipment capable of training derivative skills with an impressive 80% sensory feedback. With this, he can train in the comfort of his own home. He promptly retrieves a mid-tier energy block and places it within the virtual reality pod. While connecting to an external power source would be more economical, his aging home lacks the necessary interfaces to support such high-powered devices. Thus, he resorts to utilizing energy blocks for power. Upon inserting the mid-tier energy block, green light strips illuminate along the pod surface, and a display screen on the front door activates, showcasing real-time data from the pod. Soon, the green lights begin to flicker rapidly before shifting to red. The display screen indicates insufficient energy to sustain prolonged virtual training. The energy level rests at a mere 17.3%. Astonishingly, a single mid-tier energy block cannot even support extended training sessions, barely reaching 20% capacity. However, the reasoning is understandable. Creating a new virtual world while connecting various data from prosthetics and the human body for realistic training demands substantial energy. With no alternative, Cheng reluctantly retrieves a high-tier energy block, the last of its kind. He still possesses a faint crystal, but it seems prudent to purchase additional energy blocks for synthesis and upgrades as a reserve. In the future, his mobile home will undoubtedly require energy blocks for operation. Upon inserting the high-tier energy block into the virtual reality pod, the light strips glow green once more, and the data on the display screen surges. With energy levels skyrocketing to 83%, the energy contained within the high-tier block far exceeds that of the mid-tier. Now, he can engage in extended virtual training. Although a mid-tier energy block could facilitate virtual training, it lacked sufficient energy. Cheng presses a button on the pod's door. With a hiss of depressurization, the door swings open, revealing a brilliant white light within. Hey, what is this fascinating new gadget? His friend, No Brain, peers curiously into the virtual reality pod. This is a virtual pod for training, Cheng explains as he steps inside and takes a seat. No Brain pouts. Can it be used for gaming? Not quite. But next time I have an extra training suit, I'll get you one for gaming. Cheng recalls that the mid-tier training suit permits gaming, though he wonders if the high-tier offers the same capability. The high-tier training suit surely provides a more authentic sensory experience. Entering the realm of the ape god would indeed be an exhilarating adventure. You better remember that. No Brain yawns. I'm done playing. I'm too tired to compete with this Tiger Vanguard. With that, he leaps onto the bed, activating sleep mode. Don't wake me unless it's urgent. I plan to sleep for 3 days and nights. Cheng reclines into the virtual reality pod as the door gradually closes. The entrance transforms into an opaque, pure white. The interior lighting is gentle, not harsh on the eyes. At this moment, an operational guide appears on the pod door. Lying down, a neural connection device resembling a cap positions itself over his head. Once donned, he can enter the virtual space, with all further operations executed within that realm. However, prior to this, the virtual reality pod must collect data. If he wishes to train with a particular weapon, he must first utilize the data collector outside the pod to scan the weapon and oppos' information. Only if the data exists in the database can targeted training for the weapon be conducted. In contrast, prosthetics and implants do not require separate scanning. Data can be extracted directly from the original body, whether it be replacement prosthetics or symbiotic battle armor. Even if the database lacks specific data, it can be supplemented through data collection, a feature not applicable to weapons. However, collection is limited by the pod's analysis capacity. Cheng steps outside once more, retrieving the irresistible greatsword, and extracts a scanning device resembling a scanner from the right side of the virtual reality pod. After scanning the irresistible greatsword, the display on the pod's door shows the progress of data collection. Once the collection is complete, it confirms the presence of irresistible greatsword data in the database, allowing for virtual training. He re-enters the virtual reality pod and dons the neural connection device. As the red light on the device switches to green, darkness envelopes him, and he instantly enters a virtual space. The virtual environment spans approximately 100 square meters, serving not as a training arena, but as an initial data collection space. Before him, a virtual window displays a message indicating that data collection is underway. After a brief wait, it announces that the data collection has concluded, presenting him with options for training. Unyielding symbiotic prosthetic, primordial implant, collection progress, 53, virtual pods analysis capacity insufficient, V-type shockblade. The virtual reality pod contains data on the unyielding symbiotic battle armor, a product of Guanca technology, yet lacks data on the primordial implant. Moreover, the collection is incomplete, and the analysis capacity cannot fully process the primordial implant. Nevertheless, it suffices for training, especially since his training focus is the irresistible greatsword. Beyond the parameters of the main equipment, he can select training types and even customize the virtual pod to autonomously generate desired training scenarios, including adversaries, weapon usage, and training processes. Recalling the conditions for triggering derivative skills discovered during battles with monsters, Cheng begins to customize the training environment and foes. Before long, the settings are complete, and he presses the start option. Instantly, the entire scene morphs into a combat arena. While he could adjust various conditions such as audience presence and weather, he refrains from wasting time on such details. Before him stands a robot wielding a metal shield. Currently, the virtual reality pod allows the strength of the shield to be set at a maximum of super carbon G2 alloy, a grade higher than the armor alloy used by the War Machine in the Rock and Roll Park. He wonders if it meets the conditions necessary to trigger the irresistible greatsword and oppos' derivative skills. Donned in the symbiotic battle armor, the primordial implant manifests, albeit without the blood rage form or cellular regeneration abilities. Nevertheless, it is sufficient for his needs. He extends his right hand, and instantly, an irresistible greatsword materializes. The shield-bearing robot promptly raises its shield in defense. Cheng experiences a sensation almost indistinguishable from reality, feeling the weight of the irresistible greatsword in his grip, along with the feedback of his strength truly akin to reality. Indeed, the 80% sensory feedback proves to be remarkably authentic. He glances at the shield robot not far away, planting his feet firmly and propelling himself forward in an instant. Each stride delivers ample feedback, a testament to the excellence of military training equipment. Chapter 113, The Active Derivative Technique, Break the Firmament Slash. The virtual reality chamber even simulated the sun. However, it could not replicate the intensity of midday sunlight, only mimicking the strength of sunlight that the irresistible heavy sword could currently exert. Higher data could not be captured, as the database of the virtual reality chamber contained only the irresistible heavy sword without more specific data. Although the formidable power of a minute at true noon could not be witnessed, the derivative skills were more than sufficient. With a mighty swing, the irresistible heavy sword struck the shield with a resounding impact, cleaving deeply into an alloy shield stronger than super carbon G. 3. The strength of G3 alloy is more than 100 times that of super titanium-tungsten alloy, reaching the level of Class A combat cyborgs. Yet, G2 alloy boasts several times the strength of G3, surpassing even Class A combat cyborgs and rivaling symbiotic battle armor. Its strength is undeniably top tier, as it is a military-grade alloy. The shockwave and force feedback from the sword's collision with the shield felt exceedingly realistic. The symbiotic battle armor adorned on Su Cheng flickered with a red light, indicating the activation of skill derivation. The Eye of Dimension also displayed a prompt, confirming that the trigger condition was indeed the destruction and damage of the enemy's shield. With renewed vigor, Su Cheng exerted force with both hands, cleaving through the shield and continuing his onslaught against the robot. In an instant, the robot was shattered. However, a mere meter ahead, another shielded robot materialized. Su Cheng wasted no time and charged forward once more. Thus, he relentlessly shattered shields, only for them to reappear, allowing him to attack again. Despite his continuous training and the repeated triggering of skill derivation conditions, he found that the speed of derivation did not accelerate during actual combat. The skills of All Break and Sunslash emerged rapidly, yet within the confines of the virtual reality chamber, where he had dispatched dozens of shielded robots. No new skills had been derived. The only explanation Su Cheng could conceive was the absence of a sense of crisis within the virtual reality chamber. It was merely a training tool devoid of life-threatening danger, resulting in an inability to compare the speed of skill derivation with that of true combat. Clearly, skill derivation was not merely a mechanical trigger. It required an amalgamation of the state and insights garnered during battle. The safety of the virtual reality chamber provided an advantage, allowing users to experiment repeatedly to identify triggering conditions. However, this necessitated a longer time frame to derive skills. Gripping the Alolo heavy sword tightly, Su Cheng's gaze remained fixed on the shield robot. Since the derivation of skills was not solely based on mechanical triggers, he sought to recall the sensations experienced during combat. Perhaps this recollection could hasten the derivation process. He charged towards the shield robot once more, repeating his previous actions. Yet this time, the red patterns on the symbiotic battle armor glowed more intensely, flickering rapidly like a heartbeat. It worked. Su Cheng perceived the subtle shift, not only in the armor but also in his own ease of striking the shield. What once required additional force to break through the shield was now effortless. Clearly, he was moving in the right direction. Thus, he continued to cleave through shields, the red patterns on the symbiotic armor growing increasingly luminous. 10 minutes later, skill derivation successful. Exclusive derivative skill of Alolo Heavy Sword. Break the Firmament Slash. Break the Firmament Slash. By compressing light energy particles, it bestows the Alolo Heavy Sword with the capability to shatter shields, physical defenses. Instantly increases the user's speed by 50%, closing the distance to the target with an unstoppable momentum to deliver a decisive blow that breaks the enemy's shield, physical defense. The strength of the shield broken can vary according to the intensity of sunlight and the user's power. Cannot be used at night. Originally, the Ohali steel would sharpen according to sunlight intensity. However, mere sharpness is insufficient against alloys with high destructive strength. Break the Firmament Slash is precisely what enables the Alolo Heavy Sword to easily breach enemy defenses. It is not merely capable of cleaving shields, but also excels against formidable physical defenses, boasting special effects against high-defense adversaries. Su Cheng glanced at the nearby shield robot and charged once more. Break the Firmament Slash? The Alolo Heavy Sword swept across, its blade glowing with a palpable brilliance. It effortlessly shattered the supercarbon G2 alloy shield. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. If the Alolo Heavy Sword were not constrained by sunlight, it would undoubtedly be a perfect weapon. All its derivative skills required daylight or the presence of the sun to function. Nevertheless, it was already immensely powerful. Continuing onward, Su Cheng summoned the virtual interface to reconfigure the training robots. There was another derivative skill he had triggered in the final moments of a previous battle. After setting up the training robots, Su Cheng recalled the crucial elements of that final moment. He had leapt into the air to strike the monster, which had been gravely wounded and desperate. In its last moments, it had employed every means of resistance, but ultimately succumbed to his full-force strike. Full force. Severe injury. A leap. Considering these three potential trigger conditions, He configured the training robots to be in a state of injury. Now, all he needed to do was jump and attack with all his might. He hoped this full force did not include the full activation of the primal implant's blood rage state. Otherwise, he would be unable to derive the skill. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Cheng soared into the air, raising the Alolo heavy sword high above his head and bringing it down forcefully upon the training robot below. With a thunderous crash, smoke enveloped the area. The red patterns on his symbiotic battle armor illuminated momentarily. It was successful. The trigger conditions matched Cheng's conjectures perfectly. He wondered what kind of skill this would yield. With newfound direction, he immediately began to train relentlessly. As it was a virtual reality space, his physical stamina would not wane, though his mental faculties would tire due to the intensity of the training. Half an hour later, Cheng found himself panting as he stood up from a newly made crater. Strange. His brow furrowed. It had been half an hour. Despite the Eye of Dimension providing prompts and the armor showing signs of change, the skill had yet to derive, although his stamina remained intact. His mind had begun to fatigue, leading him to feel an unconscious weariness and breathlessness. After exhaling deeply, Cheng pondered for a moment but could not pinpoint the issue. Perhaps it was time to rest. He decided to try again tomorrow. Without a clear understanding of the problem, continuing to repeat the same action seemed futile. The trigger conditions were undoubtedly correct. The issue must lie elsewhere. With a soft hiss, the chamber door opened. Cheng removed the neural connection device, rising to take a hot shower, instantly rejuvenating his spirits. Tomorrow he would head to the RV campsite and inquire whether the HPC identity had been arranged. He needed to retire early. He glanced at the headless figure on the bed before shaking his head. Sleep? How could a young person waste their precious youth on slumber? With that, Cheng nestled into the sofa and activated his PS5. Monkey God, Initiate. Chapter 114, HPC Identity Card, Invitation. Derelict City Intersector. Heaven on Earth Entertainment Club. TSK, that intermediate hunter, Shadow, is putting on airs, a blonde HPC guard sneered, embracing a woman in a white cheongsam, claiming to be superior to even a 5-star combatant? I wager the arena is incompetent, exaggerating Shadow's abilities to mask their own ineptitude. Precisely. What real strength could an intermediate hunter possess? A jest. Haha. Regardless of their prowess, they remain mere canines from the waste disposal plant. Haha. Indeed, a pack of dogs. We alone are directly under the city lord's command. The blonde guard guffawed. Carry on. I'm taking her home for some revelry. I can scarcely contain myself, you comprehend. Amidst the lascivious chuckles of the others, the blonde guard escorted the woman out of heaven on earth. The moment they entered the vehicle, his hands became amorous. The car immediately activated privacy mode, obscuring the interior from external view while maintaining internal visibility. The vehicle proceeded autonomously toward his residence. Come, let us dally in the vehicle, with the outside world as our audience. How stimulating, haha. The blonde guard could no longer resist disrobing. Abruptly, the woman rebuffed him, her countenance transformed. Utterly unlike the alluring persona she had displayed within heaven on earth. Do you recognize my identity? The blonde guard retorted, I am an HPC guard. How dare a paltry hostess like yourself rebuff me? The woman responded with a frigid smile. Indeed, I am aware of your identity. It is you I seek. As she spoke, a glimmering dagger materialized in her hand. A flash of cold light. The blonde guard clutched his throat in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Crimson fluid gushed forth from his mouth and through his fingers. HRK. You wretched. Before he could complete his sentence, he succumbed, his eyes fixed in a resentful stare. The woman swiftly reprogrammed the vehicle's destination and retrieved a golden card from the blonde guard's person, an HPC guard's identity card. She extracted a data cable from her right palm, connecting it to the guard's card. Her eyes flooded with cascading code. Shortly thereafter, she retracted the data cable, securing the card. She then produced a scanner, meticulously capturing the guard's fingerprints and irises. With these tasks completed, she promptly initiated communication. Mission accomplished. Arrangements have been made for your extraction upon arrival. Return immediately thereafter and transmit the acquired data. Affirmative. Concurrently, a high-speed train adorned with clenched fist insignias traversed the wastelands, entering the derelict city. The following morning, Cheng arose early, completed his ablutions, and prepared to visit the RV campsite. He intended to locate a suitable area in the wilderness to relocate all the RVs. He would first synthesize and upgrade them in the open before finding a location in the suburbs. Alternatively, he could simply leave them in the wilderness, establishing another residence. The wilderness offered even greater seclusion. At that moment, his hunter card chimed. A communication from Remy. The HPC identity card is secured. Would you care to retrieve it? Cheng pondered briefly. Deliver it. I prefer to remain unseen. Shadow's notoriety is currently too high. I suspect individuals within the black market may recognize him. I wish to diminish the attention as expeditiously as possible. Very well. Ensure your safety. Provide me with an address, and I will dispatch someone to deliver it. Cheng promptly transmitted Rose's address. The derelict city's arena and black market were formidable entities, neither of which would lightly provoke the other. They represented the safest option at present. Remy paused momentarily. You are acquainted with this combatant? An acquaintance, yes. A shadow. He was unacquainted with Rose, but Cheng was. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to deliver it. With those words, Remy terminated the call. Rose. A woman's name. A trace of coldness flickered in Remy's eyes. You are mine alone. No other woman is permitted. She turned to a woman in a white cheongsam who stood nearby. Deliver the identity card and investigate this Rose. Yes, Mississippi elsewhere. Cheng resolved to first acquire the HPC guard's identity card and unravel the truth behind his parents' attack 8 years prior. The RVs could wait. He could arrange for Yang Siki to acquire additional units and retrieve them together. He immediately set out for the arena. The black market had acted with greater alacrity, delivering the items to Rose before his arrival. Upon Cheng's arrival, Rose was engrossed in Zhu Shan'er's match. You are here to retrieve this, I presume. Upon seeing Cheng, Rose promptly produced 2 metal cases, one large and one small, delivered by the black market, and approached him. Shadow requires these? Cheng nodded once. Yes. You have met, then. Did you inform him of my situation? Rose's eyes were fixed intently on Cheng, her hands clenching the hem of her garment nervously. He is currently indisposed, so. Cheng glanced at the arena, marred by the aberrant's destruction. He dislikes crowds and wishes to wait until the fervor subsides before meeting you. Truly? Rose exclaimed with delight. He is willing to meet me? Cheng offered a faint smile. Indeed. However, he is curious as to the nature of your request. If it concerns the Aurilock Greatsword, he is prepared to return it. No, the Aurilock Greatsword is his to keep. It was, after all, my compensation to you. You are free to bestow it upon whomever you wish. Rose shook her head. I seek him for a private matter. A private matter? Cheng raised an eyebrow, unable to discern the nature of the matter, but sensing it was an encumbrance. These are for you. Rose presented the 2 cases to Cheng. These are from the black market. Cheng accepted the cases without immediately opening them. Very well. I shall take my leave. Wait. Rose gestured towards Zhu Shan'er, who was engaged in combat outside. Will you not watch for a while? No. She will achieve her objective. For she has a reason she cannot afford to fail. Zhu Shan'er, like him, harbored a profound vendetta, coupled with a full suite of A-grade combat prosthetics and implants. How could she possibly lose? With those words, Cheng departed the arena. Do you believe Shadow could be Cheng? Rose mused, gazing wistfully in the direction of Cheng's departure. Savita Lena replied calmly, unlikely. When Miss Shauna spoke with Mr. Su, she observed him at home. Shadow, at that time, had just departed the arena. It would be impossible for him to travel from the arena to the suburbs instantaneously. I see. Rose sighed softly. I hope he can lead us back to Akasha city-state. Later, after Cheng left the arena, he received a call from Zhang Jie. Hey, brother, long time no see. Would you be amenable to meeting at the Lollipop Island bar? Zhang Jie, wearing glasses, embraced the same woman from their previous encounter, his hands still roaming restlessly over her body. I am unavailable. Cheng declined outright, as he needed to visit HPC. His relationship with Zhang Jie was purely transactional. He no longer needed Zhang Jie to peddle intermediate nutrient solutions. Very well. If that is the case, I shall have to seek you out. Upon hearing this, Cheng's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Oh, do not misunderstand, my friend. I simply require a small favor. The S-grade hunter promotion tournament is in 2 days. and I require some high-grade nutrient solutions. Rest assured, if you agree, you may provide me with an answer tomorrow. I shall come to you." Zhang Jie spread his hands, one of which held a red halter top. Chapter 115. The Archive Room, merely involved? S-Class Hunter Promotion Tournament. Su Cheng had initially intended to let him give it a try, but now time was of the essence. While he could easily pass the Advanced Hunter test, his points fell short of the top 10 on the leaderboard. Moreover, the priority of Hunter information was currently quite low. Not only do I require advanced nutrient solutions, but my prosthetics also need your maintenance and upgrades, Zhang Jie said, adjusting his sunglasses. "I've recently acquired some good stuff. Let us discuss it tomorrow." Su Cheng replied coolly. "I have matters to attend to." "Very well, I shall not disturb you, my dear friend." He ended the communication. Finding a secluded corner, Su Cheng opened 2 boxes from the black market. One contained an HPC guard identity card, while the other held 2 pairs of golden pupil glasses, a small finger sleeve, and a complete set of HPC guard attire. Additionally, there was a golden wig and a chip. He placed the chip on the Infinite Gateway, and the information was instantly recorded. Ruin City HPC Guard, Combat Arena Division Level 1 Guard, Stanum. Requires wearing a wig, using pupil eye verification and fingerprint scanning. Remy had prepared thoroughly. Not only were there clothes, but also the necessary verification items, along with identity information. If he had to procure them himself, he would have only managed to obtain a set of clothing. After swiftly donning the disguise, Su Cheng appeared nearly indistinguishable from the golden-haired guard. The helmet concealed his face, revealing only his hair and eyes, alleviating any concerns of being recognized. Although there were slight differences in physique, they were nearly imperceptible unless one was an acquaintance. As he stepped out of the alley, several individuals glanced his way, but their gazes quickly shifted away. The HPC in the entire ruined city seemed out of place. Thus the ordinary denizens paid them no mind. Su Cheng boarded an unmanned taxi to the HPC guard headquarters. A blue and white metal building loomed majestically in the heart of the ruined city, its walls as immaculate as a waste processing plant, starkly contrasting with the surrounding structures. Even the inner-city buildings bore the marks of rust, appearing dilapidated. Su Cheng did not rush inside. Instead, he ambled slowly, observing those around him. Each individual entering the headquarters was required to scan their pupils and fingerprints at the entrance. He followed the crowd to the turnstile, where infrared technology scanned his pupils and fingerprints. The turnstile confirmed his identity, granting him passage. "Hey, Stanum, why are you so early today?" Suddenly, a guard called out from behind. "Aren't you supposed to be at the division?" Su Cheng feigned ignorance and swiftly entered the guard headquarters. The interior of the headquarters was evidently a world apart from the ruined city. It resembled a technologically advanced human city. Projection displays adorned the space, and a vast, transparent circular passage in the center showcased countless streams of data flowing continuously, resembling a colossal transparent data transistor. Around it, 10 transparent elevators ascended and descended ceaselessly. Su Cheng quickly scanned the floating directional signs. The building boasted 33 floors, with the archive room located on the 21st. Confirming the location, he proceeded directly to the elevator, wishing to avoid any encounters with familiar faces. As the elevator ascended swiftly, Su Cheng noticed the guard who had called out to him. The guard rushed to the elevator entrance but missed it, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, running so fast. Are you eager to reincarnate?" "Soon." The level of confidentiality is so high that it is undoubtedly not a mere random attack. The secrets involved must be of significant magnitude. The core database. Su Cheng recalled the circular data flow pipeline. His authorization was insufficient to conduct an inquiry. The trail has gone cold, at least until he obtains higher HPC privileges. He cannot uncover more information regarding the attacks. Alternatively, he could wait until he defeats R's ultimate weapon and then inquire whether R possesses any knowledge. It is best to leave this place for now. Su Cheng secured the data chip and swiftly exited the archive room. "Damn, how did you end up here? I've been searching for you for ages." Chapter 116. The Wilderness, Energy Mine. "What are you doing here? Not at the division, but in the archives. Is it because of that woman from last night?" The guard who previously called for Su Cheng had actually found the archives on the 21st floor. Su Cheng nodded. Remaining silent, fearful that speaking would expose him, his only option was to stall for time. "Hey, I went there too. A girl asked me to retrieve her file. She was even more attractive than the one you had last night. The man brushed past Su Cheng, giving his shoulder a playful pat. You should exercise some restraint. You'll end up dead at the hands of women. You look like you've lost weight. With that, he entered another archive room, a smirk plastered across his face. Su Cheng glanced back. It was not the room he had just discovered, so he stepped into the elevator. It appeared that these guards frequently engaged in such behavior. Even an ordinary level 1 guard could exploit their position for significant personal gain. Women and money, they possessed far more than the commoners. This was the essence of power. Even the smallest authority could yield benefits that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Suddenly, something felt amiss. The man turned back towards the departing Su Cheng, puzzled. This guy is usually quite talkative. Why is he silent today? And why did he lead me in circles? With this thought, he approached the archive room where Su Cheng had just exited, verifying his identity before stepping inside. What was a man doing in the archives from 8 years ago? He ventured further inside. Suddenly, at the corner of the last filing cabinet, he spotted a guard with a broken neck. Damn, something was indeed wrong. That guy had gone mad. He immediately attempted to contact the outside. Yet, in an instant, he felt his perspective shift towards his rear, spotting the golden-haired man who had supposedly already left. He tried to speak, but his throat betrayed him, rendering him mute. Su Cheng had been observing from the corner. If this man had entered the archive room, he would still have time to escape. However, once he stepped inside, he would undoubtedly discover the dead guard, leaving Su Cheng with insufficient time to flee, likely leading to an interception at the guard headquarters. Thus, he retraced his steps. Next time, don't be so curious. Su Cheng hastily positioned the guard's body alongside the deceased guard before making a swift exit. As it was still early, few ventured into the archives, and the cleaners hadn't yet arrived. This time, Su Cheng managed to leave the guard headquarters unscathed. Shortly after his departure, alarms blared throughout the headquarters. Warning, a homicide has been detected. Archive Room 007 on the 21st floor has been breached, with traces of confidential files accessed. 2 Level 1 guards have been killed. Manhunt, Level 1 guard Storm. Analysis suggests Storm is likely deceased. Search in progress. Warning. The alarms echoed through the guard headquarters 3 times. Prominent red letters illuminated the projections throughout the facility. Simultaneously, all divisions in the wasteland received the alert. The guard headquarters quickly deduced that Storm was probably dead. They likely identified the anomaly through body shape comparison. Numerous HPC patrol airships suddenly filled the skies over the wasteland. The commoners looked up in confusion at this unusual phenomenon. HPC rarely mobilized on such a large scale. It was undoubtedly a manhunt for a significant suspect. What is going on? Did some noble perish? Who cares? It doesn't concern us. It's better if those people are gone. No, it's not a noble. I heard that someone invaded the guard headquarters and killed 2 HPC guards. Who in the world dares to kill a guard in the HPC headquarters? People on the streets exchanged thoughts about the unusual activity of the HPC. Information spread rapidly, and the prominent families were among the first to take notice, receiving news almost immediately. The wasteland had been in turmoil recently, with incidents occurring at the fighting arena and now at the HPC headquarters. It seemed that many crises and instabilities were lurking beneath the surface, perhaps brewing a significant upheaval. In the Black Market Villa district. It's him. Remy was certain it was Shadow. The archives from 8 years ago, the evil organization. Could he have friends or relatives who perished in that attack? She recalled how Su Cheng had inquired about the evil dealings, and now the files he sought were related to that very attack. It was likely that someone he knew had been killed in that event. The Black Market must have some information regarding that incident. The only other person aware of Su Cheng's intentions was Sophia. She glanced at the memorial portrait of Sergei on the wall. Old man, the person you've taken an interest in seems rather extraordinary. Perhaps he is the one capable of breaking the rules. Meanwhile, Su Cheng had already discarded his guard uniform and destroyed it. He was now in an unmanned taxi, en route to the RV camp. The HPC's actions were swift, yet they remained a step behind him. Unfortunately, they had failed to uncover much information this time. He continuously rifled through the documents he had just read in his mind. Within them were photographs of his parents' murder. His father had been brutally decapitated, and even the remains were never found, only a mangled corpse left behind. His mother had been Chapter 117, Economical Procurement, Modular RVs. The vehicle is inside, equipped with sufficient energy to reach the abandoned city. After the man spoke, the mechanical hydraulic arm grasped the drill and resumed mining operations. Are energy blocks for sale? Cheng inquired abruptly, gesturing towards several low-grade energy blocks that had already been extracted. The man waved his hand dismissively. Not for sale. We have our outlets. To simplify matters, we rely on fixed channels for distribution. I can offer a slightly higher price than others. These low-grade energy blocks hold little value, despite the considerable difficulty in extraction. First, drilling tools must be employed to unearth the ore. However, the ore is exceedingly hard, necessitating substantial time for extraction. Once mined, only a few areas within the ore exhibit energy concentration, requiring manual labor to extract these energy-rich minerals, which also consumes considerable time. Thus, their daily yield is minimal, barely sufficient to sustain themselves. True large-scale deposits employ specialized mining machines, which operate at speeds beyond human capability. Moreover, the minerals on Earth have long been depleted, with a significant portion of energy blocks sourced from Future City. The energy content within these abandoned mines is quite low. The displaced individuals here fare slightly better than those in suburban regions, yet they exchange their physical labor for survival. Mining is sheer physical toil. Naturally, if they could sell at a higher price, they would be inclined to do so. The man paused his drilling, glanced at Cheng, but shook his head. I am engaged in a long-term venture. I cannot sell a few. In the future, I will require all the energy blocks you extract. The virtual reality chamber demands immense energy. The future RVs may also necessitate substantial energy blocks. Although low-grade energy blocks possess minimal energy, Cheng can synthesize upgrades. This is far more economical than purchasing mid-tier energy blocks, which are priced several times higher than low-grade ones, surpassing the price difference of nutrient solutions. The man appeared somewhat taken aback. I can produce 10 low-grade energy blocks every 2 days, selling for 25 Alliance coins. The price for one low-grade energy block is 4 Alliance coins, cheaper than basic nutrient solutions, and they are more durable. We sell them for 5 Alliance coins each, with the middleman pocketing 5 Alliance coins, then the 4 of us divide the daily earnings. The man responsible for drilling receives a slightly larger share. I'll offer 30. And I'll take all your energy blocks each day. Cheng increased his offer by 5 blocks, still significantly cheaper than purchasing from the market. The man's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the youth before him, who appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary displaced person. Are those RVs yours? Or did you come to help someone drive them away? He queried. They are mine, Cheng replied with a faint smile, and I will continue to procure them. He understood the man was probing the depth of his wallet. Very well. The man approached Cheng, extending his right hand. I am Li Budong. I can sell to you, but a prepayment is required. Rest assured, our RVs are right outside. We live here. Cheng disregarded the dust on his hand as he shook it. That's acceptable. If you know others, you can assist me in procurement. I will take as many as you can find. Li Budong nodded. I know of another mining team that can produce 6 low-grade energy blocks every 2 days. According to your purchase price, 6 blocks would amount to 18 Alliance coins. All right, I will provide a prepayment of 200 Alliance coins. And someone will come to collect the energy blocks from you daily. Cheng promptly transferred 200 Alliance coins to Li Budong. Excellent. Li Budong smiled upon receiving the transfer. Thank you, boss. We have a total of 15 energy blocks in stock. I will give them to you now. Tomorrow, I will speak with my friends to sell all the goods to you. As he spoke, he signaled to his companions to bring the stock over. All right, it's all yours. Cheng accepted the 15 low-grade energy blocks. I will go retrieve the vehicle. Take care, boss. Li Budong bid farewell as he watched Cheng depart. Then instructed his companion, inform old Zhang that we will acquire their goods for 17 Alliance coins. Understood. Meanwhile, Cheng entered the cavern and beheld 7 massive black RVs. These are the pinnacle of vehicles from the old century, the Unimog 8x8 off-road RVs. In the old century, they commanded a price of around 7 million. Not to mention the cost after modifications. Many individuals invested in upgrades that surpassed the price of a vehicle. Approaching one of the Unimogs, he noted that Despite the passage of centuries, these vehicles had been maintained and were still operational. The entire power system had been retrofitted to align with the current energy systems. Cheng circled the towering RV, utterly impressed. He refrained from entering as he anticipated that the synthesis upgrades would yield something even more advanced. Entering the driver's cabin, which had also undergone modern upgrades, he found it capable of autonomous driving. Nevertheless, Cheng opted for manual control, initiating the energy. The engine roared to life with a deep rumble. He pressed the energy pedal, and the vehicle surged forward. True to its old-century pedigree, even amidst the rugged terrain of the mine, it moved with remarkable stability. As he drove past Blackbull and his companions, they couldn't help but steal glances at the luxurious vehicle. "This RV seems quite opulent even in the present," one remarked. "Indeed, it's far superior to our bus. How I wish I could reside within it. Yet it is vastly more expensive than our bus. Such models, though outdated, are classic and command higher prices than modern vehicles. Not to mention the difficulty in finding so many identical models." Blackbull waved his hand dismissively. "Let us focus on mining more ore. These matters are irrelevant to us. Our paths in life diverge. Let us not indulge in fantasies." After exiting the mine, Cheng traversed the wilderness in search of a secluded area. Soon, he spotted a large earthen mound, approximately 20 meters high. Upon approaching, he discovered it was a natural bowl. 3 mounds surrounded a central area about the size of 2 football fields, with a single entrance wide enough for 2 unimogs to pass through. "This will do." Cheng maneuvered the vehicle inside and ascended the mound to survey the surroundings. He observed no signs of human activity. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust and causing the shrubs to rustle. Confirming the area was secure, he dashed back towards the mine, approximately 5 kilometers away. Thus, he made several trips, driving all the unimogs into the bowl. Exhaling deeply, Cheng had traversed dozens of kilometers back and forth. Yet, for his enhanced physique, it felt no different than a casual stroll. Without hesitation, he activated the Eye of Dimensions. Synthesis upgrade. Synthesis. All-terrain exploration RVX2 synthesis. All-terrain modular exploration RVX1. All-terrain modular exploration RV features a more advanced digital fully dynamic adaptive chassis compared to the all-terrain exploration RV. It can adjust the chassis softness and hardness in real time based on road conditions, ensuring a smooth driving experience. The modular body design allows each functional area to move independently, facilitating modifications and maintenance while effectively enhancing space utilization, enabling users to adjust module areas at will. The entire exterior is constructed from titanium alloy, boasting exceptional strength. Impervious to storms and lightning, it excels in all-terrain exploration, possessing formidable wading capabilities, allowing passage through water. The expansive interior layout is well organized, capable of absorbing and storing solar energy, utilizing energy engines with high energy output and conversion efficiency. It can further synthesize and upgrade into a base model, belonging to the first-dimensional technology. Chapter 118, Luminous Crystal Core. The once imposing Unimog off-road vehicle appears diminutive in comparison to the all-terrain modular adventure vehicle. Even a solitary all-terrain adventure vehicle pales beside a more advanced modular variant. Cloaked in a matte black titanium alloy, it resembles a perfectly rectangular prism from the outside. However, it is ingeniously constructed from various functional compartments. Cheng can effortlessly manipulate these compartments via the central control system in the cockpit, allowing for the reconfiguration of the rectangular vehicle body at will. Inside the compartment, the layout automatically adapts, maintaining a continuous passage that connects all functional areas. The front of the vehicle boasts 4 oversized searchlights, and the cockpit is fortified with defensive armor. Upon entering the compartment, one finds a sleeping area at the rear, featuring a spacious 2-meter bed. The bathroom and restroom are conveniently separated on either side, providing ample space, while a kitchen and living area complete the interior. The entire vehicle is equipped with a robust heating system. A small door allows direct passage from the functional area to the cockpit, where, in addition to the steering wheel for manual control, 2 large screens hang from the ceiling. The control panel consists of a full touch interface. As Cheng activates the vehicle, the control panel illuminates, displaying various data and control buttons. He locates the modular adjustment feature in the functional area and transforms the kitchen into an energy storage room, removing the overhead bed in the sleeping area to create a retractable observation room. In an instant, the rear compartment operates like a transformer, swiftly reconfiguring itself. The two repurposed modules are continuously changing internally. After approximately 10 seconds, the compartment returns to its rectangular form. The former kitchen has now become a dedicated energy storage cabinet for energy blocks. At the rear, a climbable space rises, surrounded by adjustable glass on all sides, which can also be opened. When not in use, the observation area can be retracted at any time, offering both convenience and practicality. However, it still necessitates an external water supply or storage. Furthermore, Cheng recalls the mention of a base vehicle in the description of the dimensional eye. Literally interpreted, it signifies the potential for further synthesis and upgrades, resulting in a vehicle that can serve as a base. Such a vehicle would undoubtedly be far more advanced and sophisticated than a mere recreational vehicle, capable of self-sustaining systems that do not rely on external water sources. Achieving complete automation of daily life, he must continue acquiring recreational vehicles, with his ultimate goal being a base vehicle. The fundamental requirement being a single vehicle that can sustain him in the wild. Descending from the vehicle, while it currently lacks the capability to survive independently in the wilderness, it suffices as a temporary abode. He instructs his companion, who lacks foresight, to remain here while he chooses between the suburban area and the recreational vehicle. He summons a drone taxi remotely, albeit at a high cost, as the journey back from the wilderness is too lengthy. Upon returning home to the suburbs, Cheng retrieves 15 low-level energy blocks he has received and begins synthesizing upgrades. He is quite pleased with the energy blocks. Indeed, they are quite useful. His companion, lacking foresight, approaches him eagerly. "Why are you suddenly so generous towards me?" "Not for you. I have my own use for them," Cheng replies, not even glancing at him as he swiftly synthesizes the energy blocks. Synthesis, Intermediate Energy Block X7. Synthesis, Advanced Energy Block X3. Synthesis, Luminous Crystal X1. "Hand over that luminous crystal you owe me. I need it for an upgrade." Cheng extends his hand toward his companion. "I'm not giving it to you. You're asking for it after I already tossed it to you, you fool." His companion retorts, pouting as he reluctantly retrieves the luminous crystal from his pocket. "If I'd known, I would have used it earlier. It's been ages since I've had such pure energy. I used to always keep some on hand." The luminous crystal serves as a standard energy source for the Alliance's armed forces. Despite having nearly inexhaustible plasma reactors, they require external energy for instantaneous powerful combat. The luminous crystal is the optimal choice. Yet, on Earth, luminous crystals are exceedingly rare. The mines have long been depleted, leaving scarce quantities of even advanced energy blocks. Cheng receives the luminous crystal and synthesizes it for an upgrade. Synthesis, Luminous Crystal Core. Luminous Crystal Core, essential energy source for large weaponry. Contains 10,086 units of microcompressed pure energy, capable of delivering 499 beams of full power output and 1,024 beams of instantaneous superpower output. A product of second-dimensional technology, its performance is exponentially superior to that of the luminous crystal, although the overall parameters may not seem drastically improved. 4,098 units of energy in the luminous crystal versus 10,086 units in the luminous crystal core. The former involves microcompressed energy. This represents 10,086 units of energy after compression. The energy released will greatly exceed 10,086. Moreover, while the output power has only increased from 384 beams to 499 beams, it boasts an instantaneous superpower output of 1,024 beams. This power bandwidth has effectively doubled. Energy refers to the total reserve of energy blocks, while power denotes the total amount of energy that can be provided simultaneously. An increase in reserve does not necessarily meet the demands of large machinery, which require a greater bandwidth to extract energy. The luminous crystal core. His companion gazes in awe at the hovering energy block, shimmering with blue light. The energy block is the size of a fist, with its blue energy resembling the sun, speckled with flecks of white light. This was something reserved for the leader's use. It's not easy to come by. Cheng lifts the luminous crystal core. "This can be yours." "Really?" His companion's eyes light up, excitement bubbling as he reaches to take it. Cheng, however, raises a hand. Wait, you think you can take advantage of me just because I'm in disguise? His companion leaps in frustration, unable to reach it, and then pats himself down, finding himself empty-handed. If only my wrench were still here, I'd jump up and hit your head. Cheng retrieves the wrench from a nearby cabinet and hands it to him. Here, I brought it back. Holding the wrench, his companion stares blankly for 2 seconds before tossing it behind him. What was that just flew past? Cheng grins widely. I can give it to you, but there's a condition. His companion crosses his arms, smirking. You think a luminous crystal core can sway me? Huh. I'll show you. He turns around to pick up the wrench, tucking it into his waistband. All right, what is your condition? I'm bigger than you, so I'll take care of you. I have a recreational vehicle in the wilderness. You can temporarily stay there. I'll bring the game console over and give you 1 advanced energy block each week. Cheng extends the luminous crystal core toward him, including this. With a swish, a shadow flits by. His companion plays with the luminous crystal core. Unable to suppress a smile, fine, I'll reluctantly agree. Chapter 119. The enemy approaches the Akasha city-state. I will transmit the map location to you, and you can proceed now. Cheng smiled faintly, preparing to venture out to procure some low-tier cybernetics. The symbiotic battle armor requires an abundance of low-tier cybernetics for enhancement. In truth, the availability of D-grade mechanical cybernetics is quite limited. Previously, due to financial constraints, acquiring D-grade cybernetics was not a worthwhile endeavor. However, now that he possesses wealth, he can procure higher-tier cybernetics. He immediately contacted Rose. I need both E and D-grade mechanical cybernetics. Acquire as many as possible. All right. However, the E-grade cybernetics have already been depleted around the combat arena, and their supply is generally regulated, resulting in a scarcity. I've sent Savadalina to procure them from farther locations. But the D-grade cybernetics will also be in short supply. That's fine. Just buy whatever you can. Understood. I will procure them for you as swiftly as possible. After terminating the communication, Cheng was about to call Yang Siki for assistance in acquisition when she unexpectedly reached out first. Hurry over. A few scoundrels are looking for me. Yang Siki's voice was tinged with urgency as she monitored the surveillance on her computer. Who? Cheng inquired, puzzled. It must be the original owners of the Future City key component. I mentioned before that the key was transported from the Akasha city-state, and they tracked it down. Yang Siki held up the Future City key component number 9, saying, I've partially decrypted this key, but due to equipment limitations, I have yet to complete the process. Cheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Siki could decrypt the Future City key component. Her hacking skills were indeed formidable. However, the limitations posed by Earth's technology were significant. Nevertheless, he could synthesize and upgrade some specialized hacking equipment. It need not be an infinite gateway, as its primary functions revolve around communication and defense. I'm on my way. Have they located your residence? Cheng swiftly grabbed the Ariluo heavy sword nearby and made his way to the back door. The golden pentagram brooch on his chest rotated slightly, and his attire transformed into a black trench coat, while a black mask concealed his face. Not yet. They are still downstairs and seem to be waiting until nightfall. A few of the survivors I controlled were killed by those scoundrels. The survivors downstairs were individuals that Yang Siki had hacked and controlled using their photon brains for protection. However, due to equipment limitations, she could only control those in her immediate vicinity. Cheng hastened toward the ancient city. How did they manage to track you down? When I unlocked the key, a hidden signal source activated on its own. Although I managed to shut it down promptly, it was still too late. Yang Siki placed the key into a lead box. They must have traced the signal. Here's the plan, Cheng said calmly. You give me the Future City key component and reactivate the signal source. I will divert their attention. He required number 9, which he did not possess. No way. Yang Siki frowned, shaking her head. I cannot put you in danger. Just take me away from here. I will decrypt the key as quickly as possible. Just give me time, and I will succeed. Cheng pressed his lips together. You may not want it, but I do. Who knows how long it will take for you to decrypt it? I don't have that luxury of time. He needed to draw the pursuers out to prevent them from lurking in the shadows, as that would be the most disadvantageous situation. Then, He would find a way to synthesize and upgrade Yang Siki's hacking equipment, which would ultimately assist him in the future. Once she fully decrypted the key, he could retrieve it, giving him 3 future city key components. Trust in my abilities, they are not my match. But we do not know the extent of their strength. I cannot allow you to. Cheng interrupted her. I need the future city key component. I already have number 01 and number 03. Your no. 09 is crucial to me. After this matter concludes, when you finish decrypting, just hand over the key to me. Yang Siki fell silent for a few moments before exclaiming, You scoundrel! How could you possess 2 future city key components without telling me? I trusted you so much. Cheng spoke earnestly. The key is of utmost importance to me. My journey to future city is not for wealth or luxury, nor for a better environment or life. I must go there. Hence, I did not disclose this to anyone. He had his reasons for the journey and had not initially shared the matter of the key with Yang Siki. He also intended to collect keys without knowing she could decrypt them. If you require it, I can lend it to you for decryption. Since Yang Siki could decrypt the key without needing the physical component, lending it to her posed no issue. Forget it. I forgive you, Yang Siki huffed, tossing her head back and handing Cheng the key. Here, take it. I will reactivate the signal source. Just make sure those scoundrels give you a good beating. She was not angry that Cheng withheld the key from her, as it was not originally hers. Instead, she felt that Cheng was concealing something from her, while she had shared everything with him. She sensed a lack of trust from Cheng. She would not demand the key from him. However, now that Cheng had provided his reasons for secrecy, she felt her anger dissipate. I have arrived. Cheng did not immediately seek out Yang Siki. Instead, he observed the surroundings from the rooftop. Do you know their location? I do not know. Those scoundrels killed a few of my people and then entered the building, even hacking my network. Yang Siki fidgeted anxiously with her computer. My equipment is too outdated. I want to go to Future City for better technology. With advanced equipment, I could access the source network and penetrate all systems without anyone being able to stop me. Cheng believed she indeed possessed such expertise. When the opportunity arises, I will find someone to assist you in obtaining superior equipment. I have connections in the black market. Really? Yang Siki exclaimed with delight. That would be wonderful. I knew you had connections in the black market. But she trailed off. What is it? Cheng raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Yang Siki lowered her head. Feeling a bit bashful, if it's too expensive, I might not be able to afford it. Cheng's lips twitched slightly. Not to worry. I will give you a friendly price. Now, I will go find you to retrieve the key. All right. Yang Siki nodded. I placed it where you first found the camera. She controlled the spider drone to grasp the key component and exit through the window towards the rooftop. Good. Remember to activate the signal source. It is already activated. At that moment, 3 individuals were searching within the building. Stalin, the signal source has activated and is heading to the rooftop. Chapter 120. What does the trigger condition have to do with me? In the inner city, at the pinnacle of the tallest building, the Lord's Tower, a projection of a man with golden hair and blue eyes flickers. 8 searchlights converge upon his image. On the spacious rooftop, a man adorned with golden teeth, draped in luxurious fur, styled with a retro pompadour, and holding a cigar, gazes down at the subservient figure kneeling before him. He is Skeg, the lord of the wasteland city. Have you found the shadow? Not yet, my lord. However, we have identified his weapon, the Allurlo heavy sword of the Rose family, renowned fighters of the 5-star arena. The Allurlo heavy sword? The one from the Arkasha city-state? Intriguing. Skeg exhales a thick plume of smoke, caressing the beauty standing beside him, Rebecca. Upon hearing the name of the shadow, her eyes reflect a complex emotion. That fledgling hunter has grown remarkably strong, catching even the attention of the lord of the wasteland city. Meanwhile, she has finally ascended to her current position. Though their paths diverge entirely, with a subtle sway of her hips, she casts a seductive glance at Skeg. He casually squeezes her, remarking, "They must have arrived in Wasteland City to retrieve their lost components for the Future City key. I wonder if they will encounter the shadow." The subordinate hastily interjects. The key components stolen by Death Rock are likely in possession of the shadow. Skeg grins widely, revealing his golden teeth. Then it becomes even more interesting. We shall find the shadow and recruit him as my lord's guard. Should he refuse, we shall eliminate him. Yes. The subordinate agrees and retreats immediately. Shadow. I seem to recall a bit about you, Skake says, pulling Rebecca closer. He appears to have completed the bounty I posted, delivering some impressive original entities to me. As he speaks, he twists Rebecca's arm, relishing her pained expression. Beautiful, simply exquisite. This painful yet stunning visage is utterly invigorating. He closes his eyes, shedding his garments. In the suburban area, atop a dilapidated ancient city tower, the golden brooch glimmers as a black trench coat swiftly transforms into a symbiotic battle armor. Cheng secures the components for the future city key, crouching on the railing in anticipation. Before long, he hears footsteps. The red eyes of his battle armor narrow and rotate. 3 figures ascend to the rooftop. Symbiotic battle armor? Stalin frowns, addressing Cheng. Did you take our key? Cheng shakes his head. No, I seized it from a band of musicians. I see, Stalin replies sternly. Your Wasteland City gang has stolen our key components. Please return them. Cheng shakes his head again. No. Do you think your symbiotic battle armor makes you invincible? Stalin's gaze turns fierce. Cheng calmly shakes his head once more. No, but at least you dare not act. Clearly, the components of the future city key hold immense significance for them. Otherwise, they would not have pursued them all the way from Arkasha. However, if they had absolute confidence, they would have attacked directly, rather than engaging in this conversation. The absence of immediate action indicates their apprehension towards the symbiotic battle armor. Stalin's expression darkens. That may not be the case. He glances at the sky. It is around 3 in the afternoon, and the sunlight remains intense. You are but 1, while we are 3. With that, all 3 enter a combat stance. Stalin activates his body as complete defense mode, shocked to encounter an enemy clad in symbiotic battle armor. Each of them possesses a body that differs from those in Wasteland City, not particularly refined, yet exuding a palpable sense of power. Stalin's fully defensive armor is sharply angular and entirely brown. Each of them wields a melee weapon, all shrouded in a veil of faint white light. Cheng squints. It seems these weapons are forged from Ohali steel. Allow me to showcase the unique weaponry of our Arkasha city-state, Stalin declares, leading the charge with a glowing machete aimed at Cheng. With the sun still shining brightly, his weapon grants him a 50% enhancement. The other 2 do not engage in close combat. Instead, they deploy a large-caliber armor-piercing artillery from their bodies. Are you referring to such weapons? Cheng produces the Allurlo heavy sword from behind him. The Allurlo heavy sword. Stalin's eyes widen in disbelief. How do you possess this sword and wield it? He halts abruptly. This is clearly beyond his capacity to confront. The Allurlo heavy sword surpasses their weapons significantly, already at a disadvantage with their bodies. They now face an overwhelming weapon. It's an insurmountable challenge. Stalin recognizes this and makes a decisive retreat. The other 2 open fire to cover their escape. Fiery blasts mixed with blue arcs erupt from the cannon's mouth, as specially constructed armor-piercing rounds are unleashed. Detection. Sun slash. Cheng sweeps a white sword aura, slicing through the bullets amidst the astonished expressions of the 3. It can also derive skills. Stalin's only desire now is to flee. He regrets taking this mission to Wasteland City. Even if he had come, he should have relished the experience first. He had assumed that a gang, no matter how formidable, would be capped at possessing the same full suite of A-grade combat bodies as his own. With his Ohali steel weaponry, he believed he would be even stronger in daylight. Accompanied by 2 powerful aides, surely he would complete the task with ease. Yet, he did not anticipate encountering Cheng upon arrival. Not only is his body formidable, but he also possesses the skill to wield the Allurlo heavy sword. His proficiency with Ohali steel weapons surpasses even those from Arkasha. The sword aura not only cleaves the bullets, but also strikes one of the men. Though he attempts to block with his weapon, his arm is severed. At the severed end, flecks of white light glimmer. Cheng leaps, delivering a forceful strike. With a resounding boom, a small burst of white light erupts, collapsing the rooftop. The explosive white light pierces through the floor. Skill derivation in progress. Insufficient information. Please maintain combat. Here it comes again. Just like in the virtual reality chamber, the Eye of Dimensions provides hints, and the symbiotic battle armor undergoes changes. No. Wait. Something is different. Cheng keenly perceives a distinction. The virtual reality chamber lacked the explosive white light. He meticulously recalls the previous battles and training. Indeed, The skills had been unable to derive because they lacked a triggering condition. The white light, just like the one that erupted moments ago, was absent in the virtual reality chamber. Only in actual combat does it manifest. Perfect. I will use these 3 to hone my skills. At this point, Stalin and his companions leap from the rooftop. With one comrade unexpectedly abandoning him, Stalin curses furiously, "Damn it, you fool. Don't you dare return without me, or it will be your end. You're the fool. Let us see if you can return at all. May the sun god bless you." "Oh, no, the sun god is hunting you," the other retorts without hesitation. Suddenly, a white sword aura cleaves before him. Next, a shadow eclipses the sun above him. Looking up, he sees Su Cheng leaping from the rooftop, moving with astonishing speed. Lacking the skill for derivation, he can only raise his axe to block. The Allurlo heavy sword strikes the axe with a decisive blow. Though both are forged from Ohali steel, the Allurlo heavy sword is evidently the more advanced weapon. With a resounding clang, the axe shatters. The Allurlo heavy sword plunges into his shoulder. Su Cheng raises the heavy sword, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, he cannot practice his skills. However, the constant leaping proved cumbersome. Thus, he experimented by stepping backward and wielding the Irresistible greatsword with all his might. A resounding boom ensued, followed by an eruption of white light. The adversary was cleaved in twain, their body riddled with sanguinary perforations from the explosive force of the white light. Su Cheng surveyed the pronouncements of the dimensional eye with satisfaction. It was now evident that leaping was not a prerequisite for activation. He turned his gaze towards the halted Starlin. "Why have you ceased your flight? Escape is futile." Starlin retorted through gritted teeth. "Spare me, I am of the Archimedes family, a house amicable to the Alpha family who wields the Irresistible greatsword." "And how does that concern me?" Chapter 121. A fortunate harvest, price increase, and replacement of prosthetics. After disposing of Stalin, Su Cheng returned the key components to Yang Siki. "Thank you," she said, holding the key. "Once I finish decoding, this key will be yours." Su Cheng retrieved the keys numbered 01 and 03 from his pocket. "Here. Take them. Once you've decoded them, just return them to me." Since she also required them, and they would be unnecessary after decoding, it posed no issue to lend them to her. Perhaps there would be a need for mass production in the future. "Very well," Yang Siki replied joyfully, clutching the 3 keys. "You've shown a bit of conscience, so I shall forgive your previous mistrust." "Humph." She wrinkled her nose and huffed lightly. "I still need a few more RVs, preferably procured quickly." Su Cheng transferred some funds to Yang Siki. "And while you're at it, please acquire E-grade and D-grade mechanical prosthetics for me. If you can manage to purchase them all and have some money left, then opt for the higher grade prosthetics." Seating herself comfortably, Yang Siki opened a bag of chips. Crunch, RVs are already difficult to find, let alone the Unimog. However, I've already gathered some information from other RV camps and am in discussions. As for the prosthetics, E-grade and D-grade are feasible, though they are in short supply. Higher grade ones are out of the question. That falls under the jurisdiction of the waste processing plant, and without the proper channels, they are unattainable. Unfortunately, I lack such connections. Su Cheng nodded. "No problem, just focus on acquiring RVs, lower grade prosthetics, and nutrition solutions." "Understood," Yang Siki pouted. "I'm becoming your personal shopper, you dimwit. Don't forget the brain-machine interface." "You little rascal," she exclaimed, leaping from her chair as the white-haired giant approached. Su Cheng quickly added, "I'll assist you in procuring advanced hacking equipment and snacks." The white-haired giant halted just in time. Yang Siki retracted her weapon and scrutinized Su Cheng before settling back down. "That's more like it. Rest assured, I'll keep track of everything." Su Cheng's tense demeanor eased. Her head truly was a troublesome matter. "I'll take my leave now." Upon exiting the room, Su Cheng, with a bag slung over his shoulder, departed swiftly. Although his skills had yet to manifest, he had discerned the triggering conditions. Additionally, when he had finally Eli Chapter 122, Techum Camp, join us. "Why are you still napping at home?" Su Cheng gazed at the forgetful one, who was supposed to be in the RV. The forgetful one stretched lazily. "I moved everything over and took a quick nap. I'll head there now. Try not to come here again. Also, I'm giving you a landmark and a contact. You should collect energy blocks there daily." Su Cheng sent over the mine's address and the contact number of the refugees. The forgetful one waved dismissively. Got it. Do you want me to grind points?" "Not needed recently. I have enough points." Hunter points can also be exchanged for prosthetics and nutrient solutions. However, the requirements are high and the quantity is limited. I haven't claimed any of the basic nutrient solutions in these days. So, I'm not planning to grind anymore. It's better to stay low-key. Well, I'm off then. The forgetful one swaggered out the front door. Damn, today I must take care of that idiot Tiger Vanguard. Cheng pursed his lips and attempted to contact Rose, but there was no response. Could she be in a competition? Yet, her prosthetics shouldn't be functioning properly. After waiting a while, he tried again, but still received no reply. So he contacted Jushaner. This time, he got a response. Suga, what's up? Cheng furrowed his brows. Where's Rose? Just in time for you to contact me. Rose has been taken by the Camp family. They just spoke with Savitat, saying they won't release her until Shadow goes. Cheng raised his eyebrows. The Jules family didn't respond? They allowed Rose to be taken away? The family didn't say anything. It seems everyone is waiting for Shadow's appearance, tacitly acknowledging the Camp family's actions. At this moment, Savidalina, who was beside Jushaner, inquired. Is it Mr. Su? Yes, it's Suga. Jushaner switched the communication to a group chat mode. Mr. Su, please make sure to contact Shadow. I beg you. The young lady has procured many prosthetics for Shadow. Now that the Camp family has taken her, all families remain silent, wanting the Camp family to take the lead and test Shadow. The patriarch of the Camp family has declared that if Shadow does not come, he will dismantle the young lady. They confirmed the young lady's acquaintance with Shadow through the Areloro Greatsword. I understand that this trip may be dangerous, but I still implore you, only Shadow can save the young lady. Savidalina perceived the underlying motives of each family clearly. Her tone was earnest. Lady Sophia has issued a warning, but the Camp family is determined to force Shadow out, regardless of the consequences. Therefore, we are unable to deal with him now. We can only trouble you. I will contact Shadow and urge him to rescue Rose. Cheng agreed. This would indeed be perilous, but Rose had given him much. This was his first direct confrontation with a family, a true power in the wasteland. With his current strength, could he shatter this class barrier? After ending the communication, Cheng did not rush to the fighting arena. He glanced at the sky. It was already late. However, the skills of the Areloro Greatsword still needed to be derived. So he had to take it with him. His arsenal included the V-type shock blade and the storm assault rifle. Despite the recent derivations of several skills from the Areloro Greatsword, the number of weapons at his disposal was limited. Furthermore, the Areloro Greatsword had significant restrictions. Without it, he could not derive any skills. He needed to find an opportunity to see if he could derive skills for the V-type shock blade. The storm assault rifle came with its own skills, but his battle armor lacked a magazine, rendering it a one-time skill. After equipping all his weapons and filling the spare magazines for the storm assault rifle, he transformed into Shadow's attire and exited through the back door. When he appeared at the entrance of the fighting arena, he instantly attracted the attention of nearly everyone present. Shadow? He is here. I heard Rose was invited by the Camp family, demanding Shadow to come before they release her. I never expected him to actually come. What is his relationship with Rose? Don't you know? I heard the sword he uses is a token of love given to him by Rose, a symbol of the Rose family. What do you think their relationship is? Well, he is together with Rose? That is a 5-star Rose. Her beauty cannot be overshadowed by her strength. Only those who focus on strength come to see the fights. The crowd whispered among themselves. Cheng ignored the absurd rumors. Upon entering the fighting arena, he found someone waiting for him, seemingly aware of his arrival. The master has been waiting for you. Cheng remained silent and followed. The fighting arena occupied a quarter of the inner city, with various families situated within this area. The Camp family was a prominent clan, boasting their own 30-story building. Cheng noted that this was the tallest structure around, with the buildings of other families positioned far apart. Upon arriving at the entrance of the building, the man halted. You can take the elevator directly to the 28th floor. The patriarch is waiting for you there. As Cheng entered the building, he observed numerous fully armed individuals and many combatants. The lowest among them were 3 stars. Nearly half were 4-star fighters. There were even 3 5-star combatants lounging on sofas, leisurely sipping coffee. However, all their gazes were fixed intently on Cheng, following his every move. Cheng took the elevator straight up. Ding! The 28th floor arrived. Su Cheng stepped out into a vast open space. The elevator opened to reveal a large door, which, when opened, displayed 6 standing individuals and 2 seated ones. Among the 6, 4 were 5-star combatants, and 2 were 4-star combatants. Adding the 3 5-star combatants he had seen below, the camp family had at least 8 5-star fighters. These were the strongest combatants in the arena, not to mention the 4-star combatants, many of whom possessed 5-star strength but chose not to risk participating in the 5-star promotion matches. The 2 4-star combatants Su Cheng observed were likely among those with 5-star capabilities. In the family hierarchy, 5-star strength was as common as cabbages. Seated were the visibly pale and unconscious Rose and the patriarch of the camp family, Titanium-Tungsten. Welcome, the formidable hunter Shadow. Titanium-Tungsten regarded Su Cheng with an impassive expression, his eyes unwavering. I have arrived. Release her. Su Cheng glanced at Rose, noting her poor condition. Titanium-Tungsten waved his hand, and his subordinates promptly brought Rose before Su Cheng. Rest assured, I keep my word. What happened to her? Su Cheng embraced Rose. Feeling the warmth of her prosthetics, her eyes tightly shut, her body trembling slightly. She was disobedient and resisted quite fiercely. I had no choice but to restrict her prosthetics. Titanium-Tungsten stated casually. Without tools, Su Cheng could not examine Rose's prosthetics, but judging by her symptoms, they were similar to the reactions caused by the nanomicrobots previously. If you truly wish to negotiate, remove the nanomicrobots. He glared at Titanium-Tungsten with fierce intensity. Fine, very well. Titanium-Tungsten snapped his fingers. Opening a door in the adjacent wall, Jules emerged from within, holding a blue metallic device. After operating it a few times, a swarm of black insects flew out from Rose's prosthetics, returning to the machine. Rose's body ceased trembling, yet she remained unconscious. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. Titanium-Tungsten spread his arms wide. Join us. Chapter 123, Breaking the Rules, Dominating Everything. I am not interested, Su Cheng flatly declined. I will not join any family. Titanium-Tungsten shook his head. Family? What an antiquated and regressive concept. Surprised by his words, Su Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating Titanium-Tungsten's demeanor. There was something inherently off about him. I wish for you to join us in shattering the existing rules, Titanium-Tungsten stated, maintaining a stoic expression, bordering on rigidity. Suddenly, Su Cheng broke into a smile. You should not have sought me. You must already discern my intentions. He was well aware of who we referred to. Titanium-Tungsten forced a strained smile. But those are trivial matters. You should not be bogged down by such trivialities. The paramount task is to unite and accomplish a grand endeavor. We can transform the world, alter everything. I have no interest in the world, Su Cheng replied, shaking his head. May I take my leave? Your vision is too narrow. You merely seek revenge. What significance does that hold? There is an old adage in Huaxia. When will grievances be resolved? Join us in changing the world, breaking the rules, and establishing new ones. That is the ultimate ideal. The ultimate goal. A glint of madness flickered in Titanium-Tungsten's eyes. The bystanders were utterly bewildered, having no comprehension of their leader's conversation with the shadowy figure. The notions of outdated families, changing the world, and establishing new rules sounded utterly insane. Yet, as mere guards, they held no voice. Being recognized by the camp patriarch is an honor. The family can provide you with abundant resources, just said in agreement. Maiji's family can also extend assistance. Su Cheng scoffed, realizing that Titanium-Tungsten, the patriarch before him, had become a puppet of R. Juz was merely a lackey, evidently under control as well. Join us, and I can reveal whatever you wish to know, including the secrets of the ruined city and the future city, as well as numerous other organizations. Titanium-Tungsten stood up. I will share everything you desire. I admire you. Hatred is trivial. You should understand. And then what? Su Cheng inquired coolly. What happens after we break the rules? Of course, we will establish a new order and new rules, Titanium-Tungsten declared, leaning over the table, his bloodshot eyes wide with intensity. We will forge a world of our own, a world of freedom. Freedom? A world for the mad? Su Cheng scoffed. The talk of breaking rules is merely a pretext for seizing greater power. You are no different from the current authorities. No, Titanium-Tungsten insisted, his smile unervingly rigid. There is a distinction. The lower city is currently governed by the floating city. We aim to dismantle this rule and dominate everything. Future City, Alpha City. The Black Palace City, all must fall to us. Enough talk. Let us leave, or prepare to fight, Su Cheng declared, drawing his Ariluo greatsword. There was no point in engaging in philosophical discussions with a band of lunatics. The five-star combat mercenaries immediately brandished their weapons upon seeing Su Cheng's sudden draw. Titanium-Tungsten retreated into his chair. What a pity, but it matters not. I merely wish to see if you could be persuaded. In that case, I wish you luck. With a snap of his fingers, Jaz immediately began operating a metallic device. When you made contact with the rose, the gold-eating entity, what you referred to as nanobots, had already entered your body, Titanium-Tungsten asserted confidently. You are now symbiotic armor. Although the gold-eating entity cannot destroy the symbiotic armor, it can impede your repair abilities and weaken your defenses. That will suffice. Without that junior repairman, no one in the ruined city can assist you, ha. As he spoke, both he and Jaz displayed sinister, rigid smiles. His objective was straightforward. Su Cheng must either join them or succumb to the debilitating effects of the gold-eating entity on his armor. Once the junior repairman was dealt with, there would be no one left to repair the shadow. Simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the Camp family mansion. Su Cheng had already noticed this upon encountering the rose. The armor had signaled when the gold-eating entity infiltrated it. He glanced at the controller in Jaz's hand and dashed forward. Despite holding the rose, his speed surpassed that of the five-star combat mercenaries. Seeing this, Jaz smashed the controller in his grip. My apologies. I panicked and applied too much force. Regrettably, there is now no machine to control the gold-eating entity. He and Titanium-Tungsten exchanged triumphant smiles. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes and unleashed a fierce slash. Jaz offered no resistance, saying, "Look, you're becoming frantic." He activated full defensive mode and swiftly retreated into the designated room. The sword energy sliced through the metallic door, yet did not completely shatter it. Jaz escaped through a hidden passage within. Meanwhile, Titanium-Tungsten's chair suddenly descended, and he waved goodbye to Su Cheng. The next time we meet, it will be as I witness the shattering of everything. At that moment, the five-star mercenaries launched their assault. Su Cheng swept his sword, unleashing Sun Slash. The blade's energy forced back the crowd. He then drew his storm assault rifle, unleashing a torrent of bullets that formed a dense barrage, obstructing the assailants. He turned and sprinted towards the staircase. His strength far exceeded that of the five-star combat mercenaries. But the sheer number of opponents, all of whom were formidable, posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, holding the rose limited his capacity to launch full-scale attacks. If he did not decisively escape, he would be ensnared. He was powerful, but the family's influence was overwhelming. Run? The entire building is filled with our people. Where can he escape? The shadow? A mid-tier hunter? I expected more, yet this is all he amounts to. Recently, he has been spoken of with such reverence. But he is merely another mid-tier. Regardless of his S-rank past, he must die? The group immediately pursued him. One individual shattered a window, extending suction cups from his cybernetic limbs to scale the outer wall swiftly. Su Cheng chose not to descend, but rather ascend. The lower levels were undoubtedly crawling with enemies, making escape impossible. His only chance lay in reaching the rooftop and leaping to other buildings. Before long, he heard footsteps behind him. He unleashed another sun slash. But as dusk settled, the effectiveness of the sword energy diminished significantly. It merely grazed the cybernetic arm of the leading combat mercenary, illuminating the wound with a faint white glow. Damn it! Kill him! One shouted in anger, extending his arm as 5 fingers unfurled, releasing 5 beams of laser. Perception. Su Cheng promptly activated his perception ability, zigzagging to evade the onslaught. How peculiar. Why did he suddenly accelerate? We missed our shots. Whatever, pursue him. The surprised pursuer realized that despite his precise aim, he had failed to hit his target. Chapter 124. Derivative Techniques, Deathly Strike, Severe Injury. Su Cheng, cradling Rose, swiftly ascended to the rooftop. His speed surpassed that of the combat assassins trailing him. A colossal 3D projection loomed above, extolling the Camp family and introducing their combatants. The wind atop the rooftop was fierce. As Rose gently opened her eyes and spotted Su Cheng, she weakly murmured, "Shadow?" "Yes," he affirmed. Rose appeared gravely weakened. Her condition had deteriorated significantly after sustaining injuries from the consuming body twice. Even as a 5-star combat assassin, she could not endure such devastation. Tekum. I will avenge myself for your audacity in abducting me, she seethed, clinging tightly to Su Cheng's neck. Hold on tight. I am going to jump. Su Cheng tightened his embrace. He had already surveyed the surroundings during his ascent. The camp building was the tallest edifice, flanked by 2 shorter structures of around 10 stories. The disparity in height was considerable, with the camp building towering 30 stories above. The distance was still substantial, but Su Cheng had no alternative. Blood Rage Mode, 150. Full release. His heart surged violently, propelling his body to its utmost limits. He exerted force beneath him and surged forward. Hurry, stop him. He intends to leap to another building. The combat assassins pursued, but only the silhouette of Su Cheng was visible. The assassin capable of firing lasers promptly took aim. All broken. Su Cheng abruptly spun, cleaving the laser with a swift strike. The sun had yet to fully descend, and the Irresistible greatsword could still unleash its skills. Even the monstrous barrage of 100,000 rays could be severed. Though the sunlight was dim, the weapon's efficacy remained sufficient to intercept the laser. His intention was indeed to leap to the adjacent building, but he needed to eliminate the 5-star combat assassins before they could catch up. Otherwise, he would be vulnerable mid-air, unable to evade their attacks, risking a misstep or an early impact upon landing. He was uncertain whether his symbiotic battle armor could absorb all the shock from a 30-story drop. Thus, his initial dash was merely a ruse. Now, he abruptly reversed course, causing the pursuers to momentarily falter. That was all he needed. The sun-cleaving sword's energy instantly severed the fingers of one assassin. However, being a 5-star combat assassin, he swiftly retreated to evade while simultaneously revealing a cannon from his palm, unleashing a more robust laser. The other assassins launched their assaults as well. You underestimate us 5-star combat assassins. Do you think vanquishing one monster renders you invincible? The laser-wielding assassin declared, opening his mouth to reveal another laser cannon. Annoyed, Su Cheng coldly responded, Pierce. This marked his first encounter fighting multiple formidable foes simultaneously. Yet, his focus remained singular, neutralizing the laser-wielding assassin. He sidestepped a plasma blade, then ducked beneath a lateral kick, and finally leaped over the heads of his pursuers while holding Rose. Simultaneously, he brought down his greatsword. Sun Cleave. He cleaved the laser, bisecting the arm of the laser assassin. Upon landing, he immediately pivoted and unleashed all his strength in a reverse strike. With his enhanced physicality and blood rage mode, he was no match for an ordinary cyborg. His sword struck the back of the laser assassin, slicing through his augmentations. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted from the severed hand, arm, and back wound, exploding and leaving the assassin utterly mangled. Skill derivation successful. Su Cheng glanced at the final derivative skill, his eyes lighting up with excitement. It was extraordinarily powerful. No wonder it took so long to develop, requiring the actual slaying of foes to manifest, given its formidable attributes. This would become his ultimate technique. Yet, the present circumstances did not permit him to dwell on it. After dispatching the laser assassin, he forcefully shattered the rooftop beneath him, propelling himself toward the edge and exerting all his might to leap. At that moment, an assassin clinging to the outer wall had been waiting. I knew you would jump. Let us see how you evade. He firmly adhered to the building's surface, merging his hands to form an elongated sniper rifle. Don't blame me for the weight of my strikes, O 4-star combat assassin, he taunted. One of his cybernetic eyes linked with the sniper rifle, and the barrel gathered a blue electromagnetic charge. Then, with a thunderous bang, the immense recoil shattered the glass beneath him and the carefully selected pillars. Even his limbs were crushed, and he spat a mouthful of blood. I've locked onto your heart. Perish. This is my most powerful strike. A bullet enveloped in electricity sped towards Su Cheng. Pierce. Su Cheng activated his genetic skill. The battle armor's optics tracked the bullet, but its velocity was overwhelming. Although the upgraded Pierce allowed him to perceive the projectile, he was unable to adjust his body midair, and his speed couldn't match that of the bullet. Attempting to block it with the Irresistible greatsword was no longer feasible. He could only strive to alter his trajectory. Just then, Rose suddenly yanked him upward, positioning herself before him. The bullet pierced through both their bodies, even penetrating the symbiotic battle arm in an instant. CGE's expression transformed. What? You dare to defy me? No, no, I wouldn't dare. I could never defy you, the man hastily replied, glancing nervously. I merely looked. My lord. What? You dare to gaze upon my woman? With that, he brutally crushed the servant's head, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. How amusing. How delightful. Chapter 125. Terrifying cellular activity, returning to the shadows bang. Cheng collapsed outside the caravan. Who is knocking so recklessly? A voice filled with impatience emerged from within the vehicle. As the door swung open, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock, and hurried to help Cheng up. My goodness, old buddy, what happened to you? That wound is horrifying. What are we going to do? I can't perform surgery. I only know a bit about repairs. He had initially presumed it was someone else. Had it been Cheng, he would have simply entered without knocking. In a panic, he cradled Cheng, exclaiming, Let me take you to the hospital. Who did this to you? I'll make them pay. There's no need. Cheng weakly opened his eyes. Get some advanced nutrient solution for both of us, first. Help her stop the bleeding. Wait for me to wake up. We definitely can't go into the city now. He had narrowly escaped pursuers and found refuge in the wilderness. Without hesitation, he carried both of them into the caravan and retrieved the nutrient solution, quickly administering it to them. Hey, I say, why are you holding on so tightly when she's in this condition? It's really unnecessary. Reluctantly, he pried Rose away and began to tend to her wound. It was a gunshot wound to her shoulder. Although he lacked surgical skills, he was capable of stopping the bleeding. Rose's lips turned pale, devoid of color. Her body weakened to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Cheng lay on the bed, his symbiotic armor slowly undergoing self-repair. The black nanometal continuously replicated and divided. The wound on his left chest was also gradually healing thanks to the powerful regenerative capabilities provided by the armor. Granulation tissue began to sprout, rapidly taking form. Fortunately, his heart was on the right side. Otherwise, this injury would have been fatal. However, he could no longer maintain the blood rage state. Preventing his cellular activity from reaching its peak, he needed rest. Moreover, the recovery process was significantly slowed by the presence of the parasitic entity. First, I must deal with this parasitic entity. Cheng immediately entered the network universe, establishing a connection with the entity through the infinite gateway. He then contacted Yang Siki. What? You're injured? Yang Siki exclaimed through the infinite gateway window, alarmed by the sight of Cheng's chest wound. Your chest. Are you okay? Are you still alive? She anxiously inquired. You fool, you can't die. If you do, I won't return your key, and you still owe me snacks and hacker equipment. I've nearly procured the cybernetic body you wanted, and I've bought a few caravans too. What is going on with you? Speak up, with you asking so much. How can I respond? Cheng replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Ah, you're not dead. Yang Siki exclaimed with relief. That's good. Where are you? I'll come find you and take you to a doctor. If I were dead, how could I contact you? Cheng weakly replied. There's no need to contact a doctor. Just help me get rid of these parasites. I can recover on my own. Parasites? Yang Siki noticed the parasitic entity. In her earlier panic, she had overlooked the fact that Cheng was the one contacting her, failing to notice the parasites. I'll take care of it right away. She immediately connected her photon brain to the infinite gateway. This action was perilous, as it left her completely defenseless. Her photon brain directly linked to the infinite gateway, allowing Cheng to dictate her actions without any protective measures, effectively exposing her consciousness to his. However, this method significantly accelerated the decoding process. At that moment, she effectively manifested within the network universe, decoding at close proximity through the window. Having undergone decoding once before, and with her direct entry into the infinite gateway, the speed of the process surged. In no time, the parasitic entities flowed out of the symbiotic armor and self-destructed, just as before. Once all the parasites self-destructed, the repair speed of the symbiotic armor dramatically increased, visibly mending itself. Thank you. I'll provide you with a new address. Send the items there, and I will retrieve them. I won't be appearing for a while, so procure some low-level hacker equipment for me. I need to conduct some research, Cheng said, sensing her presence in the network universe despite her absence beside him. All right, take care of yourself. If you need anything, contact me immediately. I can assist you. Rest assured. My skills will ensure no one discovers anything. Yang Siki cast a worried glance at Su Cheng's chest wound. After ending the communication, Su Cheng lay quietly, awaiting the self-repair of the symbiotic armor. The armor flickered with red light, indicating his critical physical condition. Were he an ordinary person? Even without a bullet in the left side of his chest, such a wound would have been fatal. The lung had been penetrated, and blood loss could kill most individuals. His survival was attributed to his enhanced physique, the increased cellular activity from the original implant, and the substantial boost from the blood rage state. This was the strength of his family, the power of the elite. Indeed, he was stronger than anyone there. Even that combatant with hands transformed into sniper rifles would not stand a chance. Yet, the foundation of the elite was overwhelmingly formidable. Alone, it was challenging to shake the power of the elite. Moreover, the elite possessed countless weapons capable of taking his life. No, it is not simply that the elite's foundation is strong or that they are unshakable. It is that my strength is insufficient. Su Cheng's resolve strengthened within him. It was not that he could not contend with the elite. Rather, his power was still inadequate. He must continue to grow stronger. Strong enough to disregard any elite, any family, any faction. Strong enough to shatter all shackles and rules. With the dimensional eye, he could achieve this. After all, this technology could create a civilization in the 10th dimension. During this time, he could utilize the guise of death to return to the shadows and enhance his strength. Moreover, the controller of the parasitic entity had been crushed by Geels, precisely what he needed. Thus, by causing the parasitic entity to self-destruct, no one would be the wiser. R and the others would not suspect he was still alive. The Kemp family, along with Geels, once he had enhanced his abilities, he would surely avenge the grudge of the chest wound. The symbiotic armor had fully repaired itself and was reabsorbed into the golden brooch on his chest. His rest was nearly complete. Blood rage mode, 150 fully unleashed. Cellular activity at 800. In an instant, the healing speed of his wound surged nearly tenfold. Blood vessels rapidly interconnected, and his lungs healed at a visible pace. Muscles entwined and wove together like threads, while the skin continuously mended towards the center. In just a brief moment, the wound had significantly healed. However, Su Cheng's stamina was nearly depleted, and he had no choice but to rest further. As midnight passed, Su Cheng suddenly sprang from the bed. His chest wound had completely healed. Without hesitation, he rushed to Rose's side. Have you brought the tools? Of course. The cybernetic body, nutrient solutions, and weapons are all here. Only a few minor items are missing. Su Cheng nodded, having previously instructed his companion to move their belongings. Preparing to use the caravan as their base. Let us proceed with the surgery. He unfastened Rose's clothing, revealing the gruesome wound on her shoulder. The bleeding had been temporarily halted, ensuring her vital signs were stable, though she remained exceedingly weak. I've been watching over both of you all night, providing care for your little sweetheart. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago, his companion stated skillfully, retrieving tools and medication. Don't say such things. She is not my sweetheart, Su Cheng replied coolly. Rose subtly pressed her lips together. Chapter 126, Undercurrents and Stockpiled Supplies. The following day, Su Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow and set down his surgical instruments. Rose had not enhanced her physique, nor did she possess a symbiotic battle armor. Although her prosthetic limbs possessed a certain degree of healing capability, they were incomparable to the symbiotic battle armor. The management of penetrating wounds was exceedingly complicated, necessitating the reconnection of all vital tissues. After a night of surgery, Rose's condition finally stabilized. She had endured the pain to the point of unconsciousness, while Su Cheng was utterly exhausted himself, having just recovered from severe injuries and undergone a major operation. Please retrieve the supplies from Li Budong. I shall rest for a while. Su Cheng instructed Yang Siki to transport the materials to the vicinity of Li Budong's encampment. When he went to collect them, he could conveniently bring back the supplies as well. Do not worry, I shall go. Please ensure your safety, Yang Siki replied, glancing at the resting Su Cheng before exiting the mobile unit. He hurried to the top of a mound, tapping his head lightly, activating all-frequency adaptive radar, maximum scanning power. He commanded. A small spherical device emerged from above his head, emitting an invisible radar wave that rapidly expanded from its center. Soon, he retracted the sphere, relieved to find no one in sight. As he descended the mound, he sighed, "My old father truly worries too much for you all." After his departure, Cheng glanced at Rose and contacted Jushaner. "Bring the procured supplies to this location immediately. Take everything with you and ensure Savidalina accompanies you. Inform her that Rose is severely injured and in my care." He sent her the coordinates. Or had taken control of the camp family, and judging by his words, it seemed significant upheaval was imminent. The fighting arena was likely no longer a safe haven. "Sugu, you are alive. How wonderful. Everyone said you had been killed in the explosion, that your house was destroyed." Jushana exclaimed joyously upon receiving Su Cheng's call. Wiping away a tear, she added, "I am on my way. Rest assured, I have secured all the supplies." Su Cheng closed his eyes, feeling that preparing the mobile unit was indeed a wise decision. "Have you heard? Ing is dead. Are you referring to that mid-tier hunter who was even more formidable than a 5-star combat assassin? How did he meet his demise?" "You do not know? He infiltrated the camp family estate and was directly killed by their death marksman, his heart obliterated by a lethal shot." "The death marksman? No wonder. I've heard of him. Despite being a 4-star combat assassin, his power is terrifying. Indeed, even for a cyborg, wounds to the heart and head are fatal. It remains unclear if anyone will assist him in repairs. Who would dare? That is the camp family." News of Ying's demise spread throughout the wasteland city. A piece of information deliberately leaked by Tecum to establish the camp family's power. In the Jieris family building, Kafka coldly regarded his brother. "You are now quite close to the camp family. Why return?" Jieris replied expressionlessly, "Of course, to seize control of the family." Kafka narrowed his eyes disdainfully. "With your incompetence? Leave, before I change my mind. Otherwise, I will kill you, and our father will not hold me accountable." He showed no respect for Jieris. Unfazed, Jieris calmly took a seat on a nearby chair. "You think that old man will aid you to become the family leader? Do you believe I am truly a wastrel? I have little interest in your opinions. You have 3 seconds." Kafka extended 3 fingers. But in the next moment, a cold gleam flashed through the air. All 3 of his fingers were severed. He stared in disbelief at his hand. "Who?" A figure emerged from the shadows, and upon recognizing the person, Kafka's expression turned to one of bewilderment. You're the strongest warrior of the family, my father's personal guard. Are you betraying us?" Jieris stiffly smiled. "No. He merely chooses a brighter path. You are too far behind, clinging to an outdated relic. You shall be the first to be eliminated." He gestured, and the figure in the darkness struck again, the cold light flashing. Kafka's throat was cleanly severed. The world was destined for change. Not only the Jieris family, but the last remaining family in the wasteland arena was undergoing similar turmoil. The entire combat arena was rife with undercurrents. In the City Lord's building, sir, numerous upheavals have occurred in the fighting arena. It seems a major event is on the horizon. The servant knelt, too fearful to look up. Siggy, with a cigar in his mouth and narrowed eyes, speculated, it must be those wicked individuals. Rising, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. Instruct HPC to destroy all data chips and relocate the core intelligence database to the City Lord and Apos S building. All guards must remain here, reducing external patrols. Yes. The servant retreated on his knees, and Siggy called after him. Notify the waste disposal plant to intervene when necessary to maintain city stability. They cannot merely stand by as spectators. They should understand that the wicked have set their sights on them. I shall attend to it immediately. The servant hastily retreated, not daring to linger. 8 years have passed. What have you truly gained, and what do you wish to accomplish? Siggy gazed skyward at the future city hidden behind the yellow smog. What more do you desire? Is stealing her not enough? With that, he sagged, his previous fervor replaced by a despondent demeanor. The wasteland city, let it be destroyed. As the sun reached its zenith, Jushana arrived nearly butt-on with the supplies. Su Cheng had previously informed Meitu to guide her and others back. They needed to ensure they were not spotted en route. Jushana and Savidalina's departure went largely unnoticed, as the news of Ying's death suggested Rose had also perished. Thus, their exit from the combat arena seemed entirely reasonable, with everyone believing they had chosen to abandon the fight. When Meitu returned with the 2 and an abundance of supplies, Su Cheng remained sound asleep, utterly drained of energy. Zhushana rushed to his side, examining his condition, then turned to Meitu. Meitu waved his hand, indicating that everything was fine. Savadalina approached Rose, who was swathed in bandages and pale, gently grasping her hand and keeping vigil. By nightfall, Cheng awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, he grabbed a bottle of premium nutrient solution and drank it down, feeling a warm surge envelop him, dispelling all fatigue. He exhaled deeply. "Thank you. Should I address you as Mr. Su or Ing?" Savadalina inquired, having confirmed that Ing and Cheng were indeed the same person. "Call me Cheng," he replied, rising from the bed to check on Rose. "She will be all right. She will awaken in due time." Thanks to the premium nutrient solution, Rose was recovering well. "Thank you. We shall forever remember your kindness." Savadalina expressed her gratitude with utmost reverence. Cheng shook his head and approached several large crates. "No need. You have helped me immensely as well." He opened one crate, revealing it packed with nutrient solutions. Another crate brimmed with mechanical prosthetics. Alongside were the prosthetics he had previously accumulated and dismantled. The mobile unit was now overflowing with supplies, even spilling into the doorway. With ample resources, it was time to elevate once more. Chapter 127, Comprehensive Enhancement, Dragon Soaring Battle Armor. 1.5 sets of A-Class Battle Cyborgs. 1.5 sets of B-Class Battle Cyborgs. 1 set of C-Class Mechanical Cyborgs. 5 sets of D-Class. An astonishing 26 sets of E-Class. 500 bottles of inferior nutrient solution, 120 bottles of basic reinforcement solution, 15 bottles of advanced nutrient solution. After thoroughly tallying his acquisitions over the past days, Cheng found his stockpile had grown immensely. It was time for synthesis and upgrades to further elevate his prowess. The A-Class battle cyborgs were a combination of Sergei and Starlin-S designs. The nutrient solutions comprised 1,000 bottles previously procured, plus an additional 500. This time, he intended to synthesize and upgrade everything. However, he first presented the 15 bottles of advanced nutrient solution to Rose. Each dose, taken periodically, would aid in her recovery from injuries. Lacking specialized medicines, he could only rely on the advanced nutrient solution for treatment. Only Cheng could afford such extravagance. Following that, he retrieved 20 bottles of basic reinforcement solution. He planned to administer these once she awoke, to enhance her physique. "That is far too precious. I cannot accept," Savadalina exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the basic reinforcement solution. She had heard of it within her family, understanding its capacity to enhance the human body. However, it was extremely rare. Their family had fallen from grace and possessed not even a single bottle. Now, Cheng had produced 20 bottles in one go. This was greater wealth than most families could boast. It wasn't merely a question of affordability. It was a matter of availability. Genuine reinforcement solutions were exclusively provided to the lower cities by the floating city in limited quantities. Only families possessing the key components from the floating city could receive allocations of reinforcement solutions and other advanced resources proportional to their key count. The loss incurred by the Jerry's family due to Sergei's departure was severe. Originally, all the key components intended as rewards for the King of Fighters would ultimately be reclaimed. Yet Sergei was unlike anyone else. He had simply departed for travel. "Take it," Cheng insisted, gesturing towards the reinforcement solutions in his cabinet. "Do you think I lack this?" Savadalina gazed at the cabinet, realizing that the stock far exceeded that of an ordinary family. How could one person possess so many reinforcement solutions? No floating city would allocate such resources to an individual. But this is still far too precious. Cheng forcefully pushed the reinforcement solution towards her. "Take it. You've assisted me in procurement. The Ari Luo greatsword is already comparable to these reinforcement solutions." Afterward, he ensured that Zhu Shaner received the reinforcement solution she lacked. Presently, he was not in want and planned to enhance the bodies of Xiao Hong, Xiao Ming, Wang Cheng, and the others. He had witnessed the immense power of family factions. Even in a decrepit city like the Waste City, the Camp family boasted numerous formidable individuals. He too needed stronger allies, perhaps ones who could aid him in the future. The faction he nurtured would undoubtedly surpass any family. He possessed a unique advantage that others lacked: the Eye of Dimension. Reinforcement solutions and advanced cyborgs were no obstacle. I'm already strong enough, Brother Su. Jushaner began to refuse, but Su Cheng interrupted her. Everyone can enhance their strength 20 times. And I will continue to assist you in reinforcing your bodies in the future. All right, I understand. Jushaner accepted the reinforcement solution, biting her lip. I will do my utmost to assist Brother Su. In the end, Su Cheng offered 20 bottles of reinforcement solution to Savadalina, who resolutely declined. No, Mr. Su. I possess no combat prowess. I am merely here to serve the young lady. It would be wasteful for me to accept these. Please reserve them for someone more deserving. Very well. Su Cheng nodded, retrieving a bottle of C-Class Advanced Reinforcement Solution along with 2 bottles of D-Class Reinforcement Solution. Today was the day to enhance his body. He then collected all cyborgs and energy blocks, transporting them to the viewing room atop the building via the stairs. After setting the viewing room to privacy mode, it became imperceptible from outside. He wished to keep the secrets of the Eye of Dimension concealed for the time being. Once the entrance was secured, he commenced synthesizing cyborgs. Synthesis, D-Class Mechanical Cyborg, 13. Synthesis, A-Class Battle Cyborg, 3. Synthesis, Symbiotic Battle Armor, 2. Synthesis, Fearless Symbiotic Battle Armor, 1. At last, he positioned the golden chest ornament of the Fearless Symbiotic Battle Armor together. Synthesis, Dragon Soaring Battle Armor. Dragon Soaring Battle Armor, unique, capable of utilizing external energy to form an energy shield. The powerful Dragon Soaring Amplification Engine can double energy output, creating a formidable energy shield that can withstand both physical and energy-based attacks. The Dragon Soaring Acceleration Engine can provide a 50% boost in speed for 10 seconds by consuming energy, usable in any environment, granting the user certain mobility in air, water, vacuum, etc. Alternatively, it can instantaneously transport the user over a distance of 18 centimeters. The armor comes equipped with enhanced dragon claws, capable of refining blade weapons and strengthening the claws. Currently refinable, V-type Shocklong blade. Continuous refining can enhance the claw's abilities and grant derived techniques. Overall quality enhancement of 15%. It belongs to second-dimensional technology. The golden chest ornament was adorned with a dark red dragon motif. As the ornament rotated, the black and red symbiotic battle armor reappeared. However, unlike before, this time the armor featured 2 decorative elements resembling dragon claws on the shoulders. Upon closer inspection, the armor's surface bore intricate engravings akin to dragon scales. The horns on the helmet transformed into one on each side. The overall surface of the armor showcased more lines, presenting a more refined and elegant silhouette. Su Cheng raised his hand to examine the claws he had not previously utilized. They appeared sharper than ever. Moreover, they could refine weapons, continuously enhancing their attack capabilities and performance, even acquiring derived techniques. No training was required. He merely needed to keep refining weapons. Furthermore, his physical attributes had received yet another enhancement. This was an augmentation built upon the fearless level, leading to a 25% increase in physical strength. His body had already been reinforced with enhancement solutions, reaching its maximum potential. The foundational parameters were fully optimized. After the battle armor enhancement, his increase surpassed that of others. Thus, the relationship between cyborgs and the original body was symbiotic. The stronger the original body, the greater the foundational parameters, resulting in more significant enhancements from cyborgs later on. Su Cheng closed his eyes, feeling an inexhaustible flow of power coursing through him. The enhancement was remarkably apparent. He retrieved all energy blocks for synthesis and upgrades. Before long, a softly glowing blue microcrystal core materialized in his palm. He brought the microcrystal core near the golden chest ornament, and instantly, the center of the ornament opened. The armor prompted him that there was energy available for absorption. Would he like to proceed? After selecting yes, the microcrystal core was swiftly drawn inside. Subsequently, the golden chest ornament closed, and the red patterns on the armor glimmered faintly. Through the visor of the armor, Su Cheng could observe the energy shield being prepared, along with the energy value displayed at its base. He attempted to deploy it. In an instant, a golden energy shield enveloped him entirely. The energy shield comprised a structure of pentagrams, its surface shimmering with flowing light. The energy value beneath the shield began to gradually decrease. However, due to the presence of the Dragon Soaring amplification engine and the absence of any attacks, the energy consumption remained exceedingly slow. Chapter 128. A unique system, faster and slower. Retracting the shield, Cheng observed that the energy level had barely changed. For the moment, he could not assess the strength of the shield. But with the caliber of the Dragon Tungsten armor, it was undoubtedly formidable. This iteration of the armor had enhanced its capabilities far beyond the undaunted level symbiotic armor. In addition to the Dragon Tungsten amplification engine, there was also an acceleration engine. This allowed movement in any environment, including mid-air. Although the duration was limited to just 10 seconds, it was fundamentally different from conventional flight. This ability surpassed flight in its potency. Flight entails trajectory and inertia, making it impossible to maneuver with the same freedom as on solid ground, at least not with such ease. The Dragon Tungsten acceleration engine, however, enabled movement for 10 seconds as if he were on the ground. Furthermore, a sudden acceleration of 50% would disrupt an opponent's rhythm, facilitating unexpected attacks. Thus, though the time was brief, the potential was exceedingly daunting. Most importantly, there was the capability for instant movement of 5 centimeters. Had he possessed the Dragon Tungsten armor earlier? During the time he was sniped in midair, he could have evaded that bullet using this instantaneous ability, even if his speed were insufficient. The sniper had refrained from targeting his head precisely because, even in midair, the head could shift and move, while the body could not. But now, with the Dragon Tungsten armor, he could maneuver even in the air. This required an exceptionally powerful posture control system, coupled with the ability to perceive. He could evade any enemy's lethal strike. He had become swifter. Although it appeared that only the Dragon Tungsten engine had been enhanced, its performance was undeniably formidable. The undaunted level symbiotic armor had granted him the ability to utilize weapon-derived skills. The Dragon Tungsten armor truly endowed the armor itself with greater capabilities, akin to skills. However, all of this required energy. Currently, the armor did not possess an autonomous energy system akin to that of a brainless entity. Perhaps in the next synthesis upgrade, it could operate without external energy. With each synthesis upgrade, the armor approached perfection. Finally, there was the matter of refining. Without hesitation, Cheng opted to refine the V-shaped shock blade. Refining V-shaped shock blade. Instantly, a surge of crimson metal coursed through the armor's arm into his fingers. The claws elongated slightly, and sharp hooks extended from behind the fingers. It appeared unassuming, yet the claws were now sharper than the V-shaped shock blade. Dragon Claw, unique. Refinement 1 adapted from the original implant, producing a unique ability that continually enhances strength through refinement. Cheng extended his index finger and lightly traced the air. He felt as though the air itself were being sliced apart. It was unimaginable what this claw could ultimately rend if the refinement continued. Moreover, this ability arose from its adaptation to the original implant, which the original Dragon Tungsten armor lacked. No wonder, for the original implant bore the patterns of a dragon's head, exuding an impressive aura. He suddenly recalled that the Dragon Tungsten armor also bore a unique insignia. Could it be that subsequent human-developed armors did not possess the Dragon Tungsten armor? What level originally followed the undaunted level? Dragon Tungsten armor. Unique, the symbiotic armor underwent a transformation due to its adaptation to the original implant, acquiring specialized effects. No longer conforming to the original technological upgrade system, and belonging to specialized synthesis upgrades. Subsequent synthesis upgrades require fusion with the original implant before further synthesis can continue. Otherwise, it can only be enhanced according to the original system. So, the Dragon Tungsten armor also transformed due to the original implant. Originally, the upgrade system following the undaunted level was not the Dragon Tungsten armor. However, because of the original implant, everything changed. Just as every cyborg would specialize their prosthetics according to personal preferences, the Blackbull would enhance his arm into a Gatling gun. Although it might be more prudent to enhance his photon brain, the current Dragon Tungsten armor was uniquely his, with a completely distinct synthesis upgrade system, truly one of a kind. The Dragon Claw, the Dragon Tungsten armor. How was the original implant developed? It could alter the symbiotic armor system. The current original implant could not undergo synthesis upgrades. He must locate the original research base. However, while his father's journal mentioned it, It contained no further information, only a single sentence. To learn more about the original implant, he would have to find the original laboratory. Retrieving the armor, Cheng picked up a sea-level enhancement potion and injected it directly. The potion gradually coursed through his body, and the familiar sensation from the previous 2 times washed over him once more. The pupil of his left eye instantly transformed into a golden triangle, then divided into 2 layers. The potion's energy continuously catalyzed his pupil's ability, accompanied by intense pain. Cheng knew it was time. He picked up a D-level enhancement potion and consumed it. The pain diminished significantly, and a surge of energy flowed into his left eye. The triangular pupil began to rotate slowly before finally stabilizing. The 2 triangles formed a hexagram. Eye of Deconstruction enhanced 3 times new ability, permanently increasing dynamic vision by 200%. New ability, analyzing the target's linear structure. Perception has reached its limit, doubling the frame rate, constructing trajectories more clearly. Maintainable in low consumption mode for extended periods, achieving 10% of the ultimate deconstruction capability. Cheng stared blankly at the prompts within the Eye of Dimensions, meticulously comprehending their implications. Firstly, his perception had reached its zenith. He could now sustain perception indefinitely, although it was only in low consumption mode. With merely 10% of its ultimate capability, it was entirely sufficient for ordinary combat. He could now plan the usage of his perception more judiciously. While the foes he faced now did not overload his vision as during his first encounter with X, there were still many formidable adversaries. The ruined city was merely a small settlement within the lower city. The pursuers from the Akasha city-state possessed complete sets of A-level combat prosthetics. This already surpassed the 5-star combat gladiators of the ruined city. Thus, the opponents he faced were merely the stronger individuals within a small settlement, a veritable novice village. Even amidst the ruins, he had yet to enter the central Iron City, unaware of the strength of the mechanical life forms within. The only entities he had encountered were the outermost patrols. In the mind of the brainless entity, the flying sentinels were already formidable. Moreover, the frame rate of his perception had doubled, meaning that the enemies he now perceived moved at half their original speed. This constituted a significant enhancement. Of course, each increment in the strength of perception correspondingly increased the burden on his eyes. Yet, he could employ the low consumption mode for combat, utilizing the ultimate perception capability to counter attacks. Besides perception, a new passive ability had emerged. His dynamic vision had been amplified by a factor of 2. This meant that he could now capture faster-moving objects without relying on perception or the consumption mode. Both abilities were quite comprehensible. However, the true enigma lay in the ability to analyze the linear structure of the target's body. Chapter 129, Diverse Physiques, Universal Enhancement. Analyzing the linear structure of the body? Cheng furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. There were no indications of utility or instructions provided, merely the addition of a new ability. This new ability serves as a prerequisite performance, a necessary condition for the second sequence of genetic capabilities. The Eye of Dimension timely emerged to offer clarity. The ability of the second genetic sequence. This implies that his second ability is also related to his eyes. Would it not then enhance the overall capability of his left eye? The specifics of the second sequence ability remain uncertain. I wonder if the third sequence ability will also be based on ocular functions. Time is fleeting. He has already undergone enhancement thrice, with 3 more to go. And in just half a month, it shall be complete. Moreover, although the current enhancement fluids primarily focus on augmenting genetic abilities, they also contribute a degree of physical fortitude. However, their efficacy pales in comparison to the previous enhancement fluids. This time, his strength has been comprehensively elevated. Yet, it has depleted all the resources he had previously accumulated. Currently, he is only lacking in enhancement fluids. It seems he must begin the arduous task of replenishing his cyborg resources. He also intends to equip Xiao Hong and the others with Class A combat cyborgs and implants. After completing the enhancements, Cheng opened the door and descended from the observation room. "Brother Su, these are the surplus enhancement fluids," Zhushana said, presenting several extra bottles to Cheng. She appeared to have just completed her enhancement, her complexion slightly flushed and her breathing somewhat rapid. "Surplus?" Cheng responded, puzzled. "There's nothing excessive. You should consume all of them." He recalled that he had undergone enhancement 20 times before achieving no results. Furthermore, the Eye of Dimension had previously stated that a minimum of 18 enhancements was necessary for perfection. Yet now, Zhushana was returning 6 bottles to him. Together with the initial batch, he had given her a total of 20 bottles, just like with Rose. With the return of 6 bottles, it indicated she had only undergone 14 enhancements. No effect had been achieved. Zhushana shook her head. I felt no further improvement after the 14th enhancement, so I chose not to continue using them. I did not wish to waste what you provided, Brother Su. Su Cheng accepted the enhancement fluids. If the 14th enhancement yielded no results, it suggested that Zhushana had only enhanced 13 times, just surpassing the threshold for initiating the second stage of enhancement as indicated by the Eye of Dimension. What could this mean? I have heard that each individual's physique and genetic potential differ, which affects the number of times enhancement fluids can be utilized, Savadalina interjected. In the past, when our family was still prosperous, the elites underwent physical enhancements, but generally we did not require such an abundance of enhancement fluids. Each individual was fixed at 8 enhancements. According to what I heard from the clan leader, 8 is the optimal enhancement frequency for most individuals due to the poor physique of the remnants. Only a select few with exceptional potential can enhance more than 10 times, and they are the targets of every family's ultimate cultivation. Su Qing nodded in understanding. The application of enhancement agents is not a static process. Indeed, each person possesses distinct physiques and varying potentials. It is improbable that everyone could reach their limits through the same number of enhancements. Yet, why did the Eye of Dimension not elucidate this at the time? The enhancement results provided by the Eye of Dimension are preliminary predictions based on the user's physique. However, the threshold for the second stage of enhancement is fixed at 12 basic enhancements. So, the initial predictions from the Eye of Dimension were tailored to One and Appo's physical condition. It is no wonder that it was stated that 18 bottles would suffice for perfection, yet he had proceeded to enhance 20 times. It seems there was much left unsaid. In the future, could it refrain from providing incomplete information? Su Qing lamented internally. The final interpretation rights belong to the Eye of Dimension. 666. Remarkable. Yet 12 enhancements are a requisite for entering the second stage of enhancement. According to the insights of the Eye of Dimension and Savadalina, the majority of remnants are incapable of progressing to the second stage of enhancement. And those who cannot advance to the second stage are even less likely to undergo subsequent enhancements. Thus, they would be unable to unlock the abilities of the first genetic sequence. The remnants shall forever remain incomparable to the exalted beings of the floating city and the new humans who have ventured into the vastness of the cosmos. Yet here he is, merely an ordinary maintenance worker from a small town. Since the dawn of his memory, he has dwelled in the ruins alongside his parents. His father is a maintenance worker, and his mother has devoted herself to managing the household, preparing meals, and caring for the family. If there are any unique memories to speak of, it seems none come to mind. Yet he has achieved 20 enhancements. Adequate enhancement is all that matters. Su Qing stored the enhancement fluids away. Zhushana had just met the entry requirements for the second stage of enhancement. There is no rush for now. He must ensure that all those he can trust, including Xiao Hong and the others, receive their enhancements. He turned his gaze to Rose, who currently lacked the physicality for enhancement. The first enhancement is often excruciating. It would be best to wait until she awakens. Shadow. Suddenly, Rose softly called out. Slowly opening her eyes, she surveyed her surroundings in confusion. Miss. Savadalina quickly reassured Rose. You are awake. How do you feel? Rose paused momentarily upon seeing Savadalina. Then scanned the area. You all, where am I? Miss, it was Shadow who saved you. Shadow is Mr. Su. We are in his mobile home, Savadalina promptly explained. So you are Shadow indeed. Rose expressed mild surprise, yet it was not unexpected. Zhushana, standing nearby, frowned, cradling her small head, puzzled as to how Su Cheng could have returned home from the combat arena so swiftly. Su Cheng gently patted Zhushana's pink hair. I employed some special techniques. It was not my intention to conceal anything from you. I merely wished to avoid causing you unnecessary trouble. Zhushana slightly closed her eyes, relishing the warmth atop her head. It's all right, Brother Su. I trust you. Su Cheng turned to Rose. How do you feel? Rose furrowed her brow and attempted to sit up. Savadalina hurried to intervene. but Rose pressed her hand down, gritting her teeth as she sat upright. Aside from some pain at the wound, I feel fine otherwise. Cheng pursed his lips. Indeed, she was a woman of the Bear Federation, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Despite significant blood loss and a severe shoulder wound, she had managed to sit up after just one night of recovery. Then you should drink the enhancement fluid. With your current physique, recovery is quite challenging. Enhancing will expedite your recuperation. Cheng instructed Savidalina to provide Rose with the basic enhancement fluid. This. Rose widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the blue liquid. Enhancement fluid? How precious. In truth, prior to her family's decline, encountering enhancement fluids would not have elicited such astonishment. Since fleeing to the ruins, she had not seen any. At that time, she was still young and had never used enhancement fluids. Quick, use it, Cheng urged from the side. The first time may be a bit painful, just endure it. Rose regarded Cheng intently, then, without further ado, grasped the nutritional liquid and drank it all in one go. Like Zhu Shaner, she too had aspirations. Thus, she must grow stronger. An excruciating pain surged through her body in an instant, yet she gritted her teeth and bore it in silence. Much like Cheng's initial enhancement experience, the pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and she felt a substantial increase in her strength. The effectiveness of the enhancement fluid was astonishing. What she had previously heard seemed to contradict this. While Rose was undergoing her physical enhancement, Cheng received a call from Yang Siki. I have expanded the search area and located all the mobile homes in the wasteland. They are situated in 3 locations, totaling 12 vehicles, and the entire ruins are devoid of them. Yang Siki sent the coordinates of the mobile homes, adding, additionally, I have ordered 15 sets of the hacking equipment you requested, and I have prepared 5 external brain-machine interfaces for you over the past few days. All right. Could you please inform me of the last location where the delivery should be made? Thank you. No need for such formality, just bring me some extra snacks. If you please. Chapter 130, the Camp-type RV, a civilian pinnacle. Mindless, head to the usual spot and fetch the new supplies, Cheng instructed. Casting a glance at Mindless. Am I your errand boy? Mindless retorted reluctantly, his body swaying as he stepped out of the RV. You can't see my short legs. Upon your return, I shall reward you with a glimmering crystal, came Cheng's voice from behind, instantly reviving Mindless' spirits. You said it, I didn't force you. With that, he swiftly dashed away, showing no signs of slowness. The wilderness was indeed vast. Having 2 small vehicles mounted on the RV would be even more convenient. At that moment, Rose completed her enhancement, leaving her with 5 bottles remaining. Holding the enhancement liquid, Rose remarked, by the time I reached the 15th enhancement, the effects were minimal. Continuing further may yield no results and would be a waste. She had successfully enhanced her abilities 15 times, now nearly twice as strong as an ordinary person. Being from a prominent family, her physique and genetics were undoubtedly superior. She understood that when the effectiveness of enhancements dwindled, it signified reaching one's limits, making further enhancement unnecessary. This insight allowed her to conserve an enhancement liquid. All right, you should rest well. Your prosthetic has been repaired, but its performance is likely only at 80% of its original capacity. Cheng had fixed her prosthetic, yet due to severe damage, it could not perform at full capacity. The fact that it was still operational was a remarkable achievement. Thank you. You've helped me immensely. Rose expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I won't indulge in excessive pleasantries. Whenever you need me, I shall be there for you. Cheng smiled broadly. I do need your assistance right now. He gestured towards the items in the RV. Please help me transfer all of these to another RV. I need to temporarily drive this one away to exchange it for a better model. He couldn't drive all the vehicles back for synthesis and upgrade. Hence the plan to take the RV to the new location. Leave it to us, Rose replied, ready to get to work, but Savidalina interjected, Miss, you should rest. I can handle this. Jushana jumped in, and I will help too. Cheng joined in the effort, transferring all items to a temporary Unimog RV. They still had 1 RV left from the last synthesis upgrade, which would suffice for the moment. Once the transfer was complete, he drove the Adventure RV towards the address provided by Yang Siki. This time, he aimed to acquire 12 RVs, uncertain if he could synthesize a base vehicle from them. He arrived at the first storage point, parking the vehicle and then running towards the next stop. The distance between the 3 points was only about 20 kilometers. For Cheng, it was hardly a challenge. He successfully drove all 12 RVs to the first stop, which was completely filled with vehicles. Activating the dimensional eye, he proceeded to synthesize and upgrade. Synthesis, all-terrain off-road RV6. Synthesis, all-terrain modular adventure RV3. Synthesis, super alloy integrated counter-detection multifunction RV2. Synthesis, camp type RV1. Camp type RV features a highly integrated chassis. The surface is crafted from titanium-tungsten alloy, equipped with radar-absorbing layers, electromagnetic interference shielding, and thermal insulation layers. It is undetectable by radar and impervious to electromagnetic disturbances and infrared detection, boasting remarkable stealth capabilities. The front integrates a miniature phased array radar, ultrasonic radar, and communication signal amplification device capable of scanning targets within a 100-kilometer diameter while ensuring communication reliability. The central microbrain can directly connect with the user's photon brain, exhibiting high intelligence and automation. The chassis can unfold on flat terrain within permissible limits, forming a compact camp spanning 100 square meters, featuring multifunctional areas, 3 rooms, 2 self-circulating bathrooms, and a kitchen, which can be converted into a storage room. The roof can deploy 50 square meters of ultra-concentrated solar panels, or utilize energy block functionality. The solar panels can provide basic electricity for the camp. Each area adopts a modular design, allowing for independent movement of partitions. It possesses defensive capabilities, capable of carrying a limited number of weapons, which can be automatically controlled by the microbrain or manually operated by the driver. It can autonomously drill down to 50 meters to extract water, using ultrasonic radar for water source detection. Drilling can be completed within half an hour. This is a comprehensive, top-tier camp RV, the precursor to military base vehicles. Although still a civilian-grade RV, it already possesses certain expansion capabilities akin to a base vehicle, allowing for the connection of more functional areas to form a larger camp. It can also connect to simpler production lines and technological sectors, powered by 16 ultra-high-power motors. It boasts 10,000 horsepower and 25,000 torque. It can traverse any terrain and has a water-fording capability of 10 meters. It belongs to first-dimensional technology. Stunning. If the Unimog RV was impressive and visually striking, the current camp-type RV radiated an aura of advanced technology. Its sleek black surface shimmered brilliantly under the sun, yet remained undetectable by radar or other probing methods. The cabin and front were seamlessly integrated, devoid of any seams, embodying the features of the previous generation's integrated RV. The cockpit was fortified with armor, and the exterior glass could be shielded by a thick layer of titanium-tungsten alloy armor. Titanium-tungsten alloy is already the pinnacle of civilian-grade alloys, with military-grade supercarbon G-series alloys being the next step up. Thus, the configuration of this camp-type RV had reached the utmost peak of civilian standards. It even possessed radar capabilities. Furthermore, it could continue to expand, meaning 2 camp-type RVs could be linked together. If not synthesized for upgrades, they could form an even larger camp. This indicated that base vehicles could also be expanded, and there certainly existed a greater variety, with a stronger emphasis on military applications. Cheng stepped inside the cabin, which still contained rooms, bathrooms, and other areas, much like the Adventure RV. It was fully equipped with various appliances and amenities. Although it was not yet a base vehicle, Cheng was already quite satisfied with the current camp RV. This vehicle would allow him to establish a camp and live anywhere. It could drill for water and harness solar energy. Traversing ruins would no longer be a concern, as it was equipped with electromagnetic shielding. He could navigate the wasteland in his camp RV without relying on high-speed rail. Additionally, it could carry weapons, possessing a certain degree of offensive capability. If synthesized into a base vehicle, it could likely accommodate even more powerful weaponry. For now, it was more than sufficient. Cheng entered the cockpit, where there were no separate screens. Everything was integrated into a flat panel. From the central control spherical device, the vehicle's intelligence system projected itself. The driver could execute all operations through this intelligent system. This represented a level of intelligence and automation previously unimagined. vastly superior to living in his old, shabby residence. In the central console, there was an energy compartment. Cheng placed a high-grade energy block inside. Instantly, the vehicle powered up, and the blue light strips illuminated, with the vehicle's intelligent projection awaiting commands. Let us head back. After setting the map coordinates, the RV initiated its journey back to the original base. Chapter 131, The Camp, SL Covert Infiltration Kit. I couldn't believe my eyes, old friend. What kind of vehicle are you driving? My mind was agog as I gazed at the futuristic camper van that slowly rolled into the hollowed ground of the camp. It appeared extraordinarily advanced, and most importantly, brand new. In stark contrast to the dilapidated state of dwellings on Earth, where rust plagued even the houses. This was a rare sight indeed. The camper van was more than twice the size of a Unimog parked nearby. As Cheng stepped out of the vehicle, he announced, "You all will be residing here temporarily for the next few days." He parked the Unimog to the side and returned to the camper van, maneuvering it to the center of the area. At that moment, the radar in the cockpit displayed a real-time ground scan of the surroundings, indicating that the camp could be deployed. He promptly clicked to expand it. Instantly, the rear compartment of the camper van descended, its wheels lowering to align with the highest points of the surrounding terrain. Then, the bottom of the van began to extend, undergoing mechanical transformations throughout all areas. The front of the vehicle also became more spacious, transforming into a room that integrated monitoring and control. Before long, the entire vehicle expanded to cover an area of 100 square meters. The camp was designed to be open plan, with each area representing a functional room. The ground was composed of a sleek black metal, originally a one-bedroom, one-bathroom, and one kitchen layout, now transformed into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 3-bathroom arrangement, complete with a central control room at the front. Each room was equipped with high-efficiency solar panels, ensuring self-sufficiency. All rooms were outfitted with climate control systems, and a heating stove in the center of the camp emitted a steady temperature. Even when close to the stove, one would not feel excessive heat, as this was entirely regulated by the onboard AI, which monitored everyone's body temperature to intelligently adjust the stove's warmth. Wow, is this really so cool? My mind raced as I clutched my PS5 and dashed around the camp, inspecting each room. Finally, I arrived at the central heating stove. Is this really so intelligent? No need to fear the cold in winter. My body had sensory capabilities, yet I was indifferent to temperature changes. There are 3 rooms. 1 for me and 1 for you, while the rest you can divide among yourselves. Cheng dragged a virtual reality pod into one of the rooms. The room featured a large bed that could be split into 2 beds using an independent controller. It also had a power interface and various automated expansion modules. He placed the virtual reality pod next to one of the expansion modules, which immediately adapted and connected, with the power interface extending to link up. The pod became an integral part of the room. This exemplified the expansion capabilities of the camper van, which future-based vehicles would also possess. I followed suit, placing my PS5 onto the expansion module. The module transformed into a display and tray supporting the PS5, but did not connect. Frustrated, I exclaimed, "Why can't my game console work?" The room controller displayed, "Technology too low, unable to adapt." What? My console was inferior? I shot a middle finger at the controller. But at least I could still play. All you do is play games. You'll end up wasting your time. Cheng cast a sidelong glance at me. Humph. I powered on the PS5. Care for a game? Let us take down that Tiger Vanguard. Forget it. Cheng shook his head. I'm quite busy. Oh, so busy. I mimicked him sarcastically. Woe is me. Cheng stepped outside to retrieve the hacking equipment. The hacking device was essentially a more refined, compact light brain, stripped of unnecessary functions, specifically designed for hacking. There were also larger hacking devices, comparable in size to the virtual reality pod, with enhanced performance. However, they were cumbersome to carry and exorbitantly priced. Small towns like Waste City lacked such equipment, only able to procure these smaller devices. Furthermore, hacking devices were strictly regulated by the floating city, banned for civilian use, and could only be acquired by families. Cheng laid out all 15 devices and then activated the dimensional eye for synthesis and upgrade. Synthesis, Advanced Portable Hacking Device 7. Synthesis, SL Series Initial Covert Infiltration Kit 3. Synthesis. SL Formal Covert Infiltration Kit 1. SL Covert Infiltration Kit. Characterized by a minimalist exterior, modular functionality, and covert operation. Covering three main domains: physical intrusion, wireless hijacking, and data manipulation, ideal for infiltration and cyber offense and defense. Equipped with a portable wireless photon core, supporting cross-protocol attacks. The photon core possesses considerable AI capabilities, enabling automatic vulnerability scanning and self-data camouflage for covert infiltration. It also has a degree of expansion capability, allowing faster decryption and intrusion through external connections, supporting the addition of more functional modules. The kit includes a global radar and a stealth reconnaissance bionic drone, capable of surveying a diameter of 50 kilometers, with signal relaying and amplification capabilities, allowing interception of target signal data. It can connect with the user's photon brain to enhance overall performance. Belongs to the second-dimensional technology. Cheng examined the matte gray SL Covert Infiltration Kit in his hand, resembling VR goggles, bearing some similarities to the Dream Mirage. This was a device specifically for hackers. It surpassed the Infinite Gateway in terms of power and professional attack capability. One could say they were entirely different types of equipment. The Infinite Gateway allowed access to the network universe, reaching the source network for seamless communication, while the Covert Infiltration Kit was all about attack, and yet more attack. All functions were primarily geared towards stealthy intrusion. This was undoubtedly superior to the handheld device Yang Siki had been using. With this, she would no longer have to worry about being frequently jammed by other signals. Not only was the Covert Infiltration Kit powerful, but it also boasted an aesthetically pleasing design. The overall goggle shape featured antennas at the ends of the frames that resembled wings. A band of blue lights encircled the lenses, which housed the photon core. When worn, the goggles completely covered the eye area. However, Cheng was not adept at using it. He lacked hacking skills. "Stay put at home," Cheng directed, glancing at the engrossed mindless one. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Await my news here. If anything arises, I will contact you in advance." Mindless one set down the controller. "Don't take risks. It's too dangerous. Leave it to me since you're too weak." "All right, continue your game." Cheng waved as he stepped out. Rose and the others were outside the camp. Upon seeing Cheng emerge, she swiftly approached him, asking, "What are your plans next?" "The camp family has captured us and nearly killed us both. This cannot end here." Cheng replied, "You need to rest and recuperate here while I scout for intelligence." Rose wished to accompany him, but she understood her condition would only burden Cheng, so she refrained from insisting, merely cautioning, "Be careful." Jushaner immediately raised her hand. "Brother Su, I want to go with you." Cheng shook his head. "You stay behind. I will contact you if necessary. The more people there are, the easier it is to expose ourselves. I must leverage this advantage while remaining in the shadows." "Then you must ensure your safety," Jushaner said. Her colorful eyes filled with concern. Rose glanced at Jushaner, realizing she was only this obedient in front of Cheng. Who would have guessed how fierce this pink-haired little girl could be in battle? Cheng nodded. "I'm off now." With that, he turned to leave and promptly contacted Yang Siki. "Are you there?" Chapter 132, Citywide Turmoil, the Yi Family. "What are you doing?" Yang Siki inquired with her long legs elegantly crossed, a lollipop perched between her lips, her tone laced with boredom. As Cheng ambled along, he replied, "I have a set of SL Covert Infiltration gear for you." Yang Siki's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief washed over her. "What did you say?" Cheng reiterated. "SL Covert Infiltration gear." "What? You're kidding. SL Covert Infiltration gear?" Yang Siki exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide. "Where on earth did you acquire this? This is premium stuff. You can't be pulling my leg. If you're lying, you'll regret it." Her excitement was palpable. "Absolutely authentic," Cheng assured her, sharing his visual perspective as he gazed at the gear in his hands. "Fantastic. Truly fantastic." Yang Siki's eyes sparkled, her delicate hands rubbing together in delight. "This is amazing. I knew my concern for you would pay off. I'll send it over to you right away." Cheng sent her a coordinate. "Dispatch a vehicle. But ensure it's not traceable. Consider it done." "You can trust me completely," she replied, her joy almost overwhelming. "With this, nothing in the wasteland can hinder my system anymore. I want to be shackled by hardware limitations. Is it really that formidable? Cheng queried, his curiosity piqued. For he was not particularly well-versed in hacking. Of course, Yang Siki affirmed earnestly. You have no idea. This gear represents the pinnacle of personal portable devices. Such technology is often reserved for the elite families, and the authorities keep a tight grip on it. Wait, how did you manage to get your hands on it? She inquired, her curiosity heightened. It's a secret, Cheng replied, standing still as he awaited the vehicle's arrival. And what about my hacking equipment? Yang Siki leaned in. Suspicion etched on her face. I've given it away, Cheng stated calmly. Hurry and send that vehicle, or I might just head to the fighting arena. Humph. Yang Siki scoffed lightly, sensing something amiss but choosing not to pry further. The car has already been summoned. You needn't worry. By the way, don't head to the fighting arena just yet. Cheng raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? I intercepted some messages. Since yesterday. When you escaped from the camp family, the fighting arena has experienced significant upheaval, she explained swiftly, sending Cheng a packaged email containing the information. Several families are embroiled in this chaos, yet the fighting arena's big boss, Li Zhe, has been conspicuously absent, almost as if he vanished half a month ago. Cheng quickly scanned the email just as the vehicle arrived. Once inside, he continued to browse, noting, Today is the day for the S-rank hunter's promotion. Isn't it? Indeed, Yang Siki confirmed with a nod. I see. He is making his move today, Cheng declared, closing the email and gazing out the window. It was evident that it was about to strike. Both the camp family patriarch and Jieris were under R's control, likely having initiated infiltration into the fighting arena, where countless battles occurred daily, both official and clandestine. This was precisely the information he sought. The sudden mobilization of several families indicated that R had successfully completed his plans. Just then, Yang Siki gasped. I just received news chaos has erupted everywhere. The hunter card in Cheng's possession vibrated violently. Upon inspection, he discovered it had issued 10 urgent hunting bounties simultaneously. Urgent bounty, suppress the camp family turmoil in the fighting arena. Reward, for 100 points, C-rank mechanical prosthetic X1. D-rank mechanical prosthetics X4, advanced nutrient solution X8. Urgent bounty, suppress the Jieris family internal conflict in the fighting arena. Reward, 350 points, D-rank mechanical prosthetics X6. Advanced nutrient solution X6. Urgent bounty, eliminate internal betrayal among hunters. Reward, 300 points, D-rank mechanical prosthetics X4. Advanced nutrient solution X4. Insanity, he exclaimed. A total of 10 such urgent bounties, all involving multiple targets. This clearly indicated that both the fighting arena and the hunter's organization were in disarray. At that moment, the hunter card received a message from Remy. There is upheaval in the black market, but it will soon be quelled. Do not venture outside. The situation is chaotic. Await a reshuffle. Cheng furrowed his brow at the message. The black market was also in turmoil, yet it had not issued bounties, as they handled internal matters discreetly. With the boss exercising tight control, the chaos would likely be less severe than elsewhere and would stabilize quickly. Remy advised him to remain indoors until the forces in the wasteland were restructured. That's not feasible, he thought, or was orchestrating this chaos. And he felt compelled to act. Sophia also sent him a voice message via his personal chip. There has been a shift in the Jieris family. I'm aging and losing my edge. If you decide to take action, please exercise caution. The Jieris family has a formidable shadow guard equipped with symbiotic armor and a specialized version of the first-generation military implant, capable of breaking the sound barrier. They wield 4 high-carbon G2 alloy shock blades, which can cut through even the most advanced symbiotic armor. Moreover, their combat skills are exceptional. And their armor's specialized ability is visual distortion, making it difficult to perceive their movements and impossible to lock onto them with prosthetic aids. Sophia did not dissuade Cheng from going out. Rather, she warned him of the threats within the Jieris family, enabling him to prepare accordingly. Thank you. Cheng responded sincerely. This information was indeed invaluable. His previous encounter with the camp family had left him severely injured due to his ignorance of their hidden powerhouses. The Jieris family had a remarkably swift assassin, while the camp family had a sniper with overwhelming firepower. There must be another family involved. and he wondered what other powerful entities lurked within the shadows, potentially betraying them. In the fighting arena, the Camp family and Jier's family had cornered the last remaining members of the Yi family. Although there was turmoil within the Yi family headquarters, signs of suppression were already apparent. "Are you capable? Your people are faltering," Jier's remarked disdainfully at a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man scowled. "The family head possesses formidable strength. He is not like your family's inept patriarch." "Ah, so you cannot subdue him?" Tecum smirked stiffly. "Surely. This trivial matter does not require his presence." Upon hearing Tecum mention him, the middle-aged man's expression shifted. He shook his head. "No need. I have been poisoning him for some time. He is on the brink of collapse. However, your specialized martial prosthetics are indeed noteworthy," Jiers observed. Gazing at the top of the building, an elderly man, clad in a set of symbiotic armor and specialized military implants, was successfully fending off all attackers. Under his command, his comrades were equally spirited. Despite the Jier's family's strongest shadow guard leading a numerically superior force, they could not breach his defenses. From a distance, shields blocked incoming projectiles, and even the most vulnerable spots of the elderly man's armor remained impervious to their strikes. In close combat, they were utterly outmatched. A stalemate ensued. Suddenly, the elderly man who had just moments ago tossed an assailant to the ground and smashed his head with relentless punches, abruptly trembled, his action stalling. He swayed, unsteadily rising to his feet, instinctively retreating. The middle-aged man crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. "The poison has taken effect," he has finished. In the next instant, a flash of silver. Severed. Chapter 133, Siege of the Lord's Tower. The great battle begins. "Oh God, Yution, you truly are a beast. Poisoning your own father with both biological and electronic viruses." Jael sneered from the side. The middle-aged man, Yution, scoffed disdainfully. "How could I possibly compare myself to a creature like you, who has slaughtered your entire family, and is even less than a beast? You." Jael seethed with rage upon hearing this, but his expression quickly stiffened. "Enough with the nonsense, let us get to work." Yution, observing the shift, replied coolly. "What are you afraid of? The fighting arena is already ours. With so many pawns at your disposal, do you still fear failure?" "Failure?" Tecum responded with a forced laugh. "That's an unfamiliar term. No one can defeat the ultimate weapon. The Wasteland City will undoubtedly be ours." "And Skeg?" Yution inquired, crossing his arms. "Is that fellow still hiding at home? Too scared to show his face?" Jaels grinned. "He has long been rendered powerless by those above him, not to be feared. Let him continue as a puppet. The illustrious Faade of the Lord of the Wasteland City is merely a hollow shell." Yution frowned. "You might as well speak through Tecum. That fool annoys me." Tecum stiffly remarked, "You are now on the same front. He is my puppet, so unity is preferable." "Humph." Yution coldly snorted, falling silent. In addition to the fighting arena, chaos erupted at the S-rank promotion competition as well. "Good friends, join us, where you may find yourself meeting your end," Zhang Jie proclaimed, stepping on a young hunter, laughing down at him. "Would you like to be my friend?" No one anticipated that those participating in the promotion today would suddenly turn on those around them. The young man cried out angrily. "Aren't you afraid of the Judicator slaughtering you?" "Good friend, your answer is incorrect." Zhang Jie grinned wickedly and shot the young hunter in the head with his submachine gun. After this act, he stood and gazed towards the distant waste disposal plant. "The waste disposal plant won't care about our lives." A multitude of hunters gathered around him. "Let us take down the waste disposal plant. We shall allocate the resources ourselves." Zhang Jie shouted. "Good friends, everyone gets a share." "Yes, we will allocate for ourselves, haha. All of it belongs to us. The damn place restricts us everywhere. Withholding all the good things. It's time to overthrow the dumb." Chapter 134. That man, the most powerful S-class fire fist, lie. Su Cheng awaited the emergence of the ultimate weapon. The City Lord's Tower was not so easily conquerable. The ultimate weapon was surely destined to appear. Moreover, he needed to deal with the sniper who had gravely injured him. Outside the City Lord's Tower, the battle erupted instantaneously. Despite the overwhelming numbers on the City Lord's side, the individual prowess of the combatants was extraordinarily formidable. The plunderers, under the control of the bone virus, did not attack mindlessly like zombies as those under excess control did. Instead, their combat effectiveness had diminished. The plunderers under R's influence coordinated their attacks, significantly enhancing their combat power. Thus, even with fewer numbers, they pressed forward against the HPC, relentlessly tightening their encirclement. The HPC forces simply could not withstand such a disparity in strength. Only top-tier combatants might endure the onslaught. Among the hunters, 5 S-class hunters existed. Yet none had revealed themselves thus far. The aces of the 3 major combat family clans were also absent. It remained uncertain whether they stood with the city lord. They might even betray him. It was a pity that Ing had perished. It would have been intriguing to see his allegiance, particularly given his enmity with the Camp family. However, in such a high-stakes battlefield, even if Ing were alive, his efforts would be futile against the family's top-tier combatants. A singular death shot from the Camp family could easily eliminate him. Wait for that man to arrive. Perhaps he could turn the tide. At that moment, a middle-aged man blended into the crowd, locating the city lord's tower. "Ah, I have finally found it. Thankfully, I'm not too late." He charged into the battlefield, exclaiming, "Brothers, it's time to work." It was he. The man had arrived. The most powerful S-class hunter, Firefist, Lie. Not only had he come, but he was accompanied by 3 other S-class hunters, Shadowblade, Heavy Artillery Fortress, and the strongest shield. Their camaraderie was evident, their strength vastly superior to other quasi-S-class hunters. Su Cheng was somewhat taken aback. He recognized this man. He was the peculiar fellow who, on the day of the monster attack, had pointed him in the right direction yet managed to get lost himself. To think he was actually the S-class hunter Lai. Moreover, he appeared to be quite popular, as many knew of him, recognized as the most formidable S-class. With Lai's arrival, 2 men and a woman sprang forth from the crowd. They had all activated their full defensive forms. One man was shrouded in black, wielding twin katanas on his back, and wore a mask. He was a ninja from Sakura City. Another was a walking arsenal, dual-wielding guns with massive calibers. The woman was encased entirely in a robust exoskeleton, adorned with golden energy bands, and she projected an energy shield for the other 3. All 3 were equipped with complete sets of A-class combat exoskeletons, augmented with first-generation military implants, and had undergone their respective specialized modifications. They were S-class hunters, far surpassing advanced hunters, even stronger than 5-star combatants. Even if Zhang Jia acquired A-class arms, ascending to true S-class would be a daunting challenge. With the addition of Lai and his companions, they directly overwhelmed the HPC guards and defensive hunters, especially Lai. Clad in fiery red symbiotic battle armor, wielding no weapons save his fists. Each punch could shatter an enemy, followed by flames reducing them to ash. He forged a fiery path through the throngs of combatants. His terrifying combat prowess and the searing heat instilled fear in all. This was that man, the most powerful S-class hunter, Lai. The other 3 S-class hunters were equally formidable. Even 5-star combatants were no match for them. Shadowblade moved with blinding speed, always elusive. Yet, each time he manifested, he claimed an enemy's life, akin to the deadliest assassin. Heavy Artillery Fortress and the strongest shield coordinated seamlessly. Heavy Artillery disregarded all incoming attacks, laughing as he unleashed his firepower. The battlefield erupted in explosions, flames soaring. Cries of agony echoed throughout. His lethality even surpassed that of Lai. The energy shield provided by the strongest shield was the most resplendent. This was the pinnacle of combat power among hunters. S-class hunters. Other advanced hunters could only aspire to become quasi-S-class. True recognition from them was necessary to be deemed a genuine S-class. However, the 5-star combatants were more numerous. Even the Camp family had no fewer than 10 members. Thus, the overall strength still favored the combat family. But Lai was overwhelmingly powerful. No one could obstruct him. He charged through the ranks of combatants like a fiery lion. Furthermore, the other 3 S-class hunters had brought with them a multitude of robust hunters to join the fray. They had long awaited Lai's appearance, fully aware of his navigational ineptitude. Like affluent players in a game, one individual could indeed turn the tide of battle. With everyone's involvement, the advantage of the combat family dissipated. In an instant, the situation reversed. The HPC guards and hunters now held superiority in numbers and strength. "It is your turn to enter the fray," Tecum addressed Jails and Ution beside him. "I shall follow shortly." With that, he bowed his head, appearing to lose consciousness. Jails waved behind him, and a distorted figure crept along the wall as shadows towards the battlefield. In the shadows, he seemed nearly invisible, though visible. If one were to lose focus for a moment, they would lose sight of him entirely. The sensation was eerily uncanny, as if sensing something. Shadow Blade immediately turned his gaze toward a shadowed corner. "I will confront him. Today we shall settle this." Shadow Blade brandished his twin katanas, performing a flourish before disappearing into the darkness. Their combat unfolded without any illumination, only the glint of cold steel. With each flash of cold light, onlookers faced peril, and the crowd erupted in panic. Elsewhere, Yi Tian shed his coat, revealing his massive, solid alloy muscles. "I will test this so-called strongest S-class." With that, he charged directly at the rampaging Lai. Upon their encounter, they exchanged devastating blows. With a resounding crash, a violent shockwave reverberated, pushing those surrounding them away. "Interesting." Yutian grinned. "Wing Chun, Yutian." With that, his hands unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. "Fire Fist, Lai." Lai remained unfazed, meeting Yutian head-on amidst roaring flames. Each clash between them unleashed powerful energy waves, with resounding booms echoing throughout. Too powerful. Their battle is astonishing. This was a clash of the family's top-tier strength against the finest hunter. If only I could attain such prowess, then wealth, women, and power would all be mine. Come, place your bets. Let us see who will prevail. I wager Fire Fist Lai will win. I bet on Lai too. He is the strongest S-class. Humph. Do you not recognize the other man? He is Yi Tian of the strongest combat family. His strength is unparalleled in the arena. I wager he will triumph. The onlookers began to place their bets. "Dad, why don't we help take down the city lord? Then we would be subject to the whims of the powerful. Look how many have joined. Silly child, do you believe they are truly benevolent? Observe, among them are plunderers. They are a band of madmen. Should they overthrow the lord of the city, it is likely that their tyranny would only escalate. So why do we not intervene? We are merely common survivors, incapable of altering the fate dictated by the powerful, and this is our lot in life." Father sighed deeply, gazing at the distant clash of combat. In comparison to these formidable beings, they were akin to ants facing elephants. Such is the nature of class. It is a realm that ordinary folk can never hope to touch in their lifetimes. Your life should be determined by your own will. Su Cheng cast a glance at the child who had just posed the question, quietly remarking. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light began to dawn in the child's vacant eye. Smack. His father struck him on the head, instantly dissipating that glimmer. Do not heed his reckless words. We are devoid of wealth, power, and strength, and thus shall remain in this state for eternity. There is an old saying in the bygone era of China, the rise of the populace brings suffering, and the fall of the populace brings suffering. Father only seeks what is best for you. The child, upon hearing this, lowered his head in disappointment, yet his fists remained tightly clenched. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous gunshot echoed from afar. Chapter 135. Once again confronting the demon. Vengeance is inevitable. I have found you. Su Cheng immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the gunfire. The sound of the shot was all too familiar to him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Bang! Another shot rang out, equally recognizable. It was the same sound that had resonated during the urgent bounty hunting mission when Rebecca fired her weapon. Although her shot was directed at the city lord's tower, it originated from a different location. It seemed she had chosen to challenge the current city lord. She had long aspired to ascend, and this was indeed an opportune moment. Without hesitation, Su Cheng extricated himself from the crowd and swiftly made his way toward the gunfire. Before long, he found himself beneath a towering building, devoid of any nearby presence. A sniper would undoubtedly select a location with an unobstructed view. Given the scarcity of high-rise buildings around the city lord's tower, this particular structure, also owned by the city lord, was the tallest and most suitable for a sniper's vantage point. He had intentionally approached from the outskirts to avoid detection. Upon entering the building, he discovered it was equally deserted. The dragon armor materialized instantly. He had opted not to carry the Areloro greatsword, as it would draw too much attention. However, with the dragon claw and the storm assault rifle at his disposal, he was well equipped for the task at hand. He proceeded directly to the rooftop terrace, which undoubtedly provided a clearer view than any other area. Even if he did not reach the rooftop, he could still search below. Eschewing the elevator, he ascended the staircase from the first floor to the 20th. As he neared the rooftop, he slowed his pace, striving to make no sound. He did not rush up immediately, but chose to observe first. Indeed, the target was atop this very building. He spotted a combat assassin stationed at the staircase entrance, one of the 5-star combat assassins who had previously attacked him at the camp building. Leaning casually against the door frame, the assassin lamented, "Ah, I wish I could go down and stretch my legs. It's so dull here with no one around. Best keep watch at the door. You never know who might come up," he replied. "Fine, the more the merrier. I'm bored anyway. I'll take down whoever comes." At that moment, a shadow darted past. The assassin looked down in bewilderment at his chest as bioliquid suddenly gushed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 136. The spectacle is about to begin. Shadows in the sky. How intriguing. The show is about to commence. Jurs and Apos' eyes suddenly glazed over, and he wore a stiff smile as he turned to gaze at the building where Green Camp had initially been situated. At that moment, the crowd heard a distinct sound slicing through the air. Curiously, they looked up, spotting a dark figure soaring from afar. The silhouette gradually grew larger, revealing it to be a person. Astonishing. Someone can fly. Who could that be? Future City had long imposed restrictions on flying. Aside from the HPC guards and waste disposal units, no other remnants or organizations were permitted to take to the skies. Indeed, that individual was flying, and though somewhat familiar, there was an air of strangeness about them. Never mind, I only care about my bet. Lie must win. Despite the arrival of this flying figure capturing considerable attention, the crowd remained focused on the battlefield. After all, none had seen this individual before. While flying was rare, it did not necessarily equate to strength. Soon, the figure hovered above the battlefield, quietly suspended in the air. YTN, engaged in combat, also heard the whooshing sound and glanced upward. Grinning, "It's about to end." "Not just yet." Lai's voice rumbled as he unleashed a fiery punch aimed directly at YTN's face. YTN's pupils contracted, and he swiftly leaped backward to evade the blow. "Let us cease this." He retrieved his coat from the ground and draped it over himself. "You are formidable. If you were to join the Y family now, I could ensure your survival." Lai retracted his offensive stance. "I am not interested," aligning with the Marauders. "You are certainly no good person." YTN scoffed dismissively. "Good person? In this world, who still aspires to be a good person? Preposterous." "Not at all preposterous." Lai's expression was resolute. "Those who harm the remnants are villains, and I shall serve as their judge, delivering justice upon you." YTN crossed his arms. "Then you may converse with that individual. My interest lies solely in the arena. He, should he seize control of the wasteland, would turn all within it, including the future remnants of Future City, into his subjects for experimentation." As he spoke, he pointed to his head. "All will become mere subjects of his trials." Lai cast his gaze towards the figure floating above, flames suddenly erupting from his fists. "Best of luck." YTN swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Helping R? He had no inclination for such an endeavor. He was no fool. R's control over Jurs and Tcam Camp would not allow him the kindness of ceding the arena. Thus, he intended to use R's power to dominate the Y family. Ultimately, whether R or the city lord emerged victorious, both the Jurs and Camp families would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. At that time, the arena would naturally be under his command. Hence, he would not be foolish enough to sacrifice himself here. Meanwhile, after dispatching Green Camp, Su Cheng surveyed his surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was watching, he slipped into an alleyway to change back into his previous attire. When he returned to the crowd to observe the commotion, he too spotted the figure in the sky. His eyes narrowed. The distance was too great to discern any details. The dimensional eye lacked the long focus capabilities of ordinary prosthetic eyes. He was certain that this figure must indeed be the ultimate weapon Ar had spoken of. Now was the perfect opportunity to observe what abilities they possessed. Retrieving his gaze, Cheng focused on the continuing battle. Just moments ago, Green Camp had unleashed a shot from the strongest shield. The choice not to strike Lai was due to the strongest shield's ability to grant energy shields to others. Though an auxiliary ability, it held a higher priority. Most importantly, with her present, the heavy artillery fortress could unleash its firepower without restraint. Lu Ru, you must hold on. The heavy artillery fortress immediately abandoned its attack. Scooping up the gravely injured Lu Ru, I will take you to the prosthetic repair specialist right away. Lu Ru's chest housed special protection. Although it deflected Green Camp and Oppo's bullet trajectory slightly, her heart was still severely damaged. Avenge me. Lu Ru clutched the heavy artillery fortress and Oppo's clothing, unwillingly collapsing. Green Camp's assault was indeed overwhelming. Lu Ru's natural defenses far surpassed that of T Chapter 137. The ultimate weapon, Mobius, terrifyingly powerful. Calm down. Lai comforted the injured heavy artillery fortress. Tucker, someone even more formidable has arrived. His expression was grave. The strike that had just fallen from the sky could have been evaded, but certainly not endured. They killed Lu Ru, did you see? Lu Ru is dead. Tucker mournfully gazed at the lifeless body on the ground. I am aware, Lai clenched his fists, yet we have many more to protect. Look, he pointed at the onlookers. The survivors. If we allow the marauders to dominate the wasteland, these survivors will surely suffer. We cannot let this happen. Tucker gritted his teeth. We are safeguarding them. But what about them? Apart from spectating, some have even joined the marauders' ranks. Lai's voice softened. They have been blinded and thus remain unaware. Moreover, they are too frail. Refraining from joining this war is, in fact, the correct choice. After speaking, he directed his gaze towards the descending figure. That individual is formidable. We might all perish. He sensed death approaching, yet he did not retreat. Damn it, let us go. I fear no death. Tucker glared furiously at the sky. Before them, the figure gradually descended. The crowd beheld someone wearing a gray metallic mask and a fitted gray battle suit, with gray medium-length hair billowing in the wind. It was impossible to discern the nature of his cybernetic enhancements, save for a singular alloy tail that swayed leisurely. To the naked eye, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. That previous strike had instantly vaporized dozens. As he continued to lower himself, the pressure on the crowd intensified. The figure stood against the sun, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if he had transcended human feelings altogether. Hiss, such a familiar sensation. I believe I have encountered this person before. Me too. Damn it. I've seen him in the fighting arena, without a doubt. I remember now. His hair and eyes are identical to the arena's master. It's Mobius. Indeed, it is him. Although his full face remains obscured, it is undeniably Mobius. How has he transformed into this form? Mobius? The enigmatic master of the fighting arena who has remained hidden from view. He is the shadowy figure behind the arena, a being rarely seen. If one were to locate him, he favored the lowly island bar in the outer city. Cheng squinted. His descent from the heavens certainly exuded an air of grandeur. At this moment, as noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, making it challenging to gaze directly at him. Even his cybernetic eye felt discomfort from the glare. Cheng activated his communicator and sent out 2 messages. Tap. Mobius lightly landed on the ground, his hands clasped behind his back, standing tall, tilting his head slightly, gazing down at the crowd. His gray eyes were chillingly indifferent. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the edges of his attire. He stood there, rendering many too intimidated to even breathe. This was a confidence emanating from sheer power. We should flee? A guard from HPC surprisingly contemplated escape. What are we afraid of? He is but one man. Exactly. No matter how strong he is, he remains a single individual. We are many, and numerous hunters will support us. As long as we can hold our ground, we shall prevail. Mobius spoke coolly, raising a hand and extending a finger, too noisy. In an instant, a beam of concentrated light pierced through the shield, striking several of the chatting HPC guards. They gazed in disbelief at the alloy shield before them, collapsing to the ground. My goodness, how ruthless. He kills without hesitation. Shoo, do not speak. He can hear us from the sky, and now he can hear us even clearer. We must not speak ill of him. He is too powerful. I knew Mobius was formidable, having single-handedly established the arena, but I never expected him to be this strong. I sense he is no longer the same. Onlookers marveled at Mobius and Apo's overwhelming strength and his viciousness in slaying without provocation. You have but one choice. Mobius coldly addressed Lai and Tucker, defeat me or die. There is no option for surrender. Only battle. Yet for him, these two options were essentially one. For he would not lose, thus, Lai must perish. Lai positioned himself in front of Tucker. Forgive us. You are incredibly powerful, hence we have decided to confront you together. Mobius scoffed dismissively. Do as you wish. Whoosh. Lai's fists erupted in flames, propelling him swiftly toward Mobius. Boom. His punch struck firmly against Mobius's energy shield. The flames exploded instantaneously, engulfing Mobius entirely. Yet, in the next moment, a fierce wind dispersed the flames. Not bad. Continue. Mobius remained unscathed, standing firm. Lai's expression turned grave. His skill transformed energy into superheated plasma, namely flame form. This encompassed not only his own energy, but also that emitted by others. In simpler terms, his flames could ignite the energies of others, thus exerting a certain suppressive effect on energy-based attacks, including energy shields. However, Mobius's energy shield remained entirely unaffected. Not because his shield was extraordinary, but simply because he was too powerful. Lai's flames could not ignite this formidable energy. Whoosh. The surface of Lai's fiery symbiotic armor was completely enveloped in flames. The rising inferno distorted the surrounding air. Attack together. Upon finishing his words, Lai charged once more. His entire being was engulfed in flames, significantly accelerating his speed. Mobius, however, remained motionless, still standing in place. This time, it was Tucker's penetrating artillery attack that struck first. Die. Tucker's chest opened to reveal a dark cannon mouth, a weapon he had yet to employ. Purple plasma flickered within, and a conical shell was launched with a thunderous roar. The shell, intertwined with purple plasma, surged forth, boom. A violent explosion of flames mixed with purple plasma shot skyward. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the arena. A powerful shockwave radiated outward. Even those observing from 100 meters away were knocked down by the force of the blast. Mobius's energy shield had finally been breached. Lai, engulfed in flames, barreled through the explosion, delivering a fierce punch. For the first time, Mobius moved. He pulled his right hand back into a fist and then struck out sharply. Bang. Their fists collided. Mob Chapter 138. The Unyielding Figure Great? Tucker. Lai looked at Tucker, whose body was half melted, his fists clenched in a mask of sorrow and rage. He was furious. Angry at his own inadequacy, unable to protect his comrades, unable to safeguard those he cherished. Boss, don't be sad. I'll go find Lurulu. You mustn't come looking for us too soon. Tucker forced a smile with the remaining half of his face. I must look terrible right now. Please, don't die. Lai turned in fury towards the nonchalant Mobius. Come, strike me down. Mobius mockingly beckoned with his hand. Gritting his teeth, Lai felt the flames within him surge once more. He thrust his hands forward, fingers extended, and growled. Inferno. This was his most powerful derivative technique. Channeling his cyborg energy, it transformed into plasma flames capable of igniting anything. The crimson flames coalesced at the tip of his finger before shooting forth in an instant. Mobius released his energy shield once again. Yet this time, his shield was ignited. The flames continued to surge towards him. With a slight frown, he sidestepped while effortlessly projecting a sphere of blue plasma energy. The same attack that had descended from the sky, evaporating dozens of opponents in an instant. Lai glanced at the HPC guards behind him, gritted his teeth, and did not evade but unleashed Inferno once more. The flames surged towards the blue plasma energy. Mobius emitted plasma energy, which was a relatively stable compressed form. Upon contact, it would react violently and explode. Lai's attack was amplified plasma, maintaining a fierce reaction to ignite other particles. While the substances were the same, their forms and principles of attack differed. When the two collided, a wave of scorching heat erupted. Lai was sent flying, crashing heavily against the alloy shield. He was not propelled by the shockwave, but rather by the explosive force of Mobius's attack. This should be the limit. Su Cheng surveyed the battlefield. Lai had reached his breaking point, and Mobius's displayed power must be nearing its peak. Wow, Mobius is incredibly strong. Indeed, he is the strongest S-rank hunter. Just now, he single-handedly cut through the fighters and even matched Yi Tian blow for blow. Yet now he cannot withstand Mobius's attacks at all. Has Mobius truly become this formidable? He never seemed this powerful before. Now, he utterly dominates Lai. The spectators were exhilarated, as if watching a thrilling competition. They were all profoundly shocked by Mobius's strength. One move to eliminate Tucker, effortlessly overpowering Lai. Their levels of power were simply not on the same plane. If I were you, I would not rise again. Mobius coldly observed as Lai struggled to stand. The strain on Lai was immense. He had charged through the fighters and battled Yi Tian. Now facing Mobius and exerting his full strength multiple times. His cyborg energy and physical stamina were both severely depleted. I must rise. Lai gasped, glancing at the distant crowd. I must protect them. How laughable. A group of worthless relics, worth risking your life for. Mobius's tone dripped with disdain. Lai's gaze hardened. They are worth it. They deserve a better life, yet this world denies ordinary people a chance at happiness. I cannot change the rules, but I can strive to ensure their safety within my means. Mobius shook his head. You are a fool to sacrifice for a bunch of unrelated commoners. With that, he suddenly appeared before Lai, delivering a punch with blinding speed. Lai's eyes widened. His battle armor system failed to lock on in time. He was again hurled against the shield, yet he still slowly rose to his feet. I offer you a chance, Neo. Mobius, like a superior being, looked down at the rising Lai, as if to toy with a weaker opponent. Heh, Lai replied with a faint smile. I'm made of tougher stuff. I want Neo. Such spirit. And then what? Mobius flexed his hands. Let me see how long you can endure for these worthless beings. In an instant, his hands blurred, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Lai. Even though the symbiotic battle armor cushioned the blows, Lai could feel the overwhelming force of each impact. Kneel. Kneel. For the first time, Mobius exhibited emotion, his voice tinged with anger. Each time Lai was knocked down, he resolutely rose again. No matter how difficult, no matter the severity of his wounds, he would rise slowly yet steadfastly. His symbiotic armor was showing signs of disintegration. Damn it, this is too much. Lai has sacrificed so much for us. Mobius is being arrogant. What are you saying? What has Lai sacrificed for us? We never asked him to fight. Exactly. Who knows if he has been bribed by the city lord? How does he know that Mobius's rule over the wasteland would be worse? Indeed. Sig is living a debauched life. Overthrowing him is justified. But Mobius is allied with the Marauders. They are a pack of lunatics. Lai is protecting us. Who asked him to protect? Our lives didn't improve when he was around. It's as if he is some kind of hero, they scoffed. Most of the spectators, the relics, did not buy into Lai's goodwill. Su Cheng sighed in disappointment. This world is not just afflicted by the elite. Everyone is sick. He slowly stepped out from the crowd, moving towards the beleaguered Lai. Lai was repeatedly crashing against the alloy shield, yet the HPC guards refused to lower their shields. They were terrified, afraid of Mobius. Even if those shields were utterly useless, they were unwilling to let them down. As long as they did, they could catch Lai. Even if just once. Enough. The black dragon Chitian battle armor enveloped him, the dark red patterns radiating an aura of mystery. The fierce dragon head on his chest seemed ready to break free. His crimson eyes locked onto Mobius. Su Cheng's voice was soft, yet Mobius heard it clearly. He did not turn around but paused his assault, grinning. You finally couldn't resist coming out. Su Cheng replied coldly. Stop with the nonsense. Don't forget your words. His aim was not to protect these crazed relics, but to extract information from more. Mobius scoffed. Do you think you can defeat me? He swung his metallic tail, turning to face Su Cheng. Is it him? Yu Tian raised an eyebrow, a curious smile gracing his lips. Zhe's eyes burned with fury as he beckoned. And from the shadows behind him, a distortion occurred. Who is that? He looks somewhat dashing, more so than the readers. What kind of eyes do you have? He is merely slightly more handsome than the readers, that is Shadow. Is he the intermediate hunter, Shadow? Wasn't he killed by the death sniper of the Camp family? It seems he did not perish, and he appears even stronger now. The Death Sniper has not attacked again. He must have been dealt with. But even if he has arrived, it is of no consequence. He cannot surpass Lai's strength. He would still be unable to contend with Mobius. Who cares? As long as there's a good show to watch, let him die. It's none of our concern. Chapter 139, Illusory Magnetic Field, Plasma Fist. Gasping for breath, he struggled to rise. The armor that adorned his body had disintegrated significantly, shattered by Mobius's relentless assault. The headpiece remained but a fragment, revealing his resolute visage, marred by wounds and bruises. Yet, he clenched his fists, determined to support Cheng in battle. Fool, Mobius retorted coldly, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the shield once more. Blood mixed with bioliquid spilled from his mouth as he leaned against the shield, attempting to regain his footing. With a swift kick, Mobius propelled a titanium alloy dagger towards him, impaling him to the ground. Silence, Mobius commanded before striding towards Cheng. Defeated, he sat there, devoid of strength to escape, finally succumbing to relaxation against the shield. The HPC guards peered through the gaps, yet none offered assistance. Blood rage form. 50%. Activate. His breathing intensified as Cheng surged toward Mobius, executing a swift sidekick. The impact resonated as he struck the energy shield, fracturing it with spiderweb-like cracks, though it did not shatter. Your might surpasses that of the trash, yet it remains insufficient, Mobius remarked, arms crossed. Your cybernetic enhancement should at least be of the fearless grade, and your body fortified through multiple enhancements. How can a mid-level hunter possess the advanced enhancements and potions reserved for the elite of Future City? Utilizing the rebound force, Cheng flipped mid-air, landing behind Mobius. He retrieved the dagger embedded in Lai's body and hurled it back at Mobius. You save him? Mobius effortlessly shattered the titanium dagger. Just a casual act. Cheng replied, glancing at Lai. He admired Lai's character, which, in this forsaken world, rendered him almost saintly. Such a steadfast and upright demeanor stood in stark contrast to those around him, yet it was not his fault. Rather, it was the world as failing. Thank you, Lai uttered weakly. Let gratitude wait until the battle concludes, Cheng said, advancing toward Mobius. Just as he prepared to accelerate, a figure erupted from the shadows beside him, moving with blinding speed. Identify. It was a person in full black cybernetic defense, wielding two black daggers that gleamed not in the sunlight. Cheng immediately sidestepped to evade. Yet the assailant altered their assault mid-movement, reversing the grip on the D Chapter 140, the excruciating moment, complete form. Plasma represents one of the states of matter known as plasma, with core temperatures soaring to millions of degrees, even surpassing that of the sun. It can vaporize metals in an instant, rivaling the core temperatures of a nuclear explosion. Plasma weaponry stands as a pinnacle of human technological advancement. Although Mobius's plasma fist may not compare to genuine plasma weapons, its potency far exceeds that of lasers and high-temperature plasma beams. In close combat, it proves exceedingly difficult for the Arilo greatsword to sever. This evolution follows the assimilation of battle data from Sioux City. Did Shadow lose? Goodness. Yet Mobius is truly formidable. A single plasma punch feels as though it could obliterate me. Be confident. Dismiss that feeling. One punch could reduce you to mere waste. Oh no. It could turn you into refuse. It's entirely normal. If even Lai cannot overcome Mobius, how could Shadow possibly succeed? Lai has effortlessly defeated the monster that previously attacked the fighting arena. I once believed Shadow to be exceptionally strong, given the town's whispers of the mightiest intermediate hunter. Yet here he is, toppled. Yes, at most, he is merely slightly stronger than an advanced hunter. What a pitiful sight. Onlookers agreed that Mobius had decisively claimed victory in this battle. The desolate city was on the brink of transformation. Yetion, arms crossed, scoffed. Is your hiss incapable? To this moment, he has yet to subdue his opponent while Mobius has already triumphed. Just confidently retorted, not even the blade of Shadow can contend with hiss. Do you truly believe that sudden appearance of a country bumpkin could rival hiss? If necessary, I could assist you. Yetion mocked. Ah, what a fuss. It turns out Shadow is so inept. Mobius gazed at the dust-laden crater with indifference. That punch must have stung. He understood that Sioux City would not perish so easily, provided he landed a hit. Amidst the dust, sporadic electrical discharges flickered. Sioux City stood within the pit, his armor unmarred. At the moment, Mobius unleashed his plasma fist. He activated the dragon engine, utilizing full power. He deftly sidestepped 5 centimeters to avoid that formidable blow. At present, he could still feel a lingering heat at his right flank. The sudden failure of his evasion did catch him off guard. Unaccustomed to the moment, he was momentarily unprepared. However, he did not rely solely on evasion. The illusory magnetic field rendered him incapable of capturing effective frames. It was indeed a commendable countermeasure. Had these individuals possessed the same clumsiness as Blackbull, things would have been far simpler. I'm quite curious about the energy source you employ and its output. Sioux City smiled faintly. Sunstrike. A colossal wave of sword energy surged through the dust, prompting Mobius to hastily shield himself. The sword energy, capable of shattering energy shields, merely left a profound incision on Mobius's armor, which healed almost instantaneously. Sunstrike 4. Sioux City frantically swung the Arrow greatsword, unleashing a flurry of sword energies towards Mobius. Wasting energy, can't you see such attacks are utterly futile? Mobius scoffed. Indeed, the sword energies could slice through his armor, but that was the extent of their impact. They posed no genuine threat. Nonetheless, while his armor could self-heal almost instantaneously, it left behind faint glimmers of white light. Before he could finish his thought, Mobius's expression shifted abruptly. Sioux City's speed surged, and he was suddenly before him. Skybreaker slash. Sioux City executed a specialized technique designed to penetrate armor, bringing the Arrow greatsword down with tremendous force. Mobius sensed a flicker of danger and swiftly retreated. Sioux City remained silent, relentlessly unleashing sword energy. The Arrow greatsword harnessed solar energy, requiring no consumption of his own power. However, Mobius was different. Maintaining the illusory magnetic field necessitated energy expenditure. Even if Mobius possessed a separate energy system, it would still occupy a portion of his energy output channels. As long as the illusory magnetic field remained active, Mobius could not unleash his full strength. In essence, his output power would inevitably reach a bottleneck. While he could forego the evasion, Mobius was unaware of the specific limitations of his abilities, and thus he would not dare to deactivate the illusory magnetic field. Consequently, even with the failure of his evasion, he could still restrain Mobius. His relentless assault aimed to deplete Mobius's energy. You are quite astute, I must admit. Just as Mobius began to speak, he sensed something amiss. Blood Rage form, 150, full release. At that moment, Sioux City elevated his Blood Rage form to its utmost limit. His heartbeat skyrocketed above 400. With blood coursing swiftly, distributing adrenaline throughout his body, strength and speed surged dramatically. The clock read 11:40 a.m., inching ever closer to noon. The white radiance upon the Arrow greatsword intensified, continuously augmenting Sioux City's capabilities at an accelerating pace. Skybreaker slash. The Arrow greatsword surged forward, striking Mobius with resounding force. This time, it nearly severed Mobius's arm. The sheer inertia propelled Mobius backward. Sioux City, with a powerful push, darted behind Mobius, bringing the Arrow greatsword down forcefully. The overwhelming strength effortlessly shattered Mobius's energy shield, driving the strike into his chest, embedding him into the ground. In reciprocity, Sioux City raised the Arrow greatsword and thrust it down fiercely. Holy cow! What the heck? Shadow actually countered. Mobius had been toppled. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had dominated Shadow. What level is Shadow at? And how can he be so powerful, constantly exhibiting sudden bursts of strength? Unbelievable. Mobius cannot be dead. That sword seems capable of penetrating his armor. Impossible. Mobius could never be so easily dispatched. While Shadow is indeed formidable, have you not noticed? Mobius has always remained composed, clearly not utilizing all his strength. Yet Shadow's capabilities are astonishing. What manner of sword does he wield? So exceedingly powerful. Mobius is a wealthy powerhouse, effortlessly overpowering the talented Lie, while Shadow appears to possess some hidden advantage. The distant onlookers stood in shock, witnessing the rapidly shifting battlefield. This scene was all too familiar. Just as Sioux City had once been sent flying at the outset, only to later turn the tables on the monster. Could this be a repeat? Once more, he suddenly bolstered his strength, and his power continued to rise ceaselessly. On the ground, Mobius gripped the Arrow greatsword tightly, as another layer of purple symbiotic armor emerged over his mechanical alloy exterior. The armor shimmered with a radiant purple glow. Did you think I would remain unprepared? As he spoke, a fierce purple plasma erupted from his hand. Susiti raised his arm, sending him flying. The surface of the Arilo greatsword scorched red, releasing wisps of smoke. In full release of the blood rage form, with noon approaching, even the Arilo greatsword was held at bay by Mobius. Moreover, he could utilize symbiotic armor on a semi-mechanical life form. You have done well to compel me to employ my complete form. As a reward, I shall take it a step further. Chapter 141, Devouring Fusion, the Ascendant Form of Flame. A surge of determination coursed through Su Cheng's heart as he seized the moment, not granting Mobius an opportunity to recover. In an instant, sword energy surged forth in a dazzling display. Mobius crossed his arms to form a barrier. Yet the formidable Ari Luo greatsword cleaved through the air with unparalleled might. Even in his complete form, Mobius found that the sword energy could breach his battle armor, slicing through the internal mechanical alloy as well. However, the very next moment, the wounds began to mend. Mobius's symbiotic battle armor possessed a self-repairing capability that surpassed Su Cheng's former invincible-grade symbiotic armor, albeit with slightly reduced defensive strength. The dual-layered armor provided enhanced recovery at the expense of some defensive capabilities. Although he could not inflict lasting damage, Su Cheng pressed on, each strike leaving a faint white light upon Mobius's form. Even as the armor and alloy healed, those luminous points remained, a testament to the final derivative technique of the Ari Luo greatsword. No, it ought to be referred to as the finishing move. Yet, the prolonged state of blood rage took its toll, his breaths growing increasingly labored as stamina waned. What a troublesome foe. Mobius smirked disdainfully, dispersing the sword energy with a single punch before leaping back. He beckoned toward the distance, and Yi Tian, albeit reluctantly, shrugged and shed his coat, plunging into the fray. Come, let us continue the battle. However, just as he was about to strike, Su Cheng, a petite figure with pink hair, now in full defensive mode, materialized before him. Die, die, die. Jushana's eyes widened, her iridescent pupils brimming with madness, a sinister grin stretching across her face as she repeated the word die. This lunatic. Yutian frowned deeply, his fist colliding with Jushana's foot. But before he could react, a kinetic pistol appeared under his chin. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the bullets were expended. Ha ha. Jushana cackled as she discarded the pistol, agilely wrapping her legs around Yutian, flipping onto his shoulders, and brandishing two handguns, unleashing a barrage of fire toward his temples. The flame spewing from the barrels illuminated her maniacally youthful face beneath the mask. Scum, Yutian roared, grasping Jushana's legs and attempting to slam her to the ground. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jushana had wrapped her arms around his waist, grinning as she produced a submachine gun, unleashing a relentless assault upon his vital points. Had it not been for the formidable defense of his armor, he might have been doomed to a life of sisterhood with Jushana. But just as he intended to seize her, she had already leapt away, tilting her head and waving at him from a distance. Yutian's expression shifted dramatically. He had witnessed Jushana in combat and knew what this signified. He quickly glanced behind him. Sure enough, a magnetic storm grenade clung to his back. Boom. A violent blaze erupted skyward, intertwined with arcs of blue electricity. Zetian was wholly consumed. Jushana, akin to a persistent gum, found that while her weapons could not pierce Yitian's armor, her unyielding presence rendered him unable to maneuver. Moreover, the magnetic storm grenade could induce a paralyzing effect on the armor. These were weapons that Jushana had either modified or crafted herself. What a maniacal little girl. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Jushana's codename as if in a gladiatorial arena. Mobius raised an eyebrow at the scene. Pathetic. Clearly, Yutian was superior to Jushana, yet he found himself ensnared by her antics. Meanwhile, another battle unfolded in a similar unfavorable light. The dim-witted one, bored, observed Hiss lurking in the shadows, stifling a yawn. Hey, I can see you, you know. I don't merely rely on visual systems. I have a global radar at my disposal. In the dim-witted one's sight, Hiss's figure was unmistakable, rendering him unconcerned about any ambush. Still coming? Seizing the opportunity, the dim-witted one lunged, grasping Hiss's arm and delivering a powerful kick. Your camouflage and speed are futile against me. Hiss was swift, yet the dim-witted one consistently tracked his movements, impervious to Hiss's contorted forms. Bang! Hiss's eyes widened as he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bioliquid. He was a pure assassin, possessing fragile skin but high attack power. Thus, merely donning the complete defensive form allowed him to eliminate anyone clad in symbiotic armor with ease. That kick left him feeling as though several of his rib bones had shattered. Hey, am I not stylish? The dim-witted one playfully adjusted his mask while tousling his hair, striking a flamboyant pose. Hiss's expression darkened to a deep shade of frustration. Engaging in battle with this fool not only subjected him to verbal taunts but also incessant mental torment. His speed proved utterly ineffective. And even his signal jamming was of no use, as the dim-witted one could lock onto him effortlessly, reveling in the game. Had he faced Yushana, he was confident he could dispatch her with ease. Yi Tian was the type to confront head-on. Fighting the dim-witted one was an entirely different ordeal, fraught with discomfort. There was no time to switch tactics now. The earlier message from Su Cheng was directed at the dim-witted one and Yushana. He had instructed the dim-witted one to stealthily bring the Ari Luo greatsword, positioning himself at a distance to await Su Cheng's signal. With daylight upon them, it was the opportune moment to wield the Ari Luo greatsword. As for Yushana, she was summoned to seek vengeance for her mother. Now, the nobles of the arena were present. Yushana merely needed to identify her enemies and exact her revenge. Nevertheless, Mobius grinned widely as he leaped to Lai's side. Thank you for allowing me to indulge in such a splendid battle. As he spoke, the metallic tail behind him unfurled, darting toward the immobilized Lai. The HPC guards, witnessing his advance, retreated into the building, abandoning their shields. Sunslayer in, Su Cheng immediately swung the Ari Luo, unleashing a relentless wave of sword energy toward Mobius. Yet, he could not prevent Mobius from devouring Lai with his tail. The metallic appendage resembled a great serpent. Su Cheng's brow furrowed in concern. Memories of the humanoid mechanical life form merging with other semi-mechanical beings in the underground laboratory flooded his mind. Indeed, the armor of Mobius's invincible-grade symbiotic form now bore fiery orange patterns. The armor itself transformed into a flame-like shape. Whoosh! A surge of crimson flames erupted from Mobius. How do you like my ascendant form of flame? Mobius grinned, his expression triumphant. How dare you? Suddenly, the dim-witted one charged forward from the side. There is no one more dashing than I allowed here. Energy coalesced in his fist, and he unleashed a powerful strike. Did you think I would not find you? Yushana hurled a barrage of armor-piercing grenades toward Yu Tian and then charged at Mobius. I have awaited this day for so long, hee. Her eyes glimmered with hatred, fury, and ultimately madness. Chapter 142, 1v3, nearing its conclusion. To everyone's astonishment, Mobius has absorbed Lai and acquired his abilities. It appears that his tail serves this peculiar function, enabling him to wield the powers of others. How can one possibly contend with such a monstrous capability? If he can continuously absorb others, will he perpetually evolve? The amalgamation of Lai and Mobius renders any resistance futile. Surrender seems imminent within 15 minutes. Witnessing Mobius devour Lai, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief as flames akin to Lai's engulfed him. This was an ability previously unseen, the power to absorb and merge with others. It was utterly preposterous. At that moment, Mindless and Yushana launched their attacks simultaneously. Mobius confidently dealt with each opponent with one hand. One hand crackled with plasma while the other blazed with fire, successfully halting both Mindless and Yushana. Su Cheng, wielding the Aerolore greatsword, charged forward. Mobius immediately unleashed a searing plasma ray infused with flames. The Aerolore greatsword cleaved through the ray, yet this time it faced noticeable resistance. Moreover, the flames ignited the white particles on the Aerolore greatsword. However, as noon approached, the Aerolore greatsword became unstoppable. Not even the evolved Mobius could withstand it. Plasma Fist. The intense plasma surged from Mobius's right hand, illuminating Mindless' face, who was taken aback and hastily raised an energy shield. Yet, the shield proved ineffective, melting away instantly, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Inferno! Mobius's left hand erupted with fierce flames, engulfing Yushana entirely, although she managed to leave behind an adhesive magnetic grenade. It was incinerated by the flames. Nevertheless, their assault provided Su Cheng with a crucial opportunity. Mobius found himself unable to block Su Cheng's strike. The Aralor greatsword struck fiercely against his shoulder, nearly severing it. "Your power has increased significantly?" Mobius exclaimed in disbelief. In mere moments, Su Cheng's strength seemed to have surged immensely. This was perplexing. Could it be the weapon? He noticed the Aralor greatsword embedded in his shoulder looked different. The white particles more vibrant than before. He had seen this weapon in the arena, but without any information, he only knew it could cleave through energy attacks. Which is why he refrained from firing the plasma cannon, opting instead for the plasma fist. Since the energy was not projected outward, it could not be cleaved. Even at close range, it could still strike the opponent. Yet, he was unaware that the Aralor greatsword could amplify strength, especially solar energy. A new energy artifact. Su Cheng exerted force downward, aiming to dislocate Mobius's arm entirely. Inferno! Mobius clasped his hands together, unleashing flames even more potent than lies. Su Cheng had no time to withdraw the Aralor greatsword and was immediately hurled away. Plasma fist. Mobius pressed the advantage. This time the plasma fist landing solidly on Su Cheng. Bang! Su Cheng was propelled into the City Lord's building. Inferno! Plasma cannon. Mobius separated his hands, unleashing flames and plasma simultaneously, then firing them outward. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted. The fusion of fire and plasma generated a whirlwind, melting everything in proximity. The air itself warped under the heat. The first floor of the City Lord's building was instantly filled with flames and plasma. The HPC guards and hunters, caught unawares, were incinerated to ashes. Onlookers 100 meters away felt the heat wave rush toward them, hastily retreating further. "Brother Su," Zhu cried out in alarm, ready to rush forward. Yution appeared instantly to block her. "Foolish girl, stay back." He furiously launched an attack. "You go check on my cousin. I'll handle this." Mindless, grasping Hiss's head, descended from above to obstruct Yution. "All right." Zhu hurried towards Su Cheng. "Enough games. I shall eliminate you in an instant." Mindless activated full power mode, releasing pressure from the gaps in his body, charging towards Yution. His strength was comparable to Lai's, yet his physique surpassed Lai's. He was the most perfect combat machine crafted by the Queen. Yution snorted coldly and met him with a punch. However, in the next moment, a powerful air pressure erupted from Mindless' left side, propelling him to the right. He seized Yution's arm, who immediately countered with his other hand while simultaneously kicking out. The Yi family had inherited martial arts from the old century of Huaxia, making their combat skills exceptionally formidable. "Have you heard the saying?" Mindless grasped Yution's arm, stating, "One force overcomes 10 skills." Utilizing his robust armor, he absorbed Yution's assault, channeling tremendous power. High-pressure gas erupted simultaneously from his wrist, elbow, and shoulder. An unstoppable force disregarding Yution's defenses, lifting him off the ground and slamming him down hard. Then, with brute strength, he gripped Yution's arm, releasing powerful air pressure with both hands, pulling forcefully. With a sickening crack, he wrenched Yution's arm off. "Ah!" Yution let out a haunting scream. "Who is that?" Mobius spoke of some Alliance armed forces, and yet they have effortlessly dispatched Hiss, and now are overpowering Yution. It's too fierce. Regardless, they still cannot overcome Mobius. Indeed. Mobius has Chapter 143, The Charge Dominance, The Wrath of Arialuo. Zhu rushed into the Lord's building. Su Cheng had already propped himself up, clutching his abdomen where his armor had been corroded, slowly mending itself. He breathed heavily. The duration of his blood fury form had elapsed, and now he was experiencing a significant decline in his condition. Grasping the fallen Ariluo greatsword beside him, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. "Brother Su, are you all right?" Zhu inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Su Cheng replied, shaking his head, being acutely aware of the excruciating pain he felt. Maintaining the full release of blood fury had taken a considerable toll on his body, leaving him utterly fatigued. The recent attack from Mobius had struck him hard. This was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries in a genuine battle. Mobius was currently his strongest adversary. He had utilized all his skills, including the complete release of his blood fury form, yet still fell short. It was a stark disparity in raw power. Nonetheless, he was preparing, and he was close. After being struck by the plasma punch, he felt more assured than before. Stepping out of the building, Su Cheng gazed up at the sky. Through the high-energy particle barrier and the faintly glowing radiation layer, he could still see the intense sunlight. The warm energy emanating from the Ariluo greatsword alleviated much of his fatigue and pain. This is not the time to rest. Brother Su. Should we retreat and return when we are stronger? Zhushana, devoid of her earlier frenzy, looked at Su Cheng with her colorful pupils filled with concern. No. I will emerge victorious, and we cannot afford to wait, Su Cheng declared resolutely. Only by defeating Mobius could he glean more information from R. He had to win. Do not engage yet, he said, patting Zhushana on the head. I will create opportunities for you. Use explosives to restrain him. The magnetic grenades possessed a formidable destructive capability against electronic entities. Even high-level cybernetic bodies could experience paralysis effects. However, Mobius was currently enveloped in flames, making it impossible for the grenades to adhere to him. Yet, Zhushana remained worried. Don't worry, Su Cheng tightened his grip on the Ariluo greatsword. Hey, you lot. Are you done yet? It's tough for me to handle this alone. No Brains shouted from a distance. Mobius had repelled him, rescuing Yition. You and Su City. The protagonist firmly grasped the Ariello greatsword, standing resolute under the midday sun. Although he could not unleash his ultimate technique for a fleeting moment, his capabilities had ascended to their utmost potential. With a sharp exclamation, he directed his left hand towards Mobius, exerting a forceful grip. Instantly, arcs of violet electricity surged forth from his hand, mirroring the tempestuous energy of the raging storm. To his astonishment, Mobius found himself enveloped in a torrent of purple currents, rendering him immobile with dread. Now, Su City roared, prompting Zhushana to dart forward, hurling every magnetic storm grenade in her possession. A cacophony of explosions erupted, reverberating through the air. The intense magnetic storm ignited a cascade of electric sparks from Mobius's cybernetic body. With unwavering determination, Su City clutched the Ariello greatsword tightly and leaped into the air, invoking his finishing move, the Wrath of Ariello. Chapter 144. Only the dead can keep secrets. The midday sun illuminated the Ariello greatsword, its blade shimmering with white particles that seemed almost substantial. Su Cheng's silhouette obscured the sunlight as he struck down fiercely at the utterly paralyzed Mobius. The finishing move, Ariello's Fury, was the final derivative technique of the Ariello greatsword, and indeed, its most potent lethal strike. The description of this derivative technique was straightforward. Each attack left a white particle as a mark upon the enemy. When enough marks accumulated, and the enemy was sufficiently weakened or gravely injured, a single blow could lead to certain death. Additionally, it bore the effects of All Break and Sky-Sundering Slash. Even if it could not kill outright, it would severely wound the foe. In essence, once initiated, the enemy faced either death or crippling injury. However, the conditions for activation were stringent. The stronger the enemy, the more marks were required. Furthermore, weakening or injuring the enemy was a challenge in itself. He had continuously utilized sun cutting from afar to accumulate marks, then exchanged blows with the mindless foe, rendering Mobius weak and injured, all for this final moment. Yet, initially, Su Cheng held little confidence in using the finishing move to eliminate Mobius, for the opponent could evade. However, when Mobius's plasma cannon struck him directly, it inadvertently triggered the radiation lightning that had long lain dormant within him. As he crashed into the first floor of the Lord's Tower, plasma and flames erupted, melting everything in their path. Yet, the charges within him absorbed a considerable amount of plasma. It was then that he inadvertently discovered his ability to control objects using electrical charges. Having previously encountered purple lightning at the desert's edge, it turned out that the radiation lightning had remained within his cells since that encounter, now activated by the plasma cannon. Thus, he instructed Zhushana to wait while he controlled Mobius, discarding all magnetic storm grenades in one go. This would not only enhance his control but also amplify the damage inflicted. Everything was meticulously orchestrated for this noon hour, to unleash the strongest blow. Damn it. What have you done? Mobius glared at Su Cheng, vowing, once I recover, I shall absorb you all. As he spoke, the alloy tail behind him elongated, devouring the corpse of Zeiss. What the hell? Why has Mobius ceased moving? Could he be under control? It seemed so. The Mad Loli's magnetic storm grenades were her own invention, tailored specifically to combat cyborgs, capable of interfering with, controlling, or even destroying their components. Mobius was indeed formidable, having survived so many magnetic storm grenades without dying. The grenades merely blasted holes in his fearless-class symbiotic armor, yet he remained unscathed, protected by his mechanical alloy armor. It is finished. Su Cheng coldly observed Mobius below as the Araloro greatsword descended with ferocity. The white particles glided in a perfect arc, striking heavily against Mobius's energy shield, which shattered instantly. With a grimace, Mobius forcefully broke free from his restraints, grasping the Araloro greatsword tightly. The O'Halley steel reached its peak sharpness under the noon sun, far surpassing even the molten V-shaped seismic blade. The keen edge sliced through his fearless-class symbiotic armor and into his mechanical alloy armor without hindrance, severing Mobius's hands and cleaving into his skull. Simultaneously, the white particles that had long lingered within him erupted violently. Countless beams of white light burst forth from his body, obliterating his cells and metallic particles. With a deafening roar, the white light enveloped Mobius, surging skyward and completely submerging him. The brilliance of the white pillar was blinding, and the violent energy resonated intensely, causing those nearby to experience a ringing in their ears. "What is happening? What kind of weapon attack is this?" exclaimed one onlooker. Astounded, it resembles the bombardment of a large-scale laser weapon. One might think a military vessel or robot has arrived. Surely Mobius could not withstand this onslaught, especially with the shadow of this attack looming. Those surrounding squinted, eager to ascertain the situation. In the camp, Rose and Savidalina stared blankly at the television, astonished that he had truly unleashed the wrath of the sun god. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief. In her family's history, there had been those who awakened and fully mastered the Araloro greatsword, acquiring all derivative techniques. However, such perfect adapters were exceedingly rare. For centuries, only a handful of individuals in her family had genes compatible with the Araloro greatsword, requiring extensive training and familiarity to master the derivative techniques. Yet, Su Cheng had only recently acquired the Araloro greatsword and had already mastered all derivative techniques, including the ultimate finishing move. Though not a member of their family, his genes matched the Araloro greatsword so impeccably. While such occurrences were not impossible, it was utterly absurd. Just as she had gifted Su Cheng the Araloro greatsword, he had proven to be a perfect match. "Miss, our family is saved." Savidalina could hardly contain her excitement. In the black market, Remy remained fixated on the battlefield, casting a cold gaze at the guards encircling her. "May I leave now? It is over." "Miss, please don't make this difficult for me." "The boss instructed me not to let you take risks," the attendant replied, exasperated. "You all should die." Remy's head hung low, her expression dark and menacing, exuding an aura of death. She had longed to assist Su Cheng, but the boss had stationed the strongest guards in the black market to restrain her, preventing her from leaving. "Release me," Remy shouted in fury, twisting her body as four suppressors clamped down on her. "Miss, please don't do this. Your body will tear apart," the butler urgently warned. "The boss will be heartbroken." "Ah," Remy screamed, tearing her limbs free and breaking the suppressors. At that moment, the boss entered, exclaiming, "Daughter, my precious daughter, how could you do this? I only want what's best for you. That boy may be decent, but the matter he is involved in is far from simple. Even if Mobius is dead now, he will not escape Chapter 145, Conclusion, Questions, Final Wishes." The cloaked figure returned to the rooftop where Rebecca stood. "Let us depart," he said, not bothering to glance back at the battlefield as he left. Rebecca silently cast a last look before following him. Outside the city lord's tower, the white light gradually dissipated. A Lilo-esque greatsword cleaved Mobius's head in two. Yet it was blocked by Mobius's remaining arm. His body was riddled with wounds, revealing a complex and peculiar internal structure. It appeared to house 3 hearts and 3 photon brains, all interconnected by various circuits. "Huh, I never thought you would almost succeed," Mobius remarked, his gaze becoming vacant, his expression stiff as he began to take control. "What a pity." As he spoke, his metallic tail writhed slightly, completely engulfing his corpse. The openings in Mobius's body began to heal rapidly. "No pity," Su Cheng asserted, exerting more force. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from within Mobius, instantly obliterating all his internal organs and devices. This was the mark left by Su Cheng when he injured Yi Tian, now exploding from within to utterly destroy Mobius. Incredible. A remarkable weapon and method of attack, Mobius exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. I am unable to collect relevant data. You have been defeated. It is time to fulfill your promise, Su Cheng declared, retracting the Alilo greatsword, as Mobius was now devoid of combat capability. I never imagined you would truly vanquish my ultimate weapon. Mobius remained incredulous, realizing he had underestimated Su Cheng's preparedness. You feigned an attack on me to strike at Yi Tian behind me. Whether I dodged or not, you gained an advantage, Mobius recalled. You anticipated my intention to absorb Yi Tian, injuring him beforehand to leave a trace of special energy, which now serves as your final trump card to conclude this battle. Indeed, Su Cheng affirmed, not denying it. Your energy manipulation is quite unique. Mobius turned his half-head towards Su Cheng, a hint of madness in his eyes. It bears some resemblance to the properties of lightning within a radiation storm, but that is uncontrollable. Radiation lightning itself has a significant disruptive and destructive effect on electronic devices. Prosthetics cannot store or utilize such energy. Even if you possessed a prosthetic superior to the Fearless class symbiotic armor, it would be incapable of storing radiation lightning. That's classified. Su Cheng interjected, his brow furrowing. You should realize that I am the one questioning you, not the other way around. Fascinating. I would like to modify your body. Mobius proposed, his artificial eye glinting with insanity. Allow me to help you become more powerful. I have no interest, Su Cheng replied coolly. I ask you, where is C? C. Mobius's body suddenly collapsed, yet his half-head continued to move. The whereabouts of the extreme evil upper four are unknown. We acted together 8 years ago, but we have not crossed paths since. I heard he traveled north. North? Su Cheng pondered, unfamiliar with cities in that direction, though perhaps Sergei's travel diary contained records. Moreover, it seemed he had also participated in the massacre 8 years ago. He too deserved death. Su Cheng's voice turned icy as he queried. Why did you launch the attack 8 years ago? The assault 8 years ago involved many factors. Mobius's head sparked with electricity. Future City orchestrated it. It was an attempt on our part, but we were also betrayed by Future City. Future City was involved? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. What was their objective? To capture people. Mobius's voice crackled with sparks, indicating he could not hold on much longer. Who? Su Cheng pressed urgently. Unclear. We dismembered everyone and brought them back. Mobius replied. Future City did not disclose specific targets. If your parents were among them, they were likely collateral damage. We slaughtered hundreds during that attack. Su Cheng's gaze turned cold. You are despicable. One last question. Where are you? Ha. I am also heading north, if you can keep up. Mobius's body began to convulse violently. The QA session is over. You have defeated my ultimate weapon. If you require my assistance for modification, I shall not refuse. That won't be necessary, Su Cheng said, raising the Alilo greatsword. Prepare for your demise. In an instant, Chapter 146, The Death of the City Lord, Citywide Manhunt. What? Did Shadow actually win? No way, is Mobius truly dead? It appears to be true. Heavens, Shadow is remarkably powerful. Haha, I bet on Shadow. And now I'm about to strike it rich, quick. Pay up. Damn, you dare to run? How was I to know Shadow would turn the tables? I can't afford to lose even if I sold myself. If I don't flee now, when will I? Wait, you're selling yourself? I'm buying. No one anticipated that Shadow would genuinely eliminate Mobius. A mid-level hunter has slain the most formidable opponent who could easily overpower the elite members of his faction. It is utterly unbelievable. What should we do now? A headless figure, supported by Zhu Shaner, asked. These people seem unfriendly. While he could self-repair as long as his injuries weren't fatal, it would take time and consume considerable energy. The surrounding raiders had all regained their senses and were warily observing their surroundings. Upon spotting the hunters, they immediately prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the hunters, witnessing the pawns recovering their faculties, were ready to flee. The HPC guards were also gradually approaching, having previously besieged the City Lord's building. They were now preparing to apprehend individuals. Remaining would subject them to attacks from two fronts. Take Lai back. Lai was now a mere shell of his former self. but his head remained intact, seemingly still harboring a flicker of life. This is really troublesome. Why do I always have to deal with such messes? The headless figure reluctantly drew forth an energy line from his own body, connecting it to Lai. I can't maintain this for long. I'll return shortly. I'll send you a coordinate. On your way back, pick up the cybernetics over there. Although Mobius's self-detonation had melted the cybernetics of Hiss and the others, Green Camp and the other cybernetics remained intact, along with Juz's. With a complete set of symbiotic battle armor and an entire suite of A-class combat cybernetics, they could potentially cobble together another set of A-class combat cybernetics. After synthesis and upgrades, they would have a formidable set of fearless symbiotic battle armor. The rewards were substantial. After Su Cheng's words, he attempted to enter the City Lord's building but was halted by the HPC guards. Ordinary people cannot enter here. The guards were both fearful and trying to project an air of confidence. Though Su Cheng had assisted them in eliminating Mobius, he was merely a hunter, disregarding them entirely. Su Cheng strode forward. Upon being forcefully thrust into the City Lord's building, he glimpsed the core data system of the HPC guards' headquarters or was unaware of the specific target of the attack. He wanted to consult the HPC headquarters database. If you advance any further, we will have to arrest you. The guards were fully armed and on high alert. Wait, why is Shadow suddenly conflicting with HPC again? Didn't he assist HPC in killing Mobius? Strange, which side is Shadow truly on? Could it be that he aims to rebel and become the City Lord himself? The gathered crowd was engulfed in confusion as they witnessed Shadow confronting the HPC guards once more. Mobius had intended to eliminate the City Lord and eradicate the HPC guards. Yet, after Shadow killed Mobius, he was now in conflict with the HPC guards. Su Cheng couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. Dealing with these individuals was inconsequential, even without his blood rage form. Moreover, he had yet to utilize his perception ability. Gripping the Ariloth greatsword, he advanced directly. Stop. We command you to halt. Do you hear? The guards bellowed, yet none dared to step forward. They had just witnessed the battle from a first-person perspective. Mobius had obliterated an entire floor of the City Lord's building. Their comrades inside had perished, and they had miraculously survived, witnessing Su Cheng remain unscathed during the assault. Who would dare approach? As Su Cheng ascended, the first floor was utterly destroyed. The second floor was also ravaged. And it was not until the fourth floor that he discovered the core database functioning as smoothly as glass. It mirrored that of the HPC headquarters, extending all the way to the top floor. Approaching the database, a prompt appeared, indicating that authorization was required to access it. Grant me access. He turned to the guards trailing behind him. We don't have it. Only the City Lord possesses the authority. The guards replied hastily. Where's the City Lord? On the top floor. You cannot go up. Disregarding their warnings, Su Cheng entered the elevator to ascend. Boss, he is going up. Should we intercept him? Intercept? You go ahead and do it. How much do you earn in a month to risk your life? The guard captain cursed angrily. Let us just issue a warning. This person is beyond our capacity to confront. At the pinnacle of the City Lord's building, Su Cheng stepped out of the elevator, sensing something amiss. It was too quiet. The opposing party could not possibly be unaware of his arrival. Upon entering the City Lord's chamber, he found Seg sitting in his chair with closed eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Su Cheng approached. Indeed, Seg's skull had been completely shattered. His photon brain had exploded, turning his original brain into a pulpy mass. However, a computer sat before him. Upon opening the computer, he discovered it was Password Pro Chapter 147. The city is under lockdown, heading to Xiangyang Village. Outside, 2 HPC guard patrol aircraft were positioned, armed with heavy armor-piercing cannons, aimed at Sioux City from the 30th floor. Furthermore, in various locations on the 30th floor, well-equipped guards awakened from their slumber, receiving orders to encircle the Lord's chamber. Sioux City narrowed his eyes. A trap, and it was undoubtedly not set by R. Who could it be? He swiftly scanned the room, finally inspecting the body of Siggy. Suddenly, he noticed Siggy tightly clutching a chip in his right hand. He quickly took the chip but had no time to examine it. Target locked. Ready to strike? After a warning from the HPC guards, the 2 patrol aircraft immediately opened fire. Powerful bullets shattered the bulletproof glass, obliterating everything within the room. There was no time to decrypt anything. He had to escape immediately. Sioux City glanced outside, where numerous individuals had gathered. These must be the Lord's guards, who had not shown up when the Lord was killed. Damn it! Just when a chance presented itself, these cursed guards. Yang Siki exclaimed, "You hide first. I'll hack a patrol vehicle for you to jump onto, and I'll take control." All right. Sioux City dashed out, despite his immense exhaustion and injuries from the earlier battle. Yet, these guards were evidently no match for Yi Tian and his companions. No one could impede him. He sprinted towards one of the patrol aircraft. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing cannons unleashed a barrage towards Sioux City. Identified. The six-pointed star pupils of his left eye rotated. The trajectory of every bullet was crystal clear. Sioux City dashed sideways, then leaped and ran in the opposite direction. He was always a fraction faster than the heavy artillery. Damn, what is going on? Why is the auto-targeting system always a beat behind? The guards furiously pounded the control panel. Now is my chance. Sioux City seized the moment and leaped from the 30th floor. He landed directly on the patrol vehicle. The guards stared in shock at Sioux City, who stood on the cockpit glass. The Dragon Qingtian armor's feet automatically adhered to the glass. Damn, fly quickly and throw him off. I'm in control. But there is no reaction. What is happening? The patrol vehicle is moving on its own. No, why is the weapon system locking onto patrol vehicle number 02? The guards in the cockpit looked uncertainly at the control system as they hadn't performed any Opera Chapter 148, departure from the city. What shall we do about that fellow? The mindless one gestured towards the still dormant Lai. His condition mirrors yours from before, once we reach Xiangyang village. I will restore him. Presently, Lai resembles the mindless one when he was dragged from the ruins of Sioux City, merely a severely damaged head and a few scattered body parts. Now, wrapped in bandages by the mindless one, he resembled a head with a body like a Zongzi. And you? The mindless one cast a skeptical glance at Sioux City. Given how you repaired me, do you truly believe you can fix him? Sioux City pressed his lips together. You should hurry. Humph. The mindless one turned to gather his belongings. Are you all right? Rose inquired with concern. Sioux City shook his head. Gather your things and leave the camp. I need to dismantle it. We must vacate the wasteland immediately. R has headed north. And so has C. There is no more information to be gleaned in the city, and I am wanted. We cannot linger here. Very well. The group quickly collected their scant possessions. Sioux City entered the driver's seat and promptly pressed the dismantle camp button. Soon, the expansive camp rapidly collapsed into the form of a large RV. They moved their belongings back inside. Once it reverted to RV form, there was only one bedroom. Yet it could be divided into two, and a bedroom could also be partitioned in the living area, still sufficient for their needs. Sioux City drove the RV towards the mine to find Li Budong. He purchased all the energy blocks they possessed at tenfold the price, including those reserved for winter. In the face of overwhelming profit, nothing is unattainable. Li Budong and his companions were eager to surrender all their savings to Sioux City. They managed to procure 83 primary energy blocks and 4 intermediate ones. After acquiring all the energy blocks, Sioux City immediately set off towards the city's exit. The wasteland, akin to ancient cities, had 4 exits, all now guarded by the refuse processing plant personnel. Not only were there observer spider robots, but also numerous hunters and HPC guards. To exit the city, one faced strict scrutiny and required permits. Otherwise, no one could leave. By this time, evening had fallen. The situation was dire. Escaping the city seemed unattainable. The mindless one relayed the findings from his reconnaissance. Sioux City furrowed his brow and contacted Yang Siki. Can you obtain an exit permit? You wish to leave? Are you planning to depart? Yang Siki asked curiously. Sioux City nodded. Yes. Yang Siki shook her head. It's unattainable. Only a few prominent families and powerful factions can secure one. Currently, the refuse processing plant and HPC guards are enforcing strict measures. Unless one possesses sufficient power, others stand no chance. Prominent families and powerful factions. Sioux City pondered for a moment and casually remarked, Do you wish to join us? I was waiting for you to say that. Yang Siki replied cheerfully, There are no future city components to be found here. I too wish to depart. Sioux City silently sent a coordinate. Do not bring too many belongings. The RV cannot accommodate them. I will terminate the call. After disconnecting, he reached out to Remy. I anticipated you would contact my daughter. Surprisingly, it was the big boss holding Remy's hunter card. You seek an exit permit, correct? Sioux City nodded. I can provide it, but do not contact my daughter again. The big boss was apprehensive about Sioux City's dangerous endeavors and did not want Remy to take risks. Sioux City countered. If I am to leave the wasteland, how can I keep in touch? The big boss raised an eyebrow. You are the first to speak to me in such a tone. I will assist you in obtaining the exit permit, but ensure you are not discovered. Provide a coordinate, and I will arrange for it to be delivered. Sioux City gave a coordinate to a different location. Retrieve it in 10 minutes. The big boss was well aware that this was not Sioux City's current position. After ending the call, he sighed deeply, gazing at Remy, who was currently in the operating room. A nearby doctor inquired, Boss, shall we induce hypnosis and modify her memories again? Yes, let her forget about Shadow. The big boss shook his head helplessly. Why must I have such a lovesick daughter, who so easily falls for someone at first sight? Saying this, he produced a photograph featuring a woman whose features bore some resemblance to Remy. He gently caressed the photo. I too recognized your mother at first glance. Young Psyche arrived at the RV with the exit permit. Upon seeing Rose, she smirked. You're taking your family along for the escape? Sioux City glanced at her. Taking the exit permit, a friend. The black market exit permit was a black card. Let us go. Sioux City entered the driver's seat, and the mindless one had reverted to his usual self. The RV slowly made its way towards the city exit. Aside from scavengers wishing to leave, there was no one else around. The appearance of the RV instantly drew the attention of all present. The observer spider robots promptly targeted the RV. The leading HPC guard halted the vehicle. Stop. By order of the adjudicator, exit from the city is prohibited. Sioux City rolled down the window, presenting the exit permit, a transaction from the black market. Upon hearing the term transaction, the guard frowned, scanning the exit permit with the device. Simultaneously, the observer robots conducted an infrared scan of Sioux City. He had registered while wearing Shadow's attire, thus his identity had remained concealed. Moreover, due to the enhancement serum, his physique had transformed significantly, differing greatly from before. After scanning Sioux City, the observer robots continued to scan the RV. However, the RV had shielded the scan, causing the observer robot's eyes to turn red. The guard promptly returned the exit permit to Sioux City, sternly stating, Open the door. We need to conduct a search. Certainly. Sioux City opened the door. The guard immediately sent personnel to inspect, and the observer's scanning beam also entered for internal examination. The mindless one scratched his head. Bewildered, what is going on? Why are there so many people? I'm a good person, you know. I'm scared. Sioux City pressed his lips together, finding the mindless one's performance consistently exaggerated and excessive. What a pathetic, dim-witted robot. The guard shoved the mindless one aside and stepped inside. Young Siki, casually sucking on a lollipop, sat at the table, playing on her computer. She merely cast a nonchalant glance at the guard before turning away. Rose and Savadalina were busy repairing their prosthetics. Lai was secured within the safe. The guard observed the group, noting no significant issues, and casually rummaged through the cabinets. He discovered plenty of snacks and food, even fresh vegetables. He grabbed some food to stuff into his pockets and took several vegetables. Continuing his search, he found energy blocks as well. Just as he was about to rummage through the safe, Sioux City interjected. Those items are from the black market. The previous ones were our own. His meaning was clear. It was acceptable for them to take their belongings, but the black market goods were off limits. The guard scoffed, curling his lip as he exited the RV. Since you possess the big boss's exit permit, I shall allow your departure. He was already quite satisfied. Aside from snacks and food, fresh vegetables were exceedingly rare. Sioux City nodded, starting the vehicle. Under the watchful gaze of the observer spider robots and HPC guards, they slowly drove out of the wasteland, crossing the boundary of the ruins. How dare that jerk call me a pathetic dimwit? How outrageous. You're the one who is a dimwit, and your entire family is too. Chapter 149. Returning to the village, attempting repairs. The character known as Naitu Miao is in a fit of rage, cursing loudly within the vehicle. Yang Siki could not contain her boisterous laughter. You little chubby one. How can you say that? Can't you see that I am exceptionally handsome? Naitu Miao reached up to touch his disheveled hair. Yang Siki nodded earnestly. Indeed. You are extraordinarily handsome. You have a discerning eye. With arms crossed, Naitu Miao leaned closer to Yang Siki, who was more handsome, me or that fool? You. Of course, Yang Siki replied without hesitation, you are merely embarrassing yourself, haha. Oh come on, you must be blind, Naitu Miao retorted, shaking his small, stout body as he settled into the passenger seat. As the camper van ventured into the Boundary Desert, its tires adjusted to become wider, and the suspension elevated. The four-wheel layout provided ample support, preventing the vehicle from sinking into the sand. The powerful engine enabled swift travel across the desert. Nightfall had arrived. Having recorded the coordinates upon their last departure from Shenyang village, Su Cheng drove directly to the location. Soon, they arrived at the entrance where Xiaoming had first discovered them. The entrance to the underground base had long been buried by sand, necessitating access through the modified ventilation shafts. The camper van could not enter. The Boundary Desert was vast, and since they were deep within, far from the edge, it was safe to leave the camper parked there. Xiaohong, we are here. Please open the door. Su Cheng contacted Xiaohong, sending over the coordinates. Brother Su? Xiaohong exclaimed, surprised to receive Su Cheng's communication after their last departure. I'll be right there. What? Is it really you, brother? Let me come, woohoo. My brother is here. Xiaoming shouted excitedly. Bring the prosthetics and nutrient solution, along with Lai. Su Cheng carried a box, leading everyone to the ventilation shaft. In no time, Xiaoming opened the shaft and joyfully ran over. Brother, hey, I missed you. Naitu Miao bounced over to embrace him. Brother, let us talk inside. The sandstorm is quite fierce out here. All right, follow me. Xiaoming replied, chuckling merrily. Only Su Cheng's arrival could bring such joy. The days were otherwise quite dull. His sister and Wang Qing did not include him in their activities. He felt he should be more mature, thus avoided playing with the village children, leaving him with nothing to do all day. Let us go. Su Cheng led the group into the tunnel. Xiaohong and Wang Qing, along with the patrol team, were waiting in the passage. Brother Su. Xiaohong rushed over upon seeing Su Cheng and the others. Noticing Yang Siki deliberately walking in front of Su Cheng, she paused, offering a modest smile. When her gaze fell upon the exotic beauty of the rose, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Su Cheng to return with so many beautiful companions. How's the village? Su Cheng inquired as he approached the group. The reconstruction is progressing smoothly. Xiaohong replied with a smile. What about the village chief? Su Cheng pondered before responding. The village chief has stayed behind in the ruined city with the one he loves. Wang Cheng and the others had already suspected that Sergei might have passed away. Well, that's a good thing. We should wish the village chief well, Wang Cheng said with a forced smile. Indeed, let us wish him happiness in his later years. Free from worries about the village, another chimed in. Yes, the village chief can finally rest. He has toiled for the village for over a decade. Why shed tears over a good thing? Come on, stop crying. Xiaoming blinked with tear-filled eyes. Xiaohong playfully slapped Xiaoming, gently wiping away the tear at the corner of his eye. Stop talking nonsense. The village chief has his own life. Afterward, she addressed Su Cheng and the others. Brother Su, let me take you to the village. Although Sergei was gone, the village still needed them. All right, Su Cheng nodded, and the group headed towards Xiangyang village. Along the way, Xiaohong recounted the village's reconstruction after Su Cheng's departure. Following 2 attacks by semi-mechanical life forms, Xiangyang village had sustained significant damage. Now, Xiaohong was in charge of all internal affairs, while Wang Qing led the patrol team in search of supplies. Fortunately, the most vital resources, water and farmland, had remained intact, and the village had been rebuilt halfway. The village chief's house would be preserved forever, for without Sergei, there would be no Xiangyang village. Yang Siki marveled at the wooden structures of the village nestled within the desert, where trees were a rare treasure, and water and heating were available. Hello, Dr. Su. You've returned. Throughout the journey, everyone who spotted Su Cheng greeted him warmly. I didn't expect you to be so popular here, Yang Siki remarked, surprised by the reception. Su Cheng remained silent, yet Xiaohong explained, Brother Su helped us eliminate the mechanical desert rats and removed the hazards from the underground laboratory. More importantly, he fulfilled the village chief's last wishes. He is our benefactor. Yang Siki nodded in understanding. This place is far better than the ruined city. Living here must be wonderful. Xiao Hong sighed softly. All of this is thanks to the village chief's guidance, alas. However, she quickly regained her composure. We have already rebuilt your house, Brother Su. Xiao Hong led Su Cheng and the others to a 2-story building. Although we didn't know when you would return. Everyone decided to prioritize rebuilding your house. Thank you, Su Cheng acknowledged with a nod. The people here had recognized and appreciated him. If I were to live here, would I have my own house? Yang Siki surveyed the surroundings, genuinely fond of the place. In the villagers' faces, she saw not the decay and madness of the ruined city, but a vibrant hope for the future, just as the village's name suggested. They resembled the last seeds on earth, capable of breaking free from their shackles. Xiao Hong nodded, of course. I'll arrange a few temporary vacant houses for you. It's getting late. I'll have the villagers prepare something delicious to welcome you. All right, Yang Siki, along with the Rose and Savadalina, followed Xiao Hong to their new residence. Su Cheng and Naitu Miao carried the boxes into the house. Upon opening a box, Su Cheng found a deactivated lie, along with various tools and a set of B-grade mechanical prosthetics. The other box was filled with basic enhancement fluids. He took out the tools, hoping to revive him. Even after repairs, without a body, the tools available here were limited. First, he needed to revive him, then assemble a makeshift body. Chapter 150. Intentions, Mindless Number 2. Let us settle for this for now. Su Cheng set down his tools, stating that he would return after dinner. At that moment, Lai was placed into an iron box, identical to the previous Mindless. Due to his heart being devoured by Mobius, an energy core was temporarily used as a substitute. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Mindless scratched his head and followed Su Cheng outside. Xiao Hong was waiting outside with Yang Siki and others. Brother, let us go. I'll take you to eat, Xiao Ming said, draping an arm around Mindless' shoulder, both of them of similar height. Come on, the village has prepared a lot of delicious food today. Xiao Hong led everyone to a square, resembling a cafeteria with numerous tables. There are so many vegetables, Yang Siki exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of fresh produce. Potatoes. Do you like them? We have our own farmland, cultivated under the village chief's guidance, Xiao Hong replied, pursing her lips. The seeds were all brought back by the village chief from various cities, and there are scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's amazing that you even raise chickens. Yang Siki was seeing so much fresh produce and meat for the first time. Even the aristocrats of the wasteland could not possibly have such good food at every meal. Everyone, please take a seat, Xiao Hong smiled. We usually can't eat like this because our gardens and farms are just starting up, and the yield is very low. Everyone took their seats. Brother Su, are you planning to settle here with us? Xiao Hong looked towards Su Cheng, and the surroundings fell into silence. Wang Cheng and the others perked up, hoping Su Cheng would stay. It was not just because of his formidable strength, but they sensed that despite his few words, he was a kind-hearted individual. Moreover, Sergei endorsed him. Su Cheng shook his head. I will only stay for 2 days. I must continue my journey. His visit to Xiangyang village was twofold, to observe the village's condition and to hand over the foundational enhancement liquid to Xiao Hong for distribution, thereby elevating the village's overall strength. Furthermore, the village was conveniently located to the north of the wasteland. After recuperating here, he would continue north in search of R and C. Upon hearing this, the villagers of Xiangyang felt a tinge of disappointment. Regardless, as long as Dr. Su comes, our village will always welcome you. Yes, Dr. Su, you can consider this your home. We will ensure your house remains forever preserved. Xiangyang village will always welcome you. The villagers expressed their fondness for Su Cheng in their simple, sincere manner. Once I have settled my matters, I will return to live here with everyone. After achieving my revenge and finding her, living in this warm village would be a blissful affair. That would be wonderful, huh? Today is truly a great day. Let us all eat and enjoy ourselves. Everyone happily feasted. Brother, where are you going? Take me with you. Xiao Ming moved his bowl beside Su Cheng. Smack. Xiao Hong playfully slapped him. Don't cling to Brother Su. Don't cling to Brother Su. Hush. Xiao Ming made a face. Smack, smack. Ouch. Just wait. When I grow up, Xiao Ming clutched his head, glaring at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong shot him a sidelong glance. What will you do when you grow up? I'll be filial to you, hee. Sis, just sit and eat. All right. Everyone was amused by Xiao Ming's antics. Rose and Savitolina exchanged glances, astonished that in this forsaken world, filled with violence, death, deceit, and madness, there existed such a pure village and its inhabitants. Here, the village felt distinctly out of place with the rest of the world. The smiles on people's faces were so genuine, and there was an abundance of vegetables and poultry. Although situated deep underground, it was more radiant with sunshine and hope than the cities above or even the skies. After the meal, Cheng chatted idly with Mindless and the others before returning to his room to continue repairing Lai. He requested some tools from Xiaohong and rummaged through the remnants left in Sergei's house for useful parts. He toiled until deep into the night. Phew. It's done. Cheng injected the last of the biochemical fluid. At that moment, Lai resembled a cylindrical body connected to his head, with limbs made of B-class mechanical prosthetics. While it appeared somewhat rudimentary, at least he had hands and feet, a head, a face, a nose. And isn't this just me? Mindless pointed at Lai. It's merely a larger version of Mindless. The only difference is that Lai has a head. He wondered if it was still possible to awaken him. Cheng furrowed his brow as he powered on and attempted to awaken Lai's photon brain. Lai had been in a powered-down state for nearly a day, although the energy source had maintained the basic activity of his brain and photon brain. It was uncertain whether he could truly come back to life, considering his severe injuries. After a while, Lai's eyes suddenly twitched. Then, he slowly opened them. Looking around in confusion. Where's this? Wasn't I consumed by Mobius? You're not dead. We saved you. Mindless leaned against the side, hands behind his head, languidly stating. Lai, bewildered, asked, You saved me? Suddenly, he recalled something. Where is Mobius? How did you escape after saving me? Escape? Mindless scoffed. Why would we need to escape? We just annihilated him. It wasn't Chapter 151. The peculiar chip, the round table, Illuminati. What do you care about those fools? The Mindless cast a glance at Lai. While you were being beaten, they were placing bets and cheering. Not a single one came to your aid. Yet you still concern yourself with their well-being. Lai chuckled. Not all ordinary people are that apathetic. They are merely deceived. Foolishness. Mindless waved dismissively. It should be fine. The Waste Management Bureau has taken control of the ruined city, and that so-called bronze judicator has issued a decree to protect the common folk. They are maintaining stability in the ruined city, so those fools should be safe. That is reassuring. Lai nodded in relief. With the Bureau's intervention, we are fortunate that they have been safeguarding the ruined city and its inhabitants. Protecting the ruined city? Mindless smirked. Do you truly believe I am mindless? If they were genuinely intent on protecting the ruined city, why did they not intervene sooner? Only after Mobius fell did they decide to act? Because the rebellious hunters had besieged the Bureau, Lai replied, moving towards the door to gaze outside. The Bureau nurtures hunters to hunt down marauders, all for the sake of the civilians. I may not comprehend it fully, but I suspect that if the Bureau truly wished to eliminate the marauders, they would not need to cultivate hunters. They could easily eradicate all marauders themselves. Mindless swayed out of the house. I'm off to play with my brother. It's quite dull with you. Lai laughed. All right, thank you. Mindless stuffed his hands into his pockets. TCH, foolish loyalty and naivety. You're beyond saving. Cheng upstairs overheard their conversation. Lai was indeed kind-hearted, which was why he had saved Lai, but Mindless' words also held truth. This kindness was excessively blind, and the loyalty equally so. The Bureau was undoubtedly not as simple or benevolent as it appeared. Had Lai not been strong enough, with his character, he might have already been deceived and dismantled for parts in the ruined city. Cheng lay on the bed, retrieving the chip he had obtained from Sigu. This chip had been tightly clutched in Sigu's hand at the time of his death, indicating its significance. Unlike other chips, this one was entirely golden, adorned with an intricate pattern composed of multiple lines forming an esoteric geometric shape. He drew the chip closer to the infinite gateway, untroubled by the presence of firewalls, thus fearing no virus transmission, including the Black Death virus. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded his mind. Remarkably, this crucial chip bore no firewall or encryption. However, what was being transmitted was not information per se, but rather seemed to serve as a form of identity authentication or a key. As the chip's data loaded, Cheng was directly transported into a peculiar space. This space was modest in size, engulfed in darkness, save for a grand round table at its center. The table appeared to be crafted from a unique jade, smooth and polished, with a complex geometric design similar to that on the chip. Above him hung a solitary light. Otherwise, the surroundings were silent and void of sound. Suddenly, with a thud, a light illuminated the darkness, and a vague shadowy figure emerged. Number 9, you're early today. The shadow spoke with a deep, resonant voice, approaching the round table to take a seat. Cheng could not discern the figure's face but recognized it as a man. Ah, something seems different. You are not number 9. Have you been replaced? The figure scrutinized Cheng, who furrowed his brow, realizing that the number 9 referred to himself. At that moment, lights began to flicker on one by one, revealing various shadowy figures emerging from the darkness. They appeared quite familiar with one another, engaging in casual conversation. Cheng counted, and along with himself, there were 12 individuals total. 4 were women, while the remaining 8 were men, including an elderly man, one who appeared inhuman, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, and a stout man. Each person possessed their own distinct characteristics, while Cheng felt strikingly ordinary in comparison. He noticed that each individual's chest bore a number. Looking down, he saw the number 9 emblazoned on his own chest. Has that detestable number 9 finally perished? Splendid. A shadowy figure with a ponytail, resembling a young girl, gazed at Cheng with a childlike voice. It's quite fortunate that he's gone. He always made lewd remarks towards our number 1. Another woman's shadow echoed her sentiment, her voice soft and gentle. I wonder what the current number 9 is up to. Where could he be? A slender male figure leaned on his hand, nonchalantly inquiring. Hey, number 6. Don't be so cruel. You're taking advantage of the newcomer who doesn't know the rules, trying to pry into others' identities, the young girl protested. Identifying herself as number 8. Number 6 casually replied, Of course not. Princess. I'm merely curious. Princess? Cheng raised an eyebrow. These individuals seemed to possess significant identities. Curse you. Number 6. Don't call me that. Number 8 stood up angrily, shoving aside number 7, the towering man who shielded both her and number 6. Enough of the bickering, a deep-voiced man interjected. Cheng turned to see number 2, seated prominently. Everyone promptly fell silent. Number 2 addressed Cheng, number 9. Please take a seat. Thus, Cheng moved to the round table and sat down. Whether or not there is a replacement, it makes no difference to us. Number 2 continued. Welcome the new number 9 to the Illuminati. I am number 2 among the 12 arbiters. Here, we refer to one another by the numbers on our chests. There is no need to disclose your true identity, nor may you compel others to reveal theirs. We gather in the Hall of Illumination once a week, here at approximately 10 o'clock in the evening. Attendance is not mandatory. Number 2 elaborated, during each gathering. We play a small game. The winner may make a request of everyone present. Any request is permissible, and believe me, those here can fulfill your every desire. His confidence was palpable. Number 8 proudly huffed, If you need anything, come to me. I'm thrilled you've eliminated the previous number 9. And I'll grant you one wish. Don't get too smug, number 6 teased, or you might just sink yourself further. Number 8 fumed, You old fool. I'll have sister number 1 punish you. Enough of this. Let us allow number 2 to explain the rules to the newcomer. Then we can commence today's game. I'm feeling a bit weary, interjected number 1, her voice light and melodious. Number 6, stop teasing number 8, she added. Number 6 promptly responded, Of course, number 1. Number 8 huffed, crossing her arms. The others remained relatively quiet. One final rule, you may add personal contacts with those you are close to. However, any contacts added here can only be reached through your key, ensuring your identity remains confidential. Number 2 concluded, tapping the table before him. That wraps up the explanation. Let us begin today's game. Chapter 152, The Game of Demons and Angels. Cheng sat in the lower right corner, his brow furrowed as he observed player 1. It must be an illusion, for it was merely a shadow. The outlines bore too many similarities and peculiarities. Player 2 appeared somewhat uncoordinated, possessing a small head atop a large body. This was not entirely surprising, as player 3 shared a similar trait of a disproportionately large head. He even glimpsed the silhouette of an animal's head. The individual who had initially spoken with a deep voice wore a trench coat and a hat, obscuring their form and outline. These so-called dominators were indeed extraordinary, and the Illuminati was an organization he had never heard of before. However, at present, there seemed to be no danger, and should they win the game, they would be entitled to rewards. It presented a perfect opportunity to inquire about evil, as well as matters concerning C and R. He continued to observe the others. Player 1 appeared to hold significant authority in this gathering, while Player 6 addressed Player 8 as Princess without regard for her evident irritation, seemingly enjoying provoking her. Yet, he displayed utmost respect for Player 1. Player 2 seemed to be the one orchestrating the proceedings, as Player 1 appeared reticent. A princess? Such a title was rare in the contemporary world. Every individual present was remarkable, regardless of their identity, status, or capabilities. They must have all originated from diverse backgrounds. As for the bright sanctuary where he currently found himself, it likely resided within a secluded space in the network universe. This indicated that there were many more spaces and unknowns within the network universe. He had accessed the advanced network universe before entering the bright sanctuary. The chip he possessed was likely the key to entering this realm, unlocking the door to this private space. It was a rare occasion that everyone had gathered. They could propose an intriguing game. Player 2 leaned back in his chair, stating, "If not, we shall proceed at random." At this moment, a golden projection appeared at the center of the round table, displaying a large question mark. "I have a game," Player 8 suggested. "Since we have finally gathered, we might as well play the game of demons and angels that we enjoyed last time. It has been ages since we had the chance to play. This time, I shall be the hunter." Demons and angels? Suchu was somewhat taken aback. He was indeed familiar with this game. His father had introduced it to him during their first encounter, and he had subsequently played it with others online. However, few individuals in the wasteland were adept at this game, and connecting to the global network was quite troublesome. After his parents' passing, he had not had the opportunity to play again. This game demanded considerable logic and linguistic organization skills. "Are you certain? You were the first to die every time you played," Player 6 teased, glancing at Player 8. Player 8 retorted defiantly, "Today, I shall make you see me in a new light. I have practiced at home for a long time." To leisurely engage in such a game at home undoubtedly provided ample time and company, truly fitting of a princess with a noble status and a comfortable life. Player 6 continued to jest with Player 8, who huffed in annoyance yet chose to ignore him this time. Player 2 turned to Su Cheng, asking, "Do you understand this game, Player 9? Su Cheng nodded. "I have a basic understanding." The mechanics of demons and angels were not overly complex. The game commenced with 12 players, divided into 3 factions and 6 identities. Among them were 4 demons representing the demon faction, 1 angel, 1 pope, 1 witch, and 1 paladin representing the clergy faction. The remaining players constituted the civilian faction. The civilians and clergy were considered part of the same faction. The winning condition for the demons was to eliminate all other players, while the clergy and civilians needed to identify and kill all demons. Of the 6 identities, only the civilians possessed no special abilities. The demons could employ their demon's kiss at night to eliminate any player, including their own. The angel had the ability to use the true sight at night to reveal a player's identity. The Pope could execute a judgment skill to directly eliminate any player, including the angel. However, the Pope's ability could only be activated once. Despite this limitation, he was the least concerned about revealing his identity and held the most formidable position in the game. Even in death, he could still invoke judgment. This meant he could eliminate anyone in any round. The witch possessed 2 skills, Venomous Fang, which could instantly poison a player at night, and Deadly King Snake, which could be activated during the day or at night, placing a toxin on a player that would result in their demise after 3 rounds unless the paladin used their holy light to cure the player. The final identity was that of the paladin, who also had 2 skills. One was Holy Light, allowing the paladin to see players killed by demons at night and choose to resurrect them, or to cure a player afflicted by the Deadly King Snake's poison. The Holy Light could only be activated once. The other skill was Guardian, wherein the paladin could choose to protect a player from being killed by demons at night. The Guardian skill could be used every night, but the same player could not be protected 2 nights in a row. Civilians needed to work under the guidance of the clergy to identify the demons, voting during the day to eliminate them in order to achieve victory. A crucial item within the game was the scepter. At the beginning of the first round, all players could opt to compete for the scepter. The scepter carried a voting weight of 1 during voting phases, making it essential. Throughout the game, aside from the scepter, the skills of the witch and paladin were also pivotal. They would significantly influence the course of the game. Moreover, they needed to conceal their identities, should they be exposed. It would become exceedingly difficult for the clergy and civilian factions to secure victory. Although the game appeared straightforward, the human factor introduced infinite variations and possibilities. Logic, deception, strategy, language, observation, and more would all manifest within this seemingly simple game. Let us commence, Player 2 declared. As the intelligence system would provide a comprehensive score based on game performance, allowing only the MVP to propose 2 rewards. Upon confirming the game, Player 2 operated the round table. A black demon and an angel with 2 pairs of wings confronted each other in the projection. Subsequently, detailed game instructions appeared. The host of the game was the intelligence system at the round table. All participants merely needed to follow the prompts provided by the intelligence system. If there are no objections, let us begin. Player 2 pressed the button. Instantly, a countdown appeared in the projection, accompanied by a female voice. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The game, Demons and Angels, commences. All players have acquired their identities. Before Su Cheng's eyes appeared the 2 crimson characters, Demon. He had unexpectedly drawn this identity. There was ample room for maneuvering, with numerous strategies available, yet as a newcomer, he was easily susceptible to being targeted. His brow furrowed as he contemplated which strategy to employ. First, he needed to ascertain who his allies were. The personalities of both allies and opponents would influence the gameplay. Night falls, the demons emerge from the abyss, peering into the mortal realm. Their end Oppos, demon and Oppos, Eskis and Oppos, shall claim any life. You cannot open your eyes. You can only await the departure of the demons. All demons, you may discuss and vote on whom to eliminate. You have 1 minute. At this moment, only the demons could see one another. The intelligence system had obscured the vision of all other players. Su Cheng caught sight of his allies. The deep-voiced man, Player 11. The slight Player 6. And to his surprise, the final demon was Player 1. Chapter 153. The hegemonic demon, suicide? The cataclysmic beginning. To everyone's astonishment, the new player number 9 drew the demon card on their very first attempt. Player number 6 pointed at player number 8, who was preening her hair, stating, "If she were a witch, I would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Hence, if I meet my demise, her identity will be quite apparent." Su Cheng sighed, realizing that these 2 seemed to harbor a long-standing grudge. A game with personal vendettas often simplifies matters. However, the question of whom to eliminate first remained. I will vie for the scepter, embody the hegemonic demon. You need not reveal yourselves. Conceal your identities well, player number 11 declared, outlining their strategy. The hegemonic demon assumes the guise of a divine figure, a perilous approach. One might either be swiftly vanquished by the angels or seize the scepter, masquerading as an angel while manipulating the normal flow of the game. As the final speaker, player number 11 indeed held a significant advantage in the contest for the scepter. Those who spoke earlier could easily be countered by those who followed, and once each player had their turn, there would be no further opportunity for clarification. Thus, speaking later in the order conferred a distinct edge. I will remain hidden, player number 1 stated succinctly, maintaining a quiet demeanor. Now only Su Cheng remained. I shall adapt on the fly, he mused, deciding to employ a strategy fraught with both risk and reward. There are 30 seconds remaining. The demons must decide whom to eliminate. The countdown began, and time was running out. Player number 6 proposed, "How about we let number 9 choose this time?" Su Cheng pondered briefly before calmly responding, "Number 9. Wait, number 9? You mean yourself? Suicide?" Player number 6 exclaimed in disbelief. They were not frequent players of this game, merely enjoying the cerebral challenge it provided when gathered together for leisure. Thus, Su Cheng's notion of suicide had completely caught them off guard. Player number 11 shrugged, "I have no objections." Player number 1 remarked nonchalantly, "Are you willing to gamble on the paladin's ability?" Su Cheng nodded. This was a risky move. Should it fail, the demon faction would be down a member and lose an opportunity to kill. However, if successful, Cheng could secure his safety until the end, appearing as either a commoner or a divine figure in the paladin's perspective. The other three had no objections, despite the unconventional nature of Cheng's strategy. They easily comprehended the underlying logic. Consequently, all three cast their votes in favor of Cheng. He grinned, finding it most agreeable to collaborate with such astute individuals. He cast a vote for himself as well. Voting concluded. The demon has successfully activated their ability. Now, on to the next phase. Angel. Upon whom do you wish to bestow the Eye of Truth? Are you certain? As the demon's voting wrapped up, Cheng suddenly found his vision engulfed in darkness, rendering him unable to see, hear, or feel anything. He could only wait in silence for the night phase to conclude, hoping his gamble would bear fruit. Dawn has arrived. We shall now proceed to the scepter competition. Players wishing to compete, please press the button before you. In the initial round, no one is immediately eliminated. Instead, a contest for the scepter ensues. Following the conclusion of this competition, the game will proceed to its standard format. Cheng glanced at the button before him but refrained from pressing it. A total of 5 players are competing for the scepter in this round. Players number 2, 3, 5, 11, and 12. Typically, the angel must compete for the scepter, as this is essential for guiding the civilians towards victory. In numerical order, player number 2 speaks first. With a light chuckle, player 2 states, I merely came to observe out of boredom, lest I find myself dead on the first day. I am not the angel, merely a civilian, and I shall withdraw. Next up is player number 3, who appears to possess the visage of a creature with a tiger's head and a human body. Cheng is puzzled. Could it be that half-beasts still exist on Earth? He has never heard of such beings or mutations before. Surprisingly, player 3 speaks in a deep, resonant voice. I am the Pope, and I shall take away anyone who displeases me. While the Pope can indeed reveal himself, such a tactic is fraught with danger and lends itself to manipulation. It seems he may not be adept at the game. Cheng mentally notes each player's identity and character. Player 3 is as fierce as his appearance suggests. Next is player number 5, who presents as a middle-aged man with a crew cut, lacking any remarkable traits. I am the angel, specifically the front position angel, and I find myself in a difficult position due to someone in the back position attempting to disguise themselves as a tyrannical demon. His turn follows mine, which puts me at a disadvantage. Last night, I activated the Eye of Truth to observe player 11, as I have played with him several times before, and he excels at the game. On one occasion, he even played as the tyrannical demon, eliminating our priest and civilian factions and claiming the MVP title. Thus, I prioritized uncovering his identity. To my astonishment, he too is a demon, preparing to employ the same tactics once more. Please ensure the scepter is granted to me. Trust me, player 11 is a demon, and do not heed any of his statements. He is eloquent, but I have discerned his true nature. This night, I am certain the demon will employ his skills against me, and the paladin must protect me. Each player has a mere 2 minutes to speak. As the countdown concludes, player 5's discourse also comes to an end. Cheng furrows his brow. Is the game unraveling so swiftly? He did not expect player 11 to be so readily exposed by the angel, effectively sealing his own fate. Had the paladin not invoked the holy light to save himself last night, the demon faction would have been destined for defeat. It now hinges on player 11's ability to turn the tide and at least ensure the scepter's disappearance. If the voting phase results in an equal number of votes for each player, the scepter will vanish. I am the angel. Player 11 speaks with remarkable composure and directness. From your perspective, it may appear that I am compelled to masquerade as the angel, but I assure you I truly am one. Regrettably, I too activated the Eye of Truth last night, yet I did not uncover any demons. I only observed player 6, who is merely a civilian. I chose to examine player 6 because players 8 and 6 are bound. Everyone knows they will attack each other if either possesses a role. Thus, by investigating one, I can ascertain the other's identity. This is the rationale behind my skill usage. I am the true angel, while player 5 is the tyrannical demon. You must cast your votes for me. Our priestly faction is destined for victory in this game. Player 11's speech is succinct, delivered with a calm demeanor and clear reasoning. Cheng nods inwardly. This individual possesses a steady mind, maintaining composure even when his identity is exposed. Indeed, he is a skilled player, which explains why he was the first to be unveiled. Finally, player 12 speaks, a girl. I am the vote-collecting player, hence my presence here. In truth, I am also an angel, just joking. If I were to choose between players 5 and 11, I would select player 5, as player 11 poses a significant threat. However, if player 11 is indeed the angel, he could easily lead us to victory. Nonetheless, I personally am reluctant to support him, as his last MVP performance cost our city-state dearly. With that, she withdraws. Now, 2 magic cards shall be distributed to each player, who can opt to utilize them. The instant speech magic card may only be used by 1 player per round and must be seized. At this moment, Cheng noticed 2 floating magic cards before him. One bore the inscription for extra time, while the other was for instant speech, 2 easily comprehensible magical functions. However, he had not encountered these in his previous games. With their introduction, the game's unpredictability has increased. I shall employ the instant speech magic card. Player 3, swift in action, immediately activates his magic card. In this round, he is the sole speaker, and he is also the last to address the group. I give my support to player 5. Chapter 154. The conditions for a turnaround are complete. Let us reverse the tide. Among the 5 individuals numbered 11, 12, 1, 2, and 3. 3 identities were astonishingly revealed, 2 demons and 1 pope. Only individuals 12 and 2 currently appear to lack identities. Such a probability is indeed rare, yet when it occurs, the likelihood of the other 4 possessing identities becomes substantial. Number 3, as the pope, now forcefully rallies votes for number 5. Number 11 finds himself in dire straits. The role of the pope is exceedingly unique. Even in death, he can invoke the judgment skill to eliminate someone. Thus, few dare to impersonate him or confront him directly. However, number 3's remarks are not necessarily indicative of skill. Rather, they reflect a reliance on prior gaming experience. This time, fortune favors him, as number 11 is indeed a tyrannical demon. One might say that this marks the beginning of a catastrophic downfall. Cheng furrows his brow, yearning to seize the MVP title. The individuals here are remarkable, and he seeks to gather more intelligence, not only concerning the evil organization but also insights about the future city. Yet, with the game commencing under such adverse circumstances, the difficulty of a comeback is immense, and he must successfully leverage self-sacrifice to clear his name. If I perish, I will activate my skill against number 11. If I survive, I implore the witch to use Lethal King Cobra on number 11. Everyone must cast their votes for number 5. Otherwise, I will employ my skill. Number 3 concluded his statement with an abrupt cancellation of his speech, demonstrating a domineering decisiveness. Now, esteemed players, please cast your votes. The voting period is 1 minute. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng decided to abstain from voting. As a newcomer, he found it prudent to refrain from early actions and instead observe the unfolding events. Presently, it is certain that number 5 will secure the scepter. Number 11 is effectively bound to the Pope and, for all intents and purposes, is as good as dead. Furthermore, it is highly likely that he will be poisoned lethally by the witch tonight. The only safe players at this juncture are himself and number 1. Number 6, due to number 11's claim of having seen him through the eye of truth, also finds himself under scrutiny. This situation bears a silver lining, as number May 11th improve number SIX's identity. If everyone believes number 11 to be a tyrannical demon, there would be no need for him to expose another ally. Yet, the potential for counterlogic exists, and thus it will depend on how number 6 articulates his thoughts. This game is a showcase of each player's logical reasoning and linguistic prowess. Voting has concluded. Number 5 has successfully obtained the scepter, with voting weight 1. Those who voted for number 5 include players 1, 3, 7, 8, 10, and 12. Number 11 received 1 vote from number 6. Numbers 2, 4, and 9 abstained. The scepter competition phase has ended. Number 6 perished last night. Please allow number 6 to deliver their final words. I had a suspicion it might be number 8. There is no doubt she is a demon. Today, she must be exposed and eliminated. Number SIX's final words were succinct, directly implicating number 8. Cheng's frown deepened. The unfortunate news is that number 6 has indeed died. and number 11 is effectively dead as well. This means 2 demons have been eliminated in one fell swoop. However, the good news is that he is still alive. This implies that the paladin saved him last night. As long as the paladin dares to reveal their identity and speak, their status will be quite favorable. Moreover, for several rounds, the angel will likely refrain from employing the Eye of Truth on him. During the day, players may vote to execute one among them. Now, let us commence speaking with player 4. From player 4, Cheng stroked his chin, realizing that number 3 would be the final speaker and, as the Pope, could significantly influence the voting outcome. Based on number 3's competitive discourse, number 11 is undeniably doomed. Player 4, nonchalantly, stated, "I am merely an ordinary person, however." With number SIX's death during the night, their identity must be quite favorable. Number 8 ought to provide an explanation. Otherwise, I believe we can send her away this round. As for my abstention, it is due to uncertainty. Number 11 is indeed skilled, yet I cannot dismiss him simply because of that. Hence my abstention. I am just an ordinary person. Player 4's speech lacked substance, merely elaborating on the reasoning behind his abstention. With number 6 deceased, it is now player 7's turn to speak. Player 7 leaned over the table, glancing at number 8 beside him. I am eagerly anticipating number 8's speech. She always appears so hurried and adorable. Yet again, this is devoid of substance. I am the paladin, number 8 boldly declared, revealing her identity, last night. I employed the skill of holy light to save newcomer number 9, meaning number 6 was not killed by a demon but rather poisoned by the witch. What else do you have to say? Humph. Tonight I shall guard myself. Do as you please. Number SIX's demise is splendid. Thank you, witch. He is undoubtedly a demon attempting to tarnish my reputation. Do not believe him. Furthermore, he killed a newcomer on the first day. How wicked he is. That concludes my statement. Few, this is the best news thus far. Cheng smiled broadly. Number 8 has rendered him a tremendous service, ensuring that he can steadfastly persist until the end. Yet, caution is still warranted to avoid being voted out, as these individuals appear to lack experience. I abstain because I am unfamiliar with all of you. This is my first time participating, so I decided to observe around. I am a civilian, limited to seeking clues through your statements. Cheng sees the opportunity to speak. Thus, I shall continue to listen to everyone's discourse. Thank you, number 8, for saving me. Your use of holy light was indeed correct. That is all I have to say. At this moment, number 8 unexpectedly activated a magic card. No need for thanks. I trust my judgment. Perform well, and I shall protect you. If I become the MVP, the rewards shall be yours. That is all. Cheng's lips twitched as he endeavored to maintain his composure, suppressing a grin. Number 8 has undoubtedly emerged as the MVP of the entire gathering. Player 10 voiced, "Let us send number 11 away in the first round. I shall say no more." Number 11 sighed before speaking. "I am truly an angel. You have all been deceived by number 5. Number 3 is merely a brash individual, and you have all placed your trust in him. Number 6 was a good person, yet fell victim to poison. It is now exceedingly difficult for the good side to prevail. I understand I cannot survive, but I hope you will remain vigilant regarding number 5 and protect numbers 8 and 9. Cheng nodded inwardly. His words may now hold little weight, yet they will have repercussions for the future. Should the game persist, his current statement may very well stifle number 5. Indeed, number 11 possesses greater skill than the others. Voting for number 11 is inconsequential. Even if 2 good people perish, there remains an opportunity to win. At worst, they can execute number 5 in a couple of rounds. Number 12 spoke casually. Regardless, I will not attain the MVP in this game. I shall play at my leisure. Number 1 replied coolly, I abstain. Number 2 crossed her arms, stating, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Number 11 appears quite despondent. Could it be that we are truly voting incorrectly? Number 3, the brash one, declared, vote for number 11, execute him. Fear not. Even if we are mistaken, I can ensure number 5 goes down with him. As expected, number 11 could not escape his fate. Ultimately, aside from Cheng, numbers 1 and 2, all others voted for the execution of number 11. Following the vote, number 11 has been executed. Please allow number 11 to deliver their final words. I hope you can see clearly. I am an angel. We must not make another mistake. Everyone must follow the right people. The first round has concluded. Night falls once more. Please, demons, decide which number to bestow the kiss of the demon upon. Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the game commenced with a catastrophic downfall, he now possesses all the conditions necessary for a reversal. Let us turn the tide. Chapter 155. Dominating the scene, a stunning turnaround. You take charge. Player 1 speaks succinctly, rarely uttering a word. Her reticence serves her well. At least others comprehend her nature and may overlook her. Player 11 is known as the Tyrant Demon, while Player 1 embodies the Hidden Demon. With Players 6 and 11 now deceased, they can no longer vie for MVP status. Should the Demon faction triumph, Player 1 is highly likely to be crowned MVP. Leave it to me, Cheng declared, opting to employ the Demon's kiss on Player 12. Player 6, puzzled, inquired, why not target Player 5? Cheng elucidated. I wager that Player 8 will safeguard Player 5 tonight. Moreover, it is preferable for Player 5 to remain alive, as he is unlikely to employ the true sight on me, allowing me to remain concealed. If Player 5 continues to thrive, other innocent players may very well defect. Believing that the deceased Player 11 is the angel, while he is merely the Tyrant Demon. Furthermore, Player 3, the Pope, has already bound Player 5. Thus, there is no need to concern ourselves with him. My rationale for eliminating Player 12 is straightforward. It serves to deepen the collective misunderstanding of Player 11, ensuring that when the final backlash occurs, Player 5 will find himself at a loss for words. Soon, the night passed. Last night, Player 12 perished. This round will commence with Player 10. Players who die during the night do not leave any dying words except in the first round, and they cannot even utilize magic cards. Player 10 speaks first, which is advantageous for Cheng, being the final speaker. Me? Player 10 gestured to himself, then shrugged resignedly. Player 12's death was undoubtedly orchestrated by Player 11's accomplices. They likely perceived Player 12 as a divine being, thus avenging their own. End of story. Player 1 remained succinct. I will heed everyone's opinions. Player 2 rubbed his forehead, remarking, this feels peculiar. My intuition suggests that this game is decidedly different. I will listen to Player 5 to see if he has gleaned anything from last night. At this juncture, Player 5 activated a magic card. I have gained insights from last night, but I shall refrain from disclosing them for now. Then Player 3 spoke. I trust Player 5. As the Pope, his silence commanded respect. Player 4 interjected. I suspect this may be a trap, though I am uncertain. Player 12's death seems suspicious. I believe Player 11 is indeed the Tyrant Demon, and I advise trusting Player 5. End of statement. Lacking any logical foundation, it was merely opinion. Cheng shook his head. This round was secure. Fortuitously, he had utilized his skill on Player 1 the previous night. Player 5 grinned. I never anticipated Player 1 was a demon. Her sparse speech made me anxious, fearing she would conceal herself. Therefore, I scrutinized her identity and will execute Player 1 this round. Should I fall and discover another demon, I shall bestow the scepter upon the demon, allowing them to eliminate everyone. If no demon exists, I will pass the scepter to Player 3. He activated an overtime magic card. Now, only 2 demons remain. Haha, I shall undoubtedly be the MVP. This time, I request local specialties. Cheng pursed his lips. To merely ask for local specialties seemed a frivolous waste of rewards. Truly, they were a group of elites, lacking for nothing. Following Player 6's demise, Player 7 spoke. Let us vote for Player 1. There is nothing further to say. I believe Player 4 is also innocent. He may possess a divine role. This round is too simple, haha. Who would have thought Player 1, my dear sister, was a hidden wolf? My apologies. Player 8 winked playfully. Do not vote for Player 1. Instead, vote for Player 7. Cheng cleared his throat, stating earnestly. I suspect Player 5's angel identity is now in question. Imagine this. Despite Player 1's few words, she poses a relatively low threat, as she does not articulate to disrupt others' thoughts, rendering it unnecessary to immediately ascertain her identity. Conversely, I believe investigating Players 2 and 4 is far more logical than scrutinizing Player 1. Firstly, Player 2 has already expressed doubts in the first round. Why would you overlook someone who questions you, opting instead to examine a quiet individual? That defies logic. Secondly, player 4 has been persistently justifying himself. Observing him aligns with logical reasoning. Lastly, player 12's death further insinuates that player May 11th indeed be the angel, as the demons sought to frame player 11 and thus eliminated player 12. As time dwindled, Cheng swiftly activated the overtime magic card. The reason for not executing player 5 directly, but rather player 7, is that I believe this game is already won. Player 3 can utilize his judgment skill tonight to eliminate player 5. Ultimately, only player 7 remains. He claims player 4 is innocent by endorsing player 4. He indicates that his identity is at most equal to player 4's and likely inferior. This implies he is either a civilian or of an even lesser status. He seeks to conceal himself, thereby pushing player 4 to the forefront, confirming his demonic nature. They are likely shielding one another. Thus, this round. Heed my words. Execute player 7 and employ judgment against player 5 tonight. Player 12 is likely the witch, ensuring we have already dispatched 3 demons, allowing us to secure victory. Cheng spoke until the final second. This round is pivotal for the turnaround. Player 5 activated a magic card, preventing others from continuing, thus granting him the opportunity to tarnish the reputations of players 7 and 4. They could not refute him. Moreover, he spoke until the end, affording little time for others to ponder. Given that he is a paladin who has saved others, his status surpasses that of all present, save for player 3, the Pope. Hence, his words carry significant credibility. As anticipated, through voting, player 7 has been executed. Player 7, please deliver your last words. I am truly a civilian. You have misunderstood. Player 7 lamented. Player 9, you are inexperienced. You may not fully grasp the game's mechanics or us. You have erred. Night falls, demons. Please decide whom to target with your skills. Goodness gracious. Impressive, player 9. Player 6 exclaimed, astonished. I never expected you not only to save player 1, but also to orchestrate player 7's demise. Player 11 murmured, excellent. The foreshadowing should now unfold. Who shall we eliminate tonight? Cheng looked at player 10, shaking his head. Player 3 was destined to die. However, if player 8 safeguarded player 3, that would spell disaster. Though player May 8 be foolish, he has played before and should grasp the logic. The likelihood of player 8 guarding player 3 is exceedingly high. Both players 3 and 8 must perish, particularly the paladin, as their skills become increasingly potent towards the end. A choice must be made. Player 3. Cheng resolved to gamble that player 8 would protect him, while player 10 is a civilian, and player 12 has perished as the witch. Daylight breaks. Last night, player 5 has died. The scepter was passed to player 3, who has now perished, resulting in the scepter's automatic destruction. Now, player 9, please speak. Player 4 did not fall victim to the lethal King Cobra. Thus, player 12 must indeed have been the witch. Cheng was resolutely certain. Player 5's decision to pass the scepter to player 3 was merely a desperate struggle. Player 3 died during the night and could not pass on the scepter, resulting in its loss. However, that is of little consequence. Player 8 is the paladin, and she has saved me. Now, only players 8, the paladin, 1, 4, 10, and I remain. I still suspect player 4. He has yet to utter anything of substance. This round, let us execute him, and then player 8 can elaborate on the order of protection. Cheng exuded confidence, effectively wielding his identity to drive the momentum of the entire scene. Moreover, he had correctly predicted events. Player 8 did not guard player 3, indicating she likely protected herself. I concur with player 9's reasoning. Player 10 quickly followed suit, declaring he was saved by player 8. The demons targeted him on the first day. Confirming his status is assuredly favorable. Player 1 has been slandered as the tyrant demon by player 5, so her identity should also be commendable. Thus, I trust player 9. Player 2 pondered, what if executing player 4 does not conclude the game? Is it possible that the 9th player is also a demon? In the first round, he took his own life. Ah, how perplexing. It seems that our previous games were never this intricate, and suddenly, everything has escalated to such sophistication. Do not heed the words of the 9th player. I am a good person. He is undoubtedly a demon. The 4th player retorted sharply, as an ordinary person. I truly know nothing. What can I do? I am equally at a loss, so what do you expect of me? then perhaps you should perish. The 8th player, hands on hips, declared, I shall undoubtedly be the MVP of this round. You are the last demon remaining. Last night, I protected the 9th player, who in the first round shielded himself, as I feared the 6th player would take my life. In the second round, Guardian number 5 proclaimed himself an angel. Yet who could ascertain that the demon had spared him? He must surely be malevolent. This evening, I shall safeguard myself. During the voting phase, predictably, number 4 was eliminated. His final words were once again directed at Su Cheng. Night fell once more, and the intention was clear. Target number 8. Su Cheng cast her vote directly. Number 6 expressed confusion, questioning, but she claimed she would protect herself tonight. Suddenly, number 11 interjected, she protected herself last night. She cannot continue her protection tonight. In her perspective, the identities present were unmistakable. There was no way she could have safeguarded number 9 last night. Indeed, Su Cheng nodded in agreement. She has sensed the discrepancy and is attempting to deceive us. If number 8 perishes tonight, only number 1 and I, along with numbers 2 and 10, shall remain. Without a scepter, we could tie the votes. In this game, victory shall be ours. Chapter 156, MVP, 3 questions, Huaka Institute. Daylight has arrived. Last night, player 8 perished. It is now time for player 9 to speak. Victory. Player 8 was indeed unable to defend himself any longer. And it was likely that his efforts were directed towards protecting others rather than himself. This is the essence of psychological warfare. It has come to an end. Su Cheng glanced at those remaining on the field, players 1, 2, and 10. I regret to inform you that I am a demon, as is player 1. There are still 2 demons among us. Let us conclude swiftly. Today we shall execute player 2, and tonight we will eliminate player 10. Player 10, filled with despair, exclaimed, What is happening? How can this end so quickly? We had been playing at a leisurely pace before. And why is player 9 a demon? Wasn't he saved by the paladin just yesterday? You all are playing too cunningly. Enough is enough. Defeat is defeat. Let us end this by voting for player 2. Player 1 remained succinct. To think you all would play so deviously. Player 2 shook his head. Player 1 would never resort to such tactics. Who are the remaining demons? Is it player 11? Or player 5? Who devised this strategy? Was it you, player 9? As anticipated by Su Cheng, the game concluded effortlessly. Game over. The victorious faction this round, the demons. The MVP is player 9. Damn you, player 9. As the game concluded, player 8 glared at Su Cheng with hands on hips. You deceived me. Speak. Did you kill me? I could have protected myself. I guarded you, fearing they would come for you, thus diminishing the good side. You are truly wicked. Even from the shadows, Su Cheng could sense player 8's desire to devour him. My apologies. This is merely a gameplay mechanic. Humph. Player 8 crossed his arms, snorting dismissively, and which 2 demons are left? Was player 11 wronged? Player 11 is a demon. Player 5 lamented. This player 3 is truly thoughtless, directly using the judgment skill on me. Had I been the MVP, I would have uncovered the 2 demons. Player 2 sighed in resignation. So, who proposed this gameplay? Who else is a demon? I am a demon. Player 6 scoffed. Who is the witch? How accurate. You poisoned me right away. I did. Player 12 confessed outright. I poisoned you on behalf of player 8's sister, and surprisingly, it was effective. Alas, my lethal King Cobra skill was of no use. Otherwise, I might have had a chance. This player 9 has devised a profound strategy and has just claimed an MVP upon arrival. Very well, let us accept defeat gracefully. Player 9 indeed turned the tide against the odds. Player 2 waved his hand, and the crowd fell silent. In truth, at the onset, player 5 viewed player 11's identity, and player 6 was poisoned by player 12. The demon faction started at an extreme disadvantage, rendering it nearly unplayable. In the initial round, 2 demons perished. However, player 9 opted for an unconventional strategy from the outset, subsequently employing sound reasoning to expose player 1's demonic identity, which resulted in player 5's execution. Player 7 was also declared deceased, attributed to his sharp logic and intelligence. With 2 demons eliminated early on and player 1's identity discerned, he single-handedly dominated the game, unequivocally deserving the MVP title. Player 12 remarked with interest that the newcomer was quite engaging, more so than the previous player 9, suggesting the exchange of personal contact information. Astute and cunning, he felt the need for such an ally. Player 3 extended an olive branch as well. Su Cheng understood Player 3 well, recognizing his rashness, characterized by bravery without strategy. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to exchange contact information at that moment, shaking his head in refusal. The exchange of contact details could wait until the conclusion of the game. He then turned to Player 9, inviting them to utilize their reward. Player 2 continued, stating that he could select an item, any item that they could procure, or pose 3 questions. An item? Questions. Su Cheng pondered. He could request the original implant or the Araloro heavy sword, or even the invincible class symbiotic armor, given that the dragon armor was a specialized version of the original implant. Standard invincible class symbiotic armor could not be synthesized for upgrades. One had to start from the invincible class symbiotic armor for such enhancements. However, these were merely singular options. If he could extract sufficient information, he could gather more. He resolved, I choose 3 questions. Very well, you may ask anything. And those present will do their utmost to respond, including inquiries about the floating city, as Player 2 confidently asserted, indicating that someone among them hailed from the floating city, perhaps from Future City or another region's floating city. Su Cheng calmly stated, for my first question, I wish to know about the original implant, including its experimental production base. The original implant? Player 2 expressed surprise. I have heard of that implant. It is the first generation of implants developed by humanity, the official version of the primitive experimental body. But it had significant flaws and was abandoned after a time of research. Player 4, nonchalantly chiming in, added, I have also heard of it. Though I have never seen one, it should be a limited edition, and its defects are considerable. Player 7 leaned over the table, turning his face towards Su Cheng. I heard the laboratory is located in a base city controlled by Future City, though I am unsure of the exact location. Huizhou Prefecture's Huaka Institute. Suddenly, Player 11 interjected. At that time, Huizhou Prefecture's Huaka Institute and Jinling University of Technology were simultaneously researching the primitive implant and mechanical life forms, making it one of the most advanced experimental projects in Huaxia. The Huaka Institute achieved significant breakthroughs with the original implant, but as Player 2 mentioned, it possesses irreparable flaws, leading to the project's abandonment, with production equipment now at Jinling University. The location of Huizhou Prefecture should be north of a base city in Future City, which Player 12 knows. The current Huizhou Prefecture is likely a true wasteland, having been devastated in the initial wave of the mechanical life forms war due to its proximity to Jinling. You must seek Jinling University, but it may well be gone. Player 12 grimaced. I know that base city. It is called Wasteland City, a small, marginal place. Huizhou Prefecture? Jinling University. It conveniently lies just north of Wasteland City, precisely in the direction I intend to head. However, it has become a dead city. This dead city is not amidst ruins, but is entirely abandoned by humanity. Perhaps other forms of life may exist there. Jinling. Su Cheng suddenly recalled a landmark he had seen in the ruins, Jinling South Station. This implies that Jinling has now become a wasteland, encased in an electromagnetic barrier. Furthermore, there are mechanical life forms within, even a city of steel forged by mechanical life. Truly, this is the birthplace of mechanical life forms, still preserving their essence. To reach Huizhou Prefecture, one must traverse the wasteland. The likelihood of encountering mechanical life forms is high, making the journey perilous. This information was indeed valuable to him. Currently, his synthetic body and implant upgrades require vast quantities of materials, with upgrading the original implant being particularly arduous. Yet now, he has clarity regarding his direction and objectives. He merely needs to head north. Su Cheng nodded and proceeded to inquire. For my second question, I wish to learn about the Araloro heavy sword, including its place of origin. You should also pose this question to Player 12. Chapter 157, The Alpha Family, the 8 Most Evil. How do you know about the Aralor Greatsword? Number 12 inquired, somewhat surprised. I have a friend who occasionally acquired an Aralor Greatsword, and I wanted to learn more about it. Su Cheng fabricated a reason. Of course. Number 12 did not genuinely believe he had a friend, but chose not to press further. The Aralor Greatsword is a legacy artifact of the Alpha family in the Akasha city-state. Once immensely prosperous, the family shares its name with Alpha Floating City. They are the direct descendants of Alpha Floating City on Earth, yet due to their overwhelming power, they were besieged and eradicated by a coalition of other families, scattering its members to various lower cities. In the Alpha family, not everyone can wield the Aralor Greatsword. One must gain the sword's recognition to harness its power. The higher the compatibility, the greater the control one can exert. Therefore, even if you obtain the Aralor Greatsword, you would undoubtedly be unable to wield it. Cheng nodded, realizing he had not anticipated the sword's need for a Master S recognition, though he had not encountered any issues while using it. Furthermore, he had already mastered a finishing technique, leading him to speculate that his compatibility must be considerable. Number 12 continued, the scientists who studied this weapon have long since perished, and there are no production lines left. The few remaining swords have all been taken by their family members. However, there is still one in the possession of the Chimid family within the Akasha city-state. There may be an even more advanced one in Alpha Floating City, but that is all I know. If you desire it, you can wait for the next game. There are people here who can procure items from the Akasha city-state. Cheng nodded. All right, thank you. The next game was scheduled for a week later, which was feasible as long as he could secure another MVP. He was uncertain what game would be played then, but it seemed unlikely anyone would engage him in a game of demons and angels again. With a deep breath, Cheng posed his final question. I wish to know all information regarding C from the evil organization. The evil organization? Number 2 expressed surprise. The information you seek is quite peculiar and unrelated. The evil organization emerged from the lower cities of Future City, seemingly infected by a virus. However, one genius among them exploited the virus, controlling it and developing an even more potent strain, thus founding the organization known as Evil. Their goal is to overthrow the rule of Future City, though many lower-ranking members are indifferent to this objective. C is one of the 4 most evil. Among the strongest quartet, ranks progress from the strongest S to A, then B, and finally C. They form the core of the evil organization. That is all I know. Number 10 stroked his chin. The evil organization has long transcended its origins as a mere faction in Future City. It now exerts influence over a vast expanse, boasting formidable strength. The closer one is to the beginning of the alphabet, the greater their power. Number 7 struggled to rise from the table. In truth, there are 8 members of the most evil. 8? The others had heard of the evil organization to varying degrees. Originally a small faction in a lower city, it had grown to be known among the elite of most cities, indicating its considerable power. Ars prowess is evident. The ultimate weapon he developed in conjunction with mechanical life forms is exceptionally formidable. His ranking is merely slightly elevated, placing him in the upper echelon. This illustrates the immense strength of the top-tier members of the evil organization. Yet, while everyone had heard of the 4 most evil, few were aware of the existence of 8 individuals. The 4 most evil represent the strongest 4, while the remaining 4, though also part of the most evil, are subordinate to the quartet. They are direct descendants of the 4 most evil, and locating those beneath them will lead one to the 4 most evil. CS direct descendant should be H. Number 7 spoke lethargically. Their strength is significantly inferior to that of the 4 most evil, yet they remain top tier. Although C is one of the 4 most evil, he may surpass many present here in strength. Number 3 remains silent, merely scoffing. TSK. Number 4 lazily rested his hands behind his head, reclining in his chair. He is merely the 4th of an organization. Indeed, just the 4th. Number 7 dismissed their disdain. Yet, he possesses the capability to confront the powerful of the floating city head-on. I cannot disclose who C is. I can only say he originally hails from Sakura City. His abilities are formidable, and his cybernetics are specialized. The skeletal virus of the 4 most evil is exceptionally unique, endowing them with entirely different capabilities. It is not as simple as controlling predators. That is merely a foundational ability. The skeletal virus bestows upon them powerful derivative techniques. I am unaware of his current whereabouts and have no interest in discovering them. Number 7 has likely interacted with the most evil and is privy to C's true identity. However, it cannot be said with certainty. There must be a reason. The game rules state one should strive to answer and assist. Not that it is obligatory to do so. The information number 7 has revealed is already quite valuable. C is indeed from Sakura City. Su Cheng furrowed his brow. Among the S-ranked hunters, Shadowblade is also from Sakura City. Perhaps their cybernetics share similarities. Sakura City is a remnant of the Neon Country from the old century. Today, Neon Country is represented by Neon City, floating upon the ocean and controlling several island cities. Travel between cities is necessary. Yet the seas of Earth are now far more perilous than the land. Sakura City was constructed by a small group of Neon Country citizens who were reclaimed by Future City. Aside from the foremost evil, there exist those beneath them. CS direct descendant is H. Locating H will lead to R. H and R are connected by their letters. Perhaps R knows H's whereabouts. After all, R is aware that C is in the north, likely having learned this from H. There is much useful information. At that moment, number 3 interjected. If you intend to visit Huizhou's Huaka Institute, you may contact me. I am quite familiar with that city. C from the foremost evil was once sighted in the Akasha city-state, while S was previously seen in Huizhou. Should you wish to travel to Neon Floating City, you can also reach out to me. Just like that, number 2 chuckled. Number 3 always adds a final note. C was seen in the Akasha city-state. S was spotted in Huizhou. However, it remains uncertain whether S was present during the attack 8 years ago. For now, we only know of C and R. Thus, there is no need to investigate S at this time. The Akasha city-state is governed by Alpha Floating City, the very city where the Aralor Greatsword resides. By continuing north, one can not only pass through Huaka Institute, but also reach the Akasha city-state. Su Cheng exhaled. The objective had become unequivocally clear. All right, I have finished my questions. Thank you all. All 3 pieces of information were exceedingly useful. Unfortunately, the opportunities were too few. He yearned to learn more about the details of the attack from 8 years ago. He would have to wait until the next gathering to inquire further. The 12 regulators. This group may be even more enigmatic than the foremost evil, possessing greater authority. Let us engage in a casual conversation now. Number 2 rose and moved beside number 11, beginning to chat. This resembled a gathering for the exchange of information among 12 top-tier elites. Number 8 patted Su Cheng. I will honor my promise to you. After all, the previous number 9 was hardly worthy of sitting at our table. Humph. I would like a set of Fearless-class symbiotic armor. Chapter 158. 2 sets of A-class cybernetic bodies, forever at your service. I cannot provide you with the invincible class, as it is reserved for my family's elite guard. Number 8 shook his head, but I can offer you 2 sets of A-class combat bodies. That works. Su Cheng never truly believed he could acquire an invincible class symbiotic armor. After all, such high-tier cybernetics are not something easily given away, even among prominent families. However, he did not expect number 8 to directly present him with 2 complete sets of A-class combat bodies. This exemplifies the generosity of a powerful family. In the wasteland, possessing even 2 of such complete A-class combat bodies could elevate one to the status of a 5-star combat gladiator. Only the mightiest forces within the aristocracy would have entire sets at their disposal. Yet, number 8 was willing to offer them to a complete stranger. Moreover, he mentioned that their family's guards utilize invincible class symbiotic armor. A whole squad. What an astonishing display of power. If placed in the wasteland, they could dominate all factions. It was not number 9, now known as Sig, who fell to his demise. He merely stumbled upon an opportunity. You can provide me with a coordinate. Someone here can facilitate the delivery, though it may take 2 days. Number 8's brow furrowed slightly. While there are faster methods of delivery, it depends on whether number 11 is willing. Su Cheng glanced at number 11, sensing that he too was observing him. Very well, provide me with the coordinate, and I assure you the items will reach you by tomorrow. Indeed, number 11 was listening to their conversation. Su Cheng, somewhat perplexed, shared his coordinates with both number 8 and number 11. Thank you. Naturally, he provided the coordinates from the Boundary Desert, not far from Xiangyang Village. No worries. After that, number 11 resumed his conversation with number 2. Shall we exchange personal contact details? Number 8 presented a light orb. Here is my contact information. However, it is virtual and can only be accessed within the network universe. In this realm, all data is represented as a light orb. This space exists within the network universe? Cheng suddenly recalled that this space was indeed peculiar. He accepted number 8's light orb and continued. Are there many spaces like this? You don't even know that? Number 8 appeared surprised. The network universe can almost be considered an alternate universe. There are even human cities here. However, such cities are rare and not open to the public. Spaces like the Temple of Light are more common. They are private spaces. But constructing such spaces is challenging and requires stringent conditions, akin to private residences. Cheng nodded, understanding that the network universe equates to another realm, where humans even reside. Had they forsaken reality? Perhaps the virtual realm was indeed more comfortable and liberating. I must take my leave. Let us keep in touch. I have faith in you. Number 8 concluded and vanished without a trace. Cheng approached number 3. I might pass through Huizhou Prefecture and would like to learn about the situation there. Number 3 tossed a light orb. Contact me when you arrive. I am reluctant to elaborate. I too shall take my leave. With that, he too logged off. Cheng accepted the light orb, glancing at the now absent number 1 and the still conversing number 11, before exiting the network universe. He removed the chip from the infinite gateway. The Temple of Light, the Dominator, the Princess, and the peculiar creature with the head of a tiger and body of a man. He had acquired 2 sets of A-class combat bodies and numerous vital clues. This chip had proven invaluable. Once again, Cheng entered the network universe, this time heading towards the source network wall. Several days had passed, and he wondered if that young girl had arrived. He sought to deepen his understanding of this network universe, as it was ripe with information. Arriving once more at the colorful light wall, he scanned the surroundings but saw no one. He walked along the light wall for a while, yet still encountered no one. This place was indeed secluded. With a sense of resignation, Cheng exited the source network wall. After wandering through the network universe for a while, he logged off. He had not encountered the girl, nor the individual she had mentioned seeing. He also did not come across the human cities that number 8 had spoken of. Taking a deep breath, Cheng closed his eyes. After the recent battle, he felt utterly fatigued and soon drifted into a deep slumber. When No Brain returned to find him asleep, he too lay down, consumed a few energy cubes, and glanced at the wound on his abdomen. That rascal indeed had formidable skills. It had been a long time since he sustained such a severe injury. The wound had begun to heal somewhat, but not rapidly. Lai was on the first floor, acclimating to his new body. He needed to find a new physique. As it stood, he was barely capable of fighting. He could at most manage to survive. Nevertheless, it was rather peculiar and intriguing. His optimistic nature prompted him to strike a few poses in front of the mirror. At least I'm more handsome than that half-headed robot. The following day, Cheng stretched languidly. Sleeping in Xiangyang village felt the most secure. Brother Su, breakfast is ready. Xiaohong called from outside. I and Appos am coming. Cheng had just finished washing up and opened the door, accompanied by No Brain and Lai. Upon seeing Lai, Xiaohong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see another version of No Brain, albeit one that appeared slightly more human. Lai, unfazed, smiled and said, Hello, I am Lai. My current appearance may seem a bit unusual. No Brain raised an eyebrow. Unusual? How so? I look just like you, just a bit taller. It's quite normal. Indeed. Xiaohong laughed and nodded. Very normal. Come, follow me. The group made their way to the dining hall, where Rose and Zhu Shaner were already present. They had spent the night together chatting, allowing Savitolina to rest in a separate house. Cheng set down the box containing the foundational enhancement liquid and took a seat at the dining table. Xiaohong looked at the box curiously. Brother Su, I wanted to ask earlier, what is inside? Enhancement liquid. Cheng replied candidly, it can enhance the human body and elevate all attributes. After breakfast, you can distribute it. Each person's physique varies, so the number of enhancements possible will differ. Enhance the body? Xiaohong exclaimed. This is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Though it was her first time hearing about it, she understood its immense value. Cybernetics were already exceedingly expensive, let alone a potion that could enhance the human body. Wang Cheng chimed in. Brother Su, this is indeed too valuable. Our village has already benefited greatly from your assistance. We cannot accept more. Cheng picked up his porridge. Savoring its delicate aroma, and replied with a gentle smile, "I have plenty more. This will empower you. Only by growing stronger can you better protect the village." Currently, he had no shortage of enhancement potions, possessing an additional 80 bottles of foundational enhancement liquid and 60 bottles of advanced nutritional liquid. The second stage of enhancements was more than sufficient. Xiaohong glanced at Su Cheng, then at Xiao Ming and Wang Cheng and the other villagers. Having experienced the battle against the semi-mechanical life forms and the departure of Sergei, she recognized the paramount importance of strength. If it weren't for Su Cheng, they might have been annihilated by the mechanical desert rats long ago. Therefore, Su Cheng's words rang true. Only with formidable strength could they safeguard their village. "All right, I shall accept this on behalf of the village," Xiaohong declared earnestly. "We will forever remember Brother Su's kindness. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and we will support you wholeheartedly." Chapter 159. Rewards Received, Synthesis Counted, Departure. After finishing breakfast, Su Cheng guided Xiaohong and Wang Qing in the use of the basic enhancement liquid. Both Xiaohong and Wang Qing endured the initial excruciating pain. To Su Cheng's surprise, they both met the requirements to advance to the second stage of enhancement. Moreover, Wang Qing's genetic makeup was impressive, enabling him to undergo enhancement a remarkable 13 times. "I feel invigorated," Wang Qing exclaimed, clenching his fists as he reveled in the surging power within him, utterly astonished. Having already modified his B-grade prosthetic, and now with his body enhanced, he was far stronger than many elite hunters. Lai watched on enviously. This was body enhancement. He, the strongest S-grade hunter in the wasteland, had never truly enhanced his body, relying solely on rigorous training alongside his specialized prosthetics. Training alone does not yield a body superior to one enhanced by drugs. It often comes with numerous side effects and drawbacks, without accompanying restorative agents. Intense training can inflict significant harm upon the body. Yet, using enhancement drugs fortifies the body at the cellular level. Eventually, it even strengthens the genetic foundation. This is why the advanced nutritional fluid in the wasteland is so highly coveted. Of course, only hunters and lower-tier survivors believe that advanced nutritional fluids can enhance the body. Now, Su Cheng unexpectedly produced an entire box of basic enhancement liquids for Xiaohong and the others to use. This was no longer a matter of luxury. No family in the wasteland could accomplish such a feat. Even the top assassins from those families had rarely utilized them. "Arrange the rest as you see fit. I may need to leave soon," Su Cheng stated, preparing to embark on his journey north through the ruins as soon as the 2 sets of A-grade battle prosthetics arrived. Xiaohong hesitated. "Are you leaving so soon?" Wang Qing pursed his lips, gazing elsewhere. Su Cheng nodded. "Yes, I must head north, traversing the ruins." Suddenly, Wang Qing exclaimed, "Brother Su, I want to accompany you." Upon meeting Su Cheng's gaze, he continued, "I wish to hone myself, to grow stronger, to protect the village, to protect." His eyes darted toward Xiaohong. He yearned for Xiaohong to see him, to witness his strength. Su Cheng agreed. "All right, but you must listen to me." "Yes." Wang Qing nodded vigorously. "I want to go too. I want to go too." Xiao Ming leaped up, raising his hand. "I also want to protect the village. I want to grow stronger." Slap. Xiaohong swiftly smacked him. "Focus on your studies at home." Xiao Ming clutched his head, pouting defiantly. "But I'm a man too." Slap. Xiaohong, in a fluid motion, replied, "When you grow up, everyone will rely on you. For now, you need to accumulate knowledge. There are many things the village chief left behind that require patience to learn." Yang Siki couldn't help but chuckle softly at the scene. The little man had yet to embark on his journey. Su Cheng also chuckled lightly. "When I return next time, I'll take you out for training." Xiao Ming, with determination, suddenly seized a bottle of basic enhancement liquid and gulped it down. "You shouldn't drink that." Xiaohong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. She had experienced that pain before. It was far beyond what a child could endure. If he couldn't withstand the pain of bodily modification, it could severely harm him. Pain soon surged throughout his body, yet Xiao Ming gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "I want to be like the village chief and my brother." His little frame quivered with visible veins. But soon, he persevered through the torment. Everyone was astonished. This small child withstood the excruciating pain. Even more surprising to Su Cheng and Lai was that Xiao Ming later used 15 bottles of the basic enhancement liquid. His physique and genetics were superior to everyone present, except for Su Cheng. Xiaoming joyfully felt the immense power within him, leaping with excitement. I'm amazing. He tilted his head, boasting toward Xiaohong. Now I can. Slap. Xiaohong swiftly retaliated. No? Xiaoming clutched his head once more, though he dared not protest. Laughter erupted among the group. This was the undeniable bond of sibling rivalry. At that moment, Su Cheng received a notification about an unfamiliar message. He temporarily accessed the infinite gateway. The rewards had arrived. I'll be right back. Soon, he stepped outside to where the package was stored. This was the location where the mechanical worm had previously drilled through, now repaired and buried in sand. There lay a gray box. Su Cheng scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of any transport vehicles or people. He approached and opened the box, revealing 2 sets of A-grade battle prosthetics. To effortlessly acquire 2 rare prosthetics through a game, what a windfall. He carried the box back to the camp trailer. Now, he possessed 4 sets of A-grade battle prosthetics, 1 from defeating Starland, 1 from Green Camp, and 2 more sent from number 8. It was equivalent to having 1 set of fearless-level symbiotic battle armor. He then retrieved all the other prosthetics, including the energy blocks, and initiated the synthesis upgrade using the dimensional eye. Ultimately, he obtained 1 set of fearless-level symbiotic battle armor and 1 set of A-grade battle prosthetics, along with 2 luminous crystal nuclei and 8 luminous crystals. He refrained from further upgrading the energy blocks. The current luminous crystals were sufficient for the camp trailer and the mindless. The luminous crystal nuclei would serve as backup energy, in addition to the prosthetics and energy blocks. He also possessed 80 bottles of basic enhancement liquid, 60 bottles of advanced nutritional liquid, 4 bottles of C-grade enhancement agents, and 8 bottles of D-grade enhancement agents. He required 3 more sets of A-grade battle prosthetics to continue synthesizing the Dragon Chi battle armor, compared to purchasing lower-tier prosthetics for upgrades. Engaging in battle yielded faster results, especially during warfare. In just a couple of days, he would be able to perform the 3rd gene enhancement. He was 1 step closer to unlocking the 2nd sequence of genetic abilities. With the prosthetics secured, it was time to depart. He took out a luminous crystal nucleus and stored the remaining supplies. Upon returning to Xiangyang village, the villagers had already begun their work. Xiaohong, Wang Cheng, and others awaited him. Su Cheng handed the luminous crystal nucleus to the mindless. The mindless exclaimed in delight, "Wow, cousin. Why are you suddenly giving me such a wonderful item?" Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "That hole in your body looks rather unsightly." "Ugh, this is called personalized customization," the mindless retorted, pouting as he covered the hole with his clothing. However, it was evident that Su Cheng had noticed his slow self-repair, prompting him to offer an energy block. A luminous crystal nucleus? Lia's eyes widened. Another rare, high-grade item. This was non-existent in the wasteland. No family possessed such a thing. At most, they had luminous crystals. Yet now, Su Cheng casually produced it, even giving it to a rather comical-looking robot. Truly extravagant. His curiosity about Su Cheng's identity deepened. To casually distribute over 100 bottles and an entire box of basic enhancement liquid, alongside a rare, energy luminous crystal nucleus to a robot. These were gestures typically reserved for the affluent families of large cities. Yet here was a mere youth executing such acts with ease. Initially, he had been uncertain if Mobius was truly dead. Now he wondered if another family from a larger city had intervened to suppress them. Perhaps Su Cheng was indeed a member of that family who fortuitously rescued him. He himself bore a B-grade battle prosthetic. "Get ready. I will be leaving now," Su Cheng addressed Wang Cheng and the others. Rose stepped forward, cautiously asking, "Can I come with you?" Su Cheng nodded. "Yes, but I cannot guarantee I will always be able to take care of you." Although he intended to head to the Arkasha city-state, it was impossible for him to bring Rose along. He had other destinations to attend to. Upon glancing at Savadolina, Xiang Wei remarked, "It is nothing. I merely wish to assist you in traversing the ruins. Once we have crossed them, we shall depart." In truth, she could have returned to take the high-speed train without ever leaving the desolate city, for both the Camp family and the Juz family had met their demise. "Very well." Su Cheng nodded, then turned to Lai. "You should remain here. Your presence is ill-suited for the ruins." Lai was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Entering the ruins would only serve as a burden, and he understood that Su Cheng had no obligation to continue accompanying him. With a smile, he replied, "All right. Do take care of yourselves. I shall stay here to enjoy my retirement. Spending the latter half of my life here is indeed a splendid choice." He found solace in this place, far superior to the desolate city, and it offered him an unprecedented sense of ease. Chapter 160. A Bold Advance into Steel City. What a magnificent vehicle! Little Red exclaimed as she gazed upon the imposing and powerful RV. Ultimately, the companions who decided to venture into the ruins included Wang Qing, Little Red, Chang Wei, and Yang Siki. "Let us go," Su Cheng announced as he entered the driver's compartment to start the engine. The others settled into the rear cabin. The vehicle roared to life and headed northward, toward the area where Xiangyang Village is located, which is conveniently situated to the north of the desolate city. Thus, a continuous journey northward would lead them directly to the ruins, equipped with navigation and directional instruments. The RV could steadfastly guide them despite the chaotic magnetic fields that plague many regions of Earth. Soon, the RV arrived at the electromagnetic barrier. For Yang Siki, Little Red, and Wang Cheng, it was their first genuine encounter with such a majestic electromagnetic wall. Chang Wei had seen a glimpse of it during her previous visit to the desolate city while aboard a high-speed train. "Is this the inside of the ruins?" Little Red gasped. "No wonder the village chief forbade us from approaching. It looks utterly terrifying." Ordinary individuals would hesitate to approach such an electrified barrier that reached into the clouds. Yet, Su Cheng drove the RV headlong into the electromagnetic shield. Countless electric currents danced across the vehicle's exterior, and a tremendous resistance seemed to impede their entry. This was the peculiar nature of the electromagnetic barrier. It would resist you upon entry but would draw you in when you attempted to exit. As the RV traversed through the barrier, the resistance vanished instantly, and the vehicle accelerated. Su Cheng steered directly toward the center. Following the electromagnetic barrier was not necessarily safe, based on the records of the mindless. There were patrolling mechanical life forms everywhere. Therefore, they opted for a direct route to the central city but without any reckless breaches. Once they arrived at Steel City, they could navigate further. "How beautiful!" Yang Siki exclaimed, leaning against the window to marvel at the sights outside. Aside from the absence of the azure sky, it was as though they had entered a lush forest. Various animals and plants, previously unseen in the desolate city, flourished here. To their surprise, the ruins were so picturesque. Little Red was equally captivated. "The vast desert," she noted. "When I rode the high-speed train, I couldn't see this due to the electromagnetic barrier obstructing our view. I had no idea it would be like this inside." Chang Wei remarked. "We all thought the ruins would be fraught with danger, akin to hell. Who would have imagined that this uninhabited area could be so breathtaking?" "Indeed, it is perilous," the mindless interjected, recalling how it had consumed the glimmering crystal core, hastening its body's repair. "Dangerous?" Yang Siki inquired curiously, but aside from spotting a few wild beasts, there's nothing else. It's much safer than the predators. "I find it peculiar," the mindless mused, tapping on the small door of the driver's compartment. "Old friend, have you noticed how eerily quiet it is here?" "Yes." Su Cheng nodded. "Aside from the animals, there are no mechanical life forms in sight. Since entering the ruins, I haven't encountered a single one. It would be understandable if we were at the periphery, but we have been driving inward for a while now without spotting any mechanical entities. My memory may be fragmented. Yet I vaguely recall that the defenses here are quite robust." The mindless rested its chin on its hand, realizing its own limitations, and touched the half of its head that remained intact. Even in the peripheral areas, there would typically be Z-1000 patrols. It is certainly strange here. However, Su Cheng pressed on, considering that fewer beings meant less threat. This area was once the thriving Jinling city of the old century. Towering skyscrapers had now become mere frames overrun by creeping vines. The flourishing vegetation rendered the roads difficult to navigate, filled with roots and debris. Fortunately, the RV featured an adaptive chassis, integrating the characteristics of an all-terrain vehicle. Even on treacherous paths, it glided smoothly. The collapsed buildings and those towering structures. Do you notice anything unusual about them? The mindless observed closely, activating a small spherical radar above its head. Indeed, Su Cheng confirmed. The metals within are conspicuously absent. Furthermore, my radar detects numerous mining tunnels underground. The mindless retracted its radar, seriousness etched on its face. These must have been excavated by Steel City for construction and military production. I am aware, which is why I shall steer clear of them, Cheng replied. Having surmised the possibility. Among the rubble, metal was nowhere to be found, especially in the skeletal remains of industrial buildings. All that remained were their foundations. Passing through several factories revealed the absence of any machinery. And thus, they continued until the afternoon. Through the hazy yellow clouds, they caught sight of a vivid crimson sunset. Before them loomed a colossal steel city wall, starkly contrasting with the desolation. Grass and trees abruptly halted at the foot of the wall, while animals roamed below. Yet mechanical life forms remained conspicuously absent. Cheng halted the vehicle. Wasn't it Oppos? There a family who mentioned that there were troops here? Why is there not a soul in sight now? The mindless activated its radar once more. There is no signal interference, nor any radar response. Odd. It feels like a ghost town. You all stay put. I shall investigate, Cheng declared, determined to explore. If there were no mechanical life forms, there might be valuable resources within. Moreover, if such a vast city were indeed devoid of mechanical beings, it could be advantageous for him. Yet, why had the mechanical army departed, and where had they gone? Or was that family merely deceiving him? I and Oppos, LL accompany you, the mindless insisted. You're too weak. You'll certainly need me. Chang Wei attempted to disembark, but Cheng halted her. Your body has and Oppos, fully recovered. She glanced at her hands, resignedly nodding. Just be careful. Her combat augmentations lacked self-repair capabilities and required component replacements. Cheng and the mindless approached the steel city wall. From a distance, it appeared to tower at least 30 meters high, stretching endlessly on both sides. The wall bore a thick layer of rust, resembling a deep red hue, with imposing gun emplacements, all of which hung limply. Numerous watchtowers stood vacant, devoid of personnel. I have established a temporary local communication network for everyone. Yang Siki and Oppos' voice suddenly resonated in their minds. She was still in the vehicle, donning SL glasses. I have already surveyed the interior. There are no electronic devices. And the entire city lacks power, rendering surveillance impossible. I've dispatched a drone. A miniature drone zipped overhead toward the steel city, prompting Cheng and the mindless to quicken their pace in pursuit. Chapter 161. The Empty City and the Crystal Lighthouse. I have arrived in the city. Yet I perceive no signs of biological activity, nor do I observe any mechanical life forms. The drones under Yang Siki's command have already soared over the steel city. Within, apart from the numerous factories and metallic structures, there is nothing else. Cheng and the mindless one approached the city walls, spotting a tightly shut gate. Cheng summoned the dragon armor, placing both hands upon the steel gate and pushing with all his might. However, even with his immense strength, he could not budge the gate. Blood Fury form, 150%, full release. His power surged by another 5 times. At least 10 tons of force, yet the gate remained immovable. Well, it seems I am needed, the mindless one declared, shaking his head. His form rapidly growing taller as he reverted to his original shape. He placed both hands firmly against the gate and roared, "Open for me." As he exerted force, the muscles on his body expanded. Yet still, the gate did not yield. The mindless one glanced at Cheng. Are you not exerting yourself? Cheng scoffed. Your presence makes no difference at all. Look, dust is falling. Can you manage that, rookie? You can't do anything but stir up dust. I say. You too, Yang Siki interjected helplessly. Why not try to activate the gate's power supply from the inside? The rest can be left to me. Should you manage to leap over? These two were indeed a pair, perpetually bickering, one a loquacious nuisance, the other a master of sarcasm. Cheng surveyed the towering 30-meter city wall, 10 stories high. No problem. He could indeed use the dragon claw to gradually tear the gate open. But that would consume too much time. Resuming his blood fury form, Cheng crouched down slowly, then suddenly sprang upward with explosive force. Whoosh! In an instant, he ascended the city wall. He glanced at the nearby artillery. The cannon mouth was composed of 3 robust diamond-shaped metal tracks. The interior was pitch black, resembling an energy-collecting device. The cannon was mounted on a circular base capable of 360-degree rotation, which also featured a manual control panel. However, given the advanced nature of the mechanical life forms, these cannons would undoubtedly have operated automatically. These sophisticated artillery pieces now lay dormant, their energy long depleted, covered in rust and entwined with creeping vines. The previous family had clearly stated that a mechanical army resided here. Yet, both the city walls and the artillery appeared to have been abandoned for ages. Cheng gazed into the city. Magnificent. The city was vast, seemingly endless. Enormous factories and metallic edifices dotted the landscape. This must have indeed been a place for manufacturing mechanical life forms. Yet now, there was not a single mechanical entity in sight. At the city and Oppo's heart stood a colossal structure resembling a lighthouse. Atop this lighthouse was a crystal-like sphere, albeit coated in grime. Cheng leaped from the wall. The dragon engine roared to life. Numerous miniature thrusters activated, slowing his descent. To the left of the gate was a control panel. Approach and activated. Yangsiki guided Cheng through the drone. Upon spotting a closed box, he forcefully pried it open. Inside lay a virtual control panel. Activating the red energy symbol should initiate the gate's energy system, as long as it had power. I could infiltrate. Following the instructions, Cheng pressed a button inscribed with the word energy in Huaxia characters. Click hum. As the energy charging sound resonated, the steel gate emitted a series of heavy mechanical sounds. This indicated that power had been restored, and the components were now activated and ready for operation. Excellent. There is energy. Please wait a moment while I infiltrate. As the drone flickered with red light, serving as a signal relay, Yangsiki promptly commenced decryption to acquire control privileges. The SL infiltration suite's formidable capabilities, combined with her expertise, swiftly breached the firewall and control protocols. Truly, the mechanical life forms exhibited a remarkable level of advancement, their coding a blend of mechanical and biological elements, somewhat akin to the skeletal virus. Yangsiki wrinkled her nose. Smirking, it seems they haven't updated in ages. I cracked it with ease. Watch closely, open sesame. With her words, the heavy, rusted steel gate suddenly trembled. A cloud of dust cascaded down. Boom. The gate began to slowly retract to either side. The tremendous roar highlighted the gate's weight. Cheng pursed his lips. Surprised it opened outward, he had pushed incorrectly. Yet, even had he pushed, it would have remained immovable. The gate was at least 1 meter thick and 10 meters high. Its material was indiscernible, likely constructed from a unique mechanical alloy. Goodness, how imposing. The mindless one stepped inside. Old chap, did you mistakenly push instead? Let us move. We should see if there are any other inhabitants or mechanical life forms hiding about. Cheng remained silent as he ventured further into the city. Along the way, street lamps illuminated the path, flanked by tightly sealed factories. Curiously, the family had not encountered any of this before, nor had the pursuing robots appeared. It was all very strange. The mindless one scanned the surroundings. In his complete form, his radar did not require external extension. Cheng remained vigilant, alert for any mechanical life forms. It was odd that they had yet to encounter any. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmer from the crystal sphere atop the lighthouse. Someone. He swiftly drew the Ariluo heavy sword that had been strapped to his back. Let us go up and investigate. The two hurried towards the lighthouse. The crystal sphere seemed to block radar signals. Even my infiltration drones could not penetrate. Yangsiki, monitoring from above, noted, indeed, there was a flash. Something must be inside. Soon, Cheng and the mindless one arrived at the base of the lighthouse. Towering at a height of 20 meters, they located a door. I refuse to believe this is as impenetrable as the gate. The mindless one kicked forcefully. Bang. The good news was that he managed to create an opening. The bad news was that it was merely a hole. Yangsiki cautioned, let us resort to brute force. There is no energy here. Cheng stepped forward, the dragon claw springing forth instantly. Its sharp claws glimmered with a deadly sheen as they pierced through the door. With a powerful sweep, he left 4 deep gashes in the door. As they prepared to enter, a sudden beam of laser light shot towards them. Perception. Dragon engine. Cheng activated his perception while simultaneously engaging the dragon engine, swiftly moving 18 centimeters to the right, narrowly avoiding the laser. He discerned the attackers, 2Z-1000 behemoth robots. Blasted. The mindless one activated his energy shield and charged forward, seizing 1Z-1000 robot by the neck in each hand. With a fierce grip, he crushed them. Old chap, these are low-level behemoth mechanical guards, just like the ones we encountered before. It appears this place is not entirely deserted. Chapter 162, The Plasma Spark Reactor, The Resurrection of the City. It appears that these two beings have seen better days. Cheng observed the robots with their necks twisted and broken. Much of their armor was missing, and one of the Dominator robots had a bent hand. This was starkly different from the Guardian he had encountered earlier. Indeed, they were concealed within this structure, undetectable by my radar. The mindless one glanced around the interior of the lighthouse, which had an approximate diameter of 10 meters, the walls composed entirely of metal. Some one-way glass allowed sunlight to filter through. Looking up, one could see the enormous crystal sphere. The space was quite expansive, revealing numerous bases of unknown purpose. An elevator and staircase provided access to the crystal sphere, but the elevator was non-functional due to a lack of power. Be cautious. Let us first clear this area, Cheng suggested, glancing at the mindless one as they split up to search for any remaining mechanical life forms. Soon, after a thorough inspection, they found no other mechanical entities. Let us proceed upward, Cheng instructed, allowing the mindless one to lead the way up the staircase. The mindless one possessed its own energy source, making it well-suited for dealing with such low-level guardians while conserving energy. Given the abundance of nutrient solution, energy remained somewhat scarce. If only they could discover an energy vein, even an abandoned one untouched by others, it would alleviate their energy concerns. Aside from the two mechanical life forms they initially encountered, none appeared thereafter. In due course, the duo arrived at the crystal sphere section, where they could survey the entirety of Steel City. Inside, various deactivated apparatuses and control panels lay dormant. This should be the main control center of the entire city's production line, Yang Siki remarked. What about that reflection we saw earlier? Cheng surveyed the surroundings, but discerned nothing. Could it be possible, Yang Siki speculated, that it was a reflection from the crystal? The surface of the crystal sphere atop the lighthouse was indeed faceted like a diamond, capable of reflecting light. However, the beam they observed seemed more like a directed light rather than a mere reflection. Yet, apart from the dormant equipment, there was nothing else present. And the mindless one's radar detected no heat sources. Cheng circled the crystal sphere, taking in the entire cityscape. There were 12 factory buildings, each standing 5 meters tall. Let us act independently and eliminate any remaining mechanical life forms here, Cheng suggested as he made his way downstairs, parting ways with the mindless one. Though he was uncertain why Jennifer had claimed that an army was being produced here, now it appeared to be an empty city. Jennifer and Laxus were nowhere to be found. Yet if this place truly lacked mechanical life forms, it could serve as a base. At the very least, it had once been a city of mechanical beings. The walls and structures were incredibly sturdy. He also entertained a notion: if the production lines within these factories were still operational, could they not utilize the Eye of Dimensions to synthesize upgrades? If that were possible, he would possess his own army of mechanical life forms, regardless of the formidable families or future cities he may face. He could potentially become a force to be reckoned with. There was no sign of mechanical life activity within the city. But the walls of these factories were constructed from metals that could block detection and radar, suggesting that something may still be inside. Yang Siki, piloting a drone, had completed a circuit of the city. Astonishingly, the vast expanse contained only the two aging mechanical life forms they had initially encountered. However, all the factory doors were securely shut, making entry quite challenging. The factory doors could not be as thin as those of the lighthouse, so employing the same tactics would surely be laborious. Cheng inquired, "Are there alternative methods?" He stood before one of the factory doors, scratching its surface with his dragon claw. Creak, creak. His sharp claws left deep gashes upon the door. Meanwhile, the mindless one stood before another factory door, contemplating the door and the cutting energy beam emanating from his fingertip, lost in thought. Opening this might be rather strenuous, given that the city gate had been opened. It was evident that the door operated on an independent energy source, though he surmised that the city likely still possessed some energy, albeit in limited quantity. Yang Siki maneuvered her drone towards an unusual structure. If we can locate an energy source and activate it, I could directly hack into their central control hub. eliminating the need for a forceful entry into the factory doors. I believe I have identified a potential energy chamber. I have marked it for you to inspect. Understood. Cheng and the mindless one reconvened and proceeded toward Yang Siki's designated location. Soon, they arrived at a building resembling a colossal furnace. For immense metal arches supported a red metallic sphere, with a robust pipe extending directly into the ground. Metal conduits branched out from the curved bases of the arches. Structurally, the metallic sphere appeared to be some form of energy reaction apparatus, with the connection to the ground likely serving as an energy supply pipeline. Yang Siki clarified. If we can locate the ignition mechanism, we should be able to activate this energy reactor to supply power to the city. Of course, we must hope that the reactive materials inside are still intact. This is a plasma spark reactor. The mindless one, resting his chin on his hand, remarked. The primary energy source for mechanical life forms is far more advanced than the nuclear fusion reactors developed by humanity in the new century, capable of delivering significantly greater energy output. It is akin to my plasma reactor, albeit mine is a miniature version with limited energy output. This apparatus, however, is truly impressive. Its peak power could sustain the full operational capacity of all production lines within the mechanical life form fortress. Humanity had long since developed fusion technology, which had ushered in the interstellar age. However, such powerful energy sources were absent on Earth. Otherwise, there would be no need to purchase energy blocks to power their appliances. The new humans controlled various energy mines, and if ordinary people utilized free energy, to whom would they sell their energy blocks? Naturally, as technology progressed, humanity's energy consumption increased. Thus, a superior combination of energy blocks and energy stacks would be optimal. As he spoke, the mindless one approached the reactor and examined the four supporting arches, ultimately revealing a mechanical control panel. Look, this is quite impressive, he said, flipping his hair with a flourish as he began to operate the controls. Click. With a mechanical coupling sound. He exclaimed, fortuitously, the reactor remains functional, and there is still a bit of energy left, enough to last approximately a year. The mindless one gazed at the retro interface. I can ignite the furnace using my reactor. Should I proceed? He produced his plasma reactor from his chest. Rest assured, my reactor will remain unharmed. I must caution you. Yang Siki interjected. If we activate the energy, this steel city will come to life. We cannot predict whether it will trigger any dangerous entities. Thus, the decision to take this risk is yours. Activate it, Cheng declared confidently. This place appears to have lain dormant for an extended period. If there were mechanical life forms, they would have activated long ago. The previous family was a mystery, but I have my own plans for this city. The mindless one hesitated no longer and directly inserted the reactor into the control panel. Instantly, a surge of blue energy coursed through the arched metal supports and rapidly flowed into the plasma spark reactor. Kodak, a small blue light ignited within the metallic sphere, rapidly expanding until it filled the entire sphere. The demand for blue energy flows from the interior of the metallic sphere into the external conduits, radiating a soft azure glow. Subsequently, it converges into the energy transmission pipelines below, permeating the city. In an instant, every streetlight illuminates. The turrets upon the city walls begin to rotate slowly. The entire steel metropolis awakens. Chapter 163. Synthesis Upgrade. T850 Energy Production Line. For safety reasons, please refrain from entering the factory for now. I will swiftly hack into their control center. Yang Siki, adorned with AL glasses, maximized her computational power. Once I seize control, I will unveil the mysteries surrounding this steel city. However, breaching the control center is evidently more complex than merely unlocking the main gate. A hacker's intrusion is a silent battle. In the new era, hacking transcends mere computer-to-computer assaults. The consequences of failure were once limited to damaged hardware, but now, the invasions employ one's photon brain in conjunction with specialized devices. A misstep could result in one's mind being invaded or, worse, the destruction of the photon brain itself. Cheng gazed at the central lighthouse control hub, which had illuminated. The crystal orb emitted a radiant white glow. The streetlights flickered on, only to extinguish rapidly, likely detecting that it was still daytime. Although the factory's operational sounds were absent, the hum of energy activation resonated. This implies that controlling the hub could potentially lead to the fabrication of mechanical life forms. Yet, the specifics of the production lines within these factories remain unknown. I must wait for Yang Siki to complete the hack. Half an hour passed. A bead of sweat trickled down Yang Siki's fair visage. Phew, this is no easy feat. I am grateful for the new equipment you provided. Without it, I could never have succeeded in hacking within a century using my old devices. She exhaled deeply. Moreover, it has a self-defense mechanism that counterattacked me. The technology of mechanical life forms is truly astonishing. Despite utilizing the SL Covert Intrusion Suite, the efforts were all hers. She required a conscious operating system, persistently attempting attacks, which drained her mental energy significantly. Are there any other mechanical life forms here? Cheng inquired. None. This city only harbors the 2 mechanical life forms you dispatched earlier. Yang Siki accessed the database, uncovering the events that transpired. This city had been abandoned for 8 years. 8 years? Cheng was particularly sensitive to this duration. However, the desolation of Steel City and the assaults by marauders seemed unconnected. If one were to draw connections, it would relate to R, who acquired certain technologies of mechanical life forms to create semi-mechanical beings. R had also participated in the attack 8 years ago. Yet, after that attack, R ventured into the ruins, learned from the mechanical life forms, and proceeded to modify semi-mechanical entities, attempting to dominate the wasteland. Such a sequence of events appears illogical, lacking crucial information that is undoubtedly significant. Moreover, the precise timelines may not align. To be accurate, Steel City was completed a decade ago. Specific construction data is absent, but it is known that once it was completed, it consistently produced mechanical armies. Yang Siki furrowed her brow at the data, astonished to realize that mechanical life forms had never been entirely eradicated. They have been silently evolving, amassing strength. What transpired after that? The Queen, who surpassed all artificial intelligences, created even more perfect mechanical life forms, igniting a new round of century-long warfare. This resulted in a prohibition against the creation of true artificial intelligence, relegating the endeavor to mere cognitive assistance. If mechanical life forms were not exterminated, could the Queen still exist within the network? She slowly exhaled and continued. Yet, 8 years ago, the core energy plasma spark reactor abruptly shut down, halting all production lines. And all mechanical life forms received the directive to vacate the premises. Only 2 Z-1000 Dominator robots remained in the control center. The whereabouts of the Mechanical Legion remain a mystery. How could this be? Were the family we encountered deceiving us? No Brain pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Cheng squinted at the crystal orb. Can the production line still operate here? Yang Siki nodded. Yes, but they require substantial materials. The underground mines of Jinling City have been exhausted, and I suspect the departure of the mechanical life forms may be linked to the depletion of mineral resources. I'll access the nearest factory. Let me investigate. Very well. Soon, the door to the nearest factory to Cheng creaked open. Let us go. Cheng led the way. Aren't you curious about that family? No Brain followed, still puzzled. They were deliberate. Cheng elucidated. They intentionally mentioned Steel City to inform us of its existence, hinting at the production of mechanical armies, guiding us here. Deliberately guiding us? How shocking. No Brain exclaimed. How could they possibly know we would come? What if I chose not to come? I would be rebellious. Cheng shot him a glance. And where are you now? At Steel City, obviously. Are you daft? No Brain replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Cheng smirked. Thus, they succeeded. The factory's ceiling bore the inscription Energy System Production Assembly Area. Upon entering, they were met with a colossal device reminiscent of a security gate. There were 2 such gates, behind which lay massive mechanical arms. The factory spanned approximately 2 football fields, filled with various assembly, manufacturing, and welding robots alongside different machine tools. It appeared that this facility housed 2 complete energy system production lines. But what do they intend for us to do? No Brain remained perplexed. Glancing around, this is the oldest T-800 robot energy production line, isn't it? Do you recognize it? Of course. I, too, am a mechanical life form. This model is quite antiquated, one of the initial low-end robots. No Brain rolled his eyes, finally conceding. My production line is far more advanced. You possess a production line? Where? Cheng assumed he was a product of a laboratory, akin to a few manufactured precision advanced machines, not large-scale assembly lines. I do. No Brain nodded, but I've forgotten where. Cheng looked at No Brain, wondering if his accent stemmed from the dialect of the place where he was produced. If so, he might have an inkling of its location. The Alliance's forces had nearly been obliterated in combating the Queen. Thus, aiding No Brain in further upgrades necessitated the discovery of a production line. Don't worry, I will find it and assist you in upgrading. Cheng turned to Yongsiki. Please search for any other special structures. Understood. Besides the 12 factories, there are several other buildings. I will investigate. Yongsiki commanded a drone to depart. Cheng activated the dimensional eye, positioning himself between the two separated production lines. 2 identical technological products detected. Would you like to lock them? Excellent. We can synthesize and upgrade. Locking. Synthesis. T850 Robot Energy System Production Line. Chapter 164. Complete Production Line, or Factory. Military Factory. The T850 Robot Energy System Production Line is capable of manufacturing energy systems compatible with T850 type attack robots. This is a low-level micro-energy supercompression core production line, characterized by its low efficiency, representing an initial stage of production. It operates entirely unattended and fully automated, with intelligent fault detection and self-repair capabilities. Under conditions of ample resources, it can achieve self-sufficient production without any manual intervention. The system boasts a high degree of integration and intelligence, capable of producing 20 micro-energy supercompression cores daily. However, its efficiency remains low, classified as first-dimensional technology. Wow, such a massive production line can be upgraded with magic. Muddled stared in astonishment at the suddenly unified production line, which had transformed from rusted to brand new. It appeared more refined and advanced, although the overall structure remained largely unchanged. He leaned closer to Cheng's right eye for a closer inspection. Did that girl Shauna send this? Goodness, how abstract. Where did this come from? From a higher dimensional civilization. The Eye of Dimensions provided a brief explanation of its origin. Incredible! Muddled touched his eye, wishing to experience it himself. Cheng rolled his eyes at him. You can't take it. It has a master. That's a pity. But what if there's another one? Muddled pointed to his 2 eyes. Cheng shook his head. Unclear. Who knows how many eyes those beings from that civilization possess? Perhaps they are like spiders, with just 1 eye. Though he had pondered this question, the Eye of Dimensions did not provide an answer, leaving the mystery unsolved. Moreover, with his current strength, he could not access such advanced technology. Even his dragon armor was merely second-dimensional technology. Surpassing first-dimensional technology is not particularly challenging, however. Advancing to the second dimension appears to be a more protracted journey. Of course, it's possible that the items he used for synthesis and upgrades were developed during the new era, like nutrient solutions in cybernetic bodies, which became commonplace after the century-long war. Thus, he quickly entered the realm of second-dimensional technology. The true beginnings of first-dimensional technology might be traced back to the first computer or the first automobile. Cheng inquired, Are you capable of operating this production line? Of course, Muddled replied confidently. It's just a T850 production line, a slight upgrade from the T800, and still a generation behind the Z1000. It's a generation, not a level. This low-level production line is very straightforward. Good, Cheng nodded. The low level is not an issue. With the Eye of Dimensions, quantity is key. Even low-level technology can surpass high-level counterparts. Although it can only produce 20 per day, what about in 10 days, or 100 days? Naturally, he does not require a highly advanced military. As long as they can fight, that suffices. The mechanical life forms rely on combat capabilities far exceeding that of ordinary humans, along with a vast number. Currently, there is only 1 production line, but if he can discover more, he could produce a more advanced or larger army of mechanical life forms. The 12 factories within the Steel City should ideally be capable of producing a complete production line for a specific model of mechanical soldier. Chi. Open all the factory doors, Cheng commanded. Upgrade all the production lines here to the T850 level. No problem, already opened. I and Oppos, VU checked. And there are 4 large buildings, 1 for storing mining equipment, 1 for construction machinery, another is a military factory, and the last is the factory. There are also some metallic structures, likely warehouses for mechanical soldiers. Yang Siqi controlled the drone to return directly. Understanding that Su Qing likely harbored secrets he did not wish to disclose to others, so she did not investigate further. I've opened all the warehouse doors and marked their locations for you. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. Thank you. Su Qing watched as the drone flew back. He led Muddle to synthesize and upgrade all the production lines in the factories. Each factory contained 2 production lines. Synthesis, T850 robot head production line. Synthesis, T850 robot body core production line. Synthesis, T850. Eye of Dimensions. Current technology cap unlock level 13. 14 completed. Su Qing now possessed a complete, brand new production line for T850 type robots. As long as there are minerals and resources, he can immediately commence production of mechanical soldiers. Let us proceed to the Ur factory. Su Qing arrived at the Ur factory. The two stood before the massive structure, only to find it empty apart from refining equipment. The finished goods warehouse was completely bare. Without resources, there is no way to manufacture an army. Let us check the mining equipment. Su Qing moved to another warehouse. Inside was a large machine resembling a shield tunneling machine, albeit with a massive drill head. Additionally, there were many sturdy mining robots, each equipped with specialized mining tools. Designed with a relatively simple mechanical hydraulic structure, they were durable and powerful. After a moment's consideration, he chose not to synthesize or upgrade these mining robots. Although more advanced mining robots could be obtained, the current ones were sufficient for his needs. He required a greater quantity for mining. The mineral deposits in Jinling City had largely been depleted, leaving behind remnants that needed extensive robotic efforts to excavate. The large drilling machine was singular and could not be synthesized or upgraded. Next, Su Qing examined the construction machinery warehouse, which contained unmanned transport trucks and construction robots, essential for transporting minerals and supplying resources to the production lines. Upon inspecting the energy systems of these machines, he discovered they were all charge-based, eliminating the need for energy blocks. Furthermore, once the plasma spark reactor was activated, these machines began charging immediately. The final stop was the military factory, which housed a complete production line for weapons used by the T-800. Since the T-800 and T-850 utilized the same weapons, there was no need for synthesis or upgrades. Su Qing turned to Muddled. Can you operate this facility entirely? Absolutely, it's a piece of cake. Muddled waved his hand dismissively. Su Qing replied earnestly. Good. Then you stay here and assist me in producing mechanical troops. What do you mean? Are you leaving me here alone? Muddled looked at Su Qing with a hint of grievance. Is there another woman outside? Indeed, human males are so fickle. Unlike me, I only desire 100 robotic girlfriends. Su Qing's lips twitched slightly. I need a force of my own. I am up against powerful elites. Their influence is vast, and I wish to be thoroughly prepared. Thus, your presence here will aid me. He nurtured Xiangyang village to establish his own power. A movie from the old world had already stated that to survive, one must have a background and influence. After pondering, Muddled replied, All right, but you must ensure your safety. I don't want to become a widow at such a young age. This guy is taking advantage of me. Su Qing rolled his eyes. Rest assured, I will certainly outlive you. Now, let us go fetch them. The two set off towards the city outskirts. Oh, you want to live like a turtle? Turtles turn green. You know, I initially planned to find your production line in Guangxi for producing female warriors, but now I'm having second thoughts. Oh no, my friend, I was merely joking. We are like brothers. Come, let us embrace. Chapter 165, Stay Farewell. How long can the energy in this city sustain full production? Su Qing and his companions all entered the crystal ball. According to the system's estimation here, it could only last for 3 months. Yang Siki sat beside the control console, adeptly operating it. If we merely maintain the basic operations of the city, it could last a year. However, the production lines require electricity and the numerous robots, along with engineering machinery, also need charging, which consumes a vast amount of energy. Su Qing nodded. Can we activate the mining robots now? Of course. They will automatically detect our resources and proceed to excavate. Yang Siki replied, displaying a projection. The operation of this city is quite straightforward. The drilling machines create our pits. followed by mining robots that gather the resources, and unmanned transport vehicles that convey the ore to the refining plant for processing. As she explained, various machines, equipment, and factories appeared in the projection, illustrating their collaborative workflow. The refined resources were then transported by robots to the assembly line, where full automation took place for production and assembly. Yang Siki pointed to the final assembly factory. In theory, we can manufacture 20 mechanical soldiers a day. This pace is rather slow, as this is an early production line, but fortunately, it requires minimal human intervention and operates almost entirely automatically, working around the clock. Finally, the projection revealed a robot, with each component meticulously labeled. This is the T-850 mechanical soldier. Cheng observed the robot, noting it was inferior to the Dominator Guardian. It lacked armor, possessing only a skeletal frame, constructed entirely of titanium alloy. Its strength was adequate. Its arms were equipped with 2 large-caliber specialized armor-piercing machine guns and a small grenade launcher, capable of carrying an automatic ammunition replenishment backpack. Once connected to the machine guns and grenade launcher, it could maintain continuous fire until the ammunition in the backpack was exhausted. They employed super-compressed energy modules, supporting a year of operation, but combat could only last a week before requiring a replacement module. The energy modules were produced on a dedicated factory assembly line, with a production speed significantly faster than the energy system. Although the T-850's weaponry was outdated, its destructive potential remained formidable if deployed in sufficient numbers. Cheng turned to the mindless. Can you procure the reaction materials for the plasma spark reactor? That requires some effort, but leave it to me. It may be a bit troublesome. The mindless had decided to stay. With me here, the city will not cease production. Rest assured. I will assist you in creating an army of mechanical life forms. As long as Cheng needed it, he would ensure the city's operation. Excellent. Cheng nodded earnestly, feeling reassured by the mindless commitment. He then inquired of Yang Siki, once these mechanical soldiers are produced, will they obey my commands? Absolutely, I can reprogram them, inputting your characteristics to overwrite their original programming. Thus, they will heed your commands henceforth, Yang Siki confirmed. However, it will take some time, as we must overwrite the program set by the Queen. Cheng asked, could you assist me with the setup? Of course, we are partners. Yang Siki produced a lollipop and offered it to the nearby Rose. Would you like one? Rose shook her head. Thank you. Very well. Yang Siki unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, mumbling, overwriting the original program will require 2 days. Cheng glanced at the others, then contacted Xiao Hong through the Infinite Gateway. Xiao Hong, I have discovered an iron city amid the ruins, which is exceptionally suited to serve as the surface base for Xiangyang Village. I can use a drilling machine to create an underground tunnel connecting to the village, allowing you to enter the city through the tunnel. He intended for the villagers of Xiangyang to join them here. After all, the Iron City lay within the electromagnetic barrier of the ruins, fortified by steel walls and massive energy cannons mounted upon them. It was far safer than Xiangyang Village. Moreover, he aimed to manufacture a mechanical army here, making it an ideal surface base for Xiangyang. The original Xiangyang Village could then serve as a rear base for agricultural development and as a final safe haven. Xiao Hong promptly agreed. Sounds good. We will follow Brother Su's arrangements. Although Su Cheng was not the village chief, his authoritative demeanor elicited the villagers' willingness to heed his words. All right, I will go fetch you all to take a look. After ending the communication, Su Cheng turned to Rose and the others. Please wait for me here. With that, he departed. Soon, he returned with Xiao Hong, Wang Qing, and Zhu Shaner. Wow, I can't believe there is such an iron city within the ruins. Xiao Hong marveled at the magnificent iron city, exclaiming, this is not a city that humans could construct. And look at all these factories. They are enormous. Wang Qing's eyes widened as he gazed around, taking in the crystal ball's view. This was their first encounter with a surface city, and it was astonishingly grand. I brought you all here for a reason, Su Cheng stated seriously. After tonight, I will head north alone. You may choose to leave, return to the ruins, or remain here. I will stay. Rose was the first to speak. I initially intended to help you, but it seems I have contributed nothing, given my current abilities. I cannot return to assist my family. Since you require this place to produce mechanical soldiers, I shall stay and help you oversee it. Su Cheng nodded. Very well. When I return, I will find you a compatible prosthetic. Although he could replace her damaged prosthetic, Rose was unwilling to do so, as it belonged to her family. Jushaner, seeing this, chimed in. I will stay too, Brother Su. I will help you guard this place. Humph, I never intended to follow you. Yang Siki turned her chair. There are too many matters to attend to. It would be better to leave. Thank you, everyone, Su Cheng replied. The mindless will remain. He understands how this place operates, and together you can collaborate. Although each of them could have left, they chose to stay. Su Cheng silently etched this in his heart. Night fell. Upon returning to Xiangyang village, Xiaohong did not immediately distribute the foundational enhancement liquid to the villagers. Instead, she established a selection mechanism, aiming to choose those with superior physical attributes to maximize the efficacy of the enhancement liquid. After a delightful communal meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms. The mindless quietly asked, Are you truly going to leave alone? This would be their first separation after 8 years. Su Cheng nodded. Yes. I must find the murderer of my parents. It is more convenient to do so alone. The mindless pouted. All right, but be careful. Without me, no one will protect you. Do not worry. I am always prudent, Su Cheng reassured him. He had never been one to act recklessly. He ensured he had sufficient intelligence and preparation before proceeding. For instance, the revival of the Iron City was a strategic move for facing the future city. I will miss you a bit. The mindless turned over. Su Cheng smiled faintly. The mindless was his most trusted partner. It would be impossible not to feel a tinge of reluctance after all they had been through together since their parents' passing. They had long since become like brothers. He also turned away, feigning impatience. We are all grown men. Do not be so sentimental. I dislike melodrama. Who is being sentimental? I am just reluctant to part with my gaming console. You can go, but leave the console behind. I must defeat the Tiger Vanguard. You can keep your console. Hey, I do not have one. Chapter 166. The Dead City of Huizhou Mutants. Through the network universe, I can connect with you at any time. So there's no need to worry. The following day, everyone gathered to bid farewell to Su Cheng. Xiaohong expressed her concern, saying, Brother Su, safe travels. Wang Qin chimed in, Be careful. Here are some vegetables we prepared. He handed a large bag of vegetables to Su Cheng. Accepting the vegetables, Su Cheng remarked with a knowing smile, Be brave. Wang Cheng, stealing a glance at Xiaohong, scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Yeah, just wait. Xiao Ming stepped forward, patting his chest. When I grow up, I'll join you. Su Cheng smiled slightly, producing 12 bottles of D-grade enhancement potions, 1 bottle each day. He was uncertain how many Xiao Ming could utilize, but the quantity was sufficient. Thank you, brother. Xiao Ming exclaimed, overjoyed, fully aware of their preciousness. Take care, Brother Su. Mr. Su, stay safe. Today, Chang Wei, without binding her chest, stood alongside Jushaner, drawing attention. Dr. Su, you are always welcome to return. If you need anything, just call us. Everyone was warm and welcoming, except for the absent-minded individual standing to the side. Su Cheng approached and patted his shoulder. I'm leaving. Get lost. The absent-minded one waved dismissively. If you encounter difficulties, remember to call me, you novice. Don't overexert yourself if I'm not around. Su Cheng smiled gently, saying nothing more, and directly entered the driver's seat. After placing the vegetables in the refrigerator, he started the camper and departed. The absent-minded one lingered for a long while until he was out of sight, muttering, Damn. He leisurely turned and walked back to the village. Time to play some games. Hey, if you need anything, remember to find me, even though you're quite annoying. Yang Siki's voice echoed in his mind. But when it comes to hackers and online matters, I am the expert. Don't act recklessly. Su Cheng replied with a message, I will, upon re-entering the ruins. He passed through Iron City and continued northward. After leaving Iron City, the scenery transformed into a lush green vista. Su Cheng glanced at the surveillance of the receding Iron City, pondering what it would become under the management of the absent-minded one. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. Su Cheng checked the surveillance and sighed, extra meal. A deer, chased by a pack of wolves, collided with the vehicle. The car automatically braked, but the deer could not stop in time and crashed into it. Fortunately, the animal did not trigger the camper's self-defense mechanism. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to pulp mid-journey. The pack of wolves, cautious by nature, halted before the imposing camper. too intimidated to seize the already deceased prey. After assessing the surroundings for danger, Cheng exited the vehicle to retrieve the deer, placing it in the rear compartment. Utilizing the refrigerator's quick freeze function, he completely froze the deer in just 10 seconds, preserving its freshness to the utmost. He then sought some spices, as this was a rare delicacy. Back in the driver's seat, Cheng honked the horn, sending the wolves fleeing. The camper resumed its journey. After undergoing a series of pushing and pulling, the camper passed through the electromagnetic barrier of the ruins and reached the northern boundary desert. The howling wind outside posed no threat to the vehicle. This desert expanse was evidently broader than that of the ruined city. After driving for approximately 5 hours, Cheng finally glimpsed the hazy boundary. Through it, he faintly discerned a massive shadow looming. As the camper crossed the boundary, a war-torn city came into view. Unlike the lush ruins, this area exhibited a scene of utter devastation. Though trees were present, decay was evident everywhere. The entire city was suffocated by lifelessness, devoid of vitality. Originally, Huizhou and Jinling were adjacent cities, but now they were worlds apart. This was the first battlefield established by mechanical life forms, thus suffering the most severe destruction. Cities from the old world were vast, but after the century-long war, they were consumed by the desert. Each city shrank in size or vanished entirely, buried beneath the sands. Furthermore, not every city was connected by ruins. Some were merely endless deserts, while others were desolate, chaotic wastelands. What struck Cheng most profoundly was the enormous, tilted shadow rising into the clouds from a distance. Despite the distance, its grandeur was palpable. The ground rose in layers. The closer he approached the shadow, the higher the ground's elevation. It resembled a colossal meteorite crash. Centered around it, the ground and surrounding structures had all been obliterated, forming concentric waves of destruction. In this landscape, only a few plants could survive. With the city in such ruins, would he still be able to find the Huaca Institute? Cheng gazed upon this dead city, pondering that even if the institute existed, its production facilities or laboratories had likely been destroyed long ago. Judging by the impact, even underground laboratories would have surely collapsed. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to investigate, for the original implant laboratory was located there. Just as he was about to enter the network universe to contact number 3, a petite figure suddenly dashed past the front of the vehicle. Cheng's eyes widened. Although the figure moved swiftly, he discerned its form. A half-beast person? Indeed, it resembled a creature from the game Black Myth he played. The figure was that of a creature with a deer's head and a human body. Judging by its stature, it appeared to be a young girl. Shortly after, 3 ragged individuals, wielding handguns and sporting mechanical hydraulic prosthetics, pursued her. Damn, let us see how long you can run. Ha. Don't let us catch you. Yeah. Run faster. If we catch you, we'll have our fun. They laughed heartily, viewing the fleeing deer girl as an easy target. However, upon spotting the camper, they came to a halt. Oh my, look at this big fellow. There's bound to be good stuff inside. Is anyone home? Damn it, get out of the car. A portly man, with a round face, brandished his gun towards the driver's seat. Cheng had no intention of engaging. He pressed the gas pedal, preparing to drive away. You deaf? Get down. The fat man bellowed again. I'll shoot. Chapter 167, The Deer Person. The biochemical experiment segment of the cosmic Great Wall. Please, brother, spare me. The last man's words were abruptly silenced as Cheng delivered a decisive punch, obliterating half of his skull. Simultaneously, he activated the skill Perception, not to evade danger, but to prevent blood and viscous matter from splattering onto himself. After dispatching the 3 men, he turned to leave. Thank you. Thank you. A timid voice suddenly broke the silence. Cheng glanced back to see the deer-headed girl, who had just fled, standing there with her head bowed, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Truth be told, the sight of a deer head speaking human language appeared oddly dissonant. Yet, in this frenzied world, it seemed almost plausible. Humanity had long been transformed into various forms, cyborgs, mechanical organs, reproductive systems, photon brains, and so forth. Moreover, he recalled the trio referring to themselves as mutants. This indicated that the girl with the deer head and human body must have undergone human mutation. She was originally human, or rather, her essence was human. Cheng cast a glance at the distant shadow, pondering its nature and whether everything here was somehow connected to that shadow. No need, he said. withdrawing his gaze nonchalantly. Prepared to depart. Where are you going? This is your first time in the Dead City, right? Perhaps I can assist you, the dear girl implored, hastily interjecting. Cheng halted, scrutinizing her for a moment before inquiring, do you know where the Huaca Institute is? He had intended to ask about number 3, who had mentioned that he could be contacted upon arrival in Huizhou Prefecture. Perhaps number 3 was indeed in Huizhou. However, until he discerned number 3's true identity, it would be prudent to maintain distance. He was uncertain about the true nature of the 11 dominators of the Illuminati. Furthermore, number 3 was a tiger-headed figure, possibly another mutant. Caution was prudent with respect to this entirely unfamiliar species. In contrast to number 3, the dear girl before him posed no immediate threat. He could easily dispatch her if necessary. You wish to go there? She asked, surprised. That path leads through the chaotic wasteland, perilously close to the inner ring. It's dangerous. What is the chaotic wasteland? Cheng queried, intrigued. Yes, I can tell you where the Huaca Institute is and even guide you there. However, in exchange, could you spare me some food? Just a little will suffice. The dear girl looked cautiously at Cheng, fearful of rejection. It was a reasonable exchange. Cheng nodded. Very well, you guide me, and I shall provide you with sustenance. Thank you. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude fervently. You saved me. I should be repaying you. But I truly need food. We live on the outskirts of the shock ring, and provisions are scarce. I have a brother and a father to care for. As long as you provide food, I will divulge anything you wish to know. The dear girl continued to explain her plight, seemingly feeling guilty for requesting an exchange after being saved. Cheng waved his hand dismissively. I am not interested in your backstory. This is a simple transaction for food. He had not intended to rescue the dear girl and had no interest in altruism. The 3 men had merely courted their own demise. With that, he led the dear girl to the back of the vehicle and opened the refrigerator. This, please, don't kill me. My meat is not appetizing. It's sour. The dear girl recoiled in horror upon seeing a deer head in the fridge, mistakenly believing Cheng was a hunter of her kind. This is an animal deer, not a mutant. It collided with my vehicle, Cheng explained, realizing he had forgotten that he had placed the deer in the fridge earlier. He pointed to the still damp bloodstains on the dashboard. The dear girl scrutinized the fridge, noticing the intact deer carcass, which somewhat alleviated her fears. Cheng retrieved several vegetables and 2 bottles of mid-grade nutritional liquid, handing them over before closing the refrigerator. The chilled nutritional liquid had a more palatable flavor. He had placed all the remaining unrefined nutritional liquids inside, totaling around 30 bottles. Can you consume this nutritional liquid? He inquired. The dear girl timidly nodded, trembling as she accepted the vegetables and nutritional liquid. Cheng shut the car door. Now, let us discuss the chaotic wasteland, the Huaca Institute, and your circumstances. The Huaca Institute you seek is near that fallen segment of the Great Wall. She indicated towards the immense shadow in the distance. That shadow was a section of the cosmic Great Wall, originally suspended in the heavens, which had inexplicably plummeted and crashed into Huizhou Prefecture. Astonishingly, that shadow was humanity's first monumental space endeavor, the cosmic Great Wall. No wonder it was so colossal. It served as a cosmic harbor for humanity. Yet, the Huaca Institute had been struck by a fragment of the cosmic Great Wall. It was likely reduced to mere dust. I recall my father mentioning that we originated from that segment of the cosmic Great Wall. Approximately 500 years ago, it fell, utterly obliterating Huizhou Prefecture and transforming it into a dead city. The dear girl continued. That segment of the cosmic Great Wall was, in fact, a biological laboratory. They employed various methods, including grafting, genetic fusion, and breaking reproductive barriers, to merge humans with animals, in an attempt to create new species. We are the mutants birthed from that experiment. The revelation that mutants were the product of humanity's scientific ambitions was staggering. 500 years prior, during the era of stars, humanity had already abandoned Earth. Floating cities and the cosmic Great Wall had long existed. Humanity's audacity was unfathomable. They attempted to play God and create new life forms. The chaotic wasteland encompassed the area surrounding the cosmic Great Wall's crash site, rich in resources and replete with verdant flora. It was deemed a wasteland due to its charred soil, starkly contrasting with their current surroundings. However, it was the sole locale harboring the unique vegetation of the Dead City. Moreover, the The presence of various mutants and other factions rendered it highly chaotic. Some mutants are exceedingly powerful, the dear girl cautioned. That is all I know. As for the Huaca Institute, I only have a general idea of its location and cannot ascertain whether it still exists. Take me there, Cheng insisted, gesturing towards the vehicle. I can provide you with more food. The dear girl pondered briefly before nodding. All right, but I must return home first. Very well, Cheng replied, initially intending to wait. The dear girl suggested, you can drive alongside me. The Huaca Institute is in the direction of my home. Then let us proceed together, he agreed. Observing that the dear girl bore no weapons. Can I ride in the car? She asked timidly. Certainly, he replied, opening the passenger door. The girl surveyed the clean interior, dusting herself off before cautiously climbing in. Instead of sitting in the seat, she crouched in front of it. Cheng raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? I'm dirty. I don't want to soil such a fine vehicle, she murmured, head bowed. He tossed her a blanket, which she carefully folded and placed on the seat but did not sit on. This is a gift for you. Thank you, she replied, cradling the blanket tenderly. Observing her, Cheng fell silent and started the vehicle, driving away. After they left, the neural interfaces of the three corpses on the ground flickered with sparks. Soon, the vehicle halted before an elevated patch of earth, distorted by shockwaves. Here stood a simple wooden cabin. I will return shortly, the dear girl asked behind her. There was an elderly deer man and a young deer boy, both draped in blankets. As early winter had already set in, that blanket might have been their warmest possession. They silently gazed at the dear girl, watching as the caravan departed. Cheng spoke softly. Once we reach the vicinity of the Huaca Institute, you may return. Thank you. Chapter 168. The Chaotic Wasteland, the Wolf-Headed Man. The Huizhou Prefecture has been largely consumed by the encroaching desert. Presently, the only habitats for the mutated beings lie within the confines affected by the impact waves of the cosmic Great Wall, specifically within the shockwave rings. The uplifted crust has fortuitously formed a natural barrier against the winds and sands. The closer one approaches the cosmic Great Wall, the more devastated the cities become, yet paradoxically, the vegetation flourishes. The dear girl resides at the very periphery. This circular structure consists of a total of 12 layers. The dear girl softly remarked, of course. I have only heard my father speak of it. I am uncertain about the specifics, as we dare not venture inward. Cheng replied nonchalantly, it matters not. According to the RV's radar, the width between each ring structure is approximately 1,000 meters. This indicates that the dead city is a circular metropolis with a diameter of 24 kilometers, encompassing an area of about 452 square kilometers. This expanse is merely half that of the ruined city. It is significant to note that this was once the site of the original Huizhou Prefecture, covering an area of 140,000 square kilometers. Now, it has dwindled to just over 400 square kilometers. This is the reality of war. Between each shockwave ring, there exists a gap of roughly 5 meters, allowing the mutated beings to traverse in and out. The outermost shockwave ring towers approximately 30 meters high, equivalent to nearly 10 stories. It is insurmountable for ordinary humans, who can only advance through the gaps. The further one ventures inward, the higher the shockwave rings grow, increasing the difficulty of crossing them. The RV smoothly navigated through the initial shockwave rings, where the majority of the inhabitants are herbivorous mutants. They subsist on vegetation, living in dire circumstances akin to slums. The young and robust mutants have opted to abandon the dead city in search of survival in other urban areas. The dear girl gazed out the window, noting, those who remain are mostly elderly and children. Few venture out and return. The elderly linger until death, while the children grow up without ever seeing their parents. After approximately 5 minutes of travel, the ground began to display scorch marks. Though the flora was noticeably more abundant here, and the local mutants appeared healthier and more robust than those at the outer edges. Regardless of whether they are human, mutated beings, or animals, resources are allocated according to strength. The truth of the survival of the fittest remains an immutable law. Before long, Cheng gradually discerned a patch of charred earth. They had arrived at the 6th shockwave ring, on the brink of the chaotic wasteland. Simultaneously, the colossal form of the cosmic Great Wall became evident, immense beyond measure. The outer shell of the cosmic Great Wall, having endured intense friction during its descent through the atmosphere, was entirely scorched black. However, there were no signs of damage. The true destruction of the cosmic Great Wall was wrought by the force of impact. The resilient alloy experienced severe compression upon collision. The entire structure resembled a train carriage magnified hundreds or even thousands of times, skewered into the ground. It is evident that metal strength developed by humanity centuries ago was astonishing. Plummeting from low Earth orbit, it remarkably did not collapse entirely. With his enhanced vision, Cheng could perceive numerous mutants atop it. Lush green plants sprawled from the ground up to half the height of the Great Wall. The Huaca Institute should be located within the second ring or deeper, though I am uncertain of its exact position. The dear girl pointed ahead. We dare not enter the chaotic wasteland, as it is exceedingly perilous, hence we have never ventured inside. The shockwave rings are the result of the cosmic Great Wall's impact raising the crust, forming circular landforms. The chaotic wasteland lies within the sixth ring. Here, the ground is entirely charred, and the buildings are utterly destroyed. Yet, paradoxically, there exists a greater abundance of plants than outside. On the scorched earth, peculiar large trees and flora thrive, bearing an array of colorful fruits. This stands in stark contrast to conventional wisdom. Here, resources are indeed more plentiful. Beyond the seventh ring, there is scarcely any grass or vegetation. The dear girl's family resides at the outermost ring, closest to the desert. Cheng nodded. Very well, you may return here. Since you are unaware of the precise location, it is futile to continue accompanying me. He halted the vehicle, opened the door, and handed her a blanket, urging her to disembark. These provisions were given to him by the villagers of Xiangyang, yet the RV was equipped with heating, alleviating his concerns about the winter chill. Thank you. Please take care, the girl murmured, her gaze lowered. After expressing her gratitude, she hurriedly departed with the blanket. Cheng resumed his journey inward. As the RV entered the chaotic wasteland, it immediately attracted the attention of numerous mutants. The RV's imposing size and futuristic appearance were unlike anything seen in this dead city. Cheng observed several monkey-headed mutants perched in the trees, all fixated on the RV, gradually congregating. These beings possess human consciousness, yet retain animal instincts. Following their mutation, they have become closely aligned with their animal counterparts, their lifestyles and dietary habits undergoing significant transformations. They embody a fusion of human and animal modes of existence and sustenance. Hence, the dear girl can consume nutrient solutions. At their core, they remain human. When scientists studied this species, they likely envisioned a scenario where humanity could more readily adapt to varying environments. Imagine if this species had been perfected and transformed. Would it not herald the emergence of an entirely new and complete ecosystem? Herbivorous mutants would be preyed upon by carnivorous mutants, while they themselves would consume grass or weaker insects. A symbiotic relationship exists among different mutated beings, akin to the societal structures found in the animal kingdom. This represents an entirely distinct path of creation, divergent from mechanical life forms. It appears that these mutated beings have indeed proliferated across the earth, thriving without the scourge of war against humans or mechanical entities for centuries, resulting in a potentially vast population. Yet, they remain unseen in the Dead City, perhaps obscured by the ruins. The Dead City may be the origin of these mutants, though it is not the most populous area, much like the Earth, the cradle of humanity. Now abandoned, the vehicle continued to advance, and Cheng spotted reservoirs and ponds. Here, a complete ecological structure thrived, proving more suitable for habitation than the outer rings. Simultaneously, he detected from the RV's radar that he was being watched. Bang! A resounding crash emanated from the right side of the RV. However, the vehicle automatically adjusted its stance, remaining steady without any tremors. Cheng examined the internal systems, which alerted him to an attack. Nonetheless, the titanium-tungsten alloy shell of the RV was remarkably robust, sustaining no damage. The assailant was a wolf-headed mutant. The radar indicated at least 30 wolf-headed mutants surrounding the RV. At that moment, a group of wolf-headed mutants appeared at the front, their blood-red eyes fixated on Cheng in the driver's seat, evidently intent on seizing the RV. Cheng promptly activated the RV's self-defense system. Instantly, 2 weapon ports opened on either side of the RV, deploying 8 E-level kinetic rifles. These rifles were reinforced E-level models, though not yet reaching D level. The vehicle and Oppo's fire control radar swiftly locked onto the wolf-headed mutants, and gunfire erupted. Having already attacked the RV, mercy was not an option. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, causing the surrounding mutants to scatter in terror. Howl, disperse, move in for an attack, focus on one. A wolf and Oppo's howl resonated across the wasteland, followed by the leader of the wolf-headed mutants issuing the attack command. Cheng accelerated the RV, and a barrage of flames erupted in their wake. The wolf-headed mutants moved with incredible speed, skillfully dodging the bullets with agile maneuvers. Moreover, they all targeted a singular location, attempting to breach the defenses through concentrated force. It must be acknowledged that the mutants possess formidable strength, combining human intellect with the ferocity of beasts. However, the weaponry system of the RV is incredibly robust, unleashing a barrage of bullets that shatter each wolf-headed creature, though they exhibit remarkable speed. Their skin offers no protection against the onslaught of gunfire. Yet, akin to a well-coordinated pack of wolves, they launch wave after wave of relentless assaults. Despite suffering grievous losses, their attacks never falter. Cheng observed that the right side of the RV had begun to show signs of denting. At that moment, a gray figure emerged, moving with swiftness that surpassed the other wolf-headed beings. With a resounding crash, the RV shuddered slightly. The surveillance footage revealed a completely gray wolf-headed creature colliding with the vehicle, its force far exceeding that of all the previous attackers combined. Retreat, it growled, prompting the remaining wolf-headed creatures to scatter and flee into the distance. Cheng halted the vehicle, deducing from the behavior of wolves that this creature must be the Wolf King or the Alpha. Its earlier commands to the other mutants were merely to gauge the RV's defensive capabilities and the offensive power of its weaponry. He must concede that it has perfectly inherited the caution characteristic of wolves. When the bullets from the E-grade kinetic rifle struck its gray fur, they produced a sound akin to metal clashing, scattering sparks as they ricocheted away. Cheng summoned the dragon armor and exited the vehicle. He was determined to prevent these mutants from damaging his camp's RV. Without further ado, he unleashed the dragon claws, charging directly at the gray wolf-headed creature. To his astonishment, upon seeing Cheng clad in battle armor, the creature chose to flee. Chapter 169, Counter-Surround, Alien Organs, Hunter. They will die. They truly will die. The wolf-headed man's heart raced with frantic alarms. The instinct of the beast made him realize, upon seeing Cheng, that he was outmatched. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Cheng never anticipated such a swift retreat. He could not allow an assailant to escape. The wolf-headed man's speed was impressive, but Cheng was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Cheng was upon him, prompting the wolf-headed man to howl into the sky. Instantly, other wolf-headed men charged in. Now, you cannot return to your vehicle. The Wolf King halted, grinning as he gazed at Cheng. He sensed the danger. Yet, as a wolf, he believed that even against a formidable foe, their collective might could tear a piece of flesh from him. They were wolves. This was a hunt. Danger only ignited their ferocity. He deliberately lured Cheng away from his vehicle, allowing his comrades to encircle him. He whispered orders, alternate positions, surround him, and attack with full force. At once, all the wolf-headed men began to run in alternating patterns, converging on Cheng. Die. One wolf-headed man leaped high, his sharp claws glistening ominously. The fur on his face billowed in the wind. A dreadful grinding sound echoed as the wolf claws raked fiercely across the dragon armor, leaving not a single mark. Cheng seized his arm and pivoted, forcefully striking another wolf-headed man approaching him. The two collided violently, spewing forth blood. Once more, Cheng exerted his strength, lifting the wolf-headed man and slamming him down onto two others. With a swift motion, he plunged into the throng of wolf-headed men. It is said that a tiger falling into a pack of wolves faces dire consequences. Yet now, it seemed the wolf-headed men were the ones ensnared in a tiger's den. Their fur was remarkably tough, impervious even to gunfire. Only the kinetic weapons of the new era could penetrate their hide. Yet, such defenses appeared laughable before Cheng. With each swipe of his claws, he effortlessly tore a wolf-headed man in half. His movements were swift and fluid, making it seem as though he was not surrounded, but rather the one encircling the wolf-headed men. If you reveal the exact location of the Huaca Institute, I might spare you. Cheng cast aside the corpse of the last wolf-headed man and turned to the entirely gray wolf-headed figure. The gray wolf, trembling with fear, had not anticipated Cheng's immense strength. This power was unparalleled in the Dead City, especially during their assault on the Sixth Ring. For many years, such a formidable individual had rarely graced their territory. This place was the Dead City, a forsaken land of indifference. I have never heard of the Huaca Institute. Everything here is ruined, save for the circular ground left by the cosmic Great Wall's fall. There are no other buildings. The gray wolf feigned composure, though his quivering voice betrayed him. Then you are of no use to me. With that, Cheng lunged forward, his dragon claw piercing through the wolf's heart. The surrounding fleeing mutants were astonished as they witnessed Cheng effortlessly obliterate a pack of wolf-headed men. The gray wolf had been killed in an instant. His defenses were impervious to bullets. Who was this human? How did he enter the Dead City? Was he merely passing through? Did they not all travel to other cities aboard that thing in the sky? I am not certain. We have only this expanse of ruins, and many of our own have left. Above the Dead City, there were high-altitude tracks connecting various locales. The wolf-headed men were a force not to be underestimated in the chaotic wasteland. Their individual combat prowess might not be the strongest, but they were certainly the most united and skilled in teamwork. They had long hunted other mutants or intercepted the rare passerby. Cheng surveyed the mutants around him. The golden brooch on his chest subtly shifted, and the dragon armor transformed back into his everyday attire. At that moment, he heard the roar of engines. Indeed, 3 military green off-road vehicles were speeding toward him from the distance. The mutants, who had initially gathered to watch, scattered to hide. Cheng gazed at the convoy, which consisted of 3 off-road vehicles. Each vehicle was equipped with a machine cannon, and many modified humans wielded various weapons, including old-world rocket launchers and a few kinetic and energy weapons from the new century. The convoy rolled up to Cheng and a one-eyed man, wearing an eye patch. Disembarked. He was blind in his left eye, the opposite of Cheng. The one-eyed man puffed on a cheap cigarette he had crafted himself, inhaling deeply before striding towards Cheng. Ah, look at this delicate little fellow. He chuckled. The others erupted in laughter. The teeth of these wolf-headed men were valuable commodities, capable of fetching a considerable amount in the trade ring. The one-eyed man greedily eyed the corpses of the wolf-headed men. Exchange for supplies? Cheng inquired, puzzled. Well, it matters not if you know, the one-eyed man replied, his demeanor confident. Mutants possess unique alien organs, which can be traded in the trade ring for a wealth of valuable goods. This place is more than it appears. Understanding dawned on Cheng. They were treating mutants as livestock to be sold. The one-eyed man arrogantly gestured toward the RV. Is that your vehicle? Quite nice. It now belongs to me. Wow, boss. I like this one. He's so tender. He laughed heartily, thumping his chest. It's all yours, buddy. He then turned back to Cheng. We are hunters. Everything in the Dead City belongs to us, including you, haha. Hunters? Cheng glanced at the fallen wolf-headed men. So, this group specialized in hunting mutants and harvesting their alien organs for sale. No wonder the mutants fled at their sight. Perhaps these individuals even consumed mutants, viewing them as no different from livestock, especially in such a resource-scarce environment. The one-eyed man exhaled a plume of smoke towards Cheng, jesting. Hand over the car keys quickly, or I'll kill you. Cheng's expression turned icy. In a flash, he was before the one-eyed man, seizing his neck. The one-eyed man was taken aback, never expecting Cheng to act so brazenly, especially with their numbers and weaponry. He felt as if his neck were caught in an Iron 6 API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 170. Guardian of the Divine Tree. Token. After dispatching the hunters, Cheng crouched down to gather the teeth of the wolf-headed men. These teeth glimmered with a metallic sheen, appearing exceptionally sharp. In total, he collected 140 mutated teeth from 35 wolf-headed men. He pondered their potential value and what they might be exchanged for, deciding to keep them for the time being. At that moment, Cheng realized that these wolf-headed men had mutated due to biological research, which should also be considered a form of technology. Thus, could they not be classified as technological products? After all, biotechnology is indeed a branch of technology. The mindless, being products of mechanical intelligence, are also sentient beings. Cheng promptly activated his dimensional eye, attempting to lock onto the corpses of two wolf-headed men. Unable to lock on, the system replied, "Technological life forms must include at least one living entity, which must willingly accept synthesis and enhancement." Upon seeing this prompt, Cheng understood the implications. Without restrictions and disregarding the willingness of others, direct synthesis and enhancement would yield entities that would not heed his commands. This meant that one of the prerequisites for synthesis and enhancement was the ownership of the other party, much like the mindless, who willingly accepted the process. Furthermore, if deceased entities could be synthesized and enhanced, it would essentially mean resurrecting a life form. The dimensional eye could restore damaged or malfunctioning technological products to a pristine state through synthesis and enhancement. In terms of living technological entities, this equates to resurrection. Perhaps, in the future, when reaching a higher dimension, such feats might be achievable, but at present, such divine capabilities were beyond reach. After collecting all the teeth from the wolf-headed men, he also gathered the weapons from the Cyclops and others. These too could be synthesized and enhanced. The RV's weaponry needed improvement, as E-grade was too low. Additionally, some of these individuals possessed cybernetic enhancements that could be upgraded. Cheng was well-versed in this process, efficiently collecting all useful resources and storing them in the RV's storage compartment. In total, he managed to assemble 3 complete sets of E-grade mechanical enhancements and half a set of D-grade enhancements. The haul was satisfactory. The previously hidden mutants, upon hearing the cessation of the screams, cautiously emerged to investigate. They were astonished to witness Cheng effortlessly dispatching the hunters, who lay dismembered like the butchered prey. He appeared even more terrifying than the hunters themselves. Ignoring the gazes of the mutants, Cheng organized his spoils and returned to the vehicle, starting it up. A kilometer was not far, and the RV quickly approached the edge of the 6th ring. The entrance to the 5th ring lay ahead. However, this entrance was somewhat different. It was wider than previous entrances, yet those earlier entries had posed no barriers. At this entrance stood 2 towering trees. Each tree soared over 20 meters high, their lush foliage resembling colossal canopies. Numerous tree houses nestled among the branches, inhabited by many monkey-headed beings. The trees bore an abundance of red and yellow fruits. The branches of these trees completely obstructed the passage, rendering it impassable. Furthermore, the branches shimmered with a metallic hue, appearing remarkably sturdy. Cheng brought the vehicle to a gradual halt. He could bypass the impact ring directly, but the RV lacked the capability to traverse through. Disembarking, he refrained from approaching hastily and instead produced some nutrient solution. For those who knew how to pass, this nutrient solution was for you. He placed the nutrient solution on the ground. The monkey-headed beings, residing in these trees, should possess knowledge of how to proceed. Upon seeing the nutrient solution, they all grimaced and pointed at the fruits above. Clearly, they did not lack for food. Unlike other mutants who struggled to secure resources due to insufficient strength or the scarcity of provisions in the outer rings, Cheng contemplated for a moment before retrieving some of the previously collected wolf-headed teeth. Adding these to the mix piqued the interest of the monkey-headed beings. An elderly monkey-headed man emerged from a treehouse. The guardians of the divine tree only appeared from the 6th ring onwards. He was the guardian of the motherland. The old monkey-headed man stated, "To pass through the divine tree, you must possess a token." He gestured for 2 monkey-headed beings to descend from the tree and approach Cheng, taking away the nutrient solution and the wolf-headed teeth. Cheng did not object and continued to inquire, "What is the token?" The elder did not provide an answer but instead countered, "Do you seek passage to the motherland?" Cheng shook his head. "I aim to reach the Huaca Institute. I have no interest in other places." The motherland? Most likely referring to the site where the cosmic Great Wall had fallen. After all, mutants originated from there. The elder nodded slowly. "The token consists of tokens from various tribes. Come forth. The guardians of the divine tree will not attack you unprovoked." Cheng glanced at the towering trees, wondering if the trees themselves would attack. He cautiously approached, and the 2 great trees showed no reaction. With a gentle leap, he landed on a branch 10 meters high. This startled the nearby monkey-headed beings. The branches were immensely thick, over a meter wide. The old monkey-headed man examined the wolf-headed teeth handed to him by his kin. I did not expect you to have slain the gray wolf. Thus, you surely cannot possess the token of the wolf clan. Cheng replied calmly. No need for concern. Simply inform me of the required tokens. Refuse? Then we shall compel them to give. The elder glanced at Cheng and murmured something to those beside him. One of the monkey-headed beings, after listening, reluctantly entered the treehouse. The elder remarked, "This is a chaotic wasteland. There exists no order here. As for the conditions of the subsequent impact ring, I am unaware." At that moment, the monkey-headed being returned from the treehouse holding a wooden box, which he handed to the elder. The elder presented the box to Cheng. Here lies the token. When the guardians of the divine tree sense the token, they shall grant you passage. Cheng opened the box to reveal a small object resembling a fleshy lump. Yet, this lump appeared to possess a wooden texture, appearing quite peculiar. Its shape was distinctly reminiscent of a monkey's head. The elder explained, "This is a fragment of the guardian of the divine tree. You must possess tokens from at least 5 different tribes before the divine tree will allow your passage. Many tribes inhabit the chaotic grasslands, so finding 4 more tokens should not be arduous. Naturally, should you encounter the hunter tribe, they hold numerous tokens from various clans." Cheng smiled faintly at this. The old monkey intended to use him as a pawn. The hunters, who hunt mutants, would undoubtedly possess a plethora of tribal tokens. However, the elder's deliberate mention of this was clearly a suggestion to incite conflict. No wonder he could rule over this monkey-headed tribe. In reality, the leaders of monkeys are typically the most formidable fighters. Yet here, it was an elderly monkey-headed man guiding his tribe to dominate the richest resources among the 2 divine trees, which was no small feat. If you possess the teeth of the wolf clan, we would also be willing to exchange for additional items, including more information about this place and the location of the Huaka Institute. The elder had employed 2 cunning strategies. He hinted to Cheng that he could directly obtain all the tokens from the hunters. The hunters would not easily surrender their tokens, which would inevitably lead to conflict. Regardless of which side suffered losses, it would be favorable news for the mutants. Simultaneously, he also informed Cheng that he could acquire tokens from the wolf-headed men, offering to exchange resources and further intelligence. Clearly, there existed a long-standing enmity between the wolf-headed men and the monkey-headed beings. In truth, both options were inconsequential for Cheng. He needed to obtain the tokens to enter the next ring and sought more information. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 171. The Hunter Tribe, Vines, and the Wise departing from the sacred tree. Cheng grasped the 6th ring map provided by the monkey-headed man and drove towards the Hunter Tribe. His intention was indeed to seek out the hunters and simultaneously deal with the wolf-headed man. However, this did not imply that the old monkey intended to use him as a mere pawn. If the old monkey wished to employ his services, sufficient compensation was a necessity. Thus, he made his demands clear. After watching Cheng depart, the old monkey turned to those nearby and instructed, "Prepare some of the wine we brew. It seems we have roused a rather difficult individual to deceive. Elder Chief, our wine is precious. The younger generation of our tribe requires it to strengthen their bodies. Are we truly to give it to that human? Humph, we shall not part with it so readily," the old monkey scoffed. "Once he presents the token of the sacred tree and enters its protective barrier, we will launch a covert attack on the sacred tree, activating its defenses. By the time he meets his demise, we can reclaim the wine." Indeed, the elder chief is astute. The sacred tree possesses immense strength and is exceedingly resilient. It will undoubtedly crush that man with ease. The old monkey nodded. The wine is merely a ruse to placate him. He is clever and formidable. Yet this is our territory, the homeland of our mutated kin. A frigid glint flickered in his murky eyes. Meanwhile, Cheng examined a map sketched on hide. The technology of the mutated beings was notably primitive. As he traversed the path, the mutated inhabitants scurried away from the sight of his camper. The hunter tribe lay directly beneath a sloping impact ring. Below, there was ample space to construct dwellings, providing a natural barrier. Curiosity piqued within Cheng regarding the fruits adorning the trees. They resembled oversized apples and diminutive oranges. Along the way, he observed numerous mutated clans, each claiming a solitary fruit tree or a patch of grass as their dwelling. The grasslands were dotted with various oddly shaped grass fruits. Every resource-rich locale had been monopolized by mutated tribes, leading to sporadic skirmishes over resources. Death was a constant specter in this desolate wasteland. Cheng surmised that their violent tendencies stemmed not from primal instincts, but from the scarcity of resources. After all, they were human, possessing human-like cognition. Their brutal clashes were drenched in blood, devoid of prosthetics, only flesh and gore. Before long, Cheng spotted a row of houses constructed from black earth and several partially collapsed buildings beneath the impact ring, flanked by towering walls and gates. 2 grenade launchers and 2 machine gun bunkers guarded the entrance, manned by 6 vigilant sentinels. Cheng parked his vehicle at a distance. With his keen eyesight, he could discern them, yet they remained oblivious to his presence. He glanced at the impact ring, and as his golden brooch shimmered, the dragon armor materialized instantly. With a swift motion, he leapt towards the top of the impact ring. As he approached within approximately 10 meters of the summit, his ascent halted. Cheng plunged his hands into the rocky surface of the ring, exerting force to propel himself upward with ease. Upon reaching the apex, he was struck by the sheer grandeur of the decaying city beneath. Gazing outward, the impact rings cascaded one atop another like waves. Just as he was about to inspect the 5th ring, an ominous gust of wind swept past him. Instinctively, he crouched and turned to look behind, only to find 2 massive vines hurtling towards him. The vines struck the ground where he had stood, sending a cascade of rubble into the air. The hardened crust had been shattered by their force. Indeed, these plants had undergone mutation, otherwise, they could not thrive in such a barren landscape. Clearly, these vines served as guardians akin to the sacred tree, preventing any intruders from ascending the impact ring to approach the motherland. Cheng sprinted towards the hunter tribe as the 2 thick vines twisted through the rocks, each measuring at least 2 meters in diameter. Debris filled the air. The commotion above captured the attention of the mutated beings below. What is happening? Someone is scaling the ring's summit? Seeking death, they exclaimed. The vines could obliterate anything. Yet this audacious individual remained atop the ring, racing onward. However, his speed was astonishing. The vines struggled to keep pace. The mutated beings gazed in astonishment as the vines frantically pursued Cheng atop the towering ring. He had initially intended to stealthily infiltrate the hunter tribe, akin to the strategy employed in the decaying city, yet he had not anticipated the presence of guardians. Reluctantly, Cheng decided not to squander time entangled with the vines. He dashed towards the hunter tribe's domain and leapt down from above. What the hell? Is that person descending towards us? One hunter stared blankly at the dark figure in the sky. Indeed. Stop him. How dare he enter our hunter tribe? Attack. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and a torrent of bullets rained down upon Cheng. Explosions lit up the sky. Shatter him. Kill him. Cheng regarded the incoming projectiles and gunfire with indifference. These assaults posed no threat to his dragon armor. However, as he leaped from the ring's summit, a vine lashed fiercely against his back, propelling him rapidly towards the ground. Dragon engine. Cheng activated the engine, instantly slowing his descent. With a thunderous crash, he pierced through the rooftop, shattering the floorboards and landing with a resounding thud. A 3-story building crumbled in his wake. Hurry, let us see who it is. Is he dead? The hunters approached cautiously. Be careful, it seems he hasn't been obliterated. If anything seems amiss, open fire immediately. Several hunters gathered, exercising great caution. What immense power! Cheng rose from the debris, acknowledging the vine's formidable attack. Its force rivaled that of a fully equipped A-class combat cyborg. And yet, it was merely a plant. As the mutated beings beheld Cheng still standing, they hastily pulled their triggers, unleashing gunfire once more. Cheng caught a rocket, hurling it into the crowd. Boom! The explosion sent the hunter sprawling. In mere moments, his dragon the man wore a broad smile, proclaiming, "For options are hardly sufficient. I shall offer you 8. With 2 of each." He then promptly instructed someone to bring forth 16 tokens, each shaped like a distinct animal. Thank you. He did not anticipate such smooth sailing. How splendid it would be if everyone were as astute. Want it not to strike a smiling face. Cheng, holding the tokens, glanced at the grinning, burly, bald man and made his way through the throng of hunters, departing. Phew. The bald man exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Why has such a formidable individual appeared in Dead City? Boss, is he more powerful than you? Me? In his presence, I am but a mere. Chapter 172. The Werewolf Clan and the Strengthening Elixir. Upon departing from the Hunter tribe, Cheng immediately headed towards the gathering place of the Wolf Head clan. He possessed a sufficient token and had no intention of infiltrating. Thus, he drove directly there. Soon, the RV approached the location marked on the map. The Wolf Head clan resided in a small patch of grassland, adjacent to a modest pond, indicative of their formidable strength. In this scorched earth, where grass was scarce, the proximity to a water source was a rarity. As Cheng exited the vehicle, he observed the rustic thatched huts scattered across the prairie. Numerous wolf heads basked in the sun, appearing exceptionally relaxed, while a group of young wolf heads frolicked in play. In stark contrast to the impoverished outer rings and the cautious demeanor of other weaker mutant tribes, their situation was markedly better. This wolf head clan was substantial, comprising at least 100 mutants. Cheng spotted over 10 wolf heads resembling gray wolves, along with several others with darker fur. Logically, the darker the fur, the stronger the individual likely was. The loud noise of the RV piqued the vigilance of the wolf heads. Upon seeing Cheng approach, several gray wolves quickly moved to the edge of their territory, their eyes narrowing in fierce warning. This is our domain. Leave at once, or we shall not be courteous. A wolf head with fur nearing a brown hue glared menacingly at Cheng, blocking his path. They refrained from immediate aggression, uncertain of Cheng's capabilities. Given his dragon armor, calmly, Cheng spoke. I require some of your teeth. Naturally, I can offer supplies in exchange. He had no need to engage in conflict with the wolf heads. The monkey head merely requested some of the wolf head's mutated organs, without any intent to annihilate them. Thus, a peaceful trade for teeth would be preferable. Before the brown-furred wolf head could respond, Cheng heard a voice behind him. Very well, but what do you offer? A wolf head with fur nearly silver rushed over, panting slightly, clearly having hurried back. Following him were at least 20 gray-furred wolf heads. Cheng was taken aback by their willingness to agree to the exchange so readily. First the hunter leader, now the wolf leader. The developments were unexpectedly smooth. A small quantity of thermal blankets and nutritional liquid should suffice. I assume you do not require cybernetics, just these. Although he possessed vegetables, the wolf heads, being wolf mutants, would likely prefer meat. Nonetheless, as mutants, they could probably consume vegetables as well. Nearby, a female wolf head was foraging wild fruits to feed the young ones. Additionally, I have a deer. It is not a mutant, merely a regular animal. Upon hearing animal deer, the silver-furred leader displayed keen interest. While they had no shortage of deer-headed mutants, true deer were a rarity. Their predation primarily targeted humans, albeit with animalistic traits. Yet, they remained fundamentally human. I am Yorick, the leader of this clan. We need nutritional liquid, deer meat, and warm blankets. Yorick instructed a female wolf head, retrieve some teeth. They preserved the teeth of fallen comrades from hunts or battles with hunters, thus they were not lacking in mutated organs. His consent to the exchange stemmed from the extensive distribution of the wolf heads hunting parties. Yorick had received news of a pack of gray wolves being slain. He also observed someone entering and exiting the hunter tribe safely, prompting his swift return to the clan, where he fortuitously encountered Cheng. Hence, he opted for a peaceful transaction with Cheng. In this realm, if his kin suffered significant losses, it would signify an inability to protect their territory, resulting in a loss of vital resources. They could plunder anyone, but they preferred to avoid provoking formidable foes. He had to consider the greater good for the survival of the entire clan. Yorick took a bag of wolf teeth from the female wolf head and looked at Cheng, inquiring, You intend to use the divine tree, correct? Indeed, Cheng affirmed. I shall retrieve the items for exchange. He was surprised that the deer he had accidentally killed proved beneficial. Cheng handed over the frozen deer meat and other supplies to Yorick, who in turn presented the wolf teeth to Cheng. I know you must have traded with the old monkey. Otherwise, after exiting the hunter tribe, you would have been unlikely to lack tokens. Cheng nodded, not surprised by Yorick's astuteness. Leading such a large wolf head clan necessitated more intelligence than the foolishness of the Blackbull. It is worth noting that wolves typically operate under a matriarchal system, led by female wolves. However, Yorick, being male, must possess considerable strength and foresight. That fellow is quite cunning, Yorick advised seriously. Do not trust him completely. Understood, Cheng replied. Having obtained what he desired, he promptly turned to leave. He recognized the unreliability of the old monkey, evident from his attempts to use him as a pawn. The old monkey favored cunning, but that required commensurate strength. Otherwise, all schemes would appear ludicrous or backfire. Cheng drove to the base of the divine tree, holding the bag of wolf teeth and the token. He alighted from the vehicle and leapt gracefully onto the tree. The old monkey was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Cheng's swiftness. Upon seeing the bag in Cheng's possession, his expression sharpened. Cheng tossed the bag to him, and the old monkey immediately opened it. Indeed, not fresh mutated organs. I did not expect Yorick to provide you with such a significant item. The old monkey secured the bag, his tone steady. That fellow remains as cautious as ever. Cheng replied nonchalantly, I have delivered the items. You'd better possess something of equal value in return. Of course, the old monkey responded, producing a jar of wine containing approximately 3 pounds. This is a brew from our clan that enhances physical strength. Cheng accepted the jar, astonished that mutants could concoct an elixir for bodily enhancement. This bore similarities to the strengthening liquid. Upon opening the jar, a unique fragrance wafted forth. A subtle aroma that was refreshing without the harshness of alcohol. Good wine. This brew was precious, requiring various medicinal herbs and rare ingredients for its creation. The bag of wolf teeth was more than sufficient in exchange. The old monkey had inspected the contents earlier and noted the high quality of the wolf teeth. His implication was clear. Without adequate information, the exchange could not proceed. Cheng squinted slightly, responding calmly, simply tell me how to proceed. If no information was available, he could inquire again in the next phase. Quite simple. The old monkey pointed to the roots of the divine tree. Just place the token you have beneath the tree, and it will retract its branches, allowing you passage. Cheng nodded, clutching the jar of wine, and effortlessly leaped down from the branches. The old monkey revealed his yellow-black teeth, smiling amiably. Safe travels. Chapter 173. The 9 Treasures Monkey Wine. It was too late. Upon returning to the vehicle, Cheng first procured 2 bottles and filled them with wine, then activated the dimensional eye. Locking failed. Homemade food, non-technological product. Cheng furrowed his brows slightly, regrettably. It could not be synthesized or upgraded like the nutrient solution. However, the true effects of this wine remained unknown. In the current Earth, even devoid of other benefits, wine, as a form of entertainment, is indeed a precious commodity, especially of such high quality. Thus, it was understandable why the old monkey mentioned the limitations on exchanges. The wolf fangs might be valuable, yet this monkey wine held its own merit. Nevertheless, without a clear understanding of its actual effects, Cheng hesitated to use it carelessly. 9 Treasures Monkey Wine, brewed from 9 varieties of mutated fruits and 9 types of altered organs. It can slightly enhance human strength, with effects doubled for monkey-headed mutants. Consumption of 1 pound by a human can elevate physical strength by 0.1. After ingestion, overall vitality increases by 10 within 10 minutes. Side effects. Long-term use may cause genetic damage, which can be repaired using D-grade enhancement agents or other rare items. The Dimensional Eye provided a detailed introduction. Brewed from 9 rare mutated fruits and 9 altered organs. What if more varieties of mutated fruits were used in the brewing process? Cheng glanced at the red and yellow fruits on the divine tree. In the chaotic wasteland, there were other trees and fruits. He had not anticipated these fruits would possess such remarkable properties. The ability to yield such extraordinary fruits indicated that those plants were indeed exceptional. No wonder they could thrive in a desolate landscape. Moreover, the altered organs could merge with the local fruits to yield enhancements for physical strength. This was equally precious. Explaining its value and trade, Cheng retrieved a bag from the trunk, which contained the very wolf-headed people's teeth he had collected. He had initially gathered these teeth, mixing in a few provided by Yorick. While in the vehicle, he had made some adjustments. Now, after excluding those given to the old monkey, he still possessed 80 wolf-headed teeth, 15 of which were of the gray wolf category. It would be splendid if he could learn the brewing method for the 9 Treasures Monkey Wine. The dimensional I had not indicated any limit to the enhancements provided by the monkey wine, suggesting it might be used indefinitely. Although the enhancement was minimal, merely 0.1. The absence of a cap was enticing. Furthermore, this substance was wine, a beverage, not an agent. It could be consumed regularly, provided one had a good tolerance for alcohol. After undergoing 2 rounds of enhancements, Cheng had no issues with drinking. Uncertain of what else could be enhanced after the genetic agents, the 9 Treasures monkey wine was an excellent means to bolster physical strength. Regarding the wine's side effects, he possessed ample D-grade enhancement agents and need not worry. If even the side effects of C-grade genetic enhancement agents could be rectified, a mere monkey wine side effects would be trivial. Additionally, other rare items could mitigate such side effects. After placing the wine in a cushioned storage compartment, Cheng approached the divine tree with 5 tokens, casting them near the roots. As soon as the tokens touched the ground, the charred earth began to writhe. Suddenly, 2 robust roots burst through the scorched soil, swiftly pulling all the tokens underground. Cheng squinted. This land held too many secrets. The plants here resembled living beings, and the tokens seemed to serve as nourishment for them. Although he was unaware of the origins of these tokens, he noted that the ground had been visibly disturbed when the roots broke through the charred earth. Yet, once the roots retreated underground, the scorched land quickly returned to its original state, as though human skin had healed rapidly. No trace remained. This was truly remarkable. After the tokens were consumed, the branches that had blocked the entrance slowly retracted, revealing a broad passageway. Cheng beheld the 5th ring. Before him lay thatched huts resembling a village, with several bareheaded guards stationed at the entrance. He was close. The Huaca Institute was drawing nearer. He immediately started the vehicle and sped towards the 5th ring. The monkey-headed folk perched on the branches of the divine tree looked down upon the RV. Yorick, accompanied by the wolf-headed clan, also arrived at a distance, observing. He crossed his arms. Based on my understanding of that old rogue, he would never let that individual go so easily. King, should we assist that person or take advantage of the situation? Yorick shook his head. It has nothing to do with us. We must not get involved. We have already lost 1 hunting party, and we cannot afford further casualties. The 30 or so individuals Cheng had slain were part of their tribe. With only about 170 members, losing over 30 was a significant blow to their strength. In the chaotic wasteland, the wolf-headed clan was not the only one of its kind. Cheng drove at full speed to the center of the entrance, only to find that the RV's radars had ceased functioning. Just as in the chaotic wasteland, where they could only detect the distribution of mutated beings, they could not locate the 5th ring. Each ring was shielded by an invisible barrier that rendered the radars ineffective. Perhaps these raised crusts served as the barriers. Just as the RV was about to cross the entrance, attack, the old monkey issued a cold command. The monkey-headed beings, prepared at the exit, instantly lunged forward, launching an assault on the divine tree. The tree was abruptly activated. Several branches ensnared the attacking monkey-headed beings, crushing them in an instant. Their flesh and blood were rapidly absorbed by the divine tree, transforming into desiccated bones. Simultaneously, several sturdy branches lashed out at the RV. Cheng was prepared. Having seen the monkey-headed beings through the rearview monitor, he opened the vehicle door, and the launching battle armor materialized instantly. Holding the Aurelio heavy sword, he faced the oncoming branches. Sun/4. White sword energy shot out in a crisscross pattern. Striking the branches produced sparks. The branches were severed instantly. Clearly, the monkey-headed beings dared not attack from the treetops, fearing the divine tree would obliterate their homes. Thus, they struck at the entrance, hoping to entangle Cheng within the divine tree. However, after the branches were severed, the divine tree summoned more branches for the assault, and the severed branches quickly sprouted fresh buds, growing rapidly. Cheng immediately tossed all remaining tokens towards the roots of the divine tree, using the Aurelio heavy sword to block the incoming attacks. The tokens, as before, were swiftly dragged underground by the roots of the divine tree. At this moment, the branches of the divine tree had already ensnared Cheng, the thick branches gradually tightening. Is this ineffective? Cheng raised an eyebrow. This was merely his attempt. Since the tokens could activate the divine tree, it indicated the tree had an affinity for them. Thus, he tried to appease the divine tree with the tokens instead of continuing to assault it. No, it was effective. After a few seconds of constriction, the divine tree slowly loosened its grip, and all the branches retracted rapidly. The old monkey's expression changed dramatically. How does he still possess so many tokens? Once the divine tree was activated, it required double the offering of tokens to placate it once more. At that moment, hunters from the hunter tribe also arrived at the entrance. The bald man sat in an off-road vehicle, grinning smugly. I knew that rascal would resort to tricks. Hee. I shall employ the same tactic. No, this is called playing into one's hands. You like to play dirty, haha. The old monkey clearly did not expect that the tokens were not seized by Su Cheng, but rather willingly offered by the hunters and given in abundance. He frantically shouted, "Quickly, attack the divine tree again." Just then, a chilling voice echoed, "It is too late." Chapter 174, The 12 Rare Monkey King Liquor and the Barefoot Tribe. With swift and merciless strikes, Su Cheng showed no mercy. He would spare not a single monkey headman in this place. The scene witnessed by Yorick and his companions was one of unilateral slaughter. Fortunately, they had not provoked him. Handing over the token was indeed the right decision. The hunter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I knew that armor was formidable, thankfully. My previous experiences as a hunter had equipped me with knowledge. Among the monkey headmen, there were many formidable foes, yet even in the treetops. Their nimble forms could not contend with Su Cheng. Their defenses were impenetrable. Unable to flee due to their insufficient speed, they could only await their demise. Once the divine tree was vacated, numerous tribes would undoubtedly vie for it. Should we seize this opportunity? Yorick's gaze was resolute. Yes, though battles would ensue. It was a matter of securing better resources for survival. Please, my lord, spare us. We are merely following orders from the elder chief. Have mercy. For we have many children. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, your children shall accompany you." The curses were abruptly silenced as the sword light flashed. Rooting out the threat, all monkey headmen atop the divine tree were eradicated. This was the price of avarice. After eliminating all the monkey headmen, Su Cheng thoroughly searched every wooden hut. In the hut at the very top of the divine tree, he discovered an entire room filled with jars of liquor. Judging by the quantity of his own jar, there were at least 50 pounds of 9 rare monkey liquor in this room. According to the description from the Dimensional Eye, consuming it all would enhance physical strength by 5%. Moreover, a sip during battle could temporarily boost attributes. He transferred all the monkey liquor into his mobile home. As he finished moving, he noticed a particularly exquisite jar. Its exterior was silver, carefully wrapped, and made of smooth ceramic, far superior to the other rough jars. It could hold about a pound of liquid. Using the Dimensional Eye to focus, he immediately saw some information. 12 rare Monkey King liquor, brewed from 12 varieties of mutated fruits and 12 mutated organ extracts, crafted by the mutated monkey headman leader. It requires a year of aging to achieve its effects. Consumption of 1 pound by a human enhances physical strength by 5%. For mutated monkey headman, the effect is doubled. A single sip increases physical strength by 30% for 10 minutes maximum. Side effects: long-term use may cause genetic disruption. Must be paired with D-grade enhancement agents. No wonder it was so deeply coveted. With such an exquisite bottle, it was indeed a more advanced liquor, capable of directly enhancing physical strength by 5%. Its efficacy was 50 times greater than the 9 rare monkey liquor. 1 pound was equivalent to 50 pounds. Truly, it was the Monkey King's liquor, and being craft brewed indicated a need for more materials for purification. Furthermore, it required a year of storage. Unfortunately, only Monkey Headman could fully harness its potential, and he possessed only 1 pound. Su Cheng chose not to use it immediately. He planned to reserve it for when he enhanced his genes, utilizing it alongside the D-grade enhancement agents to mitigate side effects and conserve resources. In addition to the monkey liquor, he also found 8 tokens from the monkey headman. He retrieved the mutated organs he had previously given to the elder monkey and discovered materials for brewing monkey liquor. Regardless of their utility, he loaded everything into his mobile home for safekeeping. As he transported various supplies, a multitude of mutated tribes gathered around, silently waiting. Once Su Cheng departed, they would seize these precious resources from the divine tree. Su Cheng glanced at the densely packed mutated tribes nearby and declared loudly, "All these corpses are yours. You may trade for them." Uncertain of the value of the monkey headman's mutated organs, he opted for a straightforward exchange. There were at least 200 monkey headmen here. A tribe larger than the wolf headmen, enough to barter for a substantial amount of supplies. The first to step forward was Yorick, who approached cautiously beneath the divine tree and stated, "We can trade wolf fangs and red rare fruits for 80 corpses." Cheng calmly inquired, "What are red rare fruits?" Yorick hastily explained, "Red rare fruits are precious fruits from the grasslands that enhance human reflex speed. They are rarer than ordinary red fruits." Cheng nodded slightly. This was likely a material for crafting the 12 rare Monkey King liquor, more precious than ordinary monkey liquor. "Very well. I will have someone fetch them immediately." Yorick promptly instructed his tribe to retrieve the goods. Cheng casually sat atop a tree trunk and asked, "Is anyone else interested in trading?" A bald figure approached. Grinning ingratiatingly, "We possess many mutated organ extracts. I would like to offer 20 of each of 4 different types in exchange for 50 corpses." Upon hearing his words, surrounding mutated beings cast him hostile glances. Those were the very hunters who had slain their kin. They were indeed powerful, yet the hunters wielded far too many weapons. Without weaponry, the mutated beings were stronger than humans with low-level augmentations. Moreover, infighting among the mutated beings made it impossible for them to unite against the hunters. "Agreed," Cheng replied readily. With 4 types of mutated organs, a little more would suffice to brew liquor. Although he could not brew monkey liquor himself, perhaps he could catch a monkey headman in the future to specialize in brewing. Such a unique liquor could not be crafted through ordinary methods. Subsequently, numerous tribes emerged to trade, and soon, all the monkey headmen's corpses were exchanged. The divine tree was now devoid of anything. Satisfied, Cheng returned to his mobile home, laden with various goods. He now possessed 210 wolf fangs, 20 deer antlers, 20 cow eyes, 20 pairs of rabbit ears, and 10 fox tails. Additionally, he had 5 red rare fruits and 5 yellow rare fruits, along with 10 of both red and yellow fruits. Though these items could not be synthesized or upgraded using the dimensional eye, they were nonetheless valuable. Even if he could not brew liquor, they could be consumed for their extraordinary ability to enhance physical attributes. Once again starting the vehicle, Cheng drove onward into the 5th ring. Upon his departure, a large-scale war erupted around the 2 divine trees. Various races vied for these resource-rich divine trees as their new habitat. In truth, the Elder Monkey's tribe was quite powerful. Otherwise, they could not have maintained order over other tribes. However, Cheng and Appo's personal strength was overwhelming. They could do nothing against the dragon armor and could only await their fate. As all the mutated beings began to battle, a spark of electricity flickered behind the Elder Monkey's head, followed by a plume of blue smoke. The 5th ring was even more unified than the 6th. Here, thatched cottages and many earthen structures abounded. The trees were denser than in the chaotic wasteland, and the fruits were plentiful. Upon his arrival, bearfolk approached to block his path. To Cheng's surprise, it became evident that not all mutated beings had merely animal heads. Some possessed human heads atop animal bodies. Clearly, the mutations in the 5th ring were more diverse and profound than in the previous rings. It seemed that the closer one got to the motherland, the more varied the mutations became. "State your purpose." A man with a bear's body and a human had approached the mobile home's window and asked sternly. Cheng replied coolly, "I am heading to the Huaka Institute." The bearfolk's expression grew serious. They had witnessed Cheng sever the divine tree's attack and eradicate the monkey headman tribe. His tone bore a hint of threat. "I hope you will proceed directly to the 4th ring and refrain from lingering here." Cheng raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "And what if I choose not to?" Chapter 175, Tranquility, Purgatory, an Inevitable Conflict. Before you lies the entirety of the bearmen within the 5th ring. The captain of the bearmen gripped his weapon tightly. Cheng glanced at it. It was a wooden staff, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen reminiscent of the branches of the divine tree. Just then, a woman and Appo's voice echoed from a distance. Cheng turned to see a female bearman approaching, shielded by a throng of her kin. She possessed the head of a human but the body of a mother polar bear, towering above both black and brown bears. Her appearance exuded a mature composure. Not conventionally beautiful, yet carrying a subtle charm of a mature woman. The bare-headed guards parted to create a pathway for her. The woman approached the driver's window of the RV and politely introduced herself. "Greetings, I am the chieftain of the Bearman tribe." Cheng regarded her coolly and replied, "Shadow." Per responded sincerely, "If possible, we hope to avoid conflict with you." Her demeanor was gracious, her speech poised, far superior to that of the Bearmen guards. Cheng's tone softened slightly. "I wish to proceed to the Huaca Institute and do not wish to squander time here." Upon hearing this, Per's brow furrowed slightly. "As far as I know, the Huaca Institute was destroyed in the battle between mechanical life forms and humans, compounded by the impact of the fallen cosmic Great Wall, and it is likely that it cannot be found at all." Cheng replied calmly, "Thank you. I merely wish to take a look." "You are welcome," Per smiled gently. "If you wish to pass through this ring, you must undergo a test of strength at the Divine Tree." "A test?" Cheng inquired, somewhat puzzled. "With your strength, it should pose no issue," Per continued. "As long as you can withstand the Divine Tree's attacks for 5 minutes, you will pass." Cheng nodded. He believed he could handle this test, having fought the Divine Tree previously with relative ease. "I wish you a smooth journey," Per said, signaling the bare-headed guards to step aside. "Humph," one guard snorted, reluctantly parting to create a path. "Wait a moment." Cheng chuckled lightly, refraining from starting the vehicle. The bare-headed guard immediately barked angrily. "What do you intend to do?" Per quickly restrained him, shooting him a glare. Then, with a smile, she turned to Cheng. "What is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Cheng asked, "I wish to exchange some information regarding this place." Per nodded. "Of course, what do you offer in exchange?" Cheng entered the back of the RV, retrieved some supplies, and emerged. "Mutated organs, fruits, nutritional fluids, warming items, take your pick. All of these are acceptable," Per beamed. "Please, ask away." Cheng produced several yellow fruits and handed them to Per. Specifically, "Where is the Huaca Institute located within the rings?" Per accepted the fruit and replied, "I have not ventured further in, but it should be in the second ring, perhaps even the first, very close to the fallen cosmic Great Wall." Cheng nodded. Producing a small pouch of mutated organs, "These raised crusts also have vines that attack. What are they?" Per chuckled. "That is the self-defense mechanism of the impact ring. Anyone attempting to climb into other rings will be assaulted by the plants, and over time, the attacking vines will multiply and grow stronger. No one can endure 10 minutes at the top of the ring." "Well, that is all," Cheng concluded. He wished to inquire about the subsequent rings. Yet since Per had already stated she had not been there, he deemed it unnecessary to press further. He returned the remaining items to the RV and re-entered the driver's seat. "Let us depart." Per smiled. "I hope you do not linger and leave directly. I believe you can easily pass the test." Cheng remained non-committal, starting the RV and driving straight ahead. Per and the previous Bearman captain had urged him to leave quickly and not to linger in this ring, which surely indicated some underlying issue. The area appeared deceptively tranquil, a stark contrast in such a world. He doubted there could be another Shenyang village here. However, he had no interest in wasting time investigating anomalies. His objective was the Huaca Institute. Thus, he did not delve into any peculiarities. It was of no concern to him. Soon, the RV passed by the tribal dwellings. Evening approached, casting a sanguine hue across the landscape. Apart from the houses, scorched earth, and vegetation, there were no other anomalies in sight. No, something was amiss. Cheng keenly observed the inconsistency. From the very beginning, he had only encountered bare-headed figures. No other races were present. Did this ring consist solely of one race? Moreover, he slightly wrinkled his nose, detecting a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood in the air outside the window. At that moment, Cheng caught sight of a platform through the gaps between the buildings. The bear men were binding other mutated beings upon it, slaughtering them like livestock. A slaughterhouse. If not for his enhanced physique, he would never have been able to see so far or with such clarity. Shortly thereafter, the RV passed the platform, and he vaguely glimpsed prison-like structures, housing numerous imprisoned mutated beings. Due to the limited resources for constructing houses, the accommodations for other mutated beings were quite rudimentary, and he could see within. Such living conditions would guarantee that when winter descended, none would survive. Cheng and Appo's expression grew grave as he deduced the existence of abnormalities within this place. However, he never anticipated that the bearmen would treat other mutated beings as livestock, corralling them en masse. Suddenly, a fox girl dashed in front of the RV and collapsed to the ground. She was visibly pregnant, filthy, and covered in wounds. "Help me, please. They treat us like piglets, forcing us to breed." She scrambled to her feet, rushing toward the RV. Two bear soldiers immediately pursued her. "Bastard! Where do you think you're going?" One bare-headed soldier bellowed, swinging his staff. "Ah!" The fox girl let out a harrowing scream as she was struck, crashing against the RV. Cheng immediately slammed on the brakes, his brow furrowed. The fox girl lay on the ground, blood seeping from her legs, pleading with the driver, "Please, save me. Get away." The bare-headed soldier shouted as he approached the fox. Chapter 176. Strike down and shatter. "How dare you kill?" A cold glimmer flashed once more, and the head of another bare-headed figure speaking the language of cherry blossoms was crushed into a shape. Witnessing this, the captain of the bare-headed tribe was instantly consumed by rage. FCK. FCK. You. Pell swiftly intervened to halt the captain's furious outburst. Casting a grim glance at Cheng as she inquired, "I provided you information and treated you kindly, yet what is the meaning of this?" "He obstructed my path and smashed my vehicle," Cheng replied flatly, firmly driving his yellow heavy sword into the ground. The golden brooch on his chest spun, and the Dragon Cheng battle armor materialized in an instant. "He must be eliminated." "FCK, this is too arrogant." "Chief, I told you this person would not leave easily. He exterminated the monkey-headed tribe in the 6th ring just for monkey wine." The captain of the bare-headed tribe glared at Cheng. "Now he surely seeks to seize our honey." "Honey?" Cheng raised an eyebrow, pondering whether it was akin to monkey wine. At this moment, Pell's expression darkened considerably. Trapped in a dilemma. If she allowed Cheng to depart, her prestige within the tribe would undoubtedly diminish, and the tribesmen would likely harbor grievances. Yet, she was unwilling to engage in combat with outsiders, as the gains did not warrant such a risk, particularly against formidable beings like Cheng. Though Cheng possessed certain resources, including a seemingly high-end RV, the risks were equally substantial. She currently ruled the 11th ring, and the other mutated beings served as their supplies. There was no need to take further risks. Outsiders posed the only variable. Thus, she had consistently sought peaceful resolutions to issues with them. "Chief, we are not comparable to that group of trash from the 6th ring. This person has killed 2 of our kin. He must pay the price." "Indeed. With so many of us, how dare this outsider challenge us? We are the ruling bear tribe of the 5th ring. Let us all attack. Can he truly slay us all?" "Yes, kill him and turn him into a human dumpling." Evidently, their prolonged dominance of the 5th ring had imbued these bare-headed beings with an inflated sense of confidence. Their ability to rule a ring in the Dead City spoke volumes of their strength. Cheng crossed his arms, observing the furious gazes directed at him with a calm demeanor. "Silence." Pell's commanding voice quelled the uproar. She turned to Cheng with a serious expression. "Your words clearly indicate a lack of respect towards us. I expect an apology and compensation for our 2 fallen kin. If you comply, I shall still allow you to leave." After all, Cheng was but one individual, while their bear tribe numbered in the thousands. Although Pell sought to avoid conflict with outsiders to prevent unforeseen complications, could she truly afford to be so cautious against just one person? With this thought, Pell's stance hardened. Nonetheless, she still offered Cheng an opportunity, hoping for a peaceful resolution. "No." Cheng seized his yellow heavy sword. "Hurry, I am pressed for time." Pell's expression darkened even further. She had already made concessions, yet the other party remained brazen. She could not fathom why Cheng had suddenly resorted to violence after their initial agreement. "Do you know that fox tribe girl?" Pell asked coldly, glancing at the unconscious fox girl. Cheng shook his head. "She has nothing to do with this." Pell's voice turned icy. "In that case, you have deliberately killed my kin." Cheng merely scoffed in disdain. Pell gritted her teeth. "Then do not blame us." Even if Cheng softened his stance on these 2 matters, she would have chosen reconciliation, merely asking for some form of compensation. Yet, Cheng offered her no face whatsoever. Not a shred. Troublesome. With a flick of his wrist, Cheng tossed the fox tribe girl aside. He then charged towards Pell, wielding the yellow heavy sword. The captain of the bare-headed tribe grinned maliciously and swung his wooden club ferociously. As dusk fell, the yellow heavy sword shimmered with little light. The sword's edge had begun to dull, yet it remained indomitable. Cheng, channeling his immense strength, swung the yellow heavy sword. shattering the metallic glimmering wooden club. He then struck the bareheaded guard squarely in the chest. Chapter 177. Royal Jelly, the symbol of guardianship. Silence. The surroundings fell utterly quiet. Pyre was not only a queen but also the mightiest among the bareheaded tribe. Yet now, she had been vanquished by Su Cheng in a single strike. A swift defeat. They anticipated formidable opposition, but never imagined it would be to such an overwhelming degree. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the liberated mutants launched their assault. With the queen deceased, the bareheaded tribe was bereft of the will to retaliate against Su Cheng and could only brace themselves against the onslaught of the mutants. Observing the chaos, Su Cheng sheathed his Ariluo great sword, scanning his surroundings until he spotted the largest and most opulent dwelling, hastening towards it. This house, isolated amidst the lush grass, was undoubtedly Pyre's residence. Upon entering, he found the interior far superior to that of the monkey-headed people's abodes, adorned with an abundance of furs for warmth, likely stripped from the mutants themselves. The entrance led into a living room and bedroom, the bed also layered with various pelts. A heating stove occupied one corner. Venturing further, he discovered a concealed chamber, but no storeroom for supplies. Inside the hidden room were 4 male mutants of different races, all appearing lethargic and despondent. Su Cheng casually broke the wooden cell apart and inquired nonchalantly, "Do you know where she keeps her supplies?" A handsome foxman, dazed, responded. "Who are you?" Su Cheng narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, "You need only answer the question." Frightened, the foxman stammered, "There's a hidden door beneath her bed. It leads to the bareheaded tribe's treasury. Please, don't kill us." "You may leave now," Su Cheng said, turning away from the hidden chamber. Although he had spoken thus, none of the 4 men dared to move. In the living room, Su Cheng removed all the furs from the bed, revealing a trapdoor. Upon opening it, a passageway descended underground. Following the corridor, he arrived at a storage room of merely 3 square meters. Before him stood 10 jars, accompanied by 5 boxes. Upon opening them, he discovered an array of mutant organs from various races, far more than those collected by the monkey-headed tribe. Each box contained at least 300 items. The quantity was astounding. Su Cheng picked up one jar and found it filled with golden honey. He immediately activated his dimensional gaze. Exquisite honey, crafted from honey harvested by mutated bees. Infused with various mutated fruits and organs. Prolonged consumption enhances cellular vitality and accelerates wound healing with no side effects. Each pound consumed increases cellular vitality by 0.6. Effect doubled for bareheaded users. Within half an hour of consumption, cellular vitality rises by 10 for 5 minutes. Inadequate amounts yield no effects. Large quantities can mitigate the side effects of Monkey King liquor, over 1 pound, enhancing cellular vitality and self-healing abilities. It was indeed far superior to Monkey King liquor. Furthermore, it could counteract its side effects without the need for D-grade enhancement agents. There were 10 jars of honey, each weighing approximately 5 pounds, totaling 50 pounds, equivalent to the amount of Monkey King liquor. Consuming all the honey would yield a 30% improvement in self-healing capabilities. This was a permanent enhancement. To illustrate, if Su Cheng's current healing rate was 10, consuming all the honey would elevate it to 13. Previously, the original implant's healing rate doubled from 10, but now it would double from 13. The stronger his base physique, the greater the enhancement from the original implant and the Ariluo greatsword. With Monkey King liquor, might there also be honey superior to the exquisite variety? Contemplating this, Su Cheng promptly cleared away all the jars. Indeed, nestled within was an exquisite small wooden box. Upon opening it, he found a delicate yellow jar inside. He opened it once more, utilizing his dimensional gaze. Royal jelly, created from the secretion of mutant bee queens, its preparation is exceedingly complex. It requires refined extracts from 9 types of advanced mutant organs and 9 varieties of concentrated fruit pulps. Sealed in a box crafted from divine tree wood and nurtured for a year to complete. Consuming 100 grams can enhance cellular vitality by 5. This was far more precious than Monkey King liquor. An immediate 5 enhancement. Yet the quantity was limited. This jar seemed to contain less than a pound, approximately 500 grams. Nonetheless, it was a considerable windfall. Exiting the storage room, Su Cheng prepared to fetch his vehicle. "Benefactor, thank you for saving us. You are our savior." the savior of the entire fifth ring. At that moment, there were over a dozen individuals in Pyre's room. Upon seeing Cheng, they all knelt, including the men who had been imprisoned. "You misunderstand. I merely utilized you. Do not touch the supplies here," Cheng stated, disregarding them as he stepped outside to his vehicle. "Rest assured, no one dares to touch anything. We will keep watch for you." "Indeed, with us guarding." The bareheaded tribe has already been driven away. Upon stepping outside, it was evident that the bareheaded tribe, despite their formidable nature as a race, had been significantly weakened by their collective efforts. Their individual strength far surpassed that of the other mutants, but now the various factions had united. Unlike in the past when they were defeated one by one, Pyre's death had dealt a heavy blow to the bareheaded tribe. Consequently, they were being relentlessly pushed back and had already been expelled from the tribal dwellings. The RV was not parked far away once Cheng entered and started it. He drove back to Pyre and Oppo's residence. Along the way, everyone he passed bowed deeply. In truth, he had not intended to rescue these mutants. Had it not been for the two bareheaded individuals smashing his vehicle, he would have simply driven into the fourth ring. However, to the mutants, Cheng had undeniably saved them. He transferred all the supplies into the RV, filling nearly half of the storage space. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving me, my child. And my husband." A fox girl, her body marred with scars, was supported by the previously imprisoned foxman, gazing at Cheng with gratitude. Earlier, the fox girl had been thrown onto a pile of grass, thus avoiding harm and the chaos of battle. After being rescued, she returned to Pyre's room, calling for the foxman to emerge. They were once a couple, but their handsome appearances had subjected them to prolonged torment. Cheng waved his hand. "If you truly wish to express gratitude, collect the mutant organs from the fallen bareheaded tribe members and present them to me." The surrounding mutants promptly began gathering the organs from the ground, not only from the bear tribe but also from other races. Soon, all the corpses had been processed. Cheng, satisfied, hefted a large bag of mutant organs, which felt heavier than a box containing over 300 organs. "Let us depart. The rest is yours." He placed the bag in the rear compartment, then entered the driver's seat and activated the vehicle, heading towards the exit. Along the way, all the mutants consciously cleared a path. "We shall erect a statue in your honor. The fifth ring will forever regard you as our guardian deity." Everyone knelt in reverence. They had once believed they could never live as dignified beings, but Cheng's intervention had restored their hope for life. The vehicle soon reached the exit, flanked by two massive divine trees, even taller than those in the sixth ring. The bear-like guardians here are engaged in fierce combat with the mutants, and both factions have yielded, making way for the RV. Not a single bear dares to obstruct their passage. After all, it was the one who effortlessly vanquished their mightiest queen. Just as Cheng was about to alight from the vehicle to face the trial, to his surprise, the divine tree directly unveiled the entrance. Though somewhat perplexed, Cheng cautiously drove into the opening. Remarkably, the RV passed through without hindrance. How strange. Where's the promised trial? Chapter 178, The Living Dead City, a Premium Market. If Purr is not deceiving, this wasteland must harbor some secrets. There is no reason for Purr to lie about this matter, for she desires to leave. Cheng now comprehends why the bareheaded tribe wishes for his departure. They do not want him to witness their atrocities or risk any disruption to their reign. Therefore, regarding the conditions of the divine tree, Purr would certainly not lie. This implies that the divine tree has likely observed his past actions and acknowledged his prowess, thus negating the need for further tests. But if that is indeed the case, could it be that the flora of this land is alive? Or perhaps they possess qualities akin to sentient beings, capable of seeing, hearing, and even thinking. Such a notion is utterly terrifying. What have those scientists unearthed? What kind of life thrives in this desolate expanse? The thought of plants having cognitive abilities is overwhelming. Shaking off these thoughts, Cheng has passed through the entrance of the fifth ring and arrived at the fourth. The two shock rings he traversed are now engulfed in warfare. The fourth ring has a small area of woodland, unlike the previous rings where trees grew in isolation. There are no guards at this entrance, and the mutated individuals do not seem particularly surprised to see a motorhome. To Cheng's astonishment, he discovers that this area is a marketplace. Indeed, the fourth ring is bustling with numerous shops. Many mutated beings from the third ring come here to trade goods. Currently, With the sixth and fifth rings embroiled in conflict, few venture here. This place resembles the outer city of the ruined city, where mutated individuals have erected makeshift stalls as shops. Elsewhere, there are taverns and accommodations, alongside the dwellings of the indigenous people. The trees and grass fruits here are well protected, overseen by dedicated guards who do not permit indiscriminate harvesting. Clearly, there are established rules here, and governance is commendably organized. The indigenous people rely on the local resources for reasonable distribution and trade, leading to an overall better quality of life than in previous areas. Cheng intends to explore this market further and inquire about access to the next ring, as well as information regarding the Huaca Institute. He parks his vehicle in what resembles a parking lot, where several wooden carts and a few modern vehicles are present. After securing his motorhome, he transforms his dragon armor into a shadowy attire and enters the marketplace. Outsiders? Behold, garments crafted from the fur of mutated rabbits, providing exceptional warmth, an item not available outside. The first shop specializes in thermal clothing. Cheng observes that these are indeed made from genuine rabbit fur, not the hide of mutated beings. These creatures are not mutated humans, but rather mutated animals exclusive to the inner rings. Should he purchase one? The price is a mere 30 ordinary mutated organs, fair and honest. The proprietor, noticing Cheng and Apos' hesitation, promptly clarifies. Are there mutated animals here? Not mere common creatures. Cheng shakes his head. He has no need for such attire. Merely surprised that beyond this point, there exist not only mutated humans. The closer one approaches the fallen cosmic Great Wall, the more diverse the mutations appear. Soon, he arrives at a shop run by a monkey-headed individual selling monkey wine. The monkey-headed merchant enthusiastically proclaims, 9 treasures monkey wine. Care for a taste? It can enhance your physique, no less effective than your human-strengthening liquids. Cheng furrows his brow and inquires, you are familiar with strengthening liquids? Of course. Information comes at the price of 20 mutated organs, the monkey-headed merchant replies, extending his hand. 20? Are you insane? The market price is 10. A nearby dog-headed individual interjects. Unable to contain his disdain, the monkey-headed merchant retorts sharply, you're truly a dog. What concern is it of yours how I conduct my business? Are you close with the humans? Cheng approaches the dog-headed stall and produces 10 fingers from a bear-headed individual. Upon seeing this, the monkey-headed merchant hastily exclaims, hey, don't leave. I'll accept just 10. However, Cheng ignores him. The dog-headed merchant, upon receiving the organs, smiles broadly, stating, we don't have strength. Chapter 179, Trade Center, Enhancement, Conspiracy. In the desolate city, Cheng arrived at the western entrance, where a vast trading market was constructed with colossal trees serving as load-bearing pillars. At the heart of the market stood an auction house, ingeniously built with 4 grand trees as support points, forming a perfect square with a gap of over 100 meters between them. The structure, spanning 2 stories, was an impressive edifice, boasting walls made of blackened earth. The earlier flying craft had docked at the rear of the trade center, where 2 similar smaller aircraft awaited. Each vessel bore its own insignia. Cheng parked in a larger lot, carrying some mutated organs as he entered the trade center. Here, the mutated organs were as valued as the Alliance currency, which held no significance in this realm. The booths within the trade center appeared far more exquisite than those in the previous market, accompanied by numerous patrolling guards. These guards were carnivorous mutants clad in standardized wooden armor, wielding finely sharpened wooden weapons. As he stepped into the trade center, he encountered a monkey-headed vendor hawking monkey wine. And astonishingly, a jar of 12 treasures Monkey King wine was also on display. Cheng approached, inquiring about the price of the jar. The monkey-headed vendor scrutinized him and cheerfully replied, this is Monkey God wine, priced at 100,000 mutated organs for a jar, or 10,000 mutated organs plus 100 exquisite fruits. With a nonchalant glance, Cheng turned to leave. Recognizing the farce, what was being peddled as Monkey God wine was merely Monkey King wine. The vendor shouted after him, hey, you can't leave without asking. It costs 30 mutated organs just to inquire. Ignoring him completely, Cheng noticed a sign indicating the permit processing office and proceeded in that direction. Seeing this, the vendor dashed forward, placing a hand on Cheng's shoulder, insisting, I told you, you can't leave without paying. A dull thud echoed as the monkey-headed vendor gasped in shock. spewing a mouthful of blood and being sent sprawling backward. "What have you done?" Two patrolling guards, resembling leopard-headed mutants, rushed over. Su Cheng calmly stated, "He attempted to rob me." At this moment, the surrounding vendors and bystanders turned their attention to the unfolding scene. "I can vouch for him. That monkey was extorting 30 mutated Orga Chapter 180, the Amaterasu Cloud Sword, half-mechanical cyborg." "Who?" The cloaked figure was taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze. However, Su Cheng had already positioned himself behind him, seizing his neck with a gentle yet firm grip. "Framing me?" Su Cheng inquired coldly. "I did not intend to frame you. Please, don't kill me. I can offer you benefits." The cloaked man gasped, sensing the life being choked from him. "I can give you anything you desire." Su Cheng scrutinized the man's cybernetic enhancements, half a set of B-class combat augmentations, while noting the full C-class mechanical body lying on the ground. "You came to deliver supplies?" he mused. However, their enhancements were not from the Future City series, but rather akin to the Alpha Holy Hammer augmentations associated with the Rose. They belonged to the Ninja series from the Neon Floating Island. In contrast to the well-balanced designs of Future City, which lacked any significant shortcomings, the Ninja series prioritized speed and stealth, sacrificing defense in the process. Specialized skills were also tailored towards these attributes. "What do you possess?" Su Cheng pressed. "I have wealth, augmentations, and, oh yes, enhancement fluid." The cloaked man replied, drawing a dagger from his hand, a grin spreading across his face as he prepared to launch a surprise attack. "Should you wish for death?" Su Cheng's voice was frigid. "Why yes, forgive me. I was wrong. My belongings are at the home inn. There is much of value inside. I will give it all to you." Su Cheng snatched the dagger from his hand and demanded, "What is your mission?" "I cannot disclose that." The cloaked man gritted his teeth defiantly. "I would rather die than reveal it." "Then die you shall," Su Cheng stated matter-of-factly, plunging the dagger into the man's temple. In a whisper reminiscent of a demon, he added, "Relax, a headache is normal. It will cease shortly." "Humph. You dastardly fiend. You are finished." The cloaked man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the very moment Su Cheng inquired about the mission, he would be silenced without negotiation. This was utterly contrary to the expected script. Wouldn't it be more logical to engage in a discussion before being betrayed? With a soft thud, the cloaked figure collapsed. Su Cheng skillfully dismantled both individuals' augmentations. Although he had only encountered such augmentations through his father's journal and had never seen them in practice, he worked swiftly. It was a matter of familiarity. After placing the augmentations into his mobile unit, he surveyed his surroundings. No one was in sight. In the desolate city, he had yet to spot any surveillance. The night had fully enveloped the area. Summoning his dragon armor, he hoisted the two bodies and charged toward the overhead structure, planning to utilize its self-defense mechanisms to obliterate the evidence. After discarding the corpses within, he activated the dragon engine and landed safely. Through the enhanced vision of his armor, Su Cheng faintly discerned two thick vines ensnaring the bodies, dragging them into the rocks. Turning his gaze, he recalled the home inn. The establishment, constructed from earthen blocks, resembled a modest 3-story circular building with approximately 20 rooms, an utter contrast to the Sheldon Hotel at the Trade Center. Unsure of the cloaked man and Oppo's room number, he realized he could not locate it without assistance. However, he was certain he had accomplices, based on their conversation. Su Cheng surmised that the mist they referred to was likely Carrara Asagiri, and their mission was undoubtedly related to her. Finding his cohorts would naturally lead him to the cloaked man's quarters, and it was highly probable they were also from Sakura City. In this city rife with mutants, the search would prove easier. Soon enough, Su Cheng spotted two individuals equipped with Ninja Series augmentations conversing in a second-floor room. "Where is that fellow by the well? Why has Teehee returned?" one inquired. "I'm not sure, but he transmitted crucial information already. Perhaps he went to relieve some stress." "Indeed. The mutants here are quite intriguing. The fox girl is particularly delightful. The inner circle is even better, being closer to humanity while retaining a wild animalistic essence." Haha. On a serious note, the objective of this abduction of Carrara Asagiri is to compel her to relinquish the secret transport of the Amaterasu Cloud Sword. We merely need to seize her, but we cannot manage the abduction alone. She is bound to have powerful allies. Fear not, the employer has engaged others. We are set to act at 10 o'clock tonight. By the way, that employer is rather peculiar. I cannot discern his appearance, but the eye on his garment. Suddenly, a deep male voice interrupted from outside the window. Before the two could react, one of their heads fell, blood spraying like a fountain. Damn it. The remaining individual gasped in shock. Su Cheng swiftly grasped his neck, the claws of his armor piercing the man's temple. Shu, where is your other companion's room? Jay, just next door, the man stuttered, his eyes transfixed on Su Cheng's hand. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I will give you whatever you desire. Killing you would not prevent me from claiming everything here as mine, Su Cheng replied flatly, piercing through the man's skull with his fingers. Chapter 181. Kidnapping, a perfectly harmonious triad. In the dead of night, the haunting howls of wolves echoed throughout the desolate city. For reasons unknown, the hazy moon cast an orange hue tinged with a peculiar red. Su Cheng observed as the female werewolf donned a black mask and leapt from the hotel window. He cautiously followed suit. At this moment, in the fourth ring, 11 shadowy figures emerged from the vicinity of the trade center, all heading towards the auction house, Su Cheng among them. As they approached the auction house, enchanting melodies from a guqin floated down from the rooftop. The group swiftly scaled the towering trees, their movements both light and adept at concealment. Whether they were cyborgs from the Shinobi series or wolf mutants, Su Cheng, accustomed to nocturnal maneuvers, had trained numerous times with the Death Rock gang. He effortlessly ascended to the rooftop of the trade center, where the terrain was nearly flat aside from the branches above. The lush foliage provided excellent cover. Despite the winter chill, the flora of the dead city remained vibrantly verdant, seemingly unaffected by the seasons. From a distance, Su Cheng spotted the auction house's rooftop adorned with luminous insects fashioned into lanterns. Mingri Huachi Luo knelt gracefully on a soft couch, her delicate hands skillfully plucking the strings of the ancient guqin. For ninjas surrounded her, with hidden guards lurking in the shadows. Su Cheng concealed himself behind a tree, observing as the other 10 individuals stealthily approached the rooftop of the auction house. Unbeknownst to them, the absence of 3 comrades went unnoticed. Soon, they neared the auction house, and it appeared a command had been given. 5 of them suddenly leapt high into the air, launching themselves towards the rooftop. The guards stationed above spotted the 5 dark figures approaching from all directions and immediately shouted, "Intruders!" 4 guards drew their katanas in response, while 4 more figures emerged from the shadows to ambush the 5 cloaked assailants. In turn, the remaining 5 attackers revealed themselves from the darkness, launching a surprise assault on the newly appeared guards. Su Cheng nodded approvingly. The coordination among this group was commendable, indicative of skilled leadership. The first wave of attacks had successfully drawn out the hidden guards, allowing for a second wave to strike. However, they needed to act swiftly as time was of the essence. The trade center's guards were stationed below, and they had but one opportunity. The strengths of both factions were nearly equal, yet the female werewolf's prowess clearly surpassed that of her counterparts, rivaling the likes of Yutian and his ilk. She charged directly towards Ming Ri Huachi Luo, effortlessly tearing apart the guard that stood in her way. Seizing Ming Ri Huachi Luo, she inquired coolly, "May I hold the guqin?" The werewolf remained silent, and after observing her embrace the instrument, she lifted her as if she were a mere chick. At that moment, another guard rushed towards them. In a swift motion, her other hand transformed into a cannon's barrel, firing a blue energy beam that instantly pierced through the guard's body. Simultaneously, 2 openings in her chest released smoke grenades, enveloping the rooftop in a dense gray fog that obscured all vision. The crimson eyes of the dragon armor narrowed slightly, clearly revealing the sight of the female werewolf darting through the smoke with Ming Ri Huachi Luo in her grasp. Su Cheng chose not to linger any longer but instead pursued the werewolf. He had no intention of rescuing Ming Ri Huachi Luo. His target was R, not the sword of Tian Song Yun. It was evident that R was not the mission's initiator, but rather one among those accepting the task. Yet, by following the female werewolf, he would surely uncover R's whereabouts. The werewolf carried Ming Ri Huachi Luo to the parking lot, where she entered a sleek black electric vehicle. With no roar of an internal combustion engine, the electric motor ran quietly. After tossing Ming Ri Huachi Luo into the back seat, the werewolf promptly started the car and headed towards the western exit. Blood rage mode. 150%. Full release. Su Cheng immediately set off in pursuit. His speed, now fully unleashed, rivaled that of the vehicle. At that moment, Within the dead city, at the crumbled remnants of a biological laboratory, are marveled. Oh, how astonishing. I never imagined that human biological technology had reached such heights hundreds of years ago. What must it be like now? Unbelievable. He gazed excitedly at the hybrid entity in the culture dish, a fusion of machinery, humanity, and mutation. Using animal genes to forcibly reprogram human DNA, liberating the shackles within. And achieving a perfect integration of animal and human. What a brilliant concept. Although the technology has flaws and the genes may collapse. These issues are astonishingly rectified by a remarkable gene. Oh my God, this gene is perfection incarnate. It's inconceivable how it was created. It allows mechanical life forms, human cyborgs, and mutants to seamlessly merge into one. There is no rejection or distortion, simply incredible. Is the mission complete? Time is of the essence. At that moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat emerged from the shadows, his hood pulled low, obscuring his features. Golden eyes were embroidered on the back of the coat, accompanied by 6 gazes. R's eyes momentarily appeared, dazed before swiftly regaining focus. It's captured. Don't worry, my new creation will not fail. The man's voice dripped with disdain. Ha, your ultimate weapon has already failed once or scoffed. To be frank, I still prefer the original envoy. Is that so? Then do you wish to die? The man's tone was laced with menace as a katana slowly slid from his sleeve. Oh no. Of course, Nada raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, chuckling helplessly. You truly cannot take a joke. Enough. You must complete the mission. The one who will kill your ultimate weapon is also in the dead city. The man snorted. I've cleared all obstacles for you. If the mission is again disrupted by him, don't blame me for erasing you. Relax. Trust me, the mechanical cyborg mutants are undoubtedly the most perfect creations. They are the epitome of compatibility. You cannot imagine are asserted with utmost confidence. This time, you will surely return empty-handed, haha, regardless of the methods you employ. I demand the mission's completion. Failure is not an option. After the man finished speaking, he disappeared into the darkness of the room. Or watched the man's departure, eyes gleaming with madness. Indeed, mutants could seamlessly integrate with mechanical life forms and human cyborgs. However, my ideal creation still lies in using you for transformation. Applying all this technology to you, haha. This individual lacked the composure exhibited during their previous collaboration. His voice was younger. It seemed like an opportunity had arisen. It was time to devise a plan. Has that young man followed closely? Heh, how fast indeed. Perhaps I can make use of this. Su Cheng trailed the female werewolf until they reached the western exit, which had been promptly sealed off. 2 of Ming Ri Huachi Luo's guards and 6 mutant sentinels were inspecting every person and vehicle passing through. The werewolf drove the car to the checkpoint, halted, and opened the door for inspection. The guards gestured for the vehicle to stop as the werewolf had already shed her stealth suit, gradually slowing down. As the car approached the guards, just as they were about to open the door to inspect, she suddenly accelerated, crashing through everyone in her path as she barreled towards the western exit. Hurry, stop her. Chapter 182, The Third Ring, A Paradise Beyond the World. The female werewolf placed her pass on the windshield, breezing through the entrance without obstruction. The guards, witnessing this, immediately pursued in their vehicles, brandishing their weapons. Su Cheng also entered the third ring using his communication pass. As he stepped in, he observed the absence of any guards, however. He soon noticed many vehicles trailing the female werewolf. Gunfire, explosions, and curses echoed through the night. The third ring housed a trade center and members of the Tomorrow Flower Kira, who had long awaited at the 4 exits, ready to intercept any news. At that moment, the female werewolf surprisingly activated the car's autopilot, then climbed onto the roof. She then leapt onto the vehicles pursuing her. Her combat prowess was formidable, rendering the guards utterly defenseless. Su Cheng followed the group from a distance, puzzled. Given the significance of Tomorrow Flower Kira, why was there a lack of skilled protection? This was indeed strange. Although it appeared to be a covert visit, the guard's strength was alarmingly inadequate. The 4 hidden guards failed to neutralize the assailants promptly. While the female werewolf was undeniably powerful, being the strongest individual Su Cheng had encountered in the Dead City, Sakura City was not a mere small county. It was a major city, recognized as a leader in both size and strength, for the direct descendants of a prominent family to venture out, even in a discreet manner. One would expect robust protection. The ease with which Tomorrow Flower Kira was abducted was unsettling. It was clear that multiple factions were at play here. Or perhaps someone was orchestrating these events. Cheng furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet the scanned information available made it impossible to connect all the dots. It felt as if a crucial element was missing, the most vital piece. At that moment, several cars crashed recklessly, demolishing surrounding buildings. The mutated beings, previously resting, screamed in terror as they fled. Some were even hurled through the air. Chaos erupted wherever the pursuing vehicles went. The female werewolf's strength was unmatched, and none could stand in her way. Her claws effortlessly shredded the car exteriors. Moreover, even without any armor, the guards' weapons failed to harm her. From a defensive standpoint, Ars technology seemed to have improved. The semi-mechanical mutants combined with the mutated beings formed a positive evolution. The semi-mechanical mutants compensated for human frailty, their fur providing substantial protection while their physical capabilities surpassed those of humans. It must be said, the path of mechanical enhancement for mutants is indeed a more robust research direction. Cheng maintained a steady distance from them, scavenging briefly from the corpses, discovering numerous mutated organs. The female werewolf soon arrived at the entrance of the second ring. The vehicle passed through the entrance guarded by the sacred tree without any hindrance. Cheng glanced at the towering sacred tree, grander than those in the previous rings. In the distance loomed the cosmic Great Wall, rising like a pillar supporting the heavens. They were now quite close to the fallen cosmic Great Wall, yet it still appeared somewhat distant. Assuming each ring had a radius of 1 kilometer, they were merely 2 kilometers away from the fallen wall. However, it seemed the distance resembled that from the outskirts of the dead city to the outer city. This implied that the final motherland was extensive, potentially resembling a small city. Redirecting his gaze, Cheng pondered the restrictions at this entrance. Why did that vehicle pass through the sacred tree's guard? After the female werewolf demolished 4 pursuing vehicles, she reached the entrance. She tossed aside all the weapons she had seized and retracted her claws, sprinting toward the exit. "Damn it, discard your weapons and follow," shouted the remaining pursuers. And everyone complied, discarding their arms. Those in vehicles equipped with weapons abandoned their cars. Weapons are prohibited? Cheng pondered, swiftly donning the guise of shadow, his dragon armor retracting. Once the pursuers had safely passed, he quickly dashed toward the second ring. Towering sacred trees on both sides reached nearly 100 meters high, their leaves lush and vibrant. Countless glowing insects flickered among the foliage, creating a surreal ambience. Cheng moved swiftly, overtaking the throng of pursuers and entering the second ring. Vast grasslands unfolded before him, where mutated beings lived leisurely. Groups gathered to dine and converse, entirely unlike life in the dead city. Each individual moved at a leisurely pace, devoid of any hostility. Their diet consisted of various fruits and grasses. Despite the night, glowing insects and streetlights illuminated the area, resembling a city that never sleeps. Cheng followed the female werewolf's vehicle. She did not venture further, but parked in a concealed spot before sprinting eastward with Tomorrow Flower Kira in her arms. Soon, they entered a quaint inn. The pursuing crowd, evidently delayed by their discarded weapons and vehicles, found the female werewolf's car but failed to spot her. Split up. Remember, carnivorous mutants must not linger too long. Before nightfall tomorrow, we must all retreat to the third ring or enter the first ring. The group immediately divided into 2 teams, one heading west and the other east. Cheng entered the inn after the female werewolf. "Dear guest, seeking accommodations?" inquired a deer-headed man at the front desk. His tone polite. "Yes," Cheng nodded. The deer-headed man gestured to the price list behind him. A standard room for 50 mutated organs per night. A comfortable double room for 80, a suite for 100, and a mysterious surprise suite for 499. With a sycophantic smile, he added, "Tonight, the mysterious surprise suite is offered at a discounted price of 468, guaranteed to satisfy you." "No need," Cheng replied, producing 5 organs from the bag he had scavenged. Which room did a human woman and a female werewolf occupy? The deer-headed man appeared conflicted as he glanced at the organs on the table. "I cannot disclose customer information." Cheng pushed another 10 organs toward him. "Just arrange for me to stay next to them." "All right," the deer-headed man chuckled, accepting the 15 organs. "Comfortable double room. 80 for 1 night." Cheng handed over the 80 organs and received a wooden key inscribed with the room number. "One more question," Cheng said. producing 10 more organs. How does one pass through the entrance of this ring? The deer-headed man, clearly delighted, accepted the organs. You've asked the right person. All you need is the guarantee of our herbivorous mutants. He produced a round wooden sphere. Simply press it, and it will record your biological information. When the time comes, toss it beneath the sacred tree, and you will pass safely. Furthermore, as long as you do not bring carnivorous mutants, you will have unrestricted access to the second ring for eternity. Cheng picked up the wooden sphere and pressed it. Its texture felt surprisingly flesh-like, reminiscent of the token from the sixth ring. At that moment, a small sprout emerged from the sphere. All set, the deer-headed man said, extending his hand. A mere 50 organs, please. Cheng's lips twitched. Fortunately, his habit of scavenging corpses had yielded enough. Last question, he said, pushing the remainder of his organs toward the deer-headed man. Where is the Huaca Institute? The deer-headed man beamed widely, practically unable to contain his joy. In the motherland. Just pass through the first ring, and you can enter the motherland. However, it's not a place just anyone can enter, especially humans. Understood. Cheng grasped the key and descended the stairs, guided by the signs. At last, he discerned the precise location of Huaca Institute. Relieved that he had not missed it while pursuing the female werewolf. Shortly after he made his way upstairs, the pursuers arrived at the hotel. Have you seen a stunning woman carrying a violin? Inquired the deer-headed man with a grin. No, came the reply. Are you certain? Absolutely. Then let us proceed with the chase. The deer-headed man observed the departing figures, weighed the aberrant organ given to him by Cheng in his hand, and disdainfully scoffed. A bunch of blind, impoverished fools. Chapter 183, The Forbidden Land of Martial Arts, the Flesh-Eating Wasteland. Who hired you? I can offer 10 times the price. Mingri Huachi Luo, with her Guqin cradled in her arms, remained remarkably composed since her abduction. Silence, and the female werewolf began. But her expression suddenly dulled. Nice to meet you, Miss Huachi Luo. In the adjacent Sioux City, the fluctuations in tone were also perceptible. It's R. This was not the first time he had witnessed such a transformation. Gels and Mobius had also exhibited sudden shifts in demeanor and speech. It seems you are the true target. Mingri Huachi Luo regarded the female werewolf before her, keenly attuned to the subtle changes in the woman's demeanor. Accustomed to grand spectacles, she felt no surprise. No, I am merely a hired hand, the female werewolf replied with a mocking smile. Mingri Huachi Luo furrowed her brow slightly. What is your purpose? Is it for the Amano Murakumo sword? To be honest, I still do not know. The werewolf retorted, producing a fruit and tossing it to Mingri Huachi Luo. But it should not be for the Amano Murakumo sword. It is merely a weapon. Mingri Huachi Luo caught the fruit, remaining silent. The Amano Murakumo sword was formidable, a unique weapon belonging to her family. She had brought it back from Neon City, and only her kin were aware of her movements. Today, it was merely resting at the auction house, as she intended to depart for Sakura City the following day. However, her whereabouts had clearly been leaked, indicating the presence of a traitor within her family. Yet, if the other party was not after the sword, what could their intentions be? Given that family members were involved, it was likely tied to her lineage. Mingri Huachi Luo continued to inquire, was it you who dealt with my shadow guards? Naturally, her protection was not solely entrusted to those 4 novices. The true shadow guards were the elite shinobi of her family, who had conspicuously failed to appear, suggesting they had perished. You asked too many questions. The female werewolf waved her hand dismissively. Just stay quietly. Do not play tricks. Everything has been arranged. With that, her gaze shifted from dullness to cold indifference. You should rest now. Susiti rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The 2 individuals he had encountered outside his vehicle, one was likely a member of the Mingri family. As they had addressed Huachi Luo as Miss, this indicated a betrayal within her family. She indeed possessed more powerful shadow guards, but they had been eliminated. Is everything arranged? Sioux City recalled each incident since his arrival in the Dead City. Many occurrences seemed rather coincidental, yet he still lacked substantial clues. The adjacent room fell entirely silent. Sioux City attended to his hygiene, but did not sleep, remaining alert to the sounds from next door. Before long, the clock struck midnight. The group of pursuers returned to the inn. Leading them was a leopard-headed man. You truly did not see those people? The deer-headed man, barely opening his eyes, retorted, No. If you wish to stay, pay the fee, There's a price list on the wall. If you are not staying, please refrain from bothering me. You. The leopard-headed man was about to lash out, but restrained himself, recalling the rules of the place. The deer-headed man was unperturbed. What? It's already past midnight. You should hurry. You know the rules. The leopard-headed man gritted his teeth. Fine, for standard rooms. The deer-headed man sneered inwardly, cursing them for being a bunch of paupers. He swiftly collected the payment, tossed the keys to the leopard-headed man, and turned back to sleep, unafraid of any potential attack. Fuming. The leopard-headed man gripped the keys tightly and led his companions to their rooms. Damn it, if this weren't a forbidden martial arts zone, I would have devoured him, muttered a wolf-headed man in frustration. The leopard-headed man sighed. There is no choice. It's already past midnight. We cannot linger outside any longer. If we do not seek shelter in a wooden house, we shall perish. Damn it, how could such a terrifying place exist within the arena? This is the most perilous area of the dead city, at least for us flesh-eating mutants. The leopard-headed man lamented. Heaven knows what those plants that nurtured us truly are. This group resided directly beneath Sioux City. The inn had poor sound insulation, or perhaps none at all. The most dangerous place? Sioux City opened his eyes, realizing that no conflict had unfolded in this round. Moreover, from their conversation, he discerned that this was indeed a forbidden martial arts zone. Yet, they were the ones in danger. It appeared that flesh-eating mutants could not remain outside for long and must seek refuge in wooden houses. No wonder the female werewolf had brought Ming Ri Huachi Luo to the inn. He had previously observed that they were all wooden structures. However, what exactly posed the danger? Sioux City was not left in suspense for long. Suddenly, a sound of earth being disturbed resonated from outside the window. He leaned against the sill, peering out, and was astonished to see a thick vine-like tentacle erupting from the ground, reaching towards the first floor of the inn, directly towards the room beneath him. We are already in the wooden house. Why are we still being attacked? Damn it. Our luck is abysmal. We have lingered outside too long. It's over. Run. There were 8 pursuers in total, 5 of whom were flesh-eating mutants. Upon spotting the vine-like tentacle, they chose to flee without a moment's hesitation. Fools, going out now is tantamount to death. This is their time to feast. The deer-headed man scoffed at the fleeing leopard-headed man and his companions. Sure enough, the moment the leopard-headed man dashed out of the inn, the ground beneath him heaved. A vine-like tentacle ensnared his body in an instant. Ah! The leopard-headed man screamed, yet his cry lasted but a second as his body visibly withered and decayed, then was dragged underground. The ground returned to normal as if nothing had transpired. They were devouring people. Flesh-eating mutants. Sioux City widened his eyes, watching in disbelief from outside. The wasteland was indeed alive. The other 4 mutants could not escape either, all consumed by the vine-like tentacles and dragged underground, their screams echoing in succession. The deer-headed man, clearly accustomed to such occurrences, comfortably turned over. Good riddance. Flesh-eating mutants deserve to die. However, as he attempted to sleep once more, a slender vine emerged from the ground, slithering towards him. When it reached behind him, its sharp tip plunged into his body, pulsating continuously, yet he seemed entirely oblivious. The following day, as the sun rose, the remaining 3 guards of Ming Ri Huachi Luo hurriedly exited their rooms, returning the keys to the deer-headed man. Yamamoto. What shall we do now? Quickly head to the entrance of the next round. The kidnappers will surely attempt to breach the inner circle. Understood. The 3 immediately dashed towards the exit. After they left, the female werewolf escorted Ming Ri Huachi Luo downstairs, checking out and departing directly. Today, the female werewolf adorned Ming Ri Huachi Luo with a headscarf, and the guqin was wrapped in cloth. Sioux City casually tossed the keys to the seemingly unwell deer-headed man and followed closely, neither too far nor too near. The next round was the first. They were nearing the motherland. Was there also in the motherland? Chapter 184. Ultimate R. Following the female werewolf, Cheng noticed they bypassed the first ring, opting for a different hotel, seemingly to evade the previous guards. Could her be in the second ring? If so, why wasn't the female werewolf meeting with her? Was she awaiting her employer? Regardless, he decided to follow. Upon reaching the reception, he observed that this hotel was more upscale, though still a wooden cabin. The walls were thicker, and the decor was more lavish, resulting in higher prices: 100 for a standard room, 150 for a king-size room, 300 for a suite, and 899 for a mysterious SBA bathhouse. A vixen girl winked at Su Cheng, purring, "I can be of service to you." Many of the mutants in the second ring were nearly indistinguishable from humans, and the vixen girl before him was one such example. Her face and body were human, save for a pair of fox ears atop her head and two orange fox tails. One of the orange tails reached out, its fluffy fur gently teasing Su Cheng and Appo's chin. Su Cheng subtly recoiled, shaking his head. Just a room next to those two women from before. He produced 2 fruits, one of which was a rare specimen. Will this suffice for the room fee? The vixen girl leaned forward, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her milky white cleavage. Her fingers pressed against the rare fruit. "I'm only willing to do this because I see you as a handsome talent. Are you sure you won't reconsider?" "No, thank you." Su Cheng's gaze remained cool, unyielding to her allure. He continued, "Entertain the patrons. It's spring. They're in need of it." I can," a minotaur stammered, sidling up with a lecherous grin. "Sweetheart, call me patron. I and Appos. LL take the 899 option. Heh." The vixen girl cast him a dismissive glance, straightened up, adjusted her collar to conceal her skin, and retracted her mutated features. "All right, number 88. Time to clock in." With that, a burly female minotaur in a pink dress emerged from the back room and, much to the minotaur and Appos' bewilderment, scooped him into a crushing embrace. "Hello, number 88 technician at your service." "No." The minotaur's desperate cry echoed as he was dragged into a room bathed in pink light. "Third floor, room 501. The vixen girl handed Su Cheng a key, her fingers lightly grazing his palm. "You and Appos, welcome to come find me anytime." "I must decline." Su Cheng sighed inwardly, taking the key and descending to the 3rd floor. He pressed against the wall, attempting to ascertain if the female werewolf was in the adjacent room. The hotel and Appos' soundproofing was indeed superior, but his enhanced senses allowed him to pick up faint sounds. "Don't pry too much." It was the female werewolf's voice. "Why aren't we going to the first ring?" This was the voice of Akira Tamaraflower. "Are we waiting here for the person who hired you?" "Don't ask too many questions either." The female werewolf replied coldly. "We're staying here today, not going anywhere." "All right, can I practice my instrument?" "No." The conversation ended there, and the adjacent room fell silent once more. He hadn't and Appos. He heard the beginning of the conversation, but he had caught the end. They were staying here for a day. Su Cheng considered that he could undergo his 4th enhancement today, and he didn't want to delay it. Postponing it by a day would push back his subsequent enhancements as well. Since they were staying put for a day, he could return and bring the motor home for another enhancement. Confirming that the female werewolf had no intention of leaving, Su Cheng immediately exited the hotel and headed back towards the 4th ring. "Handsome, had a change of heart?" The vixen girl, propping her chin on her hand, greeted Su Cheng with a flirty smile. Su Cheng completely ignored her and walked on. "Such a dullard," the vixen girl muttered, disappointed. "First ring, biological laboratory. Haven and Appos. You captured the target yet?" A black-robed figure questioned her with displeasure. "Oh, pardon me, we encountered a minor setback. There are too many pursuers. It might take a couple of days." R's body continued to manipulate the equipment. In the transparent cranium, the brain with its facial features wore an innocent expression as it gazed at the black-robed figure. 2 days? The black-robed figure's eyes narrowed slightly. "No. You have only 1 day. Don't be like that, dear friend." Or chuckled. "1 day is doable, but I'm rather curious." The black-robed figure said flatly, "Speak. How did you know that the boy had also arrived in Dead City?" R and Appos' tone was slow. "Are you targeting him?" The black-robed figure didn't respond immediately. After a moment, he said coldly, "It's best not to ask what you shouldn't." R controlled the body to approach the black-robed figure, watching the culture medium as he spoke. "All right, I was just curious. You seem to know everything, to be all-powerful. Thank you for the special reminder." "Humph." The black robe snorted coldly. "It and Appos' to prevent you from failing the mission again." "That and Appos'. That's why I said, thank you." Or suddenly turned around. The face on the brain and the face on the body both smiling grotesquely. "You're too young." As soon as the words fell, countless golden wooden tentacles burst through the culture medium, directly binding the black-robed figure tightly. "You and Appos' not only young, but also particularly conceited. Always acting high and mighty as if you could kill me at will." R laughed maniacally as he circled the black-robed figure. "Ha ha. How does it feel now?" You're courting death. The black-robed figure's entire body erupted with power, and the golden tentacles were gradually pried open. Cracks appeared on the alloy-like surface. I must say, your strength is truly formidable. Arkuden and Apos, T help but sigh. No wonder you and Apos, Ria Class C envoy. Unfortunately, it and Apos, is too late. Haha. Now your body is mine. A lizard tail suddenly extended from behind the mechanical modified mutant in the culture medium. The head of the tail was like a sharp spike, instantly piercing into the black-robed figure and Apos' body. What have you done to me? Why can and Apos, T summon my exoskeleton? The black-robed figure was horrified to discover that he couldn't and Apos, T summon his dreadnought-class armor. Of course, it and Apos, the unique magical plants here, are controlled the body to open the transparent cranium, pulling out his main body along with countless neural data lines. The original body was controlled by a thick data conduit extending from the ceiling, which plugged into the cranium. I and Apos, VE fused not only with the mutant, but I and Apos, VE also fused everything with that perfect gene. Now, you die. The lizard tail instantly pierced through the black-robed figure and Apos' chest, a mechanical heart hanging on the tail. Or stared almost maniacally at the black-robed figure and Apos' corpse. This is the perfect base. This is my ultimate form. Haha. The black-robed figure and Apos' hood was torn open, revealing a young male face. His eyes were wide, clearly unresigned to his death. Rest in peace. I will make good use of your body. Several mechanical tentacles brushed over his eyes, then cut open his skull, pulling out both the original brain and the photon brain and throwing them into the corner. Then transplanted himself over. Countless data nerve lines below his brain, as if alive, frantically burrowed into the black-robed figure and Apos' skull. At the same time, the bodies in the culture medium were also all dissolved. The original body manipulated the mechanical tentacles to put the black-robed figure into a new culture medium, and also transplanted the original mechanical modified mutant over. Suddenly, the black-robed figure opened his eyes, grinning and screaming, I will ascend to the ultimate evil. Chapter 185, The Fourth Genetic Enhancement, Mutation, and Fusion. After departing from the hotel in Sioux City, I stepped outside. The female werewolf gave me a brief instruction before leaving her room. She approached the adjoining room and pressed her ear against the door. Brother, that and Apos. That's wonderful. Oh, one library. Listening to the sounds emanating from within, the female werewolf quietly made her way to Sioux City and Apos' door, once again straining to hear. After a considerable wait, silence prevailed. She glanced between the two rooms before returning to her own. Upon re-entering the fourth ring, everything appeared deceptively tranquil. However, soldiers were stationed throughout the shops, meticulously scrutinizing all who entered and exited. Sioux City smoothly passed through the entrance guards and returned to the parking lot. Instead of immediately driving away, he set off to the market, engaging in a substantial trade of goods. He exchanged all the unnecessary items for those that would serve him well. It wasn't until nearly noon that he completed all transactions. Observing the abundance of supplies in the trunk, he felt a sense of accomplishment. With continued accumulation, he would soon possess enough resources for further upgrades to his battle armor. Securing the car door, he entered the driver's seat and set the vehicle in motion towards the second ring. As long as no weapons were activated, the second ring would not impose defenses on the RV. Finding a parking area, he stationed the RV and proceeded to the back. He took stock of the items he had acquired during his day in the Dead City. He had successfully exchanged the 9 treasures monkey wine and the precious honey. In return, he received a pound of 12 treasures monkey king wine and royal jelly, leaving only a single piece of various fruits. He retained 200 of the finest mutated organs, exchanging the rest for 2 sets of E-grade mechanical prosthetics, including those disassembled from hunters and 2 men in black. He possessed a total of 4 sets of E-grade mechanical prosthetics, 1 set of C-grade, and half a set of B-grade combat prosthetics. Ignoring the nutritional solution, he still had a substantial amount left. He also had 4 katanas made of titanium alloy, along with a more advanced titanium-tungsten alloy katana. Overall, the day in Apos' haul was commendable, with the Monkey King wine and royal jelly being the most valuable. He retrieved a red treasure tree fruit and activated his dimensional eye to inspect it. Red treasure tree fruit, a special fruit born of the red rock divine tree in the Dead City, capable of slightly enhancing reflex nerve activity and improving human reaction speed. It contains genes and neurotoxins, and direct consumption by humans or mutants is strongly discouraged. The fruit harbors a robe, posing a high danger. Products processed from it significantly reduce its toxicity. Fortunately, he had not consumed it. It was poisonous. Yet, it seemed that mutants relied on such food, though they appeared quite resilient. Shaking his head, Sioux City trusted the information provided by the Dimensional Eye. The flora here was fraught with unknowns, and the fruits were unlikely to be as benign as they seemed. He also checked the yellow treasure grass fruit, which enhanced cellular vitality, but was similarly toxic and hazardous. Stowing away the fruits and prosthetics, he retrieved a bottle of C-grade genetic enhancement serum and 2 bottles of D-grade enhancement serums from the refrigerator. It was time for the 4th genetic enhancement. He consumed all the 12 treasures Monkey King wine and royal jelly, followed by an immediate injection of the C-grade enhancement serum and the 2 D-grade serums. Instantly, a surge of searing energy surged through his stomach, accompanied by a tearing pain deep within his jeans. Yet, the royal jelly and D-grade enhancement serums began to simultaneously alleviate the 2 side effects. Gritting his teeth, Sioux City endured the familiar agony. Each wave of pain during genetic enhancement signified a metamorphosis. 1 minute later, all pain dissipated. Exhaling deeply, he opened his eyes. The hexagonal star in his left pupil contracted, then astonishingly split into another hexagonal star. The 2 golden hexagons, now misaligned, transformed into a 12-pointed star. At that moment, 4 of the 12 points shimmered with a golden glow. Simultaneously, a hint of purple electricity surged forth from his pupil. The 4th genetic enhancement is complete. 4th genetic enhancement drastically reduces the consumption of perception, no longer influenced by the user's physical strength, with a fixed activation time of 1 hour. After 6 enhancements and oppos, eternal perception and oppos will be unlocked. Significantly increases the frame rate of perception. After 6 enhancements and oppos, infinite deconstruction and oppos will be unlocked. Introducing a brand new deconstruction mode. The deconstruction eye has mutated. It now fuses with radiation and electricity, granting charge manipulation abilities, enabling paralysis effects upon using perception. Slightly slows enemy movement. The deconstruction eye has mutated. Sioux City gazed in astonishment at the information presented by the Dimensional Eye. He had not anticipated that his exposure to radiation and electricity would bestow him with charge manipulation, which had merged with the deconstruction eye. Not only had it endowed perception with new capabilities, but he could also employ it directly through his left eye. Once an enemy was locked on, he could completely control them. Clearly, the charge manipulation had been enhanced. It seemed that any adversary could be dominated, contingent upon the duration. Moreover, using perception would also slow the enemy's speed, thereby further amplifying its effectiveness. Additionally, this enhancement provided a clear indication of the abilities he could attain in the future. Soon, in just 10 days, Sioux City blinked, the golden 12-star pupil gradually dimming and concealing itself. He glanced down at his hands, feeling fortunate. Not only had he integrated radiation and electricity, but he had also activated the lightning ability during his battle with Mobius. Now, he had fused it with the primary genetic sequence ability. In addition to the genetic enhancement, his physical strength had been further augmented by the 12 treasures Monkey King wine and royal jelly. Rolling up his sleeves, it seemed that with his current physical defenses, he would no longer fear ordinary firearms. Even without summoning the dragon armor, he should be capable of holding his own against Yi Tian with his inherent strength and the standard defenses of the dragon armor. Of course, this was merely the beginning. The pursuit of strength is an endless journey. This was merely the second dimension of technology. Sioux City left the Aurelio greatsword within the RV and reorganized his supplies. Weapons were prohibited in the second ring, making it impossible to bring them along. After securing the RV, he returned to the hotel. Now, all that remained was to await the female werewolf and Oppos' reunion. Bang. Chapter 186. The Trigger Mechanism, the Vines That Crush the Earth. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the adjacent room. As Su Cheng stepped inside, he pressed himself against the wall, straining to listen. In the adjoining chamber, the female werewolf, after hurling a fruit against the opposite wall, also leaned against the wall of Su Cheng's room, eavesdropping. They were separated by only a thin barrier. In the first-level biological laboratory, the specimen abruptly opened its eyes, grinning maliciously. "I've got you." Simultaneously, the female werewolf cackled in agreement. Bang! This time, the werewolf lunged and clawed through the wall. Su Cheng's pupils constricted in shock. He hadn't anticipated such an abrupt assault. There was no time to react before a claw struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into a table before coming to a halt. Breathless, Su Cheng glanced at the werewolf who had just breached the wall, then rose to his feet, brushing off the dust. The dragon armor, in its standard form, possessed formidable defenses, and combined with his own body's resilience, he sustained no injury whatsoever. Not surprised at all, the werewolf chuckled. "You've been following me all along, haven't you?" Indeed, Su Cheng was quite curious. He did not summon the dragon armor nor prepare to strike. "How did you know I was here?" It was improbable for the adversary to have eyes everywhere in the dead city, given he had only arrived 2 or 3 days prior. Unless they had established a foothold in the dead city beforehand, it was unlikely they would be aware of his presence. Otherwise, his movements had been stealthy enough to remain undetected. "Haha, I'll tell you after you die," the werewolf retorted, poised to strike again. At that moment, the ground outside the hotel suddenly ruptured, and numerous vines burst forth, rapidly advancing toward the werewolf. Who was attacking the hotel? "Get out now." The fox girl rushed up from downstairs, panic-stricken. The second level was a forbidden zone for combat. Any engagement would trigger the scorched earth's self-defense mechanism. Su Cheng refrained from retaliating precisely because he was aware of this mechanism. "Do you think the scorched earth will only attack me?" the werewolf said, charging at Su Cheng. "Why do you think I'm attacking you, knowing your strength?" Sure enough, the next moment, the vines turned their assault toward him as well. It seemed there was a collateral damage mechanism at play. Just as Su Cheng prepared to counterattack, the fox girl dashed upstairs and shouted urgently, "Don't fight back. Run. If you attack, it will attract even more vines." "My hotel?" The divine tree's aggression would escalate. If she were to perish, the collateral mechanism would be lifted. "Damn woman." The werewolf glared at the fox girl, not expecting her to intervene. She immediately redirected her charge toward the fox girl. A multitude of thick vines crashed through the hotel walls, akin to octopus tentacles reaching for the werewolf. However, the werewolf was remarkably swift, evading the vines momentarily. Seeing this, Su Cheng dashed to the fox girl and Apos' side, his speed exceeding both the werewolf and Apos' and the vines and Apos'. He scooped up the fox girl, avoiding the werewolf and Apos' attack. The fox girl playfully poked his chest with her finger, unafraid. "I'm Daji, a renowned beauty from the old world. Thankfully, you saved me." Su Cheng replied coolly, "Just expressing my gratitude for your warning." As they emerged outside, they beheld 6 massive vines, each 2 meters thick and over 20 meters long, wreaking havoc upon the hotel. The building crumbled, splintered wood flying everywhere. Daji's face paled instantly. "What the hell is this? Why are they attacking my place?" Su Cheng was taken aback, observing Daji's swift transformation from fury to fear. "Brother, she is just really angry." Daji shrank into his embrace, sensing his gaze. "I'm scared." Su Cheng pursed his lips. The werewolf emerged in pursuit. "Heh, do you think you can escape?" With that, her hands morphed into energy cannons, firing 2 blue lasers instantaneously. The speed of the lasers was unmatched. Su Cheng could only reposition himself, but this maneuver also triggered 4 vines to lash out at him from beneath the scorched earth. Boom! The ground shattered. A vine, laden with dirt, surged forth, slamming down beside Su Cheng and cracking the earth. This approach was futile. The woman's speed was too great, and if he continued, more vines would evolve. While the vines would also accelerate, his peril would increase exponentially. He could not allow the vines to keep evolving. As if to validate Daji's words, countless vines erupted from the earth, as if they were indomitable appendages. The surrounding crowd screamed in terror, fleeing in a frenzy, particularly from Su Cheng, as if he were the source of their dread. "Get away from us. You're trying to kill us." The chaos erupted, with cries of madness filling the air. 2 lunatics fighting in the second level. Have you all lost your minds? Only a few years had passed, and yet destruction reigned once more. If the vines evolved to their ultimate form, they would all perish. Su Cheng attempted to navigate toward less crowded areas, but the throngs were overwhelming. There was only one course of action left. Daji furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on the werewolf. Kill that woman. Use her body as a sacrifice to the scorched earth. If you can evade the vine's assault, it will calm down. But you must possess sufficient strength. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Cheng glanced at a nearby pile of grass. Your body seems in good shape. Daji smiled seductively. I'm quite healthy, not afraid of your charge. All right. Su Cheng nodded, tossing her toward the grass pile. Hey, you brute. Daji exclaimed as she tumbled into the grass, spitting out the foliage and glaring at Su Cheng. You filthy man. Su Cheng's expression hardened as the golden brooch on his chest spun, and the dragon armor materialized in an instant. As the armor appeared, more vines erupted from the earth, lunging at him. Bang, bang, bang. The thick vines slammed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and obliterating everything in their vicinity. Su Cheng was swifter than the werewolf and far quicker than the vines. He deftly maneuvered, dodging the lasers while rapidly closing in on the werewolf. What if I attack that fox vixen? The werewolf sneered, firing a laser cannon at Daji. Watch out. Daji quickly evaded. Su Cheng paid no heed, charging directly at the werewolf. However, just then, a vine shot out to block his path. Su Cheng's left eye widened as the golden 12-star emblem illuminated, pulsating with a faint purple electric glow. Perception unraveled. The speed of the tentacles and the werewolf decelerated, appearing in slow motion. Simultaneously, faint purple currents flickered across the vines and the werewolf. This was the paralyzing effect that accompanied the Eye of Deconstruction after its transformation. Su Cheng nimbly evaded the tentacles, closing in on the werewolf and seizing her neck with one hand. The werewolf felt a rush of dizziness, her body stiffening as her neck was constricted. With a slight exertion, Su Cheng snapped the werewolf's neck. I was in the first level. The werewolf began but was abruptly silenced as vines pierced her body, dragging her into the earth. Run. Escape the vine's attack. Best not to carry weapons. Daji shouted from a distance. Su Cheng promptly retracted the dragon armor and sprinted in a random direction. In truth, he had noticed the issue upon entering in the RV. There were firearms inside, and the Illyruo heavy sword was also in the vehicle. However, the second level's defensive mechanism had not targeted the RV, indicating that as long as weapons were concealed, they would not be attacked. At the very least, they needed to be wrapped or shielded from detection. Daji's advice to evade the vine's assault was intended to deprive the vines of a target. Additionally, the absence of weapons would prevent further aggression from the second level. The scorched earth was deemed alive because it possessed human-like perception. Yet they appear devoid of thought, merely adhering to rigid rules. Chapter 187. Replicas. First ring before long, the vines became thicker, longer, and swifter, bursting forth from the ground with relentless vigor. Those unable to evade their grasp were flung aside, though the impact was not particularly damaging as the vines were not intended as an assault. For the more robust mutants, injuries were negligible. Su Cheng pressed on, pushing his speed to the utmost limits. He needed to escape the range of the vines before their velocity matched his own, otherwise he would inevitably be caught. After a considerable time, the distance between him and the vines widened, stretching further until they completely lost track of him. Breathing heavily, Su Cheng glanced back to see countless sturdy vines gradually retracting back into the scorched earth. Deprived of the Dragon Chi battle armor, he relied solely on the strength of his original form to flee. Had he not undergone numerous enhancements and consumed the 12 treasures Monkey King brew and Queen Bee pollen earlier, he might not have been able to fully evade the vine's assault. Fortunately, they had not erupted directly beneath his feet. After a brief respite, he made his way toward the RV, or was in the first ring. The deliberate revelation of his location was a summons for him to approach. Regardless of R's intentions, he had no choice but to go. The RV was parked near the Daji Hotel, where he encountered a furious Daji on the way. Compensation, Daji exclaimed, charging at Su Cheng with fiery indignation. Either pay up or work off the debt. No money? Then I'll have to put you to hard labor. He had no cash, but he possessed enhancement fluid. Su Cheng sighed. He had already spent all his funds on prosthetics and other supplies. Only the basic enhancement fluid remained in abundance. Daji's hotel had indeed suffered damage due to him. Upon hearing about compensation, Daji's expression brightened. All right, I'll go get it. Cheng nodded and headed toward the parking lot. Wait, I'm coming with you. Daji hurriedly followed. My losses are substantial. I can't let you escape. When they reached the parking lot, Daji flirtatiously tossed him a sultry glance. You didn't want to be at the hotel, did you? There are people here. It will cost extra. Just wait for me. Cheng did not bring her into the RV, but went to retrieve the basic enhancement fluid. He compared the basic enhancement fluid from the man in black with his own, synthesized, and upgraded with the dimensional eye. The black-clad man's basic enhancement fluid was a deep blue, murky and viscous as it flowed, while his own, synthesized with the dimensional eye, was a brilliant azure, clear and pure as water. He took a bottle of his own and also grabbed the black-clad man and Appo's. Returning to Daji, he offered the enhancement fluid. This should suffice. Daji's eyes lit up upon seeing the fluid. Aha. I knew my intuition wasn't wrong. My left eyelid has been twitching all day. I sensed fortune coming my way. This quality is exceptional. She examined the bottle of synthesized enhancement fluid closely. It was of such high quality. She had visited the Fourth Ring's trade center and seen the enhancement fluids there, which were similar to the murky one in her hand but exorbitantly priced far beyond her means. Yet these two bottles, clearly of a vastly superior caliber, were worth a fortune, though her hotel had sustained significant damage. The value of this high-quality enhancement fluid more than compensated for her losses. That Chapter 188, Fusion and Refinement, Comprehensive Enhancement of the Hands. As I turn around to observe, the center of the first ring forbids any vehicular passage, encircled by an outer road reminiscent of the old world, featuring 4 entrances and exits. However, there is no prohibition against carrying weapons. Many humans traverse the road, armed, yet unlike the chaotic wasteland, conflicts are not rampant. Numerous mutants stand guard, patrolling the area. Along the outer road, several parking lots are available. Driving around the outer ring, I discern that this area bears a striking resemblance to the city layout. The truly prosperous residential zone exists solely within a 500-meter radius of the motherland, where the guards patrol. Beyond this 500-meter mark, stretching to the second impact ring, the surroundings resemble a suburban area. This region is relatively affluent compared to other rings, but it too experiences strife and disorder, with the guards largely indifferent to the chaos. Additionally, the dead city lacks any offensive mechanisms akin to those of the second ring. I aim to discover the location where it might be hiding. The central area seems unlikely, given that it primarily consists of distinctive dead city architecture, with houses constructed from wood and blackened earth. In contrast, the suburban area beyond the 500 meters is littered with ruins of modern human structures amidst vast expanses of woodland. Sensor has successfully modified half-mechanical mutants. It stands to reason that a laboratory must exist, likely in a secluded location without regulatory constraints. Thus, the central area is unsuitable, aside from hotels and commercial establishments. Suitable accommodations resembling villages are scarce, making it difficult to find appropriate facilities for experiments. Conversely, the suburbs are replete with suitable buildings, their remnants suitable for conducting clandestine research. And the sparse population makes it an ideal setting. I glance at the Guqin in the passenger seat. Upon closer inspection, I find a switch on its back. With a click, the Guqin springs open, revealing a black and white sword hilt within. Fully unveiling the Guqin, I discover a longsword measuring 160 centimeters in total length. The blade itself spans 120 centimeters, with a 40-centimeter hilt, featuring a guard at the end shaped like a horizontal line. The blade glistens ominously, radiating cold light. A fine sword indeed. Though a replica, its quality is not to be underestimated. However, considering I already possess the Araloro Greatsword, carrying an additional sword would undoubtedly be cumbersome. I summon the Dragon Cheng battle armor and grasp the Amatsumikaboshi sword, attempting to fuse it with the Dragon Claw. I watch as the Amatsumikaboshi sword gradually transforms into a fluid, continuously merging with the Dragon Claw. Upon the complete integration of the sword's essence, the system announces, Fusion, Amatsumikaboshi sword replica. Dragon Claw, Defense Specialization Skill Derivation 1, resistant to radiation lightning-induced mutation. Sharpness Enhancement, comprehensive improvement of hand armor defense and strength. Significant increase in intensity. capable of fully withstanding S-class weapon attacks. While I remain unaware of the sword's inherent abilities, it appears to possess defensive qualities. Previously, when I fused the V-type shock blade, the Dragon Claw's sharpness was enhanced to the point of slicing through the symbiotic armor. Following the fusion of the Amatsu-Mikaboshi sword, the overall strength of my hands has significantly increased. Both power and defense have been augmented, enabling me to completely withstand S-class weapon strikes. In terms of the ranking system of the Ninja series compared to the Future City series weapons, I can effectively counter the V-type shock blade and Appos S assaults. If I were to consider the prosthetic rankings, it aligns with the symbiotic armor level. This denotes absolute defense, rendering me impervious to attacks from weapons of this caliber. Though merely a replica, its performance is undeniably formidable. Moreover, I have acquired a derived skill. This derived skill is influenced by radiation lightning, producing unknown mutation effects. Ever since the radiation lightning within my body was activated, it seems that all subsequent enhancements to my prosthetics, weapons, and even my physique are now subject to its influence. I never anticipated that the lightning strike I narrowly escaped would lead to my body merging with radiation lightning. With a sudden burst, the dragon claw extends. I examined the claw, now shimmering with strands of purple light, heralding the awakening of radiation lightning mutations. The dragon claw has grown longer and sharper. I ponder the conditions and environment necessary for triggering the derived skill. Should I enter the virtual reality chamber for training? Or should I seek out her now? Retracting my battle armor, I contemplate. Locating ours hiding place in the suburbs will undoubtedly consume considerable time. Sensor deliberately lured me to the first ring. It is likely he possesses a significant advantage. He must be considerably stronger than Mobius to have drawn me here. Previously, I feared I might flee if I sought him out. However, if I intended to escape, he need not disclose his location to me. Thus, it is highly probable that I will not flee this time. Rather, he may aim to eliminate me entirely. Consequently, I do not need to venture out in search of R. He will undoubtedly come to find me once more. Before that happens, enhancing my own strength and preparing thoroughly is the most prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, I promptly enter the rear compartment. The virtual reality chamber has already synchronized with the main bedroom, positioned conveniently beside the bed. I approach, open the cover, and take a seat inside. As the green light strips illuminate, the virtual reality chamber activates. I find myself once more in the training space. The training robot I previously configured was solely defensive. However, considering the attributes gained from the fusion of the Dragon Claw and Amatsu-Mikaboshi sword, it is likely to be defensive in nature. Thus, I set the robot to utilize offensive weapons. Once the configuration is complete, the scene transforms instantaneously, transporting me to a predetermined outdoor prairie environment. The training robot wields a long-handled giant axe. This weapon boasts an extended reach and formidable striking power. As the scene shifts, the training robot immediately swings the giant axe with great force, leaping high into the air and descending upon me with a powerful strike. I have already summoned the Dragon Cheng battle armor, and when the moment is right, I firmly grasp the robot and Appos as formidable blow. Clang. I feel a tremendous force transmit through my hand. The attributes of the training robot I configured represent the virtual reality chamber's limits, including weapon levels. The force behind this strike undoubtedly matches that of an A-class combat prosthetic. Yet, even as I successfully intercept the axe, the armor remains unresponsive. The conditions for triggering the derived skill have not been met. Curious, I contemplate. It should be a defensive reaction, yet could it be an offensive one? The training robot continues its assault. I catch the axe once more, but still, no reaction occurs. I decide to charge at the training robot, and with a swift motion, the dragon claw pierces through the robot's chest, extracting its energy core. The training robot collapses into a stream of data, disintegrating without any response. In the next instant, a new inspection robot materializes, leaping to attack with the same downward strike. I again intercept the axe, yet no reaction follows. The attacks are ineffective, and the defense proves inadequate. Are there specific details or trigger conditions I am overlooking? With a narrowed gaze, I sense the axe attempting to break free from my grasp as the training robot exerts force to retrieve it. I grip tightly, unleashing my strength, and to my astonishment, I crush the axe head. Most importantly, During the act of shattering the axe, the red patterns on my armor illuminate. Chapter 189, Derivative Skill, Grip of Destruction. Triggered. Successfully activated conditions for skill derivation in progress. Insufficient information. Please continue to maintain triggering conditions. Cheng gazed in astonishment at the description within the Eye of Dimension. It appeared that one must utilize the Dragon Claw to dismantle the opponent and Oppo's weapon. To validate his hypothesis, he promptly summoned another training robot. With one hand, he seized the robot's attacking longsword, then exerted force to crush it. The crimson patterns on his dragon armor illuminated once more. Indeed, it was essential to destroy the enemy's weapon. If so, acquiring a multitude of weapons for destruction would undoubtedly be more efficient than intercepting and dismantling them one by one. He immediately accessed the system menu to reset the training options, selecting to place an abundance of arms. Observing the mountain of various weapons before him, Cheng stepped forward and grasped a long knife, crushing it effortlessly. However, this time, the armor remained unresponsive. It appeared that he must intercept the weapon wielded by the adversary. In truth, catching weapons with one's hands is perilous. Yet, with the enhancement of the Dragon Claw, it was sufficiently sturdy to do so. Alternatively, it could serve as a surprising strike, potentially yielding remarkable results in critical moments. An ordinary person, even with the Dragon Claw, might not always successfully catch another's weapon. However, Cheng possessed the ability to see through. Since there was no shortcut available, he resolved to train diligently. He reconfigured 4 training robots to launch their attacks in sequence, setting the refresh rate to automatic. Cheng continued his training in derivative skills. In the outskirts, amidst a tangle of weeds and towering trees, lay the ruins of a building partially sunken into the ground. Within it, a sealed biological laboratory remained intact, its metallic structure having disintegrated around it, yet the lab, crafted from special metals, withstood the impact of its fall. Inside the last intact massive incubator, a muscular figure lay dormant, standing at 190 centimeters tall, his upper body bare and bald. A circle of sutured scars adorned his head, even though the wounds had healed. The marks persisted. The bald man appeared youthful, merely in his 20s. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. The nutrient solution within the incubator, Chapter 190, the rabbit girl and the old bull, make their appearance. The special weapon likely refers to something akin to the Arrelore Greatsword. The intrinsic characteristic of the Arrelore Greatsword is its unparalleled hardness, further enhanced by the blessing of sunlight, rendering it indestructible. However, this is already sufficient. Any standardized weapon, even military grade, can be directly obliterated. Alternatively, weapons lacking defensive special properties are also susceptible to destruction. Moreover, even weapons deemed indestructible possess altered capabilities. The utilization of the Grip of Annihilation carries a certain probability of severing the connection between the weapon and its wielder. The radiation lightning can disrupt all forms of communication, and its potent current is undoubtedly a fatal weakness for electronic systems. When employing the Grip of Annihilation alongside radiation lightning, it courses through the weapon, infiltrating the enemy's cybernetic body, thereby dismantling the connection. For certain weapons, a specific linkage with battle armor or cybernetics is necessary to unleash their unique abilities or offensive characteristics. For instance, technical firearms must connect with the user's cybernetics to facilitate calculations via a photon brain. The individual who previously pierced Cheng's body with a sniper rifle belonged to this category. The derived techniques following mutation possess a probability of severing such connections, rendering the weapon inoperative. If physical destruction is unattainable, then technological sabotage is the alternative. One could assert that the derived techniques of the mutated Dragon Claw are remarkably comprehensive. Cheng exited the training simulation chamber, having devoted over 6 hours to mastering derived techniques. Throughout this duration, he did not pause even for a moment, ultimately succeeding in skill derivation. The ground before him was littered with weapons, forming a small mountain. He meticulously wrapped the Arrelore Greatsword in a white cloth. From this perspective, it resembled the manner in which Rose favored binding her chest. With the Arrelore Greatsword secured to his back, Cheng stepped out of the mobile home. It was already afternoon. Given his conspicuous attire, if I were searching for him, it would be an effortless task. He made no effort to conceal his movements. strolling down the street while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. However, his appearance also attracted the attention of the guards. While others bore weapons, the Aralor greatsword was undeniably ostentatious. Despite being wrapped in cloth, it still captured the gaze of passers-by. "Hey there, young man." At that moment, a frail voice erupted from behind him, prompting Su Cheng to turn around in confusion. An elderly man with a head full of white hair, resembling a bull, accompanied by a rabbit girl who appeared to be in her 20s, stood before him. The rabbit girl wore a black veil over her eyes, obscuring her gaze. Both figures were in human form, yet the elder sported 2 bull horns atop his head, while the girl had 2 pristine white rabbit ears. He inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" "Greetings, I am Yoli," the elder replied with a smile. "May I ask, are you formidable?" Su Cheng found it peculiar that these two had approached him to inquire about his prowess. "Ah, my apologies. The truth is, I wish to hire a formidable individual to escort us to the motherland." Yoli continued, "This is my adopted daughter, Niu Shaoli." The name was as haphazard as that of the siblings, Hong Jie and Hong Di. Su Cheng glanced at Niu Shaoli. Although her eyes were concealed, her delicate jawline, petite nose, soft pink lips, and snow-white complexion suggested she was a breathtaking beauty. From his observations since entering the Dead City, among the mutated beings, the fox and rabbit tribes possessed the highest aesthetic appeal. Yet, there were variations. Niu Shaoli appeared distinct from the mutated inhabitants of the Dead City, exuding an air of sophistication devoid of the usual urban grit. Regretfully, Su Cheng shook his head. "I'm afraid I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you to the motherland." "Oh, I see. I apologize. I assumed you were heading toward the entrance." Nioli hastily replied with a smile. "My apologies for intruding." With that, he and Niu Shaoli departed. Su Cheng watched them leave. Despite Nioli's advanced age and stooped posture, his countenance radiated vitality, indicating a robust constitution. Clearly, these two were no ordinary individuals. Having encountered numerous guests, he possessed an innate ability to discern character. Retracting his gaze, Su Cheng noted the time. It was already afternoon, yet remained silent. Was he waiting for nightfall? Or perhaps he lingered in the suburbs? It seemed highly probable he awaited the cover of darkness. Although Or was unfamiliar with the Aralor greatsword, after 2 encounters, he must have amassed considerable data. Even the magnetic fields he had deciphered could lead him to deduce the Aralor greatsword's attributes. Turning to a nearby guard, Su Cheng approached to inquire, "Excuse me, if a conflict were to erupt in this sector, would the Dead City retaliate?" The guard scrutinized Su Cheng for a moment before responding. "I cannot say whether the Dead City would retaliate, but we would certainly apprehend you." Su Cheng felt a wave of exasperation. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I am merely a cybernetic mechanic. I have no inclination for combat." "A cybernetic mechanic?" The guard eyed the Aralor greatsword wrapped behind Su Cheng with suspicion. "I can inform you that should a fight occur in this sector, the scorched earth will not retaliate. However, if you attack the divine tree or cause excessive destruction, it will trigger the scorched earth's defensive mechanism." Understanding dawned upon Su Cheng as he nodded. This area was unlike the second sector, where wielding weapons would invoke an attack. Here, combat was permitted. But any significant damage to the land would activate the defensive protocols, a stark contrast to the second sector. It appeared Ar had chosen this location precisely for the opportunity to engage in battle. Nevertheless, the presence of a defensive mechanism suggested that the entire Dead City resembled a sanctum of the divine tree. In this place, one could neither fight nor destroy. Yet it was a realm where slaughter could occur without restraint. With clarity attained, Su Cheng ventured toward the suburbs. Indeed, after surveying the outskirts, he found nothing amiss. It was evident that the opponent was biding their time until nightfall. Opting not to wander aimlessly, he deemed it unnecessary to exhaust his energy without discovering any suspicious locales. He settled into a nearby Mishua ice cream coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and awaited developments. As he sipped his drink, an unsettling sensation crept over him. It felt as though a pair of eyes were intermittently fixed upon him. Though the gaze was intangible, humans often possess an instinctive awareness of being observed. Su Cheng's senses had been heightened multiple times, making him acutely sensitive to such perceptions. He swiftly scanned the thicket across the street, where a dilapidated building lay, several mutated beings scavenging within. At that moment, the unsettling gaze vanished. He scrutinized the opposite side of the road, then glanced back at the coffee shop, yet detected nothing unusual. A smile crept across his face, or was certainly lurking nearby. Just then, an icy chill coursed down his spine. A profound sense of impending danger surged within him. Without hesitation, he dove to the side with all his might. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. A dark beam shot through the very spot he had occupied moments before. All mutated beings struck by the black beam began to dissolve, as if they were ice cream scorched by flames. However, the beam dissipated upon hitting the wooden wall, leaving it unscathed. The weapon wielded by this group was astonishingly powerful. How intriguing, indeed. Across the street from the coffee shop, a figure clad in purple-black armor floated in midair. Ah, run, there's a killer. A shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the CAF, prompting everyone to scatter in panic. Yet, Cheng stood frozen in place, his gaze locked onto the silhouette suspended above. That voice was all too familiar to him. It was R. Chapter 191, Biological Disintegration Ray, the Black Canopy. Cheng was taken aback. It was not yet dark. He had initially assumed that it would wait until nightfall to confront him. Although the sun was no longer as fierce as it had been at noon, it still provided ample enhancement to the irresistible heavy sword. Cheng retrieved the irresistible heavy sword from behind him and gently shook it. The white cloth ribbon unfurled instantly, revealing the sword shimmering with a faint white light. I have uncovered the truth about this sword, or chuckled heartily. The sun god sword of the Alpha family from Akasha City, capable of absorbing solar energy, transforming it into ionic attacks, and enhancing human strength. Without further ado, Cheng activated his Dragon Ascend armor and charged forward. I am stronger than Mobius. R immediately raised his right hand, and a uniquely designed black cannon materialized. A beam of black light shot forth in an instant. Reveal. Cheng and Apos' pupils constricted as the speed of the beam slowed down. Yet, it was still a laser. Evading it with his body was utterly impossible. Dragon Ascend engine activated. He swiftly moved 18 centimeters to the side, narrowly avoiding the black beam. The beam struck a nearby mutant guard, disintegrating its body as if it were melting, leaving only a skeletal frame. Moreover, this ray did not damage the scorched earth, thus failing to trigger the first ring's defense mechanism. Damn it, you dare to kill guards. Another guard, horrified at the sight of his fallen comrade, immediately began to call for help. Meanwhile, after evading the ray, Cheng swung the irresistible heavy sword toward R. Strange. R furrowed his brow slightly. Just now, I felt a strange numbness in my body. Truly a remarkable individual. You have grown stronger in just a few days. He hovered about 20 meters in the air, a distance Cheng could easily leap to. Too bad you cannot fly. R prepared to dodge sideways, confident that even if his opponent could leap this distance, he would be unable to maneuver in midair. However, in the next moment, he found himself completely immobilized. Once again, the same trick. R gazed in shock as the irresistible heavy sword struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. In the final moments of his battle with Mobius, he had been similarly immobilized, unable to move at all. Yet, at that time, Cheng had physically controlled him. Now, without any gesture from Cheng, his body lay still. Boom. The ground was cratered upon impact. R slowly stood from the pit. Impressive. Your strength has increased by 68.67 since our last encounter. He then tossed a sphere into the sky, a smirk playing on his lips. This must be partially due to the enhancements from that sword. Upon release, the sphere unfurled 2 spiral wings and ascended into the heavens. When it reached over 3,000 meters, it unleashed a layer of black energy, shrouding the sky in darkness. The entirety of the Dead City's first, second, and even third rings was enveloped in shadows. Portions of the motherland were affected as well. The mutants gazed upward in horror. What is happening? Why has the sky darkened? I don't know. This has never occurred before. Damn it. Who is that person that can obscure the sky? The onlookers were astounded, realizing that the power of these two individuals rivaled that of the royal elites. Mutants in the outskirts witnessed the clash between Cheng and R, immediately attributing the phenomenon to R. The residents of other rings, in utter confusion, sought refuge, fearing an impending calamity. In the 6th ring, Yorick observed the darkening sky from afar. This is likely related to that individual. Without a doubt. Such an occurrence never happened before he arrived. He felt fortunate that he had not opposed him previously. Cheng glanced at the irresistible heavy sword in his hand. Now devoid of any white light, its blade dulled and its weight doubled. It became evident that it had devised a countermeasure against his weapon. No wonder he had not waited until nightfall and had come directly for him. Now your weapon is of no use, I remarked, tapping the spot where he had been struck, the white energy dissipating. His armor rapidly repaired itself, returning to its original state. Warm up complete. Let the battle commence, he declared, unleashing a barrage of black rays. In the enveloping darkness, these rays were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, the dead city was teeming with luminescent insects, and streetlights automatically ignited as the sky darkened. Cheng quickly evaded and dashed toward a nearby CAF. He kicked down the wall, grabbing a wooden plank to shield himself. The black rays struck the plank without any effect. Unsure if his armor could withstand the black light, he opted for the wooden shield, which was the safest choice. Holding the plank, he advanced toward or against the oncoming rays. The irresistible heavy sword could indeed cleave through the rays. But now that it was devoid of energy in the darkness, it was rendered ineffective. Did you think there is only one type of ray? Or scoffed disdainfully, his left hand transforming as he unleashed his signature blue plasma high-temperature ray. The blue ray instantly incinerated the wooden plank. Yet, Cheng did not discard it. It remained his sole means of blocking the black rays. Utilizing agile movements, he evaded the blue rays while using the plank to deflect the black ones. Inching closer to R, seeing this, R prepared to ascend into the air, aiming to create distance. However, at that moment, his body once again became immobile. Blood Fury form. 105%, full release. The purple energy surged within Cheng's left eye, and his speed surged dramatically. R had claimed his strength had increased by over 30% since their last encounter. Even without the enhancements of the irresistible heavy sword, he retained over 25%. Now, on top of that, it was further amplified. He propelled himself directly into R and Apos' face. Damn it, is this never-ending? R felt his body seize once more. Although only for a fleeting moment, it was sufficient for Cheng to close the gap. Cheng seized the black gun in R's right hand. Grip of destruction. The dragon claw exerted tremendous force, firmly clutching the gun. However, the black gun remained intact, evidently a specialized weapon. Yet, a surge of purple energy coursed into the black gun. At that moment, R regained his composure, forcefully breaking free as his armor activated multiple thrusters, propelling him backwards several meters. Damn it, why isn't the disintegration gun working? R attempted to fire at Cheng once more, only to discover that the gun in his hand had become inoperative. The biological disintegration gun was a weapon exclusive to the Black Robe, designed specifically for eradicating biological entities. It could be said that as long as there was flesh, even if encased in a mechanized suit, it would be dissolved. Yet it caused no harm to inanimate objects. It was a pure life-claiming weapon. The moment one was struck, death was inevitable. As R was momentarily stunned, Cheng charged at him again. The dragon claw gleamed with a deadly edge, targeting the thrusters on his armor, intent on dismantling his flight apparatus. Damn it. You think you're the only one who can enhance your body? R roared, his eyes turning crimson, blood vessels surging in an instant. Chapter 192, Blood Rage Against Blood Rage. Tighten your abs. With a low growl, R's muscles surged, revealing thick, bulging veins that writhed ominously beneath his skin. His visage contorted into a more grotesque form, his body bathed in a crimson hue, radiating an intense heat akin to molten iron. In comparison to Cheng's blood rage form, R appeared far more terrifying. Blood rage? Cheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that R too possessed this ability. It signified that he was also utilizing an original implant, or perhaps an experimental version thereof. As it stood, R's performance did not measure up to Mobius. Aside from the fearsome black beam, his prowess in strength and speed was ambiguous, and his combat skills were notably lacking. Come, let us see whose strength prevails. Ha. R laughed boisterously, charging forward with reckless abandon. Cheng responded with a cold smirk, unafraid of close combat. The two collided in an instant. Bang! Their fists met with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves that bent nearby trees and stirred up clouds of dust. Remarkable! You were able to match me. R expressed his astonishment. As a mutant, he was free from muscle suppression, and his accelerated growth due to mutation meant his muscles were continuously expanding. with the enhancement from Blood Rage. He had expected to dominate Su Cheng, yet he fell short, even lagging slightly behind. Once more, R enthusiastically swung his fists, reveling in the power of his formidable physique. He had long sought a body capable of housing his essence. Mobius was strong, yet lacked substantial bodily reinforcement and had undergone limited augmentations. Now, the figure in black robes had undergone numerous enhancements alongside genetic modifications from mutant DNA, augmented by a mechanical lifeform's boosts in the invulnerable combat armor. Both warriors, having unleashed their blood rage forms, engaged in a ferocious exchange. "You talk too much," Su Cheng replied icily, delivering merciless blows. Spectators watched in awe. Captivated by the savagery of the duel, it was as if they were witnessing a gladiatorial contest. The onlookers kept their distance, while guards rushed to provide support. Yet none dared to intervene. They had witnessed battles of this nature before, but were reluctant to involve themselves. "Is that so?" "Heh." R sneered, his right hand subtly charging a black gun. "Do you know how we tortured that group of people 8 years ago? Oh, the pleas for mercy, the screams of agony. And those despairing gazes were simply exquisite. Your parents were likely among them. How unfortunate." Su Cheng's fury ignited upon hearing those words. "If your intention was to provoke me, you have succeeded. Complete domination." Electric currents surged through his left eye, rendering R immobile once more. Yet, Su Cheng felt an instant blindness in his left eye, forcing him to close it. However, he could not afford to dwell on that. "Tighten your abs, fool." With that, he seized the immobilized R with his left hand. And with his right fist clenched, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a devastating blow. Bang! Even clad in invulnerable combat armor and mechanical alloy protection, R felt as though a colossal hammer had struck him. His eyes widened in shock, nearly retching from the impact. What horrified him most was the overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body as his blood rage form dissipated. The biotic disintegration ray he had been preparing with his right hand lost its charge. Previously, he had been under control for a maximum of 2 seconds, yet now, even after 2 seconds had passed, he remained unable to act. It was as if his brain had severed its connection with his body. This single punch had left him incapacitated. He was propelled backward, crashing violently into a sturdy tree. Even the tree's alloy-like trunk bore a massive dent from the impact. What the hell is happening? R struggled to regain control of his nerves, attempting to reassert command over his body, but to no avail. He slumped against the tree, lying helplessly on the ground. To his further terror, the invulnerable armor had also disengaged, the mechanical alloy peeling away to reveal his true form. Su Cheng approached her step by step, witnessing the disarmament of the armor before removing his own. With his left eye closed, he remained oblivious to R's condition. All he desired was to pound her into submission. He grasped her by the neck. Chapter 193. 6 participants. The erupting R. 6 individuals. R's voice was feeble. He had been tormented to the brink of exhaustion. Regret filled him for having usurped the body of the man in the black cloak. He felt ensnared, as though this body were a poison, hastening his demise. He had not even exerted all his strength before being forcibly severed from life. Now, devoid of any chance to resist, he simply yearned for a swift end. "Wait." Su Cheng glanced at the throng surrounding them and hoisted her away. The guards instinctively parted to create a path. Their duty was to ensure safety here. But their own lives took precedence. "You would do well to make your way to the security room." Su Cheng paid no heed. Weaving through the crowd back to his vehicle, he unceremoniously dropped R to the ground and proceeded to massage the bones of R's body. The ambush had involved 6 individuals, myself, G, K, H, C, and B. We do not know who orchestrated the operation. Only B and C are privy to that, for they are among the infamous 4 of evil. The 4 of us were merely subordinates, for heaven's sake. Such a formidable group. R attempted once more to regain control over his body, but despair enveloped him. He was indeed ensnared. H resides in a place akin to ruins between the Dead City and Sakura City. However, it is difficult to locate. Hidden somewhere in the Boundary Desert, for the realm of chaos possesses no fixed form. It could be a city or a canyon, beyond the jurisdiction of any faction. A territory untouched by any power. At this point he paused. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and pressed his foot down forcefully on R's leg, eliciting a gruesome separation of flesh and bone. "You are not permitted to halt. I am merely too weak. Please, remove my skullcap." It is too dark here. Although R's response manifested on the face of the body, it was neither seen nor heard, only felt, through the cranial bone. His hearing was muffled. Voices sounded as if they were filtered through a blanket. Cheng grinned, brandishing a dagger to slice open the scalp. The ensuing pain was something R had to endure. Upon gazing at R's true visage, Cheng's eyes turned icy. Was this still human? It resembled more a monster. To have transformed his brain thus, or rather, to have become a brain, surviving parasitically. No wonder he had engaged in the study of fusion among various animals to create semi-mechanical life forms. Such a creature had even slain his own parents. There might be many more. Chapter 194, The Living City and the Dead City, The Bodyguard Squad. The conclusion of R was both surprising and yet, in a sense, inevitable. He allied himself with an individual he should not have, sealing his fate. When one's strength is insufficient, one can only ever be a pawn in another's game. Cheng drove thoughtfully, contemplating the omniscient figure clad in black robes. It was evident that this black-robed individual was part of an organization. Yet, the motives of this organization remained elusive. R had ambushed a member of the black-robed faction, claiming to have been ensnared, which suggested that there could not be just one of them. To risk one's life for a mere scheme raises questions about the potential benefits. The black-robed individual that R had successfully ambushed was merely a tool in a larger scheme. Thus, the objectives of this organization, are they malevolent in nature or merely fixated on R? Perhaps they are targeting me. Currently, the lack of sufficient intelligence leaves one unable to ascertain the truth. Soon, the vehicle approached the exit. The divine tree stood majestically at 300 meters tall. The impact ring towered above at over 1,000 meters. The sky had long since returned to its former state. The orb that had once hovered above had fallen. A mere energy shield that was swiftly collected by the guards. As the vehicle reached the midpoint of the exit, a robust branch suddenly obstructed its path. The vehicle came to an immediate halt. However, the branch retracted almost instantaneously, as if issuing a deliberate warning to Cheng. The vehicle resumed its course, soon arriving at the motherland. Indeed, this area encompassed more than a 1-kilometer radius. According to the vehicle's radar, it was a city with a radius of 10 kilometers. Yet, the radar could not scan the central segment of the cosmic Great Wall. Upon entering the city, the outermost perimeter revealed a ring of azure rivers, approximately 500 meters wide. This circular river flowed underground into the outer impact ring. The entrance featured a 4-lane bridge leading directly to the cosmic Great Wall. Between the 4 main thoroughfares lay circular roads spaced every 100 meters, flanked by various edifices. The environment was pleasant, with a temperate climate. The flora in the ruins had withered with the seasons, but here, it felt perpetually spring-like. The trees and grasslands were more abundant than in the previous rings. Yet, there were no guards protecting these trees, nor were there any individuals about. No one sought to harvest the fruits from the branches. Mutants cultivated farmland, trading various goods for sustenance. They resembled humans more closely than those in the first ring, albeit with many other types present. Cheng observed a woman who was part human and part horse. At a distance of 1 kilometer from the cosmic Great Wall, a circle of man-made walls barred entry, suggesting restricted access. The atmosphere and environment within starkly contrasted with the outside. Like the first ring, vehicles were permitted only on the main roads, barred from secondary paths. Uncertain of the precise location of the Hua Science Institute, Cheng parked along the roadside and disembarked to inquire. "Ah, it's you again, young man." An elderly voice called out from beside him. Turning, he was surprised to see Nioli, accompanied by the rabbit girl, Niu Xiaoli. Cheng nodded slightly. Nioli inquired with a smile, "Where are you headed?" Cheng glanced at them. "Do you know where the Hua Science Institute is?" Nioli gestured toward the enclosed wall ahead. Once, the Hua Science Institute was located within there, approximately 600 meters from the cosmic Great Wall. There should still be a portion of the main gate visible above ground. The rest has been destroyed. Cheng was taken aback by Nioli's detailed knowledge. "Is it accessible?" Nioli shook his head. "You cannot enter, but I can." Cheng raised an eyebrow, observing the cheerful demeanor of Nioli. "How about it? Would you like to join us?" Nioli replied with a grin. "I will guide you inside and lead you to the ruins of the Hua Science Institute. But the condition is that after you complete your business, you must protect us as we head toward the cosmic Great Wall." Cheng, puzzled, asked, if entry is restricted, and not everyone can enter, it implies there is management in place. Why then do you need protection? No, Noli firmly shook his head. It is precisely because it is exceedingly perilous. The chaos within is far worse than the desolate wasteland. Were it not for the divine tree and amp, Apos, as protection, the entire impact ring would be ravaged by the monsters within. Su Cheng queried, "What are you planning to do, and where do I need to protect you?" "The specifics cannot be disclosed, but rest assured, it will not implicate you," Noli explained. "You only need to escort us into the cosmic Great Wall." "All right," Su Cheng acquiesced. He was not familiar with the motherland, nor the location of the Hua Science Institute. With Noli's assistance, he could locate it more swiftly, saving time and effort. If the interior truly posed significant danger, having Noli alongside would enhance safety. "Splendid!" Noli exclaimed with delight. "It is nearly evening. The area is even more perilous at night. Therefore, we shall rest overnight and set off early tomorrow." Su Cheng nodded, recalling that when he battled R, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Noli added with a smile, "I have arranged the finest accommodations for you." Su Cheng inquired, "You mean accommodations for you all?" Noli confirmed, "Given the extreme danger, especially closer to the cosmic Great Wall, where one might encounter creatures with strength comparable to royal warriors, I have invited a squad of bodyguards. This group can also assist you in entering the Hua Science Institute, which would be beneficial for you." Su Cheng nodded silently, following Noli as they proceeded to the hotel he had arranged. Before the hotel stood 3 mutants. One was a tiger mutant with a striped face, muscular and towering at nearly 190 centimeters, particularly broad across the back. Another was a petite girl with mouse ears, hiding behind the tiger mutant, her large eyes curiously examining Su Cheng. The last mutant was indeterminate, distinguished only by his pointed ears, devoid of animal-like features atop his head. Noli introduced them with a smile. "This is the tiger mutant, Chen Hu. This is his companion, Miss Mouse, Su Ming, and this is the bat mutant, Li Chao. They are all exceptionally powerful mutants." Afterward, he introduced Su Cheng to the 3 mutants. "I've seen you before," Su Ming exclaimed, her big eyes blinking. "You were the one who fought so impressively on the first day." Chen Hu snorted, "I'm impressive too." "Yeah, I know. Just a bit jealous," Su Ming teased, pinching Chen Hu's side. Noli chuckled, "This is Su Cheng." "Wow." Su Ming's eyes widened. "You share the same surname, Su." "We are alike." Chen Hu scoffed. "I can have the surname Su too." "Oh dear, you really are something," Su Ming pouted. "If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." Chen Hu huffed, remaining silent. "Let us head inside." Noli guided everyone into the hotel, where they had booked lavish suites with remarkable extravagance. After dining with the group, Su Cheng retreated to his room alone. Tomorrow, they would venture toward the Hua Science Institute. Chapter 195, Living in the Network, the Extreme City. Su Cheng rubbed his left eye, feeling a slight discomfort. After utilizing R's complete domination 3 times, his eyes were no longer able to bear the strain. According to his calculations, R could maintain control for 2 seconds, but the last attempt yielded only a 1-second effect. His overall abilities had indeed strengthened. However, R was not capable of fully controlling the body, which extended the duration of control. Overall, the complete domination had significantly improved and was now more convenient to use. As long as he could lock onto his target, he could exert control. Yet, he was uncertain how long it would take for his eyes to recover. He took out a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution and drank it down. Instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his body, and the discomfort in his eyes was alleviated. Upon slightly opening his eyes, he found that his vision remained unaffected. The strain of complete domination on his eyes was substantial, rendering it a technique to be used sparingly. Closing his eyes, he entered the cosmic network. In 4 days, the gathering of the 12 dominators would commence. At that time, he could inquire if anyone had news about the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. Once again, he made his way to the wall of the source network. Having not encountered the girl in quite some time, he arrived early today, waiting in anticipation. Time passed, and suddenly, the sky illuminated with a brilliant white light. Opening a rift, Su Cheng immediately stood, watching as the girl in the white dress emerged from the fissure. "I didn't expect to see you here," she said, gracefully descending from the air, each step leaving a halo of data radiating beneath her pristine feet. Feel free to visit me anytime. Cheng nodded. Unable to discern her features, she was shrouded in mystery, as if veiled by an unseen barrier. He could only see her dark hair, adorned with a white silk ribbon. The girl in the white dress floated before him, pausing in midair. Shall we take a stroll? Cheng nodded, replying certainly. The two moved forward, one on the ground and the other in the air. Curiosity compelled Cheng to ask, "What is your name? Where do you come from?" With a gentle smile. The girl replied, "You can call me 12. I hail from a rather beautiful place." 12? Cheng pondered, sensing that the name seemed rather casual. Akin to a code. Yes, just 12, she affirmed. Maintaining her distance was essential due to her inherent force field. Being too close would cause Cheng to disconnect from the cosmic network. "I'm Cheng," he politely introduced himself. "A beautiful place," he mused. Likely not a small city like the ruins. It could either be a grand metropolis or a floating city. If ruins could be deemed beautiful, then that was also a possibility. "That's a lovely name," 12 remarked, her hand gliding across the wall of the source network, sending forth cascades of colorful data. Cheng ventured to inquire, "Do you know a future city?" "Of course," 12 nodded. "It is one of the 3 major floating cities in Huaxia, the largest in the eastern region." Cheng pressed further, "Do you know what lies above the floating city?" Instead of answering, 12 posed a question in return. "Do you believe this world is real?" Cheng hesitated briefly. "Are you referring to reality or this place?" 12 turned back, chuckling softly. "So this place is an illusion, not reality?" Cheng acknowledged, "This is the cosmic network, a virtual universe. But if someone were to exist here, would they perceive it as virtual or real?" 12 smiled faintly, gazing into an unspecified direction before saying, "I must take my leave now. I am Chapter 196, The Steam City, Ascend to Eternity." Cheng initially intended to log off directly, yet his curiosity about the so-called Paradise City held him back. As the train drew closer, it felt as if he were entering a realm shrouded in mist. Upon emerging from the fog, he was greeted by vast expanses of farmland. Unlike the motherland of the impact ring, this land was cultivated by machines. Steam-powered plows traversed the fields. After passing through the extensive agricultural area, he arrived at the city's entrance. Here, everything was powered by steam engines. Steam cars traversed the roads, while steam airplanes soared above. When the train reached a platform, it came to a halt. "Welcome to Paradise City. Please disembark." "We haven't accumulated enough points to enter yet," Xiaobei said, looking at the untouched pastry in Cheng's hands. "Why aren't you eating? You've never had this before. It's South unique to our place." Cheng shook his head. "No, thank you. It's merely a collection of data. Consuming it would only yield more data." "True, as a new resident." "You want lack for food in the future," Xiaobei replied, putting away the pastry. "Let us get off the train." Descending from the train, Cheng watched as the steam locomotive resumed its journey outward. His gaze fell upon a colossal airship in the sky as he stepped into the city. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the sounds of bustling voices. Every face he encountered radiated joy, much like Xiaobei, seemingly devoid of worries, living in bliss. Greetings and assistance were exchanged among the people. As Cheng walked, his hands filled with the food offered by the locals. It felt like paradise. Yet, wasn't he just a collection of data? Although he was physically present, he perceived himself merely as an observer, his consciousness encapsulated in data. Nevertheless, he could feel the wind, the warmth of steam, and the temperature of the people's hands. It resembled virtual reality. Curiously, he picked up a piece of chocolate and attempted to bite into it. To his astonishment, he experienced the genuine sensation of consuming chocolate. After eating, he even felt the food settle in his stomach. Was this a virtual network? This place was entirely different from the outside world. Delicious, I assent it. Thanks to the city lord, this truly is paradise. No, it is Eden. Paradise is a place one visits after death, and we are very much alive. Oh, how right you are. Oh God, we shall forever dwell in such a perfect world. It's simply marvelous. Everyone around him sang praises for the city. Cheng felt out of place, yet no one seemed to notice. They continued to live happily. He glanced at the fruits in a nearby shop, all free. Delivery trucks continuously supplied the fruit store with fresh produce. There was no shortage of food or clothing. Everything one could desire was at hand. Even the sensory experience was more delightful. Taking a deep breath, Cheng stepped into an alley and exited the network universe. Phew. Rising from his bed, Cheng touched his body. This must be reality. It felt so strange. Initially, in the network universe, he was like a ghost, devoid of a physical form. However, after parting the curtains and entering that city, he acquired a tangible presence. It was as if data had materialized. How extraordinary. What 12 mentioned? Where was reality? Was it hinting at something? Or perhaps reminding him? He was certain that the former was the network universe, while this was reality. Shaking his head, he found himself perplexed. The intricacies of the network were unfamiliar to him. Are you there? Even separated by a wasteland, the infinite gateways still connected him to Yang Siki. What is up? Where are you? Yang Siki was at the command center of Steel City, projecting her image. Wow, it's been 2 or 3 days. And your place is quite special, a wooden cabin, immersed in nature. Mitu leaned in with a mischievous expression, his brows dancing playfully. Cheng pursed his lips. I'm in the Dead City, specifically Huizhou Prefecture. Yang Siki raised an eyebrow in confusion. Was he that destroyed in a battle with mechanical life forms? That's a long story. Let us not discuss it today. Oh, come on. You've gotten distant after just a few days. You're reluctant to share. Look at this fool. A long story, huh? Just how long? I'll speak for myself, Yang Siki said, retracting the projection. Oh, I see. Protecting your beloved, are we? When have I ever liked him? Your magical cloak, get lost. Cough, cough. He can't hear you now. Go ahead. Listening to Yang Siki's playful tone, Cheng's lips twitched. Do you know about the cities in the network universe? They resemble virtual reality. Cities? Virtual reality? Yang Siki furrowed her brow slightly. I've heard of it. It's a technology that uploads human consciousness entirely into the network universe. Essentially, the network universe is akin to virtual reality. It is technically feasible to create a wholly real world, indistinguishable from our own. Cheng pondered silently for a moment. So, is that place considered reality or virtual? For those whose consciousness has been uploaded, it is reality. Yet for us, it remains mere data, Yang Siki elucidated. When we humans enter the network universe, we do so as virtual data, observing everything from an external perspective. However, once consciousness is uploaded, it equates to datafication of thought, merging consciousness with data. Theoretically, one could achieve immortality alongside a sensory experience akin to reality. Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Are you suggesting immortality? Kind of. But this sort of immortality could also be a form of confinement, Yang Siki scoffed. I certainly wouldn't prefer it. Even if your experience is real to you, it remains data and programming. Incredible! Cheng surveyed the Steam City, which bore resemblance to the Dead City. It harbored at least hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, representing countless immortal consciousnesses, a city thriving in harmony and happiness. The network universe and the reality universe were both infinite, yet similar to reality. Not every corner was open for exploration. Yang Siki twirled a pen in her hand, her long legs resting on the control panel. Only in the places they create can they live. And those places are strictly limited to their creations. Hence, I say it is a form of confinement. Thank you, Cheng nodded. If that is the case, it indeed doesn't qualify as paradise. This had nothing to do with him. It was simply that 12 had inquired, prompting his natural curiosity to unravel the mystery. He asked, has Steel City begun operations? Not so quickly, Yang Siki pouted. The underground mines have long been depleted. There's too little or left. They are currently digging a passage to the village, which will take several more days. Wang Cheng has taken people to the mine to search for or, Cheng noted. Good, no rush. Let us delegate as much as possible to the robots and ensure their safety. Rest assured, Mitu always accompanies them. It's quite safe. Yang Siki projected again, sharing her visual feed. They brought food. Roses, Xiaohong, and Xiaoming entered the control room. Big brother. Xiaoming joyfully approached the projection. Where are you? The environment looks fantastic. Roses and Xiaohong quickly followed. Big brother, don't you think Sister Rose is beautiful? She is quite stunning. Xiaohong. What are you talking about? I have my merits too. Are you suggesting you have an airport? Chapter 197. The Aberrant, the Silent Corpse Beast. The following day, Cheng awoke, his left eye fully restored. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Su, "We are ready to depart," came the voice of Niuli. With a creak, Su Cheng opened the door. Niuli smiled. "You're up. Let us go. Everyone else is almost ready." Su Cheng returned to freshen up before heading downstairs. Niuli had prepared a lavish breakfast for everyone. "Mr. Su, why aren't you eating any fruit? These are unique to the Dead City. Beneficial for health and quite expensive." Noticing Su Cheng only consuming dry rations, Niuli offered him a red fruit. Su Cheng shook his head. "I'm not fond of them. These fruits contain potential toxins and could not be consumed without proper processing." Niuli retracted the fruit, chuckling. "All right then. This delicacy is highly prized outside. It cannot even be cultivated elsewhere, only found here in the Dead City." After finishing their meal, the group made their way to the motherland. As Su Cheng passed by the RV, he retrieved the re-wrapped Luo heavy sword. Chen Hui's eyes lit up at the sight of the enormous weapon. "I never imagined your petite frame could wield such a colossal blade." While Su Cheng's stature was not petite, having undergone numerous enhancements, he stood at 185 centimeters with well-defined, muscular physique. He certainly appeared smaller compared to Chen Hu. With a faint smile, Su Cheng replied. Before long, they arrived before two towering divine trees, each reaching a height of 500 meters, surpassing even the city walls. The trees completely obstructed the entrance with their branches. Niuli stepped forward, producing a jade tablet to press against the branches. Instantly, a small door opened, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. "All set. Everyone, please exercise extreme caution. It's perilous within," Niuli warned as he prepared to lead the way. "Wait, I'll go first," Chen Hu declared, stepping ahead with Su Ming clutching his shirt, following closely behind. Niuli and the others then entered in succession. "Hey, there are more reckless souls entering," a voice remarked. "That's normal. There are many adventurers or those seeking to become royalty. I've heard the Grand Cosmic Great Wall is teeming with monsters. No need to speculate, it's true. Once you enter, you're bound to encounter monsters. Only elite royals occasionally venture in for treasure, but the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Only the Tiger King lineage dares to use the motherland as a rite of passage for adult royals, and even that is a perilous endeavor." The mutated beings near the city walls murmured as they observed the group entering the motherland. As Chun Hu stepped inside, he was immediately ambushed. "Watch out. An ambush right at the entrance," he yelled, gripping two pale hands, lifting them with force before smashing them into the ground. Su Ming leaped onto his shoulder, then sprang down with one foot. "Hiki." She darted to Chen Hu's rear. "Thank goodness for you. I almost forgot there could be ambushes here." Niuli wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing if he had been in the lead, he might be dead by now. After the group entered, they discerned what lay in ambush. The creature was vaguely humanoid, possessing two heads with their mouths fused together, rendering it silent. One of the heads had been crushed. Its arms were nothing but skin over bones, two of which had been broken. Its body was emaciated, devoid of any muscle or fat. Its legs resembled those of a feline, with a reverse-jointed structure that allowed for swift movement. And its massive pads made no sound while walking. "This is the silent corpse beast," Niuli explained. "A stealthy creature that makes no sound. Don't let its frail appearance deceive you. Its bones are as hard as metal." He lifted one of the corpse's hands. "Its grip is incredibly strong. Once caught, escape is nearly impossible unless you sever its hand. This is the most common monster found here." "How ugly." Su Ming blinked her large eyes, hiding behind Chun Hu. "It's so frightening." Su Cheng glanced at her. "You didn't seem frightened when you crushed that creature." However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. His strength was likely at the elite guardian level among the mutated beings. At this moment, Li Chao, who had been trailing behind and spoke less than Su Cheng, remarked coolly, "In the human realm, it seems to have been modified with a complete set of B-class combat cybernetics, lacking any physical enhancements." "Yes, that seems about right." Chen Hu nodded. The strength displayed just now was indeed at the elite guardian level. The rest is uncertain, as it died too quickly. B-class combat cybernetics indeed. Su Cheng felt astonished. The most common monsters possessed capabilities akin to high-level hunters. Zhang Jie couldn't even be considered a mere foot soldier here. How are the strengths of mutated beings classified? Su Cheng inquired, perplexed. He had often heard Niuli and others speak of the royal lineage of mutated beings, along with the elite guardian level, suggesting great power. "Let us discuss as we walk," "We're headed to the Huaca Academy," Noli replied, leading the way while Su Qing and Chen Hu flanked him. The plan to visit the Huaca Academy had already been discussed with the others the previous day. The weakest among mutated beings is the half-beast level, characterized by significant animal features. Next comes the fierce beast, beastification, guardian, elite guardian, lord, and leader levels. Finally, the most formidable are the royals, Noli elucidated. Even among the royals, there are varying strengths, making it difficult to assign further ranks. If categorized by cybernetics, the lord level already possesses symbiotic battle armor capabilities. The royals correspond to the level of fearless symbiotic battle armor. Their power is not to be underestimated. Su Cheng remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. The area resembled a desolate wasteland, entirely in ruins, with vegetation sprouting amidst the debris of buildings. The ground was a field of blackened, scorched earth. Suddenly, Li Chao warned, "Caution, there are 3 silent corpse beasts located at the 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 3 o'clock positions." The group immediately assumed a defensive stance. Su Cheng heard no sounds, but when he glanced toward the 11 o'clock direction, he indeed saw a grotesque figure flicker past. A bat-like mutated being. Could it be using ultrasonic waves for detection? Thus, while others could not see them, Li Chao could hear them. The configuration of this team was quite sensible. Chen Hu acted as the shield at the front, while Su Ming supported him in combat. Li Chao served the role of reconnaissance and early warning. The silent corpse beasts launched their attack first, moving without a sound. Thanks to their unique leg structure, they could sprint at incredible speed over short distances. 2 of the 3 silent corpse beasts targeted Chen Hu while one attacked Su Qing. Possessing only the strength of a high-level hunter, there was no need for battle armor. Su Qing charged forward, effortlessly perceiving the silent corpse beast's attacks without needing to utilize his detection abilities. He seized the attacking beast's hand and, with a powerful motion, smashed it against an outcropping pillar. Thud. The pillar instantly pierced through the silent corpse beast and Apos' chest. How swift, how fierce, how impressive. Su Ming exclaimed from her perch on Chen Hu's shoulder, reveling in their combat synergy. I'm even stronger," Chen Hu boasted, triumphantly lifting the lifeless bodies of the 2 silent corpse beasts. "Hurry, we're nearing the Huaca Academy ruins. We mustn't linger too long. More silent corpse beasts will appear." Chapter 198, The Lost Origin Technology and the Colossal Monster. After enduring 2 more attacks from the elusive corpse beasts, the group arrived at a vast expanse of architectural ruins. On a massive beam, 2 faded characters were visible. This was once the Huaca Institute, now reduced to rubble. "If you seek something here, you may find nothing at all." Noli glanced at Su Qing. "What are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist." "I have lived here for over a century." Su Qing contemplated for a moment. "I am looking for the primordial implant." "Ah, I anticipated as much," Noli replied with a knowing smile. "That pertains to the Lost Origin Technology." Su Qing raised an eyebrow. "Lost Origin Technology? There are brief mentions in my father's diary, and the Eye of Dimensions provided some insights during its synthesis. However, I have never heard of Lost Origin Technology. Indeed, as we walk, I shall enlighten you." Noli continued into the ruins of the Huaca Institute. "I know this because my family has dwelled here for generations. The so-called Lost Origin Technology encompasses not only the primordial implant but also biological mutation technology, the War Alliance armaments, and more. Among these, biological mutation technology was developed within this cosmic Great Wall." He gestured toward the grand structure overgrown with vegetation. Biological mutation technology refers to the creation of mutants. But most importantly, it involves a perfect gene. This is the crux of humanity's research into biological science. The primordial implant is one of its earliest developmental paths, rumored to have been developed alongside the perfect gene, though that endeavor was ultimately abandoned. The War Alliance armaments represent technology for mechanical life forms, fully mimicking human beings. Robots endowed with genuine emotions and cognition. This lost origin technology was once revisited by others, but it seems to have been interrupted. Beyond that, I am not well informed. The revelation of so many facets of lost origin technology astonished Su Qing. His own primordial implant, the mindless beings, and mutants all belong to this lost origin technology. Perfect genes, could there truly exist a gene devoid of any flaw? How formidable would such a humanity be? That area ahead is the experimental zone. The core map resides within my mind. Nioli pointed to his head. We cannot wait for you indefinitely. You have only 2 hours to search. This was indeed a reasonable time frame. As the group surveyed their surroundings, they found nothing but ruins and scorched earth. No remnants of architecture remained. The prospect of locating the primordial implant seemed bleak. During the 2 hours, everyone would face significant risks. All right, I'll search, Cheng acknowledged. Fully aware of the perilous nature of this place, he meticulously looked for anything out of the ordinary. If only he could find a preliminary version of the primordial implant, he would be able to synthesize and upgrade once more. Just one more piece. This was the only known lead. This is all ruins. What could possibly be found here? Su Ming kicked at the debris beneath her, boredom evident in her tone. Suddenly, she yelped in pain, clutching her foot. Ouch. Chen Hu rushed forward with concern, lifting her gently to inspect her injury. What happened? Are you hurt? Is there blood? Oh, don't fuss over it. Su Ming pushed Chen Hu's face away. It's not that serious. I just kicked something hard, like that. She pointed to a black protrusion on the ground. Chen Hu glared at the black object and stomped on it with force. How dare you hurt my Ming Ming? With his strength, he could have crushed titanium alloy. Yet the black protrusion remained unscathed. Forget it. Stepping on it doesn't help. And I'm still in pain, Su Ming pouted, rubbing her sore foot. Let us not trigger any mechanisms. We could be in big trouble. No sooner had she spoken than a sudden grinding sound echoed through the air. Creak. Then came the ominous sound of heavy objects shifting. Wow, what is that? An underground passage. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the heavy metal plate move slowly. Chen Hu jumped back, wary. Nioli smiled at Su Cheng. It seems fortune is on your side. Su Cheng hurried over, discovering a platform roughly 10 square meters in size emerging before him. This was likely an elevator to an underground laboratory. Nioli approached, remarking, I never expected it to survive the onslaught of the cosmic Great Wall. It must be an exceedingly important laboratory. With everything else obliterated, if Su Cheng sought the primordial implant, this was the only place left to search. Chen Hu turned to the others. Should we go down? The underground laboratory posed unknown dangers. Finding the implant was Su Cheng's quest, not theirs. He couldn't dictate their choices. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, I'll descend. You wait for me here. I will return in 2 hours. He understood that their mission was to protect Nioli and Yo Xiaoli, not to accompany him into peril. Let us go together, Yo Xiaoli suddenly interjected. Staying above will only attract more attacks, while the underground may also harbor dangers. The confined space will prevent encounters with larger monsters. The group pondered this and found merit in her reasoning. The longer they lingered above, the more creatures would become aware of their intrusion into the core of the motherland, intensifying the assaults. Descending underground would effectively reset their presence above. Then let's proceed together. Chen Hu nodded in agreement. I'm sticking with you, Tiger. Su Ming clutched Chen Hu's shirt. Li Chao also nodded affirmatively. Su Cheng led the way onto the elevator and pressed the activation button. Click, bang. The elevator shook violently, as if its components had rusted over time. Once the tremors subsided, the elevator began to descend slowly. Hurry, a big one is coming. Li Chao's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed in a direction. The group followed his gaze to see a colossal figure approaching from a distance. The enormous silhouette towered over 20 meters high, appearing grotesque and distinctly non-human from the shadows. Su Cheng scrutinized the elevator. Due to its age and neglect, the mechanics were severely jammed. He couldn't apply too much force. If the gears broke, the elevator would plummet. Come on, you piece of junk. Su Ming, frightened, hid behind Chen Hu. That monster looks so disgusting. Chen Hu glared at the sluggish elevator. Damn it. Can't this thing move any faster? Who would have thought a large monster would arrive so soon? Nioli observed the approaching creature, noting that one is at least lord level and possesses immense strength. With each step of the monster, the ground trembled beneath them, yet half of the group was still exposed. Really? Su Ming, frustrated, dashed to the control panel and kicked it. Why is it so slow? Click. After her kick, the elevator suddenly came to a halt.